Alright, you and I are about to dive into madness. On September 1st, the exact moment the Origin World game merges with reality, every single player gets their powers. Ordinary gamers who were absolute nobodies in society suddenly wake up with terrifying power, completely shattering the normal social hierarchy and crushing traditional worldly authority. It turns the entire world upside down, plunging everything into utter chaos, fueled by money, power, and endless greed. The world descends into absolute madness. And Liu Yi, he made a massive mistake by treating this game as just casual fun. So when Origin World actually descended, Liu Yi was ridiculously weak and ended up getting violently skewered like a helpless bug. But right at that very moment, Liu Yi miraculously regresses back in time way before the game ever merged with reality. It is exactly 7:59 p.m. on July 27th, and the Origin World servers are officially opening. Liu Yi adjusts his glasses and gets completely ready to log in. He only has 34 days until the Origin World crashes into reality. Time is ticking and he knows it. If he wants to stand at the absolute peak, he has to start right this second. Liu Yi's first goal is not about chasing fake fame or useless wealth. It is all about raw power. The final countdown ends and Liu Yi successfully logs into the game. Staring at the insanely realistic scenery right in front of him, he knows he needs to move fast. Every single player just wants to run off and level up, but nobody actually knows the best spots to grind. The crowd is just buzzing with random chatter, mostly talking about basic starter tips and absolutely useless experiences. But Liu Yi regressed, meaning he already knows everything. Aura is the most mysterious and utterly overpowered ability a player can ever get. It is the absolute dividing line between regular players and the true top tiers. So instead of wasting precious time chasing early levels, Liu Yi decides to march straight into the massive weapon training ground. Inside the Origin World system, there is no such thing as character classes. Players are only defined by the specific weapons they use. The most crucial step is finding the perfect weapon and hitting 100% mastery because that unlocks the legendary aura. The weapon training ground is absolutely massive, fully stocked with gear to practice literally any fighting style. Liu Yi decides to start with a specific weapon he likes the most, a heavy saber. Even though he still has no clue which weapon fits his body best, he is fully prepared to test out every single one. After 5 grueling hours of exhausting practice, a system notification proudly announces his saber mastery hit 100%. But Liu Yi suddenly realizes absolutely nothing else has actually changed. It looks like the saber simply is not his calling, so Liu Yi immediately swaps to a straight sword. Meanwhile, right outside the massive weapon training ground, a guy and a girl are standing around excitedly hyping up their incredible first experiences playing inside the Origin World. Pushing their bodies to hyper-realistic limits feels absolutely amazing. The intense sensory feedback makes the whole virtual world feel terrifyingly real. It is honestly so addictive they cannot even stop playing. And the crazy part is this is just the basic stuff low-level beginners get to actually experience right now. Who knows what insane high-tier experiences they can unlock later. Chatting away, the two of them suddenly look around and wonder where they actually ended up wandering into. The young guy takes a quick look around and accurately guesses that this building is the weapon experience zone. The massive training zone is mostly empty except for Liu Yi fiercely grinding. Now watch this. The duo tries swinging some weapons, but honestly they just get bored super fast. Besides the basic system prompts saying their weapon mastery is slowly going up, absolutely nothing else happens. And with the starter weapons they are currently swinging around, you literally have to strike 10,000 times just to hit 100%. The duo immediately gives up, deciding that grinding levels is way more important, and walks away. But Liu Yi stubbornly stays behind to master weapons. On day 1 he fully maxes out the saber and the straight sword. He maxes the halberd but still no aura. On day 2, he completely grinds through the spear, hammer, and shield. He maxes out every single one of them, but the result stays exactly the same. By the 3rd day, a random group walks by loudly bragging about their high levels. Some guys are already hitting level 20, even 21. Liu Yi quickly realizes the vast majority of players have comfortably reached the level 20 milestone, while he, on the other hand, is still stuck at level 1 and completely lacking his aura. For a split second he panics, wondering if he should just give up and go grind levels instead. But Liu Yi bites down and decides to keep hunting for his aura. Because to become the undisputed strongest player, acquiring aura is an absolute must. Aura is the true foundation of everything. On that same 3rd day, those two players from before finally return to the training zone, loudly complaining as they walk. Oh man, the death penalty in Origin World is way too harsh. Their entire level literally dropped back to 0, completely wasting 2 whole days of hardcore grinding. As they walk inside, they are absolutely stunned to see Liu Yi is still standing right there, endlessly grinding away with different weapons. Honestly, doing combat, exploring arena duels, or even unlocking secret dungeons sounds way more fun than just hitting a dummy. They seriously start to doubt what he is doing. wondering what Liu Yi actually wants or if there is some hidden system secret here. Should they max out a weapon too? The girl points out he has been here for 3 solid days and is still at level 1. Even with some hidden secret, the time needed to bounce back is just way too long. Almost every player right now has already pushed past level 20, gaining some seriously insane power. How could Liu Yi possibly stand a chance against them anymore? She scoffs, bragging that even her casual strikes could shatter that dummy, while his weak little hits do not even leave a single scratch on the target, not even a tiny mark. She immediately turns and walks away. Her friend actually wants to try it out, but she forcefully drags him right back, stopping him. She insists it is better to just grind because your level is the most important thing right now. Days 4 and 5 pass in a blur. Liu Yi officially masters 18 different weapons, completely unlocking the insanely rare Weapon Master title for all of them. A true Weapon Master can freely manipulate any weapon's shape, completely abusing its unique characteristics in battle. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Even now, he lacked real power. Unless his true calling was actually firearms. That thought alone made Liu Yi pause. Before his regression, nobody ever claimed that using guns could unlock actual superhuman abilities. Maybe the previous players just never reached a high enough level to figure it out, or maybe it was a secret kept strictly by the elites. With that in mind, Liu Yi headed straight for the shooting range. Liu Yi figured it had already been 5 whole days. Most active players were hitting level 30 by now. With so many different weapons right here, if he tried to master every single gun, the Origin realm would probably merge with the real world before he even finished. Was it even worth pushing forward, he muttered to himself. But thinking back to everything that happened in his past life, Liu Yi simply could not quit. Without raw power, becoming a top-tier player was absolutely impossible. He would just end up walking the exact same pathetic path all over again, getting slaughtered by others exactly like before his regression. Determined, Liu Yi picked up a handgun and started firing. One shot after another. System alerts popped up, showing his pistol proficiency slowly creeping up bit by bit. Meanwhile, the girl from earlier quietly made her way back to the room. She checked the training area just to see if Liu Yi was still hanging around. Finding it completely empty, she assumed he had left, but suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed, instantly catching her curiosity. She cautiously peeked into the shooting range, and there he was. Liu Yi was literally glowing with a brilliant blue light. The system chimed. Handgun proficiency had officially hit 100%. Liu Yi had successfully awakened 2 rare dual attributes, pure intelligence and raw perception. The stat conversion rate unlocked at a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. His perception was currently sitting at 4 out of 5. Finally, he actually had some real power. For the first time, he actually felt a tiny sense of safety regarding the upcoming disaster. Now it was time to go grind some levels, just to catch up to the majority of players. Suddenly, Liu Yi turned around. He spotted a girl standing right by the door, awkwardly whistling and pretending to ignore him. Liu Yi calmly walked over and brushed right past her. Her face flushed bright red as she screamed internally. Wei Xingyi, what on earth are you getting so nervous for? Just open your mouth and ask him what that crazy glowing light was. But she completely chickened out, deciding she would just have to figure it out herself. Meanwhile, Liu Yi headed straight to the equipment shop to stock up on guns and ammo. He also needed a solid melee weapon as a backup just in case. On his way there, he overheard 2 guys talking about how the Origin realm had just shattered records, hitting an insane amount of active online players. Over 10 million, it had only been a few days. Could the Origin realm actually supply enough virtual gear to keep up with that insane demand? The entire first batch of pre-orders had already been shipped out and delivered. As for the second wave, people would have to wait at least another 2 days. Back at the shop, Liu Yi checked the prices. A basic low-tier pistol was 500. 3 boxes of ammo cost 300. A basic dagger was 200. Total damage, 1,000 credits. Hearing that price tag practically gave Liu Yi a heart attack. Good grief, everything in this place was way too expensive. Origin credits were the main game currency, and the conversion rate to real money was exactly 1-to-1, meaning he just dropped 1,000 real dollars. This game was absolutely ruthless. Basic newbie gear wasn't even given out for free, and they had the nerve to charge $1,000 for it. The Origin realm was basically daylight robbery. But then again, weapon experts could freely use any customized weapon model, taking full advantage of whatever unique combat stats those weapons had to offer. With his new title, Liu Yi could finally break past his current power limits, but only by using the right weapons. Meanwhile, over at the Mirror Secret Realm, recorded battles were essentially personal combat scenarios that players paid out of pocket to upload. These setups provided a virtual arena for other players to come in and challenge. If a player actually won, they would claim the exclusive realm, taking every single credit sitting in that massive prize pool along with a huge experience reward that perfectly matched the currency amount. But if you failed the challenge, your entry fee got permanently swallowed up by that exact same exclusive prize pool. The bigger that prize pool got, the higher the Phantom climbed the ranks. Now pay attention here. Taking a look at the highly competitive mirror leaderboard, rank number 1 had a staggering prize pool of 432,369 credits. It belonged to a level 30 player named Liu Yi from the New Order Guild. Rank 2 sat at 334,798 credits, owned by Bad Guy Incoming, another level 30 beast from the New Order Guild. And rank 3 held a prize of 241,235 credits, held by Kindergarten Boss, a level 30 from the Shelter Guild. Now entering these challenge realms had 2 strict rules. First off, the level of the challenger had to be at least 5 levels lower than the uploaded mirror Phantom. Secondly, you had to pay 10% of the total prize pool up front just to step into the arena. Liu Yi smiled. Since he was only level 1 but possessed the crazy power to fight way above his tier, this place was an absolute goldmine for him. Just as he was plotting, a guy walked out of the portal, groaning loudly. Failed again. The difficulty of these combat scenarios was absolutely insane. Not only did you lose your hard-earned entry fee, but all the brutal leveling progress you made would vanish after failing. Getting reset straight back to 0 is rough. His buddy patted his shoulder, saying he was actually lucky. If he had died inside the collapsed secret realm instead, not only his level, but his gear would be completely wiped too. The 2 guys slumped into their chairs, dazed. Seeing Liu Yi walk up, one immediately scoffed. "Hey Gangzi, look at this. We've got another level 1 newbie trying to challenge the mirrors. And get this, he is actually armed with a basic handgun." Seriously, firearms were literally the most useless garbage tier weapons in the entire Origin realm. Gangzi took one look at him, seeing a kid who barely had enough gear. Just another clueless rookie wanting to try his luck in the mirror realm. Players like this always ended up exactly the same way, blowing their entire entry fee and getting kicked out empty-handed. Definitely not the expert they were looking for. Ignoring the haters, Liu Yi was already scrolling, carefully picking out his next target. The system prompt chimed in. Did he want to select a global player's mirror Phantom to face off against in the arena? Liu Yi thinks it over. So player versus player combat is the only way to level up here. He remembers all those past humiliations. In the real world, he was terrified of fighting. And honestly, you and I both know that fear followed him right into the game. People constantly pushed him around, treating him like an absolute joke. Not anymore. Liu Yi clenches his fist tight, determined to be different. Time to face the music and crush that fear. The system chimes in. 100 Origin coins deducted for the challenge fee. Teleportation activated. The countdown clock starts ticking. Liu Yi finally loads into the arena, ready to face his first opponent, Unforgiving World. His opponent's stats pop up. Level 5. Weapon of choice, A-blade. Armor, just a basic novice jacket. Liu Yi is seriously nervous. This is his first time actually initiating a fight, and you can see his legs physically shaking. He smacks his own thigh hard. Get it together. The duel begins, and the enemy immediately lunges with a vicious blade strike. Liu Yi jumps back, barely dodging the hit, then counters with a quick gunshot. But the enemy instantly knocks the gun right out of Liu Yi's hand. Luckily, our guy still has a backup knife to block. That deep panic sets in again. Liu Yi just cannot understand why his body is still too terrified to go all out. He got a literal second chance at life, but fear is still paralyzing him. He has no choice. He equips the Weapon Master title. Thanks to his transforming short blade, that lost confidence finally returns. Liu Yi goes all in, launching a desperate full-power strike. He swings his short blade straight at the enemy. Snap. The opponent's weapon breaks clean in half and fades away. Liu Yi stands tall, fearless. Just as expected, that Weapon Master title was exactly what Liu Yi needed to break past his mental limits. The only downside, the attack buff is just half of what his gun had. The system chimes, congratulating Liu Yi for defeating Unforgiving World. He bags 1,000 Origin coins and a massive 1,000 experience points. The system goes crazy, his level shoots up back to back. Liu Yi curses out loud. He actually won, even though he is still literally shaking. Meanwhile, over at the Mirror Dungeon main hall, Gangzi and his team are desperately scouring the area for clues. The challenge mechanics in this dungeon are completely brutal, making a successful clear impossible. Honestly, average players do not stand a chance here. Usually, only the elites from top-tier guilds can even hope to clear it. But Gangzi stubbornly keeps looking for a workaround. Right in the middle of their strategy session, Liu Yi suddenly spawns in. Gangzi's teammate recognizes Liu Yi immediately. They're absolutely floored that he managed to clear a challenge while rocking practically 0 gear. He actually beat a mirror clone 5 whole levels above him. It is completely unbelievable. Gangzi frantically turns to his team and whispers, "That is our guy." Hurry requests some funds from the Rear Garden Guild. They secure the capital and immediately lock their bets onto Liu Yi, waiting to see which clone he challenges next so they can open a betting pool. Thanks to that crazy win, Liu Yi is already level 5. He is sitting on 500 experience and all his base stats got a massive boost. He immediately starts hunting for his next opponent. Gangzi and his buddy are dying of curiosity at this point. They eagerly get ready to watch who Liu Yi is going to pick for round 2. But when they actually see his selection, they literally cannot believe their own eyes. Gangzi rubs his eyes hard. I must be seeing things. But his buddy confirms no, Gangzi is totally real. Liu Yi just picked Ru. That is a level 11 mirror clone, easily one of the absolute strongest, most unbeatable monsters in that tier. Gangzi just collapses right onto the floor. All the strength leaves his body. He is completely devastated, totally unable to comprehend why on earth Liu Yi would pick such a suicidal matchup. His teammate grabs his own head, stuttering in panic. So are we still opening the betting pool? Gangzi is literally crying as he replies, we are in too deep, we have to open it. But nobody else can find out about this. Otherwise, the betting pool crashes. Listen, you and I need to see this over at the Origin Realm gambling board's news about the duel between Liu Yi and Ru spreads like wildfire. The whole crowd is buzzing, gossiping, and loudly demanding to know exactly who has the guts to challenge the absolute strongest level 10 mirror, a boss that is literally famous for being completely unbeatable. A bunch of players start openly laughing at Liu Yi. They think he's just some clueless noob carrying a trash tier white weapon. He has zero armor yet somehow thinks he can take on a powerhouse like Ru. At the exact same time, Gangzi and his buddy are sobbing over this absolute disaster. The betting pool has hit 200,000 and literally every single coin is riding on Ru to win. Gangzi physically cannot stop crying. He is furiously rubbing his eyes and biting his shirt, completely unable to accept Liu Yi's suicidal choice. But it is way too late to back out. The betting table is locked. All they can do is spectate the match from the virtual mirror arena. The two fighters are set. We have Ru at level 10, rocking a blade and a nasty buff combo, called Resolve. And then there is Liu Yi. The challenge countdown ticks down, but the second the match starts, Liu Yi takes his own short blade and ruthlessly stabs himself right from the thigh. Blood immediately streams down his leg. But somehow, the pain completely calms his nerves. The duel kicks off with insane tension, their colliding power sending shockwaves across the entire arena. Everything shatters all over again. Liu Yi gun gets knocked away, but does he panic? Not even a little bit. Ru doesn't let up, swinging a massive blade. But Liu Yi is faster, launching a rapid counter with his red sting dagger strike. He practically glides past his enemy to land a hit. But reality hits hard. Liu Yi realizes he picked a seriously overpowered opponent. Winning this, almost impossible. He kicks himself for jumping in blind, but quitting isn't an option. He has to fight back. No way is he letting fear freeze him up now. Pure determination kicks in. Liu Yi unleashes a heavy strike right at his enemy, effortlessly weaving through attacks while snatching his gun back from the ground. The fight is far from over. Every single shot and strike forces his opponent back a step. And right on cue, a system alert pops up. Liu Yi's cognitive power just hit its absolute max limit. Once again, he completely shatters the impossible dead-end situation standing in his way. One final shot and Ru head literally vanishes in a flash, but the toll is heavy. Liu Yi health points hit rock bottom. His cognitive power is totally drained too, but beating Ru triggers a massive payout. Liu Yi scores 15,768 origin coins, plus exactly 15,768 experience points. He instantly shoots up to level 13 and his core stats get a massive boost after that crazy battle. A whole spam of system notifications hits him next. Liu Yi gets a skill upgrade prompt. Hitting the level 10 milestone means big choices. He has to pick between Life Sense Recovery and Life Sense Invasion. Honestly, you and I both know this choice is huge for his future. They will make him unstoppable in future fights. Life Sense Recovery is basically a targeted healing skill, and the conversion rate is pretty wild. One cognitive point buys you exactly 100 health points, and every time you level it up, that single cognitive point works even harder. It heals an extra 10 health points. Hit 10 levels and you can heal an extra person. Then there is the Life Sense Invasion option. That one drains the enemy for 25 damage every single second. It lasts 10 seconds and only costs 1 cognitive point to use. With each level up, every cognitive point adds another 10 damage to the mix. Upgrade it 10 times and you can hit an extra target at once. Meanwhile, outside the game, Gangzi and his buddy are totally surrounded by an angry mob. These guys are screaming for their bet money back. Everyone was 100% sure Liu Yi would get crushed in that fight against Ru. They yell at him that force quitting the game isn't going to save his skin today. If he dares to log out, they will track his personal data. They will hunt him down in the real world to settle the score. Gangzi is straight up panicking, clutching his head and begging the crowd. He asks if they can just surrender and pay out half to cut their losses, but one guy smirks, super confident that Ru has the win in the bag, so no surrendering is completely off the table. Gangzi is sweating bullets, totally baffled by how these guys can be so sure of the outcome. The guy laughs. What is he trying to say? Roulette might actually lose. He swears if Roulette drops the match, he will literally eat dirt doing a handstand. Right on cue, the system announces Liu Yi absolute victory. The entire crowd that bet against him completely freezes up. Jaws drop to the floor. Gangzi suddenly stands up tall, all that panic vanishing instantly. He smirks all right, who just promised to eat dirt. Meanwhile, Liu Yi exits the challenge zone, staring down at his new skill panel. Let's switch gears back over in the real world. His little sister is calling him down for dinner. She even made his absolute favorite frozen stir-fried meat. Liu Yi finally logs out and takes a seat. While she sets the table, his mind is miles away, stuck on those two new skills. One is a pure healing route. The other is heavily offensive. He really weighs his options here. Life Sense Recovery is amazing for closing wounds. It boosts overall health massively. But then there is Life Sense Invasion, which just cranks his damage output through the roof. One cognitive point gives a flat 50-point attack boost. Sure, the invasion skill drains a bit right at the start. It drops by 25 points, but the total damage stacks up to around 250. Now regarding the recovery route, it will be a lifesaver when the origin world eventually crashes into reality. In the real world, this skill cures physical wounds and nasty infections. Curing whatever diseases those monsters carry, it is guaranteed to be the most valuable skill down the line. Plus, once he hits the dangerous corruption realms later on, having a healing ability is absolutely non-negotiable for survival. A healer always finds a party fast. Making his choice, he suddenly drops his chopsticks, totally shocking his little sister. Usually, this guy eats 3 times that amount every day. Her brain immediately starts plotting a wild plan to find herself a sister-in-law, because an older brother with too much free time is obviously dangerous. Meanwhile, back at the gambling den, a guy is literally hugging Gangzi's legs, sobbing. He begs for just half his money back, crying that it was his entire life savings. Without it, he is totally ruined. Gangzi just sneers, kicking the guy away. If they had agreed to split the loss earlier, they would have been fine, but what did they choose? Before Gangzi can brag anymore, someone throws a brutal punch right at his face. Someone shouts about Team 7 and the level 10 boss falling. They demand to know how he's going to pay up. Enter Jia Guan, the New Order Guild manager, stepping in to crush this little riot. Terrified, Gangzi stammers out his defense. He swears Liu Yi is not his guy. He just hosted the match and had no clue who he would pick. Watching the roulette mirror challenge you, and I can see the furious manager realizes Gangzi is cashing in the biggest profit. He figured the kid might try to dodge the blame, but a little face-to-face chat was definitely in order. Terrified, Gangzi begs for mercy, offering up every single coin he just made. But the manager, he declines, a seriously dangerous look flashing right across his face. I just need a tiny favor, you can handle that, right? Meanwhile, our main character, Liu Yi, has officially logged back into the game. He immediately selects the health recovery skill, bumping his total combat rating by 10. The system detects his combat power has now officially pushed past the 10-point mark. The combat power system unlocks. Calculations finish and boom, Liu Yi sits at a solid 15.6. He earns the Lower Dimension Warrior title. This title grants a sweet +1 multiplier to every single base stat. Liu Yi realizes this reward usually only drops when a single stat hits over 100. But right after securing this new Lower Dimension Warrior title, he not only grabs it instantly, but that global +1 multiplier basically mirrors his core stats. So even though he is only level 13, his actual output hits like a level 26. Checking the leaderboard, Liu Yi notices the guy sitting comfortably in the number 6 spot. Holding that number 6 spot with a massive bounty of 152,475 is the level 20 player Roulette. Liu Yi genuinely wonders, with his current strength, could he actually take this guy head on? He knows it is going to be a massive challenge, but honestly, it is the perfect opportunity to test out his true limits. Feeling completely leveled up, Liu Yi does not hesitate for a second. He locks in Roulette as his next target. He treats this as the ultimate test of his new skills. Meanwhile, inside the Origin World chat log, everyone is absolutely losing their minds over Liu Yi. Unbelievable victory, still shocked that he actually defeated the level 10 Roulette mirror image. Watching this play out had countless players completely rubbing their eyes because honestly, who expects a measly level 5 player like Liu Yi to pull off something this insane? Some guys went all in betting heavy on Roulette, and now they are walking away totally broke and crying. But when the next massive matchup drops level 13, Liu Yi versus the actual level 20 Roulette, every single player gets curious about who orchestrated this wild setup. Suddenly, a guy in the crowd leaks that it was the manager of the mirror space in the New Order. And get this, he placed a massive bet on Liu Yi winning. A cool 300,000 on the line. The entire crowd is on the edge of their seats, hyped to see how this bloodbath ends. Back at the mirror space entrance, Gangzi and his buddy are sweating bullets, totally stressed out. His friend immediately turns and asks Gangzi, The manager only told you to hype it up, not gamble. Why did you place a bet? And you dumped everything on Liu Yi. Taking a breath, Gangzi looks a bit panicked but stands firm, totally confident Liu Yi will take the win. He explains that if the manager actually wanted to rig this, he wouldn't use the New Order faction's influence, so there is literally zero reason to panic. The shady manager just wants to spread the word so everyone throws their money onto Liu Yi. Gangzi knows deep down this setup screams bad news. Back in the challenge zone, the countdown timer ticks down. As soon as the brutal match kicks off, Roulette steps up looking incredibly cool, dual blades drawn and rocking some seriously advanced light armor. This guy practically radiates heavy boss energy, a very dangerous opponent. Then there is Liu Yi, rocking a short knife, a handgun, and basic rookie gear. He is looking seriously outgunned in both equipment and actual combat experience, but he calculates his limits perfectly. He knows all he needs is one tiny opening to deliver an absolute critical strike, and the victory is securely in his pocket. Right out of the gate, Liu Yi instantly fires off a headshot aimed straight at his enemy, but Roulette blocks it effortlessly, countering with lightning-fast, heavy slashes. Gunfire echoes nonstop through the arena. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Liu Yi feels his new strength surging, realizing he is no longer getting completely crushed like he used to. He smirks, feeling pretty proud of this massive power leap he has achieved. But out of nowhere, Roulette opens his mouth. A trash level 1 player dares attack me. Suddenly, pure terror hits Liu Yi. He stumbles back, completely overwhelmed by a wave of crushing panic, like he is staring down a nightmare from his past. His legs start violently shaking. He seriously wonders if he still has the guts to keep fighting in this deathmatch. But after a second of doubt, Liu Yi realizes something crucial. If he stops pushing forward right now, he will stay a weakling forever. Making his move, he snaps into action, locking the enemy into a brutal chokehold, aiming his gun point blank at the head, proving he has truly evolved. One final gunshot rings out, game over. The level 20 Roulette is completely wiped out. This time around, Liu Yi scores 152,478 origin coins plus the exact same amount in pure experience points. And right on cue, a massive wave of level up notifications floods his entire vision. Ding, level 20 requirement met. The level 20 skill tree is officially unlocked. Our guy, Liu Yi, finally steps out of the bloody challenge zone, walking back into the hub, completely confident that he has not only matured as a fighter but totally surpassed the other players. Meanwhile, over in the betting hall, crowds of guys are screaming over how insanely cool Liu Yi is. Unbelievable, he is literally our god of wealth. Now we gotta worship him. But there are also so many players bawling their eyes out because they didn't bet on him earlier. Now they are dead, broke, and can't even play another round. Suddenly, Gangzi's friend realizes something incredibly important. All right, you and I know the manager totally set this up, tricking everyone into betting on Liu Yi. After completely crushing level 20 Roulette, Liu Yi could hit level 22 or 23 and actually get a chance to challenge the level 30 mirror clone. Fighting that level 30 clone would definitely be an absolute nightmare, but if he pulls off a win, the rewards are insanely massive. But Gangzi was wondering, how could the manager guarantee that a level 30 Roulette would actually be able to defeat Liu Yi? Liu Yi, next match against the level 30 Roulette was insanely dangerous, and sure enough, he stepped right up to challenge that clone exactly like the manager planned. He felt like he hadn't just grown stronger, but he was already several steps ahead of everybody else. If his previous battles weren't enough to prove his worth, he would use this exact moment to show off his true skills. Challenging the world's absolutely invincible level 30 clone, any top-tier expert who even dared to try was always sent packing with absolutely nothing. That invincible title wasn't just for show. Rumor has it, the Order Guild even used this exact clone to set a world record for clearing the entire game. At this point, Liu Yi locked in and started the match. The manager smugly opened the betting pool to rake in the cash. Gangzi got totally swept up in the hype too, but he actually placed his bet on Liu Yi, leaving his buddy facepalming in pure disbelief. Why are you betting again? This is so obviously a massive trap. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Roulette finally made his grand entrance, standing at level 30 armed with a blade and heavy armor, looking absolutely majestic. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was just rocking basic clothes and literal beginner gear. The second the challenge began, Roulette launched his strike so incredibly fast that Liu Yi couldn't even react, his health bar instantly plummeting straight down. He quickly calmed down and started recovering his strength. The moment he shoved Roulette back, Liu Yi raised his gun and fired off a rapid barrage of bullets. Roulette completely dodged every single shot, then swiftly dashed forward to deliver a vicious slash. Liu Yi immediately crossed both his arms to block the brutal impact. His healing speed couldn't even keep up with the pure beating he was taking. Blown backward, Liu Yi scrambled across the dirt just to dodge another fatal slash. He leaped incredibly far back to open up some distance, scrambling his brain for a decent counter strategy. Man, level 30 opponents really just hit way differently. Even with a massive power boost, he was getting totally crushed. But wait, if this was Roulette, absolute limit you, and I know he basically won already. Right then, Liu Yi learned a brand new skill called Blessing, which heavily boosted target stats and completely wiped away one random negative status effect. If he couldn't beat him on pure levels alone, he'd just dump all his stats to bridge that gap. It burned 400 intelligence points, but all his stats shot up by 200 for one entire minute. Liu Yi's body suddenly radiated a completely different terrifying power. With the eyes of a starving tiger, he lunged straight at Roulette. Within this single minute, he absolutely had to take this guy down for good. Level 30, Roulette wasn't called invincible for absolutely nothing. He had literally reached the extreme maximum cap for level 30 players, meaning nobody under that specific level could ever dream of beating him. If someone could actually manage to pull off a victory here, it meant that guy possessed the absolute strongest potential and a truly unbeatable physical constitution. Getting back to the fight, Roulette was still dodging every single bullet, but this time around he completely failed to evade the very last shot. Taking a clean shot right to the center of his chest, Roulette lost all ability to fight back, eating several bullets back to back. His body was practically turned into Swiss cheese. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he suddenly fully regenerated, acting like literally nothing had even happened to him. Liu Yi finally realized why nobody could ever beat this guy. He possessed base stats that completely blew way past anyone else in his exact tier. And right before dying, his passive death immunity skill kicked in. How do you even beat that unless you brought absolutely overwhelming god-tier strength to crush him instantly? Both fighters were back to square one. Now it was a pure waiting game. Would Liu Yi active Blessing duration, or his enemy's death immunity timer drain out first? He raised his heavy gun and just started blasting relentlessly. Blessing's countdown only had half a minute left. Liu Yi refused to lose not just for the reward, but to completely surpass his past life. He was saying goodbye to that insecure version of himself, the guy who couldn't control his own twisted fate, stepping up to become stronger. In those final seconds, a bullet slammed directly into Roulet's head. That seemed to be his critical weak point because instantly, he completely collapsed straight to the dirt. Right then, Liu Yi flashed back to his past life, remembering when he first heard about the absolute strongest potential and that invincible constitution. Back then, those concepts had absolutely nothing to do with him. He just assumed that those blessed players lived in a completely different world. They were way up there while he was stuck at the bottom. Well, Liu Yi definitely didn't think like that anymore. Challenge cleared. He raked in over 400,000 experience points in currency, boosting his total combat power up to a massively impressive new level. The manager crushed the cola cup in his hand, unable to believe his own eyes. Suddenly, his gaze shifted up and down, absolutely filled with deep calculation. His face returned to a calm expression, but it hid something incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Gangzi had just scored a truly massive payday. He was proudly admiring his own amazing eye for talent. His buddy quickly urged Gangzi to log off the game immediately and pack up his house, just in case some shady guys showed up demanding ransom money. Back in reality at Liu Yi's actual apartment, his sister's voice suddenly called out, "Are you hungry? Want me to make some noodles?" Today, Liu Yi was in an unbelievably good mood, so he invited his sister out for barbecue instead. She was super skeptical about him making cash from games, but honestly trading sad instant noodles for actual barbecue, we'd all adapt to that reality pretty fast. Alright, you and I are diving into something wild. Liu Yi hunts for an online sale, but delivery takes 2 months. The origin realm merges with reality in exactly 24 days. He absolutely cannot wait that long. The physical stores are completely sold out of stock. Is it literally heaven's will that he won't secure a player identity? If that's how it is, he just has to grind harder. Meanwhile, his sister Liu Yun and her gorgeous best friend Huang Nianchu are out shopping on the street, getting so many stares you would think absolute top-tier supermodels are filming a movie right there. Nianchu is honestly so curious about why Liu Yun dragged her out today, while Liu Yun is secretly plotting the absolute best way to introduce her stunning best friend to her older brother. A girl with a perfect figure, amazing background, and character 10 times better than hers. Liu Yun pictures it and just smiles sillily. "Oh, nothing, just missed you and wanted to hang out," she says. "Are you busy lately? Haven't seen you active in the chat group for a while." Testing the waters, Liu Yun desperately hopes Nianchu does not have a boyfriend. She absolutely has to be Liu Yi. Nianchu lets out a heavy sigh. When Liu Yun brings this up, she yells in total frustration. "My own family literally forced me to play that crazy online game." Hearing this, Liu Yun is completely shocked to her core. She hesitates, wondering if she should even continue this matchmaking setup for her brother. Meanwhile, over at a loud karaoke bar in real life, Jia Guan is furiously taking his anger out on a poor girl. "Do I look like I need your comfort? Who the hell are you to pity me?" As he screams, he kicks the girl violently. The bystanders are boiling with rage, but absolutely nobody dares to step up and stop him. because muttering even a single word means getting his wrath. "What are you useless waiters babbling about over there?" he barks. The waiters immediately turn around and sprint away. Jia Guan finishes venting and exhales heavily right as his phone suddenly starts ringing. He answers it, asking if the person on the other end found the address yet. Unexpectedly, right after listening, he starts screaming, "Not yet. Damn it, you guys took the money and don't even know how to do your job." The caller lowers their voice, urging him to listen. After a long explanation, Jia Guan asks again, "Can your method seriously get me his real address?" "Absolutely no problem at all." Hearing that sweet guarantee, Jia Guan quickly agrees. As long as they track down Liu Yi in real life, he won't short them a single penny. Meanwhile, Liu Yi has officially entered the mirror instance. The highest mirror level here is only 30. With his current stats, there are 0 mirror instances left to challenge. So next, to keep pushing forward, Liu Yi can only level up by clearing this dangerous collapse instance. While walking, a random thought suddenly hits his brain. He is currently rocking absolute trash tier equipment. He needs to upgrade it just to look somewhat decent in a real fight. Liu Yi heads over to the equipment crafter where the cheapest stuff costs a whopping 5,000 yuan. He just stares at the crazy price tag, completely dumbfounded, and just walks away. Liu Yi already knows the biggest flaw of leveling up inside the mirror instance. You simply cannot get instance essence here to craft gear. But if he clears the collapse instance all the way to level 28, the instance essence he earns will be enough to craft a solid level 20 blue equipment set. Even though the actual cash he has is technically enough to buy a level 20 set, Liu Yi isn't exactly rich, plus he still needs real money for real life. But here's where it gets interesting for us. He heads to the plaza to find a party for the collapse instance. Countless players are searching for teammates while nearby. 3 New Order guilds challenged the level 40 chaotic zone on 10-player difficulty. They failed massively, sending the entire squad straight back to level 0. All their epic gear completely wiped out in a flash, going from the absolute top team in the Origin realm right back to 0. It is honestly beyond pathetic. Rumor has it that someone inside their group unlocked a rare desperate situation achievement and actually ended up killing everyone else in the party. Well, the reward was 10 times the normal payout, so who wouldn't get greedy? The party system here runs on 5 or 10 player setups with infinite modes. But listen, once you step into a collapse instance, the only way out is winning. Otherwise, you die. And death in the Origin realm means starting over from scratch. Because of this massive risk, the selection of party members and the difficulty setting for every collapse instance is handled with extreme caution. With Liu Yi's current stats, he could easily join a level 30 instance in a 10-player squad. Playing it safe, he decides to drop down, looking for either a 10-man team at level 25 or a 5-man at level 30. But surprisingly, Liu Yi gets rejected literally everywhere he goes. Either they strictly require level 30 or his starter gear is just way too embarrassing. The dumbest excuse, teams refusing outsiders to only accept blood relatives. After getting rejected all morning, Liu Yi clutches his head in pure frustration. "I defeated the level 30 Lightning Mirror Master, so stop judging me by my low-level gear right now." He lets out a very heavy defeated sigh. Does he seriously have to grind from the absolute lowest instance just to scrounge up some decent gear before anyone lets him into the higher level runs? Just when Liu Yi finally accepts this sad reality, someone actually invites him. "Hey, our squad is missing exactly one person. You want to join?" Jia Guan puts on a super friendly face, offering Liu Yi a spot to form a 10-player team for a level 35 danger zone. For some weird reason, Liu Yi thinks this guy looks strangely familiar, but can't place him. "Now you and I know this is a trap." Seeing him frozen, Jia Guan fakes turning away. "Not interested, I'll find someone else." "No wait, I'm totally in." Liu Yi scratches his head, following him straight into the danger zone. "Alright, you and I are dropping right into the action." This level 35 10-man difficulty dungeon is located just outside Void Tomb City, right in the middle of Void Tomb Mountain. If you are completely broke, you have to hike all the way there. But if you are loaded with cash, you can just use the Ruined Realm Gate to teleport straight to the drop zone. Just like Liu Yi's current squad. The rest of the team looks seriously annoyed that a guy named Guan actually brought him along. They complain that Guan was way too careless with his recruitment. I mean, he literally picked up a complete newbie wielding basic firearms. Liu Yi stares at their full gear glowing with a bright purple aura, completely dazzled. That specific glow proves that at least half of the items these guys are wearing are premium, A-tier equipment. Seeing all that top-tier loot, Liu Yi naturally wants a piece of it. Suddenly, the young squad leader signals the group. "We have got enough people, let's move out. I am pushing for level 40 today." A bald guy rushes over, throwing his arm around him to beg. "If you actually hit level 40, you will have to swap out all this old gear, right? Mind gifting me a few pieces?" "Sure thing, just hand over your secondary weapon first, and then you can pick any 3 items off my back." The whole squad walks away, leaving the broke Liu Yi behind, every single one of them wearing a totally sketchy smile. This dungeon is a strict defense-type mission. Guan immediately signals the entire squad to circle around the central crystal and set up a solid defensive perimeter. If anyone lets a living monster touch the crystal and drops our completion rating, that person is paying for all the damages. Liu Yi silently analyzes the entire situation as the teleport gate slowly shuts behind them. Their main objective is to protect 3 dark energy crystals, and they need to maintain a perfect 100% completion rate. If that completion rating drops to 0%, the mission is an instant failure. Suddenly, Liu Yi's sharp ears twitch at a strange creeping sound. The monsters are already here. He stares out into the distance where dust completely fills the sky. A massive swarm of aggressive giant insects charges right at them. The bald guy sneers, turning to Liu Yi. "Hey, new guy, stick close to the crystal. Watch out before the monsters rip you apart." He swings his massive double axe, brutally slicing through 3 beasts right in front of him. The rest of the squad takes down just as many monsters. Not only that, their teamwork is absolutely flawless, proving they have been grinding together for a long time. While fighting, Guan shoots a quick glance at the red sword user and gives a secret signal. The guy immediately and intentionally dodges an incoming monster, letting the beast charge straight toward Liu Yi. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is still completely focused on analyzing their team dynamics. Their teamwork is solid, but their actual combat strength is incredibly average. Without missing a beat, he draws his blade effortlessly, one-shotting the monster before it even touches the crystal. The first wave is finally over, and the second one starts in exactly 10 minutes. The remaining monster corpses slowly teleport away, while the rest of the guys gather around to shower Liu Yi with praise. They act super shocked that a guy in pure newbie gear is actually an expert who can easily crush monsters 10 levels above him. The red-haired guy dramatically covers his face and sighs. If Xiao Dian hadn't suddenly gone missing out of nowhere, leaving a massive gap in our defense line, I totally wouldn't have slipped up back there. The bald guy immediately chimes in, suggesting Liu Yi join their core defense formation, claiming it would help them clear the mission without any flaws. Another guy even offers to let him permanently replace Xiao Dian and become a regular member of their squad. "So what do you say, bro, if you join our team? Running dungeons won't just save you matchmaking time. Once we build up some real teamwork, we could even start challenging high-tier domains together." Liu Yi instantly lights up with excitement. The lackeys quickly turn to check with Guan, who puts on this totally fake saint-like smile. "Sounds good to me. But to officially join our squad, you need to provide your real-world phone number and home address so we can coordinate. It is basically just a security measure to prevent another situation like Xiao Dian." He sighs dramatically. "We spent so much time building up his gear and teamwork, only for him to vanish and leave us hanging. If you want to join up, we really hope you can understand where we are coming from." Liu Yi falls into deep thought. Seeing this, the guys exchange subtle glances and sneer, eagerly waiting for him to step right into their little trap. But out of nowhere, Liu Yi speaks up. "Is this the actual reason you guys invited me into your squad?" The plaza was absolutely packed, yet they specifically singled him out. And the moment they entered the dungeon, they put on this massive show of brotherhood, flashing their power and close bonds just to make Liu Yi jealous. Then they dropped the hint about their missing member, intentionally letting a monster slip to test his strength, using that exact moment to invite him in. And through that clever little setup, they could easily trick Liu Yi into handing over his real-world information. You and I have to admit, is a perfectly disguised trap. But Liu Yi already remembered that Guan manages the mirror space for the New Order Guild. Other players had warned him about a guy who defeated the level 20 Roulette clone only to get tricked into giving up his real address, getting kidnapped in real life to work at a sketchy karaoke bar still locked up today. And since Liu Yi just crushed the level 30 Roulette, it is no wonder he caught Guan's absolute attention. That is exactly why this whole squad put on this ridiculous theatrical performance just to steal his real-world location. The crew shoots each other, a dark look completely ready to strike, but Guan miraculously holds his temper. "Why would you say that? Are you completely misunderstanding our intentions?" Liu Yi just draws his gun, completely done with playing along in this stupid act. He didn't misunderstand anything at all. He only played along and entered this dungeon just to see their actual endgame. But now that he knows their dirty little secret, Liu Yi has zero interest in acting anymore. Because you guys are enemies, and when it comes to enemies, they need to be permanently eliminated right now. Guan finally drops the innocent act. He storms right up to Liu Yi, his eyes bulging with pure rage as an overwhelming aura erupts from his body. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness." The lackeys close in. "You really think you can take all 9 of us?" The biggest guy charges first with his blade. Liu Yi just stands completely still. He burns 30 intelligence points. Boom. The big guy erupts in blood, his head sent flying across the room. The other 8 absolutely panic. They look at each other in total disbelief, like a slow-motion nightmare. How is this even possible? Suddenly, a glowing loot orb pops right out of the giant guy. A bright blue orb. These things only drop when you take out another player, and they give you a totally random piece of gear, straight from the enemy. Liu Yi is actually desperate for some new equipment right now. With 9 free loot drops standing right in front of him, he is not wasting this. Jia Guan grits his teeth and orders his whole crew to jump our boy. But Liu Yi wants a fast victory. He decides to activate his all-attribute blessing immediately. Honestly, if he had the choice, Liu Yi never wanted to kill another player. It is basically stealing their only chance to survive this apocalypse. But in a brutal moment like this, the guy really has absolutely zero choice left. His little sister Liu Yun does not have player powers yet, and right now Liu Yi knows his current strength is not enough to keep her totally safe. Because of that, he cannot make a single mistake. He must fight to grow stronger every single minute, and he has to totally crush any enemy who might try to kill him, especially while they are still in this weak phase. This guy Jia Guan has been a total tyrant for way too long. He has huge financial backing in the real world, making him a top-tier player here. But honestly, who cares? Liu Yi will gladly step right over his dead body and his entire crew just to climb his way to the absolute top. Jia Guan just stands there totally frozen, watching his guys get wiped out. It does not make any sense to him. Based on their high levels and stacked gear, they should be crushing him, but they are getting wrecked. He grits his teeth and starts threatening our boy. You pay to win, trash. No wonder you could defeat that level 30 lightning mirror boss. But think about this. If we lose any more people, nobody is going to clear this secret realm. Oh, whatever. Liu Yi has already planned for all of this. He can just return to the mirror dungeon to grind his levels back. It takes 1 day max. But these guys, they could never beat that boss in time. Jia Guan tries another dirty trick, calling in every single one of his friends to surround the area. He wants to block Liu Yi from entering the zone. But watch this with me, Liu Yi just laughs. Suddenly, a sniper bullet blasts through the head of Jia Guan's bodyguard. The bald guy turns to run, but he is already in the crosshairs. Bang. Just like that, the last 2 lackeys are completely wiped off the map. Jia Guan suddenly remembers his strict orders from his superiors. He has to maintain total dominance inside this origin world. As long as he does that, his guild will fully fund him. But if he loses his lead, the bosses will strip away all of his financial support immediately. And they will probably punish him for every past mistake too. Now it is just Jia Guan facing Liu Yi alone. Out of nowhere, the tyrant falls to his knees. Please do not kill me, Liu Yi just frowns as the guy starts offering up a desperate trade. If you let me live, I will tell you a massive super rare secret about the origin world. Liu Yi smirks. Oh really? Let us hear it then. But the guy refuses. No, you have to promise me first. Bam, Liu Yi instantly deletes him right back to the respawn point. You will not talk. Fine. He did not really care anyway. But wait, Jia Guan has not vanished yet. He actually struggles to pull himself back up. Liu Yi is genuinely shocked he survived that hit, but 10 minutes are almost up. The second attack wave is about to drop. Jia Guan keeps rambling, guessing that Liu Yi already knows a tiny piece of this world's dark secret. Otherwise, there is no way he could be this insanely strong. He admits he cannot beat Liu Yi, but threatens to report all this to his guild masters. Once that happens, massive superpower guilds will be hunting him down. Plus, if he finishes this dangerous secret realm, Liu Yi might actually drop straight down to level 1. When you are facing double-digit ranking players from elite tiers like my bosses, your chances of ever leveling back up are practically zero. You will be totally crushed. If that happens, whatever secret advantage you have is completely useless. So just let me go, spare my life, and I will tell you everything I know. After that, we can team up. With your insane raw power and my skills, plus all the healing potions I brought with me today, we actually have a real shot at clearing this zone. Jia Guan begs and pleads for ages, but Liu Yi completely ignores every single word he says. Who said I was going to die here? Jia Guan thinks this guy has totally lost his mind. He has 0 gear and is somehow already level 28. Even if he is strong, it is hopeless. Liu Yi just shrugs. Well, then you can simply watch me clear this stage. That is, if you actually live long enough. Jia Guan is completely dumbfounded, totally lost. Because Liu Yi is not scared of having no gear at all. Why? Because these idiots just gifted him a massive pile of rare blue loot orbs. Liu Yi excitedly pops them open to claim his new gear. Let us see what kind of drops he got from those 8 trash mobs. Suddenly, Liu Yi steps out rocking a brand new slick black tactical suit. He walks right out of the thick swirling smoke with a dead serious expression. Thanks to this tight new tactical gear, Liu Yi's arms are looking absolutely jacked. You can literally see every single solid muscle fiber. The system panel flashes his insane new stats: defense plus 20, resistance plus 5, speed gets a 12-point boost, physique goes up 13, and intelligence gets 15. The required level drops from 30 down to 25. The system interface keeps flashing, revealing the crazy stats for his outer jacket, the Express Special Combat Suit. This thing is utterly broken. His defense resistance, physical strength, raw speed, and total physique all get massive bonus points instantly. And you know we have to check out those new gloves he just equipped. The lightweight special combat gloves are officially locked in, bringing an even bigger defense boost. Resistance, perception, and physique stats get a massive boost. Brand new boots just spawned on his feet. The special ops speed boots grant him 5 to 20 extra points across defense resistance, speed, and perception. And check out the arc blade, a fiercely sharp weapon boasting a beautifully sleek long blade. Attack power gets an insane boost of 160 points. Strength goes up by 20. Plus, a weight reduction skill drops the equipment requirement level by a solid 5 points. The system immediately starts listing off our boy's updated player stats now that he has hit level 28. It runs through experience, attack power, defense resistance, strength, speed, physique, intelligence, and perception. Right now, he has exactly 0 free stat points left to distribute. His cognitive power sits comfortably at 354 out of 564. Then the system throws in one last detail: his current total combat power rating is 46. With the system announcements out of the way, Liu Yi grips his new blade. He smiles right at his enemy. Thanks for the generous gift, guys. He raises an eyebrow, completely confident. With this shiny new gear equipped, my total power just went up by at least 3 times. But honestly, it also just proves how absolutely useless you all are. Dust and smoke swirl heavily around them in the barren desert wasteland. Liu Yi finishes his thought. You had all this amazing gear and you still lost to me. Garth just stares at him, eyes wide. He is completely stunned by this wild turnaround. But you and I know villains never stay quiet for long. Garth snaps out of it, grits his teeth, and glares furiously right at Liu Yi. Then he starts screaming his lungs out. No way. Even with that gear, there is absolutely no way you can clear this secret realm all by yourself. Impossible. Right on cue, the vicious monsters of the secret realm close in on their location. The leading beast leaps aggressively forward through the dusty air. It lunges at the dark crystal, jaws wide open. Whoosh! Liu Yi swings his blade in a flash, effortlessly slicing the monster into several pieces. Our guy just stands there, chuckling lightly to himself. His face is completely lit up with excitement. The rest of the monster pack immediately charges straight toward Liu Yi, wanting blood. With just a few casual, lightning-fast swings of his blade, every single beast leaping at him gets violently chopped into bloody little chunks. He casually rests the wicked blade on his shoulder, admiring the craftsmanship. Liu Yi smiles happily, thinking to himself about the upgrade. Now that I have this weapon, squashing these bugs doesn't even drain my cognitive power anymore. Meanwhile, the surviving monsters just blindly keep throwing themselves forward. The creatures rapidly form a tight circle, trapping Liu Yi right in the center. His heavy blade slices cleanly through the air. It cuts through their thick bodies with brutal precision. The shredded corpses pile up, dropping right onto the ground in a perfect bloody ring. He and the dark crystal are completely untouched in the middle. Liu Yi chains together a few more strikes, and suddenly the monster corpses pile into a literal mountain. His health bar dips into the danger zone, looking completely empty. But suddenly, that overpowered gear set he is wearing starts doing its magic. It glows with a faint green light. In a single instant, his health bar shoots right back to full. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Garth is struggling. He is desperately trying to punch the swarming monsters away with his bare hands. Barely surviving the onslaught, he loses his temper completely. He screams frantically over at Liu Yi. So you have instant health potions too, but exactly how many could you possibly have left? I am definitely going to outlive you out here, Garth. Watch as Liu Yi flawlessly carving up the monster waves and spitefully yells out his name once more. I am going to sit right here and watch your arrogance get you killed. Meanwhile, Liu Yi smoothly spin kicks an ugly flying monster right out of his face. Hearing the pathetic guy shouting from below, our MC smirks, turning back just to mock him. Call me grandpa, maybe. Then he casually goes right back to butchering beasts. Liu Yi throws back one last arrogant taunt. Actually, even if you did beg and call me grandpa, I still wouldn't show you mercy. Garth is livid. Hearing that extreme disrespect, Garth grinds his teeth together and roars, "You bastard!" But suddenly a strange yellow object comes flying straight at his head out of nowhere. Garth barely throws his hands up to block his face, realizing the yellow blur is actually a whole monster. It crashes into him, ruining his chance to keep trash talking. Back to Liu Yi, his health bar bottoms out again, but instantly fills back up. That overpowered battlesuit is passively healing him like crazy. A few more heavy blade swings, his health depletes, and the gear just resets it completely. This insane auto-recovery cycle just keeps happening on a loop. It heals him effortlessly while he slaughters, never lagging behind for even a single second. And this is where it gets crazy for you and me to witness. The monster corpses are literally piling up into massive bloody mountains everywhere. Garth stares at the impossible bloodbath and stammers in absolute shock. How could you possibly hold onto that many instant healing potions? This makes no sense. Right at that moment, a vicious monster lunges forward, sinking its teeth into Garth's arm. His health bar instantly takes a massive critical hit. It drops dangerously close to zero. Yet somehow he is still obsessing over Liu Yi inventory. The amount you are using is completely impossible for any normal player to carry. Garth frantically pops open his own system menu to grab a healing potion, but the slots are totally empty. Oh man, I am out of health again. His eyes bulge out in pure disbelief and absolute horror. Garth screams out in despair, I need potions, but his panic is way too late. The rest of the monster horde has already swarmed his position. More and more terrifying creatures drop out of the sky right onto Garth's head. Beasts are biting his arms, tearing at his legs, and ripping into his shoulders. Garth thrashes around wildly, screaming out in agony. No, knowing he is completely doomed. He shoots one final hateful glare toward Liu Yi. I refuse to accept this. Watching our hero effortlessly farm the remaining monsters, Garth screams his final curse. I will wait outside for you to die. I am making you pay for this. Liu Yi hears the threat and simply laughs. He gives a cold smirk, completely ignoring the guy now. That dude's HP bar officially drained to zero. There is absolutely nothing left holding him together. His body just starts fading into nothingness. Right on cue, the system chimes in. Now stick with me here. Desperation conditions have officially been met with one survivor remaining. Secret realm successfully conquered. All your rewards are multiplied by 10. The sky inside the realm does not go dark at all. It keeps that same golden hue heavy with clouds of dust that still refuse to settle. Right in the middle of that thick haze, Liu Yi slumps hard onto the dirt. He leans back against a pile of monster corpses just to catch his breath. While waiting for the system to process the mess, Liu Yi thinks to himself, it is finally over. I am literally exhausted to death right now. Letting out a super heavy sigh, Liu Yi turns his head. He watches the remaining debris slowly vanish as the system cleans up the battlefield deep in thought. Good thing they fought everything at once, so these monster corpses get refreshed. Otherwise, with this many dead bodies lying around, finding those dark energy crystals would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a golden orb materializes. It is a golden loot orb. The system immediately follows up with an alert. Attention, this golden loot orb allows the user to freely extract up to 3 pieces of gear from the enemy or 3 items straight from their bag. Liu Yi slowly pulls himself to his feet. Those monster corpses have already turned into glowing streaks of blue light, completely vanishing into thin air. Standing up completely straight, he lets out a laugh. A golden loot orb. Seems the overseer of this secret realm is finally cutting me some slack. It actually did a good deed. The golden orb slowly floats right over to him. Liu Yi watches as the gem shrinks down, resting perfectly in the palm of his hand. Liu Yi falls into deep thought for a second. The system then pops up a notification. Cognition points are currently at 5 out of 564. Lowering his eyes, Liu Yi calculates his odds. Barely any cognition points left. This 10-minute break will probably only be enough to restore about half of my energy, and half of my cognition recovered is definitely not enough to survive that final wave of attacks. He rethinks his entire strategy going forward. I was way too reckless. I should have saved my explosive power for the absolute final moment of the fight, instead of wasting it before resting between waves 1 and 2. Now I have to pin all my hopes on that dead guy's golden loot orb to save my life. I really hope this gives me some useful gear. Right at that moment, the orb starts radiating intense waves of golden light into the air. Floating right in front of him, Liu Yi speaks his command, orb open. The system immediately chimes in with a prompt. Choose gear or choose items. At this very moment, Liu Yi pauses to weigh his options. Honestly, my strength, speed, and constitution, all 3 of these base stats have already hit the 100 mark. If I can pull gear that boosts these 3 stats even further, pushing my strength, speed, and constitution past 100, my actual combat power will get a massive qualitative leap. Following that logic, he says, select gear. The system immediately acts on his command and the golden orb slowly begins to crack open. Opening complete. The acquired item is as follows: a circular earring featuring a deep pink gemstone sitting perfectly right in the center. The system introduces it. Right almighty earring. Stats are strength plus 10, speed plus 10, and perception plus 5. The required level to equip this is 35. Then another earring flashes onto the screen. It is the exact same type of almighty earring, but this one is for the left ear, featuring constitution plus 10, intelligence plus 10, and perception plus 5. The level requirement remains at 35. After showing off both earrings, the system drops another alert. Almighty earring 2-piece combo effect activated. Every single base stat receives an additional plus 10 bonus. Next up is a bronze-colored gun. This is the Bronze Tiger, a heavy hand cannon. Attack power plus 200, intelligence plus 30. Judgment, skill, attack damage applies triple the normal injury or stun effect. Required level is 35. Hand cannon ammo reloads completely automatically, making it super deadly. Each reload takes exactly 1 minute. Ammo capacity is 1 out of 1. Liu Yi literally holds the extracted gear in his hands, completely unable to hide his absolute shock. "We have all been there, right?" he stammers. "Did I just speak all of this into existence?" Not only did the perfect stat-boosting gear drop, but his ultimate destiny weapon arrived too. Once the initial hype finally settles down, Liu Yi falls silent, staring at the gun's stat sheet, muttering to himself. But wait, does this automatic reload feature really mean that for an entire minute, it can only load a single bullet? But he does not overthink it for too long. "Whatever, let me just equip this stuff first." A second later, Liu Yi calls out equip. The system rapidly sets everything up for him, and his detailed player dashboard immediately pops up on screen. His character model stands right in the center, fully decked out in all the brand new items he just scored. Surrounding him are the inventory slots, already more than half full. The system runs a quick scan, then rapidly announces all the new strength attributes being added to Liu Yi profile. There are raw strength stats, strength multipliers, overall attack power boosts, and an absolute ton of other insane upgrades. Plus, another data panel opens up showing raw numbers for his total attack power, defense capabilities, and his overall damage resistance stats. Strength, speed, constitution, intelligence, and perception. Unallocated stat points are currently sitting at exactly 0. His HP has already reached its absolute maximum limit. Meanwhile, cognition reads 155 out of 714. After equipping every single thing, Liu Yi excitedly cheers out loud. This is incredibly badass, excluding perception and intelligence, which already broke past 100. The other 3 base stats have now perfectly crossed the 100 mark too. This is a massive physical evolution. He rubs his chin, pausing for a brief second. Shouldn't I show a little gratitude here? With that said, he actually bows down at a 45-degree angle and says, expressing my sincere thanks to the team members. "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Brother Chicken handed over the gear. Liu Yi just smirked, eyes locked forward. Ahead of him stretched a massive barren desert, the vast dry wasteland. Liu Yi thought to himself his only missing piece now was his level. If he could just clear this secret dungeon right here, then he could totally catch up to the vast majority of players. Meanwhile, far away in a smog-choked city, heavily packed with towering skyscrapers reaching into the clouds. This was Muhu City, the massive player respawn point. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly began to materialize right there, forming from streaks of bright blue light. It was Brother Chicken. He kept bowing his head desperately toward a glowing green system screen. He answered with total respect, "Yes, Guild Master, I am absolutely certain he holds the secret to making a player's power skyrocket." Staring at the blurry silhouette on the monitor, Brother Chicken frantically explained, "Otherwise, there is absolutely no way I would have died by his hands. Think about it this way. If you do not believe me, just look at the Origin Realm dungeon's insane difficulty. He is a player, at level 28, soloing a 10-man dungeon meant for level 35s, and the crazy part is he is actually about to succeed. Who else could possibly pull that off?" The mysterious figure paused for a moment, then replied, "Fine, I will give you one more chance. Get your level back up. Also, you do not need to worry about that player Yi anymore. I will send someone else to contact him." Brother Chicken bowed deeply to the fading screen and answered, "Thank you, Guild Master. Thank you so much. I will do my absolute best." Waiting until the screen had completely vanished, Brother Chicken slowly lifted his head. Pure vicious malice was clearly flashing right in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, "Yi, let us see exactly how you die next." Suddenly, the scene shifts, back to the real world inside a cafe. A purple-haired girl stood up from her seat, questioning her friend sitting right next to her. "So wait, your entire family is seriously playing this game right now?" That girl was none other than Liu Yun. Her eyes went wide as saucers as she continued. "And not just that, they invested all of their assets straight into it too." Her friend Huang Yanchu rested her chin in boredom. "Yep, and they forced me to level up with them every single day. That is the part I absolutely hate the most. Even if I really wanted to play this game, I would want to do it my own way." Suddenly, Huang Yanchu thought of something and jumped right up, telling Liu Yun, "Hey Yun, why don't we play it together? We can go to your house and team up. We will make our own legend in this game." Seeing her get so insanely excited out of nowhere, Liu Yun got startled and let out a tiny yelp. She replied, "But I don't have a login device." Then Liu Yun suddenly paused for a second and thought, "Wait a minute. If she comes to my house, wouldn't that create the totally perfect opportunity for my older brother and Huang Yanchu to spend time together?" Liu Yun laughed wickedly in her head. "If I just leave for a bit, then they..." With those devious thoughts, now here is where things get funny. It looked like devil horns popped out of her head. Seeing her friend go completely silent, Nianchu just kept on begging her, "Please Yun, I am begging you, just play this game with me." Liu Yun instantly snapped out of it and replied, "All right, let's go, we are buying a login device right now." The voices of the two girls echoed cheerfully across the outside scenery. Back in the dusty wasteland where you can barely see, the next wave of monsters came rushing in violently, shaking the entire area. Now, Liu Yi swiftly swung his glowing arc blades straight through the bodies of those beasts, easily slicing them into absolute pieces without breaking a sweat. The sharp blade swung back and forth with flawless precision. Liu Yi fell into deep thought. Honestly, I have never felt like this before. I can literally feel my own growth right now. The moment I equipped this gear, every single one of my stats experienced an explosive burst of power, especially after getting that massive authority enhancement. All the while, his sharp thoughts kept flowing smoothly following each evolving strike of his blade. He swung his weapon, creating a beautifully smooth arc of blue light while his mind kept racing with thoughts. I can feel the blade in my hands becoming so much lighter. Gripping the hilt tightly, Liu Yi thought, "The force behind my swings is way stronger." As his feet stomped down hard against the ground, he realized his footwork had become incredibly agile, packed with explosive power and speed. Right then, the young man leaped high into the air, his thin blade flashing into a stunning streak of blue light. Liu Yi thought again. With this jump height, I can crush absolutely anything beneath my feet. Looking far out into the distance, he was suddenly completely stunned to see a blindingly bright, incredibly gorgeous horizon from his previous life, now perfectly framed right inside his line of sight. That intense, blinding light completely bathed his entire body. Liu Yi's eyes went wide, pausing for just a split second before his lips curled up into a soft, confident smile. His mind felt incredibly clear. I can see further now into a much more beautiful scenery. Liu Yi crashed back down to the earth with a fierce, spinning blade strike. But then the young man's expression darkened and his eyebrows knit tightly together. A voice deep inside his soul shouted out, "But it is still not enough." Meanwhile, a massive, endlessly multiplying horde of monsters charged madly toward the dark flow crystal. Suddenly, several rings of bright blue light acting just like massive sonic waves erupted from that dark flow crystal. It blasted the monsters, knocking them completely into the air. "Stick with me here." Liu Yi burst right out from the middle of those flying beasts, still suspended in the sky. He kept telling himself, "I don't just want to see it from afar. I want the power to actually reach it. Let's kick things off right here." Everywhere you look, the battlefield is just choked with dust and debris falling into this completely dead, eerie silence. Right in the thickest part of that smoke, 9 glowing eyes of all different sizes suddenly snap open. Then a massive, deafening roar shakes everything. As the heavy dust clouds finally start to clear out, the massive silhouette of this terrifying 9-eyed monster completely reveals itself. It is basically a supersized version of the beasts Liu Yi fought earlier. Seeing this absolute unit, our young hero tightly grips his flash blade, his face totally tense. Boom. In a flash, he kicks off, leaving a crater in the ground while rocks go flying everywhere. Liu Yi uses that momentum to launch himself straight at the giant monster, swinging his blade right at its wide-open, hungry mouth. The whole thing happens so fast it is a blur, and then the system voice suddenly rings out. Congratulations to player Liu Yi for successfully clearing the secret realm. The clear rewards, a massive chunk of experience points and secret realm essence all multiplied by 10. Then another notification pops up for an achievement, the Despair Clearing Mission, which officially grants him the super rare title of Despair Reverser. Entering a realm, his stats now get a 10% boost for every single team member lost in battle. Right after that, a crazy chain of level-up sounds chimes from the system. Player Liu Yi is now level 36. His experience bar is nearly maxed out with a whole list of updated stats scrolling past. And at the very bottom, 30 fresh points ready to distribute. Both his health and intelligence stats are totally maxed, and the system brings up his killer aura skill branch now sitting at level 20. First up is Silence, forcing the enemy skills into a brutal 5-second cooldown. After listing a bunch of different stat buffs and penalties, the system shows off the second skill, Confinement. This completely freezes the opponent in place for 10 whole seconds along with its own set of pros and cons. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is just casually chilling on the back of that massive final boss monster to catch his breath, looking straight up at the sky. Deep in thought, while the system starts dissolving the headless corpse of the giant beast underneath him, our guy just smiles with this incredibly satisfied look. He thinks to himself, "I am seriously way too strong." With that slightly arrogant smirk on his face, Liu Yi has another thought as the game system finally warps him out of the dungeon. "No one is going to reject my party invites this time, right?" Back in the real world, we cut to Liu Yi and his apartment. It is a pretty rundown communal housing unit where 2 hands gently place some VR glasses onto the desk. Fully logged out now, Liu Yi is leaning his arms right against the window, just staring out at the messy skyline of high and low buildings stretching out in front of him. He quietly reflects to himself, "This recent boost in power is definitely enough to keep me satisfied." But just a second later, he lowers his head, looking a bit down. "If only I could get my hands on another login device so my sister could finally become a player too. That would be amazing." Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice echoes through the room. Hey, brother, I am home. Now stick with me here because the vibe shifts. Hearing her call out, Liu Yi turns around, stepping back inside from the balcony. The second he hits the living room, he runs into the person coming through the front door. It is his sister, Liu Yun. Carrying some kind of heavy box, she says. Brother, this login device was so hard to find. Thank goodness Nianchu actually pulled some serious strings so I could barely buy one. Liu Yi just stands there frozen, staring at the two girls walking in. He looks totally dumbfounded, his brain repeating, Origin Realm login device. A second later, he snaps out of it excitedly, asking an Origin Realm login device. Across the room, Liu Yun is flashing this super mischievous smile, completely ignoring him as she leads Huang Nianchu inside. So to properly thank Nianchu for her help, Nianchu is actually going to be living at our place from now on. Hearing her name, the gorgeous Huang Nianchu politely raises her hand to wave and gently says hello, but whoosh, Liu Yi practically teleports to grab the login device from his sister, completely and utterly ignoring the absolute beauty standing right there. He cheers with pure hype. It really is an Origin Realm machine. This is so awesome. Holding that heavy box like it is pure gold, Liu Yi still cannot believe his eyes. He keeps asking, how did you even get this? You guys are way too incredible. His sister, Liu Yun, is pouting super hard, practically dying of secondhand embarrassment. Inside her head, she is absolutely roasting him. Bro, you should be paying attention to the beautiful girl right now, not a gaming console. You are literally about to live with a beauty. Stop focusing on the completely wrong thing. Meanwhile, Huang Nianchu is standing there feeling super awkward, forcing a polite little smile while thinking, is he really that excited over a simple login device? Scene shift. Deep in a massive forest, a full moon hangs high, casting shadows through the trees. One day earlier, inside some random level 40 secret realm, we hear the quiet whispering of voices drifting through the dark, in the dead of night. If we can just clear out this secret realm, we will finally surpass Team 2. Exactly, and when that happens, our overall pay is going up for sure. Just thinking about the money gets me hyped. In a wide open clearing, a group sits huddled around a crackling campfire. One of the party members chimes in, at the end of the day, we really have to thank Wei Xingyi. Her special luck power in the game is insane. If not for that buff, there is zero chance we clear this dungeon so easily. For real though, it is way too overpowered, basically like using cheat codes. Wei Xingyi, the person they are praising, is a gorgeous young girl currently sitting. You and I are going to want to remember her. She rests her chin on her knees, gazing into the sky. The guy sitting opposite the New Order Magic team member speaks up. Once we clear this dungeon, I want you to transfer to Squad 1. It's honestly the best move for your future in New Order. That's Chao Yang speaking, captain of New Order's Squad 3. Hearing this sudden advice, Wei Xingyi just stands there, her eyes going wide. She plays up the innocent shock. But you and I know better, the rest of the squad, not taking it well. One guy immediately jumps up and yells, Captain Chao Yang, you cannot be serious. Our squad's future relies entirely on Wei Xingyi. She stays completely silent while the other members start jumping to their feet, demanding real answers from him. Exactly. If she leaves, our team rankings will totally tank. We spent so much time and resources helping Wei Xingyi level up. Now we need her the most. You can't just let her walk. Chao Yang simply shakes his head, calming everyone's rising panic. We can't hold her back just because we're friends. Plus, I firmly believe once she reaches Squad 1 and becomes a guild leader, she definitely won't forget us. He looks right at her. Right, Wei Xingyi. The young woman doesn't say a single word. Instead, she just gives this faint, absolutely cryptic smile. Seeing her reaction, the guy who just yelled completely deflates. So basically, we just have to smile and wish her the best. The first dude who objected awkwardly scratches his head and finally mutters a totally defeated, fine. Another member slowly agrees. Yeah, I guess he's right. We can't just block her potential. Soon the whole squad starts chiming in with total support. Hey, if you ever run into any trouble over in Squad 1, just say the word. Just like when you first joined us, we will absolutely always have your back and help you out. That is when Wei Xingyi finally flashes a bright, sweet smile. You guys are seriously the best. I will gladly accept your kindness. Then touching her cheek, she puts on this perfectly fake, shy expression. Speaking of help, there is actually one tiny favor I need right now. Faced with this bashful beauty, the entire squad just stands there totally clueless. But then bam, in the blink of an eye, almost the entirety of Squad 3 is completely wiped out. One single guy is left barely clinging to life, his health bar flashing a critical glowing red. The dying teammate glares at her completely furious as he stammers out, You traitor. Wei Xingyi just stands there smirking. She calmly explains, I have a divine artifact, sure, but my level is way too low. I needed you guys to trigger the extreme despair bonus so I can finally become a top-tier player in Origin World. Hearing this, he angrily shouts back, We spent everything raising you up, and this is how you repay us. Wei Xingyi just waves her hand dismissively. "Oh, don't be mad, it's just a game. You can always grind those levels back up." The guy suddenly forces himself up, firing wildly at her and screaming, "You absolute backstabbing monster." But Wei Xingyi zero panic. She easily glides right through the hail of bullets, stepping up close to him. She whispers, "How many times must I say it? In Origin World, no matter a gun's raw power, bullet speed is completely locked. You literally cannot hit any player whose agility stat is over 100. Her beautiful face curls into a deadly smile. Cold weapons, though, that is a totally different story. Without hesitation, her blade slices right through his neck. The gentle girl from before is gone. Now there is only a cold-blooded, unstoppable killer. She softly adds, "With high enough stats, a blade's speed and power are absolutely limitless. Fast forward one day, you and I need to see this." Inside a level 45 raid dungeon, a panicked voice echoes out. "Captain, I am almost entirely out of potions. Are you done charging yet?" Another yells, "Me too." A massive, terrifying bat-human mutant monster towers over them, locked in an absolutely brutal, chaotic battle. They keep screaming, "This boss is way too tough. Why does Origin World have zero healer or doctor classes to restore our health? Seriously, this is so frustrating." Right then, a blinding blue light flashes straight across the monster's face, completely distorting it. The source, a heavy blade wielded by a guy soaring high into the air. The beast's fangs shatter on impact. Cheers erupt around him. "Oh man, our captain is seriously overpowered. Too bad that charge-up time takes forever." The exact second, the man lands back on the ground. The monster crashes down dead behind him. This absolute beast of a player is New Order's Squad 1 Captain Roulé, level 45. He takes a few confident steps forward, hearing the blonde guy calling out from a distance. Roulé turns and asks guild leader what's the situation. The blonde man is the New Order guild leader Blazing Heat, also level 45. He quietly replies, "Looks like another player with a divine artifact spawned. Roulé think this one's friend or foe. Can we recruit them?" The other guy replied, "He just killed the manager of the mirror space." Hearing this, Roulé just scratches his head in pure shock. Furious, he demands, "What exactly is Wei Xingyi doing right now?" Meanwhile, out in the lawless chaos of the suburbs, there's this massive cliff. It's completely covered in these wild, glowing blue and pink flowers. Right there, Wei Xingyi stands with her hands on her hips, staring at her system interface. A private message reads, "The New Order guild leader is furiously trying to contact a player with mirror aura just like her, going by the name Da." She finishes reading the message, smirks a little, and mutters, "No clear orders to recruit or eliminate." Tapping her slender fingers against her chin, Wei Xingyi falls deep into thought. She whispers, "Given how incredibly rare mirror aura players are right now, recruiting player Da right into the guild would prove I actually want to see this faction grow stronger, and that I'm loyal. But eliminating him, that just proves I couldn't care less about the guild's future." Her bright lips curl up into a sharp smile as she says, "Guild leader, you really don't care about this player, do you? You're fine with either outcome. But you care about me, so you're leaving the choice in my hands, hoping I use this chance to recruit Da and prove my worth." With that beautiful, innocent-looking face of hers, Wei Xingyi gently claps her hands together. Then, completely clashing with her sweet vibe, she drops a totally ruthless line. "If that's the case, then I choose to eliminate Da." Cut back to the real world. Liu Yi lives in this super rundown apartment building. Right now, he's just sitting, with his back turned, typing away at his computer. A messy note on his desk reads, "After the Origin realm descends into reality, leveling up becomes completely impossible." He remembers it perfectly. When the Origin realm first hit reality, the highest player level was 60. If he can hit level 60 before that happens, he'll basically be a top-tier powerhouse. Resting his chin on his hands, Liu Yi stares at the paper, thinking hard. Level 60 strength. That is more than enough to keep himself and his little sister completely safe during the apocalypse. His face is totally set in stone as he plans ahead. Once the Origin realm drops, society crumbles fast and supply chains just shatter. Massive gaming guilds will step up and forge a brand new world order, while basic food supplies totally replace paper money as the ultimate currency. So before the Origin realm crashes into reality, he has to hoard as much food as humanly possible. You and I both know survival needs a base. He's turning this place into a doomsday fortress for him and his sister. He stares at the building on screen. First up, use a blank check to rent out an empty building just to secure it. He runs through his massive future plans, while blowing all the cash he made in the Mirror's secret realm on rice and long-lasting food. Now he just has to wait for the delivery. As for his actual game level, he's already hit level 36. That means he is only 24 levels away from his ultimate goal. Liu Yi looks at his stats, super satisfied. Everything is tracking perfectly with his master plan. As long as he doesn't die in the game, and the real-world supplies arrive on time, he and his sister are going to be set when the Origin realm finally hits reality. They can live peacefully. Over in the weapon training room, three silhouettes stand right at the very end of the hall. Liu Yi's voice echoes out. In the Origin realm, the absolute strongest power is Mirror Aura, and the biggest key to unlocking it is maxing out your weapon proficiency. If you want to actually survive in the Origin realm, the most crucial first step is training, with different weapons to unlock that Mirror Aura. A gorgeous girl stands there, gripping a staff tight in her hands. Her name is Liu Yun, going by the nickname Liu Yun, currently sitting at level 1. He keeps talking. Even though Huang Nianchu's level and gear are awesome, without Mirror Aura in the Origin realm, even a super high level just makes you a normal player. Liu Yi glances over at Huang Nianchu, standing right nearby. A status panel pops up. Huang Nianchu, nickname Huang Nianchu, currently level 32. He tells them, so you two seriously need to grind out your weapon proficiency right here in the training grounds first. Both girls cheerfully shout back in unison. Got it. Bright sunlight pours into the room through the doorway crack. Liu Yi stands by the door, glancing back into the training room. He thinks to himself, honestly, what exactly has he done to indirectly rewrite history? Thinking back to his past life, Huang Nianchu never actually lived at his house. But even ignoring this timeline, Huang Nianchu still helped Liu Yun build a login machine. Watching the young girl train so hard, he realizes if it wasn't for Huang Nianchu in his past life, he and his sister wouldn't have even survived another 3 years. Liu Yi throws a punch into the air, absolutely determined to properly repay her in this second life. Time to grind levels, target level 60. Half a day later, at the exit of some random level 35 secret realm, 3 figures suddenly step out of the portal. Liu Yi walks forward and get this, he's already up to level 37. The crowd completely swarms around him, cheering. You're insanely strong, Dad. You are seriously too powerful. I swear it feels like you could easily solo a 10-player level 35 secret realm completely blindfolded. Exactly. Today we finally got to ride the coattails of a true master. The group surrounding him is buzzing with absolute excitement. As they ask, are we going again? We have to go again, right? Liu Yi turns, smiling as he replies, I'm done grinding. I've got some errands to run. Hearing him reject them, everyone sounds super disappointed. Oh really? Then I'm done grinding too. Same here. Liu Yi laughs and says, you guys are way too practical. The group quickly suggests, let's add each other, add us. Next time you run a secret realm and need bodies, just call us. Liu Yi cheerfully rubs his head. No problem. But stick with me because things are about to get crazy. Liu Yi's eyes go wide, face furious, hands balled into tight fists. A 10-person level 35 team running a realm. Let's break it down. One run takes about half a day to a full day. And one single run, it only gives enough experience for about half a level. At this exact pace, with only 20 days left, he could hit level 50, maybe 60 at best. And that is assuming he completely skips sleep right. Somewhere, in a quiet corner of the team plaza, Liu Yi sits completely alone on a bench. He frowns, his mind racing. What is he supposed to do now? A system notification suddenly pops up announcing the completion of the Dead End strategy achievement. He unlocks the title Dead End Reverser. Entering a dungeon every time a team member dies, his total stats will increase by a massive 10%. Is this really the only way forward? Liu Yi furrows his brows in deep thought. Sacrificing 9 other players just to grind the maximum possible amount of experience points efficiently. He rubs his face. In his past life, these 5-player dungeon death runs were famously toxic. The players who organized these setups to farm benefits were absolute scum, basically treated like street rats that everyone wanted to beat down on sight. Is he about to become exactly that kind of garbage? But if this is the only way, Liu Yi's eyes suddenly fill with pure resolve. Ding. A sudden message pops up, making him jump. He stares at the glowing letter, totally confused. Who on earth is sending him a message right now? He says to open it. The screen shows a beginner dungeon invitation. Sender is Wei Zi level 40. It is a 10-player difficulty run. Location is the chaotic lawless zone dungeon number 602. Do you want to join? The options are confirm or decline. Liu Yi asks himself Wei Zi, then it hits him. Wei Zi, he stares at the invitation letter with obvious joy. That wicked female player from his past life, she famously used Dead End rewards to speed level and literally became a top-tier powerhouse. Is she seriously inviting him to join her own rigged death game setup? Liu Yi wonders. Alright, you and I know what this means. He can totally hijack this trap and power level fast. He smirks. Wei Zi, you really cannot blame me for this. Seeing her invite instantly sparked his plan to use her. First, she's a member of the New Order. Second, they have 0 history together before this exact moment. Her suddenly inviting a total stranger means she's up to no good. But in his past life, Wei Shi, right before the Origin World era, already possessed a killer weapon. Does she have it already? And if she does, can he actually manage to defeat her? His legs tremble slightly, but his eyes are overflowing with killing intent. Liu Yi reaches out and instantly hits accept on the invite. His mind is made up. Only absolute despair can trigger true growth. He speaks out loud, "Accept the invitation." The system board displays the roster. Captain Wei Si is level 45. Team member Fridge's brother is sitting at level 43. Team member Gentle Beast is level 41. Team member One Snort is level 44. And team member Tiger Spirit is right at level 42. Team member Sausage Liu Yun is level 40. Little Cake is level 42. And Shy Skirt Lifter rounds it out at level 41. Trash Main Account is level 43. And team member Liu Yi is level 37. Liu Yi scans the names, smirking. They are all very familiar faces. Liu Yi stares right at the guy's profile on the board. Trash Main Account. In his past life, this guy wiped out his entire team right after finishing the quest, just to steal the bonus before the system calculated it. His dead teammates curse his name on the world chat for 3 straight days. He glances at the next member. Little Cake has a similar toxic track record, except she was smarter, playing the victim, spewing lies and framing her own teammates for plotting against her first, which gave her the excuse to slaughter them. Liu Yi checks the other names. Every single person here has a similar, totally messed up reputation. We are watching a total bloodbath in the making. Did Wei Si assemble this specific team just for a massive backstabbing party? He stares at the character board completely puzzled. How does Wei Si even know how toxic these players are? Or did these guys only become this rotten after Wei Si betrayed them? A large map suddenly appears on the screen. Wei Si speaks up. "We have enough people. Let's move out." Destination is the chaotic lawless zone number 602, a 10-player difficulty tier dungeon. Trash Main Account scoffs. Is this the big expert the boss was talking about? Why is he only level 37? Wei Si fires right back. Level is not everything. Raw combat strength is what actually matters here. Liu Yi immediately orders the interface to open the map. It displays several different zones, including the massive corrupted area, the ordered danger zone, and the chaotic lawless zone. Liu Yi frowns, muttering aloud. The origin world map shows everything based on Mushu City's control level. The dungeon areas are divided into 5 distinct parts. Mushu City provides safe supply zones for players within the Misty limits. All the dungeons totally controlled by Mushu City have been rebuilt into perfectly safe mirror dungeons and simple experience farming runs. Number 2. The Ordered Danger Zone offers players a decent mix of simple exploration, basic thrills, and moderate adventure. Out in the snowy mountain ranges, the Danger Zone dungeons cannot be modified. However, the monsters inside are 100% restricted by Mushu City's barriers. The dungeon where the previous guy went belongs exactly to this specific regional tier, a truly massive monster. And number 3, the chaotic lawless zone designed to give players an experience of pure despair. Starting directly from this chaotic zone, Mushu City's control over the remaining dungeons begins to severely weaken and fade. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Dungeons under level 30 can actually leak monsters like this terrifying razor-toothed snake right here. There are 4 dead zones totally out of control, practically impossible for any player to reach. The monsters escaping those dungeons. They hit level 70, add in the mysterious ruin zone, and things get completely insane beyond those standard areas. Void Tomb City totally failed to control the ruin zone dungeons. 0 blockades. Those dungeon monsters can basically roam completely free. Just look at this massive multi-headed tiger, pure nightmare fuel. Because of this, the ruin zone is literally crawling with max-level apocalyptic monsters capable of destroying the entire world. Deep inside a glowing magical forest within the lawless chaos zone, a sudden rustling noise breaks the silence as something blurs past. Liu Yi sprints straight ahead through the danger. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoes out instantly, grabbing his full attention. Shocked, Liu Yi whips his head toward the noise. It is the blood-curdling tragic shrieks of the forest's twisted tree monsters. Liu Yi quickly ducks into a rocky cave to watch. Creepy vines completely cover the ground while the smaller, aggressive tree monsters charge wildly forward under the absolute command of one massive tree. Watching from the cave, Liu Yi does the math. Sure, these Chaos Zone dungeon monsters are low level, but the sheer numbers are insane. Make even a tiny sound and every single monster in the area will immediately swarm straight toward the noise. And worse, they just keep respawning. He frowns, realizing that fighting off an endless swarm like this would break absolutely any player. That brutal scream from earlier, definitely some careless player making a huge mistake. Liu Yi watches the area closely and thinks, wait, is the chaos already over? Did that poor guy seriously get wiped out that fast? Time to go. Without wasting a single second, Liu Yi bolts out of his rocky hiding spot and makes a run for it. Suddenly, a massive spear-like object comes flying right at his face. Startled, Liu Yi barely manages to gracefully dodge the deadly high-speed strike. Who the hell is attacking me? Liu Yi thinks. The mystery attacker swings again, but our guy is way too fast and easily sidesteps it. Liu Yi glares back, his eyes practically overflowing with pure killing intent. Standing in the shadows, the mysterious man stares right back with glowing red eyes. He looks just like a predator. Liu Yi instantly activates his arc gear, channels his true chi to the max, and launches a brutal counterattack. The stranger just smirks at him. He charges up his own explosive aura, and boom! A massive, deafening explosion rocks the area, throwing thick dust everywhere. As the heavy smoke finally clears, the two fighters stand perfectly still, locked in an intense stare down. Breaking the silence, the mysterious man speaks up. "So you actually possess true chi too? No wonder the captain let a low-level scrub join the squad. Turns out this attacker is actually a team member. His username, Trash Main Account, a level 43 player." Hearing his cocky attitude, Liu Yi just frowns, visibly annoyed as he glares right back at him. Trashed Main Account gives a satisfied smirk and says, "Sure, your true chi and my raw attack power are completely on different levels, not even close. But hey, you have officially earned my respect." He casually turns his back and calls out, "Let us go, time to hit the gathering point. If we wait, those monsters will swarm us, and that is bad news." Gripping his weapon tightly, Liu Yi stands frozen, watching Trashed Main Account casually walk away. Liu Yi thinks hard. So they finally showed up. Besides me, there are actually other players out here who can use true chi plus. Wei Zi most likely has access to true chi as well. Remembering that completely arrogant smirk on Trash Main Account's face from a second ago, Liu Yi realizes the truth. This squad's sheer power level is absolutely terrifying, he thinks. Looks like my chances of snatching the ultimate dungeon reward are practically zero. I might honestly just end up dead in there instead. If that is the case, do I even want to risk this? Over at Chaos Zone number 602, a squad gathers outside the dungeon. Liu Yi quickly dashes toward the glowing dungeon entrance. But from a distance, someone is secretly watching his every single move, and it is Wei Shi. Sitting on a rocky cliff, she smiles down at him. Liu Yi bites his lip, narrowing his eyes. So that is Wei Shi. Suddenly, she stands up, clapping her hands loudly to grab the squad's attention. "All right, looks like everyone is here. Before we enter this dungeon, I need to lay down some rules." Liu Yi silently scans the area, sizing everyone up. The three-man squad glares right back at him with heavy suspicion. Meanwhile, Trashed Main Account just rubs the back of his neck, completely avoiding eye contact. Liu Yi observes the whole group, making a mental note. "So these are my newest teammates. The future trash of this game." Wei Zi steps up and continues. "Listen up, the dungeons in the Chaos Zone are famous for being completely unpredictable. So once we cross that portal, no matter how crazy the mechanics get or how twisted the dungeon rules turn out to be, I expect absolutely nobody to panic. We will stick together, figure out the mechanics, and lock in our strategy to clear this twisted place. Because beating this dungeon is the only thing that matters right now." The squad grins confidently, shouting back in total agreement, "No problem at all." Wei Shi gives a satisfied smile and nods. "All right then, everyone form up right behind me." Bursting with absolute confidence, she yells the command. "Move out." Liu Yi slowly follows behind the group. Keeping his face totally blank, he calculates his odds. Honestly, the chances of actually surviving to claim the ultimate reward are incredibly low. I might literally die inside this place. Knowing that, am I seriously still willing to walk in there? You and I know he won't back down. Liu Yi just chuckles at his own doubts. Scared, yeah right. He glances forward at Wei Shi's smiling face, radiating pure confidence. He quietly sizes her up. Back in his past life, Wei Shi was an absolute top-tier player. The real game finally begins right here. It means Liu Yi is finally stepping up to face those exact players he once considered absolute top-tier in his past life. No wonder he is feeling totally restless and anxious right now. He is completely worried. Can he actually become a legendary player just like them? He is honestly terrified he might never surpass their level, afraid he will just die and turn all his hard work into a total joke. But Liu Yi holds his head up high, looking forward with absolute confidence. He smiles. It is late at night, the dark sky filled with twinkling stars. Liu Yi takes his time, stepping calmly forward. He secretly makes up his mind. He is going to use this exact secret dungeon run to prove his worth. He frowns, his expression dead set. He will prove he is vastly superior to them. Suddenly, a tragic memory flashes by, a bloody wall covered in bright red words full of heavy self-blame. Why did she stop playing with me anyway? Then the memory shifts straight over to a girl with short hair, completely surrounded by harsh screaming and angry insults. If she refuses to play with me, I will just go out and find new toys myself. Dead bodies are scattered all over the cold ground. That bizarre voice echoes out once again. Boring, all of this is completely boring. Playing with her was honestly still the absolute most fun. I want to go home. A bloody toy robot stands there, its head hung in sadness. It speaks with a heavy tone full of regret. But I can never go home now. It just stands completely alone right near the massive stone pillar. Right at the base, a single line is carved out. Despair and hope exist together. Everyone starts whispering and murmuring in confusion. What kind of bizarre dungeon is this? An animated intro cutscene. You and I have definitely never seen that before. At the dungeon entrance, the squad members slowly materialize one by one. Someone finally speaks up. You know, the mechanics for this origin dungeon are completely random maps and totally randomized starting scenarios. It truly makes you both love and hate it at the very same time. Liu Yi silently glances over toward the voice as another player quickly chimes in. Yeah, exactly. Especially since dying means you fail the raid permanently. That random mechanic just makes everything an absolute massive nightmare to deal with. Now that the entire squad is officially gathered, they all just stare blankly at that bloody toy robot standing right in front of them. Someone points out, the only unique thing in this entire dungeon is actually that creepy little toy puppet right there. Looks like our main objective for this raid is connected to it. Suddenly, the strange puppet standing right before their eyes completely vanishes into thin air, leaving the entire group totally shocked. The dungeon system alarm suddenly rings out. Warning. The main entrance is now closed, generating the core quest. Main quest successfully generated the bizarre toy puppet. To successfully clear the bizarre toy puppet raid, all players must meet the specific winning condition. You must destroy the bizarre toy puppet. Out of the entire current party, this creepy puppet has been secretly placed inside the personal inventory of one completely random player. Killing the specific player holding the puppet is the only way to destroy it. On the other hand, within the strict 6-hour time limit, if the puppet still exists, the raid for this bizarre toy dungeon will end in an automatic failure. As for the unfortunate player who actually currently holds the puppet, they can actually transfer the parasitic puppet to someone else by simply killing any normal player. Liu Yi instantly processes this wildly twisted rule. Hold on, he gasps in total shock. Now you and I know this dungeon is literally built for the desperate survival hidden reward. He runs the exact numbers. If they save the puppet host for the very last kill, it guarantees a 100% drop rate for the highest possible absolute survival reward. System alert. The puppet has successfully chosen its host. The raid countdown timer officially begins right now. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remain on the clock. Countdown continues. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Time to check the inventory. Is the cursed puppet secretly hiding on him? Liu Yi cautiously scans all the players around him. He squeezes his eyes shut, frowning. No checking right now is too risky. Liu Yi looks around the room with a sharp, hyper-focused gaze. He calculates his next move. He needs to wait for things to calm down before he can sneak a peek and confirm if he is the unlucky host. He carefully watches the rest of the squad. What if the puppet really is in his bag? If he acts shocked and accidentally exposes himself to the others, he would become public enemy number one. The absolute strongest veterans in the party would instantly gang up on him, and his odds of dying right here would literally skyrocket to near certainty. A heavily built guy is already quietly observing everyone else. Even the tough melee brawler types are casting highly suspicious glances all around the entire room. Dead silence. Every single player is just sizing up the competition. Liu Yi watches this intense standoff unfold. Is everyone here just completely faking it? Or are they all in the exact same clueless boat as him? Suddenly, a sharp clap breaks the silence, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Liu Yi snaps his head toward the sudden noise. Wei Sai flashes a calm smile and takes charge. All right, folks, you all saw the quest details. Whoever is currently holding that cursed puppet, step forward right now. Any penalty points you lose from dying, the rest of the surviving squad will cover for you. Do all the untargeted members have any issues with this perfectly fair deal? The entire group immediately nods along, fully agreeing with her logical proposal. I totally support the squad leader's plan. Yeah, same here. Liu Yi narrows his eyes. Now is his absolute perfect chance. While everyone is completely distracted looking over at Wei Si, he can finally check his personal inventory. Liu Yi silently opens his digital bag. His eyes go wide with pure shock. Are you kidding me? Staring at the creepy toy puppet sitting straight inside his inventory, Liu Yi panics. Seriously, does the game system really have to play him like this, making him the absolute enemy of the entire squad literally 5 seconds in? Liu Yi glares at his open bag, scanning the room. His brain goes into overdrive. So his only real goal right now is actually super simple. He has to kill one of his own teammates to transfer this parasite and completely resolve his own deadly crisis. He stares at the players right in front of him, sweating. Out of everyone here, who exactly should he pick to murder and save his own skin? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. After taking down the guy who transferred that parasitic puppet, how is Liu Yi supposed to survive 2 bloodthirsty players? Wei Si smiles sweetly and asks, is no one going to confess? Liu Yi just keeps his head down, completely silent. He slowly shifts his position. But Wei Si is already right in his face, saying, hey, their dear classmate, you should just confess. You have been infected by the puppet. Liu Yi is completely shocked. What she keeps talking saying, come to think of it, we haven't even formally introduced ourselves yet. I am Wei, she female with some very unique hobbies. And you Liu Yi just frowns, staying silent while glancing up at the rest of the squad members. Liu Yi realizes that every single person is staring right at him. Boss Lian Fei flashes a totally twisted smile, his eyes glowing a deep blood red. It hits him then. They were not just observing each other earlier, they were secretly communicating, trading intel right under his nose this entire time. Confirming the puppet is actually on him, Liu Yi quickly figures it out. They are all working together. He smirks to himself. Well, isn't that just completely obvious? A random party invite mid-journey, setting up traps along the way. He does not know exactly why they want to take him down, but this whole secret realm was clearly set up by Wei Si just to target him, so her dragging 8 other players in for backup is honestly pretty expected. Liu Yi stares intensely straight at Wei Si, thinking about how he ended up joining this 5-man squad. His real goal in this secret realm is to wipe them all out for the ultimate reward. Stick with me here because his killing intent suddenly erupts all around him. His eyes look exactly like a tiger hunting its prey. Wei Si rests her chin on her hand, sighing. So rude, but honestly, whatever. Who told you I actually like you? Based on the pure strength you showed while fighting Boss Lian Fei just now, you are absolutely no match for us once we team up. So stop wasting our time. Step forward so we can finally start leveling up, okay? Roulet suddenly steps up and says, Captain, at least let the guy struggle a little bit. It makes the kill so much more satisfying. Crushing his hopes and dreams piece by piece is just so incredibly fun to watch. Wei Si acts all cute, covering her face with both hands, pretending to be weak. She whines that it is way too cruel and she's too scared to watch. Right as she says that, she flashes a super smug, arrogant look directly at Liu Yi. Wei Si says, so please do not make me look at that. Okay, Liu Yi quietly activates his watch gear, instantly pointing a gun straight at her face. Despite Liu Yi threatening her, Wei Si stays perfectly still, holding her head. She speaks with this completely fake, pitiful tone of voice, not willing to give up. You really do not know how to treat a girl. The crowd starts whispering. Wow, is this the elite expert, the boss said to watch. Why is he still using modern firearms? Forget about your boss, even those of us without any real killing intent could dodge that. We could dodge those bullets easily. Boss Lian Fei steps forward and says they call him an expert for a reason. His thought process is definitely not like ours. Who knows, maybe his attacks come with an automatic target lock or something. Hearing this, the crowd reacts. Everyone absolutely loses their minds, laughing at Boss Lian Fei. Cracking up, they say, Brother Fei, your joke-telling skills are actually top tier today. Expecting the Origin Realm to have a lockdown skill is like expecting magic in a martial arts world. Oh, come on, do not say that. The Origin Realm still lets you set traps to indirectly trap someone. Wei Si starts laughing along with them too, and then she says, you guys are hilarious, I love it. Liu Yi just smirks and says one word, lockdown. Wei Si stares right at him in absolute shock. Suddenly, Wei Si gets violently pushed back. She looks at Liu Yi with total disbelief plastered across her face, checking her own body frantically. She says, I am fine, but something just vibrated out of nowhere. She glares at him, eyes overflowing with pure killing intent. Wei Si screams out, Boss Lian Fei, no more testing. Attack with me and let us finish him right now. Hearing her say that, Liu Yi lets out a cold smirk. Boss Lian Fei tries to rush in and attack, but he is instantly paralyzed by a massive surge of energy acting just like invisible chains. He screams out in pure panic, I cannot move. Boss Lian Fei struggles desperately to break free from those invisible chains. He yells out, what the heck is this? Wei's eye goes wide-eyed in sheer terror. It is the level 30 Life Force skill branch, Silence. The Silence skill forces all opponents' skills into a 5-second cooldown state, completely draining 50 points of their consciousness energy in the process. For every level up the cooldown time scales, energy consumption goes up by 10, and it takes 1 full minute to recharge the ability completely. Lockdown traps the enemy in place for 10 solid seconds, costing 50 energy points, and with every 10 levels you gain, it gets even more insane. The lockdown duration increases by 1 second with a 1-minute cooldown. Liu Yi immediately fires up his Judgment Watch once again. The screen lights up. Handgun equipped. Attack power plus 200, intelligence plus 30. Judgment skill activated. Every strike now carries 3 times the damage or inflicts a solid stun. Requires level 20 gear to equip. The handgun auto-reloads its bullets, needing 1 minute per reload with a max ammo capacity of exactly 1 round. Triple damage judgment confirmed. Consciousness energy drained by 100 points, and his very next attack gets a massive 5,000 point boost in pure power. Liu Yi's eyes glow a menacing red, overflowing with deadly intent. He aims his gun straight at Boss Lian Fei. He coldly says goodbye. You and I know what happens next. Boss Lian Fei can only watch helplessly as the bullet flies right toward him. The bullet punches cleanly through Boss Lian Fei's stomach, He violently crashes to the ground, leaving every single squad member in absolute jaw-dropping shock. The system notification pops up. Boss Li and Fei has been eliminated and the cursed puppet successfully transferred. Another alert hits. Party member -1. The desperate reverser title activates, boosting all stats by 10%. Wei Shi's eyes widen in pure shock. The entire squad freezes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Liu Yi calculates his next move. He knows there were only two real threats here. First, the terrifying possibility of Wei Shi and Boss Li and Fei teaming up against him. Second, 4 other players packing serious key power. If either of those scenarios actually happened, our guy would be backed into a total dead end. That second option was especially deadly. But earlier, just from Wei Shi's tone, Liu Yi could tell something huge about this team's actual strength. Only she and Boss Li and Fei actually had the raw power to fight him. Thinking back to her exact words and that arrogant expression earlier, she practically spelled it out, claiming his clash with Boss Li and Fei proved he was absolutely no match for them. That confirmed it, only those two possessed true chi, which meant the real danger to him had just been cut down drastically. The only actual threat left was them teaming up. And right on cue, Boss Li and Fei's character begins fading into thin air, completely eliminated. Liu Yi grins. Taking advantage of their shock and their total ignorance of his unique key abilities was the perfect play. Taking out Boss Li and Fei right now completely shatters the only real combined threat this arrogant team could throw at him. Now he holds the absolute upper hand. Liu Yi flashes a dangerously smug look, knowing he is in total control of the battlefield. It was a flawless counterattack. Right now, he looks like an absolute giant towering over them. He's literally playing them like helpless pawns on a chessboard. Now you and I know the absolute best move here was killing Wei Shi first. But when he tried to lock her down earlier, she actually managed to dodge. Her perception stats must be insanely high to pull that off. Liu Yi smiles and drops a friendly warning. The cursed puppet just transferred off him, so they better do a good job protecting whoever it parasitized next. Otherwise, he'll just eliminate them right now and this whole squad can kiss their sweet revenge goodbye forever. But internally, he knows he can't get sloppy. If he wants to secure that ultra-rare desperate situation reward, he has to play this perfectly. The next step is crucial. He has to figure out exactly who the puppet latched onto and save that specific target for last. Wei Shi glares at him, screaming in pure rage. But before she can finish, she suddenly realizes something is terribly wrong here. She frantically screams for everyone to freeze. She figures it out. He is trying to bait them into revealing the puppet's brand new host. The rest of the squad instantly huddles up together, completely panicked as they yell out in pure shock. Following Wei Xi's frantic orders, the entire team freezes like statues. Liu Yi just smiles, watching their predictable reaction. So it's her. He locks eyes on little Cake, who is standing totally dazed at the back, analyzing her every move. The squad had subconsciously hidden little Cake right at the back. Suddenly, a massive notification pops up, all attributes heavily enhanced. 400 chi power consumed, buffing all stats by 200. Liu Yi instantly dashes right past Wei Xi, blasting straight toward little Cake. He casually blitzes through the remaining squad members, wiping them out effortlessly. He cannot help but think how incredibly weak normal players are. The system goes absolutely crazy with rapid-fire notifications. Alert, you have successfully eliminated Fridge's brother. Alert, you just took down Gentle Beast. You eliminated one Snort. You have successfully killed Tiger Spirit. You just wiped out Sausage Fairy. The kill streak is insane. And you took out Shy Skirt Lifter. Another system alert rings out. Party -7, reactivating the insane Desperate Reverser title. All stats boosted by a massive 70%. Thanks to that buff, Liu Yi raw power is skyrocketing, completely out of control. Furious Wei Shi grips her sword and charges him head-on. A brilliant blue light flashes, but Liu Yi easily blocks her fierce, desperate strike. Little Cake collapses to the ground, absolutely paralyzed by fear. Wei Shi screams at Liu Yi, realizing he intentionally spared only the puppet's host. You and I know his crazy plan, aiming for the ultimate desperate reward. Liu Yi just sneers back, whispering that she's the only one left. Wei Shi immediately triggers her ghostly step technique. A mysterious purple aura erupts all around her as she promises he'll deeply regret everything once he loses. She swears he will severely pay for making this choice. The very next second, she vanishes completely, leaving Liu Yi entirely surrounded by a ring of thick purple smoke. Liu Yi frowns. She disappeared. Suddenly, Wei Shi materializes right behind him for a lethal strike. He spins around, swinging his blade with everything he has. But he's a fraction of a second too slow. Wei Shi drives her blade straight into his back. Critical hit -300 HP. The system panel flashes, showing level 37 player Ye's health bar taking a huge hit. Wei Shi doesn't stop, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Critical hits for -300 HP pop up over and over again. Ye's health bar is draining at an absolutely terrifying speed. But just as things look bad, a massive green text appears: Vitality Recovery +9,000. Without warning, Liu Yi turns the tables. He swings his blade with brutal force, catching Wei Si completely off guard. She frowns, shocked that 900 damage only took 75% of his health. She realizes his key type makes him an absolute tank. Clang! Their blades collide violently as Wei Si gets right in his face, mocking him with total disgust. She sneers that this is his limit. Just a few more clean strikes and she'll completely burn through all his quick recovery potions. Stick with me here, things are about to get insane. Liu Yi just smiles as she claims victory. Suddenly, a glowing purple ring materializes right in Wei Shi's hand. This is her special forging equipment. She launches a lightning-fast strike, minus 9,800 HP instantly. But wait, a system alert pops up immediately. Health recovered plus 9,800 HP. Wei Zi's eyes go wide with absolute shock, thinking hard. Level 30 potions can only restore a measly 1,000 health points at a time. And the dungeon limit you can only bring in 10 bottles max. Yet somehow, he just recovered nearly 19,000 health points in a single blink. While she stands there completely stunned, a loud slash cuts the air. Liu Yi blade violently slashes right across her body. He shoots her a mocking smirk and says, "Sorry to disappoint, but I am the only winner here." Wei Si is still dazed, completely failing to process what just happened. She grinds her teeth in pure fury. Liu Yi swings his sword again. Slash. He glares at Wei Zi with absolute terrifying killing intent. She quickly backs up toward Little Cake, frowning deeply as she demands some real answers from him. Those level 30+ recovery potions only restore 1,000 health points, and the strict dungeon limit restricts you to carrying just 10 bottles at a time. That strike I just landed dealt nearly 20,000 damage, yet you fully healed in a flash. Not to mention your ridiculously massive max health pool. Do you actually have a hidden support class? Liu Yi calmly replies, "You must have dumped every single one of your attribute points straight into speed. Combine that with attack-type support skills and your speed becomes insanely abnormal. The exact same thing goes for your ridiculous off-the-charts attack power as well." Hearing this, Wei Si goes dead silent. Suddenly, she looks right at him with a strange smile, awkwardly scratching her head as she finally speaks up. "That is why my mana pool is painfully low. Right now, I barely have any energy left in the tank. I guess I really might lose this." Then Wei Si throws out a crazy suggestion. "How about I just slaughter Little Cake right now and end this dungeon run immediately?" Little Cake hears this and completely panics. Liu Yi watches her closely, thinking to himself, "Did I actually push her way too far this time?" He forced her right into a corner. Wei Zi's speed is completely unmatched, so the one and only true window to actually take her down is right after binding her. If she ever realizes she cannot defeat him in this exact situation, she will absolutely choose the most extreme nuclear option, killing Little Cake to abruptly terminate this dungeon. But earlier, that split-second opening, when she was completely shocked and distracted by his massive heal, that was incredibly rare. Liu Yi instantly calls out, "Then what are you waiting for?" He thinks. But wait, she has not killed Little Cake yet. He might actually still have a fighting chance here. Just gotta wait for the imprisonment cooldown to finish. Wei Si casually holds her face, speaking calmly. "It is just that I cannot deal with you like this. So annoying, taking you down was my main objective for this entire dungeon run." Ding. The system suddenly chimes in. All attribute buffs have expired, setup is fully complete, and the imprisonment cooldown has finally reached 0. Liu Yi's eyes go wide with pure excitement. The cooldown is finally over. He screams out loudly, "Imprisonment clock activate right now." He aims his weapon dead straight at Wei Si. He thinks, "Wait, what is happening?" Because Little Cake standing right beside her suddenly launches an attack. The system interface flashes. Captain Wei Si level 45. She just stares at Liu Yi with a wicked smirk. Meanwhile, inside the team's private chat log, Wei Si secretly whispers, "Little Cake, kill me right now, then kill yourself. Double the pay." Little Cake immediately whispers back, "Consider it fully done." Liu Yi stares in absolute shock. Wei Si looks at him and gently whispers, "You lose." Then she throws her head back, laughing like an absolute maniac. And just like that, she completely vanishes. Liu Yi is left standing there, totally dumbfounded. He stumbles backward, completely mind-blown, asking himself, how did this happen? He collapses onto the cold ground. The look of total disbelief on his face says it all, desperately wondering why everything fell apart. His backpack interface suddenly glows. That cursed puppet has returned straight into Liu Yi inventory. His mind races as he tries to process it. Did she not want to clear this dungeon alive? Why on earth would she choose such an incredibly extreme self-destructive method to end this run? Just to prevent him from claiming the victory. That is way too ridiculous. Liu Yi screams out in total helplessness. What do I even do now? He grabs his head, blaming himself completely. Little Cake killed Wei Si, which forced the puppet to transfer right back onto his own body. Even if Little Cake does not end himself, if Liu Yi kills him, he literally has 0 teammates left to pass this parasitic puppet to. Am I stuck with it? Is this seriously a dead end with zero way out? Liu Yi mutters, his face devoid of any hope. Did every single ounce of effort he put in since his reincarnation just turn to absolute dust? Liu Yi's devastated voice echoes loudly across the empty pillar. You and I both know this is way too frustrating. He was literally about to win. Now Liu Yi just lies completely dazed on the pillar. But wait, his eyes suddenly harden with fierce determination. He sits up, reminding himself, no, there absolutely has to be another way out of this. He violently scans his surroundings, his brain working on overdrive. If all his teammates are already dead, but the Origin World system did not immediately declare this challenge as a total failure, that proves another clear condition exists. He frantically whips his head left and right, asking himself what he missed. But what the heck is the solution? Standing completely alone on the pillar, Liu Yi screams out. He touches the empty space around him, completely shocked. His hand stops. He cannot pass through it all. An invisible wall. Liu Yi quickly spins around to check the space behind him. That means the entire boundary of this dungeon is strictly limited to this exact spot. Liu Yi carefully evaluates the true limits of this massive pillar. We are about to uncover the real secret. Liu Yi looks up, thinking. This round pillar holding the puppet is the only special thing here. You and I are about to see something wild. Thinking fast, he jumps higher. Liu Yi frowns, staring hard at the weird text where despair and hope somehow coexist. Right under the main title, Liu Yi immediately spots a tiny hidden text line. I cannot open this door. He wonders about it for a second. I cannot open this door. Liu Yi reaches out and gently touches those weird glowing words. Is this a hidden stage? Suddenly, right where he presses down, a square panel pops up on the puppet like a secret room mechanism. Liu Yi widens his eyes in absolute shock. A hidden mechanism. A system notification pops up. Do you want to spend 1,000 cognitive power points to unlock the entrance test for Research Institute 602? Liu Yi frowns hard. 1,000 points. That is insanely high. Thanks to the Despair Reverser buff, he is currently sitting at just over 1. After that brutal fight just now, he barely has over 1,000 left, but he has absolutely zero clue what is waiting inside. He cannot afford to drain it all right here. But wait, he could spend 700 cognitive power points to boost all of his base stats by 350, indirectly gaining 1,000 points back that way. Liu Yi calculates the math fast. Doing that means he would still have over 300 cognitive power points left to use. Plus, entering an unknown zone fully buffed up is definitely the smartest move. Alright, let us do exactly that. The system notification flashes again. All stats enhancement consumes 700 cognitive power. All base attributes successfully increased by 350. Another prompt appears. System warning, do you wish to spend 1,000 cognitive power points to unlock the entrance test for Research Institute 602? Liu Yi quickly confirms it. The system responds, cognitive power consumed. The entrance test stage for Research Institute number 602 is finally opening up. A completely blinding light flashes across the area. Liu Yi stares forward, his face full of absolute shock. Voices start echoing all around him. Director, you need to decide right now. Where do we put the computing power? Do we focus on projecting your followers, or do we absorb and project absolutely everyone? A shadowy figure stands inside a giant eye, rushing him. Director, hurry up and make your decision right now. That massive eye slowly shuts tight as the voice demands to input the computing power. Liu Yi raises a hand and rubs his own eyes. A blonde guy runs up completely out of breath, frantically asking him, where do we focus it? Do we project your followers, or do we absorb and project every single person here? Liu Yi thinks to himself, what does projecting computing power even mean? He quickly asks, what is the difference? The anxious guy desperately pushes him for an answer. Director, please decide quickly. Where exactly do you want to push this computing power? Are we focusing on projecting the people following you, or absorbing and projecting every single person? Liu Yi just stares blankly at him, completely and utterly confused by this. Now here's where things get interesting for us. He wonders, is this just a fixed hologram? This place is supposed to be the independent entrance test zone for Research Institute 602. Liu Yi glances around seriously, wondering what these two bizarre choices actually mean. He stares hard at the two floating display panels right in front of him. Is the entire entrance test really just picking between these two options? Focus on projecting your loyal followers, or simply absorb and project every single person? He wonders if picking the wrong one triggers a penalty. Liu Yi frowns in frustration. Zero context, given this is way too hard to choose. Frowning deeply, Liu Yi figures that based on this program's scenario, these characters are likely facing some massive disaster. He remembers the pure frantic panic on that blonde guy's face. He guesses the real key to winning is that computing power they keep mentioning. But what exactly happens to you after getting projected by it? Is it the right to actually survive? Liu Yi rests his chin on his hand, thinking hard. Or do you just become a tool to solve this disaster? Sighing heavily, Liu Yi buries his face in frustration. In his past life, he was only level 1. He never had access to this kind of top-tier origin world data. His eyes suddenly flashed with an idea. If this choice is about securing the right to survive, then he would definitely pick projecting his loyal followers. That way, he could easily keep his little sister safe and alive. But wait, if it means becoming a disposable tool to stop the incoming disaster, then he would absolutely pick the second option. Because if this disaster is unavoidable, fighting back and solving it is the only real way out. He stares intensely at the two choices floating right in front of him, weighing his odds. Plus, projecting that massive computing power onto a specific person is definitely meant to unlock a special trait capable of stopping whatever disaster is happening here. But who can guarantee the chosen followers are actually a perfect fit? Honestly, there might be some random person out there who is way more compatible with the computing power. Just a tiny drop of computing power on the right person could trigger an unimaginable power-up. He immediately thinks back to his pathetic past life, just like before. If the player leveling system had not completely locked up after the origin world descended, he never would have ended up so hopelessly weak back then. Reaching out, Liu Yi confidently taps a floating panel. Choose this one, right on the bright display. The text for absorbing and projecting absolutely everyone lights up. Liu Yi prays silently, please let this work. But weirdly, nothing around him changes at all. He is instantly teleported straight back to the starting zone. Looking completely dazed, Liu Yi frowns hard and carefully scans his empty surroundings. Let us see how he handles this setback. Liu Yi thinks to himself, absolutely zero changes, did I pick the wrong one? Sitting on the floor with his arms crossed, he wonders, so the correct answer was actually projecting your loyal followers. He frowns, running the numbers again. Right now, his cognitive power is sitting around 350. Since he is still parasitized by that creepy puppet, the system registers him as being in an active combat state. This massively nerfs his cognitive power recovery speed down to a crawl. But honestly, even with that harsh debuff in the 5 hours he has left, it is enough to recover exactly 1050 cognitive power. That is perfectly enough to unlock the entrance test 2 more times. 2 tries left, but wait a second. Liu Yi closes his eyes, meditating. An hour and a half ticks by. Finally, his cognitive power bar updates, displaying 700 out of 1,594 points. He opens his eyes. The system panel displays his total consumption. Consuming 700 cognitive points enhances all of his attributes by 350. The system prompts him to use 1,000 points to unlock the gate. Gate number 602, the research lab entrance. Liu Yi simply says, okay, now standing right in front of 2 massive choices, he focuses hard. Reflect followers or absorb all human reflections. Liu Yi raises his hand, getting totally ready to select the second option right away. But wait, he stops. You and I know something is off. If this test just requires picking one correct option, wouldn't entering be way too easy? If choosing correctly is all it takes, what is the actual point of that massive door? Selecting someone with 0 cognitive power, he suddenly remembers something. Back when he first entered this secret realm, that strange girl and the puppet complained. Not fun. This is seriously not interesting at all. I want to go home, but I can't return anymore. Hearing this, Liu Yi quickly figures out what happened to that annoying puppet. It was probably blocked by this exact door's test. Therefore, it absolutely could not enter this research institute that it considered its own home. But he asked himself what exactly stopped it. Was it a lack of cognitive power, or maybe some kind of hidden special trait? Or was it its personality? Only useful information he has right now comes from that opening cinematic scene. When entering the secret realm, the only major clue that opening animation gave him was the puppet. It left the institute because it was too playful, and when it finally wanted to return, it got completely locked out. Liu Yi frowns, reaching a final conclusion. The thing blocking the puppet was its own personality. He stares at the selection panel, thinking hard. So this specific test might not be about picking a specific option, but rather his attitude while choosing. Liu Yi furrows his brows. What kind of attitude does he need? He raises his hand, deciding to completely trust his own judgment. Pressing the panel, he confidently selects the second option once again. A blinding light flashes. Liu Yi is sent right back to the starting point. Nothing around him has changed. He frowns, realizing he only has one last chance left. If his judgment is wrong, the only thing waiting for him is a complete restart. But he remembers his golden rule, always trust yourself. His cognitive power bar drops down to 15 out of 1,594. Liu Yi sits down again, closing his eyes to rest. 3.5 hours pass. The realm's countdown timer shows only 27 minutes and 5 seconds left. Finally, Liu Yi cognitive power bar updates once more, now displaying 700 out of 1,594. The prompt appears: consume 700 cognitive points, enhance all base attributes by 350. The system alerts him again. He can spend 1,000 cognitive points to open gate number 602, the main entrance to the lab. Liu Yi says, okay. Returning to that exact same room, he does not hesitate this time. He steps up and presses his choice with total confidence. He still selects releasing all human reflections. Liu Yi returns to the starting point again, but this time the entire room is shaking violently. The pillar where the puppet stood slowly begins to lower. Liu Yi cheers with excitement. Great, it actually worked. He laughs out loud. The core of this test was never about which option to pick. Get this, it just tested if you would stand firm with your own beliefs. Therefore, no matter the choice, simply picking the exact same option 3 times in a row would unlock this massive door. Looking down the exit, he realizes this hidden realm challenge probably requires a full team to complete. Liu Yi confidently walks right down the stairs. As he walks, he calculates everything. The primal realm only left a tiny sliver of hope for a solo player to actually finish this. That is why it required 3 attempts. Liu Yi steps down, realizing this slight possibility directly relies on heavy enhancements. Maxing out all base attributes, adding full intelligence points plus the massive boost from the Desperate Situation Reverser title. Otherwise, opening this door 3 times would be impossible. Let's be real here, staring down that dark tunnel right now except for him. Nobody else could possibly solo the hidden stage of this crazy secret realm. He frowns deep in thought. Speaking of which, they were way too careless dealing with Wei Zai this time. Sure, only desperate situations allow you to break past your own personal limits, but being brave does not mean acting recklessly. Liu Yi actually feels a little regret. If he had joined the team earlier, and known Wei Xi was an absolute lunatic before entering, he would not have miscalculated so badly right at the very end. He almost died right here. Suddenly, Liu Yi spots a shadow waiting at the end of the path. As he steps closer, he sees the doctor is dead, reduced to a dry skeleton. Looking closely at the bones, Liu Yi recognizes the female corpse from the opening cinematic. Suddenly, a glowing red bubble floats out. Liu Yi watches in pure shock as this red orb drifts directly away from the corpse. It flies right toward Liu Yi and completely merges with his body. The system instantly chimes in, "Congratulations, player. You have perfectly cleared the Troublemaker Puppet's secret realm. The Troublemaker has been purified. Reward granted, 1% computing power authority." Hearing this, Liu Yi finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. The system keeps chiming, "Achievement unlocked. You have touched the ultimate mission. Desperate clearance rewards secret realm clearance plus 10. The system is currently calculating results. Totally exhausted, Liu Yi leans heavily against the back wall, his legs shaking uncontrollably. But inside, he is absolutely thrilled. "All right, you and I are back in the madness." Liu Yi rubs his forehead, laughing nervously. He actually thought he was going to die in that secret realm. Talk about embarrassing. The system chimes in. Liu Yi gets a massive boost in pure strength, and his current level just officially hit 44. But it is not just raw power. His overall skill points take a massive leap forward too. His consciousness energy is fully maxed out at 846. System alerts just keep ringing, calculating his combat power and pushing his Vitality Force skill straight to level 40. With Vitality Force at level 40, his target health pool and absolute base consciousness energy get a 10-level boost. The target also takes a 1-second full-body stun, completely freezing them in their tracks. It has a 24-hour cooldown. Target locking works accurately up to 1,000 meters, and he can sense all living creatures around for 10 whole minutes. It burns 50 consciousness points, and every 10-level upgrade adds another 10 seconds to the duration. Liu Yi clenches his fists, feeling the surge of power. He grins wide. "That means I basically beat Wei Xi, right?" He screams out in pure joy, realizing just how wildly overpowered he is becoming. Meanwhile, Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu are still grinding their training hard. Both of them look absolutely thrilled with their own progress. Back at the player respawn point, a shadowy figure is standing there waiting in silence. Wei Xi stews in her thoughts. 6 entire hours. She frowns hard, finally admitting to herself that she completely lost the fight. Her chat window suddenly pops up. It is Blazing Heat, the New Order guild leader. Wei Xi, what happened? She simply types, "I am dead." Blazing Heat replies, "You actually killed him." Wei Xi repeats, "No, I am the one who died. But get this, I managed to secure some seriously valuable intelligence before I went down." Blazing Heat does not hesitate. "What do you want in exchange?" Wei Xi demands him to help nurture a mirror image for her. She needs it in the mirror space to recover her lost levels after challenging him. Then she types the bombshell, "He is the support aura player you are looking for." Blazing Heat stares at the chat panel and furrows his brow. Meanwhile, over at the New Order Guild headquarters inside the Origin world. Inside the guest room, Wuji sits right across from Blazing Heat. "You know how incredibly rare support auras are, so if you want me to actually agree to help you clear out that out-of-control secret realm zone," Blazing Heat happily agrees without hesitation. This is the player named Wuji. He is level 45, fights with his bare fists, and possesses a unique vitality aura. Wuji lays out his terms. "For my fee, I want exactly this number. Clearing one single secret realm will cost you 100,000. Blazing Heat chuckles, absolutely no problem. Outside the New Order headquarters, night has already fallen. Wuji steps outside into the dark. One of his lackeys spots him immediately and comes running over shouting out loud, "Boss, how did the negotiation go? I bet those New Order guys were literally jumping up and down with excitement, right? I heard they were tearing the entire network apart, just trying to find a support aura user." Wuji responds by furiously kicking a nearby iron pillar, bending it completely. The lackey instantly trembles in fear and shuts his mouth. Wuji glares angrily. The deal is done. 100,000 for every single secret realm. The lackey looks totally shocked and asks, "But you already pulled off step one of our master plan perfectly. So why are you still so mad?" Wuji screams back at him, "I am furious because I am not the only special one out there. Now watch this. We are about to see how this guy plans his climb." He scowls in frustration. "With another unique aura user around, how do we execute the next phase? How am I supposed to use this support role to climb to the top of New Order?" Back in reality at Liu Yi apartment, he stares intensely at the paper in front of him. Computing Power Authority. Liu Yi crosses his arms, sinking deep into thought. Computing Power Authority. What exactly does that mean? Taken literally, it should be the clearance to control the operational rate. Large-scale mechanical computing power. Getting this reward after clearing a secret realm must be the trigger condition to unlock some massive upcoming quest. Or does it hold some other hidden meaning? Liu Yi frowns. What happens if that computing power authority actually hits 100%? And how does this computing authority connect to that beginner trial calculation anyway? He tiredly rests his head on his hand. Way too many unanswered questions here. Liu Yi stands up. He has this gut feeling it is insanely important for his future. Whatever, stop overthinking it. Let us go grab a shower first. He walks over, opens his door, and steps out into the hall. Huang Nianshu is happily drying her hair, and she immediately notices him. She cheerfully waves her hand at him. "Hello there." Liu Yi gives her a polite smile and nods, then heads straight toward the bathroom door. But right at the door, he suddenly stops. Just as he thinks about it, Huang Nianshu steps back into her own room. Liu Yi gulps. Ever since Huang Nianshu moved in with them, the whole place always has this faint, lingering sweet scent floating in the air. His face flushes red as he awkwardly scratches his cheek. It smells pretty nice. Then he suddenly smacks his own head to wake himself up. He scolds himself. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shower, then get online to set the absolute goal for the next stage." Back inside the Origin world, Liu Yi stands before his screen. His current level is sitting at exactly 44. He is just 16 levels away from his target of 60. Assuming 2 secret realms per level, he needs 32 more runs. That is roughly 20 days to achieve his goal. Liu Yi props his chin up. But the Origin world merges with reality in just 22 days. So here's the question for us. The timeline is extremely tight, and one bad mistake means he will never hit level 60 in time. But honestly, his gear is a massive problem right now. You and I can see his system screen flashing. He only has 11,021 Secret Realm Essence points remaining. In the Origin realm, getting new gear essentially boils down to 2 options. You either use Essence to craft brand new weapons straight up, or you spend those points to upgrade your current items. Liu Yi hesitates for a second, sweating a little as he talks. He knows those are his only 2 paths, staring hard at his total balance of 11,021 Essence points. Most of that comes straight from 3 Secret Realm rewards. The other 4,271 points. He scrapped a bunch of useless gear. He pulled and broke it all down. The system screen suddenly lights up in front of him. Crafting level 40 purple gear costs 650 Essence points. Do you wish to craft it? Yes or no? Alternatively, upgrading a level 30 purple item to level 40 takes 400 Essence points. Does the host want to upgrade right now? He checks his current loadout. He is totally missing 3 pieces: helmet, necklace, and badge. Add that to upgrading the 9 pieces of gear he already has equipped to level 40, and the total cost hits exactly 5,550 Essence points. The system window flashes again. Upgrading level 40 purple gear to level 50 requires 700 Essence points. Do you want to proceed with the upgrade, yes or no? And pushing that level 50 purple gear up to level 60, that will cost 1,100 Essence points. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes or no? Liu Yi does the math in his head. If he upgrades his entire set all the way to level 60, he still needs 16,129 Essence points. That means he literally has to grind through level 40 secret realms at least 40 more times. Liu Yi leans his chin on his hand, glaring at the floating screen, running the numbers if he wants to hit his crazy goals safely. He absolutely has to take massive risks and score Supreme Realm rewards once or twice. But who should he actually target to pull this off? A brand new message pops up. Liu Yi glances over, wondering who it is. Suddenly, he completely freezes in place. Wait a second. He starts sweating. Getting a message right when he is stuck in a bottleneck, this setup feels way too familiar. Liu Yi snaps a command. Open it. The private message loads instantly. From Blazing Heat, the New Order Guild Master. Are you free to chat for a minute? Liu Yi frowns. The New Order Guild Master. A brutal memory flashes someone kicking him hard, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. He clearly remembers that guy's harsh, toxic voice echoing through the New Order Guild Hall. Why is there a piece of garbage? Like you standing here, get the hell out of my way, the Guild Master is coming. Liu Yi remembers his past life perfectly. After New Order descended upon the Origin realm, they violently took control of his entire home region. They became one of the absolute strongest global guilds around. Their entire system ran on pure elite privilege. As long as you were a top-tier player or possessed some kind of special energy, you lived like royalty under their protection. But if you were just a low-level player or a normal person with zero special abilities, you were treated like livestock crushed under constant oppression. In his previous life, he was definitely one of those miserable victims at the bottom. So yeah, saying he does not hate the New Order Guild would be a total lie. But realistically, he was just way too weak back then. Back on the chat screen, Liu Yi replies, "Yeah, what is it?" The Guildmaster types back, "I am putting together an elite team to raid the out-of-control zone. My squad is currently missing someone with a powerful support aura. A mutual friend told me that you happen to possess exactly that kind of skill, so I am personally inviting you. Name your price to join us. Whatever you want, I will do absolutely everything in my power to satisfy it." Liu Yi replies, "You only need a support aura. Does that mean every single member in your squad already has their own aura?" The Guildmaster confirms it instantly. That is right. Liu Yi is completely stunned. A 5-man team where everyone holds an aura, that is insane power. The message from the New Order Guild Master continues popping up. "I can confidently say this is absolutely one of the strongest squads in the entire Origin realm today." Liu Yi shoots back. "Why target the out-of-control zone? With a stacked team like that, you could easily dominate the chaotic and dangerous zones without breaking a sweat." The Guild Master replies coldly, "I have my own specific reasons why we must go there." Liu Yi types back, "Let me think about it for a minute. I will give you my answer soon." The Guild Master simply says, "Okay." Liu Yi sits back frowning hard as he weighs his options. Does he actually want to go? Joining this squad basically destroys his chances of scoring those sweet Secret Realm rewards. But on the flip side, the speed at which they will farm experience and essence inside those dungeons would absolutely crush any normal party. But here is the thing you and I need to ask: why the out-of-control zone? Because starting from that specific area, you can no longer use the Tomb Void City teleport gates to jump straight into a dungeon. You have to cross the wilderness. And that wilderness is swarming with level 70 nightmare monsters roaming freely. Liu Yi shakes his head forcefully, pushing the terrifying thought away. Whatever, forget it. He will upgrade his gear first and figure it out later. The system prompt flashes again. Crafting level 40 purple gear costs 650 essence points, generating new equipment for player Liu Yi right now. These new items: the Spirit Sense Helmet 30, Defense 10 Resistance. It packs massive 24 and 22 intelligence boosts plus 22 physique. Gear level is 40-5 requirement. Next is the Guardian Necklace. It gives 30 defense, 10 resistance. Intelligence stats jump by 25 and 21, while physique gets a solid 20-point boost. Gear level 40-5 requirement. And finally, the Swift Wisdom Combat Suit drops in, giving him another 30 defense and 10 extra resistance points. Strength 11, Agility 15, Vitality 12, Intelligence 30. Gear level 45, the Special Wisdom Under Armor is equipped. Defense sits at 30 resistance, 10 agility, 15 vitality, 12 with base and bonus intelligence, hitting 30. Gear level 45, the Swift Wisdom Combat Boots. They pack 30 points in pure defense. Resistance 10, total agility, 21 perception, 13 and intelligence 30. Next up, another piece of level 45 gear. The Wisdom Combat Gloves, 30 defense, 10 resistance, 12 perception, 22 total vitality and 30 intelligence. Then there's the level 45 Omniscient Earring. That is for the left ear. Strength 20, agility 20, perception 10, intelligence 30, plus another level 45 accessory. The right Omniscient Earring. Vitality 20 total, intelligence 40 and perception 10. Yes, it is also a level 45 item. The earring set bonus adds 20 to all stats. His Arc Wisdom Blade boasts 240 attack. Strength 30, intelligence 20, level 45. The Wisdom Mark grants 10 defense, 30 resistance and 63 intelligence. The Pocket Watch gun packs 300 attack and 60 intelligence. Its critical skill triggers triple damage or a heavy stun. It requires level 45. Auto-reload takes 30 seconds for a single shot, but these stats are absolutely insane. His hit points. Hit points hit 6,030. His key energy sits at 2,034. The system calculates his combat power, locking it in at exactly 102. Since his combat power crossed 100, his low-tier warrior title instantly upgrades to high tier. The new effect, his overall stat multiplier jumps from +1 to a massive +2. His health shoots up to 8,040, chi energy hits 2,712. Liu Yi cannot believe his own eyes as he gasps in shock. This combat power system reward is absolutely broken. Just crossing the 100 threshold takes his base stat multiplier and doubles it, boosting his overall strength by a solid 30%. If he keeps raising his power level, will that multiplier keep climbing? Liu Yi wonders what it takes. 200, 1,000. He narrows his eyes deep in thought. Honestly, this combat system unlocks just by having chi. That means the insane stat boost he just received. Other players with chi must have it too. Does that mean the New Order guild leader and his squad share this exact same level of power? Joining them means 10 heavy hitters diving into the dungeon. Let's see how this plays out for him. It doesn't seem quite so impossible anymore. His chat window flashes. Liu Yi, are you there? After thinking it over, Liu Yi agrees to join. Blazing Heat, the New Order leader, praises his smart choice. He promises fair treatment, revealing they have another chi user on standby. That player gets paid 100,000 per dungeon run. Liu Yi gets the exact same offer. He is completely stunned. How is this guild leader so ridiculously rich? But hey, that means plenty of cash for food. In the chat, Liu Yi asks if payment is strictly 1-to-1. The guild leader agrees without hesitation. Somewhere else, Blazing Heat stares at his screen, smirking coldly. The system notification pops up. Liu Yi has officially joined the party. Blazing Heat welcomes their final member. Wuji chimes in, asking if this is their second chi user. Liu Yi types a quick greeting and Wuji instantly says hello back. They agree to work together and support the squad. Then a new notification from Blazing Heat. Everyone must gather at Phantom City's north gate. Liu Yi grabs his weapon and immediately hides his high-level gear display. He equips a basic gun just to be safe. His pocket watch pistol is currently reloading, so he hides it in his back pouch. He also wraps up his blade to conceal it. Keeping a low profile is always the safest bet. At the north gate, Blazing Heat stands at level 50. Next is Meat Shield level 50. Then Floating Cloud level 50. And Little Fist also maxed out at level 50. Effortless Dual Blades is 50. Curly Hair Truth is 50. The Slacker Fighter also sitting right at level 50. Nameless Mob rounds out the 50s. Wuji is 45 and Liu Yi is 44. Liu Yi finally arrives at the meetup spot. He walks up to the squad alone. Blazing Heat and 3 other members instantly size him up. Wuji spots Liu Yi and waves excitedly, acting like they are already best friends. He calls out, asking if he's Liu Yi. He smiles brightly and introduces himself as Wuji, the guy from the chat. Liu Yi gives a friendly nod back. Then Blazing Heat suddenly steps forward and interrupts. Now watch closely, because here's the catch. Before heading into the uncontrolled zone, Blazing Heat mentions they've never worked with Ki. He demands the two show off their skills to plan their teamwork. Liu Yi silently studies him. This guy led the New Order in his past life. When the Origin world fell, he held absolute authority. Blazing Heat crosses his arms. Hit me with it, whether it is a buff or a debuff. Alright, you and I know the golden rule here. Trump cards are one-time use. Liu Yi and Wuji lock eyes in perfect silent agreement. Wuji speaks up. In his head, he's calculating. Skills equal trump cards, right, so showing them off means exposing his entire hand. Why lay all his cards on the table? But he volunteers anyway. I'll go first, Wuji says, turning around with a smooth, calculated smile. He quickly explains, showing our moves builds trust, he points out. Liu Yi reluctantly agrees. Wuji walks straight up to Blazing Heat, grinning as he prepares his demonstration. Wuji starts explaining that he and other Vitality users tested things out. Apparently, their skill casting range is completely based on the optimal attack distance of their personal weapons. He keeps talking, breaking down the exact mechanics. His weapon of choice, fists, that gives him a striking range of about 1.5 meters, which basically means he has to get super close within that 1.5 meters just to use any skill on a target. He admits this is his absolute biggest weak point right now. Blazing Heat nods in agreement. Yeah, the connection between skills and weapon types is exactly like that. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is standing there completely stunned. Wait, that's actually a rule, since Wuji fights with his bare fists. His casting range is only 1.5 meters, but Liu Yi's main weapon is literally a huge handgun. So what exactly is his cast range? He quietly runs the numbers. 100 meters, 200. Honestly, he never even bothered to think about it before. He just fires off skills whenever he wants. Liu Yi forces an awkward smile. If that range rule applies, his setup is absolutely insanely overpowered. Wuji starts his demo right then. This is my first skill, recovery. Then he doesn't miss a beat. And here is my second skill, curse. He He instantly hits blazing heat with curse. The guild leader's eyes go totally sharp, visibly annoyed by the sudden debuff. Wuji just smirks and says, he personally tested it on bosses and it works flawlessly. It hits the target with a whole bunch of nasty negative status effects, stuff like weakness, sudden aging, or severe slowing. Suddenly, magical chains materialize right in Blazing Heat's hands. Wuji calmly announces, and this is my third skill, Silence. It locks down any target's skills completely, bosses included. Wuji flashes a confident smile. These 3 skills should be more than enough to support you guys. As for my 4th skill, I'll keep that hidden as my personal trump card. I'm sure you understand, guild leader. Blazing Heat nods. Totally fair. Watching this play out, Liu Yi realizes something clever. By only revealing the 3 most common and most useful support skills, Wuji adds massive value to the entire team. Holding back that secret 4th skill, that is the absolute perfect hidden insurance policy for emergencies. Yeah, that strategy is perfectly acceptable. Liu Yi immediately steps up to the plate. My turn now. My primary weapon is a dagger. My casting range is about 3 meters, slightly better than Wuji's. He explains his first skill is exactly the same as Wuji's. My second skill is Blessing and my third is Bind. Let me show you. Without hesitation, Liu Yi locks Blazing Heat right down with his Bind skill. Next up is Blessing. Instantly, a brilliant ring of golden light flares up around Blazing Heat's entire body. Liu Yi breaks it down. Bind locks a target down for 10 solid seconds. Bosses. He admits he actually hasn't tested that out yet. Blessing completely wipes out any negative status effects on a target. He smiles and adds, including my own, Bind. As for my 4th skill, I'll be keeping that as my trump card too. Liu Yi shoots a quick knowing glance straight at Wuji. Wuji just smirks right back at him. Blazing Heat rests his chin on his hand, nodding. All right, I think everything is pretty clear now. With this kind of setup, their team's strength is officially maxed out. He shouts to the crew, listen up guys, we were missing vitality support before. Because of that, we were completely stuck grinding the outer edges of the uncontrolled zone. But now, we scored not just 1 but 2 vitality healers. Throwing his fist in the air, Blazing Heat hypes up the crowd. This time, we are pushing deep into the absolute heart of the uncontrolled zone. We are clearing that deep hidden dungeon. Everyone roars in agreement. Let's go. Taking up the rear, Liu Yi watches the chaotic squad march forward. He starts doing the math in his head. The loot drops from the chaos zone and the uncontrolled zone dungeons. They are basically exactly the same. But the actual field danger is night and day. Now ask yourself what I'm asking. Why is the guild leader absolutely obsessed with clearing out the uncontrolled zone dungeon? What kind of crazy secret is hiding in there? Suddenly, Wuji waves at him from ahead, shouting out loudly. Liu Yi, hurry it up. Liu Yi just smiles. Coming, he knows rarity means massive profit. Ahead of him, Wuji stares forward, his eyes suddenly burning with pure killer intent. Wuji is already plotting. Liu Yi, I'll wait for the perfect opening to reset your level to 0. After that, I'll be the only vitality user left. The whole squad finally reaches the uncontrolled zone's entrance. Down below, a terrifying pitch-black abyss packed with crumbling ruins and covered in super thick, heavy fog. Someone chimes in to explain. The uncontrolled zone operates on completely different rules than the chaos or disorder zones. Standing right at the absolute edge, the New Order guild leader drops some crucial intel. Out here in the uncontrolled zone, the baseline field difficulty scales up infinitely based on party size. That is exactly why I capped our squad at just 10 people for this specific raid, he explains. He turns to face the group, his expression going completely dead serious. But listen up, even on the easiest 10-man difficulty setting, we are still facing a brutal level 70 plus 10 difficulty. Nobody slacks off. Plus, clearing out these random mobs in the outer ring gives absolutely 0 loot or rewards. So if we see outer ring monsters, we avoid them entirely. Keep moving. All right, you and I know the drill. If we can't avoid them, we lure them out. Even if a teammate gets sacrificed, there is no choice. Dead silence hits the squad right after he says that. Because obviously nobody here wants to step up and be the sacrificial lamb. The New Order Guild Master leads the charge and leaps straight down. The rest of the group just stands there, watching him dive first. Eventually, one by one, they all follow his lead and take the plunge, leaving only our main character, Liu Yi, standing alone at the edge. He bends his knees, builds up some momentum, and jumps right after them. At first, there is still a little bit of light shining down. But the deeper he falls, the heavier the darkness gets. Boom, he slams into the ground so hard that the earth completely craters beneath him. Shattered rocks go flying everywhere from the crazy impact. He stands up and looks at the sky where a massive lightning bolt lights everything up. That flash gives everyone in this out-of-control zone a quick glimpse of their surroundings. Liu Yi goes on high alert, scanning the area. Right up on the roof of a ruined building, a terrifying monster is staring dead at the squad that just dropped into this pitch-black zone. This thing looks like a mix between a leopard and a wolf. black spots all over with razor-sharp bone claws tearing through its spine. Its mouth is packed with jagged teeth as it lets out a low growl. Liu Yi stares right back. The New Order president knows they have company, warning the squad, if we can avoid it, run. He gives the order, fall back to the safe zone we set up before. The second those words leave his mouth, he takes off sprinting, and the rest of the crew immediately scrambles right after him. Seeing its prey making a run for it, the monster starts the hunt. But before it can even get far, a massive, absolutely gigantic hand snatches it up like a cheap toy doll. It is a colossal beast, easily 10 times bigger than the first one. This new giant monster just crushes it in its grip like an absolute bug. It lets out a deafening roar, kicks off the ground with insane force, and the ruins completely shatter beneath its feet. It starts charging after Liu Yi and the squad, making totally earth-shaking stomps with every single step it takes. A guy with a ponytail hears it and asks what that noise is. Before he can even finish, he turns around and sees this humongous beast chasing right behind them, literally leaping over the broken buildings. Ponytail spots it and screams, "Boss, it is a Gu Diao. Oh my god, what is even happening right now? Why are we running into this boss monster immediately?" The guild master does not even bother looking back, just keeps sprinting and yells, "Shut up and run. Just focus on losing it." Then he suddenly takes a sharp turn, and the entire squad desperately follows his lead. Wuji runs up next to Ponytail and asks, "Is that monster really that strong?" Ponytail looks absolutely terrified right now, dead serious, and does not hold back the brutal truth. "Our guild has sent 10 different strike teams into this exact disaster zone to gather intel, and 5 of those teams were wiped out. You and I can see why they are panicking." Meanwhile, the Gu Diao is still hot on their trail. Everywhere it steps, it just obliterates whatever is in its path, leaving nothing but crushed rock behind. It is aggressively hunting them down, totally determined not to let these little snacks escape. The guild master realizes they are not losing it, so he barks an order, "Liu Yungard, kite it." Bing Do follows the command, slamming his feet down to face the Gu Diao. But right before the beast can even touch him, he hits it with a nasty crowd control skill called Taunt. It forces the target into a blind rage, making them attack the user for exactly 1 full minute. And while Taunt is active, the monster gets its movement speed slashed by 10% and its attack damage also drops by 10%. The Gu Jiao gets hit and instantly slows down, buying just enough precious time for Liu Yi and the squad to gain some major distance. Still, the monster keeps chasing them. If they cannot break its line of sight, this giant beast will never stop hunting them. Wuji, who is running at the very back, glances over his shoulder, clearly scheming. He narrows his eyes and thinks to himself, if this monster is really as fast as everyone says. His eyes are completely filled with total malice as he stares right at Liu Yi sprinting ahead. Some seriously dirty, underhanded thoughts start brewing in his head. I should definitely use this to my advantage. Without hesitation, he casts a target mark skill straight onto Liu Yi back. This nasty skill basically broadcasts the target's exact location to the senses of every single living creature within a 1,000-meter radius lasting 10 minutes. Instantly, all the hidden monsters in the area snap to attention like they just smelled fresh blood. A massive horde of these things all turn their heads the same way, and yep, that includes the giant Gu Diao. Bing Dao looks back at the giant beast, which has completely stopped moving, and asks, "That is weird, why did it just give up the chase?" Liu Yi has zero clue what just happened, so he keeps sprinting ahead. Suddenly, something shoots through the air so fast it is practically invisible, and it turns out to be a monster lunging straight for him. His eyes go wide with pure shock and absolute panic. Boom! The beast slams him brutally into a concrete wall, hitting so hard that chunks of debris go flying everywhere. The rest of the squad is totally confused, trying to process what just happened. What is going on? Wuji does not care at all. He just keeps running, with a face full of absolute smugness. Everyone else is completely freaking out, asking, why did Liu Yi suddenly become the main target for all these monsters? The New Order Guild Master seems to realize exactly what went down, glaring right at him. Meanwhile, Wuji just flashes this sickening, totally ugly smirk, absolutely positive that Liu Yi is a dead man. The Guild Master makes a quick call, heads straight for the primary safe zone right now. I am going to try and save him. And with that, he immediately turns back and sprints towards Liu Yi, leaving the entire squad completely stunned. The rest of the team only had time to scream the words, Guild Master. He was completely gone. Wuji was absolutely stunned by this. It was clearly not part of his plan. Had the New Order Guild Master lost his mind in a situation exactly like this, how could anyone possibly be saved? He acted like everything was totally fine, quickly fixed the heavy mood of the team, and said, the Guild Master definitely has a plan, which is why he did that. We need to leave right now, before we become a giant burden to him. In the distance, massive buildings were being completely smashed into literal pieces, with heavy concrete slabs crashing down all over the ground. The guy with the ponytail saw this and screamed out, that head. the one that broke free from the control, it just came right back. The remaining group sprinted toward the safe zone. The system displayed the stats of Liu Yi. Liu Yi squad member, currently at level 44. The New Order Guild Master had an incredibly serious look on his face, quietly thinking, "You better not die." Right beside him, a terrifying monster lunged out. Without panicking at all, he immediately swung his hand, throwing a massive slash right across the beast. But the glowing blade failed to pierce its thick skin and was actually chipped a bit. The New Order Guild Master widened his eyes in pure shock. The defense stats of these monsters were absolutely insane. Sharp claws swung violently toward him. He managed to block the hit and quickly backed away. He watched as waves of monsters rushed straight at Liu Yi like a swarm of starving wolves. He honestly felt like completely giving up right then. With those kinds of massive numbers, rescuing him was probably impossible. But suddenly, a blinding light erupted. "You and I are about to see something wild." The guild master was totally stunned to see Liu Yi perfectly alive and actually fighting back against the monster horde using his stasis state skill. This wild ability perfectly locks down the health points of a target with absolutely zero mana cost. For every 10 levels, the full body lock time increases by 1 second. During this locked phase, the target cannot move at all with a 24-hour cooldown, 4 seconds on the clock. The stasis state countdown began. 10 Liu Yi screamed out at the top of his lungs, blessing. The system alerted him. During the stasis state, the blessing is fully active. The character cannot move. All abnormal statuses are dispelled and tracking marks are completely removed. Liu Yi tightly gripped his familiar sword with his raw attack power instantly boosted by 50%. He swung his arm in a brutal slash. A brilliant green light erupted from the glowing blade, launching the surrounding monsters right into the air. They were instantly sliced completely in half, dead on the spot. Liu Yi kept a stone-cold expression, his entire body perfectly clean and completely uninjured. After easily wiping out the small fries, there was still that massive beast in the distance. It charged forward like a tank, stretching out its incredibly sharp, deadly claws to rip Liu Yi into 100 pieces. He felt zero fear. Gritting his teeth hard, he caught the razor-sharp claw tip right in front of him and used every single ounce of strength to squeeze it hard, causing massive cracks to appear. He held on tightly as the brutal pressure pushed his body straight backward. His feet dug hard into the ground as he was dragged, totally shredding the rocks beneath him into fine dust. Liu Yi rapidly swapped his main weapon from the sword, straight to a heavy gun, pushing his raw attack power to 1,356,000. He tightly gripped the monster claw in his left hand, and raised his right hand. Before the massive beast could even think about throwing a second attack, he pulled the heavy trigger. Bang! The heavy shot completely pierced the giant monster. The insane attack power blasted right through its body, and slammed straight into the back wall, making it continuously collapse into rubble. The terrifying monster was totally dead, slowly crashing to the floor. Its body was just so massive that the impact created a giant earthquake. Boom! Dirt and thick dust flew everywhere in the air. Liu Yi proudly stood like an absolute boss on the giant corpse. Its massive body slowly began fading away like a digital illusion. The New Order Guild Master watched this absolutely shocking scene, totally losing his mind as he yelled, "Are you kidding me? He is a support class." The system chimed in. Stasis state completely ended. The blessing effect has 50 seconds remaining. Without even waiting for the massive monster corpse to completely vanish, Liu Yi instantly sprinted at top speed toward the New Order Guild Master. He was frozen in place, totally clueless about what Liu Yi wanted to do. Liu Yi just leaned into his ear and whispered, "Let us go." He suddenly snapped awake. There were still tons of terrifying monsters waiting in the distance. The guild master shook off his shock, quickly following him as he shouted, "Let us go together." Meanwhile, at an unknown secret realm entrance in the dead zone, just outside a completely destroyed building, sat a massive glowing portal. Deep inside one of the falling apart, highly degraded rooms, the remaining group of players had successfully gathered. Someone spoke up with real worry, "I really wonder how the guild master is doing out there." Another player let out a heavy sigh. "I have not even dared to send him a message, terrified of distracting him." Someone else strongly agreed, "Yeah, same here." Wuji looked around at everyone and casually said, "Why don't we just head back and raid it next time?" In that kind of brutal situation, how could any player possibly survive? The guy with the ponytail totally disagreed, frowning hard as he shot back. "The guild master and Liu Yi are not dead yet." Wuji completely rejected that idea. Deep down, he was completely certain those two had already been torn apart by the monsters. Using a wildly sarcastic tone to divide the team, he sneered, "Well, even though their health bars have not dropped, it is highly likely they just used some emergency lock health skill to temporarily stall for time. Seriously, that guy Liu Yi is so incredibly annoying. I have absolutely no clue why he attracted so many terrifying monsters to hunt him down. What a totally useless teammate." Another team member, who clearly looked like the heavy tank carrying a massive shield on his back, looked incredibly pissed off as he angrily crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at the console, someone quickly shouts out that the guild leader and the others are already showing up right outside the safe house on the map. Wuji is absolutely stunned. What? The other team members are completely thrilled, faces lighting up with excitement, but he panics and yells, "Wait, did they lure the monsters here?" Defensive positions, everyone. The heavy door swings open and the entire team immediately goes on high alert, hands gripping their weapons tight just in case. They stare intensely at the entrance, sweating bullets, but surprisingly there is absolutely zero noise coming from outside. It is just the two of them, the guild leader and Liu Yi. Everyone cheers wildly. Guild leader Wuji is totally shocked, refusing to believe his own eyes. How could they possibly make it back? Damn it, this new order guild leader is way too nosy. Seeing the two return safely, the whole team is beyond relieved. They excitedly start praising him. Guild leader, you are absolutely insane for pulling that off. Surviving that situation and bringing him back is unreal. So powerful, you truly deserve the captain title. Yeah, exactly. The guild leader just glances over at Liu Yi, noticing he is deliberately keeping a very low profile. Knowing Liu Yi wants to keep things hidden, the guild leader sits down as Liu Yi quietly finds his own spot to rest. Refusing to share the details, he just brushes it off. Save the flattery, guys. It means absolutely nothing right now. Rest for 10 minutes, then we clear the secret dungeon of this safe house. The two sit across from each other, locking eyes. The rest of the team totally misses the weird vibe coming from Liu Yi, just happily following the guild leader's strict orders, shouting yes in unison. Wuji sneaks a dirty look at Liu Yi, seeing him back safe and just sitting there alone looking lost. So he creeps closer and asks, "Hey, how exactly did you guys escape? Tell us the story. It must have been completely thrilling." Liu Yi turns and gives him an ice-cold stare. He remembers the system notification popping up earlier. Blessing activated, the abnormal immobilization status effect has been completely dispelled and the tracking mark is erased. He cracks a very mysterious, chilling smile. He hits him with a question that makes Wuji jump out of his skin. "That was you earlier, right?" Wuji quickly scrambles to deny it, waving his hands with a fake laugh. "What are you talking about? Do I look like I have that kind of crazy power? No way, you give me way too much credit." Liu Yi does not buy this pathetic act for a second, continuing his cold breakdown. "Maybe you have not learned the blessing skill yet, so you do not know. But it can wipe away any negative status effect, including that sneaky tracking mark you planted on my body." Wuji listens to this explanation in pure panic, his eyes bulging out as he stares back. Liu Yi keeps going with absolute confidence. "And by the way, marking is a level 40 cleric skill. In this entire 5-man squad besides me, you are the only one who can." Reaching his empty hand straight into the thin air, he instantly pulls out a deadly handgun. Liu Yi keeps talking. "Honestly, from the exact second I walked into this room, I have been debating whether I should just eliminate you." He slowly stands up, speaking calmly. "Now you and I both know that in a situation like this, hesitation just proves a deep inner craving." Liu Yi stands up completely straight, aims the gun right at Wuji, and slowly spits out every single word. Right now, he looks exactly like a ruthless villain straight out of a novel. He says, "Well, since I am craving it so much, I might as well just satisfy myself." Wuji freezes completely in front of the gun barrel, unable to clearly see Liu Yi's face or his true emotions, while Wuji's own expression is totally unreadable. Suddenly, Wuji raises his voice, trying to desperately argue with Liu Yi, desperately hoping to draw everyone's attention over to their corner. "We are teammates, man. We are not enemies. Are you really trying to murder me?" Hearing the massive commotion, the rest of the players immediately turn around to look. Wuji acts like he already has the absolute guaranteed victory in hand, his face full of arrogant smugness and provocation, because deep inside his mind he is thinking, "You absolute idiot. Pulling out a firearm to kill me here. Are you joking?" But this works perfectly. I can totally use this to make the whole team isolate you. And as for whatever garbage you just claimed about, that level 40 cleric skill, besides the two of us, who actually knows, who can prove it, even if you learned it and showed them right now. You think I cannot just say this is some self-directed pity? Play. The guy with the ponytail sees Liu Yi pointing a loaded gun straight at Wuji, totally confused about what is going on. He frowns and says, "Dude, what are you doing?" The guild leader just sits quietly on the opposite side. Liu Yi literally could not care less. "Stick with me here, this gets wild." He keeps the gun aimed, flashing a truly psycho-amused smile. Wuji has zero clue that Liu Yi is the absolute worst guy to mess with. He keeps playing the tragic victim, acting totally righteous, thumping his chest. "I merely asked how he managed to kill all those monsters. If he does not want to answer, fine, but he just points a gun at me." Going even further, Wuji purposely drags the New Order guild leader into the mess. He looks right at him and pleads, "Guild leader, be reasonable here. What kind of teammate acts like this?" The guild leader stays totally silent, secretly calculating his next move. Wu Ji seriously looks like a pathetic clown putting on a solo comedy act, doing all the talking himself and not letting anyone else get a single word in. He speaks in this super mocking, passive-aggressive tone. Liu Yi, speaking of which, is it just because I am also a support player that you want to murder me? Because if you kill me off, you automatically become the absolute only support player available. And when that happens, whatever insane demands you make, the guild leader will have to agree just to clear this out-of-control secret dungeon area. He would be forced to accept your terms. Liu Yi just lets him ramble on gun still pointed. Wu Ji directs his own little drama, pointing a finger back. Good. What a deep, calculated scheme. Look at him, what kind of absolute trash is this guy? Does he even deserve a spot on our squad? Liu Yi stays silent, quietly watching the guy play the clown. The New Order guild master sits between them. Wu Ji pretends to back away, acting terrified as he speaks. While we haven't gone too deep into the uncontrolled zone, let's swap team members. Keeping this kind of guy around is seriously way too dangerous. Ponytail can't stand this circus anymore. Whatever grudges you have, settle them after we get back. What are you even doing right now? Finally, the guild master stands up. Looks like he already knows exactly how to handle this. He walks over, placing a hand on Ponytail's shoulder to reassure him. He says, "What you pulled out is a firearm, not a blade." It perfectly matches his style. He never actually intended to kill him. He's just giving us face, letting us handle this whole mess ourselves. Wu Ji's expression completely drops. He stares at the guild master, suddenly realizing this isn't going according to his little plan at all. What is going on here? The New Order guild master's attitude is completely off. The master walks right up to Liu Yi and places his hand on the gun, a silent signal to put it away. The two of them stand united, turning their gaze straight toward Wu Ji. The guild master continues, "On the other hand, why do you keep trying to ruin our relationship with Ye?" In a flash, the guild master lunges at Wu Ji. He grabs him by the throat, his eyes turning ice cold, looking at him like a corpse. Wu Ji is still playing dumb. The blood drains from his face as he chokes out every word. "Guild master, what are you doing?" Inside, he's absolutely terrified. Just how high is this guy's strength stat? How is his grip so insanely powerful? Defending his guy to the end, the New Order master coldly replies, "I trust Yi completely. And that trust runs way deeper than you could ever possibly imagine." Wu Ji desperately grips the master's wrist, terrified his neck will snap any second. He still tries to argue his way out, throwing all the dirty blame onto Liu Yi. "Guildmaster, you can't just ignore the facts here. Yi was the one who actually tried to attack me. I wasn't trying to fight him at all." But the guildmaster's hand is already glowing a deep, ominous red. Totally ignoring Wu Ji's pathetic lies, he fires back. "But I know he had a good reason for doing it. I'm absolutely certain that with his level of power, he would never just randomly target an ally like this for zero reason." As he says this, the guildmaster's entire body gets engulfed in that terrifying red aura, looking exactly like fresh blood. Wu Ji finally realizes his little scheme has completely backfired. Dangling from the guildmaster's grip like a helpless chicken, he screams out in pure panic, "No, guildmaster, you can't just blindly trust him like this. I didn't do anything wrong. I swear you're framing me." The red aura covering the master is a wild skill called Blood Shadow Body Wrap, and it explodes outward like some kind of thick slime. Its effect, it turns into blood and completely wraps the target. While trapped inside, the victim's health points drop continuously right alongside the user's health. The user can even burn their own mana to slow down their personal health drain. Worst part, while encased in the blood wrap, the trapped victim cannot use a single skill. The daily time limit for this brutal move is exactly 2 minutes. Wu Ji has no idea how close death really is. The New Order guild master just keeps talking. "Once I make a decision, even if I'm dead wrong, I'm seeing it through to the end." Wu Ji is completely swallowed by the blood, trapped inside what looks like a brutal vacuum chamber. The air gets sucked out instantly. He can't breathe. "Seriously, you and I are wondering what demonic skill is this?" Liu Yi just watches him slowly suffocate to death. A system window pops up, showing Wu Ji's health bar steadily ticking away. Level 45 team member Wu Ji, health dropping to 4/5. He thrashes around wildly inside the blood wrap, desperately trying to activate his healing skills. Vitality recovery fails completely. What the heck is happening? Why can't he cast his single skill? His health plummets down to just 1/3 remaining. Even knowing it's useless, he frantically spams vitality recovery. "Heal me already," but it's no use. His health bar blinks down to a single red pixel. He stumbles desperately toward Liu Yi, one hand gripping his own throat in agony while the other hand reaches out begging for mercy. But he never even makes it. Death comes knocking first. His face contorts in pure agony as both of his knees slam hard into the dirt. It literally looks like he's bowing down to Liu Yi. He kneels there, completely drained of life, before his physical body simply vanishes into thin air. The blood wrap dissolves away with him, leaving only Liu Yi and the guild master. Liu Yi looks over and politely says, "Thanks." Then he casually walks back and takes his seat. The guild master smiles back suddenly, remembering that insane moment when Liu Yi used a single sword strike to blast the entire monster horde away. Sweating bullets, the master looks away and thinks, if I didn't do that, I'm pretty sure you would have slaughtered us all. The cooldown for Liu Yi's stasis state is exactly 24 hours. Later, sitting inside a completely ruined room, the guild master turns to Liu Yi. Yi, any interest in joining the new order? I'm willing to give you the absolute highest treatment as a special class member of our guild. Liu Yi sits calmly on a concrete slab listening to the new order guild master's pitch. Are you interested in joining the new order? I will give you the absolute highest perks as a special member of the new order. He confidently tries recruiting Liu Yi to the guild, adding, killing Wuji today was basically my way of officially apologizing to you. I know you had a minor conflict with some of our lower-level guild members before. Standing right across from Liu Yi, he makes his case. But as long as we team up, all those unpleasant things from the past can just be forgotten. The other team members overhear this whole exchange, and they are stunned. Are we really seeing the guild master practically beg this guy to join their ranks? Unprecedented. You and I are watching them skip the line and directly offer him absolute VIP guild treatment. The bystanders standing nearby totally agreed with this whole situation. They muttered every single member of our new order guild had to go through layers of brutal and strict selection just to join up right. Some bitter players complained what makes this guy so special that the guild master wants him. Liu Yi completely ignored the gossiping crowd around him. He just coldly asked, what exactly does the new order guild master need me to sacrifice? That single question was enough to startle the master with its intense vigilance. The other players had no clue about the deeper meaning here, and immediately asked what is going on here. Shouldn't he ask about the benefits first? Liu Yi casually explained his previous question. Joining a top-tier guild is never just about enjoying the benefits. Tell me the actual price first. If I can accept it, then I will join. The friendly, polite expression on the guild master completely vanished. He smiled, genuinely caught off guard by the sheer intelligence Liu Yi displayed and started answering those sharp questions. Look, if I told you there was no catch, you definitely would not believe me. He slowly raised his hand, rubbing his two fingertips together as he spoke. Even if you somehow believed it, when the time came for you to actually sacrifice something, you would absolutely refuse. So the New Order Guild Master acted like a total scammer, actively luring in his next prey. He boldly stated the price is that when the guild needs it, you must be willing to give up everything in the game, including your levels and absolutely all of your equipment. But after that, we will definitely provide a massively generous compensation package. Liu Yi frowned coldly, dropping a massive piece of critical information. Clearing the hidden dungeon in the Chaos Zone will ultimately end in an absolute dead end. The second those words left his mouth, every single person stared at him with intense vigilance. The New Order Master realized that talking more would not save the situation. He just scratched his head with a friendly smile, saying, "No, I was merely giving an example of a worst-case scenario." Liu Yi clasped both of his hands together, casually resting his chin. Making more promises is completely useless. I am sorry, but I refuse. Knowing this was the likely answer, but still feeling slightly disappointed, the guild master just looked at him. Liu Yi continued, a temporary cooperation is perfectly fine, but I will absolutely never give up my levels and my equipment, and I definitely will not gamble them away. After everything is done, will your guild actually keep its promise? Those words were basically a direct slap to the face for the New Order Guild. The members aggressively shouted. He literally has no idea what is good for him. He probably does not understand the insane VIP perks, not to mention anything else. Just the basic yearly salary alone is over 2 million credits, and the only price is temporarily giving up his game levels and gear. Is this guy incredibly stupid or what? The guild master completely ignored whatever his members were yelling. He just sat down on a random concrete slab right across from Liu Yi, quietly asking, "Is that so?" It is truly a pity, but simply getting to cooperate is good enough. Liu Yi smiled back, thanking him for understanding. The guild master returned a calm smile. Right here, we see both of them keeping up a perfectly peaceful, polite front. Liu Yi sank deep into his own thoughts. Without the crushing pressure of his past life, if he did not know his levels and gear in the Origin realm were tied directly to his future survival, he just looked straight at the guild master sitting across from him. With his current insane strength plus the master of the New Order Guild extending a personal invitation, joining the New Order right now would actually be a brilliant choice. Liu Yi's expression darkened slightly. Such a pity. But then, just a split second later, he completely shifted his mindset. He let out a faint smirk. There is absolutely nothing to regret here. Pure strength is the absolute foundation of everything. The only reason this guild master wanted him in the team, heavily inviting him to join the New Order Guild, was solely because he valued his raw power. Liu Yi thought with absolute confidence, as long as he kept aggressively growing his own strength, and as long as he stayed alive, the people begging to recruit him would only multiply. Meanwhile, over on the guild master's side, he was quietly reading a system message. White Boss sent a text incredibly lucky. The very first hidden dungeon upon entering the Chaos Zone happens to be a special one. My system authority just hit 10%. I have finally arrived. Right below that, the guild members were actively spamming congratulatory messages. But the very next message that popped up changed the entire situation. White Boss texted, "Oh my god, I am done." One of the exact conditions for a perfect clear in this special dungeon actually results in a total dead end. But the craziest part is not only did I fail the raid completely, but every single player I brought along just died. Gathering another team will take way too long. Down below, Black Boss sent a quick message of condolence. Reading through this disastrous update, the guild master felt a massive headache coming on. A huge problem had officially arrived. Realizing the severity of this issue, he slowly looked over toward Liu Yi. Sure enough, one of the core clear conditions would absolutely lead to a dead end, and his initial plan to acquire the Liu Yi step had already hit a solid wall. The guildmaster intensely calculated his options, but Liu Yi's raw abilities are a massive advantage that could help us beat them. I have to secure him somehow. Back in the chat screen, everyone was actively reporting their raid progress. Black Boss was currently the closest. Cyan Boss had secured 50% system authority, and White Boss strongly suggested heading over to the Danger Zone and Chaos Zone since he only held 10%. But Cyan Boss completely refused because the yield was way too low. A perfect dungeon clear in the Chaos Zone. Special Dungeon grants a massive 10% authority boost while the other two zones only give 1 measly percent per run, even though the difficulty is literally exactly the same. Stick with me here because things are getting dark. Reading these messages, the guild master's expression turned incredibly deadly. He actually started calculating whether or not he should just murder Liu Yi, too. Let's keep it real, this guy they call Roulette is the ultimate anti-player weapon. If things actually go completely south and we hit a dead end, and Liu Yi still refuses to cooperate, then Roulette and I will team up. We'll take Liu Yi out for good at the very end. 1. He just stares blankly straight ahead. 2. Let's seriously hope it never comes to that. The guild leader quietly goes over all the tactical observations he's gathered so far. We've got the main tank, Meat Shield. Then the backup tank. Plus, the New Order Guildmaster is totally fired up, handling all the crowd control support. Then there's Floating Cloud and Little Fist. The dual sword player works as attack support, effortlessly dicing up monsters without breaking a single sweat. That's Curly Hair Truth. The guy with his hair tied back swinging that sword. He's the main attacker. A pure warrior, just a nameless player, completely dedicated to slaughtering monsters. Every single person on this team brings an absolutely essential skill to the table. Right now, you and I are watching the squad battle a massive hybrid monster, part lion, part water buffalo. It's rocking 2 incredibly solid horns on its head. It has a thick pitch black mane exactly like a lion's. Its mouth unhinges wide like a hippo, roaring furiously at the tiny humans trying to take it down. Thanks to their flawless teamwork, clearing a level 50+ secret realm averages just 4 hours a run. Now Team 5 pushes deeper into the dangerous out-of-control zone. The number of dungeons they manage to conquer keeps stacking up. Finally, on the 4th day, after the squad totally clears their 12th secret realm, Liu Yi, the player known as Liu Yi, finally hits level 50. The system immediately unlocks his level 50 skill branches. 2 crazy new abilities are now available: Cooldown Reset and a wide area tracking skill called Scan. Cooldown Reset forces all of a target's skills to instantly black out. It requires 0 cast time, but it does come with a brutal 12-hour cooldown. Scan covers 1,000 meters, generating a real-time map to track down resources. Plus, the scan range expands by 100 meters for every 10 levels gained. 3 full days after Liu Yi hits level 50, which marks their 6th grueling day inside the out-of-control zone, the squad finally tracks down the New Order Guild Master's ultimate target. The leader stands right in front of a glowing ruby-red entrance, a highly classified special realm. At the exact same time, the 10th player chosen to fill that empty spot, left behind by Wuji's death, is finally added to the roster. Just before this moment, the New Order Guild Master had temporarily dragged in some low-ranking member to fill out Team 5. Suddenly, a figure glides smoothly straight through the air, stomping down hard to launch himself skyward. He flies up more than a dozen floors before sticking a perfect landing right at the special realm's entrance. Everyone immediately shouts, "Captain!" The new addition is none other than Roulette, swaggering in at level 56. The rest of the team excitedly crowds around to welcome him. "Captain, you finally made it." Roulette just smirks, throws out a massive thumbs down and jokes, "Finally joining the squad, you absolute weaklings. I told you all that you literally couldn't survive a single day without me." The other 3 guys look completely dumbfounded at being roasted to their faces. He just laughs and adds, "Oh, and Guild Master, that definitely includes you too." Roulet catches the guild master glaring daggers at him and immediately backs off. He violently waves his hands. "Ah, no, my bad, you're excluded." Total slip of the tongue. The guild master just stares at him in complete silence. Watching this play out, Liu Yi silently starts recalling everything he knows about Roulet. This is the exact same Roulet from his past life. When the Origin Realm descended, this guy was ranked the number 5 expert. Liu Yi thinks I already crushed the main bodies of those two. I wonder who's actually stronger between them and Roulet's true form. Right then, Roulet finally notices Liu Yi standing there. He steps up close, towering a full head taller than him, and demands, "Are you Liu Yi?" The guy just spews pure arrogance. Roulet smirks. Guildmaster says, "You're pretty strong. Maybe almost strong enough to touch my toes." As those fighting words drop, it instantly draws sharp, nervous glares from all the other members watching them. Liu Yi doesn't even flinch, keeping his expression totally stone cold. He thinks to himself, "Only strong enough to touch your toes." His eyebrows furrow so deeply they look like they could instantly crush a fly. But now isn't the time to explode. He casually thinks, "Sure, if I really wanted to stomp someone to death, my toe would definitely do the trick. Let's just hope I never get the excuse to literally stomp you out." The guild master suddenly shouts, "Roulet, shut up." "Hey, Liu Yi." Sorry, Roulet talks trash nonstop, but he's not entirely evil. Roulet crosses his arms and arrogantly fires back. "Guildmaster, a mere support player. Having enough combat power to even touch my toes is a huge compliment, all right." The guildmaster completely ignores his ridiculous nonsense, pointing sharply at the other team members. "Drag his big mouth into the special realm right now." Everyone immediately jumps into action, hyping him up. "Yeah, our captain is completely peerless. Let's get into the dungeon. First, you gotta show us your moves." Don't let all that trash talk go to waste. Roulet gets shoved and practically dragged by the entire squad toward the glowing portal. Stepping inside, he smugly complains, "Obviously, I'm on a whole different level. Get your hands off me, I can walk myself." The guild master watches the chaotic group vanish into the special realm and sighs heavily. Why on earth did I choose a completely unhinged guy like that to be one of our official guild representatives? He glances around the ominously glowing entrance, deep in thought about this dangerous, out-of-control special realm. Now this is where it gets wild. The special realm actually changes its portal color to warn players about the insane difficulty level waiting inside. After a moment, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He turns directly to Liu Yi and says, "My absolute biggest goal for coming to this out-of-control zone is conquering this exact special realm. I promise you that much. If he just follows my demands for conquering this special dungeon, no matter what happens." The New Order Guild owes him a huge favor. Liu Yi looks pretty surprised hearing that. What does the New Order Guild Master really want? What does he actually want from this dangerous special dungeon? The Guild Master leaves Liu Yi with a deeply intense, lingering look. It is a look full of pure determination, and then he steps right through the starting portal. Liu Yi is the last one to enter the special dungeon. His mind is racing now. Honestly, in his past life, he never even interacted with the New Order Guild Master. He has no idea what kind of guy he really is. He remembers the crazy rumors he heard back when he was low level, specifically from the other lower-ranking members of the New Order. Word on the street was the Guild Master is incredibly cruel and absolutely ruthless, a total monster who treats human lives like trash. Liu Yi walks forward thinking about their recent interactions. The guy's whole vibe made him feel like he could actually be a genuinely good friend. As Liu Yi approaches the dungeon entrance, he hesitates. A friend? No, only people with aligned interests become true friends here. He just tasted some sweet benefits from joining this raid team, so he got soft. That is why he started thinking like that. If their interests ever clash apart from his own little sister, literally everyone else is an enemy. He definitely needs to keep his guard up. His silhouette slowly sinks deeper entirely, vanishing into the dark entrance. He constantly reminds himself that the moment his goals conflict with the New Order, they instantly become bitter enemies. That is just how this world works. When that time comes, the only thing he can do is fight to survive. He has to stay alive at all costs. Right after that, the dungeon entrance completely disappears. The shadows of two figures suddenly show up on screen, clearly having an intense conversation. Cultivation successful. This is amazing. Now you and I are looking at some sort of laboratory. Researchers wearing white coats are standing right outside, looking through the glass window. They say computational power can do anything, even artificially cultivate mythical creatures from scratch. Voices overlap in a rapid panic. It is hard to tell what is actually going wrong at the scene or what they are saying. A white-haired guy speaks up. "It grew this big in a flash, but is it brainwashed? Sorry, director, we have literally tried absolutely everything we could, but it just keeps getting more aggressive. Nothing works." The director is furious and wants to seriously scold his incompetent staff, calling them a bunch of useless losers. But before he can finish, he spots something absolutely terrifying happening inside. What is it doing? Watch out. The thick glass window gets shattered into a million pieces, revealing a monstrous creature. It has rough, spiky scales. Reflected in the broken glass, someone gets knocked to the ground, desperately trying to grab onto the control panel. No, we cannot let it escape. His eyes widen in pure panic. We have to terminate it. He instantly slams his hand down on a bright red button. The flashback suddenly cuts out right there. Far beyond the dungeon entrance stands a massive mountain. Everyone finally makes it through the portal. Liu Yi stays completely silent because he just saw those exact same flashback scenes. He wonders to himself, is there a cutscene? So this is what a special dungeon is like. The guild master cautiously looks around the area just as the system panel pops up. Dungeon quest generated. The one-way entrance is now completely sealed. Quest title is Out of Control Research Product. Mission details: successfully escort the Nether Serpent life source all the way to Ancient Creature Lab 304 and hatch the Nether Serpent. Warning: the glass jar containing the essence cannot be placed inside an inventory, and it is fully tied to the player's life. If the jar breaks, you die. It is a strange glass jar filled with bright orange liquid, and it slowly materializes right in front of everyone's chest. The guildmaster grabs his, realizing everyone got one. So the perfect clear condition means that absolutely every single party member must reach the cultivation center completely unharmed. He lets out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, this is not a guaranteed death trap. On Liu Yi's side, he closely examines the glass jar in his hands. He remembers, so far I have only encountered 2 dungeons with cinematic cutscenes. Does that mean the dungeon Wei Si and I entered was also a special dungeon? The group is still totally distracted, just staring at the glowing jars in their hands, completely unaware of what is directly above them. A massive spiked python with glowing red eyes is staring down at them like fresh prey. Yeah, you and I know this is bad. Finally, the team notices the monster. The guild master instantly orders them into battle formation, but the monster just unleashes a massive deafening roar that sends shockwaves through the air. 3 jars suddenly slip and fall. The players holding them panic from the shockwave roar and cover their ears, completely dropping their jars. In an instant, those 3 players just vanish without a single trace. The system announces, your ally Meat Shield has died. Your ally Curly Hair is Truth has died. Your ally Nameless Mob has died. Absolutely brutal. The New Order guild master is completely shocked. They just lost 3 jars already. Then a bright red system warning flashes. You have been hit by the Nether Serpent's Phantom Sound attack. Ghostly Aura Power check initiated. You successfully resisted the Nether Serpent's attack. Liu Yi is completely locked in his fighting stance when a loud voice suddenly echoes out. Watch closely, you weak little minions. Roulette aggressively charges straight at the Nether Serpent, shouting at the top of his lungs, watch how I completely destroy this thing and get revenge for Curly Hair. Suddenly, a massive force slams directly into the ground, sending shattered dirt flying everywhere. The whole team is completely shocked. One guy raises his voice and yells, Captain, you need to calm down. We have already lost 3 of our people. We cannot afford to lose you too. But he sprints straight toward the Nether Snake, screaming at the top of his lungs, you little worm I am. Gonna slice you up, cook you for dinner, and turn you to ash. Right after that, he unleashes a massive heavy slash directly at the Nether Snake. But the Nether Snake does not even flinch after taking the hit. 0 damage dealt. He stares in absolute disbelief, seeing the monster completely unharmed and unfazed. Suddenly, the giant beast opens its massive jaws, revealing 2 terrifying fangs ready to swallow Roulette whole. Panic sets in. He has 0 time to react, and in a flash, the beast swallows him completely. Seeing this nightmare, his teammates scream out, Captain. Their jaws hit the floor, watching him get devoured by the Nether Snake. One of them shouts in pure terror, oh my god, I knew this would happen. The massive Nether Snake slithers away in another direction while the team stands frozen just watching. Suddenly, one of the members breaks the silence. What do we do now? We just entered this secret dungeon and already lost 4 guys. Meanwhile, deep in a dense forest, the monster's gigantic body slithers through the trees. Suddenly, 3 distinct flasks fall onto the dirt all at once. The glowing essence inside them floats up and merges perfectly into a single mass. Then, the essence from every single team member also begins to merge together. Next, the pure energy in his hand starts moving. The glowing core inside the flask changes from yellow to a bright orange and finally turns deep red. Blazing Heat stares intently at the glowing flask in his hands, a heavy thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the perfect clear condition is not getting everyone to the lab but actually combining all 10 pieces of essence into one single core? Liu Yi stares at the essence and thinks, what if this place is also a special hidden zone? Then he falls into deep thought, asking himself a critical question. So the exact thing that Blazing Heat has been obsessing over, could it really be an uncontrollable special dungeon with a perfect clear rating? Suddenly, the system interface pops up with an alert, congratulations. The player has achieved a perfect clear. The puppet game dungeon is now purified. Reward is 1% processing power authority. He looks closely at the glowing system notification and makes a grim guess. Our captain is probably sitting inside that massive monster's stomach right now. Bing Do suddenly speaks up, breaking the heavy tension in the air. We have to find a way to save the captain, but someone else quickly snaps back. Save him how? By chasing after that monster? Right then, another voice rings out loudly, Guild Master. He immediately cuts off all the rising panic and sharply orders, stop talking right now. If he did not die in those first few seconds, Blazing Heat tells the entire group with dead seriousness, then he can definitely survive being trapped inside the hands of that awful beast. Following that, he gives everyone a stern reminder. The most important thing for us to do right now is get to the final location and complete the mission. Hearing this, Liu Yi snaps back to reality, fully focusing on the immediate goal. He stays quiet for a brief second before shouting, "It's that skill." At this moment, the entire squad sprints forward at full speed, right after someone yells out to them, "Listen to the Guild Master, let's go." He runs while desperately brainstorming a countermeasure. The information passed down from the cinematic scene stated they must eliminate the false nether snake. And according to the strategy, if bringing all 10 complete essence portions fails, then the play might be merging our essence pieces together, using it to breed an even stronger monster to completely wipe out that false nether snake. Stick with me here. The whole team sprints at absolute max speed straight toward the final mission location. Then his mind jumps to a worse scenario. What if that massive monster cannot actually be defeated using any normal combat strategies? This might be the real answer. They have to find a way to test if that beast can actually be killed or not. 20 minutes pass after the group arrives at the location to hunt the beast. Looking at the tracker map, he suddenly blurts out, "Wait, Captain. Lei is rapidly approaching our position and his speed is completely unbelievable." Those panicked words immediately grab Liu Yi full attention in an instant. Suddenly, Bing Do drops a terrifying truth. That is not the captain. It's the monster that swallowed him, and it is rushing straight at us. Right then, a frantic voice screams, "Guild Master, watch out." Out of absolutely nowhere, the huge nether snake lunges in, jaws wide open to devour him. Blazing Heat dodges with insane speed, instantly activating his Blood Shadow body skill and delivering a brutal horizontal slash. He yells over the chaos, "Maintain formation, try to kill it." Let the captain attack secretly from the inside. But suddenly, the nether snake abruptly whips its head around. The whole team grips their weapons and launches a coordinated strike as someone roars, "Yes, sir!" He puts his back into it, slashing relentlessly at the giant snake. Another guy uses both hands to maximize his damage output, while someone else focuses all their pure strength into a wildly fierce and crushing blow. Without warning, the nether snake curls its massive tail high and slams it into them. Everyone goes flying, completely unable to withstand this monstrous power. Right then, Bing Do whips his chained weapon directly into the beast's snout. Having landed the hit, he quickly dashes away to pull the monster's aggro. As he runs, he frantically checks over his shoulder. Suddenly, Blazing Heat sprints in the exact opposite direction past him, charging fearlessly, straight toward the nether snake. The beast opens its jaws, unleashing an ear-piercing shriek, unable to handle the intense frequency of the flask. Here's where you and I panic. Hearing that crack, he stares at his flask and it finally drops right to the ground. Glass shatters everywhere and system interfaces pop up all around him. Seeing this absolute disaster, the entire team screams out in terror, "Bing Do!" Blazing Heat frantically snaps his head toward him, and Liu Yi also locks his eyes on the terrifying sight of Bing Do slowly fading away. "All right, you and I are diving into the madness." Someone disappears and a voice rings out. "Boss, Captain Roulette just messaged. He claims the monster's defense is absolutely insane. Breaking out from inside impossible." The nether serpent turns to face Blazing Heat. Both radiate intense, terrifying power. He looks up clearly, feeling uneasy, and thinks, "This thing is way too huge." Below them is the essence flask. They can't stash it in their inventory, and this beast definitely wants them dead. All it takes is a single sonic boom to shatter their flasks. Their survival literally depends on this monster's mood. Liu Yi sweats bullets. No way, a total wipeout right after entering the dungeon. Suddenly, the nether serpent shifts its focus. Its massive body glides right past everyone. Seeing this, he is totally confused. It left. Why didn't it finish us off? Suddenly, raw essence manifests in the air. The essence inside everyone's flasks magically merges together into one single entity. It forms a brilliantly glowing red essence flask. He holds it tight, his mind racing with questions. Looks like this boss monster wasn't meant for them to fight at all. A sudden realization hits him. So Liu Yi glances down at the flask. If Blazing Heat's true goal is actually a perfect dungeon clear. In this chaotic hidden zone and the nether serpent is basically invincible, what comes next? What is the perfect clear strategy, merging everyone's individual essence flasks? Suddenly, he raises his voice, sounding dead serious to everyone. "Forget it, staying away from that serpent is a massive win. Reaching the research facility for our mission is priority number 1. A sudden scream echoes out. Fast forward 20 minutes. There's a massive hole in the facility and everyone is sprinting for their lives. Checking the map, he yells, "Boss, it's back blazing." Heat goes dead silent, then quickly replies, "Effortless dual blades, smash your flask." Panicking mid-sprint, Effortless dual blades shoots a wide-eyed glare back at him. "What did you say?" The boss sternly explains his grim strategy. "Even with an army, we cannot defeat that terrifying monster. Hurry up, this is the only way to drive it off. One more distraction and we reach the research lab, let's go. Watch this crazy move." Effortless dual blades immediately shatters his own flask on the ground. A system notification pops up. Guild member Effortless Dual Blades has died. The Nether Serpent instantly changes direction, chasing the decoy. Someone cheers in relief, it really left. Another teammate chimes in, "Brilliant move, boss." He calmly replies, "Honestly, we should be thanking the brave captain. He gave us a chance to observe the monster's movements." Checking the map, his face screams that everything went according to plan. Liu Yi stays completely quiet, thinking hard. Earlier, he refused to sacrifice his precious gear and levels. So if Blazing Heat truly believes that the ultimate dungeon clear strategy requires merging the essence, sprinting toward the base, he calculates the serpent's path. He's definitely going to target me next. The absolute best spot for an ambush. Inside the research facility, tight spaces, easily surrounded, Blazing Heat runs up from behind, yelling, "Hurry." The lab is right ahead. In the distance, four silhouettes approach the facility, sprinting as fast as humanly possible. Suddenly, his footsteps halt. A desperate thought races through his mind. He cannot let himself walk straight into a trap. He slams on the brakes, stopping all movement. Seeing this, everyone looks back. The other three are already on the steps. One of them shouts down at him, "What's wrong? Keep moving." Liu Yi stands at the bottom, starts speaking, then pauses. "Boss, your real goal is a perfect clear of this dungeon, right?" Hearing this, the boss turns around to hear him out. He continues pushing. "Care to explain what you think this perfect clear strategy actually is?" A heavy silence falls over the group. He hesitates for a split second. Should he just expose them right here? Should he just attack them first? Suddenly, a squad notification pops up. Roulette has logged into the zone. "Ah, finally out, I was suffocating." The New Order guild leader slowly walks down the steps and finally speaks up. "I think you're misunderstanding things. This dungeon's difficulty is insane. I am absolutely not aiming for a perfect clear right now. I just want to finish the quest and escape." The two guys next to him look annoyed. "If you do not trust me, you can just wait outside. Us three will finish the mission. But I have no idea what terrible dangers lurk inside that lab. As for your safety, that monster might hunt you down first, next time." He stays completely silent, speechless. The other guy angrily shouts, "Hey, what's your problem? You think the boss is gonna set you up? The massive New Order guild taking advantage of you? What an absolute joke." The teammate nods in agreement. "Yeah, we've worked together so long and you have zero trust. You think you are the only one worthy of the boss's personal invite." He stays totally quiet, debating whether he should launch a surprise attack. Here's where it gets tense. On the map, their four dots are close to the serpent far away. He calculates Roulet's speed. "All right, you and I need to look at this timeline. Roulet needs 10 minutes to arrive. That monster strikes every 20 minutes, meaning it hits the team in 13. He stands frozen, trying to formulate a plan. If he really wants to betray them, it absolutely has to happen before Roulet regroups with the New Order guild master. Suddenly, a voice dripping with absolute contempt cuts right through his intense train of thought. "I won't force you. We are leaving to finish the mission." The guy throws a seriously malicious glare right at Liu Yi, adding, "Useless trash. We can never rely on you when it actually matters." Looking over at the New Order guild master, he scoffs, "It is honestly a blessing you are not in our guild." Gripping his sword, our main character calculates the odds. His time stasis skill only lasts for 10 seconds, while his blessing buff only holds up for exactly 60 seconds. With Roulet approaching and four extremely powerful players standing right in front of him, even stacking that time stasis with his blessing might not be enough to take them down. He drops into a combat stance, hand resting on his sword, hilt seriously wondering if his wild gamble is actually the right call here. If he is wrong, he loses the New Order guild's trust forever. But if he is right and he hesitates to strike now, he throws away all his hard work since reincarnation. The guy notices him shifting into an attack stance and immediately raises his voice in warning. "What are you doing? You really want to fight? If we had not worked together for so long, you would already be dead. Do not seek death." "I really did not want to do this," he yells. Then he sprints straight at them, thinking to himself that choosing who matters more is an absolute no-brainer. Time to go all out. He triggers time stasis, his blessing, and a full attribute enhancement. With one explosive leap, he closes the distance in a flash. Pure red energy erupts completely, coating his body as he activates his lethal blood shadow skill. He practically vanishes. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, his body is cleanly sliced into two halves. This kid actually went for the kill. "Warrior, let's take him out together." But our guy just ruthlessly chops him in half too. The enemy stares wide-eyed in total disbelief, stammering, "How is this possible?" The system announces the kill, target eliminated, but suddenly another figure darts into motion from the shadows. The warrior launches a rapid counterattack, spawning multiple clones that rush our hero all at once. He calls out his Wind Aura Shadow Flow technique, Wind Aura combo, but our hero just tightens his grip. In a single split second, his massive blade shifts its entire shape, and he slices that warrior perfectly in half. The system chimes in with another confirmed kill. Now checking the minimap, only that massive heat signature remains. Roulette is closing in. Our hero stands there, radiating an intense aura, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. In the blink of an eye, he is the last one standing. Then boom, a massive force shatters the wall right beside him, sending debris flying everywhere. The system updates target identified as a level 56 threat. Liu Yi stands casually on the freshly crushed wall, calculating his next move. The map clearly showed him right here, yet destroying the entire area did not put a single scratch on the guy. What kind of broken skill is this? Meanwhile, the map radar shows Roulette charging toward them at breakneck speed. Then the system alerts. Time stasis has officially ended. He stands out in the open, holding his ground as the heavy dust clears from the ruined wall he just obliterated. He calls out loudly, "New Order Guild Master, are you just some coward who hides in the shadows?" Absolute silence. Not a single sound answers him back. A system notification pops up. His full attribute enhancement buff has expired. He keeps throwing insults, mocking the hidden leader. If you keep playing Turtle, you might never be able to show your face again. On the map radar, Roulette is practically on top of them. Suddenly, a figure comes to a screeching halt right outside the doorway. He whips his head around to check the newcomer. Out of nowhere, that massive wave of searing heat completely shifts focus onto Roulette. Every single movement tracks live on the radar. A glowing red sphere sits surrounded by a grid pattern, and intense heat begins radiating outward from its core, filling the zone. "That was a seriously decisive move," he says, taking a breath. "But you already burned your final trump card when you took down Gu Diao. And all it cost me was 2 guys." Our hero stays silent, just coldly staring them down. Then the guy flashes this wildly arrogant smirk and sneers. "Now all that is left is finishing you off." Right on cue, Roulette draws out his massive blade. Both enemies let out a fierce battle cry. They charge forward at the exact same time, aiming their heavy weapons straight for him. His eyes narrow, dead focused on the threat. One of them mocks, "With garbage strength like yours, you are completely unworthy of our guild master's caution. Did your guild master get weaker, or have you guys just always been this pathetic?" The enemy grits his teeth in pure rage. "Shut your mouth. Let's kill this guy first, then talk." The system flashes a warning, consuming 2,000 perception power, triggering a massive 1,000-point enhancement. Moving faster than lightning, our main character dashes in for a heavy slash. The first attacker is completely blindsided by his insane speed. Looking absolutely thrilled, the enemy laughs. "Now that is more like it." But then an urgent voice screams out from behind Roulette, "Hurry up and use your blade." The enemy rapidly swings his weapon to block Liu Yi's devastating strike, yelling with absolute excitement, "Bring it on, I have been charging this blade since the fight started, and the explosive damage is off the charts." He laughs, looking ridiculously proud of his glowing weapon. Dripping with arrogance, he smirks, "You should feel honored to be killed by this." The system screen confirms it. Momentum charge, transferring perception power into the weapon core, massively enhancing the total accumulated attack damage, boosting both raw power and speed for the next strike. Out of combat, it drains 1 point per charge. You and I are about to see something insane. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Wisdom boosts his combat attack and speed by 5 points, draining 1 energy point every second. Now Wisdom adds 50 attack and 50 speed. He frowns, staring hard at the interface. He just needs to wait for the stasis reset. Boom, a system alert pops up. The cooldown reset for all of his skills instantly finishes, and it costs absolutely nothing. Skill cooldown 12 whole hours. This stasis locks the target's health bar with 0 energy drain. Plus, for every 10 levels, he gains the duration of that full body status lock increases by 1 second. While locked, the enemy cannot move an inch. Cooldown, a massive 24 hours. Suddenly, something blurs past him in the blink of an eye. He whips his head around to check his blind spot. A deep crack splits the ground from the impact. Right then, a cold blade presses tight against his neck, freezing him completely in place. He grits his teeth. Blessing. His eyes flash brightly as he channels the enhancement power, instantly swapping his base stats across the board. The system chimes in 4,000 energy points drained, granting him a massive full-body boost of 2,000 points. The system immediately updates his current status window. Player Ye, currently at level 52, rocking the rare title of Despair Turner, capped at 70%. He is a weapon master. Both attack and defense stats blast past 13,000, while strength, agility, stamina, and perception all break 3,000. Wisdom pushes past 4,000 and resistance tops 1,000. Zero free attribute points left, health bar maxed out, and his energy levels look perfectly stable. Suddenly, a lightning-fast sword strike flashes on screen. In a heartbeat, Liu Yi presses his blade right against his neck, but he does not panic at all. He calmly says the guild master was right, he really did have a final trump card. Suddenly, the system screams out a restriction warning. Restriction. Until he launches his own attack, the enemy absolutely cannot deal any damage to him. The effect lasts 30 seconds with a 60-second cooldown. He swings hard, slashing a brutal diagonal strike straight through Roulette, but honestly, the guy takes zero damage. Instead, he just grins like an absolute maniac. The system reminds him that he is stuck in the restriction state, meaning his attacks deal nothing. His enemy bursts out laughing, calling him an idiot and bragging that he was built specifically to counter him. He scowls, visibly annoyed by the trash talk. Right then, a heavy force slams down, sending shattered pieces of the ground flying everywhere. Without wasting time, he pivots straight into an attack. Facing that scorching wave of heat, our boy flashes a very wicked smile. Watch this, he instantly triggers his assimilation ability. You and I are seeing the system window update, a completely insane merger. It perfectly merges him with the target, syncing both of their base stats. During this window, players share health, energy pools, combat skills, gear, and even their titles. The fusion lasts 10 solid minutes. Suddenly, he physically merges with the guy as glowing red energy completely wraps around them. He turns back to lock eyes with his enemy. Just then, a system alert pops. The stasis effect is officially over. Health and energy bars fully unlock. His massive health pool drops from 50,000 all the way down to just 12,000. But his energy spikes from 7,000 up to nearly 15,000. The first blessing has 30 seconds left, while the second blessing still has 50. The guy hypes himself up, feeling that raw power. He gloats that his stats literally doubled, praising the guild master for such a broken skill. He stands there, completely speechless. Liu Yi looks deep in thought, steps back to create some much-needed distance between them, and finally breaks the silence to ask a question. Pointing out their crazy preparation, he guesses they planned this ambush for a long time. The guy just shrugs it off, claiming they just made a solid overall strategy. He smugly adds that they did not target him specifically, since he simply is not important enough for a customized takedown. Suddenly, he pulls out a literal gun. Seeing the firearm, the enemy laughs right in his face, mocking the assassin for using modern weapons. He jokingly asks if he plans to snipe him, mentioning rumors about his famous binding skill. He boldly spreads his arms, declaring he will just stand there and let him shoot, daring him to try and score a kill. He just lowers his head, flashing a very mysterious dark smile. Right on cue, the system restriction effect officially expires. The first blessing completely wears off. Blessing 2 has 20 seconds left with energy sitting at 12,130. Seeing him stand perfectly still, Roulette gets impatient and yells at him to attack. His teammate Blazing Heat quickly warns him that the restriction is gone, so do not get careless. He just raises the gun, points it straight at the guy's chest, and simply says, "Okay." Meanwhile, the other guy whispers, pointing out that the ranged weapon packs some seriously insane attack power, but Roulette totally brushes it off, looking completely dismissive of the firearm. He arrogantly replies that it is just a normal handgun, and from this far away they can easily dodge the bullets. He argues that shooting from this distance will do absolutely nothing to them. Hearing that logic, his teammate nods and agrees that he is right. They plan to just wait out the enhancement timer, then move in for the kill. But suddenly, a massive gunshot rings out. Out of nowhere, glowing spikes trap the arrogant guy from all sides. He is instantly caught completely off guard. Panicking hard, he screams, asking how this is even possible. The teammate frantically wonders if the assassin's main weapon was actually a handgun all along. But he immediately denies it, shouting that it makes absolutely no sense. If he mains a handgun, how could he channel so much energy into his blade earlier? Liu Yi just waves and says, "Bye-bye, stick with me." The system warns that his blessing enhancement has only 5 seconds left. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. System alerts flash. 8,000 blessing points stacked up, 400,000 extra damage guaranteed, triple hit. Blazing Heat starts panicking. He yells to break the bind right now. He just stands there, totally frozen and thinking. He says it is impossible. But do not worry, boss, I have a 10-second death immunity skill. He simply cannot kill me. The guild master scolds him. "You absolute idiot. Since we are totally paralyzed, he does not even need to attack our actual bodies. He only has to smash our essence vials to finish us off." Still feeling confident, he replies, "I strapped them behind my back. He would have to run all the way around us. Just trying to hit them will burn up those 10 seconds. But just in case, Guildmaster, activate your blood shadow body." The boss snaps back. "I already burned through today's limit, dodging his massive outburst earlier." Before he can even finish explaining, a sudden terrifying noise completely cuts off his words. A brutal spike suddenly blasts straight through his hip. The system announces level 56 Blazing Heat and Roulette have completely empty health bars. The screen flashes, confirming teammate Blazing Heat is dead. But right before he fades, he cannot help but wonder in total shock. What kind of insane attack power is this? It instantly killed the boss, completely shattered my shield, and fully bypassed my death immunity. It smashed the pure essence vial right behind me. Roulet drops his jaw completely. Oh my god, his legs are totally paralyzed. Roulet slowly looks down at his stomach. Seeing a massive gaping hole pierce through him, he freezes. He looks at Liu Yi and speaks. I lost this round, but next time I will win. Instantly, the system announces teammate Roulet has also died. Liu Yi shows absolutely zero emotion. He simply stands there. Then, looking incredibly annoyed, he walks toward two floating treasure orbs. Frowning hard, Liu Yi stares at them. He thinks I won, but I feel zero joy. The problem is I did not actually kill them in real life. Now I will probably have to face their endless revenge forever. Suddenly, Liu Yi smirks to himself. On the path to true power, how could you not have any enemies? It is just that these enemies belong to a massive guild and are a bit trickier to handle. Grabbing an orb, he mutters. Inside the game, I am absolutely not scared of them. Their only real threat to me is out in the real world. Looking at the loot orb, Liu Yi smirks in satisfaction. Gripping it tight, his eyes show pure determination. Reality before the origin realm finally descends. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes glares menacingly behind him. Sensing the danger instantly, he flinches and completely dodges out of the way. Liu Yi jumps back 3 huge steps to create space. He scowls and silently panics. Holy crap, right before his eyes is a massive glowing yellow snake. Its crimson eyes glare down at him. Then its massive body shifts and slowly slithers far away into the shadows. Liu Yi stands completely shocked with his mouth hanging open. What in the world is happening? Then it completely clicks. He confidently figures it out. It is because I smashed the vials of Roulet and the New Order boss. That is why the beast let me live. Figuring this out, Liu Yi vanishes and dashes forward like an absolute madman. I am the last guy alive on the team. I have 20 minutes to finish this mission, or I am definitely the next one dying. Stick with me here. He enters a long room lit by bright neon lights on the ceiling and floors. A window reveals strange bubbles, floating in midair. At the end of the room sits a control pillar holding a totally clear sphere. Liu Yi walks up to it. Wiping his sweat, he inspects the object. This is definitely the incubation nest. Yanking a pure essence vial from his belt, he stands before the nest, analyzing the situation. There are literally 0 monsters inside this lab. Not even a single researcher is here. It looks like the underworld snake is the only living thing inside this entire realm. Holding out his vial, he frowns hard at the puzzle. I remember the chain puppet's secret realm. It also only had 1 living puppet. Looking back at that mission, the puppet probably made the quest just to play around. He suddenly opens his eyes super wide. Hold on a second, both are special secret realms, right? Both only have 1 single living creature. So could the mission be given directly by the boss itself? Liu Yi runs through the puppet incident again. In that realm, the surface quest was just the puppet playing twisted games with the players. But the absolute perfect clear strategy for that realm was actually fulfilling the puppet's hidden wish. It finally hits him, and he gasps. Playing games and granting wishes, could this be the hidden secret? Perfecting these special secret realms. Staring at the essence vial, he frowns. Take that giant monster from earlier, for example. It clearly had the power to wipe us all out, but it only symbolically injured 7 guys before just leaving. Alright, watch closely. He's just playing along. A perfect clear means granting its wish immediately. Liu Yi pauses his hands and glances behind him, falling deep into thought. What exactly does this monster want? A long, heavy silence passes. Liu Yi stands completely frozen right next to the incubator. He starts calculating. If that terrifying monster actually issued this quest, then the goal of hatching a nether serpent definitely isn't to kill it. He frowns, piecing the puzzle together. It wants to create a friend to play with. Is this boss just lonely, or is this the only choice it has left? Wait, could the nether serpent's true wish be to escape this dungeon entirely? Liu Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock. Why would he even think of something so crazy? He covers his mouth, stunned. He frowns, weighing the options. He can't rule out this crazy possibility. In fact, it's highly likely. He makes a bold guess. He just needs to test if the serpent can physically enter this research lab. If it can get in, then the theory about it wanting players to hatch a companion goes completely out the window. And all his other deductions would be wrong too. But if it can't enter, he stares intensely at the incubator, thinking hard. Liu Yi looks at the orb in his hand, forming a plan. He'll just wait right here for 20 minutes. He'll see if the nether serpent breaches the lab to attack him. If the boss actually breaks in, he'll instantly toss the essence into the incubator to force a quest clear. But if it can't enter, then he goes with plan B. He'll try to roll the soul-taming modifier and drag the serpent out himself. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up. Modifier orbs can add random substats to gear above level 50. Mod 1 reduces cooldown times. Mod 2 actually lowers the level requirements for equipping high-tier gear. Mod 3 gives a flat defense boost, Mod 4 extends skill durations, and Mod 5 buffs the overall effectiveness of your self-cast abilities. Those all give a random 1 to 5% buff, but Mod 99, it forces monsters to submit to you applied directly to weapons. Weapon use only costing a massive 1000 dungeon essence points. The system notes you can wash the orb to reset these crazy stats. Before heading out, Liu Yi stares hard at the system screen. The players from the New Order Guild, they've all hit level 50 already. He thought he had finally caught up to the top tier, but he's still a whole stage behind. He scratches his head, muttering, should have grinded to 45, so he could equip level 50 gear and join their party. They're all grouping up now. If he shows up a day late, won't that look bad? Liu Yi scrolls through the holographic screen, muttering. He remembers something about upgrade orbs, and sure enough, he spots the exact upgrade info he needs. Upgrade orbs add these random mods to gear above level 50. He figures he can just exchange for a few of these bad boys, even though each single gear upgrade burns right through 100 dungeon essence points. He realizes it's still worth it for the convenience since he can use them anytime outside of active combat. Suddenly, his eyes widen at a wild detail. What exactly is sitting behind the upgrade orb? He stares at two strange circles. One is pink, or purple, with an arrow pointing up, and the other is blue with a giant exclamation mark. What is this? Does he have some kind of heavenly eye sense? He plops down on the steps, leaning back on the brick floor to study the screen. He's got a strong gut feeling he can use this. So he takes a gamble, trading all his remaining dungeon essence for exactly 3 upgrade orbs and 3 modifier orbs. But the drop rate for that sweet defense modifier, a pathetic 1%. He scratches his head, sweating bullets. Is he being way too naive, expecting a lucky drop? A 1% success rate. Does he really think he's the chosen main character here? Suddenly, a massive noise echoes through the entire dungeon. Liu Yi's eyes snap open instantly on high alert. The boss is here. He jumps to his feet, spinning around. It's just pacing outside right now. Is it refusing to enter on purpose, or is it physically locked out? He glares at the dark, open doorway and decides to go check it out himself. He takes a few slow, careful steps outward. But wait, Liu Yi suddenly stops himself. He can't rush this. He needs to drain the monster's patience completely first. It might literally be baiting him by staying outside. Time creeps by slowly. 30 tense minutes later, Liu Yi narrows his eyes at the entrance. It's close now. Outside the lab, the nether serpent just slithers around, scales scraping the stone. It stares at the ruined rubble, its massive red eyes glaring intensely. It spots Liu Yi, finally stepping out, his movements visibly cautious. A second later, our MC is standing just outside the doorway, looking up with genuine nervous tension. The serpent lowers its massive head, getting uncomfortably close to inspect him. Liu Yi frowns, his brain working overtime. What does he even say? If this boss can't talk, he's dead meat. But then get this, it actually speaks. Why haven't you finished the quest yet? Hearing its voice, Liu Yi completely freezes in shock. He stares right into those terrifying eyes just inches away, but inside he's smiling. Perfect. This monster is actively trying to communicate with him. Now the odds are totally in his favor. He looks up and speaks. Because I think you'd rather leave this place instead. Instantly, an earth-shattering crash explodes. The nether serpent just slammed its massive tail into the ground. Liu Yi jumps back in terror. He stares at that deadly swishing tail, completely speechless. His jaw literally drops to the floor. The power here is absolutely insane. This thing isn't just your average dungeon boss anymore. No normal player could survive a hit from that. But the serpent just asks, you have a way out? It stares deeply at him, searching for any lies, any trace of human deception. Sweating bullets, Liu Yi manages to steady his breathing. He smiles inside. Jackpot. It just admitted it wants to escape this realm. Was it trying to trick him? Liu Yi bargained aloud, demanding the beast follow him and accept him as its absolute master. He laid down his final terms. You and I know the drill. If it refused, he'd walk away. But if it agreed, he was gambling everything. Could the pistol actually get the soul-taming affix? Hearing his demands, the nether serpent raised its massive head. Do you truly think you are worthy? Glaring down with terrifying red eyes, it tried to intimidate the tiny human. Liu Yi flinched for a second, but then stared right back, unfazed. He didn't have the qualifications, but this was his only shot. Glancing over his shoulder, our guy secretly calculated his next move. Things were looking bad. He figured he should just bail and forget about the hidden quest entirely. Meanwhile, the giant serpent stayed dead silent, seeing that Liu Yi pivoted, ready to walk away. But suddenly, boom, the system announced the pseudo-nether serpent wanted him as its master. Accept or decline. This prompt left Liu Yi completely stunned. The colossal serpent just stretched out its massive neck, gazing down at him. Thrilled, he realized his crazy gamble actually paid off. Without missing a beat, he shouted out, yes, I absolutely accept. Right on cue, the system confirmed he was now the beast's owner. While inside this secret realm, he could command it however he wanted. But to actually take the serpent outside, he needed the soul-taming skill. Then the system hit him with a massive data dump. The stats for the beast popped up. It was an adult-stage literal disaster-class monster. Disaster buffs included a massive 30 times health multiplier, 6 times energy, and a +3 to all base stats. Attack and defense power both sat at a crazy 50,000 with 1,500 resistance. Meanwhile, its raw strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence, and perception stats were all locked at 10,000. Health was an insane 21 million with energy levels sitting near 420,000. Its core skills included Phantom Sound, Sonic Shockwave, Spirit of the Earth, and Infinite Illusion. Suddenly, the serpent spoke up. "Now take me out of here," it demanded, making Liu Yi jump. He looked back at it and nodded. "All right." He gripped a glowing blue modifier orb tight. This was it, make or break time. Glancing away, he ran the numbers in his head as he stepped back into the lab. When the serpent claimed him as its master just now, the realm quest totally vanished. That proved the hidden mission really came from the beast itself. Now he had absolutely zero way to back out. He looked down deep in thought. Sigh. Wasn't this exactly what I wanted, honestly, before he even started negotiating with the nether serpent? The whole reason he didn't use the orb was fear he'd chicken out. Liu Yi frowned at the glowing item in his hand. Having a pet this overpowered was just too tempting. Let's be real, you and I can see his gambles are getting insane. Back when he fought Wei Zi, he had totally bet everything on the fact that no fourth person had killing intent before making his move. He was betting his own life on a total coin toss. He let out his self-deprecating laugh. Back then, it was 50-50 odds. But right now, it was a literal 1% chance. Haha, staring at the system data panel for the modifier orb, he really wished the random affix text on the description would just magically disappear. That would be amazing because then he wouldn't have to risk everything on luck anymore. But he quickly grounded himself again. Obviously, that was impossible. Just then, a fresh system alert popped up out of nowhere. Activate authority to alter the modifier orb without changing its core rules. Liu Yi's eyes went wide with pure shock. What was this? He didn't care what it meant. Whatever it is, accept it. First, he thought, screaming out, "Yes!" Instantly, the glowing orb in Liu Yi's hand erupted with a blinding light, leaving him speechless. Outside, the giant serpent immediately noticed the weird energy spike. Circular bubbles of pure energy started floating around the glowing item. The system confirmed the modifier orb was altered. He could now manually add a specific modifier to any gear above level 50. Liu Yi was totally blown away. No way, he thought, vibrating with excitement. Whatever just happened here? This is absolutely perfect. He slapped on the soul-taming modifier and the system instantly generated the new gear stats. The wisdom pistol now had +500 attack, +120 intelligence, and its attack skill now came with a triple stun effect multiplier. It required level 50 to equip. The chamber held 5 rounds, auto-reloading one single bullet every 30 seconds. Just gripping the heavy pistol in his hand, Liu Yi was grinning endlessly. "This is insane," he laughed. His eyes lit up as a smug, satisfied grin spread across his face. Too perfect. A moment later, he raised the gun, aiming right at the massive yellow beast. "Let's go, Nether Serpent," he yelled, showing off a giant cocky grin. Then a massive wave of system notifications flooded his vision. "Congratulations on perfectly conquering the secret realm out-of-control research subject. Reward 10% computing authority." The system began calculating the final dungeon grade. Plus, the extreme achievement for conquering a despair-level realm was officially activated. The realm completion summary finalized. He scored nearly 5 million experience points, 4,945,600 to be exact, along with 520 realm essences. And all of that, multiplied by 10. Next, the interface pulled up his fully updated player stat window showing his crazy new experience bar, titles, and every single base attribute: attack, defense, resistance, strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, perception, and his newly expanded skill tree. At the same time, it highlighted the stats for his wisdom pistol, reminding him of that massive attack and intelligence boost. Not to mention that insane attack judgment skill rocking a triple stun multiplier. It specifically required the pseudo-nether serpent's soul. Effect 1, summoning the actual serpent's true body. And Effect 2, the apocalyptic nether serpent descent. Alright, you and I are diving into the madness. Summoning the Ming-Shi serpent into his body grants Liu Yi 10 to 50% of its total skills. The system announces the final combat power calculation. It verifies that his computational authority of Mo has officially surpassed the 5% mark. Our main character gains the structure skill. Using this computational authority, he can change the rules of the pseudo-realm. The duration: exactly 11 seconds and 11%. The cooldown time adjusts based on the rule-changing difficulty. Meanwhile, just outside the out-of-control zone, a crackling spark of energy suddenly appears out of nowhere. Liu Yi steps right out of the barrier shield. He looks up at the gloomy sky and suddenly warm sunlight slowly pierces through those heavy dark clouds. Liu Yi smiles with pure satisfaction. He takes a relaxed walk under the sunlight toward the ruined city. He thinks to himself, time to head back to Moshu City. Right now there are only 17 days left until the Yuan realm descends into reality. Time flies fast. Back in the real world, inside his rundown apartment building, Liu Yi sits on his bed, resting his forehead on his hand with a sigh. Clearing high-intensity dungeons these past few days is completely exhausting. He silently looks back and thinks about everything he has managed to accomplish. When he was not sleeping, he was basically diving into dungeons. Liu Yun even had to bring meals to his room, waiting until he was free to eat 2 bites. But then he thinks, the results are totally worth it. Not only is he just 3 levels away from his goal, he also secured a top-tier monster like Ming Shi. Glancing sideways with pure curiosity, he wonders how Liu Yun is doing with her class advancement. It has been a whole week, so she definitely should have it by now, right? Liu Yi stands up, deciding to go ask her. Honestly, has he been paying way too little attention to his sister lately? Ever since she logged into the game, he simply gave her basic tips on class advancement and left her alone. Stepping outside toward a closed door, Liu Yi rethinks his whole strategy. Shouldn't he be caring for her a little more? Maybe he should actually take her along to level up. He raises his hand, ready to knock, when he suddenly hears a voice inside, so big, Huang Nianchu, you really developed well. Hearing this, Liu Yi completely freezes in pure shock. The lively chatter continues inside. You did not spend a single cent either. Let me adjust it and inspect the goods for my brother. Then someone squeals. Oh my, what are you even saying? Ah, stop. This makes Liu Yi turn bright red, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Keeping his hand raised in that knocking pose, he abruptly spins around and runs for his life, panicking. Yeah, I should just ask her inside the game. At the north gate of Moksu City, Liu Yi grumbles. Seriously, day and night playing this game is making me totally exhausted. He logs into the game, scratching his head with a sigh. Liu Yuan and the others are not online yet. Better message her first. He will ask about their situation when they log in. Then he thinks deeply. Well, since I am already online right now anyway, let's follow his plan together, guys. He decides to upgrade his gear before logging off to rest. Thinking of the sacrificial orb, Liu Yi realizes he is level 57. The gear he can actually wear might not just be level 60. He smirks happily, calculating in his head. I wonder if my dungeon essence is going to be enough for this. If not, I will just cover it with real cash. Speaking of which, that last dungeon. The New Order Guild still has not settled the payment. Suddenly, Liu Yi gets a message notification, and the sender is none other than Blazing Heat. Yes, the guild leader of New Order. Meet at return to 0. Seems you cleared that dungeon. Here's your missing payment, 100,000 yuan coins. Seeing this, he frowns in displeasure and wonders what is his deal. Then a brand new message pops up. Are you free to sit down somewhere? I want to express my sincere apologies to you. Staring at this text, Liu Yi feels suspicious. Is he trying to make peace? He frowns and quietly analyzes the situation. The side that suffered the heaviest losses is trying to make peace with me, the biggest winner here. Plus, my massive gains were entirely built on their terrible losses. Yet, the other side is texting like they want to explain everything. Blazing Heat, the New Order Guild leader, adds, if possible, I really do not want to be your enemy. Being opposed back then was totally unavoidable. Liu Yi replies, no need, I did not suffer any losses at all. But the more he reads, the harder it is to believe. The behavior of the New Order Guild leader is way too abnormal. What do I have of value that makes him want to recruit me so badly? Valuable, then it hits him. Is it because I obtained the computational authority of Mo? Unable to figure it out, Liu Yi decides to ignore it. He will ignore him and focus on upgrading his own gear first. Pushing his strength to the absolute peak of the Yuan realm matters way more right now. Suddenly, another notification pops up and opens automatically. Liu Yi frowns for a second, then realizes it is actually a message from Liu Yun. The text reads, great news, brother, I already unlocked my force power early. Mine is the wind force. And my weapon is a massive hammer. Huang Nianchu got soft force with twin blades. We are currently leveling up at the mirror image dungeon. At that exact moment, over at the dungeon entrance, a huge crowd is standing right outside the mirror image dungeon doors. People are gathered together in large numbers, gossiping loudly. Apparently, after a massive round of benefit exchanges, the New Order Guild has completely... Here is where things get messy for us. They pulled out of controlling the mirror image dungeon. I prefer New Order. Back garden controlling it now is absolutely disgusting. They are already using real-life information to threaten us. Keep your voice down, do not let the back garden members hear you, is terrifying. Alright, you and I are watching something crazy unfold. What do they really dare hunt us in reality? When will we actually unite? The number of active players exploring this mirror realm is at least 10 times larger than the entire back garden guild. If we just team up, even if those guys have our real-life information, we would not have to be scared of them anymore. But honestly, that is impossible. We are all solo players and absolutely nobody is willing to take orders. Suddenly, looking at a poor guy completely surrounded by backguard and martial artists, someone in the crowd asks a question. What exactly is happening here? A bystander who knows the inside scoop explains. He offended Gilly of the back garden, so he is getting boxed in. Since the Mirror Realm is a strict safe zone where combat is locked, Gilly came up with this exact method to brutally punish anyone who dares cross her. Look, the guy in the center has been trapped for 5 whole days. Liu Yi walks by and overhears the gossip. Wait, it works even offline? Yes, online or offline. A player always spawns in the exact same spot. As long as the human wall refuses to move, that guy stays trapped right there. Suddenly, a massive shout rings out. Another win, ha ha ha, the goddess is seriously my ultimate lucky charm. They just play and win. This grabs Liu Yi attention, so he listens closely. They are way too strong. These two sisters are not just gorgeous, their combat power is completely insane. Ever since the Mirror Realm opened, they have been winning non-stop. Right now, a giant crowd is staring up at the high tower cheering wildly. That is our goddess, man. I seriously want to marry both of them and take them home. Get lost. They are our goddesses. If anyone dares to lay a finger on them, we will absolutely destroy them. At the exact same time, the system announces match 15. Level 32 player Smug Sword has been completely defeated. The clear winner is Liu Yun. Match 25. Level 40 Sunbather has been crushed. The absolute winner is Huang Nianchu. Suddenly, a pair of gorgeous legs steps right into view. The arrivals are two stunning girls. Huang Nianchu playing as level 39 Huang Nianchu and Liu Yun playing as the level 31 Liu Yun. Spotting them, the crowd of young guys rushes over to shower them with praise. Wow, you two are seriously incredible. Could you give us some tips so we can be that amazing? But Nianchu and Liu Yun wave their hands quickly, denying it. No way, you guys are totally exaggerating. Still, the massive crowd just refuses to stop the heavy flattery. In this world, there are two types of incredibly cute girls. The ones who are beautiful and the strong ones. And you two are girls who are both gorgeous and incredibly powerful. Seeing them, Liu Yi freezes in shock, mentally shouting. That is Yun and Nianchu. Watching the girls completely surrounded by that huge mob of men, he is just totally confused. What kind of situation is this? Why are they so wildly popular? Over there, Liu Yun squints and smiles brightly. All right then. Thanks so much for all the wonderful praise, guys. But a promise is a promise, so the winner owes me a solid half. Make sure to transfer the funds. Instantly, someone in the crowd screams, of course we will. Suddenly, Kai wanders over right next to Liu Yi and says, hey guys, do you think their faces and bodies are custom avatars, or do they actually look that perfect in real life? Someone else quickly replies, I have no idea, but honestly, even if they are just in-game avatars, I am totally sold. Meanwhile, the player with the peach-colored hair cries literal rivers of tears and complains, if they look like that, in reality, they are just way too gorgeous. But whenever I think about it, one day they will marry and have kids, and I just cannot help but envy the lucky guys who get them. Hearing this, the guy next to him clutches his head in deep pain. Saying that makes me hate it too. Suddenly, Kai nudges Liu Yi with his elbow and says, look on the bright side, guys like us are never going to be involved with top-tier girls like that anyway. Am I totally right about that, my dear brother? Having any kind of actual relationship with absolute goddesses like them, yeah, that only happens in our wildest dreams. Then he looks right over at Liu Yi, completely expecting him to agree. Seeing his reaction, Liu Yi looks a little surprised, then narrows his eyes and calmly replies, come on, it is really not that exaggerated. Staring right at the two gorgeous girls in the crowd, Kai sarcastically mocks him. Wow, brother, you really think I am exaggerating here, do you? Actually hang out with unbelievable girls like that every single day. You seriously need to drop the fake act. Meanwhile, Liu Yun widens her eyes, clearly spotting something very unexpected. She steps right forward. Seeing her walk directly past them, the giant mob of men absolutely panics in pure shock. But Kai is still totally busy gossiping away. Alright, I totally get why you are puffing yourself up to look cool right now. Everyone wants to act tough, I completely understand the feeling. Then his jaw completely drops, eyes wide in absolute disbelief as he sees Liu Yun standing directly in front of Liu Yi. He screams, Goddess, when did you? Stick with me because this crowd is erupting into total chaos. Who exactly is that guy? Why did our absolute goddess approach him first? No, not that kind of relationship, impossible. I refuse to believe it. There is absolutely no romance in video games except for my own. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stands there looking completely baffled. Suddenly, Liu Yun flashes a massive, highly amused smile. Seeing this insane interaction, Kai just stares back and forth in pure suspicion. Wait, what is this? Could it be my brother? Are you actually? Out of nowhere, Liu Yun leaps forward, throwing her arms right around Liu Yi's neck, and asks, are you finally done this? Wild scene directly causes Liu Yun's crazy fans to freeze in utter shock and scream. Ah, who is that guy, you bastard? Do not think hiding your name and level will actually save you from trouble because we are going to finish him off right now. Suddenly, Liu Yun calls out, Big brother. This completely freezes the entire mob in absolute horror. What he is. Her then everyone shouts in unison, staring at Liu Yi and Liu Yun hugging tightly. Our beloved big brother. Off to the side, Mianshu receives a system message, glancing at it with deep suspicion. Meanwhile, over in another corner, someone watches the whole crowd from a distance. Alright, let's jump right in. A minion bows reporting that they got rejected again. Hearing this, Gilly is absolutely furious. She drags her nails deep into an iron door, cursing those two girls for disrespecting her. Gritting her teeth, Li literally rips off a chunk of metal, growling out a threat. If they refuse to cooperate, they can forget about surviving in the Origin realm. Get the guys and surround them right now. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the incoming drama, Liu Yun is happily hugging her brother. But suddenly, she senses some serious killing intent. Her eyes snap open, glaring sharply in one direction. Sure enough, Gilly and her lackey are standing right there. Liu Yun just sighs, muttering that she finally showed her face. Liu Yun flashes back to the arrogant message Gilly sent her earlier. Just cooperate, throw the match once we split the profits 50-50, so be smart about this. This wasn't a request, it was an order. The message called her a brat, warning that if she didn't show some respect, her days playing in the Origin realm were over. She claimed Liu Yun was just a pretty face acting superior. Gilly even threatened to put her on the fighting stage, throwing out a nasty insult about her family, calling her absolute trash. Snapping back to the present moment, Liu Yun suddenly has a completely different thought. Wait a second. Am I hugging my older brother right now? Her face instantly drops in a mild panic, worrying if Liu Yi is getting the wrong idea. Oh man, this is awkward. She hilariously blames her own natural beauty, joking that even her brother might be charmed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Yi is actually just super uncomfortable. He grimaces, wondering if his sister awakens some pure strength ability, because her bear hug is literally crushing him. Suddenly, a massive group comes stomping over. It is the infamous Back Garden Guild. Seeing this aggressive squad approaching all the young players around, Liu Yi group just drop their jaws. They are totally shocked, staring at the girl leading the pack. People start whispering in sheer curiosity. Why is Li here? Who is she planning to teach a lesson to today? Liu Yi shoots them a cold glare. Instantly, the three of them are completely surrounded by the Back Garden Guild. Liu Yi's eyes turn ice cold, scanning the threat in heavy annoyance. Staring right at Gilly, he suddenly takes a firm step forward. He raises his arm completely, blocking his sister from view, shielding Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu behind his back. But Liu Yun just gently grabs his arm. With total confidence, she tells him to stand down. Gilly is here for her, so she will handle her own messy business. Right then, Gilly storms up to Liu Yun, spitting insults. Calling her a brat, she snarls that they finally meet. She demands Liu Yun drop to her knees, crying, begging for mercy or else get permanently banned from the Origin realm. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Liu Yi turns to Huang Nianchu, asking what happened. How exactly did you two offend this crazy girl? Standing nearby, Huang Nianchu quickly explains. Gilly wanted them to cooperate, basically rigging a mirror match. The plan was to scam money from completely normal players. They refused to play dirty, so this guild leader is holding a massive grudge. Suddenly, Gilly barks an angry order to surround the two girls. But out of nowhere, a voice screams out, asking what they think they are doing. Startled, the Back Garden thugs turn around. Now here is where it gets amazing. The guild is surrounding Liu Yi crew, but every single player in the area has surrounded the guild. Liu Yi is genuinely surprised. The Yellow Jacket members turn to glare at the crowd, barking threats. They yell that the Back Garden is doing business, so everyone better back off. Gilly completely loses her mind, screeching in pure rage. She asks if they want a rebellion, warning that touching her means fighting the entire Back Garden Guild. She screams that everyone knows exactly what happens when you cross them, and honestly, that massive threat actually makes the surrounding crowd hesitate in fear. Through all this, Liu Yun stays totally quiet. Suddenly, a smug smirk flashes across her face, but then her eyes instantly well up with fake tears. Putting on the most innocent, pitiful act imaginable, she tells the crowd not to worry. She sniffles, claiming they can somehow handle this awful bullying all by themselves. Watching his sister's ridiculous Oscar-winning performance, Liu Yi is absolutely stunned. His jaw drops in disbelief. But the other players around them, they are getting massively affected by the drama. Suddenly, Huang Nianchu shouts out loud, begging Liu Yun to tell the truth about why this guild is actually targeting them. Huang Nianchu reveals everything. They refuse to rig the mirror challenge flat out, refusing to help this nasty guild steal from innocent players. Glancing over and seeing Liu Yi bewildered face, Huang Nianchu nervously sticks her tongue out, but she firmly steps right next to Liu Yun, pushing the narrative. She loudly claims Liu Yun offended the guild to protect the crowd. She scolds her friend for acting like a saint and telling the players not to help. Stop being foolish and just ask for their help. But Liu Yun stays perfectly in character as the tragic heroine, softly replying. She gently tells Huang Nianchu to stop. Everyone has their own choices to make. She bravely accepts her fate, separating her struggles from the crowd's safety. Those dramatic words instantly make the surrounding players waver. Meanwhile, Gelly just raises an eyebrow. She smirks down at Liu Yun, with pure contempt mocking her. She calls her an absolute idiot. Does Liu Yun really think fake tears will make these cowards help? The brutal reputation of the back garden will never be erased by some pathetic acting. She roars that anyone brave enough to touch her is declaring war on the entire guild. But that arrogant threat finally snaps the hesitating players wide awake. One guy's eyes practically bulge out in pure fury. Taking the lead, he screams to the crowd, "Brothers, this is just a virtual reality game. We literally play this to vent our frustrations. And now our beautiful goddess is getting severely bullied because she stood up for us. Are we seriously going to just stand here like cowards and watch? Are we even men?" Hearing this uprising, Gili angrily glares over in complete shock. Meanwhile, Liu Yun flashes a wicked, satisfied smirk. Checkmate. To hype them up more, the guy yells that their boss is right there too. If they do not step up and fight, how can they ever face him again? Hearing this absolute nonsense, Liu Yi is left completely speechless, questioning his own reality. Honestly, you and I would be confused too. Huang Nianshu just covers her mouth, giggling happily. Alright, let's jump right in. A sudden shout rings out instantly, tightening the trap around the back garden group. The guild members are completely panicking, stammering in fear. Gili, this looks really bad. We are outnumbered. We need to fall back right now. Gili refuses to back down. She furiously screams, "Are you out of your minds? Touching me means declaring war on back garden." But the massive mob doesn't care at all. "Fight," they roar. "We have always hated you anyway. To hell with the back garden guild." The plan is simple. Surround them and lock them inside this mirror dimension for a very long time. Watching this wild mob, Liu Yi just sweat drops in pure shock. Meanwhile, Gili completely loses it, screaming, "Back off, you absolute bastards." Pinned hard against the wall by two huge guys, she furiously thrashes around. "I am going to kill you." Liu Yi is standing there completely baffled. "Wait, it is already over. I didn't even have to fight." Later, inside the mirror dimension, he asks, "So let me get this straight. You use the regular players in this mirror realm to take down Gili from the back Garden Guild." He continues, "If you just wanted to beat her, you could have simply lured her into a collapsing dungeon zone and finished her off." But Liu Yun shakes her head. "If we only did that, the regular players stuck in this mirror realm would still get bullied by the back Garden Guild." Thinking back to their early days, she explains, "When we first arrived here, so many normal players took care of us. We really wanted to pay them back." Looking thoughtful, Liu Yun continues her explanation. "After spending a lot of time here, we noticed something big. On the surface, everyone says the back Garden Guild controls this entire mirror realm. But honestly, if all the ordinary players in this dimension just team up and work together, no single guild could ever control this place. They only get crushed by back garden every single time because they refuse to unite. Seeing the zone ruined like this just feels awful, remembering all the brave people who pushed past their fears to help her out." Liu Yun adds, "So we used this clash with Gili to finally rally everyone together. And it actually worked." Standing nearby, Huang Yanshu points out the real problem. Keeping them united from now on entirely depends on whether we can actually survive the massive revenge attack coming from the back garden guild. Hearing this harsh truth, Liu Yun looks totally determined. No matter what happens, step 1 is totally complete. Now we just need to keep building up our teamwork. Standing nearby, Liu Yi listens to his sister and thinks having a truly powerful enemy isn't such a bad thing. Seeing her growth, he wonders if he should watch over her more, maybe even power level her himself. But then Liu Yi answers his own question. "Yeah, I am definitely overthinking this." With the players in this mirror realm finally breaking their limits, he absolutely believes that even without his help, his sister is going to crush this game. Honestly, she might even forge an entirely different path to the top than he did. Liu Yi smiles with pure pride. Looking at the fired-up crowd around him, he notes, "These players right here are the solid pillars of the future world. If Liu Yun can actually unite them all, it will serve as a massive shield for her going forward." Liu Yi lowers his head in deep thought. She is walking a completely different path from his own, a path he doesn't fully understand, but one packed with completely limitless potential. Their two parallel journeys will definitely cross paths again someday. "Keep going, sis," Liu Yi whispers. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the elite fighters of the Back Garden Guild are looking incredibly grim. A random player spots their massive marching line and asks where's the Back Garden's 2nd Division heading. Another guy nearby whispers his guess. Word is things went totally wrong in the Mirror Realm. They are sending these guys average level 45 plus to crush it. Yeah, something huge is definitely going down. Now stick with me here. Back with Liu Yi, he is strolling outside. He figures that no matter what, keeping herself safe is what truly matters. He has already exited the mirror dimension. But suddenly Liu Yi spots something strange straight ahead. Down in the courtyard, dozens of players are lining up perfectly. Liu Yi watches them thinking, even though these guys are basically 10 levels higher than anyone inside the mirror dimension. The entrance portal itself acts as an absolute safe zone. Levels do not give you a total advantage in there. Brushing it off, he decides to just walk away, figuring, as long as Liu Yun can lead the realm's players to overcome this massive crisis, her reputation and influence inside that dimension will become absolutely legendary. Liu Yi smiles, knowing she has it handled. As for himself, for the next dozen days or so, he just needs to focus on leveling up. He fully trusts his sister. But suddenly peace is violently interrupted as someone loudly screams, "Any player walking out of that dimension gate, kill them all. No survivors." Hearing this nonsense, Liu Yi sharply glances over. The mob violently rushes forward. Watch this, 3 totally reckless guys actually try to gang up and attack Liu Yi, shouting, "Hey punk, how dare you ignore us? Kill him." Liu Yi just stands there completely confused. Meanwhile, back inside the dimension, someone screams a terrifying warning. They are here. The Back Garden Guild has finally arrived. Everyone completely panics. What's seeing her massive reinforcements, Gilly grins like a maniac ready for bloody revenge. "All right, you, and I know this means trouble. Haha, just wait for the fallout. You dare touch me. You are dead meat." Suddenly, someone nervously asks, "What are we supposed to do now?" Liu Yun, standing at the front, frowns and stares straight ahead in complete silence. Then she firmly reassures the group, "Do not panic. Huang Nianchu has already gone out to find some backup. Her family runs a massive guild too, totally matching the Back Garden Guild's strength. Besides, inside the secret realm is a strict safe zone. Here, pure numbers matter most. And on that front, we do not fear anyone at all." Hearing this, everyone immediately calms down. Yeah, she is absolutely right. As long as we stick together inside this mirror space, we do not need to fear any faction out there. But what about the real world? Right then, Liu Yun yells out, urging the entire team to charge forward together. "Let us go negotiate with them. Things that happen in the game should be settled inside the game." Meanwhile, right outside the secret realm, Company Kai pokes his head out with intense curiosity. Why is there not a single sound out here? Then he completely freezes, eyes wide with absolute terror. Liu Yun leads the group over, spots him and asks, "What are you doing, Kai? Why are you just standing there all alone?" She frowns and tries to encourage him. "Given our current situation, nothing should really surprise us right now." Instantly, everyone shouts, "Right." But a single second later, Liu Yun and the rest drop their jaws in absolute sheer terror. Glowing loot orbs. Question marks everywhere. They float across the entire massive courtyard. Only Liu Yi is left standing there holding his sword. Surrounded by endless loot drops, time itself seems to stop completely. Liu Yi stands there totally motionless. Then he turns his head, looking incredibly annoyed. Over there, Liu Yun stands frozen like a statue, while the crowd turns to stone, jaws literally hitting the floor. Kai stammers in pure shock. Liu Yi single-handedly wiped out the Back Garden's entire 5th backup squad. Then comes a massive wave of gasps. "Oh my god, goddess. Can we please follow you from now on, goddess? You just tell us who to hit and we will completely destroy them for you." Somewhere deep inside the lawless zone, the landscape is pure ruins. Yuan Ding, director of the Back Garden Guild, a level 55 boss, scowls and asks, "They are all dead." A fighter bows 90 degrees and replies, "I am so sorry, I did not plan this out properly." Hearing this, Yuan Ding looks even more irritated, staring down in deep thought. Meanwhile, the subordinate does not dare look up, his whole body shaking violently. Suddenly, Yuan Ding speaks up. "How about this? You kill yourself, reset your level back to 0, and then take a little break." Let me do the math." He puts a hand to his mouth, thinking, then holds up 2 fingers. "About 20 days. How does that sound to you?" "Wait, that is the only punishment." Hearing all the guild members around whispering in confusion. Nearly 100 fighters over level 45 wiped out, and his only punishment is a level reset and a 20-day vacation. You and I both know that sounds like a reward. The subordinate is completely dumbfounded, his jaw wide open. Seeing him fail to answer, Yuan Ding asks again, "What, do you not agree with my very generous terms?" Immediately, he wipes his tears, stands straight, and replies, "No, thank you, director, thank you." Suddenly, Yuan Ding pats his shoulder, grinning wickedly as he gives an order. "Go. Come back after you rest up and I will arrange a brand new job for you." Then he narrows his eyes and coldly asks, "As for that specific player, do you guys have any concrete information yet?" Someone quickly speaks up. "Our investigation shows he definitely has ties to the New Order Guild." Then the fighter nervously adds, "For the last 7 days he has been teaming up in secret realms with the New Order Guildmaster. We tried to investigate further, but their guildmaster completely blocked us." Hearing this, Yuan Ding frowns in deep annoyance. So he belongs to Blazing Heat. Then Yuan Ding starts mentally breaking down the situation. Turns out Blazing Heat already secured over 10% of the system's total processing power. That power is probably on that specific player right now, otherwise he would never be this absurdly strong. His eyes full of dark schemes, he thinks very unhappily to himself, Did Blazing Heat intentionally put the system authority on that guy? Or is there some other hidden reason? But very quickly, Yuan Ding smiles dismissively, telling himself, whatever, since he is Blazing Heat's man, if they do not pull him back, he will definitely be sent straight to the collapse zone. When that happens, killing him will not count as breaking the strict rule that the four hands are forbidden from attacking each other. With a seriously fierce look, Yuan Ding flashes an incredibly evil smile, calculating in his head. And if by then he gets killed by Blazing Heat, and the power gets recalled, we can easily just blame this entire bloody mess directly on Blazing Heat instead. At the exact same time in the Western Lawless Zone, White Hand Shield Hero, Guildmaster of the Shelter, a level 56 boss, sits frowning in deep thought. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Lawless Zone, Cyan Hand, Xiang Yun, Master of the Pavilion Guild, level 55, looks incredibly delighted. Right outside the Secret Realm Company, someone is enthusiastically saying, all right, absolutely, no problem at all. Just take really good care of my sister. If you guys ever have trouble, I will definitely come help. Seriously, do not see me off. I am going to upgrade my gear now. Seriously, stop following me. Liu Yi raises his arm to hide his face, muttering, they are way too enthusiastic. Then he simply walks away, completely ignoring the wild cheering and shouting behind him, sighing deeply to himself. Honestly, I barely even managed to defeat those guys. But they act like I am completely invincible. Now watch this, he chuckles a bit smugly. But using this excuse, I actually scored 100 loot orbs, plus 45 equipment. Liu Yi stares at the final numbers on his screen, silently doing the math on what he'll get once he dismantles it all. How much Secret Realm essence is this gonna yield? He literally jumps for joy, celebrating his massive, unexpected fortune. This is an absolute game changer right here. It completely wipes out all his previous worries about needing more Secret Realm essence. Grinning from ear to ear with pure satisfaction, he walks away practically on cloud 9, completely unaware that someone is secretly watching him from the sidelines. But then, Liu Yi freezes. He senses something shifting just off to the side. The New Order guild leader leans against the wall, arms crossed. Not even going to chat for a bit, he asks. It is actually about the exact reason why I was so obsessed with getting Mo's computing authority. Hearing that, Liu Yi stops dead in his tracks and turns his head to look at where the voice came from. He turns completely to face the New Order guild leader. Soon after, inside the steam-filled Musu tea house, the guy sits right across from Liu Yi and says, you already got Mo's computing authority, didn't you? I figure you have already guessed the real reason why I went to the uncontrolled zone to get it. He lays his cards flat on the table, and I was obsessed with getting it because it is essentially a protective charm for entering the collapse zone. Hearing this, Liu Yi is totally confused. The collapse zone. Right, he remembers his past life. Right before the Origin Realm descended, several massive top guilds teamed up to organize a massive expedition to explore the collapse zone. In the end, nobody survived. Not a single soul. The terrifying reputation of the collapse zone spread everywhere. Suddenly, the New Order guild leader smiles and drops a bombshell, and the collapse zone is hiding the authority to control the Origin Realm. This makes Liu Yi absolutely freeze. What the hell does authority mean? He screams in his head, but outwardly, he keeps his face completely calm. Resting his chin on his hand, Liu Yi probes. Haha, don't you think it is ridiculous to just easily hand over such incredibly important information to me? But the other guy is playing high-level chess. He clenches his fist and firmly declares, you didn't contradict me and you laughed at me for joking about the Origin Realm's authority. This makes Liu Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock. Across from him, the New Order guild leader crosses his hands, covering his mouth to add, normally speaking, the authority of a game should actually rest in the hands of the company that created it, not somewhere inside the game itself. Yet you immediately recognize this as crucial information instead of just total nonsense. Then he completely exposes Liu Yi's biggest secret. Judging by that reaction, it seems you are also one of the rare few who actually knows the truth. So I don't need to beat around the bush. Now you and I know Liu Yi can't fake it anymore. He scowls, genuinely frustrated. Back at the tea house, the New Order guild leader speaks up again. The collapse zone truly holds the authority to control the Origin Realm. Then he reaches out his hand to explain. Believe it or not, this is the absolute truth. And the whole reason I am telling you all of this right now is because I want to invite you to join my team again to fight for this authority. The New Order guild leader lays his true intentions bare. I need your strength. Are you in? But sitting right across from him, Liu Yi just stares hard at the guy, completely silent. After a long pause, he chuckles and replies, ha, and then what? Turn against me again over that power at the very end? Liu Yi smirks, mocking him. Are you making a joke right now? But the New Order guild leader looks down, shaking his head to clarify. No, we aren't raiding a dungeon this time. We are exploring the collapse zone together. I promise you a desperate situation like that last time absolutely will not happen again. Then he holds up 3 fingers to explain. Besides, to enter the collapse zone, a person must have at the very absolute least a 5% computing authority from Mo. So the final team counting, you will probably only have 3 or 4 people. Under these circumstances, considering your current insane power level, the ones least wanting a betrayal right now would actually be us. This actually moves Liu Yi. He falls deep into thought. Suddenly, Liu Yi speaks up. As for the authority, I hope we can completely share it. Hearing that the New Order Guild leader instantly agrees. Of course, that completely depends on your decision. Then he adds a slight condition, but whether we can actually go or not depends on whether I can secure that computing authority in the uncontrolled zone over these next few days. Then the New Order Guild leader states with dead seriousness, if I do not get it, everything we are saying right now is completely meaningless. And this point alone proves from another angle that I do not want to cross you anymore. If I really wanted to harm you now, I would have desperately invited you to the uncontrolled zone with us to get that computing authority instead. Hearing that, Liu Yi just stays completely quiet, analyzing him. He sits across from the New Order Guild leader, watching his calm, confidence, and honesty. Suddenly, the guild leader stands right up and says, so you do not need to give me an answer right now. There are still a few days left, just think it over carefully. Then he walks away, adding, I am heading to the uncontrolled zone to grab that computing authority first. Liu Yi watches the New Order Guild leader leave his face, lost in heavy thought. He sits completely still until the guy reaches the tea house door, silently breaking down the whole situation. In his past life, no one survived exploring the collapse zone. But did they really all die, or did someone actually succeed back then and claim that crazy power the New Order Guild leader just mentioned? Liu Yi frowns deeply, and then a terrifying possibility hits him out of nowhere. Controlling the origin realm descending into reality, he is genuinely terrified by his own wild theory. But then Liu Yi quickly calms himself down. Stop overthinking this. A place that dangerous, absolutely off limits. Right now, you and I know his biggest goal is preserving his strength and waiting for the origin realm to hit reality. Fast forward a bit, Liu Yi sneaks into the equipment shop looking totally anxious and seriously guilty. What exactly is our guy hiding? The first time he came to see his sister. The second time, the back garden crew totally blocked his path. The third time, interrupted by the New Order Guild master. Surely nobody will stop him this time, right? Suddenly, a notification sound chimes out, making him panic and stutter with a twisted expression. Turns out the dinging message is from room 072 while Liu Yi is actually about to enter room 071. Seeing that, he sighs in relief, walks right in, and thinks that almost scared me to death. Moments later, the system screen flashes his current secret realm essence 15,320. Looking at those numbers, Liu Yi starts to scheme. Gear past level 50 can actively add conditions. He frowns, secretly complaining. At the same time, for every 10 levels upgraded, each piece of gear can add 1 condition. He completely forgot about this before. He scratches his head, totally blaming himself for being careless, cursing his own shallow gaming experience from his past life while secretly doing the heavy math. Right now, he has 9 pieces of gear to push to level 50. That costs 6,300 essence, plus 9 of those items need an extra condition. His one-piece combat suit counts as a single item but takes up 2 slots. Upgrading it requires double the secret realm essence to pull off, but it can add 3 whole conditions. So to add conditions to all level 50 gear minus 2 of those condition orbs, he still needs 9,000 essence. Liu Yi puts his hands on his hips, staring at the screen. With the Ark's weight reduction help, he can finally wear level 60 gear. He mutters to himself again. If he wants to upgrade absolutely everything, straight to 60 and add a condition to each piece, he needs 26,200 essence. Liu Yi looks at the 2 slots on screen, doing the heavy calculating. Good thing the back garden crew gifted him gear. Stick with me here, because without that weight reduction trick, pushing enhancements to 100 would be totally impossible, and he couldn't even dream about level 60 gear. Making up his mind, he decides to check how much essence the back garden actually gave him. He yells out, "Open the gear dismantling orb." A moment later, the system confirms the gear is officially opened up. Staring at 100 fully packed gear slots, Liu Yi is totally confused. What kind of trash gear is this? Not only is it all custom-made, but it adds strength, speed, and constitution. Could they not spare any pure intelligence stats? He doesn't hesitate and barks an order, "Dismantle it all right now." Instantly, the system shows the dismantled gear yielded 33,542 secret realm essence. Seeing this truly massive number flash before his eyes, Liu Yi slams his hands on the desk, super hyped. That is plenty. Crying tears of joy, he thanks the back garden and starts the next big step. Time to start enhancing. Let's push this gear to level 60 first. Item 1 is the Equal Spirit Headscarf, providing a defense attribute of plus 90 resistance, of plus 30 intelligence, plus 24. Another intelligence plus 22, and a raw strength stat of plus 22. followed by intelligence plus 33 with an equip level of 60-5. Next up is the God Guard necklace, offering a solid defense attribute of plus 90, resistance plus 30, intelligence plus 25, constitution plus 20, equip level 60-5. The third piece of gear is the special Extreme Wisdom Speed outfit. The fourth item is the special Extreme Wisdom Silk inner shirt. The fifth piece of gear in the lineup happens to be the special Extreme Wisdom Speed boots. And the sixth item is the Extreme Wisdom Light Combat gloves. Items 7 and 8 are the left and right total wisdom earrings. The combo attribute effect adds 40 to absolutely all of his stats. The ninth item is the Extreme Wisdom badge. The 10th is the Arc Extreme Wisdom blade with an attack power of 960, strength at 30 and intelligence plus 33, 34, and 34. The 11th piece of gear is the Extreme Wisdom pistol, boasting a massive attack power of plus 900, intelligence plus 120, and an attack judgment skill that triples all the damage, or causes a stun effect. Pistol ammo auto-loads taking 7.5 seconds each time. Dark Snake Soul equipped equip level 60-5. Then comes player Liu Yi's stats. Level 57 experience 11,240,000 out of 100 million. Attack power sits at 2,512. Defense power is 1,384 resistance, 303 strength, 163 agility, 170 constitution, 214 intelligence, 1,630 perception, 147. His distributable attributes are at 0 max health, fully capped at 8,560 and max breath power at 6,520. Next, the system announces, it detected his intelligence attribute reaching 1,000, adding intelligence weight plus 1 and granting him the brand new intelligence condensation skill to use. Intelligence condensation recovers 50% of intelligence consciousness within 10 seconds with a 1-hour cooldown time. Finally, the system adds even more detailed info on his current titles: Reincarnator, Desperate Straits Weapon Master, and High Dimensional Warrior. His current list of skills now includes Life Cover, Repair, Blessing, Binding Grab, Frozen State, Structural Design, and True Power Condensation. Then it sends another notice. Combat Power Calculation is suffering from unknown interference, setting current combat power at 129.9. Taking in all this crazy data, Liu Yi looks at his hands deep in thought, tears welling up in his eyes. He sighs, too strong. Compared to his level 1 stats last life, this is truly insane power. Liu Yi wipes away his happy tears, quickly regaining his tough, determined, manly vibe. Next up is editing conditions and boosting stats. Let's see what happens next. A few seconds quietly tick by. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Liu Yi is seriously confused here. How exactly does he fix this? Should he match the conditions or combine network computing authority with his structural skills? He decides to just order the structural system to repair the orb. He's trying to shift its control requirements from random chance to a specific guaranteed condition. The system chimes in modification successful. The effect lasts for 11 seconds, but has a massive 2-hour cooldown. Liu Yi immediately requests to reset that waiting period, but the system shuts him down. Unknown skill reset denied. Hearing this, our main character just stares at the orb in his hand and quietly analyzes the situation. A 2-hour cooldown, and he absolutely cannot use any skills to reset it. If he wants to completely shift this gear over to a specific required condition, it's going to take him 2 full days and nights. Realizing this, he stashes the orb away. Meanwhile, Liu Yi accepts reality. He just has to take this process slowly. Suddenly, the system pops up, recall conditions successfully added. The new rule, all skill cooldowns drop by 5%, maxing out at a 50% recall limit. Walking outside, Liu Yi figures while he waits for the cooldown. He might as well go join a team and level up. Suddenly, the system flashes the stats for his Dark Serpent soul-taming tactical pistol, a fake replica requiring a massive level 65 to equip. Sometime later, over at the teaming plaza, Liu Yi is literally on his hands and knees on the ruined floor, completely groaning. Oh man, he totally did not see this annoying situation coming. Grabbing his head, his eyes widen in pure shock. Entering a team dungeon to level up requires at least 5 players, and the level gap between members cannot exceed 10 levels. But right now, the average player in the Origin world is just level 40. Even the absolute highest is only 40. He clenches his fists and screams at the sky. His level is just way too high. Time quickly slips by. Slumping into his chair, Liu Yi lets out a huge sigh. What should he do next? Just wait for normal players to hit level 47. That would mean waiting until just days before the Origin world descends. He mutters to himself, if he actually waits for them. Wouldn't those dozen days be a complete waste of time? But teaming up with the core members of a major guild, Remembering the New Order Guild Master's words about the collapse zone hiding the Origin world's control rights, his anxiety skyrockets. Think about it as a player. Being able to gain total control over the game through the game itself, that would make this person the absolute peak player, right? Liu Yi sits straight up, staring blankly ahead, completely lost in deep thought. Now here's where we hit a serious crossroads. He realizes it's just too dangerous. Rethinking his entire plan, his ultimate goal is preserving his strength and keeping his edge. He has to solidify his advantage. If he tries to clear the collapse zone and fails, every single advantage he currently holds will be completely wiped out. Frowning, he makes his choice. He simply cannot take a crazy risk like that. The more he thinks, the more exhausted he gets. Grabbing his head, he groans, wondering, is there any item that grants him immunity from death just once? If he had that, he'd definitely go. Leaning back in his chair, he mulls it over. Death immunity. Wait. The recall orb, he pieces it together, then glares fiercely off to the side, looking straight at a massive, towering high-rise. Right on cue, the system drops the lore. The recall orb literally saves a player's exact data the moment they are killed. The orb shatters and the player instantly revives right at the orb's location with their physical state fully restored to that saved moment. Any items gained during that time stay permanently locked. Hearing this, Liu Yi mind races. If he can just get his hands on it, he calculates the odds. Then tackling the collapse zone is possible. He weighs his options carefully. 2 major goals before the Origin world arrives, and his level 60 gear is already fully complete. Clenching his fist, he smiles. He's going to gamble all his remaining realm essence on this. Liu Yi does the math. Even if he loses, it won't hurt too much. But if he wins, he might score enough realm essence to upgrade straight to level 70. With his mind made up, he stands up and heads out, ready for action immediately. Moments later, standing right outside the high tower dungeon branch, he stares up at the endless layers of the massive structure, muttering to himself. The high tower has 21 floors in total. Each floor spawns a gatekeeper specifically modeled entirely on the exact stats of the challenger. Plus, one specific attribute is pushed to the absolute maximum limit. The entire point of the high tower is to comprehensively test a player's overall skill level. Because of this, challengers have to fight from floor 1 all the way up in a single run. Absolutely no resting allowed during the climb. No healing items either, and only by clearing all 21 floors in a single perfect run can a player claim the ultimate high tower reward. Thinking about that top floor, Liu Yi knows the recall orb is hidden inside that final reward. Over in a crowded corner of the tower lobby, there is a massive leaderboard showing the top 13 rankers. First place is Bai Ye, level 53, who managed to clear 13 whole floors. The second place spot belongs to Etienne, also level 53 with 13 floors cleared. Following them are wild names like Zetian, Fatty Quay Ni, Li Sui Shin, and literally I am trash. Then there's Love Hurts, Please Hurt Me, and of course Take Me Too. Losing face in line Yujin, stubborn, and in 13th place Bai Jia's Ambition. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screams out, "It's starting." Oh, it's starting. The High Tower Challenge is officially kicking off. Will Bai Ye keep his massive lead this time, or is Etienne finally going to surpass him completely and snatch back the title of High Tower #1. Hearing the hype, level 53 Bai Yi from the Shelter Guild just thinks to himself, completely ice cold. My mind must be as calm as still water, otherwise my intimidating aura will fade completely. Meanwhile, his rival Etienne, level 53 from the Pavilion Guild, is absolutely pumped. Smiling wildly, he screams, breaking through hardships is a real man's mission. Get ready, you and I are about to witness pure chaos. Etienne is absolutely obsessed with shattering the High Tower record. Watching his rival act so hyped, Bai Yi just rubs his temples, sighing. This is honestly just embarrassing. Meanwhile, Chen Lui stands far back from the arena, quietly watching these two top players. He knows the High Tower only opens once every 8 hours, and the timing right now is absolutely perfect. Just a few more minutes and the next challenge round officially kicks off. His eyes lock in. Time to go all out. Surrounding the arena, the entire crowd zeroes in on Bai Ye and Etienne. They stand dead center, ready to raid the High Tower. The crowd goes wild. These are real experts taking the stage. Their auras are insane. Seriously, the second everyone heard these two were challenging the tower, every single player stopped their own runs. They completely cleared the floor for them. I mean, just look at the leaderboards. Besides Bai Yi and Etienne, nobody has ever beaten floor 7. Nearby 3 players are still whispering in total disbelief. So what if nobody beats floor 7? Most players get permanently walled at floors 6 and 7 anyway. Are the gatekeepers just that broken? And what about the 14th floor? How are absolute monsters like Bai Ye and Etienne failing there? Suddenly, Chen Liu Yi steps right onto the main stage. Seeing this random guy walk up, both Bai Ye and Etienne freeze in shock, and the bystanders watching from the edge absolutely lose their minds. What is happening? Why is some total nobody trying to run the High Tower alongside Bai Ye and Etienne? Is he trying to leech their fame, or is he just some completely clueless newbie? The guy is hiding his level, and his gear looks like complete trash. Watching from the side, Bai Yi silently sizes him up, challenging the high tower with us. This kid has serious guts. Etienne just laughs, slapping Liu Yi on the shoulder. Hey, having someone chase us is exactly what pushes us to improve. Thanks, brother. Hearing this, Liu Yi just gives a tight smile. But in his head, he is completely unimpressed by these two. Actually, you and I are looking at the 6th and 7th ranked masters from his previous life. He suddenly remembers the timeline. The return orb, they were the ones who found it first. An announcement suddenly blares out. The high tower raid is about to begin. Instantly, Liu Yi shifts into full combat mode. His eyes narrow. Here we go. It is starting. A flash of light and all three are violently sucked directly into the high tower battlefield. The crowd outside absolutely erupts. It is starting. The raid is on. Everyone scramble. We need to check the live leaderboards right now. Right then, two players, one with silver hair and one with green, are staring hard at the empty stage. The silver-haired guy stammers out. Am I seeing things? The green-haired guy's eyes practically pop out. No way. Absolutely no way. Gangzi and his buddy just stare at each other, then immediately sprint off, screaming at the top of their lungs. We absolutely cannot miss a golden opportunity like this. Their eyes are practically shining with greed as they jump up and down howling. The betting pool is officially open. Place your bets, everyone. Bai Yi, Etienne, and some completely unnamed newbie. It is the ultimate rookie versus veteran showdown. Who will survive the longest inside the high tower? Fixed odds right now. 1-to-1 payout. Step right up. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. High tower trial commencing. All skill cooldowns have been fully reset. Player vital stats restored to exactly 100%. All standard abilities are now active. Vitality Override, Gear Repair, Holy Blessing, Binding Chains, and Stasis State are cleared for use. Reset and Intellect Focus are online. However, a warning flashes. Due to unknown interference, structural skills absolutely cannot be refreshed here. Structural cooldown remains locked at 1 hour and 20 minutes. Then the system demands a wager. Please select your Secret Realm Essence deduction rate, 10%, 20%, or 100%. Without hesitating, Liu Yi maxes it out, 100%. The system chimes, confirming exactly 7,344 essence points deducted. For every cleared floor, a massive 3,672 points will accumulate. But if you fail, you lose absolutely everything. In a flash, Liu Yi teleports to the tower's starting zone. He materializes onto the floor, keeping a safe distance from the Guardian. The creature is completely white with glowing orange accents. This is it. The first floor gatekeeper. Level 57. Tier 1 defense mastery. 0 special skill attributes. Pretty basic stuff. Meanwhile, on his side of the arena, Liu Yi, decked out in sleek black and orange gear, just rubs his temples. Am I being way too cocky? I only came here for the return orb. I have zero clue what the rules actually are. Plus, I just walked in and immediately gambled every single drop of my Secret Realm essence. He slowly draws the blade from his back, his eyes harden. Then again, betting everything on blind confidence is basically my signature move. Across the room, the gatekeeper readies an identical sword and charges straight at him. Liu Yi tightens his grip. If you don't take wild risks in this game, where is the hunger to win? He raises his blade perfectly, blocking the heavy strike. He smirks. Without that absolute hunger for victory, how do you ever break past your limits? He instantly slams a brutal palm strike straight into the gatekeeper's chest. A massive 1,936 damage pops up. Liu Yi frowns, his eyes turning ice cold. He is totally confused. 1,936. That is literally my maximum damage output. What the hell is this thing? Is this seriously what they call Tier 1 defense mastery? It is incredibly weak. Meanwhile, back in the main lobby, the live leaderboards are already shifting. Number 1, Etienne. Number 2, Bai Yi. Number 3, Ye. Seeing the names, a random player just stares in awe. Bai Yi and Etienne are absolute monsters. They literally just started and they are already smashing through floor 3. Another player gasps in agreement. I mean, there is a reason everyone calls this tower the ultimate graveyard for players. Honestly, if those two were not here, the tower's leaderboard would just be a total wall of shame. Not a single player has successfully cleared floor 7 yet. It is literally impossible for anyone else. The guy chuckles. You and I should watch closely. I heard Etienne's power level is totally off the charts this time. Alright, you and I are diving right back in. Thanks to some unknown buff, breaking through the 14th floor is basically guaranteed now. He gleefully holds up a glowing golden egg. He fully believes this special medal will let him march straight in and join the legendary Pavilion Guild. The plan. When Evil Sky finally beats floor 14, he will whip out this medal and join the pavilion right in front of everyone's faces, claiming he and Evil Sky share a guild. Talk about the ultimate flex. The more he thinks about it, this random player gets completely fired up. Meanwhile, sitting quietly over in a corner, Gangzi is busy checking his glowing virtual computer screen, while his blue-haired buddy clutches his head in total panic. Are we risking way too much here? Since Yi actually dared to enter the arena, tons of players are totally convinced that Yi must have serious skills. Taking a deep breath, the guy tries forcing himself to just stay perfectly calm. Suddenly, Gangzi slides in beside him, patting his buddy's shoulder to comfort him. Dude, seriously, just relax. Both White Liu Yi and Evil Sky are absolute elite members of the two biggest powerhouse guilds out there, the Sanctuary and the Pavilion. Thanks to massive guild resources backing them, they are a solid 10 levels higher than normal players like us. But looking at Yi, he doesn't even have a single guild emblem. Under the current brutal rules of this game, solo players usually hit level 40 max in the central hub. Then Gangzi drops a reality check. Level 40 versus 50. Just do the math yourself. Compare them. There's literally no way anyone believes Yi could actually pull off a win against White Liu Yi and Evil Sky. Hearing that, his blue-haired buddy still looks super anxious. But what if Yi really is just level 40? Gangzi instantly nods. Yeah, exactly. If Yi really is only level 40, both of their faces completely freeze, staring at the screen in pure shock. The display clearly shows Yi bet 324, while Evil Sky dropped 1,221,340. That insane number turns them totally pale. Sweating buckets, they mumble, "We just have to trust Yi." Meanwhile, inside the high tower, Liu Yi just casually finishes off another tough guardian. The glowing game system suddenly announces, "Defense Specialist eliminated." Accumulated reward is 3,672. Moving lightning fast, he slices the head clean off another enemy. A strength specialist raking in an accumulated 7,344 points. Moments later, the system goes absolutely crazy with non-stop alerts. Vitality specialist cleared, bringing the accumulated reward up to 11,016. Next, the speed specialist reward jumps to 18,360. Intelligence specialist reward another 18,360. Perception specialist brings in 22,032. Right now, Liu Yi is standing completely unfazed on the high tower's 7th floor. His current status, both his health bar and knowledge power, are still totally maxed out. Standing completely still, Liu Yi thinks to himself, this is way too easy. I can't even feel what a so-called specialist is supposed to be. Is my level really just that high right now, that they feel this weak? Then another, much more logical idea pops into his head. Or maybe it is because the high towers... Alright, let's look closer. Are these tower guardians actually scaling power based on current player stats? Standing right in front of him is the 7th floor guardian. Level 57, a crazy all-attribute specialist at Tier 1 possessing absolutely zero element transition traits. Seeing this weird layout, his eyes narrow with even more suspicion and deep curiosity. My main attribute is definitely intelligence, and without raw physical strength backing it up, intelligence shows up as a special support factor. Liu Yi just casually stands there, facing the towering guardian, not even bothering to take a proper fighting stance. After a long moment, he smirks, pointing his sword forward, thinking, if that is really true, then this is absolutely perfect. Across from him, the guardian wearing the number 7 mask erupts with white aura, totally ready to fight. Suddenly, it leaps up completely, vanishes, and swings a massive heavy sword, carving a deadly sweeping arc straight toward Liu Yi. Yet he is still just lost in thought. If my theory is completely correct and this thing generated based on my total stats, then its stats are really only about twice as high as mine. Even if I factor in the over 100 stats, bringing massive weight bonuses, thrilled Liu Yi swings his own blade and analyzes it. The real combat effect these stats actually bring to the table is just equal to someone carrying the high-dimensional warrior title like me. Overflowing with total confidence, he just casually mocks it. So the 7th floor tower boss is really only at this level. At that exact moment, a random player points up and screams, "Look, check out Ye's insane climbing speed. He just ranked up again, cleared 6 floors in one go, and now he is challenging floor 7. Seeing that, player A widens his eyes in absolute disbelief. Is there any chance he actually surpasses White Liu Yi and Evil Sky? Meanwhile, player B stares blankly with his jaw completely dropped, thinking, who the heck is this Ye? Where did he even come from? Then he snaps out of it and yells, why the hype? Reaching floor 7 is completely normal, right? Plenty of guys around here have made it to floor 7. The real problem is how you handle that insane all-attribute specialist boss waiting on that exact floor. That is definitely not something an ordinary player can just brush off. Player B throws his hands up wildly, mocking the whole situation. The 7th floor guardian has base stats, where every single attribute is literally 3 times stronger than ours, being totally suppressed in every stat category unless you are a core member of a massive top guild. Hiding secret powers we know nothing about, there is absolutely zero chance of winning. He keeps running his mouth to make himself feel better, loudly declaring, Now you and I know better, but he yells. It's obvious. No guild logo, he's just a regular player who can never clear the 7th floor. But right at that exact moment, the High Tower Live power ranking board instantly reveals the brand new number 1 spot. Alright, you and I are diving into the action. ETN and number 2 Bai Yi are battling on floor 8 while Yi is on 7. Suddenly, Yi's number fades. Then it quickly flickers into an 8. Seeing this, a random bystander's jaw absolutely drops to the floor. They are completely frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. Meanwhile, up on the 8th floor of the towering dungeon, the glass doors violently rattle. Right now, the floor 8 boss is a stage 2 speed demon. It specializes in non-attribute combat skills, gripping its sword tightly and ready to kill. Without hesitation, Liu Yi charges straight in for the ultimate attack. But the boss dodges it effortlessly, leaving him completely stunned. Suddenly, a deafening shout echoes, "Bind." In a literal flash, the Guardian teleports right behind him. It violently slashes Liu Yi right across the back, draining 1,870 health points. But Liu Yi instantly spins around to counterattack. He unleashes his chained sword, raining furious blows on the floor Guardian. Every single strike lands perfectly, rapidly shredding the monster's health points to absolute zero. Finally, as the Guardian completely vanishes into dust, the system loudly chimes in. The Stage 2 Speed Specialist has been officially defeated. The accumulated reward comes out to 47,736. Liu Yi just stands there silently analyzing his newly acquired speed stats. The boss's speed stat was roughly double that of the Guardians from the previous 7 floors. He carefully recalls the insane reflexes of that 8th floor Guardian. He quickly analyzes the pattern, meaning for every 7 floors, the Guardian's overall combat stats are going to strictly double. A wicked smirk crosses his face as the system formally announces his teleportation to the 9th floor of the towering dungeon. Liu Yi pumps himself up. He needs to stay completely focused now. These higher floor monsters are actually putting some real pressure on him without him using any blessings. Meanwhile, the dungeon's Live progression leaderboard suddenly shifts again. Number 1 ETN and number 2 Bai Yi are both at floor 11. Number 3 Yi's on floor 9. The leaderboard updates 2 more times after that, with Yi consistently trailing just 1 floor behind the other 2. But by the time they hit floor 14, all 3 are suddenly tied. Seeing this, the gossiping crowd goes absolutely wild. Their progress is completely identical. Where did this guy Yi even come from? He has zero guild backing whatsoever, yet he is standing shoulder to shoulder with powerhouses like Bai Yi and ETN. Suddenly, a random bystander scowls and stubbornly starts hating on him. Sure, that guy Ye might have caught up to the current progress of Bai Ye and Etian, but those two are elite players nurtured by massive guilds. There is no way an ordinary solo player like Ye is going to actually surpass them. Beside him, another player aggressively rebukes this claim. "You are looking down on us regular guys way too much," but the hater just keeps mocking them. Big guilds have the manpower, the absolute best resources, and exclusive intel. They can speedrun their members' growth like crazy. What do ordinary players even have? Loneliness. Hearing this, the other player gets totally offended and angrily fires back. "Hey, you are an ordinary player too, right? Don't disrespect yourself." Etian and Bai Ye are undeniably strong, but there is no need to blindly worship those massive guild members just because of that. Immediately, the surrounding crowd chimes in. "Yeah, exactly." But despite the backlash, the hater proudly holds up a shiny medal that grants direct entry into the Pavilion Guild. He sneers, saying, "Sorry, but I am practically one of Etienne's guildmates now. We Pavilion members absolutely refuse to be dragged down by you ordinary players." Yet, secretly deep inside his head, he feels slightly guilty. Something just feels a little off. He knows he has to keep faking his confidence for now, because otherwise his whole tough act is going to completely crumble. Suddenly, someone asks, how many times has he challenged this massive tower by now? The towering dungeon currently shows the 2 absolute lowest floors clearly marked. The guy replies, "Probably over 20 times. As long as the guild is not running a massive raid, I will come here." Failing in this origin world is quite rare, and it is not an actual death penalty, it just deducts your secret realm essence. Suddenly, the entire floor violently shatters. Meanwhile, the players keep gossiping, assuming that with top-tier guild gear, the secret realm essence is just a totally meaningless string of numbers to him. He quietly mutters to himself, but when it comes to this terrifying tower, now here is where you and I really need to pay attention. Etienne went from casually testing it to getting furious, finally realizing he must conquer this place. His eyes glow purple. He consoles himself, every brutal challenge, every painful failure led him here. It was only thanks to the massive explosive power of his entire guild that he finally reached this point. A glowing number appears clearly on the massive wall, officially representing floor 14 of the towering dungeon. Etienne bitterly complains, "I have completely failed here 7 times. But this time I am finally going to break through." A massive earth-shattering explosion blasts chunks of rock and debris everywhere. Just a few moments later, ETN stares as the Guardian slowly fades into dust. At the exact same time, the system officially reports the Stage 2 All-Attribute Specialist has been completely defeated. The accumulated Secret Realm Essence reward is completely doubled, bringing his total Essence reward up to 36. The giant number 14 suddenly flashes right before his tired eyes. He is utterly speechless. I finally won. ETN actually has literal tears welling up in his eyes as he gasps that was too hard, seriously way too hard. He completely tilts his head back, desperately trying not to cry emotionally, whispering, "I seriously want to bawl right now." Meanwhile, back outside, the leaderboard updates once again. Number 1, ETN is on floor 15. Number 2, Bai Ye and Yi are both still stuck on floor 14. Immediately, the fanboy points at the board completely thrilled. "See that? Do you see that? This is the true raw power of our Pavilion Guild members. Haha, still stuck on floor 14, huh?" Then he stands right in the middle of the massive hall, throwing both hands up to the sky and screaming, "While most of you peasants cannot even clear floor 7, our Pavilion members have smashed through floor 14. The Pavilion Guild reigns supreme, but the surrounding crowd glares in pure disgust. It is totally sickening, yet nobody can actually refute his wildly arrogant claims. It is so frustrating. Can this actually be faked? After shouting, the fanboy flashes a massive grin and thinks to himself, "Man, that felt absolutely amazing. What do you and I learn here? Karma is fast." The other guy crosses his arms, completely annoyed. "Alright, look again. Yi just cleared floor 14 too. The guild players, totally overrated." Suddenly, random guy 2 glances up and freezes in pure shock. Right there on the leaderboard, Liu Yi has just smashed his way onto the 15th floor. Someone mutters that only Bai Yi is left in the game. Hearing this, random guy 2 just scoffs and mocks him. That is nothing but a desperate final struggle. Just watch, he will be kicked out any second now. But deep down, he is actually sweating. Why does he suddenly feel like these big guild players, like Etienne and Bai Yi, are getting completely unreliable? Maybe he should start hyping up someone else right now. Otherwise, he is going to look incredibly stupid later on. "Alright, you and I need to see this." A moment later, Liu Yi just stands there watching the 14th floor Guardian collapse and slowly fade away into dust. The system chimes in. All attribute enhancement is finally over. He is in the Yi state, health is completely full, and his intelligence sits at 7,050 out of 8,150. He checks out the updated stats and thinks to himself, "A pure enhancement that just adds raw attributes. That is way too simple." But wait, the system suddenly fires off another alert. Stage 2 All Attribute Mastery unlocked. Secret Realm rewards are now being calculated. Accumulated Essence multiplied by 2. His current Secret Realm Essence reward skyrockets to 132,192. Seeing those massive numbers, Liu Yi smiles and thinks, honestly, if things keep going exactly like this and he actually manages to beat this high tower, the total essence he walks away with might hit close to 300,000. He clenches his fist in pure excitement. Combined with the weight reduction, he could absolutely equip level 70 plus gear. Heck, even level 80 or 90 gear is totally possible now. Fueled by this massive power-up, he gets dead serious. He really needs to go all out this time. Not just to bring Baozhu back, but to get enough essence to keep pushing his gear to the absolute limit. The system announces his teleportation straight to the 15th floor. Meanwhile, on the exact opposite side, ETN is also getting warped in. ETN stares down at his own hands, analyzing his power. He did not just win. His condition has literally never been better, with 30% still left in the tank. ETN calculates his next move. Plus, the specific burst path he chose is the self-destruct burst. The lower his health drops, the higher his damage skyrockets. Less intelligence equals massive burst power. He tightly clenches his fist, practically laughing as he claims his victory. With this crazy setup, he can easily crush the next few floors. "Take that, Bai Yi, I am the ultimate winner here." Right then, the system confirms his arrival on floor 15. ETN steps onto the 15th floor, looking completely relaxed. He flashes an arrogant smirk overflowing with absolute unshakable confidence. He thinks he is the absolute number 1 in this tower. Standing directly across from him is the 15th floor Guardian, a terrifying level 53 beast. It has stage 3 defense mastery, explosive burst attack skills, and a nasty health to fortress conversion. Seeing these insane stats, ETN suddenly hesitates. Stats over 1,000 actually unlock exclusive attribute skills, and this thing somehow has 3 of them. Is that just because its main mastery is centered around pure defense, granting it massive strength and physical enhancements? That would clearly mean this monster's raw physical power and core attributes are both easily over 1,000. ETN blinks in pure confusion. What is this? He checks the alert. The challenge officially begins. Time limit, 5 minutes. He shakes off the fear. He absolutely cannot back down now. He drops into a fighting stance, fists clenched tight. No matter what happens, the top player in the tower cannot act like a total coward. Even if he loses, he is fighting to the bitter end. Across from him, the Guardian drops into the exact same battle stance. ETN tries to calm his racing heart. Come on, its strength and physical stats are just slightly higher, that is all. Boom. Both of them launch into the air, instantly vanishing from sight. Who wins and who loses is not decided yet. Gritting his teeth, ETN unleashes a fierce attack against the boss. But in the blink of an eye, the Guardian counters, using its Fortress skill combined with explosive attack power. That brutal Fortress and health exchange combo completely sends ETN flying across the room. A second later, the system coldly announces, "You have died. Tower run failed." ETN stares in pure disbelief. How did he get absolutely slaughtered in under one single minute? Back in the main hall, watching the broadcast, the player's jaws hit the floor. ETN is dead. He actually failed the run. He wiped on floor 15. But wait, Bai Yi just successfully smashed through floor 14 and reached the 15th floor too. Who knows how much longer Bai Yi can actually survive? Will he just die like ETN did? Right now on the massive leaderboard, all three of them, ETN, Bai, Ye, and Yi, are all stuck on the 15th floor. Seeing this absolute madness, the curious crowd frantically refreshes the tower's live ranking records. Now watch this. Random Guy 1 throws a side glance and mocks them. Haha, so this is the so-called power of the big shots. Suddenly, Random Guy 2 plays dumb. Holding up the medal that grants access to the top shelter, he dramatically yells out, "Oh man, I totally just grabbed the wrong medal. The guild I am actually joining is the main shelter." He dramatically scratches his head, faking total innocence. So forgetful of me. The crowd around him is just utterly speechless. Sweating bullets, he secretly thinks to himself, "Thank God I still have this shelter badge. Come on, Bai Ye, I literally just bragged about how awesome guild members are. Do not fail now." He prays that Bai Ye hits at least floor 16 and beats Ye by a single floor. Meanwhile, back inside the brutal 15th floor of the tower, Liu Yi is locked in an absolute deathmatch with the Guardian. He unleashes a vicious slash, but the boss instantly blocks it with its massive blade. This Guardian is a level 57 menace. It has stage 3 physique mastery and an exclusive health exchange skill. This move drains 5% of its own health up front, to recover a massive 20% over 10 seconds. No cooldown, and it can be cancelled. Seeing this broken mechanic, Liu Yi is totally baffled. Did the system not say it could be cancelled? He's been hitting this guy for 2 straight minutes, so why is the healing not stopping? You and I can see the problem here. The boss's health is constantly regenerating by 800 points. It swings its blade, but Liu Yi easily vaults into the air, dodging death again. Let's see how our guy handles this. Did the healing need a special trigger? But what, not taking chances, he leaped backward to put serious distance between himself and his opponent. The clock was ticking down. 2 minutes and 29 seconds left. Seeing this, Liu Yi frowned and ran the numbers. He basically had just 2.5 minutes left. Right now, that monster's health totally dwarfed his own. Trying to hack it to death in under 2 minutes, yeah, that simply wasn't going to happen. Frustration boiled over. His eyes flashed with sudden resolve. There was only one option left. He had to use a blessing. And not just any blessing, a massive one. The system immediately chimed in. 2,000 mental power consumed, but every single attribute boosted by a whopping 1,000 points. Meanwhile, on the completely opposite side of the tower, Bai Yi had just teleported right onto the 15th floor. Let's check his status. He was sitting at 6,030 health out of a max 7,040, and his mental power 707 out of 1,070. He let out a long, heavy sigh, standing perfectly still while analyzing his options. His current condition was actually pretty solid, with barely any resources drained. The plan now was to play it incredibly safe. Pushing through the next few floors shouldn't be a problem at all. But clearing the whole tower, he wasn't holding his breath. Across the room, the floor boss waited. The 15th floor boss. Level 53 stage, 3 strength mastery, packing an exclusive skill called Explosive Attack. This skill was brutal. It literally doubled the power of its next strike. The catch: the attack after that drops by half, but it costs 0 mana and has 0 cooldown. Both fighters suddenly shifted into the exact same combat stance. The system chimed, declaring the challenge officially open with a strict 5-minute timer. Staring straight ahead, Bai Ye quickly pieced together how that explosive attack power worked. That massive burst damage meant clashing head-on was a total death wish. Plus, with only 5 minutes on the clock for the 15th floor, he definitely couldn't clear it by slowly wearing the boss down like he did before. Suddenly, Bai Ye leaped completely, vanishing from his spot before swinging his blade in a vicious arc. He knew he had to go all out right from the start. Meanwhile, back in his own 15th floor instance, Liu Yi was sweating and panting hard. He had already burned through 30% of his health. His mental power was sitting at 5,050 out of 8,150. Staring at the floor, boss fading away on the ground, he quietly started analyzing the fight. So that was the trick. His speed simply wasn't high enough before to actually cancel out that insane health regeneration he needed to. Land 3 clean hits on the monster within a single minute. That was the only way to completely shut down its healing factor. Liu Yi frowned and thought. This skill came from breaking the limits of the vitality attribute. Did that mean players could naturally unlock these exclusive abilities? Just like breaking the intelligence limit granted that mental condensation skill. If that was true, then maxing out strength, speed, and perception would probably do the exact same thing. Breaking any attribute's limit should grant an exclusive skill right. Liu Yi locked that crucial detail into his memory. Going forward, he couldn't just dump all his stat points into intelligence anymore. He needed to evenly raise every single attribute over the 1000 mark first. It was just a shame that using a blessing to temporarily boost his stats wouldn't unlock those exclusive skills at all. Suddenly, the system alert chimed in. Stage 3 Vitality Mastery calculated. The secret realm reward was finally accumulating. He just scored 135,864 essence, and for the accumulated reward, his vitality scaling increased by 1. Liu Yi froze in absolute shock. What, he gasped, staring wide-eyed. He glared at the system panel in pure disbelief. Floor 15 actually started hoarding rewards, and it even boosted your stat scaling. Could players actually challenge the tower multiple times to farm this? The system completely ignored his question, instead coldly announcing that the teleportation gate to the 16th floor was now open. He immediately noticed his massive blessing buffs had been completely wiped away. Meanwhile, you and I are about to see the crowd go absolutely wild. Someone screamed. He actually did it. Yi just completely crushed the 15th floor, someone yelled in awe. He is heading straight to floor 16 now. Man, he is an absolute legend. Where did this overpowered god even come from? The chatter in the room was absolutely deafening. Watching all this, a random guy smirked and nudged his friend. See, those so-called elite guild members are nothing. It is all about us, normal players. Meanwhile, another guy nearby was frowning hard, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. He was clearly annoyed. Up on the massive leaderboard, Bai Ye was still stuck on 15 while Yi had advanced. But just seconds later, both names flashed on floor 16. The annoyed guy immediately pointed at the board with a super smug grin. Look at that, Bai Ye made it to 16 too. Now that is the real power of an elite guild player. And he just couldn't stop talking trash. A temporary lead doesn't prove a single thing. You guys gotta wait and see the final result before cheering. For a moment, the leaderboard proudly displayed both Bai Ye and Ye side by side on floor 16. But literally a split second later, Bai Ye's name suddenly grayed out entirely. Game over. He had failed the challenge. Seeing this absolute shocker of a plot twist, the smug guy went wide-eyed, completely frozen in disbelief. Nearby, a girl stared at the board, utterly confused. Wait, what just happened? How did Bai Ye fail the second he reached 16? What kind of monster was up there? Suddenly, 2 golden badges were violently slammed into the dirt, followed by an angry shout. To hell with elite guilds. Yeah, the smug guy had furiously thrown his own guild pins to the ground. Doing a complete 180, he threw both hands in the air and screamed. Normal players rule this world. Everyone around him visibly jumped, completely weirded out by the sudden mood swing. And then he actually started jumping up and down, wildly chanting, "Let's go, Ye. Yi is invincible." Watching this guy lose his mind, the crowd just sweat-dropped awkwardly. Someone finally muttered, "Dude, could you maybe not switch sides that fast?" Meanwhile, exactly 1 minute ago, back inside the tower on floor 16, Bai Yi was on his knees, gasping for air as the system read out his status. Health down to 530. Mental power crushed to just 115. Dripping with sweat, he gritted his teeth and let out a painful groan. That was insane. I almost died back there on 15. But luckily for him, after using that massive explosive attack, the boss always entered a brief, weakened state. Alright, let's jump right back into the tower. Pushing through his weakened state, Bai Ye stares down the 16th floor guardian. He knows his current condition is honestly terrible, meaning floor 16 is his absolute limit right now. Right on cue, the system flashes the stats for the guardian. Level 53, Tier 3 Intelligence Mastery, and the boss's exclusive system skill, Mental Power Condensation. It restores 50% of mental energy in 10 seconds. Seeing this, Bai Ye actually smiles. He hit the jackpot, and intelligence build is by far the easiest to counter. Overflowing with confidence, he chuckles. Looks like the Origin realm really wants him to push higher. Without wasting a second, he leaps into the air ready to strike. He yells that he won't disappoint the Origin realm's expectations. He is absolutely hyped. Meanwhile, across the room, the Guardian looks up and shifts into a defensive stance. Bai Yi brings his sword crashing down, but the Guardian effortlessly sidesteps the heavy strike. Bai Ye is caught completely off guard. Quick as lightning, the Guardian counters with a brutal slash. At that exact moment, system text pops up. The skill effect. Every point of mental energy burned boosts attack power by 50, plus an evasion trait. Every successful dodge creates a perfect opening. It guarantees a 100% hit rate on the counter. Bai Ye's eyes go wide in absolute panic. Before he can even react, a deep gash rips across his stomach. Bai Ye is completely stunned. How is this monster using aura force? And worse, how is it using the exact same aura skill as him? Finally, the cold system voice chimes in. You have died. High tower raid failed. All accumulated tower rewards have been wiped completely. Meanwhile, you and I are heading back to floor 16. Liu Yi faces the Guardian and the monster looks totally identical to the previous bosses. The only difference is the number stamped right on its face. This 16th floor Guardian is level 57. Tier 3 Perception Mastery equipped with an exclusive Foresight skill. It grants a 1-second future vision. Burning 1,000 perception points per second, it detects fatal threats and gives a free guaranteed dodge against any lethal strike. The catch. A 1-hour cooldown. Seeing the stats, Liu Yi's jaw practically hits the floor. This exclusive perception-type skill is absolutely insane. He realizes instantly this ability is a perfect match for his build. For non-lethal hits, he can just use his repair ability. For fatal blows, this perception dodge skill will literally save his life every single time. He grips his sword, locking eyes with the boss. He calculates his next move. If he gets to upgrade his gear, he definitely needs to max out perception. Getting that skill is priority number 1. But right now, he vanishes from his spot, gritting his teeth. Time to crush this Guardian first. He unleashes a vicious curving slash right at the Guardian's face, but the boss just casually leans backwards, dodging the blade completely. Liu Yi instantly follows up with a strike to the gut, but the monster nimbly leaps back. This guy is seriously annoying. Liu Yi scowls. Not giving up, he swings his blade again. This time, a clean hit right across the stomach. Over 1,850 damage points pop up. Liu Yi figures it out. The boss has insane perception, but its other base stats are garbage. Even with that fancy danger evasion skill, there is no way it can dodge his attacks forever. With his weight ratio heavily boosted, plus the high-tier warrior buffs, his speed is literally double the Guardian's. Liu Yi flashes a wicked, confident grin. And to make things even worse for the boss, he burns 500 mental energy points, instantly boosting all his stats by 250. He laughs. His speed is now 6 times faster. Exploding forward, Liu Yi brings his blade crashing down with a massive roar. Game over. The system chimes in right away. Tier 3 Perception Boss. Successfully cleared. The accumulated Secret Realm Essence reward is 139,536. He also scores a +1 to his physical constitution ratio, and a +1 to perception. In a flash of light, Liu Yi is teleported straight to the 17th floor. He smiles, feeling completely satisfied. That was almost too easy. Honestly, the only hard part about this tower are the weird rules and stat multipliers. Everything else is a breeze. Liu Yi stares down the new Guardian. He reminds himself to keep an eye on his mental energy drain. As long as he manages that, clearing the rest of this tower will be zero problem. Standing across from him is the 17th floor boss rocking a giant number 17 on its face. Level 57 Tier 3 Defense Mastery. Its exclusive skill, an explosive power that converts sheer health points straight into an unbreakable defensive wall. Meanwhile, back in the tower's respawn room, Bai Ye reappears in a flash of light. Etienne looks over at him and sighs heavily. Looks like Etienne lost the bet again. Bai Ye lasted a whole 5 minutes longer, but Bai Ye isn't celebrating. He casually asks what floor his rival reached. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Etienne groans, holding his head. He admits defeat. Bai Ye is officially the undisputed #1 player in the tower. Hearing the praise, Bai Ye just smirks. Time to pay up and share the intel just like they always do. He casually leans back against the wall and smirks, asking exactly how Etienne died this time. Across the room, Etienne stays silent for a second. Pushing off the floor, he slowly stands up. He mutters that he got wiped out by an exclusive attribute skills stack effect. Bai Ye raises an eyebrow, completely confused. What does he mean by stack effect? Etienne frowns. It's exactly what it sounds like. It literally took him 6 deaths to figure it out. He got totally wrecked fighting the Tier 3 Defense Mastery boss. Etienne shudders, flashing back to the absolute beating he took from that monster. Getting obliterated on floor 15 taught him a harsh lesson. A pure defense mastery build actually means they pack some serious hidden strength. It stacks physical defense with pure constitution mastery. That means the boss rocks 3 exclusive attribute skills. And that insane defensive wall skill might look like a standard shield, but it isn't. You and I know how bad that sounds when combined with explosive attack power. It's an absolute nightmare. Triggering that crazy strength, mastery locks onto a specific attack, essentially trapping the enemy right inside a purely defensive space, which also strips away every piece of their gear. Bai Yi just stood there quietly soaking up this wild analysis without saying a word. Suddenly, Etienne chimed in. Just a few minutes ago, all my equipment stats were totally wiped out. He crossed his arms against the wall, getting absolutely blasted by the gatekeeper's full strength and max gear while wearing zero armor yourself. That is just completely insane. If this is the terrifying effect you get from exclusive skills, who even knows what kind of insane power other exclusive moves might hold? Meanwhile, up in the watchtower, Liu Yi spun his sword around like a toy, secretly doubting those 3 exclusive skill attributes. Then he gripped his blade tight, fully confident he could handle this mess. Liu Yi dropped into a combat stance thinking, hold off on skills for now. Test the boss's raw power first, then use blessing. Opposite him, the gatekeeper readied his own massive sword. Let's watch closely. Liu Yi leaned forward slightly, eyes locked dead ahead, smiling without a single drop of fear. Then he launched himself upward, completely shattering the stone bricks right under his feet. The 2 warriors charged, swinging their blades with absolutely everything they had. Sparks flew as their swords clashed into an X. Suddenly, the boss triggered a nasty combo rampart mixed with explosive attack power. In a flash, Liu Yi's slick combat gear and sword straight up vanished. He was totally stunned. The system chimed in. He got hit with a negative status from rampart and that explosive attack. All his armor was forcibly recalled. Right now, our guy is literally standing there in his casual t-shirt and lounge shorts, completely unarmed. Looking down in a cold sweat, he muttered, "What the heck is this?" He screamed out, "Solidify state instantly." Liu Yi took a brutal direct hit from the gatekeeper. His feet slammed into the ground, violently cracking the floor beneath him. Left with no weapon, he wildly crossed both bare arms to block that incoming blade. Out of nowhere, the boss shoved a hand forward, activating the rampart skill and a terrifying health swap mechanic. At that exact second, the 18th floor gatekeeper's maxed out health bar rapidly plummeted down to 50%. System warning, player gained the rampart debuff and a brutal health exchange calculation is actively happening right now. Your health is lower than the 17th floor boss, taking a massive 99.99% health penalty, currently frozen in the solidify state. That missing health will officially drain once solidify ends. Hearing this brutal penalty, Liu Yi was absolutely speechless. He desperately opened his mouth and roared blessing. The system confirmed a cost of 5,000 intellect points, granting him 2,500 across all stats. That paralyzing solidify state instantly shattered. The deadly rampart and explosive attack debuff vanished. Even the twisted rampart health swap effect was completely neutralized. Right after that, Liu Yi fired up his enveloping breath skill instantly, summoning his combat suit and trusty sword back into his hands. His eyes flashed dangerously as he unleashed a heavy strike. The system displayed enveloping breath, consuming 5,000 points, meaning his very next attack got a crazy power boost of 112,500. Liu Yi slammed the gatekeeper directly, shredding 28,325 health points away. At this point, the 17th floor gatekeeper's health bar was barely hanging on at 1/4. The system flagged rampart for 10 solid seconds, granting maximum defense value and an insane 75% total damage immunity. Seeing that, Liu Yi frowned in pure frustration. Still not dead. Guess I'll just hit harder. Then he carved out a series of vicious zigzag sword strikes. Seconds later, the system confirmed Stage 3 defense mastery was finally solved. The Secret Realm's total payout was massive 143,208 essence, plus his base perception and core defense stats both jumped up by 1. Liu Yi frowned deeply. I was way too reckless there. Then the system suddenly announced the teleportation sequence for the 18th floor was beginning. His health bar fully restored. Intellect sitting at 4,575 out of 8,150. He quickly analyzed the last fight, realizing that even with pure caution, facing down 2 skills packed with exclusive attributes plus the boss's ridiculously high health and defense made it an absolute nightmare to survive normally. Using the solidify state was basically his only option back there. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi appeared on the 18th floor, calculating his odds. No point stressing over a burned trump card. He still had 1 solidify state left. And if things got really ugly in here, he could always call out the nether snake for backup. Either way, this tower was getting conquered today. Liu Yi stared down at the gun in his hand, thinking. The system interface popped up, listing the weapon's crazy stats: extreme wisdom, fluctuation pistol, base attack power up by 900, and intellect boosted by 1,120. The main skill trigger guarantees that every single shot either hits for triple damage or inflicts a heavy stun. Then there's the Nether Snake Soul Control. Effect 1, Standard Summon. Effect 2, Nether Snake Descent. By activating Nether Snake Descent, his own body temporarily gains 10 to 50% of all its attributes plus the snake's actual skills. But wait, Liu Yi frowned, looking completely baffled. Why did the soul control option just turn gray? The system immediately fired back. Nether Snake's core wish remains unfulfilled. The Nether Snake straight up refused to obey. He was so confused. Wait, wasn't its wish just to leave the secret realm with me? But here's the thing, before he could even process that rejection, the 18th floor gatekeeper locked in. This guy boasted 3 full levels of intellect, exclusive skill mastery, and heavily condensed strength. Standing right across from him, Liu Yi gripped his blade and scowled. Forget the Nether Snake for now. These next 3 mastery levels are probably pure speed. That's going to be super annoying, but the rest of it is no problem at all. Alright, you and I are diving back in. As long as that final stasis state holds up for the 21st floor, beating this high tower won't be a problem at all. Back in the high tower's resurrection room, Tian shoves his hands into his pockets. How exactly did you die? Tier 3 Intelligence Specialization. Bai Yi replies calmly. Hearing this, Tian looks completely stunned and confused. Intelligence Specialization. You've got to be kidding me. But Bai Yi isn't finished yet. Intelligence Specialization that actually uses aura energy. That drops Tian's jaw to the floor. What, leaning against the wall with crossed arms, Bai Yi explains the huge difference between Phase 3 and the first 2 phases. Aside from completely doubling the main intelligence stats, the rest comes down to specialized skills. Most likely, an intelligence-based specialized skill, condensing raw power to give him that aura energy. Hearing this, Tian grabs his head in panic. Then how do we even fight that? Meaning his intelligence is 8 times higher than mine. Right now, I'm just secretly glad my main attribute isn't intelligence. Otherwise, just thinking about it is absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, cold sweat breaks out as he realizes something else even more horrifying. This is the final gatekeeper of the 21st floor. He doesn't just have specialized skills and stacking attributes, but actual aura energy too. Tian laments, no wonder the tower's reward system is this crazy. The high tower never actually intended for players to clear it. Meanwhile, Liu Yi tightly grips his sword, charging straight in to attack the gatekeeper. He thinks to himself, I wonder if other attributes' specialized skills can actually stack together, judging from how the defense-focused gatekeeper uses his abilities. Remembering that intense blue energy radiating off him moments ago, Liu Yi silently notes, maybe the rampart skill needs to be applied onto another specialized skill. Right now, Liu Yi swings his blade forward with pure determination. No matter what happens once he faces the 21st floor boss, everything will finally become completely clear to him. On the other side, the gatekeeper points his sword right at him. He activates Blessing, massively buffing every single one of his attributes. Seeing this unfold, Liu Yi's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Then another wild skill triggers, instantly resetting the cooldown for the stasis state. With just 1 tiny second of distraction, Liu Yi gets slammed right in the chest. He stares with wide eyes, muttering in pure shock. That was the Blessing skill. Now let's watch this insane pivot. Over there, the boss takes a combat stance ready to strike. Liu Yi is totally stunned. How does a high tower gatekeeper have aura energy? And it is the exact same aura skill as mine. He desperately activates the Extreme Wisdom Bell. The pistol fires a single bullet. The system immediately announces consuming 4,500 intelligence points, buffing all of his attributes by 2,250 points. Liu Yi makes a frantic choice. No time to overthink this right now, I need to kill this guy fast in the early stage. Otherwise, with the 18th floor gatekeeper rocking 8 times my intelligence, I am absolutely not a match for him in a long fight. Then the system confirms the bell triples his overall damage. Aura energy covers 4,500, boosting his raw attack power by 225,000, accumulating a massive attack power of 675,000. The bullet nails the gatekeeper right in the head, but he instantly triggers his crazy stasis state skill. Seeing this, Liu Yi breaks into a cold sweat. Damn it, he literally has all of my skills. Then the gatekeeper leans in slightly, triggering the repeated Blessing cooldown skill and completely vanishes right on the spot. The system chimes in 5 seconds remaining on the stasis state. Suddenly, he unleashes an absolutely brutal flurry of kicks right at Liu Yi. Gun in one hand, sword in the other. He crosses them in an X shape to block the heavy hits, thinking, damn it, just how many attributes are getting buffed here? I am completely suppressed. What can I even do? Gritting his teeth, he takes the hits without countering. He analyzes the mess. If I can't use the Nether Snake, what other moves do I have against him? Anything else? Anything. Meanwhile, the boss just keeps violently slashing his sword right down onto Liu Yi. He groans, muttering, is it really over? But his fierce eyes refuse to give up. Suddenly, the system prompts, destroy the wisdom bell, yes or no. Immediately, Liu Yi scowls and roars out, Nether Snake. If you still refuse to help me, then I'm destroying the bell right now. Forget your little wishes, you'll be erased completely. At the exact same time, the cold system voice slowly counts down the remaining stasis. State 3, 2, 1 second left. Still absolute silence from the stubborn Nether Snake. Furious, Liu Yi screams at the top of his lungs. If that's your final choice, fine, Bell destroyed. But suddenly, the dark nether snake finally speaks up. I want to trade. I help you now, but you owe me a massive favor later. The system chimes, stasis state ended. The boss leaps into the air, raising his heavy sword high over his head, ready to slice Liu Yi in half. He yells back, I accept. Fine, instantly, a brilliant golden halo explodes outward entirely, wrapping around Liu Yi, blasting the gatekeeper far away. The boss slams onto his back quickly, springing back up to put some serious distance between himself and our hero. Here's the crazy payoff, guys. A gigantic nether snake materializes, wrapping protectively around Liu Yi. The system chimes in, nether snake's blessing acquired, buffing all attributes by 5,000. Disaster tier creature domain activated. Every single living creature below disaster tier suffers a massive 30% drop to all stats. All creatures below chaos tier lose 60% of their stats, and any creature below crisis tier gets completely crushed with a 90% attribute reduction. Alright, you and I are watching Liu Yi channel the nether snake's power, pointing his sword forward. He looks absolutely terrifying. The beast speaks. Because of the weapon's strict limits, my short-term help is capped. I can only grant you 3 specific skills right alongside the full cover of my domain shield. Hearing this, Liu Yi smirks. That is enough. He charges straight at the floor, boss. His sword strikes out fast, slicing cleanly right through the enemy's heavy blade, shattering it completely before landing a brutal direct hit. Even though the boss uses its snake eyes for a stasis effect, Liu Yi remains 100% confident. He is so much weaker now. Is this the debuff effect of a disaster-class creature's domain? Liu Yi then casually lowers his glowing sword and looks down at the floor boss like an absolute bug. He coldly says, even if you use stasis, you are just dragging out your inevitable death by another 10 seconds. With a sharp, freezing glare, he finishes his thought. Let me say it first. Goodbye. Right then, the system flashes a strict countdown timer. The stasis effect holding the 18th floor boss has exactly 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds left. The system chimes in. Level 3 Intelligence Mastery. Secret Realm accumulated rewards successfully processed. Total essence earned 146,880. Bonus accumulated rewards, physique, perception, defense, and intelligence all permanently increased by 1. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, with his hands casually stuffed in his pockets, says, All right, let us head out. Regardless of what happens, our main goal this time was the 14th floor. Since we succeeded, there is zero room for regret. Beside him, Etienne rubs his head in agreement. True, but as he closely follows Bai Ye, he has to ask. Speaking of which, are we just walking out like this? The crowd will absolutely lose their minds when they see us. Up ahead, Bai Ye coolly replies, What else? Isn't the High Tower all about moments exactly like this? He beams with pure confidence, fully ready to absorb the admiring gazes of thousands of cheering fans. Hearing this, Etienne gets pretty hyped up. Haha, in that case, let us hurry up and claim our glorious moment. Both guys keep their hands pocketed, walking with total confidence. But reaching the exit doors, they instantly freeze. Nobody is there to welcome them. Crickets. Right now, every single person is completely hyper-focused on the live leaderboard. Nobody cares at all about the High Tower exit where Etienne and Bai Yi are currently standing. Taking a massive hit to their pride, they break into cold sweat. Etienne is thoroughly confused. Did something major happen that we do not know about? Why is nobody paying attention to us? Suddenly, Bai Yi stares hard in one specific direction, straight at the massive live High Tower ranking board. Number 1 spot, Yi, 19th floor. Seeing this absolute madness, his jaw drops and he screams, Etienne, Etienne, check out the live rankings. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hearing this panic, he curiously looks up and completely refuses to believe his own eyes. Etienne covers his eyes in pure denial. No way, that is impossible. Then he nervously peeks through his trembling fingers to check again. Dropping his jaw in absolute shock, Etienne gasps loudly. God, that newbie actually reached the 19th floor. Meanwhile, somewhere along a random street down in Moshu, a few people armed with swords are walking around. Suddenly, someone starts gossiping. Did you hear the news? A player named Yi is challenging the High Tower. It is his very first try and he is already about to clear it. Random passerby number 4 immediately asks with deep doubt, Are you messing with me right now? I also challenged the 2nd floor, faced the exact same attribute, and instantly died. That difficulty is pure bullying. Over in another corner, random passerby number 5 is spreading gossip. Have you heard the wild news? A player named Ye cleared the 19th floor and he is now preparing to break into the 20th. Hearing this, his companion loudly sighs. This is way too insane. What is this guy's background? Nearby, Silly Kai walks past and instantly catches the juicy conversation. He confidently walks over to the two and says, Is Yi the great savior of all us Mirror Secret Realm players or what? Passerby number 5 gets super eager. Wait, great savior. What is the real story here? Tell us. Immediately, Silly Kai starts exaggerating the whole tale. And so the wild story goes. Time flies by. Suddenly, someone screams out loud. The 20th floor, oh my god. Staring at the high tower leaderboard, the excited crowd buzzes. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. How is he doing this? The server just opened. How is he so insanely strong? ETN looks up in total shock. 20th floor, this proves he defeated at least a level 3-4 boss. With an exclusive skill plus a guardian with aura, is this Yi guy really going to completely clear the high tower today? Hearing him, some people suddenly realize, wait, are they ETN and Bai Yi? Right beside him, Bai Yi nervously sweats and cries out, that is impossible. With that insane difficulty, how could any player actually succeed? But random passerby number 2 walks right up to mock them. Just because you two cannot do it does not mean Ye cannot. Us solo players have real experts too. He then laughs goofily, thinking to himself, what an amazing surprise. I actually get to act cool in front of Bai Ye and ETN. He proudly poses and laughs wildly, leaving everyone around him completely and utterly speechless. Hey man, aren't you supposed to be on our side here? Suddenly, someone violently screams, 21st floor, Yi just entered the 21st floor. Hearing this madness, Bai Yi's group, ETN and random passerby number 2 all gasp in pure shock. What? The entire crowd is mind blown, and their wild commentary is going absolutely crazy right now. What exactly is this Yi guy's true background? Suddenly, Silly Kai stands right in the middle of the frantic crowd and shouts, he is the great savior of all us Mirror Secret Realm players. Immediately, every single person asks curiously, what do you mean by that? Tell us everything. Then Silly Kai starts dramatically gossiping like this. Just look at these pictures. When they actually see the impressive images on Silly Kai's screen, both men and women violently blush, their hearts completely racing. But then someone disagrees and loudly argues, oh please, what are you even talking about? What great savior of your Mirror Secret Realm nonsense? Alright, you and I are witnessing the great savior of the entire Origin realm. Everyone is clenching their fists, screaming it out loud. Great savior, great savior. Moments later, the massive packed arena roars in unison. Great savior. Meanwhile, deep inside the high tower, the 21st floor guardian finally makes his entrance, sitting at a terrifying level 57. This boss is stacked. Level 3 all attribute mastery, explosive exclusive skills, heavily enhanced attack power, and insane speed. The enemy has a literal wall of health and massive true intelligence reserves. But Liu Yi, he just stares back, cold calm, checking his own status. Health bar, completely full. True intelligence sitting at 6,150 out of 8,150, steadily buffing up. He checks his hands closely. Seeing that his stats are completely maxed out, he shifts his gaze back to the massive threat ahead. Right on cue, the system chimes in. Accumulated rewards stand at 154,224 Secret Realm essences, plus a +1 to his total attribute weight ratio. Scanning the data, Liu Yi calculates the odds. Logically speaking, the 21st floor's ultimate drop, aside from the recall orb of course, should include a massive 308,448 essences and a +2 attribute weight ratio. Meanwhile, up on the final floor, standing face to face with the boss, Liu Yi cannot help but smirk. That loot pool is absolutely tempting. If he bags that reward, his overall combat power would instantly skyrocket. Frowning with absolute focus, he sets his resolve. He simply has to crush this guardian. Defeat the 21st floor boss and those rewards are his. Closing his eyes, Liu Yi quickly runs the battle simulation. His strategy, he activates his skill, Nether Serpent Blessing. Instantly his pupils narrow into glowing yellow reptilian slits, right as the system confirms the activation of the Nether Serpent Blessing. All attributes boosted by 25,000, activating the threat domain of a literal calamity tier creature. Then the serpent itself actually speaks up. Hey, watch your back out there. My intimidation aura will only debuff his total stats by a maximum of 30%. Hearing the warning, Liu Yi just smirks. That is plenty. His current health shoots to a max 208,560, with true intelligence hitting 33,150. With that massive serpent phantom towering behind him, Liu Yi brims with sheer confidence. Out of his entire skill set, his blessing technique stands as the absolute strongest. Every single buff and enhancement revolves completely around this one overpowered ability. Suddenly, the floor boss hoists his massive sword high into the air. Liu Yi nods. He bets this 21st floor guardian fights the exact same way. He quickly calculates the variables. The only actual bottleneck limiting his blessing power, his base, true intelligence. This boss boasts an intelligence stat 8 times higher than his own. Add in the insane exponential scaling past level 100, bringing massive bonus multipliers. The monster's true intelligence weight ratio could easily shatter 52,000, even with the heavy debuff from the Nether Serpent's aura. Shaving off that 30%, the beast still rocks over 36,400 points. Meanwhile, even with his serpent buffs, Liu Yi is barely pushing 33,000 true intelligence. Suddenly, Liu Yi's eyes go wide as he roars, blessing full attribute enhancement. Across the room, the towering guardian. The boss grabs its own neck, triggering its very own full attribute enhancement blessing. Both fighters are now heavily stacked with massive all-stat buffs. 18,200 clashing directly against 16,500. Boom. The impact creates a massive shockwave. Liu Yi rapidly runs the numbers, though his base stats might be visibly lower than this 21st floor juggernaut. He still holds one massive advantage. He has at least a +1 attribute weight ratio over it. That multiplier changes everything. The two warriors violently clash, pure energy blasting outward with every single weapon strike, completely lighting up the battlefield. Just look. The sheer force of their blows splinters the stone floor. He grits his teeth. I can actually win this. But then, something wild catches him off guard. Across the room, the boss grips its blade violently, parrying strike after strike. Sparks fly. Liu Yi adapts his strategy. Sure, his heavy-hitting attacks are entirely stuck on cooldown right now. But here's the catch. He just needs to survive until that very first blessing finishes resetting. By carefully conserving his true intelligence reserves right before the first blessing duration drops completely, he can spend that exact mana to immediately cast the second blessing cycle. Right on cue, the system flashes the raw data for both abilities, letting him weigh the perfect timing. Helmet stats reveal perfectly. Spirit attribute defense sitting at +90 resistance, up by 30. Intelligence gets a 24-point boost with strength climbing by 22. Skill cooldown reduced by 5%. The blessing heavily buffs all target stats while randomly cleansing one single negative status effect, cleared right off the target's body. The buff lasts exactly 1 full minute with a 57-second cooldown. The scaling rate, 1 point of true intelligence equals half of the total stats, and for every 10 levels upgraded, that status cleans effect gains a +1. Reading the system, Liu Yi roars, "Then this is my win." He swings his blade with brutal force, the sheer shockwave shattering the arena tiles into dust. Panting slightly, sweat rolling down his face, he realizes the truth. Without the Nether Serpent's debuff, trying to solo this insane difficulty would be literal suicide. Now you and I know this fight is on a knife edge. Even with the Serpent backing him, he absolutely cannot let this monster build any more threat against him. One tiny opening and this Guardian will instantly trigger a lethal skill and wipe him out cold. Too bad, the high tower wipes your buffs every time you clear a floor. Otherwise, he could have just stacked blessings the whole climb without breaking a sweat. Back in the clash, the two trade relentless, brutal strikes, attack, parry, repeat. Suddenly, the system flashes red. Blessing duration exactly 40 seconds remaining. Pushing his limits, Liu Yi lunges forward, unleashing an absolute flurry of devastating sword strikes. The system ticks down. Blessing duration, 20 seconds left. Gritting his teeth, he holds the line. The system blares its final warning, 10 seconds remaining. Across the floor, the boss drops low, charging right for him. All right, you and I are watching the blessing timer tick down. 5 seconds. 3. The cooldown finishes, and right on cue, Liu Yi makes his move. Glowing with pure red energy, our guy charges straight ahead. The floor boss roars back at him. Now is the time. His snake-like eyes flash brilliantly. Liu Yi decides to go all in, triggering his blessing skill to mass boost every single one of his attributes. The system immediately chimes in, consuming 82,500 mental power to boost all stats by 41,250. Liu Yi's body vibrates as he hovers, then he lightly taps his toe against the floor. Instantly, the ground beneath him shatters into pieces. Massive cracks spread outward like a spiderweb with him at the absolute center. He smirks. He is feeling completely confident he has already won. He thinks, even if you stack blessings, I am not scared. Just means one more minute to finish you off. But suddenly, the distant floor boss acts. The boss uses its own blessing skill, completely startling our main character. A second later, it boosts all its attributes. Liu Yi stares in pure, bewildered shock. His pupils shrink in utter disbelief. Right before his eyes, the boss's snow-white outfit shifts completely into pitch-black battle armor. A menacing teal energy radiates from the monster. Stepping back in actual fear, Liu Yi realizes this boss inherited his exact cooldown times. How do you even fight this? Liu Yi's jaw drops as panic sets in. He remembers the boss still has its exclusive stats and unique skills, not to mention a whole pile of unused survival tricks. Suddenly, the boss steps forward, drops into a low combat stance, and points its sword straight ahead. Meanwhile, Liu Yi freezes, absolutely terrified and totally clueless on what to do. He mutters, "How can I beat this thing?" Then he angrily grinds his teeth together. Suddenly, the floor boss vanishes from its spot, dashing in a blur straight toward Liu Yi. Sweating bullets from the insane pressure, he tells himself, No, there is still a chance. He quickly calculates a plan. His authority rating is still technically higher than the boss's. If he can just survive for 5 minutes, he might pull this off. Liu Yi jumps back, thinking dodge, create distance, just stall for as much time as possible. But the system mercilessly chimes in, this attack cannot be dodged, thanks to the Rampart's skill and extreme speed boosts. The next strike has a 100% hit rate for a full minute. Right then on the other side, the boss grips its sword with both hands, swinging overhead right in Liu Yi's face. He gasps in shock. This is its exclusive signature skill. Hearing the system warning, he basically surrenders to his fate. Since there is literally no way to dodge it, he just has to take the hit head-on. With his current health pool, surviving a couple of blows from this monster shouldn't be an issue. At that same moment, the boss triggers Rampart, and swapping Rampart, exploding with massive offensive power. Instantly, the boss's health nearly hits rock bottom. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is stripped clean of his battle gear and his sword, leaving him with only a simple t-shirt and shorts, totally exposed to the attack. He yells, "I am dead." Suddenly, a loud voice screams out, "Protect." The system announces that the protection spell forms 6 shields, granting immunity to 6 total hits. Just in the nick of time, the boss of the 21st floor lands its strike. One golden shield completely shatters, but Liu Yi remains completely unharmed. Crossing his arms defensively, he asks, in pure shock, "What is this?" The dark snake answers, "This is my ultimate skill." Over there, the boss keeps using Rampart and a speed boost, slashing its sword forward again. Just like that, a second shield shatters into pieces. Looking at his 4 remaining shields, Liu Yi frowns. A 6-sided shield, 2 guaranteed hits, block 2 strikes, meaning I only have 4 sides left. It can only help block 4 more instances of damage. He immediately jumps back to retreat, but the relentless boss instantly chases after him. Seeing this, Liu Yi feels actual despair. Even though the dark snake saved him, this is honestly just delaying his inevitable death. What other tricks do I even have left to fight this thing? He grits his teeth in utter helplessness. It is over. Nothing left. He starts muttering to himself. So much for waiting on the blessing cooldown, so much for my authority rating being higher than the floor boss. All of it was just an illusion. Once this boss stacked its own blessings, every single advantage he had vanished into thin air. And hoping the boss just wouldn't use it, that is completely laughable. This is a total death match. Nobody is holding back here. Running for his life, Liu Yi angrily sighs. I am seriously out of options. He clenches his fist so hard that his veins bulge out. But you and I both know the rewards are just too insane to quit. If he can conquer this massive tower, his true power would absolutely multiply, with a +2 authority rating boost, along with a massive addition of 300,000 elite secret realm equipment items. It would be a completely legendary power-up. He bites his lip, daydreaming. Then I could just skip ahead and become the highest-ranked player in the entire Origin world. Suddenly, the system announces, structure has cooled down. Hearing this, he pauses in confusion. Structure. Looking straight at the boss, his mind races. Can I beat him by literally rewriting the rules? Right now, Liu Yi is completely unarmed, with only 4 floating shields keeping him alive. He frantically weighs his options. How do I use structure to destroy this guy? Stepping back, Liu Yi frowns, sweating bullets while thinking hard. Then he decides to structure a rule, making him automatically clear the tower. But the system coldly replies, this rule cannot be modified at all. He tries again. Structure of the death of the 21st floor boss. The system rejects him again. Liu Yi shouts another crazy demand. Structure the 21st floor boss's level down to 0. Denied once more, he stubbornly decides to demand. Setting the floor 21 boss's stats to 0. Yeah, the system completely rejects that command. Liu Yi absolutely loses it. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, so what exactly can he change? Right then, the system finally brings up Rule 199 and Soul Control. It lets you bind your captured monsters directly to your weapons. Hearing this, Liu Yi instantly swaps the target setting from random to specific, and then it hits him. Wait, if the system runs on rules, what exactly makes a rule? Sprinting forward, he figures it out, its established reality. His eyes go ice cold as he pieces it together. Think about it. Water naturally flows downward. Fire always burns things to ash, and people eventually age and pass away. These are universal, undeniably established facts of reality. They are the default rules of nature itself. Staring down the boss, he breaks down his current situation. The rules he is facing are simple. Hit 0 health, you die. Hit 0 mana, you can't cast anything. And obviously, every single skill has a cooldown timer. Cooldown timers, that is exactly what Liu Yi needed. This right here is the perfect rule to completely destroy this boss. He looks up and shouts his command. Remove my skill cooldowns entirely. Instantly, the system chimes in with an update. Rule successfully modified. All player skills now have 0 cooldown. The effect lasts for 11 seconds with a massive 5-hour reset timer. Seeing that alert, Liu Yi actually cheers. It worked. At the exact same time, the system confirms the configuration is fully locked in. All of his buffs are completely refreshed. Standing there like an absolute giant, he practically glares down at the tiny boss in his hand. Then he just roars out full attribute enhancement blessing. Immediately, the glowing system screen explodes with text as every single one of his skill modifiers multiplies exponentially right before his eyes. His mana cost spikes from over 200,000 to an insane 1.2 million. With 9 seconds left, a massive beam of energy suddenly erupts right in front of the boss. The blinding light completely stuns the creature. Right then, the system drops another alert, warning him that his stats have officially reached the absolute limit for Origin World players, 200,000 across all attributes, pushing his damage output way past that same threshold. The overall effect caps out right there at 200,000. Warning, please supply enough computing power to the Origin World default container if you want to expand the player attribute limit. Reading this, Liu Yi actually hesitates for a second. Wait, I can only boost my stats up to 200,000. But honestly, that is more than enough to crush this boss. Decked out in his combat gear with his trusty sword, his entire body and eyes are literally glowing with power. He raises the blade high above his head and screams, "Die." With one clean, brutal strike, Liu Yi completely splits the boss in half. Fast forward just a single minute later, the system announces his total victory. Congratulations on conquering the High Tower. He scores over 300,000 Secret Realm Essence points, along with the High Tower Conqueror title, which boosts his weight ratio coefficient by 2. He also gets the #1 player title, adding a flat 100 to all attributes. Plus, he receives a recall orb. Honestly, a fitting reward for someone who managed to beat their own limits. Attention, the High Tower is officially cleared. You can no longer claim any more rewards from this dungeon. Meanwhile, outside in the main hall, the crowd is going absolutely wild. He did it, our great savior. People are jumping and cheering like they just won the lottery themselves. The High Tower is actually beaten. The mob immediately starts sprinting, yelling to rush straight toward the exit. Because you and I both know this is the first time anyone has walked out the front door instead of respawning in the medical bay. Meanwhile, the system primes him for teleportation back to the real world. Liu Yi just stares at the glowing orb in his hand. That was way too close. He clenches his fist tightly, closing his eyes with a deeply satisfied sigh. I almost failed right there at the end. Thank God. That configuration cooldown finished exactly when I needed it. In a flash of light, he finally materializes right in the middle of the massive hall. It makes sense now. No wonder you need at least 5% computing authority to enter the collapse zone. It is all about maintaining that configuration power. With a determined look, he clenches his fist again. Now that I have this, I can definitely survive the collapse zone. But suddenly, a huge voice echoes out. You are so cool. Our savior Liu Yi nearly jumps out of his skin as a massive chorus of cheering absolutely erupts around him. The savior is amazing. You are literally a legend. Hey boss, how on earth did you pull that off in there? You actually cleared the impossible tower. Seeing this insane mob, Liu Yi takes a step back in pure shock. Since when were there this many people here? The crowd just keeps swarming him. You are basically a god to us. Please, you have to let us follow you from now on. Completely overwhelmed by the hype, Liu Yi just awkwardly stammers out a few words. Meanwhile, the wild cheering only gets louder, making him sweat bullets. He stands there completely frozen, muttering nervously, "Guys, I just have one little sister. I am absolutely not starting a harem." Meanwhile, out on the neon-lit streets of Mushu City, rumors are spreading like wildfire. Hey, did you hear the latest news? In just over 10 short days, Origin World has fully cemented itself as the second biggest thing on the entire planet. Crazy, right? I heard tons of people are using it to get filthy rich. The really crazy ones are literally selling their houses just to invest everything into Origin World. But you and I know that kind of hype brings trouble. People are straight up quitting their factory day jobs just to grind in the game full time. And with those massive player numbers, who knows if this virtual gold rush is going to crash our actual real-world economy. At the end of the day, a game is just a game. The real world is what puts food on the table. Hearing this, someone else finally asks the big question. Wait, isn't the government stepping in nearby? Liu Yi just tunes them all out, focusing completely on the item in front of him. He is reading up on the recall orb. You and I are looking at something insane here. It records your stats when you die, allowing you to resurrect right at the orb's location. It also restores your physical state to exactly how it was recorded. Seeing this, Liu Yi realizes something crucial. Now that he has it, he can actually enter the collapse zone. Closing his eyes and gripping the orb tight, he thinks, not yet. It is not time to use this. He shoots a glance over his shoulder, wheels turning in his head. First, he needs to see if he can exploit the party size limit to bypass the secret realm restriction. Then, gripping his handgun, his focus shifts. As for right now, he asks out loud, what do you need me to do? His mind flashes back to Ming, she wanting to strike a deal earlier. Clearly, the serpent needs a massive favor from him. Since it's his absolute best trump card outside the mechanism, solving its problem is a top priority. Suddenly, Ming Shi's voice echoes out, "I want my freedom." That request leaves Liu Yi completely speechless. He figures if he didn't already know the Origin Realm's bizarre nature, he'd be totally mind-blown right now. The AI in this game is just ridiculously advanced. He asks Ming Shi, "How do I do that?" Staring intensely at his gun, Liu Yi makes a firm decision. Even if he doesn't know if this weapon can cross over when the Origin Realm merges with reality, he has to keep it. At least until then. He will do whatever it takes to keep this thing equipped. Suddenly, Ming Shi drops a bomb. "Take me to the border of this world first. I have this deep feeling. That place is where I truly belong." Liu Yi raises an eyebrow. The border? Isn't the border of the Origin Realm literally just the collapse zone? A thought crosses his mind. Did the developers intentionally hardwire this desire into the system? Like some hidden subliminal message, fine, Liu Yi replies. "But you know the border is an absolute death trap, right? If my life is on the line, you better back me up." The serpent agrees without hesitation. Done. And besides that, there is one more little thing I need. Do it, and I will actually help you awaken an exclusive attribute skill. You can pick whichever one you want. Liu Yi's eyes go wide. Wait. I can pick any skill, an exclusive attribute skill of his choice. He instantly remembers the insane power of the 21st floor boss and snaps back to reality. You've got a deal. Fast forward a bit. Let's see what happens as we head over to the equipment crafting shop. Standing right at the console, Liu Yi crosses his arms. "All right, spill it. What do you want me to buy?" He scoffs internally, completely overconfident. "I'm sitting on 300,000 secret realm essences. Go crazy and pick whatever you want." Honestly, he wouldn't mind spending every last drop of it if Ming Shi actually delivers that exclusive skill. Getting his hands on a top-tier exclusive attribute skill right now. Yeah, that would make burning through every last drop of his essence completely and undeniably worth it. But a few seconds later, Liu Yi turns pale and completely speechless. The system screen flashes the massive price tag for the high-level transformable assembly cube. 300,000 for high tier, 200,000 for mid-tier, and 100,000 for low tier. He violently rubs his temples. "Look, I totally get that you want freedom. But could you maybe pick something slightly cheaper?" Watching 300 grand vanish hurts his soul. He is honestly starting to regret his life choices here. When he challenged the tower, he really should have farmed way more essence. Ming Shi quickly defends its expensive choice. "Sure, I admit it is quite pricey. But with this item, I can fully manifest in my absolute peak state for short bursts of time. Otherwise, the only help I can actually give you in battle is just tossing you a random skill along with my passive aura. And let's be real, fighting like that is way too dangerous." Liu Yi narrows his eyes in suspicion. "Hold up, didn't the skill description explicitly say you could fight directly alongside me?" Hearing the doubt in his voice, Ming Shi clarifies exactly how it works. "That requires a solid medium. If I descend directly into that tiny gun of yours, the weapon will instantly shatter. Every single stat it has would vanish forever." Still want me to do it? That terrifying thought makes Liu Yi flinch immediately. Okay, fine. Point completely taken. He quickly runs the math in his head. Every 10 levels this gear upgrades, the reload time is literally cut right in half. 3 more upgrades and he is firing every 0.9 seconds. Combined with the absolutely insane triple damage multiplier it comes with, and the built-in stun effect, this thing is legitimately a god-tier weapon. He seriously wonders how on earth Ji Guan ever got his hands on it back then. "Alright," he says. "Buy the high-level transformable assembly cube." Instantly, the system chimes in with an alert. "High-level transformable assembly cube purchased. Deducting 300,000 secret realm essences from your balance. The transaction has been successfully completed." A glowing futuristic cube materializes right in front of him. Liu Yi stares at it. "So, what's next?" Ming Shi answers. "Control it, shape it into a ring, and wear it on your body." Liu Yi does exactly as the serpent instructs, a sudden thought hitting him. Wait a second. Is the main thing Ming Shi wants actually just this ridiculously expensive ring? Was the whole "take me to the border" thing just a convenient excuse? He stares at the band on his index finger. He puts the pieces together. Ming Shi's stat panel, probably grayed out earlier exactly because it saw this incredibly rare item in the shop, and threw a total tantrum when Liu Yi couldn't afford it. Think back to their very first showdown inside the secret realm. Shaking his head frantically to clear the thought, he thinks, "No way, that is impossible. Absolutely zero chance. Ming Shi's a majestic, terrifying beast. It wouldn't be that ridiculously petty." Suddenly, the serpent's voice interrupts his panic. "All right, since you bought my new vessel, I will fulfill my end of the bargain. Listen up, we're jumping right back in. Before awakening that exclusive attribute skill, he needs to hit level 60 first. 3 hours fly by in a flash. Now we see Liu Yi standing right at the edge of some dungeon entrance over in the chaos zone. He looks up frowning hard. Can he actually grind his way to level 60 before heading into the ruin zone? And whether he can score that exclusive attribute skill from the Nether Snake completely depends on one thing. If his construct skill can rewrite the dungeon's entry rules. Oh, and keep in mind, outside buffs absolutely cannot be carried over into the dungeon. He figures as long as he gets inside continuously, stacking those blessing skills will basically make him completely invincible. So he immediately orders the construct to remove the player limit for entry. Instantly, the system chimes and the rule has been successfully changed. The construct's cooldown is just 1 hour. Hearing this, Liu Yi literally jumps for joy. He actually tweaked the rules. This is huge. He flashes a massive grin, clenching his fist with pure determination. Time to kick off an insane leveling spree. Level 60, here he comes. Without wasting a second, he dashes straight into the dungeon. A long while later, Liu Yi crouches low, gripping his sword with an ice-cold glare. Sure, he got inside, but there's a super annoying catch here. The altered dungeon only gives 1/10 of the original rewards. But his eyes suddenly light up. Thanks to his Crisis Reverser title, Buffett perfectly scales back up. He's getting the exact same payout as a normal dungeon run. He starts clearing 2 or 3 dungeons every single day, grabbing a level every 3 runs. Flash forward 3 full days of absolute grinding madness. Liu Yi slams his sword into the dirt, throwing both fists in the air. He did it. He finally broke through to level 60. At the exact same time, he fully equips 10 stat affixes, leaving 14 in the bank. He slaps 10 of those straight onto his duration effect skills. That adds 5% to his skill duration, pushing the max cap all the way to 50%. He also sorts out 3 soul controls and 1 weight reduction. He slots those 3 soul controls onto 2 different weapons. He completely purges the weight reduction from the arc blade, tossing it onto his other gear instead. Then the system pulls up player Liu Yi's fresh stats. Level 60. Experience sitting at 0 out of 2.4 billion. As for his current titles, he's rocking Weapon Master Crisis, Reverser Higher Dimensional Warrior, Tower Champion, Tower Conqueror, and the Accumulated Authority Ratio. What an absolutely stacked lineup. His distributable attribute points are 0. Health pool, 19,020. Cognitive power, well over 12,000. His active skill lineup includes Life Force Repair. He's also running Fortify, blessing the dual stack Solidify State and Cognitive Power construct. Plus, his gear affixes stack a huge 50% boost with a 50% return effect. Factor in his duration skills and a 10-level gear requirement drop. Next up, the system reveals his new level 60 Life Force branch skill, Resonance. This aura links targets together. Anyone standing inside its glowing coverage will actively resonate and share their health pools. If health drops to 10%, they auto-eject from the resonance state. The aura spans a massive 500 range. Activating it burns 100 cognitive power points, then drains 10 points a second. Any linked targets trapped inside the glowing circle will actually face a max health reduction, including himself. Luckily, those limits bounce right back to normal once they step out of the zone. Again, that's a 500 range aura. Popping it costs a flat 100 cognitive power, costing 10 points every single second it stays active. It drops max health by 1% per second, capped at 90%. But then the system drops a bomb due to total computing limits. He can't earn any more experience. Seeing this, Liu Yi just scratches his head. What is going on here? He clearly remembers getting this exact same warning during his blessing enhancements. Capped computing power basically means his level can technically still go up. But before he pushes any higher, he needs to boost the Origin Realm's total processing power first. And since hitting level 60, he's totally locked out from gaining any more dungeon experience. No wonder the top players in his past life peaked at level 60 when the Origin Realm dropped. Heading back to the Twilight Hotel, Liu Yi is still deep in thought. It makes sense trying to upgrade his gear to level 70 would probably trigger that exact same processing power warning. He sits on his bed, completely zoned out. Suddenly, the Nether Snake asks, "Which one are you picking?" Hearing that, Liu Yi pauses. What he really wants is the perception skill, but out of all the attribute skills available, the absolute hardest exclusive to get is definitely Bulwark. He frowns, staring straight ahead as he runs the mental math. But honestly, the specific stats and raw physical strength attached to Bulwark's attribute tree don't really do much for him right now. For explosive damage, he already has dual stack. For health, he's got his repair skill. But Liu Yi is thinking 10 steps ahead here. The biggest game changer, Bulwark can actually stack on top of his other attribute skills. Yeah, the choice is obvious. He looks right at the Nether Snake. I want the legendary defense Bulwark. The beast huffs a laugh. You really know how to pick them. All right, whatever prompt pops up next, just make sure you hit agree. That weird advice instantly makes him suspicious. Agree to absolutely anything that pops up. Is this giant snake setting him up? Even so, he nods. Got it. Suddenly, the system flashes. Do you wish to enter the Nether Snake's exclusive mindscape? Boom, Liu Yi is instantly on high alert. A mindscape. If he steps into the snake's own mental turf, won't he be totally at its mercy? But then he smirks. You and I know how this works. No risk, no reward. He smashes the confirm button. All right, let's dive into this. A jade green light streaks down, cutting straight through the absolute darkness. Moments later, our guy Liu Yi finally touches down on the pitch-black ground below. He scans the area. Nothing but a barren wasteland in every direction with violent thunder rumbling way off in the distance. Liu Yi wonders, is this the Nether Serpent's domain? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive orange blur crashes down from above. He looks up completely startled. Boom! The Nether Serpent's colossal body slams right into the earth, sending shattered rocks and debris flying absolutely everywhere. Meanwhile, Liu Yi takes a brutal hit. He hits the dirt, groaning in pain. Oh man, right after that, the massive creature starts shifting its weight. The serpent glares down with one terrifying glowing eye. It mocks him. Is that all you've got? Get up on your feet. Liu Yi forces himself up, staring right at that massive head in disbelief. So this is its true form in this space. The oppressive pressure radiating off this thing is insanely stronger than it was on the outside. The serpent's voice echoes out. You only earn the bulwark skill if you can defeat me while I am in this exact form. Otherwise, prepare to rot in this place forever. Hearing that threat, he grips his shoulder, dripping in cold sweat. Stay in this total wasteland forever. No way. So you are forcing me to go all out. If you want to fight to the death, Liu Yi grips his blade, leaping high into the air, screaming. Then bring it on. Fast forward 6 grueling days later. The system chimes in. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the exclusive defensive attribute skill known as Bulwark. Bulwark massively increases the maximum defensive limit. Plus, it can actually be stacked together with your other exclusive combat skills. Stacking limit is 3 out of 3 charges with a 1-hour cooldown. Your current exclusive skill is Mental Power Condensation. Condensing Bulwark and Mental Power will actively drain the target's own mental energy reserves. The required consumption ratio between draining your power and the enemy's is exactly 1-to-1. Suddenly, a direct message pops up from the guild leader. New Order computing privileges are fully authorized. Use tomorrow to prepare everything. The team rolls out at exactly 8 a.m. the following morning. In the dead of night, back in the real world, Liu Yi leans against his windowsill. He gazes out quietly, watching the neon city lights glow below. He thinks to himself, just 7 days left. I spent all these recent days trapped inside that spiritual space, constantly fighting the Nether Serpent. It started as a completely one-sided beating, but eventually I held my own. He clenches his fist tightly, feeling proud. But in the very end, I actually defeated the beast and secured the Bulwark skill. The craziest part, though, is that insane stacking effect between the Bulwark shield and my condensed mental power. It actively drains the enemy's mental energy. That is basically a permanent silence debuff on them, right? Just completely shutting down their abilities forever. Above, the stars shine and below, the city glows. Stick with me, this is huge. Liu Yi cracks a super proud smile. Yeah, I'm seriously powerful now. I must be among the absolute top players in the Origin realm. Time always flies when you are leveling up. The very next morning, inside Liu Yi's rundown apartment, his virtual reality headset sits quietly resting on the desk. Liu Yi throws on a black short-sleeved shirt. He buttons it all the way up to his collar, finally looking completely ready to head out. Liu Yi opens his bedroom door, looking a bit puzzled. Right outside, his sister, Liu Yun, is carrying a whole basket of stuff. She beams at him, saying, "Your gear is totally ready." Seeing this, Liu Yi nods. All right, let's get going. But suddenly, Liu Yun spots something weird. She immediately drops the bag right onto the table and steps right up to him. She reaches out, adjusting her brother's top collar button, gently scolding him. "Why did you button this one all the way up again? Mom always told us not to button the very top one." Liu Yi stares at the loosened collar. Seeing Liu Yun act this lively brings back old memories. He freezes for a second, hearing their mom mentioned, then watches her bright, genuine smile. A warm smile breaks across Liu Yi's face as he softly replies, "Yeah." A good while later, they arrive at the West Suburbs Cemetery over in High City, standing right in front of a weathered tombstone featuring an old faded photograph of a man and a woman. Incense is burning with plates of chicken and fresh fruit offered. Liu Yi and Liu Yun squat down, quietly burning paper money together. He stares silently, speaking in his heart. "Mom, Dad, I will always take great care of Yun. Please rest easy." Meanwhile, she is cheerfully praying in secret. "Mom, Dad, I actually helped my brother find a gorgeous sister-in-law. Trust me. I am making sure they give you 2 grandkids within 3 years to carry on the family line." Suddenly, a loud booming voice calls out, "Little Yi, little Yun, you two actually got here way before I did." Hearing that familiar voice, the siblings both turn around, confused, watching a man strolling towards them. It is Uncle Wang Shucheng, an old friend of their late parents. He flashes a massive, goofy grin, laughing loudly. "Haha, it has been a while." Seeing him, Liu Yi smiles and waves warmly. "Uncle Wang, you finally made it. Thank you so much." You always come to visit my parents every single year without fail. Wang Shucheng pats his head affectionately. Nonsense, your parents were my absolute best friends. But Liu Yun peeks right behind him with wide eyes instantly teasing. Uncle Wang, did you really come alone again? My parents were bugging you about marriage 15 years ago. When are you finally going to fulfill their dying wish? That comment hits him right where it hurts. Flustered Uncle Wang strikes a ridiculous V-pose right under his chin. Look, Yun, there is something you just do not understand. I am incredibly popular with women, but I choose to stay single. I am just trying not to break my precious girlfriend's hearts. Hearing this totally obvious lie, she frowns playfully. Oh really? Maybe I should track down these imaginary girlfriends then. That way you will not have to worry about hurting them anymore. Instantly, Wang Shucheng points a shaking finger, dramatically scolding her. Hey, do not be so savage, Yun. That is way too cruel. Show your elders respect. The siblings just burst out laughing. You and I both love wholesome moments like this. All right, you and I are back. Liu Yun sticks her tongue out, teasing Uncle Wang. Setting his incense bag down, the older man sighs and says, Old Liu, you seriously need to visit your precious daughter in a dream and teach her some manners. Squatting down to burn Ja's paper alongside him, Liu Yi chimes in. Stop making wild guesses. I am way too busy plotting to save our entire world right now. Okay, I literally have zero time to even think about dating or romance, but Liu Yun just smirks. But Mom and Dad ordered me to make it happen. Changing the subject entirely, Uncle Wang asks, how have you two been lately? Ever since you both moved out on your own, I really have not checked in on your situation at all. Tending to the fire without looking up, Liu Yi answers. We are doing fine, thanks for always looking out for us, Uncle Wang. But the older man just lowers his head, looking completely heartbroken. Please, do not thank me. After your parents passed, I honestly should have looked after you until you both got married and settled down. Instead of caring for you when we lived together, I ended up dragging you two down with me. Hearing those heavy words, Liu Yi offers a gentle smile and disagrees. You cannot say that. Back then, we were just kids. Having an adult in the house was honestly a lifesaver. Glancing at the older man, our main character suddenly realizes something. Actually, Uncle Wang is the one who originally told him to play Origin World. He must still be logging in right. A wave of anxiety suddenly hits him. He remembers clearly that in his past life, right after the game merged with reality, Uncle Wang vanished without a trace. So he casually asks Uncle Wang, how is your progress in Origin World? Caught off guard, the older man looks absolutely stunned and confused. Wait, why are you asking about that all of a sudden? How about you two jumping in? Liu Yun throws her hands wide open, proudly bragging. He is insanely overpowered, obviously. My brother is basically a legend in the game right now. He is definitely sitting at the absolute top tier of players in Origin World. Hearing those exact words, Uncle Wang stares with wide eyes, absolutely shocked. The top tier. Noticing the older man acting a bit weird, Liu Yi quickly asks, is everything okay, Uncle Wang? But instead of answering, the older man just stares intensely right at him, repeating mentally, the absolute top tier. Waving enthusiastically from down the path, Liu Yun yells out loud, Uncle Wang, you seriously need to hurry up and find a girlfriend. Turning his head away to hide a smile, he waves a hand and chuckles. Get out of here, I am not listening to you. As the siblings slowly walk out of the cemetery, Uncle Wang watches their fading silhouettes for a long while. Slowly, his gaze drops back down. Right there rests the tombstone of old Liu and his wife, slumping heavily onto the dirt. Uncle Wang finally breaks the silence. I am so sorry, Brother Liu. In the end, I dragged little Yi into this mess. Meanwhile, the two siblings are currently taking a very casual stroll down the street flanked by lush green trees. A breaking news alert suddenly flashes across a phone screen. According to the absolute latest entertainment reports, places like Jiaoyan, Qirui, and Biwa have been completely dark and unreachable for quite a while now. Because of this massive blackout, Xu Yi, a massive celebrity known literally everywhere across the nation, vanished without a trace while touring there. Right now, there is an absolutely massive group of fans begging the authorities to send a rescue team immediately. Scrolling through her phone, Liu Yun sighs. I actually really liked her music. How does a superstar just magically disappear out of nowhere? Catching that, Liu Yi leans his head over to peek at the screen. You are reading entertainment gossip, she groans. It is not like I want to. But for the past entire year, the only news we ever get is celebrity gossip. Liu Yi thinks quietly. Honestly, once the game world finally crashed into reality, entire global structures vanish overnight without a single trace and nobody knows what actually triggered it. His mind races with dark thoughts. Logically speaking, if some higher power was wiping things out, there should have been at least a massive struggle. But instead, the reality was zero noise, absolute total silence. It was like those places never even existed from the very beginning. Shaking it off, Liu Yi gently nudges her. All right, let us head home and log in. Liu Yun agrees. Yeah, Huan Nian, she was waiting at her place for me to come online anyway. He looks over. You must have hit level 45 by now, right? She grins. Just got there, he seriously advises. Push hard to reach level 50 within the next 7 days, okay? Later that exact night, back in his real-world bedroom, Liu Yi sits, resting his hands on his knees. Gripping his virtual reality headset tightly, he weighs his options in silence. With his current crazy power level inside the game, he should be totally ready to handle whatever apocalypse happens when the game fuses with reality. So the real question is, does he finally enter the collapse zone? His mind races with mounting tension. Wouldn't keeping the recall orb strictly for real-world survival be a massive safety net for him going forward? But what if he misses out on claiming absolute control over the game, breaking it down logically thanks to his regression memories? He clearly knows the only way to survive the coming doom is dominating this specific game right now. Because of that brutal fact, he grinded relentlessly. And he succeeded, carving his way straight to the absolute peak of the player pyramid. Even with all that power, though, our guy still feels incredibly lost. But what actually comes next? Which exact path is the right one to walk down? What choice guarantees a completely safe future for him and his sister? He honestly has no idea. Staring blankly at the wall, Liu Yi finally makes up his mind. He has to check out this ultimate authority for himself. Hyping himself up, he realizes that while they are still bound by the game mechanics, dying inside does not mean a real-world death. He absolutely needs to figure out where this world came from and why it eventually invades their reality. Digging into those dark secrets is the only way to decide his future path. You and I know this choice changes everything. Suddenly, a bright flash pierces through the blue void as our main character fully logs back into the system. Instantly, an older chat window pops up. It is a message from the Guild Master of New Order. The computing authority has been fully gathered. Spend tomorrow preparing everything you need. The morning after, we march out at exactly 8 a.m. Liu Yi had messaged back, "All right, I accept your invitation. I will meet you at the assembly point at 8. The Guild Master replied enthusiastically, "That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you once again for trusting me. I truly believe we will make incredible battlefield comrades." Rereading the old thread, Liu Yi just deeply frowns. Liu Yi holds the orb, weighing his options. You and I know this is huge. When should he use this recall orb? He needs to record his absolute peak state. That way, this thing becomes an ultimate trump card in his back pocket. Later on, over at the Qinghai weapon training ground, Liu Yi makes his move. He takes a casual step forward, totally relaxed. Then boom, his pupils slit like a predator. The Nether Snake skill is fully activated. All stats get a massive 5,000-point boost. A disaster-level aura erupts, tearing open a domain. And right after that, his entire body. Liu Yi blasts out this intense blinding orange aura. He is spamming a zero cooldown skill mechanism right now, and his eyes are practically glowing with raw power. He roars at the top of his lungs, all attribute blessing 3 times. Instantly, the pressure he is giving off gets heavier, wilder, and absolutely massive. But Liu Yi does not stop there. He spams that all attribute buff over and over again. Finally, the system notification pops up on screen. Your overall stats have reached the absolute maximum limit of the Origin Realm. Once you manage to upgrade your total computing power, only then can the Origin Realm strengthen further. Right then, Liu Yi commands the recall orb to lock in his current maxed-out state. The very next day, over at the east gate of Muxu City, a 4-man squad is chilling in the corner. Meanwhile, somewhere else nearby, Yuan Ding is standing with the heavy hitters from the Back Garden Guild. Over there, Shield Brave from the Refuge is glaring with his crew, looking like he wants blood. Elsewhere, Liang Xingxing is literally napping on the ground, hugging her sword, totally ignoring 2 guildmates kicking her awake. And then there is Liu Yi just standing completely alone. When he steps up, 3 different factions are already staring each other down. Suddenly, the New Order Guild Master waves. "Hey Ye, you finally made it." Instantly, the whispers start up. "Yi, wait, that guy is Yi." Watching him casually stroll in alone, the crowd starts buzzing. That is the exact same guy who a week ago wiped out over 100 Back Garden players. The grudge is massive. All the Back Garden elites are right here today. Let's see how they handle this absolute menace. The whole Back Garden squad is practically glaring daggers at him. Seeing the tension, bystanders start muttering. But honestly, he looks like he is with the New Order crew. The New Order Guild Master is definitely gonna protect him. Right at this exact moment, Yuan Ding is staring hard, straight at Liu Yi, and he is absolutely fuming with rage. He raises an eyebrow, keeping his mouth shut. But then somebody finally speaks up. "Boss, how are we supposed to handle this?" "Yi guy, well, to reach the collapse zone faster, our 4 major guilds actually teamed up and decided to charter a massive transport ship to carry everyone. And once we are on board, we are hosting a little tournament to test everyone's raw power. When the chaos starts, we find an opening and finish him off." High above in the dead, silent night sky, a massive transport ship tears right through the thick darkness, heading straight for the collapse zone. Liu Yi quietly notes that, This whole team-up was just the fastest route to the collapse zone. Right then, a massive beam of light flashes, totally illuminating the dark sky. He explains how the big four guilds pooled their money for this ship, specifically to transport players with computing authority to scout the collapse zone. Only players packing over 5% computing authority can even enter, so every single guild on board needs a specialized guide with that exact authority level to lead the way. Alright, you and I need to see this. Inside the transport ship, the atmosphere is dead, silent, heavy with tension. Liu Yi quietly thinks about his teammates, especially the girl sitting perfectly straight right across from him. She flashes a sweet smile and waves. Hi there. It has been forever. This right here is Wei Sai, currently sitting comfortably at level 60 and repping the New Order Guild. Liu Yi just shoots her a quick glance, his mind racing. Back when the New Order boss was explaining things, Liu Yi actually had no idea that Wei Sai possessed computing authority. He stares right at her, recalling the facts. After digging up the strategy for these specific domains, he realized Wei Sai had actually cleared over 5 special domains out in the danger and chaos zones. That is no joke. That is how she secured over 5% computing authority. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Liu Yi feels the intense, burning stare from the guy sitting straight ahead. Rulei Dengchang is practically glaring a hole right through Liu Yi's skull, gritting his teeth hard, and muttering, "I will not slip up this time. I am definitely taking back my pride." This guy is currently level 60, another heavy hitter from the New Order Guild. That blonde player sitting right beside him, that is the New Order Guild master himself, also rocking level 60. He suddenly flashes a smug smile at Rulei Dengchang. Seeing their levels, Liu Yi honestly cannot hide his surprise. Their leveling speed is absolutely insane right now. They literally died once, yet they have all bounced back to level 60 already. The New Order boss's members, Rulei Dengchang, Wei Shi, and Yi, every single one is level 60. Liu Yi checks the system board, secretly mind-blown by this. Normally, if a player dies even once, hitting 60 is completely impossible. Honestly, looking at this, the only logical method he can even imagine right now is abusing the mirror domains, basically throwing crazy money to buy pure experience points. Just getting a single player up to level 50 would cost almost $1 billion. These guys are loaded. Meanwhile, that purple-haired guy quietly scanning the entire room. You guessed it, that is Yuan. Ding, the big boss of the Back Garden Guild, also maxed at level 60. Suddenly, a private system message pops up. Yuan Ding's text reads, "This current situation is actually looking really bad for us. We've got 4 rival players in here holding over 5% computing authority. If they make a move, every single one of us is getting completely crushed." Shield Brave, the boss of the refuge, replies back, "So what exactly is your master plan?" Yuan Ding answers instantly, "We team up. We take down that outsider Ye before New Order can interfere." Feeling the calculation power on him, Pavilion Master Xiang Yun snapped, "Are you totally crazy? Once this is over, how will you explain this to Earth's Shadow?" But Yuan Ding smirked confidently. "Look, we aren't killing anyone from the New Order Guild, so there's zero need to explain." Shield Hero agreed, sending the message. They'd use a one-on-one duel format, a fight needing a wide-open space so he could break free. "All right, you and I can feel the tension here." A quiet, secretly deadly conversation unfolding in the shadows, but suddenly a voice cuts through the silence. "We've all tried sending scouts into the collapse zone to figure out the situation, and every single person we sent in dead. But after they revived, their reports were exactly the same," Shield Hero explained, locking eyes with Liu Yi. "They said the whole world felt completely turned upside down, and all they saw was a massive ball of light. Honestly, that gives us absolutely nothing to work with for exploring the ruin zone. Plus, players with calculation authority are insanely rare. Take the New Order Guild, for example. Even though they boast 4 of these top-tier players, they still refuse to risk sending them in as scouts. So we're stuck doing things the hard way today, taking a massive calculated risk. We're gathering every single member with calculation authority to go in together." Suddenly, Rulei slammed his foot violently into the floor. Furious, he pointed a finger straight at Shield Hero and yelled, "Our guild, managing to gather 4 players with calculation authority, is purely our own skill. What exactly are you trying to imply with these baseless accusations?" Meanwhile, a bearded, level 60 player from the Sanctuary Guild stepped up behind Shield Hero, issuing a harsh warning. "Listen here, kid, watch your filthy mouth. Our boss is just stating the plain facts." Rulei flew into a blind rage. Drawing his blade, he snarled, "A pathetic little guild like Sanctuary dares to act arrogant. I could wipe you all out by myself." But the New Order Guild master instantly stepped in, holding him back. Looking totally serious, he said, "Lei, didn't you promise to stop acting so reckless? Let them finish speaking first." Shield Hero chuckled and said, "Look, before we head into the collapse zone, we should pick opponents for a one-on-one duel. Let's see exactly what everyone is capable of with our own eyes." Roulet agreed without a second thought, shouting, "Fine, shield hero, I choose you." Having finally achieved his secret goal, Yuan Ding couldn't hide a twisted smile. Meanwhile, the level 60 pavilion master Xiang Yun sat silently in the corner, intensely observing every single detail. Shield hero slowly got to his feet, flashing a confident grin. "Bring it on." Hearing this, Roulet immediately fired up, roaring, "Come on, let's go." Liu Yi watched the chaos silently until a powerful voice suddenly cut through. "Hold on a minute, shield." Hero flinched, turning his head. Both Roulet and the New Order Guild Master shot confused glances in that direction. With every single eye locked on him, the white-haired man calmly stood up. "You two are absolute top-tier experts. Opening the show with you guys feels a bit cheap, doesn't it?" This guy, that's White Glove, a notorious level 60 player from the Backyard Guild. White Glove made a bold suggestion. "How about letting us unknown side characters kick things off first?" Just to warm up the crowd, Roulet laughed out loud, clearly amused. "Now that is what I like to hear. Since you offered, you can go first. Who do you want to fight?" Shield Hero waited silently for the answer. White Glove pointed straight at Liu Yi. "I choose him." Putting on a totally helpless expression, White Glove sighed. "I'm sure you all know our guild has a bit of bad blood with this guy. If I can crush him right here, it won't mess with our main plan and it'll finally settle the score for my Backyard Guild. And hey, if I lose, we'll admit our skills are simply inferior." Liu Yi just sat there quietly listening to the obvious provocation, before slowly rising to his feet. With a completely deadpan face, Liu Yi asked, "What are the rules?" The New Order Guild Master panicked, quickly trying to step in. "Look, if you don't want to fight, you really don't have to." But Yuan Ding instantly spoke up, backing White Glove's challenge. "Leaving bad blood unresolved is definitely going to ruin our teamwork later. Honestly, it's way better if we just handle this right now. It benefits all of us. The Ruin Zone is way too deadly. We need total trust with absolutely zero hidden grudges if we want to survive in there." Liu Yi just casually smirked. Exuding absolute confidence, he looked right at him and asked, "Cut the crap. How are we doing this?" White Glove smirked back. "Clear out a wide space for us to duel. Whoever drops below half health loses the match." Liu Yi agreed without a second thought. "No problem." Meanwhile, the leader of New Order was visibly stressed, glancing back and forth at everyone's expressions. Watching how this was playing out, he couldn't shake off his growing suspicions. Shield Hero stood up, clapping his hands. "All right, let's move. Give them some room." Reluctantly, the New Order Guild Master sighed and warned them. "Just keep it safe." "All right." Yuan Ding also backed away slowly into the crowd. But secretly, he fired off a group message. "Just like any of you, no single person can rely solely on themselves to kill him. So I expect everyone to take this absolutely seriously. Don't get greedy and definitely don't think you can handle him alone." The crowd instantly scattered, clearing a massive fighting ring for Liu Yi and White Glove. Now here's where it gets crazy. Yuan Ding suddenly stepped right behind White Glove. With a cold glare, he gave the ultimate command, "Attack." The tension inside the airship instantly spiked to terrifying levels as absolutely everyone in the room suddenly rushed into ambush. Liu Yi, dozens of lethal skills activated at once, and the system rules in this zone couldn't be altered to save him. System alerts go completely crazy. Silence, weakness, displacement. A totally suffocating and mocking aura instantly surrounds him. Now you and I have seen dirty tricks, but this calculated ambush, the New Order Guild leader is completely stunned. Wei Si is also totally blindsided by the sheer despicable tactics of these guys. Rushing Roulet panics so hard his eyes practically bulge out of his head. Total disbelief is written all over his face. But for Liu Yi, this dirty move completely pisses him off. He clenches his fists and fiercely roars, "I knew you guys were up to no good." Liu Yi suddenly flashes back to the moment right before boarding the ship. He warned himself that facing such unpredictable danger, staying at absolute max power was his only smart play. So, right from the second he stepped onto that ship, he actively started stacking his blessing buffs non-stop, thinking it over carefully, even though the very first blessing only cost him a measly 10 consciousness points. To boost all his stats by 5 over the past half hour on the ship, his total stats had already maxed out. We are talking 200,000 total Origin Realm stats. But right now, all that insane advantage is seriously threatened. Liu Yi does not waste another single word. He instantly draws his sword, ready to absolutely wreck them. Every single brutal strike he swings forces them to step back in pure fear. Deep in battle frenzy, Liu Yi violently roars out, "Die, Wind Force Army Breaker." The system pops up detailing the Army Breaker skill. It completely strips away all target buffs. And suddenly, a cold alert chimes in. All of his blessing attributes have just been totally wiped out. For a split second, Liu Yi freezes dead in his tracks. Wait, what? Seeing him physically hesitate, the enemy group does not wait around. They rush into counterattack. Liu Yi quickly tries to activate his Solidify State skill, but the system brutally alerts him. You have been silenced. Skill usage denied. Not backing down, he immediately switches gears and tries to trigger his structure skill instead. But the system instantly fires back another warning. The rules of this zone are restricted. Rule restructuring is entirely blocked. Restriction time, remaining 3 seconds. Refusing to give up, Liu Yi quickly triggers his dodge move. Yet another cursed system notification pops right up in his face. You have suffered. Playful mockery from Yuan Ding. Your movement can only lock onto Yuan Ding as a target. This absolute spam of system warnings leaves Liu Yi completely dizzy and his mind a total mess. Trapped in these suffocating limits, real panic actually starts to set in. Is he actually going to die here? But out of nowhere, a new skill triggers. Ghostly Leap kicks in massively, boosting his speed. And suddenly, a hand violently yanks Liu Yi away. Wei Si stepped up, dragging him out of the kill zone just in time. The missed attack triggers an absolutely massive explosion, sending thick smoke everywhere. The sheer impact violently shakes the entire airship. Liu Yi quickly shakes it off and regains his focus. The New Order guild leader, alongside rushing Lei, immediately steps up, physically blocking the way to protect Liu Yi and Wei Si. Furious, the guild leader yells out, "What the hell are you doing? You all got a death wish." Wei Si's counterattack actually cracked the solid floor. Through the thick smoke, Yuan Ding's squad slowly rises to their feet, every single one of them gripping their weapons tight. They step forward slowly. The standoff is officially on. Two sides totally ready for war. Across from them, Yuan Ding just smirks like it is nothing. Man, so much heat. Don't be so angry. He isn't even in the New Order guild. So how exactly does attacking him break the rules? Plus, we were honestly just having a little fun earlier. The guy is not dead yet, right? Brushing it off, Yuan Ding casually turns to his crew, joking like a complete psycho. Am I right, boys? That completely arrogant, smug attitude, it makes the New Order guild leader physically sick with rage. He cannot hide his disgust. His hands clench into tight fists, desperately trying to keep his fury in check. The tension between the two squads instantly spikes, smelling like gunpowder ready to blow. Then someone totally chill just sits down. Look, if we are not fighting, let us just rest a bit. We are hitting the collapse zone soon, and trust me, there will be plenty to kill there. This blue-haired girl is Sparkle, a level 60 powerhouse from the Pavilion Guild. Seeing this, Xiang Yun casually strolls over to Sparkle, taking a seat right beside her. Yeah, we cannot fight now. Any more drama and we completely miss the zone. The tension finally drops, but honestly, it does not last very long. Bam! A heavy hammer slams right into the floor. Shield hero Wang just sits there calmly laying down the law. Fine, we do not fight. Then Yuan Ding smirks, taking a seat with his super fake regretful tone. What a total shame. We were so close. Liu Yi just stands there quietly, locking every single detail into his memory. Silence. Dispel. A tricky skill from Beard, that guy from the shelter, and another from Shang Yun, the master of the Pavilion Guild. Got it. After a tense moment, Liu Yi finally exhales and softly mutters, "Thank you." Wei Shi just bursts into loud, carefree laughter. The New Order guild leader turns around looking worried. "You good?" Liu Yi nods. "Yeah, I am okay. Thanks." Rushing Lei scowls, crossing his arms like an absolute tsundere. "Listen, as the only player who has ever defeated me until I beat you myself, you are forbidden from dying by someone else's hands. It makes me look bad." His attitude is totally grumpy and rough around the edges, but honestly, you and I love a tough guy with a soft spot. That hidden care makes Liu Yi genuinely smile. Then the New Order guild leader speaks up. "I was way too naive. Considering just how insanely dangerous the collapse zone gets, I really thought that at least until we secured the domain, we would actually work together. I never expected a bloodbath before we even made it inside. And worse, the second we step into that zone, the non-aggression pact completely expires." The New Order guild leader shoots a dead serious look straight at Liu Yi and the group, warning them. "From here on out, we only have each other." The other three give serious nods. Meanwhile, at the border of the collapse zone, the aircraft finally makes its slow, heavy descent onto the ground. After a very long journey, the group finally steps out of the aircraft. Before them lies a hazy, surreal landscape completely hidden within an incredibly thick layer of fog, leaving Liu Yi totally stunned. Right in the middle of that blinding mist, Yuan Ding suddenly speaks up, shattering the heavy silence. Even though Earth's shadow completely shattered our non-aggression pact inside this collapse zone, he arrogantly glares at Liu Yi's group and continues speaking. But either way, in this collapse zone, cooperation is the only way to win. That intensely arrogant attitude seriously annoys the New Order president. He asks, "You mean we have to choose between you and the fake? Too bad, I'm sticking with the fake." The New Order president's bold words leave Liu Yi deep in thought. Over in the distance, Shield Hero throws on his heavy armor and yells out, "Stop trying to act so cool. Earth's shadow completely destroyed our non-aggression pact," which obviously means he fully believes. We can never cooperate in there, Shield Hero says confidently. As for telling us to come together, he probably just felt like more people means slightly better odds. With that, Shield Hero's figure slowly vanishes into the thick smoke. Josiah suddenly flashes a mocking smile at the rest of the group. After that, Josiah quickly steps into the thick smoke right behind Shield Hero. Director, wait for me. That little chat leaves Liu Yi extremely curious. He wonders how Earth's shadow is doing right now. Suddenly, Shang Yun speaks up. Shield Hero is totally right. Shang Yun says while walking forward, Sparkle, let's head in too. Sparkle immediately answers, all right. Seeing them walk away, Yuan Ding just shrugs his shoulders, acting completely unbothered, and then immediately steps right into the fog alongside white gloves. The New Order president finally speaks up, we should get going too. Everyone nods in total agreement. Now Liu Yi's walking slowly behind the entire squad. He watches everything carefully as he moves. It feels like countless dangers are lurking deep inside that heavy smoke. Liu Yi asks himself, does this so-called authority actually exist? He really cannot stop questioning the whole situation. In what form, assuming I actually get my hands on it? What could I even do with it? Endless questions keep popping up inside his mind. Could I use it to stop the origin realm from descending into reality? Liu Yi keeps thinking about all sorts of possibilities while walking. A little while later, after a really exhausting trek, the deeper they push inside, the thicker the fog becomes in the air. The scenery gets terrifyingly bleak. Liu Yi looks around carefully as the mist just keeps growing heavier and heavier. Yuan Ding's group and the back garden leader are completely out of sight now. He slowly raises his eyes. Even the New Order group nearby is just a bunch of blurry shadows. Now you and I know this is bad. Suddenly, the New Order president stops and says, everyone stand a little closer, be careful, and do not split up. The people we previously sent in here basically all died right on this spot. Right at this moment, the system suddenly chimes in with an alert, detected Mo-Dimensional Computing Authority, exceeding 5%. The grand gates to the Beyond Realm Temple have opened. This sudden alert leaves all four of them completely stunned. Suddenly, the ground cracks wide open. Liu Yi starts panicking hard. Before they can even process it, the four of them plunge straight into a totally bottomless pit. Terrified, Liu Yi frantically thinks, what kind of insane situation is this? He panics internally. Oh man, are we seriously just going to die down here? While everyone is freaking out, the New Order president yells out, everyone, be careful. Judging by that earlier system prompt, falling down here might not actually kill us. But this is still a collapse zone, so stay sharp. They just keep falling deeper and deeper into the dark abyss. A faint sliver of light at the bottom of the pit gets clearer. Suddenly, a massive beam of light violently separates Liu Yi from the rest of the squad. He is absolutely shocked as his body is forcefully dragged into some bizarre new space. Falling through the air, Liu Yi thinks. In a flash, Liu Yi lands completely safely on the ground. The system announces, you have successfully escaped the Origin Realm. Origin Realm Computing Authority has been sealed. Welcome to the Outlands. Liu Yi quickly scrambles to his feet and looks around at his surroundings. Right now, countless massive stone rings appear above his head, rotating slowly as if they hold some ancient mysterious power. Liu Yi is absolutely terrified by the sight. Shattered pieces of ground, both big and small, keep falling endlessly from above. Up there is Mushu City, and down below is exactly where Liu Yi is standing. He thinks to himself, this is the Outlands collapse zone. The system suddenly chimes in, due to escaping the treasure of the Mo-Origin Realm. Your overall power is heavily affected by the Outland force pressure, leaving only 0.1% remaining. Detected the High-Dimensional Warrior title. Outland suppression effect is reduced by 2%. Detected 11% Mo-Origin Realm Computing Authority while you are also currently in the outer ring of the Origin Realm. Outland suppression effect is further reduced by 1.1%. Your current overall power is suppressed to 3.2%. Then the status of Player Yi pops up. Level 60. Featuring an absolutely insane attack power of 3,456, an impenetrable absolute defense of 1,400, 2 resistance at 404, and a base strength at 266. Along with countless other broken skills, making Liu Yi a top-tier player. Now watch this. The system spits out a massive flood of wild notifications. Due to the intense Outlands pressure, the active duration of all your skills is reduced by 96.9%, and the cooldown time for all your abilities is heavily increased by 96.8%. Since you escaped the Origin Realm, your structural skills are now placed on an indefinite cooldown. Your level 10 private territory has been successfully generated. Please name your level 10 private domain. The heavy atmosphere in this place immediately makes Leo feel like he's suffocating. Grabbing his throat in pure pain, he mutters, my stats are completely suppressed. This is bad. Leo instantly goes on high alert, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Panic sets in fast. With his current stats, how is he supposed to find authority in this collapsed zone? The thought alone keeps his heart pounding in absolute panic. Out here, even a low-level mob could easily take him outright. Suddenly, the system chimes in again. Please enter a name for your private zone. Leo stares blankly, wondering, private zone? You mean this patch of dirt I'm standing on? With no better idea, he just blurts out a random name, Zone 1. The system immediately confirms his choice. Private zone named Zone 1. Current level is now 1. The Zone 1 barrier has been successfully established. Current compute power count is at 1. The barrier membrane is now fully active, processing and allocating your available compute power. The suppression force from the outer zone has been reduced by 10%. Currently, your overall strength is still being suppressed by exactly 13.2%. Instantly, a glowing barrier appears, wrapping around the exact patch of dirt Leo is standing on. At the same time, a tiny plant sprout suddenly pops up. The system chimes in again. Please quickly gather as much compute power as possible for the barrier to reduce the outer zone's suppression force. You now possess 100% authority. Setup is complete, and 0 cooldown is required. The system notifications just keep ringing out without a break. Setup using compute power authority, modifying the rules of Zone 1, 0 cooldown. Compute power drain will depend entirely on the difficulty. Leo stares outside the barrier in absolute shock. He thinks to himself, so this thing, called a barrier, is that what actually blocks the outer zone? Which means its core, that newly sprouted plant right there, is exactly the Zone 1 base currently sitting at level 1. Its main function is activating the defensive barrier. Effect 1 is completely reducing the outer zone's suppression force. Effect 2, the power of all creatures entering Zone 1 is weakened by 50%. Also, the barrier's main anchor is now permanently linked to the player's life force. As long as the anchor isn't destroyed, the player cannot die. Leo slowly walks over to the little sprout and mutters, wait, it's this tiny little tree. It looks so incredibly fragile. It only has 100 HP, and my life is actually tied to it. Even though I can use it to upgrade my compute power authority. Where do I even find compute power? How do I actually earn it? Right at that exact moment, an object suddenly shoots out from inside Leo's ring. The nether serpent makes its grand appearance. It completely swallows the tiny sprout, leaving Leo in absolute panic. The system immediately announces your Zone 1 private area, the anchor. Base core has been devoured by the false nether serpent. The core and the false nether serpent are now merging. Private area. Zone 1 anchor has been officially changed to the nether serpent larva. Leo furiously yells out, Nether serpent, what are you doing? Just then, a massive noise echoes out, instantly grabbing Leo's attention. A huge chunk of earth is hurtling forcefully right toward him. Leo is absolutely terrified. Now watch closely. Suddenly, that huge chunk of earth starts violently shaking, and in a split second, it completely explodes. The sheer explosive force blasts Leo right backward. As he struggles to push himself back up, the ground over there explodes yet again. A massive green monster emerges, letting out an incredibly aggressive roar. Even the rocks and dirt around it completely shatter, just from the sheer volume of its furious scream. The system spams a series of alerts. The Zone 1 barrier anchor is under attack. Leo frantically shields himself. What the hell is that monster? But at the very same time, compute power suddenly appears everywhere. Leo realizes in pure shock, weight breaking this ground actually gives you compute power. The compute power immediately rushes in one direction, pouring completely into the monster's body. A terrifying aura of raw strength instantly erupts outward. The monster forcefully kicks off a chunk of earth and leaps right into the air. Its raw power leaves the ground trembling violently underneath it. And then that piece of earth actually starts showing signs of completely cracking apart. The beast aggressively beats its chest to show off its power. It immediately shoots upward into the sky. Leo stares blankly after it. It's flying. Look how excited it is. Wait, is this monster's main goal? Just to collect compute power, and then head straight for the light sphere. Suddenly, a voice speaks up. That was a really close one. Leo looks at the nether serpent, thinking to himself, judging by that crazy attack, if the nether serpent hadn't merged with the base core, that measly 100 HP from the core, this patch of land would have been completely shattered just like all the others. Leo slowly stands up and says, it's a really good thing you just merged with the base core, or I'd probably be respawning back in the city right now. Thanks, man. I almost totally misunderstood your intentions there. The nether serpent stays completely silent. After a moment, it replies in a serious tone, don't thank me just yet. Even though my power is heavily suppressed here too, I'm still way stronger than you. But right now, after officially becoming the main barrier anchor for your private zone, aside from having a slightly higher HP pool, I really can't use much of my actual fighting strength at all. Hearing this, Leo asks in total shock, wait, you mean I can't rely on your crazy overpowered cheat strength while we're out here? The nether serpent simply replies, not exactly. As long as you give me enough compute power, I can still unleash 100% of my true power for a short time. The nether serpent suddenly looks straight up and adds, "Here's the secret we've been waiting for. The absolute key to this place is compute power. It doesn't just help us unleash our full potential. It stares upward and confidently says, it can also help us level up and finally reach that place." Leo asks curiously, "Wait, that place?" Liu Yi looked up at the faint flickering light above. "You said you wanted to head into the collapse zone. Don't tell me you're aiming for that giant orb like the monster we just fought." Ming, she didn't hesitate. "That's exactly right." Instantly, the air between them went dead silent. "Let's pause and look closer." Liu Yi stared right at it, his gears turning. If the main target is over there, could the true authority be hidden inside it? He watched the floating rocks drift by and made the call. His mission in this crazy place: smash the surrounding landmasses to pieces and absorb all their computing power. Liu Yi stood there for a second, totally lost in thought. Then he upgraded his personal territory to propel himself straight toward that massive, glowing orb. But wait, what about the New Order Guild Master and his crew? After stepping into the collapse zone, they vanished without a trace. Did they actually get wiped out in that massive sweep just now? Suddenly, the system spammed him with identical alerts. Map system offline. Unable to reboot. But then a group chat message popped up right on his screen. Blazing heat, the New Order Guild Master sent a text. "Where is everybody?" Liu Yi frowned, staring hard at the blinking words. Meanwhile, over on the other side, someone was hiding in the shadows, tracking every single move Liu Yi made. Spotting his target, Hujazi immediately fired off a private message to Chief Dun Yang. "Hey, you'll never guess who I just ran into out here." Dun Yang was confused, just sending back a simple question mark. Hujazi replied, "It's Ye." Dun Yang instantly warned him, "Watch your back, be careful." Hujazi smirked. "Relax. He's only tough because of his buffs, and guess what? My abilities are the perfect counter to his whole setup." The chat window popped up again. Blazing Heat asked again, "Where's everyone?" Roulette quickly fired back, "Man, I have absolutely no idea." Then he dropped 2 photos into the group chat. "Does this look familiar to anyone? Are you guys nearby?" Wei Sai immediately jumped in with a reply. "Once we entered this zone, it scattered us totally at random. The massive debris I'm looking at right now looks like 3 different sectors of the origin world completely mashed together. With an area this incredibly huge, the odds of us actually bumping into each other are practically zero. But listen, the authority seems to be hidden right inside that glowing orb's peak. We should all start heading there right now. Eventually, we'll cross paths at the finish line." Seeing the plan, Blazing Heat totally agreed. "Yeah, that's our only real option right now." Liu Yi scrolled through the messages, his mind racing. Right now, he could only rely on himself. He started mapping out his next moves, making sure every single step was perfectly calculated. Now that he knew the end goal was that massive orb, he also knew he needed to gather computing power to upgrade his own territory. That was the only way to push himself forward. Thinking it over, Liu Yi hesitated for just a second. With his current combat strength locked where it was, how exactly was he supposed to shatter these floating landmasses and steal their power? Then he glanced down at the heavy gun in his hand. "But here's the thing you and I know about this world." He figured he could just snipe safely from his own base. But come on, nothing is ever that incredibly simple here. Liu Yi face dropped slightly. Yeah, no way the system would make it that easy. But according to his own tactical judgment, if it actually worked, he had Ming Shi guarding number 1 from the inside. Meanwhile, he could stack his damage-boosting skills on the outside, including solid reinforcement, absolute blessing, and a triple kill status. With a combo like that, even with his overall strength suppressed by 11% clearing, this ruined zone would be an absolute breeze. Grip tightening on his gun, Liu Yi stood up straight, completely determined to test this wild theory out. Because if this actually worked, he wouldn't have to risk his neck stepping outside his territory to farm power. He could just safely rack up points from a distance. Just to be absolutely sure, he turned to his companion. "Hey Ming, she controlling the movement of this whole private territory is entirely up to you, right?" The serpent simply nodded. "Correct." Getting the green light, Liu Yi didn't waste time. "All right, shift our position. Just a bit toward the spot without all that ruined debris." Suddenly, a massive beast spawned in. A level 82 Liu, an incredibly dangerous creature. Out in the endless gaping void, Liu Yi stood from a safe distance, scanning the monster. "Ming," she quickly warned him. "Its support structure is actually the core of its private area. If you can just defeat that beast, then its entire territory will shatter." Hearing that, Liu Yi cracked a massive smile. "All right, let's go." The system instantly began scanning his active buffs. His zero cooldown skill locked in, sending out a massive blessing wave. But suddenly, a red alert flashed. "Warning, your enhancements have reached the absolute support limit of number 1. Liu Yi blinked in pure surprise. Reached the limit already? That was insanely fast. The system screen expanded, pulling up his fully buffed combat stats. Attack power 846. Defense 683. Resistance 48. Energy, physique, and speed were all perfectly maxed out at 100. Intelligence and perception, also sitting pretty at 100. Health points were fully capped at 6,000. Overall, combat strength peaked at a solid 700. But surprisingly, Liu Yi frowned a little dissatisfied. 100 points across the board wasn't his best, but it was definitely enough. The core foundation keeping the enemy's territory intact was basically just a tiny fragile sapling. His current attack power was more than enough to obliterate it. Liu Yi raised his gun barrel, locking into a firing stance. Let's see if this plays out. Out of all his active stats, only his specific authority-weight ratio was completely immune to the zone's suppression. The higher that ratio climbed, the harder he hit against opponents of the exact same level. Boom, he fired the very first shot. The bullet tore clean through two towering rock formations. Hearing the explosive crack, the Tulu awoke, roaring furiously. His target was zeroed in on the landmass itself. For a split second, the Tulu stood dead, still, the eerie calm before an epic storm. The floating chunk of rock drifted peacefully, and then absolute chaos, debris exploded everywhere in a massive blast. The system chimed in, target eliminated. You have successfully destroyed the territory's support beast, the Tulu. Alright, let us dive into this wild leveling journey. Tulu, number 446 inside the personal zone, has been completely destroyed. Dead. And because of that, Ying Zhao's attention level toward him just increased by 1. Ying Zhao's hatred value also went up by 1. Liu Yi does not care, though he happily shouts out, "It actually worked. Quick Ming, she let us go collect that compute power." Ming Shi immediately replies, "Done, 7 compute power points collected." Suddenly, Ming Shi senses something totally off and warns Liu Yi. "Something is wrong, we cannot just teleport over there. There is some kind of strange energy block here. It might be designed to suppress compute power, but that is not all, it also seems to completely prevent any teleportation into the personal zone." Liu Yi lets out a confused gasp, but after thinking about it for a second, he just accepts the harsh truth. So he has to physically step out of the personal zone to grab that compute power. He then looks across the various rough obstacles he needs to overcome just to secure those 7 points. He starts analyzing the situation. Under the heavy suppression of this outer area, if he leaves number 1 for too long, the blessing only lasts for 3 seconds. And if he gets blessed once again, after resetting the blessing, it might last for about 9 seconds. Luckily, our guy Liu Yi still holds the authority over 100% of number 1's compute power barrier in here. Sure, he can only construct a single rule, but once that construction finishes, the cooldown time will instantly reset to 0. This basically means that no matter how absolutely terrible his physical condition gets, as long as he returns here, he will fully recover. Liu Yi stands nervously next to Ming Shi before finally jumping right into action. He leaps effortlessly across the giant rocks. A system alert pops up because he has officially left the protective barrier of number 1. His overall power is suppressed by 3.2%. His construct skill instantly enters an indefinite cooldown phase. Liu Yi falls deep into thought. Entering this outer zone meant climbing up from below. So logically, if he wants to leave, he should just be able to jump right back down right. Liu Yi keeps moving forward when another thought hits him. Wait, what was the deal with that Ying Zhao thing mentioned when he killed Tulu 446? Is that the main boss of this entire area? Please do not tell him it is another monster on the exact same level as that gorilla from earlier. He really needs to stay alert. Liu Yi successfully collects the 7 compute power points, and another system message flashes right in front of him. Compute power is the absolute origin of all creation. Spending it allows you to manifest literally anything into existence. And just like that, the construct skill cooldown is finally complete. Liu Yi is genuinely surprised by this major update. Wait, the construct skill is ready already? Does this mean as long as he has enough compute power, he can use the construct skill absolutely anywhere? The system drops another bombshell. Collected compute power will entirely vanish after 60 minutes, so he better act fast. He needs to use it right now or transfer it straight into the barrier support of his personal zone. Liu Yi does not waste a single second. He leaps across the rocky terrain as the glowing system panel pops up yet again. The compute power has successfully transferred into the barrier support. A new upgrade path for the personal zone activates alongside number 1. He secured 8 points, leaving exactly 8 available. He faces 2 different options. Option 1 is upgrading the infant form of Ming. She currently at level 1. Improving the barrier against outer suppression requires 10 whole compute points. Option 2 is upgrading number 1's overall rank. The current rank is tier 1 and it splits into 2 distinct paths. The first path shifts number 1 from the first level of the outer zone straight into the second. The other path allows him to massively boost the combat strength of any creature inside number 1. But that requires a massive 1,000 compute points, and infant Ming, she must reach level 10. Reading through all these crazy stats, Liu Yi knows exactly what to do. The perfect upgrade path is crystal clear. He pumps his fist, realizing his next big goal is simply farming as much compute power as possible. Time to level up Ming Shi and number 1. Let us go. The system starts spamming alerts. Tu Lu, number 556, is dead. Ying Zhao's attention level increases by 1. Ying Zhao's hatred value toward him also ticks up by 1. Tu Lu 213 and 175 suffer the exact same fate. Totaling it all up, Ying Zhao's overall attention level surges by 51 points, and Ying Zhao's hatred value toward him skyrockets by 51 points. Meanwhile, you and I are about to see something wild in another mysterious land. A massive ancient tree towers over everything. Glowing motes of light drift through the heavy air like fireflies, completely surrounding the area. Suddenly, massive, terrifying footprints begin to appear. Enter Ying Zhao, a horrifying level 90 disaster-class boss monster boasting an absolute mountain of muscle and terrifying raw power. The system does not stop. Tu Lu 765, 278, and 498 have all been killed. Ying Zhao's attention level creeps up again, and his absolute hatred value rises by another point. Ultimately, Ying Zhao's total attention level spikes by a massive 70 points, while his raging hatred value also violently surges by exactly 70. Liu Yi checks his newly farmed compute power and starts connecting the dots. The only monsters roaming this zone are those 2 Lu beasts. And worse, every single time one dies, the attention and deadly hatred value from some completely unknown creature named Ying Zhao just keeps going up. He honestly has absolutely no clue how many 2 Lu he can kill before this boss finally hunts him down. Standing completely alone in this vast emptiness, one undeniable truth hits him. He is definitely not getting out of this place anytime soon. Clenching his fists tight, Liu Yi hardens his absolute resolve. He has to figure out a solid plan to survive this. The system panel flashes, consuming 10 compute points. Infant Ming, she officially levels up to level 2. And that is not all. The barrier's resistance against the outer zone's suppression boosts by 1%. Keeping up this crazy momentum, spending more of those hard-earned compute points completely pays off, pushing Infant Ming she all the way to level 6. Finally, a massive system alert drops regarding number 1's barrier. Alright, we are jumping straight back into the system grind. The outer zone suppression force drops by 15%. Accumulated computing power just hit 180 points, leaving exactly 30 points left in the tank. Suddenly, a system message from Wei Si pops up, sharing some crucial intel with the whole group. When 2 private zones collide, their borders temporarily fuse together. The structural timer will expire, sure, but their combined resistance against that massive outer suppression force becomes significantly stronger. But the exact details, that entirely depends on how much both sides have upgraded their border defenses in the outer zone. Liu Yi finally speaks up. Can we just be totally honest here, Ming? She looks super suspicious. Sitting right across from the giant serpent our main character pushes on. I busted you out of that secret realm. Then you demanded to come inside here. And the second we get here, you want to head straight for that light sphere. Why the rush? He asks, narrowing his eyes. What exactly is your real goal? The serpent stays dead, silent, refusing to answer. Liu Yi seriously needs some answers right now. After a long, tense pause, Ming, she finally cracks. All right, fine. My whole plan was to lure you into this exact spot. I needed to guide you straight into the data processing center, that massive glowing sphere right above us. A data processing center. Total confusion hits Liu Yi like a truck. He tilts his head back, staring hard at that massive floating ball of light. The core, where all data gets encoded. Then it clicks for him. Wait, is this the absolute authority that the New Order Guild Master was talking about? But Liu Yi is still pretty skeptical. How do you even know all this system stuff? Weren't you locked inside that secret realm the entire time? Ming, she clearly wants to dodge that question, so he quickly pivots. You don't have to believe a single word, I say. But I know your ultimate goal is up there too. If you want to reach that data center, I swear I will do absolutely everything in my power to help. Still, hesitating, Liu Yi suddenly throws a massive curveball. Do you know anything about the real world, Ming? She looks visibly confused. What did you just say? Seeing the blank stare, our guy gets a little frustrated. I am asking if you realize that we are quite literally living inside a game world. Ming, she just keeps mouthing words in silence. Wait, why is there no audio coming out? What is happening then? Liu Yi suddenly realizes the insane truth. Wait, did the system just mute him? Is the origin world literally censoring conversations about reality? Liu Yi immediately waves it off. Never mind. You said you would fully back me up. So what is the catch? Before he can finish, a bizarre warning siren blares. Startled, Liu Yi leaps right onto his feet, screaming at the serpent. A high-level entity just spawned in, and it is making a beeline straight for us. It is a projection. With pure anxiety written across his face, he grits his teeth. We spent the whole trip hunting down the Earth monster bosses for computing power. I honestly figured we would have to slaughter a few more before the big one hunted us down. Didn't expect it to crash the party this early, Ming. She completely senses it too. The snake asks, have you figured out a plan to survive this yet? Liu Yi shakes his head. The real problem here is we have zero clue about its power level. Can I actually trust you out there? Liu Yi hesitates for a split second, debating if he should hold back. Then he drops the filter. Honestly, even though you have had my back so far after everything that just went down, Ming, she stays perfectly still, listening closely as Liu Yi speaks with heavy disappointment. My gut is literally screaming that I shouldn't trust you. You are definitely hiding something major from me. Sure, your little explanation earlier sounded totally logical, but logic does not equal truth. I know exactly how easy it is to use smart words to scam somebody blind. Even with those heavy doubts, Liu Yi really doesn't have a backup plan right now. He sighs, laying it all out. But we are completely out of options right now. If I want to survive this epic boss monster and actually win, my only play is putting my life in your hands. He stares hard. I can rely on you, right? But before the serpent can even reply, bam, a system alert flashes. Player number 1 and Lin Yuan have collided. Zone fusion initiated. Instantly, the ground beneath Liu Yi violently shakes like a massive earthquake. Out in the distance, a massive shadow steps out. Stick with me, because this is the endgame nightmare Liu Yi is about to face. The cold system voice chimes in. Fusion complete between number 1 and Lin Yuan. The outer zone suppression field instantly drops by a whopping 35%. Liu Yi looks up, dread visibly written all over his face. Right beside him, Ming, she begins a terrifying transformation, physically shedding its old skin. The serpent swells into an absolute giant. Even Liu Yi jumps back in shock. Out there, the boss monster clearly wasn't expecting this insane sudden evolution. Ming, she stares the boss monster down, not breaking eye contact while talking to our hero. With my current stats and massive HP pool, your grand strategy is totally to use me as a meat shield, right? Buy you enough time to sneak straight into his private domain and smash his core to pieces, isn't it? But you are probably sweating bullets right now, terrified that my defense might instantly crumble, and I would just bail on you to save myself. Meanwhile, the boss monster just glares, totally confused why they are talking so much. The beast angrily grinds its teeth, patience gone, and unleashes a deafening roar. But Ming Shi, completely unfazed by the threat. The massive serpent just keeps talking smoothly. Relax, man. From the exact second I decided to become your domain's defensive anchor, inside your private zone, I swore to stand on the front lines and fight to the death with you. You just have to trust me. Hearing that, Liu Yi doesn't even say a word. His face is locked in total sweaty tension. He still isn't buying the snake's loyalty. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion cuts the silence and Liu Yi desperately leaps to the neighboring dirt patch. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Liu Yi grips the rock wall, trusting his nether serpent. System warning, his main defense, the infant nether serpent, takes a massive hit, losing 7,340 health points. Liu Yi keeps climbing. The system flashes again. The serpent is taking heavy damage. Health dropping fast, 4,720, then 4,940. Liu Yi swings himself across the jagged rocks. Hearing the alerts, he knows the situation is critical. He must act before his serpent dies. He needs to find the Emperor Tree and smash it. Liu Yi does the math, checking his serpent's health. It sits at 7,313,467 out of 7,350,000. He prepares for the worst scenario. If he fails here, he'll be forced to respawn back in town. Carrying that heavy burden, our guy pushes through every single obstacle. He clings tight, conquering the brutal cliff. The system shows his serpent's health still dropping fast. Liu Yi finally grabs the ledge, pulling his whole body up with everything he has. He is seriously stressed about that rapid health drain. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right in front of him. Debris flies everywhere through thick white smoke. Standing tall on solid ground, he knows he cannot waste a second. This area is completely wide open. Right in the center stands one gigantic ancient tree. Glowing orbs float beautifully around its leaves in this weirdly peaceful scene. Liu Yi stares at the massive trunk in total shock. Is this really it? He starts scouting the surrounding area. Standing under it, he looks like an absolute ant. Looking around, he realizes there are 0 guards defending this thing. Something feels incredibly off. Liu Yi stares up at the giant ancient tree, his mind racing with wild questions. This is definitely it. Why would Ying Zhao leave the Emperor Tree totally unguarded to fight alone? He touches the trunk. The system immediately scans it. Level 30, Yuanlin Emperor Tree. Health points locked at 46,500 out of 46,500. Warning. This Emperor Tree holds the God of Flowers' blessing tied directly to Ying Zhao's life. Until Ying Zhao is killed, this tree cannot be destroyed. Liu Yi freezes at that ridiculous system alert. Completely indestructible. Are you kidding me? No wonder Ying Zhao left it alone. How is he supposed to fight this? The system keeps flashing as his serpent loses more health. Alert primary defense, nether serpent under attack. Health down by 6,540, then drops another 6,723. Liu Yi looks seriously worried now. He grabs his weapon and attacks. He hacks violently at the solid wooden trunk. System warning, target immune to your damage. Liu Yi quickly raises his gun. He aims dead center and fires a shot. The system repeats, target immune to your damage. Seeing that Liu Yi just stands there totally helpless, it is actually unbreakable, but our main character cannot give up now. He steps back to assess the impossible situation. A wild thought hits him. What if this is just a decoy? Could the real one be hidden inside? But looking closer, there are absolutely no entrances. Even if this tree is fake, if he cannot break this tree, he will never ever defeat Ying Zhao's ultimate defense. His brain is totally fried. Rubbing his head in absolute frustration, he complains to himself. This headache is brutal. If only he had a dispel skill. Suddenly, a dark figure appears. The stranger watches his every single move with a genuinely dangerous glare. Liu Yi is completely oblivious to the threat. He has no idea someone is watching. You and I see his serpent fighting Ying Zhao across the field. The serpent's health keeps bleeding away. Finally, Liu Yi makes his crazy choice. Direct confrontation it is. He marches forward boldly, his mind totally made up. No more hesitating. If this is his only path right now, then he just has to walk it. Even if he completely fails, he won't have any regrets left. Despite acting tough, he is secretly terrified. I mean, let's be real, going up against a boss like Ying Zhao. One single attack would definitely kill him. Suddenly, a strange voice calls out, giving up already. Liu Yi jumps and yells out, "Who goes there?" The mysterious speaker steps forward. It is the blonde guy from earlier. They stand in heavy silence, carefully judging each other. Liu Yi instantly recognizes the mysterious man. That is Stubble from the shelter. He knows a few things about this guy. Wait, does he have Dispel? Could his Dispel skill actually break this Emperor tree? He panics, knowing his serpent is running out of health. He has no idea how long it can survive, but rushing now means death. If this guy's Dispel skill can actually break this Emperor tree, he needs to use him. Making up his mind, Liu Yi speaks up. You saw everything right. Liu Yi crosses his arms, flashing a confident smile. I am getting ready to face the boss here. Your best choice right now is probably letting me do the dirty work, right? So you finally showed up. Liu Yi bluntly called him out, banking on their mutual history. And considering the mess they were in, it was obvious Hujazi's dispersion skill stats were totally lacking. So he needed a team up, right? But him blocking Liu Yi was not just about fearing he would completely fail to handle Ying Zhao later on. He was terrified he could not break through this massive tree's defensive shell by himself. Without my help, you had to turn back, which means you could never defeat Daiwu. Hujazi just stayed dead, silent, scowling heavily without a single word. Seeing this, Liu Yi decided to strike first and lay all his cards on the table. If that is true, I will gladly help you out. I will boost your stats so you can finally shatter this tree's shell, Liu Yi thought quietly. Looking at his reaction, he totally nailed it. Hujazi never expected him to read his mind so perfectly, feeling completely exposed and rattled. Even though the kid was right, agreeing this easily was suspicious. Was he really not afraid of a backstab at all? He was seriously hesitating, trying to figure out Liu Yi's true goal. His mind was racing. The kid definitely had some crazy trump card hidden. A trump card, himph. It had to be stronger than anything else. Finally, Hujazi dropped the act and admitted it. You are completely right. Then I will not waste any more breath. Let us start. Liu Yi smiled, looking totally satisfied as he agreed. All right. Meanwhile, over on Mingxi's side, the system was flashing non-stop as his health plummeted. Liu Yi tried to calm his own racing heart. Do not rush. Do not rush. You and I both know panic kills in these moments. Keep it steady. He walked right toward Hujazi. Seeing the kid nod so casually, red flags went off in his head. Agreeing that fast, he is definitely trying to pull some dirty trick right now. I cannot let him get too close. As Liu Yi stepped forward, he immediately barked out, "Stop right there. Your weapon is a blade, right? Its attack range has to be around 3 meters. Good. Stop right where you are." Liu Yi threw his hands up, totally chill. In here, players' max stats cap at 100. I will help you fill them up. Hujazi greedily agreed right away. Give me absolutely everything you have to offer. Liu Yi simply nodded. Done. The guy felt the raw power surging through his veins, thinking to himself, man, this feels unbelievably good. Pushing his luck, he demanded Liu Yi speed up the entire process. Can you make this go a little faster? Out here, my blessing buff is only going to last for about 30 seconds max. Hujazi flashed a seriously wicked, malicious grin. He thought he had just scored the ultimate free ride. What an absolute idiot casually buffing an enemy like this. But then again, the kid was still young and hopelessly naive. Since he served it up on a silver platter, it was time for a brutal lesson. He looked up at the massive ancient tree. But for now, I need to deal with you first. Hu Jiazi started channeling his massive energy and the system immediately pinged. Warning. Processing request. Intelligence stats are completely insufficient. Dispersion skill has failed. All of your attributes have safely reached their absolute maximum limit. Dispersion level increased by 1. Dispersion skill is now processing. And finally, the dispersion was a complete and total success. The system flashed another huge notification. The blessing of the 100 flowers god has been instantly dispersed. The massive tree trunk was suddenly wrapped in a glowing green energy net, looking exactly like a giant glowing honeycomb. And then boom, the barrier completely shattered into a million sparkling green pieces. Seeing this, Liu Yi's face lit up with absolute pure joy. He was screaming inside his head. It actually worked. Meanwhile, over by Ming Shi, a horrifying scream suddenly tore through the air. The brutal fight with Ying Zhao was still going totally crazy with zero end in sight. Liu Yi heard the noise and flinched hard. That was definitely Ying Zhao roaring out. Liu Yi could not afford to waste another second. He really had to finish Ying Zhao's Diwu right away, or Ming, she was going to be wiped out. But wait, Hu Jiazi was secretly plotting his next move. Turns out he was waiting for Liu Yi to look away. He raised his blade for a lethal strike. Where are you looking, little buddy? One distraction equals death. But shocker, Liu Yi effortlessly dodged the strike and actually slapped the blessing back on him. Hu Jiazi panicked suddenly, realizing the horrible truth. The thing he just sliced right through. A complete afterimage. Even though they both had all their combat stats totally maxed out to the absolute limit, how on earth was his speed so unbelievably fast? Since the guy made his move, Liu Yi stepped up, gripping his blade to end this clash. He smiled, dropping a casual warning. You are way too impatient, man. Hu Jiazi glared back with pure venom, suddenly piecing the puzzle together. So, this was your trump card all along. Your stat ratio is definitely higher than mine by at least +1. And the army breaker skill I just used is completely useless for a short cooldown period. The two fighters immediately clashed again. Liu Yi charged forward, screaming with absolutely insane battle hype. So just give up and accept your defeat. Hu Jiazi fired right back with equal intensity. You think you are the only one with a trump card. He flashed his seriously creepy, mysterious smirk and roared, weapon ban. Now you and I know this broken skill completely stops a target from using any weapon. For exactly 1 full minute, Liu Yi slashed right through his body, but the blade dealt 0 damage. It was like slicing into thin air. Right on cue, the glowing blue system screen popped up. Warning. The number of weapon types you are temporarily restricted from using is 7. All blade types are completely disabled. Liu Yi froze in his tracks, staring wide-eyed in utter shock as his sword literally vanished into thin air. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Liu Yi wonders why his blade got sealed. Seeing him empty-handed, Hu Jiazi grabs his sword and charges fast. You actually thought I needed the army breaker weapon to crush you. Think again. This right here is my ultimate trump card. Now that your main weapon is completely locked down, let us see how you plan to use any of your strength skills. And without your strength skills, you are just like every other pathetic ordinary player out there. But Liu Yi hears this and does not show even an ounce of fear. He just smirks and says, wait, this is seriously your big trump card. Liu Yi quickly shifts his footing, easily dodging a deadly slash from Hu Jiazi. He casually steps behind him, points a gun straight at his head and calmly whispers, if I were just a normal player relying on strength skills, then yeah, your little ability would have totally completely shut me down. Hu Jiazi panics. He shoots a terrified glance over his shoulder, but tries playing it cool, shouting, stop bluffing me. You really think a tiny pistol is enough to take me down? With the dark barrel pressed close, Liu Yi simply fires back, too bad for you. I am not. Still refusing to accept his fate, the guy argues, you better shoot me first before you. Boom, Liu Yi pulls the trigger, sending a bullet flying right into him. His health bar drops to absolute 0 instantly. Feeling all his energy drain away, he just stands there completely terrified, drenched in cold sweat. Watching Hu Jiazi's body slowly fade into nothing, Liu Yi offers a final lesson. Plus, with that pathetically slow speed of yours, even if you managed to lock down my main weapon, you could never actually hit me. It just took a tiny bit longer to finish you off. So I honestly have no idea where you got all that confidence. The system flashes a notification. You have successfully eliminated the player Hu Jiazi. Checking Hu Jiazi's authority. 5% of his Mangyuan realm processing power has been deducted. In total, your Mangyuan realm computing authority just increased by a massive 16%. Liu Yi gets anxious. I cannot waste any more time. I need to destroy Ying Zhao's Diwu right now, or Ming, she's completely done for. Meanwhile, Ming Shi's battle is absolutely brutal. Using every ounce of his strength to hold Ying Zhao back, he curses silently. He is too slow any longer, and I am not going to last. Suddenly, the system announces Yuanlin Daiwu has been shattered. The total processing power you have gained is 1,567. Please use it quickly or store it inside a structural prop. The battle is officially over. Ming Shi collapses flat on the open ground, his face covered in nasty scrapes. Liu Yi walks up, squats down and tells his exhausted companion, "You worked hard holding out for that long." Finally, able to relax Ming, she wearily replies to him, "Do not mention it, we are just helping each other out." He then asks, "We scored over 1,500 computing points this time. How are you planning to spend all of it?" Liu Yi answers immediately, "First up, getting you straight to level 10. Then we upgrade this entire zone. No need to rush though, let us take care of the Earth lady here first. Grab some extra processing power and then head to the first tier of the outer region." Ming Shi quickly warns him, "That route is super safe, but it eats up way too much time." But Liu Yi has been wondering something. If we upgrade this piece of land, will it elevate us straight to the light sphere, Ming? She shoots that down. "You are overthinking it. Look from here toward the light sphere. These shattered lands are split into 5 whole tiers. Leveling up once only bumps you up a single tier." Liu Yi finally gets it, that means upgrading 4 separate times. Then a crazy idea hits him. He turns to Ming Shi with a super mysterious grin. "Wait, cannot you fly? Just carry me straight up there." Ming Shi does not even hesitate for a second. He immediately rejects the idea. "Keep dreaming, there is a barrier. Plus, I can only actually fly when I am in this tiny form." Liu Yi bursts out laughing. Knowing his buddy is exhausted, he tells him to rest up. Then he starts gathering the local computing power. Meanwhile, over on another shattered floating landmass, Hu Zhazi is freaking out. He violently gasps for air. "I am not dead." He frantically checks his stats. Processing power is down to 52. Wait, it dropped by a massive 60%. Does having computing power grant you death immunity and let you respawn right in your own private zone? Hu Zhazi suddenly pieces something crucial together right here. Is it a 60% drop because my level is exactly 60? You and I have to wonder what is the absolute limit here. If I get killed again, will I still respawn? I need to push that aside for now. I have to report this wild news to the director. Opening his group chat, he urgently types, "Director, I died. But do not worry, I successfully respawned completely safe back inside my own private zone. But I lost 60% of my processing power." Dunyang, the director of the shelter, immediately demands to know the exact details of the situation. Hu Zhazi replies, "I ran into Yi, and we threw down." Dunyang snaps back in the chat, "I literally told you to be careful." He desperately defends himself. "I was being incredibly careful, I swear, but that guy Yi is just insanely overpowered." The director orders him to explain the entire fight step by step. "Let me hear it, we might as well figure out exactly what we are dealing with here." Hu Zhazi starts explaining. "All right, it went down exactly like this. Wait a minute, I am honestly about to cry right now, director. That rare badge I used to block enemy weapons. Yi completely stole it from me." Meanwhile, back with Liu Yi, he officially starts upgrading Ming Shi. The system chimes in once again. A total of 300 computing points consumed to level up Ming Shi to level 10. Structural resistance against the outer region suppression force has also significantly increased to 4%. Ming Shi's infant form has officially evolved into a mature adult stage. Let us summarize level 10, Ming Shi's brand new physical stats. The outer zone's suppression drops by 20%. His acquired compute points hit 1,747, leaving exactly 1,297 points left in the tank. With the upgrade finished, Liu Yi scoops up another 10 compute points, maxing out at 2,000. Then the system flashes a sudden warning. He has hit the absolute point limit for the first floor. He needs to upgrade his private zone immediately to advance to the second floor's outer rim. Liu Yi stares at the glowing points in his hand, totally confused. Wait, since when does this place have a hard cap? Looks like his only option is leveling up base number 1 to push forward. He stares up at the sky, deep in thought about his next move. Suddenly, he leaps over to where Nether Snake is standing. "All right, let's just do this," he decides. Instantly, the system interface pops up. It costs a flat 1,000 points to push base number 1 to level 2. This pushes his defensive barrier limit right to the absolute max. The barrier's durability skyrockets immediately, and the crushing suppression of the outer zone instantly weakens by another solid 5%. Nether Snake's level cap instantly expands up to level 20. Meanwhile, base number 1's building feature finally boots up. Current active points sit at 550, with a total accumulated pool of 2,000. A new system alert drops. Base number 1 has officially breached the second floor's outer zone. Any members tied to this base, listen up. You must return for transport immediately or your base affiliation will be wiped. Right on cue, the entire world around them starts violently shaking. The system chimes again. Pushing base number 1 to level 3 will cost 2,000 points. Liu Yi immediately starts crunching the insane numbers. Every single time Nether Snake levels up, it demands 10 more points, but upgrading the base, that takes double the amount. At this ridiculous rate, He's going to need tens of thousands of points total. If this is exactly like the first floor, where destroying a single private zone barely drops any points at all, he is massively short on resources. He can only hope that the second floor's outer zone has some kind of fast track for farming points, because right now the atmosphere out here on the second floor is looking incredibly grim. Thick fog chokes the air completely. Up ahead, two heavily armed bunny girls are strictly guarding the perimeter. This sector sits directly beside the spot where Liu Yi and Nether Snake are currently standing. Then the system alerts him. He has entered the second floor's outer zone, officially known as the King Yuan sector. King Yuan's aggro level toward him is already maxed out at 100. The second he steps foot into the boss's massive aggro range, he's going to become King Yuan's absolute primary target. Liu Yi lets out a heavy sigh, his mind racing. How is the aggro already at 100? Is this boss one of the floral god's loyal subordinates? Yeah, this fight is not going to be easy. He immediately realizes he needs to switch maps. Going head-to-head with a major boss monster right now is basically a total death wish. But then a truly horrific face materializes. Liu Yi jumps back in pure shock, scanning the surroundings as this monstrous creature unhinges its massive jaws like it wants to swallow the entire King Yuan sector whole. That nightmare mouth is packed with endless razor-sharp teeth. Its entire body is just grotesquely mutated. It has a disgusting octopus head covered in writhing tentacles, but the lower half looks like a fishtail. Liu Yi screams in absolute horror. What even is that thing? Nether Snake actually recognizes this monstrosity. That is a Gyushu, he warns, a creature that feeds exclusively on private zones with heavily weakened defensive barriers. It hunts entirely outside the barrier. Liu Yi is absolutely stunned. He has never heard of this. A monster that eats whole private zones. He glares up at the sickening Leviathan. Seriously, things just keep going from bad to worse today. Then he spots something else in the distance, his stomach completely dropping. Are all those lightning-fast shadows darting through the fog the exact same monster? There have to be more than 10 of them out there. So basically stepping outside means getting instantly swarmed. Liu Yi just stands there in absolute silence, feeling completely helpless against these odds. Why on earth did the difficulty spike this insanely hard on the second floor? He frantically looks around the tiny patch of ground he is standing on, realizing just how bizarre this spot really is. There is not a single barrier support structure here. Did the Gyushu already devour absolutely everything? This whole situation is completely wrecking Liu Yi's plans. He actually thought farming points down here on the second floor would be a total breeze. Who knew it would be this much of a nightmare? Is it just this specific sector or the entire floor? Above him, the gloomy sky remains completely terrifyingly silent. Let's shift our focus over to the King Yuan gathering zone. It is a massive landscape of layered rock formations and wildly overgrown vegetation. This place looks completely different. What's happening? The spot Liu Yi occupies is tiny compared to that massive zone. He assesses the grid. No matter how we move, there is absolutely no way to unlock this sector. Plus, there is only one barrier support structure left. He squints into the distance. Wait, is this King Yuan's personal territory? He turns his head to address Nether Snake. This whole territory looks like it was stitched together from a bunch of completely different landmasses. He asks, do you know anything about this setup? But Nether Snake has completely vanished. Liu Yi looks around, totally confused about where his ally disappeared to. Suddenly, Nether Snake's voice echoes out of nowhere. Someone is approaching. Liu Yi instantly throws up his guard. Sure enough, a human figure steps into view. The guy is rocking a yellow tunic with heavily armored boots. This is Bai Xiaotao, a level 60 powerhouse from the elite Back Garden Guild. Liu Yi just watches him, keeping his mouth shut. Standing across from each other in separate zones, the newcomer finally breaks the tense silence. Looks like you were stuck in the exact same mess here. Want to team up? Pretty sure we cannot escape until we completely clear out this piece of land. Bai Xiaotao tries his absolute best to sound convincing. He raises his sharp eyebrow, flashing a dangerously handsome and confident smirk at our hero. Meanwhile, the Life and Death Guild chat blows up. Shield Hero drops a major bombshell. The guy I brought is dead, killed by Ye. Alright, you and I are seeing some crazy fate at work here, Xiang Yun replies. Such a huge zone, yet those two still cross paths. Yuan Ding reminds the squad. Let's break it down in detail. Right now, all we know about Ye's mysterious power is that it massively boosts all his stats. Any more detailed info out there? Shield Hero chimes in. His attack power seems to have absolutely zero weapon restrictions. Xiang Yun texts back, no way, how is that even possible? Then Yuan Ding types into the chat, next time any of us runs into Yi, I highly suggest you immediately alert the entire group and also livestream the whole fight. We really need to figure out exactly how his abilities work. Yuan Ding quickly adds to the chat, if Yi isn't totally eliminated, we'll never be able to surpass the New Order Guild. Xiang Yun and Shield Hero totally agree with him. But watch this. Suddenly, White Gloves drops a chat bomb. Boss, I found Ye. Yuan Ding orders, start the stream. White Gloves obeys, quickly booting up the live feed. The entire squad, Yuan Ding, Shield Hero, Xiang Yun, Sparkling, and Stubble, all tune in instantly to watch the epic showdown. But suddenly, a terrifying shout echoes out. Imprisoned White Gloves panics, completely caught off guard. Boom. A sniper bullet tears straight through his head. The metasystem coldly pings, you have slain player White Gloves. Examining the system loot, 5% of his origin world computing power is instantly deducted. The mystery shooter who obliterated White Gloves in seconds is none other than Liu Yi. He casually smirks at the camera. Sorry about that. Since you guys are already marked as my enemies, I honestly have absolutely zero interest in teaming up with you. With a sickening thud, White Gloves' headless body collapses onto the cold dirt. Liu Yi suddenly spots a glowing orb floating up a protective pearl. He quickly calculates his next move. Right now, his private zone still has its defensive barrier completely up. If I just jump over there right now to grab that orb, it definitely shouldn't attract any attention from those ruined monsters, right? He crouches down, prepping for the jump. Liu Yi plans to completely smash the guy's core base, steal all his computing power, and instantly teleport out. Wonder how much raw computing power I'll actually score from this, if it's a huge haul. But suddenly, bam, a hand shoots right out, tightly grabbing the floating orb. Liu Yi's eyes go wide. Impossible. The headless White Gloves lying dead on the dirt is actually standing right back up, totally fine, like nothing even happened. Long-range sniping skills, a classic six-shooter, so your perfect weapon is a revolver. That's honestly just insanely broken. Liu Yi stands there in absolute shock, his mind furiously racing. He's not dead. No, that makes literally zero sense. The metasystem itself just coldly confirmed his death moments ago. He even exploded into a loot orb. A million wild questions flood his brain. Did he actually just resurrect, and not just some basic revive, but a revive with zero penalty? What on earth is going on here? Don't tell me dying in this broken zone somehow lets you respawn instantly right inside your own private territory. Completely ignoring White Gloves, Liu Yi sharply turns and demands, Ming-Shi, I need a clear explanation right now. Ming-Shi calmly replies, well, out here in the outer borderlands, dying simply sends you straight back to your personal zone. Every single time you revive, strictly depending on your current level, you lose anywhere from 1 to 100% of your computing power. However, the absolute minimum penalty is always over 100 points. Liu Yi is visibly annoyed by this. He aggressively snaps back, something this incredibly crucial and you're only telling me about it right now. Ming-Shi quickly defends himself. When did I ever have the chance? Besides, the massive power you left with me far exceeds 100, and it's not like you actually died anyway. Liu Yi finally drops the argument. Whatever, forget it. We'll deal with this frustrating mess later. Right after I permanently finish this annoying guy off. He firmly equips his pendulum watch. Leveling his powerful gun straight at White Gloves, Liu Yi shouts out with pure killing intent. Right now, I'm gonna completely shatter your core base. Let's see you try to survive this. But White Gloves doesn't even flinch. A glowing, heavy defensive barrier suddenly forms around his entire position, fully protecting him. White Gloves transforms, sneering at him. Since you clearly refuse to team up, I guess we truly have absolutely no choice but to fight to the death. Although honestly, fighting you on this turf puts me at a huge disadvantage. He suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving behind one final echoing message. If that's how it is, I'll see you at the Qin Yuan gathering ground. Liu Yi slowly lowers his weapon, suddenly realizing the crazy truth. Did he actually use structural powers to completely hide his private zone? He thinks hard. Ming-Shi quickly warns him, without the dispel skill in our hands, dealing with Ying Zhao's sneaky tricks is going to be a massive headache. We'll definitely end up clashing directly with the Qin Yuan king. Now you and I gotta wonder, was rejecting his offer just now a really stupid move? Liu Yi stands in absolute silence, observing the vast territory of the Qin Yuan king. Voicing his inner doubts to Ming-Shi, he heavily sighs. The whole point of teaming up this time was to multiply our total strength, which proves exactly why I absolutely couldn't agree to partner with that guy. Ming-Shi doesn't argue at all, he just calmly asks him, so do you actually have a solid plan to handle him? And the king Liu Yi casually replies, right now, the available intel I have is way too limited, so I'll just improvise. First, I need you to teleport me straight into the main Qin Yuan gathering area. Liu Yi finishes, I'll scout the outer perimeter. If things get sketchy, I'm jumping back out. Make sure you're ready to catch me. With that said, Liu Yi immediately leaps straight at Bai Xiaoxiao. The guy is clearly furious at Liu Yi's total lack of fear. He shoots a quick message to his boss. Director, I cannot let this slide. Do I have permission to wipe out Yi Kong right now? The director texts right back, are you absolutely sure you can secure the win? His reply is ice cold. If we cannot work together anyway, I am going all out to finish him. Alright, let's take a look at the Qin Yuan gathering zone. This territory is entirely ruled by the King Yuan King. This absolute monster is sitting at level 90. He is the leader of these disaster-level creatures. He rests his chin on his hand waiting for something. The Qingyun zone is massive, totally wrapped in a thick, eerie fog. This place is crawling with other bizarre creatures, and every single one is terrifying. There are two level 72 white Qingyuan monsters just hanging around. And right next to them, a level 80 black Qingyuan, a seriously dangerous threat. Suddenly, one of the white variants lets out a piercing shriek. Boom! It takes a direct hit, loses a claw, and explodes instantly. A chilling atmosphere covers the whole area. That white Qingyuan was just wiped out by a black one, giving the killer 15 extra stat points. Grabbing that power, it immediately flies straight into the cave. It drags its stolen loot right along with it. Liu Yi watches this whole scene unfold, totally shocked that the Qingyuan monsters actually live together in massive swarms. This just got way more dangerous. Looking at his current stats, taking out one is fine, but fighting a swarm, running away is definitely the smartest move here. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. Alert! You have entered the private Qingyuan gathering zone, specifically the outer border territory. Your suppression force has dropped by 40%. The zone is now completely recalculating your 50% suppression penalty. Your current overall combat strength is violently pushed down to 23.6%. On top of that, your skill cooldown times are aggressively increased by 76.4%, while your active buff durations are slashed by 76.4%. Let's check Liu Yi's current physical stats. His health is sitting firmly at 4,489 out of 4,489. His mastery points are locked at 2,888 out of 2,888. Another alert rings out. You have officially arrived at the Qingyuan gathering zone, and the Qingyuan king has noticed your presence. Liu Yi is definitely starting to sweat now. To make things worse, he can hear this massive echoing sound of giant wings flapping from deep inside the Qingyuan cave, and it is getting louder by the second. He realizes something has already gone horribly wrong here. Right on cue, the system starts aggressively spamming warnings. You are inside the Qingyuan gathering zone, and every 30 seconds, the Qingyuan king's attention level toward you will increase by 1 point. The warning flashes 3 whole times. Liu Yi goes on high alert, scanning his surroundings. He suddenly picks up a bizarre noise. Could that really be the Qingyuan king? The terrifying sound just keeps getting louder. Right in this direction from the cliff beside Liu Yi, thick fog rolls upward, and Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly steps out of the shadows. Liu Yi is completely stunned. He never expected this guy to track him here. The enemy flickers in and out of sight. Too fast, Liu Yi thinks. Bai Xiaoxiao approaches. Our guy stays totally calm and dodges, thinking to himself, no matter how fast you are, your stats can never match mine once my buffs are fully activated. Liu Yi instantly counters the attack. System notice, your blessing attribute has just been supercharged by 500 points. He activates his bone-shifting technique, but suddenly an urgent warning pops up. Alert, you are currently being affected by an enemy's teleportation displacement skill. The massive Qingyuan aggro values of 345, 398, and 428 from target Bai Xiaoxiao have all been transferred directly to you. Liu Yi completely panics. Right at that moment, and stick with me because this gets wild, a massive swarm of black Qingyuan dive bombs them. While they fiercely brawl, another system notice flashes on screen. Alert! Your blessing attributes have been completely stolen by Bai Xiaoxiao. Liu Yi freezes dead in his tracks. After stealing the buffs, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately bolts, totally gloating as he retreats. He smirks to himself, thinking, man, the feeling of having every single stat boosted is just absolutely insane. He looks ridiculously happy right now. He whispers in his mind, sure, this feels amazing, but it will never feel as incredible as getting to directly wipe out Yi Kong for good. Without the massive stat boosts from this private zone's unrestricted structure, and with a fifth of the Qingyuan swarm gathered right here, there is zero chance you survive this. The entire flock of black monsters dive bombs straight at Liu Yi. Checking his current condition again, his health is sitting firmly at 4,489 out of 4,489. His stamina is currently locked at 1,888 out of 1,888. Liu Yi is seriously panicking right now, desperately trying to figure out a way out of this trap, while Bai Xiaoxiao is perfectly safe. He is chilling inside a defensive barrier he created just to protect himself. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is running for his life from the black swarm, pushing himself to the absolute limit. He desperately tries to reset his solid state and summon the 500-point all-attribute blessing. Liu Yi quickly crosses both hands in front of him, manifesting a glowing defensive barrier. He quickly calculates his next move. I need to retreat immediately, but first I have to finish him. The guy he is glaring at is Bai Xiaoxiao. He quickly aims his weapon right at him. But suddenly, the system flashes. Notice your solid state has ended, and you are forced into the displacement state. Out of nowhere, a heavy iron cage slams down around Liu Yi, completely stopping his forward momentum. Another alert rings out. Designated state achieved displacement, weakness applied, and the guy who just dropped this metal cage. Trapping him is none other than Bai Shuxiao, who is just standing there grinning like a maniac. But worse, he triggers even more debuffs to cripple Liu Yi combat strength. System notice: you are suffering from severe weakness, effects caused by Bai Shuxiao's skill. Your movement speed has plummeted by 50%, and both attack and defense are slashed by 50% for 2.5 seconds. But Bai Shuxiao is not the only threat aiming right at him. All right, you and I are back. He took a hit from Qin Yuan, but his imprisonment is lifted and that freeze state over. Another brutal hit from Qin Yuan drops his HP by 30 then 49. Seeing Liu Yi frantically spinning around to fight back, 100 Gloves gleefully chases him, shouting, "Want to kill me? Just die already." But Liu Yi, he is calmly calculating his next move. 5 seconds left on the blessing. If his math is right, the buff that Guy stole from him will run out exactly 2 seconds early. The exact millisecond that blessing ends, Liu Yi fires off an imprisonment skill at 100 Gloves. The guy is completely blindsided by the early attack, and furiously yells out, "How many times can this dude actually attack?" Totally unbothered, Liu Yi just stays completely calm and casually points his gun straight at his enemy once again. A massive tornado tears through, injuring 3 targets, but Liu Yi does not even flinch. He is completely surrounded on all sides, holding the line against the White Clan, the Black Clan, and the trapped 100 Gloves. But 100 Gloves is definitely not giving up. With a super arrogant smirk, he screams, "Just die." He instantly triggers his Refraction Halo skill, locking right onto his target. System alert: the first enhancement blessing has ended and the second blessing has just 2 seconds remaining. The system also drops a harsh reminder, draining defense and wiping out 3,000 power points straight from his main target. Liu Yi reaches out his hand, trying to completely flip the situation. You can see the pure stress on his face as the system flashes more bad news. Your power has dropped by 3,000 points. Hitting absolutely zero forces his Refraction Halo to shut down, while 100 Gloves remains completely locked in his prison. But then boom, the imprisonment field shatters into pieces, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. System notification: you have successfully eliminated the player 100 Gloves. The guy flops backward, totally lifeless on the ground. Liu Yi instantly dashes over, snatches up the dropped gem in a flash, and bolts out of there. Checking his gear menu on the run, he leaps straight back toward his own territory while yelling out for Ming Shi. Liu Yi pushes his legs to the absolute limit and lands perfectly. A whole swarm of Black Clan enemies is chasing right behind him, but the second he leaves Qin Yuan territory, they all just freeze in place. Liu Yi is so confused. They stop chasing. Then he realizes something is terribly wrong as a bizarre heavy sound echoes through the air. He instantly draws his sword, locking right into a combat stance. Finally, the true boss, the Qin Yuan King, reveals himself, towering massively over him. Now, you and I definitely did not expect the Qin Yuan King. This monster is incredibly huge, making Liu Yi look like a tiny speck of dust. A million questions are racing through his mind right now, especially since this boss, just like the regular mobs, simply cannot step past the boundary. Is he literally hard-locked inside the Qin Yuan gathering zone? The giant boss just stands there glaring at him for a tense second, before weirdly turning his back to walk away. But Liu Yi is absolutely not letting that happen. He aims his gun completely pumped up. "Leaving so soon? You did not even ask me first." He immediately unleashes an attack using his Construct cooldown ability. The freezing effect, a massive all-stat enhancement blessing, and even the Iron Cage imprisonment trap, they all instantly lock right onto the Qin Yuan King. Liu Yi grins, thinking to himself that when he gets back to square one, with this terrifying boss stepping right into his attack range, the fact that his trap can actually bind the Qin Yuan King, even if it is just for a single second, completely proves his victory. Caught in a trap without cooldowns and packing way more power, this monster is just going to get tortured to death. Wasting zero time, he fires a massive shot straight at the giant boss. The bullet grazes right past the king's face as the beast instantly dodges it. Then the system suddenly flashes a massive alert, stating the Qin Yuan zone rules have officially changed, making his imprisonment skill completely useless. Hearing this, Liu Yi starts to actually panic. He suddenly realizes this is the king's unique construct power. They are standing in 2 completely different zones now. Liu Yi isolated on his side facing the boss, and the boss has an entire army of Black Clan mobs protecting him. The king is making his move violently, spreading the massive wings on his back, before launching into the sky and vanishing from sight. Liu Yi takes a second to think, suddenly realizing that this construct ability actually means anyone who owns a private territory, whether they are a player or a monster, gets this power. Another system alert pops up for him, confirming he has finally left the gathering zone and the boss has completely lost interest in him. He drops heavily down to the ground, folding his arms with a super serious look. His mind is racing, dealing with a boss that has both high defense awareness and construct powers. Killing a territory owner is basically going to be impossible. Liu Yi is deep in thought as he silently stares down at his own hands. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. He realizes they must force his private territory to literally crash into the main boss zone, merging them completely to cancel out the king's construct abilities entirely. Or they would literally have to drag all their firepower straight into the enemy zone, using construct powers to fight construct powers. Because of this, Liu Yi knows he needs a solid partner. The space around him gets dead quiet, with heavy fog covering every single path. Meanwhile, in another zone, 100 Gloves respawns all over again. The guy is absolutely raging, screaming his lungs out. That is 2 deaths already. Since he is still running a live stream, his admin sends a quick private message telling him to chill out so rival guilds do not start laughing at him. 100 Gloves can only stand there, grinding his teeth in pure, furious silence. He just types back, "I got it," to his livestream chat. "All right, you and I are jumping right back in." Box Thu Sao speaks up first, apologizing to his viewers. Since he hasn't found Da, he shuts off the stream. "I'll turn it back on once we meet," he says. Tu Wang Liu Yun chimes in with some comfort, saying good job. Fu Wendong also speaks up, thanking him for the chance to spectate. Bok Thu Sao plops down into this weirdly shaped chair. Completely frustrated, he yells out that he is definitely getting his revenge for this. He is totally determined, knowing he still has a shot. He shoots a private message to the boss, saying he might have died, but he snags something good. "Take a look at this, boss." Then he sends over a massive text block about disaster enhancement. Here is the breakdown. Killing a Cam Yu Wen grants 1 stack of disaster enhancement, maxing out at 100. Every single stack adds 5 points to all of your stats. Hit exactly 100 stacks and you unlock the reward title Cam Nguyen Leader. Plus, if you die while holding it, you actually get a free revive. You resurrect from any random Cam Nguyen with 10% health. But there is a catch. If the Cam Nguyen King kills you, that revive gets completely cancelled out. Players holding the disaster enhancement status can officially challenge the Cam Nguyen King inside the disaster level threat zone. Health multiplies by 20, overall power by 4, and all stat ratios get a +2. Snagging the Cam Nguyen King title is insanely overpowered. It literally makes you the absolute master of the Cam Nguyen gathering zone. But if the guy holding the Cam Nguyen leader title drops dead, then that precious title is instantly destroyed. Also, take note. Once those disaster enhancement stacks start building up, the player holding that status is completely locked inside the Cam Nguyen zone. Bok Thu Sao types away, saying this is a permanent buff he managed to steal. He swiped it right off of Cam Nguyen. It is wild to think those monsters were hiding such an insane treasure all along. Vien Din replies back saying that is awesome. If Bok Thu Sao grabs that king title, it would mean massive things for them. It basically multiplies their crew's total combat power. Bok Thu Sao grins while reading the text, and the two just keep chatting away. Exactly, Bok Thu Sao replies. He confirms that until he hits the right disaster enhancement stacks, he is totally trapped inside that zone. Once I secure that Cam Nguyen King title, all I have to do is transfer the disaster enhancement buff right out of there. But the biggest problem right now, there is no reliable way to actually clear out those Cam Nguyen monsters. Fighting them one-on-one is super easy, but pulling aggro brings the entire swarm. Dealing with that is a total nightmare. Add in the nasty suppression effect from the outer zone and my skills only last 1 round per fight. Seeing this, Vien Din offers up a solid game plan. Why not reach out to Da, see if you two can team up on this? That Cam Nguyen King title is just too tempting to ignore. If you actually manage to get it, any temporary losses won't even matter. Bok Thu Sao rests his chin in his hand, seriously considering the idea. Now here's where things get interesting for us. Liu Yi receives a surprise text. It is Bok Thu Sao writing that while Liu Yi is strong, he needs to listen. You absolutely cannot beat the Cam Nguyen King by yourself. Teaming up is the only option here. Only genuine teamwork will take this boss down. After thinking it over, Liu Yi smirks. This message actually lines up perfectly with his own plans. Talk about perfect timing. Taking down the Cam Nguyen King definitely requires a party, but our main character is absolutely not rushing into anything. Knowing he cannot just agree too easily, Liu Yi replies back. Fine, but since I am playing a support class, I can't be charging the front lines. Plus, to use my skills right, I need my structures. So the boss fight has to happen right on the edge of the Cam Nguyen gathering zone. During the fight, I have to stay inside my own territory. Bok Thu Sao did not expect that at all. He angrily screams out, "You are a support. What the hell am I then? Why can't you run up to the front? Damn it, in close combat. You can probably hit way harder than me anyway." Super annoyed with Liu Yi's excuse, Bok Thu Sao still manages to calm down and reply. It is not like I cannot agree to that. But before we even think about fighting the Cam Nguyen King, let's hunt down 200 regular Cam Nguyen monsters just to warm up. You don't have a problem with that, right? Otherwise, we will go in, completely blind to how the enemy attacks. Jumping straight to the king without any practice would just be a total joke. Bak Thu Sao confidently mutters to himself, I might have agreed to put my life in your hands, but before we fight the calm Wen King, there is no way you will try to kill me. However, the second that King is dead, you are definitely going to betray me. But the moment that Calm Win leader title drops into my hands, it doesn't even matter how you plan to finish me off. I will just fake my death and wait right here until you completely finish off the king yourself. Liu Yi sees him agree way too fast and gets suspicious. He agreed just like that, isn't he terrified? I'll take him out later. There is one detail he needs to clear up, so he texts back. One big question left. How are we handling the king's structures? How do we deal with them? Bak Thu Sao replies quickly. I am going to control my own zone and force it right into the calm UN gathering area to merge them. I'll use that opening to lock down the king's structures, don't worry. Meanwhile, Bak Thu Sao secretly schemes. Once my disaster enhancement stats start building, I basically become part of the calm Wen zone. Worst case scenario, I just walk away empty-handed. Seeing him act this easygoing, Liu Yi gets seriously worried. You and I both know agreeing that fast is totally suspicious. Plus, he only made one single demand. Alright, before taking down the King Yuan King, they need to slaughter 200 regular monsters just to warm up. Is it really just for a simple warm-up? Not a chance. Liu Yi is just using White Glove to control the king's structure. As long as he can pull this off, he can put up with anything else. Besides, as long as our guy stays safely in the #1 spot, he is completely invincible. Why should he care what dirty tricks? White Glove tries to pull Liu Yi, makes his choice and answers back. Alright, let's group up. Liu Yi stands alone in his zone, perfectly ready for the showdown. Meanwhile, White Glove finally makes his move. He leaps right across the boulders. He looks seriously pumped up as he lightly lands on the solid ground. That gentle look on White Glove's face, totally fake. Seeing him, Liu Yi puts on a friendly smile of his own. The two stand face to face and Liu Yi speaks first. I have been waiting for you here. White Glove replies, telling him that his choice was incredibly smart. He continues, we are definitely going to be great teammates. After saying that, he quickly takes off. Liu Yi mutters that he really believes it. Liu Yi reminds himself to stay on guard. He cannot just hunt 200 monsters with him. He needs to quickly lure the actual Qin Yuan King over, forcing White Glove to merge with the boss's control zone first. Both of them are secretly scheming. Running ahead, White Glove hatches his own plot. If he calls 200 over, Liu Yi will definitely get suspicious, so he has to handle at least half of them himself. As long as he elevates the disaster, stacking it to 100 layers, he earns the King Yuan title. And once he scores the boss title with those absolutely insane bonus stats, and takes control of every single monster in the gathering zone, he will settle the score with Liu Yi once and for all. White Glove successfully lures a huge swarm of dark King Yuan monsters his way. Seeing this, Liu Yi jumps right in to help out. The system chimes in, you have entered the gathering zone. The king has noticed you, but Liu Yi does not rush into action. Instead, he stands perfectly still, just watching. Seeing White Glove eagerly fighting the swarm, Liu Yi pays close attention to every single move the guy makes. Another system alert pops up. The more monsters they slaughter, the more the King Yuan King's attention locks onto them. A massive foot with razor-sharp claws suddenly appears. The beast stands high above, watching White Glove tear through the battlefield. That is the King Yuan King, the terrifying boss of this territory. Watching White Glove bounce across the past rocks with insane agility makes him shout out loud. This feels incredible. He never gets tired. Teaming up with Yi is seriously the best. White Glove cheers about the massive long-range firepower, the crazy strong healing support, and even a full stat enhancement buff on top. He turns back to the brutal fight, adding that with the private zone structure backing him up, it totally solves his stamina issue for flying. He feels absolutely invincible right now. But it is a real shame. If only Yi was actually his real teammate. Suddenly, the King Yuan King smashes into White Glove, landing a brutal punch right to his gut. The sudden impact completely knocks the wind out of him, sending him flying until he violently crashes into a distant boulder. White Glove pushes himself up, completely confused. How did the king get lured over here already? The giant boss just stands there like a mountain. White Glove panics, realizing that without Yi backing him up, facing this monster alone is a total death sentence. The boulder explodes, sending sharp debris flying everywhere. White Glove runs for his life, thinking half my health is gone. Thank God my stats were boosted. Otherwise, I would be completely dead right now. I have to escape. Suddenly, a mysterious light shines from inside a rock, making White Glove stop dead. He realizes the guy standing right in front of him is Liu Yi. He immediately yells out a warning. Ye, hurry back to your private zone. The King Yuan King is here. Hearing that, Liu Yi looks a little surprised, but he just calmly nods in response. White Glove reminds him, do not forget to heal me. Liu Yi just says, okay, and throws a healing skill on him. Over on the other side, White Glove is thinking fast. Stick with me here. Logically, he shouldn't have lured the boss here. Now he has no excuse to back out of fighting this giant threat. But how is he supposed to chase it away? His health has already dropped dangerously low after taking just the second hit. Suddenly, a notification pops up, 500 points added to all stats. White Glove just stares at it, totally dumbfounded. Liu Yi shouts out saying that since the king is here, they might as well take it down now. I just boosted all your stats by 500 points. Liu Yi looks completely fired up, yelling to join forces and crush it. White Glove spins around, weapons gripped tightly in his hands, ready to clash with the boss again. The battle gets intensely fierce. Deep down, White Glove is actually thrilled about this. With Yi supporting him directly, he can finally go toe-to-toe with the Qingwen King by himself. Should he just take the massive risk and challenge the boss for real? But wait, is Yi actually going to let him live until the king is finally defeated? Since the disaster level hasn't hit 100 yet, he hasn't secured the boss title. That means his life has zero safety net right now. He is in an incredibly messy situation. White Glove sends a private message begging Director Yuan for help. What should I do? Director Yuan replies. Something is definitely off. How did you lure the Qingwen King over? But you and I know this isn't the time to overthink that. Alright, you and I have two options here. First, deal with the king and lure minions. Second option, extreme Liu Yi kills the boss first and our guy steals the Qingwen King title. What is the play here? White Glove fires back. Why even ask? Without extreme Liu Yi backing me up, I cannot even scratch the boss, let alone lure anything. So, extreme Liu Yi it is. White Glove gets totally hyped up for the attack. Let's take this monster down together. Liu Yi smirks. Good boy, White Glove. My computing power sits at 88 points, probably enough for one more respawn, right? So if this bet goes horribly wrong, I can just bring this exact state straight to the gathering zone. We grab the Qingwen King title together. White Glove charges straight at the boss, but it dodges effortlessly. White Glove's eyes bulge out in pure disbelief. This insane attack power, he is completely stunned. The Qingwen King is suddenly locked down by heavy chains. It literally cannot move. Unknown forces strike the boss relentlessly. White Glove yells out in confusion. The king is totally suppressed. The monster collapses. Liu Yi calmly explains. It can release its structure ability at any second to escape or crush us. Quick fuse the area to seal its structure. He casually draws a handgun. System notes confirm it is a standard gun. White Glove gets the hint, levitating massive boulders nearby. He thinks to himself, terrifying. This guy is literally using himself to support his own setup. In a flash, he forced the boss to use structure. White Glove screams out, smash it. Those floating rocks slam together into one giant boulder. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stands there watching quietly. A sly smirk crosses his face. Structure restricted. White Glove obsesses over their bet, muttering eagerly, I can actually win this bet. The battle rages on. Heavy gunfire strikes the boss. The monster cautiously backs up. Liu Yi levels his gun straight at the terrified Qingwen King. Gunshots ring out, too slow to dodge. The monster gets blasted right through the chest. Liu Yi smirks. After that relentless barrage, the Qingwen King loses all fighting strength. It hits the dirt, completely paralyzed. Now you and I know White Glove is stunned. Dealt with it directly. All this fighting, and the only thing Liu Yi needed from him was his structure control. But wait, he is about to win the bet. Just a bit more. Just one final hit to kill the boss, and the glorious Qingwen King title is totally his. He glances at Liu Yi. Strike now. But Liu Yi just smiles in silence. Then White Glove is stunned, hearing his next words. As a thank you, I am giving you a chance. Tell me why you want this kill. If your answer actually satisfies me, I might just let you walk away. White Glove ponders this. Decision made, he steps forward, ready to deal the killing blow to the boss. His inner thoughts race. Just kill it, I will gladly suffer whatever comes next. Status lock, teleport lock. White Glove pushes his blade down with everything he has. Just an inch. Almost there. He glares up at Liu Yi. If you really want to know, fine, I will tell you everything. Liu Yi stares back with zero emotion. But before finishing his sentence, a bullet rips right through White Glove. System notification drops. You eliminated player White Glove. Liu Yi grips his smoking gun, muttering, never mind. Obviously up to no good, better to just kill him. Another notification pops. You defeated the leader of the gathering zone, the Qingwen King. Liu Yi ignores it entirely, thinking to himself, the boss is dead, but the zone did not break. Looks like tearing down an area to harvest its computing power requires destroying the Imperial base. How much computing power is even in there? Enough to upgrade number 1 to tier 3. Suddenly, a dark voice interrupts his thoughts. Before you wreck the Imperial base here, I highly suggest using soul taming on 11 Qingwen. Prepare for a nice surprise. Liu Yi raises an eyebrow. Surprise. Care to explain that Nether's snake hisses back, explaining now wastes precious time. If we wait for the Qin King to respawn in this gathering zone, your little surprise is totally ruined. He asks, boss monsters respawn? Nether Snake replies, absolutely. The revival method is just slightly different. Fair enough, he says, but I already fused White Glove's private area with this main zone. They cannot be separated yet. Destroying his private area is not enough to finish him off. Otherwise, he might ambush us, attacking the base. That would be bad. Meanwhile, at Tomb Ruin City's respawn point, White Glove stands there utterly dazed. He panics. Wait, no, aren't we supposed to respawn? All right, you and I are jumping right in. Back in his private zone, 100 Gloves is completely stunned. How did he just respawn? He still had 88 computing points. The system plainly states the brutal truth. The Tomb Ruins prop in his private area no longer has the minimum 100 computing points required. Because of this, the Tomb Ruins prop can't revive him. He is permanently dead. Realizing this, 100 Gloves grabs his head, screaming in pure frustration. Defeated, he shoots a private message to the director, apologizing. The gardener replies instantly, telling him not to sweat it. It was just a lost bet, nothing more. Since he's free now, he's told to head over. They need to prepare a deep dive into the real-life identity of the player Liu Yi. Based on his insane power levels inside the game, fighting him head-on is nearly impossible. They want to see if they can exploit any real-world weaknesses instead. 100 Gloves agrees. Meanwhile, we cut back to our main guy, Liu Yi. Staring at the system screen, he's totally surprised. Only 88 points from all that. He realizes 100 Gloves' private zone must be shattered. With computing points dropping below 100, reviving in that specific safe zone is now completely impossible for his enemy. Liu Yi thinks out loud. Did 100 Gloves get sent all the way back to Tomb Ruin City? No wonder that guy wasn't around to defend his own private territory. So he was actually dead before this. Whatever, as long as the problem is solved. Next up on his agenda is following Ming. She's advice for this area. He needs to catch a Qin Yuan and see what kind of surprise awaits. But right in front of him, Black Clan Qin Yuans are lying dead everywhere, completely littering the ground inside and out the cave. Liu Yi is seriously confused. What just happened? Did they actually slaughter each other along the path? He cautiously steps deeper inside. Following Ming, she's advice, he tried taming some strays earlier. They were all glowing red and black. The capture didn't technically fail, though. The creatures simply chose to self-destruct when their resistance proved completely useless. Walking further down the path, he finally reaches the central hive, the main Qin Yuan gathering zone. Without realizing it, he has walked straight into the absolute deepest part of this entire Qin Yuan gathering zone. Liu Yi falls into deep thought, weighing his options. If he just straight up destroys this central hive core right now, he would definitely gain a massive amount of computing points. But then what? This specific spot is only a small fraction of the larger monster gathering area. It's highly likely that the entire structure of the second floor's outer zone operates exactly the same way as this hive. Without anyone here to help him lock down the area boss's mechanics, taking it all on by himself would be absolute suicide. He definitely couldn't handle it alone. Out here on the second floor, this might literally be his single best shot to farm a massive chunk of computing points all at once. If he destroys this hive and the total points still aren't enough to trigger a level up, Liu Yi realizes a dark truth. He could be permanently trapped here. What on earth would he do then? Looking back at how things played out recently, a sudden realization hits him hard. When 100 Gloves schemed against him earlier, he didn't fully grasp the hidden meaning behind the setup. But thinking about it now, the Black Clan's crazy behavior, attacking the White Clan Qin Yuans, that whole conflict was specifically engineered to farm computing points. Otherwise, the enemy would have just wiped them out instantly. Why go through all that trouble, forcing the White Clan to fight back just to systematically slaughter them? It was a farm all along. Liu Yi finally connects the dots. If he can crack their method for generating computing points, he could just replicate that exact process right here. Suddenly, a lone White Clan Qin Yuan flutters over. Liu Yi instantly goes on high alert. Wait a second. Back when he assassinated the Qin Yuan king, he actually received a hidden system prompt. It clearly stated, because you successfully killed the Qin Yuan king, the aggro value of all Black Clan Qin Yuans toward you has increased by a massive 50 points, while the affection level of the White Clan toward you has increased by 50. Liu Yi closely examines the creature hovering there. So this is the White Clan. He smirks. Mingxi never specified which color Qin Yuan to catch. With a solid 50 affection points already logged, this should be easy. He fiercely shouts, Soul Control. A bright notification pops up. White Clan Qin Yuan number 727 has officially agreed to follow you. Please enter a name for your new summon. The system stats roll in. Number 727 unnamed. Clan Qin Yuan. Danger level pending. Attributes show attack 50, defense 50, strength 50, and agility at a flat 50. Constitution 50, Intelligence 50, Perception 50. Total health is maxed at 500 out of 500 and stamina sits at 50 out of 50. Perfectly balanced stats. Now for the skills, Spirit Possession and something called Disaster Enhancement. For every Qin Yuan this pet kills, it gains a stacking buff layer. Disaster Enhancement maxes out at 100 stacks. For every single stack gained, all of its base attributes increase by 5 points. Upon successfully hitting the max 100 stacks, it automatically unlocks the reward title Qin Yuan Boss. Now here's what that boss title does. If killed, it can randomly possess another Qin Yuan in the gathering area to completely revive itself, and it can do this 10 times, but pay attention to the warning. The gathering area currently has no active Qin Yuan King. Upgrading to the Qin Yuan King title essentially makes the pet the absolute master of this entire monster territory. Once the King title is secured, the basic boss title gets completely overwritten. However, the moment that Disaster Enhancement buff starts actively stacking up, the pet holding the buff is strictly forbidden from ever leaving the Qin Yuan gathering zone. Reading this, Liu Yi literally gasps in shock. Is this the insane surprise Ming Shi mentioned? Now you and I can see exactly what he's thinking. Staring at the pet, he mutters, if I level this thing up to king status, wouldn't that basically mean I completely own this entire piece of the monster gathering zone for myself? If he seizes total control of this territory, he would essentially uncover the exact method for generating those infinite computing points. It's a massive system loophole. Liu Yi grins like an absolute madman. This is a massive surprise. You and I both know he's about to break the game. The prompt flashes. Please name Qin Yuan number 727. He decides to name him Little White. Sure, it's a bit random, but you and I know keeping it simple makes it way easier to remember. System notification pops, naming successful. Now Liu Yi needs to quickly grind those advanced disaster layers for Little White. Otherwise, another Qin Yuan beast might swoop in and steal their chance. A new Qin Yuan King would be a massive headache. The 100 Beast Nest can actually absorb status effects, meaning this advanced disaster wasn't just stolen. So that's exactly why he had to kill the previous king. The guy was dangerously close to becoming the absolute master of this entire Qin Yuan gathering zone. But hey, look at it now, this whole territory belongs to Liu Yi. Suddenly, rustling noises echo out. It's the black Qin Yuan beasts. Seeing them, Liu Yi doesn't hesitate for a second. He draws his gun, takes careful aim and fires directly at Qin Yuan number 789. Boom, the monster instantly drops to the ground. The area is completely littered with dead beasts. Liu Yi shouts the order. Little White Harvest. His pet charges in and a system prompt instantly flashes. Your spirit beast has killed. Target 789. Bloodline breakthrough stack +1. But the remaining black Qin Yuan suddenly realize someone is watching them. Liu Yi, hiding spot in the bushes, is totally busted. The beasts seem to communicate, their glowing red eyes locking dead onto his exact location. Damn it, something's seriously wrong here, Liu Yi thinks. He immediately spins around to sprint away, yelling out, Little White, we need to go now. The entire swarm of black Qin Yuans is hot on his heels. His gut feeling was right, literally the whole pack is chasing them down. Weren't these monsters just brutally slaughtering each other earlier? Why the heck are they suddenly teaming up against him? He needs to reach Area 1 fast. There's no way he can fight off this massive swarm alone. He pushes his speed to the absolute max. Behind him, thousands of black Qin Yuans are hunting him down like relentless demons, and their numbers keep growing. Liu Yi takes a massive flying leap across the gap, screaming for Little White to hurry. His pet tries to fly across, but Liu Yi suddenly freezes. Wait, what is going on here? Why is Little White stuck hovering at the edge of the gathering zone? He can't leave. The system throws up a new alert. Restricted by the zone's boundaries, your spirit beast, Little White, has officially acquired the powerful advanced disaster status native to this entire Qin Yuan gathering territory. The stat count begins skyrocketing, effectively locking him inside the gathering zone. Liu Yi is completely stunned by this reveal. So this is the exact reason why that previous Qin Yuan king never once left the borders of this specific gathering zone. Little White looks totally confused, but everything just clicked for Liu Yi. Well, if that's the case, they'll just grind levels right here. It's the perfect way to boost Little White's strength. The black Qin Yuan swarm charges in, setting the stage for Little White to become the new king. After an absolutely brutal battle, the ground is completely covered with defeated black Qin Yuans. The ultimate fate of these monsters is seriously tragic. Little White stomps firmly onto the ground, exhales a heavy breath, and dramatically spreads his glowing wings wide. With just a flex of his power, massive gales of wind erupt everywhere. From head to toe, Little White is now clad in brilliant jade green armor. His new muscular build makes him look incredibly majestic. The system screen updates instantly. Little White title Qin Yuan King, race White Qin Yuan. Disaster class tier, rewards unlocked, max HP multiplied by 10, stamina multiplied by 4, and a base +1 boost to every single attribute. Base stats check. Attack power is at 1,650. Defense is hitting 1,650. Strength is 550. Agility is 550. Constitution is 550. Intelligence is 550. And perception is 550. HP is totally maxed out at 175,000. Stamina is resting at 33,000. And just check out this insane new skill, Thick Shield Possession. It converts recently consumed HP directly into solid defensive power for a short time. 1 point of HP literally equals 1 point of defense. Plus, Bloodline Breakthrough means every single time he harvests a defeated Qin Yuan, he gains another stack of breakthrough status. Current stacks are at 100, boosting his max HP by 10,000. He also unlocked Target Taunt, which forces targets to attack him, boosting their attack power but completely tanking their perception. Talk about a crazy aggro pull. He can even modify the zone's rule structure. Passive skill Advanced Disaster is fully activated with stacks already sitting at a clean 100. Little White stands tall among the surviving black Qin Yuans. The others try to charge but immediately freeze in their tracks. Pure panic sets in. Seeing the slaughtered corpses of their pack, they instantly turn and flee. Liu Yi finally walks up. Little White takes a knee, showing total respect to his master. Liu Yi grins. These attributes are insanely high. This is exactly what we needed right now. If he could just take this beast with him everywhere, he could completely wipe out any monster zone. But unfortunately, there's zero chance of bringing Little White past these zone borders. Still, Liu Yi isn't gonna let that ruin the hype. He yells out, "Little White, let's go steal some computing power." The duo approaches the Emperor Hub. Suddenly, a rogue black Qin Yuan spots them and winds up for a desperate attack. Faster than lightning, Little White launches a fatal counter-strike before the beast can even blink. Liu Yi looks up at the hub and notices something weird. Right after that, Black Qin Yuan was killed. The hub actually lit up just a tiny bit. This exact same thing happened earlier. When the White Qin Yuans were killed at the edge of the zone, the structure reacted the exact same way. So what do you and I make of this? Well, right after Little White became king, every single Black Qin Yuan was drawn straight to this spot. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Those monsters won't attack Xiao Bai, but they absolutely hate our MC. Liu Yi glances at his summon. As Xiao Bai steps forward, the Black Qin Yuan monsters flying above show zero intention of getting close. Reaching out, Xiao Bai places a hand against the massive Emperor tree. Pulling back, he brings out this glowing red orb. That single move sends the entire swarm of black monsters into an absolute panic, scattering them far away. Liu Yi just smiles. Xiao Bai drops to one knee, offering the glowing orb up like a prize. He grabs it, and immediately, a system notification pops up. System notification. 2,535 compute points acquired. Please transfer this energy into your primary support module as quickly as possible. But Liu Yi isn't satisfied at all. 2,535 points, definitely not enough. Adding this to what he already had, his total sits at exactly 3,081 points. Still way off from his goal, because to upgrade number 1 to tier 3, he has to level up Mingxi to 20. And that alone costs a massive 2,000 system points, meaning he needs 3,450 points in total. Our MC thinks it over, then shoots a serious look right at Xiao Bai. His only hope now, farming more points. Understanding the assignment perfectly, his summon stares straight up into the sky. The black monster swarm is still hovering, waiting to strike. Xiao Bai launches himself upward, throwing a devastating punch directly at the massive tree trunk. The whole swarm dives at him aggressively. But before they can even land a hit, they are absolutely shredded, crashing down onto the dirt. Over on the side, Liu Yi is totally stunned by the scene. What on earth is Xiao Bai doing? After taking that brutal hit, the tree's outer bark slowly begins to crack wide open. As the bark peels away, the entire trunk radiates a blinding light, pure compute points. Xiao Bai casually walks over, presenting the glowing energy to his master. Our guy takes the points, completely shocked. A new screen pops up. 376 compute points successfully acquired. Please transfer it to your support module quickly. Liu Yi goes quiet for a second, amazed. So this actually generates system points. Complete silence. The two of them stand in this massive grassy clearing. Liu Yi remembers earlier when he told Xiao Bai to gather those first few batches of points. He was also analyzing the overall situation of this entire monster nest. Even though there is absolutely no direct way to talk with Xiao Bai, our MC basically figured out what was happening here. In this massive nest area, there are two distinct emperor trees. One tree belongs to the White Clan on the outside edges, and the second one serves as the core tree for the Black Clan deep inside the zone. Here is the trick with the system points. If a defending member of the tree dies, it generates compute points from inside. Now you and I both know that is a totally wild mechanic. Originally, these system points were meant to help the clan defend themselves and fight off external enemies. But the moment the tree gets taken over and completely controlled by an outside force, this defense method flips. It turns into a twisted exploit for the enemy to farm even more system points. Once he figured that out, Liu Yi ordered his summon to go all out and harvest every single point possible. Wiping out an entire clan is pretty brutal, sure. But hey, it is just survival in this system. Anyway, after a chaotic, intense battle against the Black Swarm, Xiao Bai wins outright and offers every single point to Liu Yi. The screen flashes your compute points have now officially reached Tier 2. Collection limit is 8,000 points. Please upgrade your private safe zone immediately and advance toward the third tier of the outer region. Liu Yi internally cries in absolute defeat. He knew this would happen. Sitting inside his private zone, number 1 starts throwing a complete tantrum. So annoying. A massive pile of points sitting right there, and he cannot even use them. Liu Yi turns to his snake. Hey Mingxi, is there any way to bring this monster nest with us to the outer region's third tier? The ancient snake quickly replies back. You could merge number 1 into the nest area. Create a symbiotic link, just like the white and black clans do with their trees. But here's the catch. Given the sheer size of that massive nest, the points required to upgrade your private safe zone would multiply by 100. Liu Yi groans absolutely miserable. That is a disaster. What about Xiao Bai? Is there any damage-free way to actually bring him along with us? Ming, she shakes his head. A completely safe method definitely does not exist. I suggest leaving him right here inside to quietly harvest more points. Maybe someday we will actually need them. Liu Yi forces a dry laugh, thinking to himself. Someday, huh? That is just a nice little lie to comfort himself at this point. The origin world merges with reality in a few days. How would he even come back for points? Whatever his goals for Tier 2 are done. No need to be overly greedy now. Making his choice, RMC nods. Fine, we leave him here. As for us, he yells out. Upgrade number 1, push to the outer region's third tier. The system chimes. The mature Mingxi's level has successfully increased to 20. The module's suppression force against the outer region has now weakened by exactly 30%. Right now, the outer region's suppression force against you sits at 38.6%, consuming 2,000 compute points. Number 1's rank has successfully upgraded to Tier 3. Player power resistance limit increased. Module intensity increased. The suppression force of the entire outer region has weakened by another massive 5%. Mature Ming. She's level cap raises to 30. Number 1's module functions upgraded. Current compute points are 5,100. Cumulative total hits 10,000. Warning. Number 1 is now entering the outer region's third tier. All related members are required to return to number 1's central base immediately, or your association status will be automatically cancelled. As the giant snake fully levels up, it launches the private zone straight into Tier 3. And you and I know what Liu Yi is thinking. He is officially the fastest player to reach this outer region, securing that second tier speed authority, basically, already in his pocket. But right then, the group chat lights up. Wei Zai, help me. I just got swallowed by a Gui Shu blazing heat. The New Order guild leader just replies with a massive confused question mark. Ru Lei's entry drops a text. So you're dead. Blazing heat chimes in Ru Lei and I got lucky we actually grouped up. We are down on the second floor right now. Just describe your surroundings. Let us see if a rescue is even possible. Wei Zi sighs in the chat. No chance. I am currently up on the third floor and there is zero safe zone here. Ru Lei's entry fires back. Your clearing speed is absolutely insane. Wei Shi ignores him. What about Yi? He reached the third floor too, right? Help. Liu Yi reads these messages, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief. How on earth did Wei Shi pull that off? She actually beat his speed. Wei Shi begs again. Where is Yi? Are you at floor 3? Please help. Liu Yi narrows his eyes, thinking hard. How did she clear so many secret dungeons? Was it purely just her own ridiculous personal strength? He shakes his head, brushing the thought away. The outer realm is massive. Who knows if they will even bump into each other here? Overthinking is useless. If they cross paths, he will just keep his guard up. The group chat pings again. Wei Shi is getting desperate. Are you there, Yi? Please. Ru Lei's entry sighs. Give it a rest. Besides you, nobody is crazy enough to reach the third floor this incredibly fast. But then Yi finally replies, I am here. Just hit floor 3. Ru Lei's entry is left absolutely speechless by these two monsters. Wei Sai immediately drops an image in chat. Took this right as I got swallowed. If you spot it, rescue me. Yi texts back a simple, okay, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Countless Gishu beasts swarm the sky as Liu Yi steps onto the third floor. Suddenly, a colossal black Guixu with a golden head breaches the horizon. Liu Yi quickly activates his primary stealth construct, totally panicking. No way. Is it really that coincidental? He double-checks the blurry photo Wei Zi just sent to the group. His mind races. So the million-dollar question right now, does he save her or not? Liu Yi flashes back to that exact moment when Wei Sai previously blocked his path. Meanwhile, in the chat, she uploads an image of the 100-flower goddess. The goddess sits on a rock holding a glowing key. This is the key data I snatched just now, Wei Si types. I sneaked right up to that monster boss to get it. No idea where this modular data processing center actually is or what this thing even does. Liu Yi blinks in shock. The key to the modular data processing center. He is currently perched on top of a rock heavily disguised to blend in. It looks exactly like a mini Guishu. He quietly contacts Ming Shi. Hey, what exactly is this key to the modular data processing center? Ming Shi sounds stunned. Where did you hear about that? He quickly explains. Listen, that key is an absolute must-have requirement for any of us to enter that data center. Liu Yi immediately connects the dots. So basically, if I see it, I snatch it. Ming Shi agrees. Absolutely, Ming Shi replies. But under normal circumstances, those keys are strictly hoarded by those massive super monster bosses up on the 4th floor. Why are you suddenly asking about this anyway? Do you have a lead on a key? Liu Yi smirks. It's sitting right inside the belly of a massive Guixu. Right on cue, that colossal golden-headed beast looms directly over him. In the chat, Yi texts back, I think I'm right next to the Guixu from your picture. How do I get inside? Wei Shi instantly replies, just jump straight into the Guixu's mouth. But you must remember to leave some computing power back at your personal territory. That way, if you actually die, you can just safely respawn back home. Yi casually types, okay. Meanwhile, let's check on the others. Down on the 2nd floor of the Outer Realm, Ru Lia's entry and Blazing Heat are taking a breather. Ru Lia's entry groans loudly. Die and just respawn back at base, guild leader. Are we seriously about to become the useless side characters here? Not only is our clearing speed way slower, but we know absolutely nothing compared to them. Blazing Heat shakes his head. Stop overthinking it, man. We are all teammates here. Their insane progression speed is actually a massive advantage for us too. We need to focus and figure out how to take down that monster boss. It looks like it literally has the exact same key on its head that Wei Si posted. Now back up to the Outer Realm's 3rd floor. Right at Liu Yi position. He crouches down, ready to strike. If that item is something I need to fight for, then I'm going in. Ming, she warns him. Watch your back. I will wait at base 1 for your return. Liu Yi rockets upward, launching straight toward the golden-headed Guichu, shouting back. Then I'll leave base 1 in your hands. He successfully latches onto the beast's thick, leathery hide. First, his hand grips the surface, then starts sinking right in. Liu Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock as he gets pulled deeper until the beast swallows him completely. Meanwhile, you and I need to check out these two over here. Great teamwork right there. These two are none other than Shield Hero and Xiang Yun. Shield Hero crosses his arms, smirking confidently. We've got to be the absolute fastest ones to reach the 3rd floor, right? Xiang Yun shrugs. Not necessarily. Yi has probably made it up here too. Right before 100 Gloves ended his livestream, Yi had basically already crushed the boss in the gathering zone. Assuming he collected enough computing power down there safely, Yi could have easily stepped onto the Outer Realm's 3rd floor way before we did. Shield Hero's expression turns completely wicked as he laughs. Then if we cross paths, we just completely obliterate him. After watching his last 2 battles, I basically figured out every single one of his precious trump cards. Now it all comes down to flawless countermeasures and perfect timing when we finally strike. Xiang Yun simply nods. The Outer Realm is massive. We will deal with him if we actually find him. Suddenly, a system screen blares. Floor 3 reached. Warning, warning. The Outer Realm's 3rd floor is officially rated as an extremely dangerous zone. It automatically shifted its terrain to block out outside creatures' detection. Right where those two are standing, the exterior is literally camouflaged as a massive ruin, single-headed king. Xiang Yun looks up. He thinks about this extreme danger zone and suddenly it clicks. He realizes exactly what's going on. Shield Hero just stands there, arms crossed. This 3rd floor has some serious tricks. Did the system drop any kind of warning? Shield Hero notices Xiang Yun staring blankly in one direction. What's wrong? Something over there, he asks, finally turning to look himself. They both stare straight at the ruined king. Xiang Yun speaks up. I'm pretty sure I just saw Ye Lei trapped right inside that massive monster. All right, you and I need to check on Liu Yi now. He's descending from the sky, heading toward an abandoned, completely ruined city. The floral goddess is chilling on some rocks right in the center. A system alert pops up. You have entered the private Green Tomb domain, belonging to the floral goddess clone. The suppressive force of the Outer Realm is now actively calculating. Her aggro level toward him is maxed out at 100. The goddess clone has officially locked onto him and started tracking his movements. Tracking level increased by 1 point. The game system drops a quick introduction for this terrifying enemy. Floral goddess clone. Level 95. Disaster tier boss monster. Unbeatable odds. Suddenly, her eyes flare up, glowing with an absolutely menacing, piercing red light. Liu Yi prepares to touch down. He realizes he's actually lucky, no nether snake controlling things here and zero annoying structural limits holding him back. But get this, his overall strength is suppressed by 40%. How is he supposed to survive this and grab that key? Out of nowhere, massive green vines erupt right from the ground. They all lash out, charging straight at Liu Yi instantly. Liu Yi reacts fast. He draws his weapon violently, slashing through vine after vine. As he chops them down, a scary thought hits him. Wait, does her attack range literally cover this entire zone? If so, how in the world is he supposed to fight back against this? Bam! A vine sneaks up and strikes Liu Yi right in the back. His health drops to 1/3. With a loud thud, it slams into the dirt. The goddess, she's just been silently watching this whole time. Hovering slightly above her rock, she coldly stares as her vines do all the dirty work. Dust kicks up everywhere, blinding the arena. Another brutal system alert flashes for Liu Yi. You have taken a direct hit from the floral goddess clone. Minus 3,320 health points. His HP bar keeps rapidly plummeting, taking insane hits ranging from 3,200 to 3,500. These back-to-back strikes are completely overwhelming him. He can't even catch a breath. Notification pops. You have rapidly activated multiple healing items. Health restored by 3,320, 3,200, and 3,520. Liu Yi curses loudly. Damn it, I can't just die here like this. He looks to his side, desperately raising his sword to block another wave of vines. But suddenly, whoosh, a bright blue flash of light violently cuts through. That blue light perfectly weaves through every single vine on the battlefield, finally stopping dead in mid-air right behind the terrifying floral goddess. It's Wei Sai, she screams at the top of her lungs. Star-dissolving mirror target officially locked and hit. The system triggers target inflicted with 1 stack of star dissolve. Once this effect hits 3 stacks, there's a serious chance to literally dissolve the enemy, completely shredding a massive chunk of their health. This brutal debuff status lasts for exactly 30 minutes. And once a single stack is planted on the target, the skill automatically enters a hardcore cooldown phase for 10 full minutes. Razor-sharp blue spears shoot out, raining down and viciously stabbing the goddess right in her back. She turns around, looking absolutely annoyed. Furious, she commands countless deadly vines to instantly swarm Wei Shi. Liu Yi is just stunned, totally speechless. But Wei Shi flawlessly weaves right through the chaos again. She dodges every single strike in a crazy zigzag pattern. Reaching Liu Yi, she yells, "Move, there's an uncharted safe zone opening up right now." They both manage to slip inside. Liu Yi bends over desperately, gasping for air. Finally, he looks up totally confused. A safe zone. He looks straight at Wei's eye, totally serious. "Thanks. If you hadn't shown up just then, I was absolutely dead meat." Wei Shi just flashes a bright smile. "Hey, you only came here to help me out. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Let's get back to the real problem." Liu Yi asks the big question. How do we actually escape? Don't tell me we have to kill that thing. He glances back at the goddess clone. Because honestly, that difficulty level is way too insane. Wei Xi's expression immediately drops into a gloomy frown. I've tried literally every trick in the book to escape this place. I even tried jumping off the edge of the map, but nothing works. And get this, that crazy leap of faith off the edge. That's exactly how I accidentally spawned back in here and finally discovered that this hidden safe zone even existed. Wei Xi taps her chin, looking totally baffled as she continues. The weird thing is, leaving this safe zone guarantees you get attacked by the floral goddess. But normally it's never as aggressive as what just happened to you. Triggering from that far away, she shoots Liu Yi a very suspicious side eye. Did you do something to offend her? Because otherwise, why is she targeting you so hard? Liu Yi just stands there, looking completely confused. Wei Xi confidently crosses her arms. But honestly, this is perfect. If we want to take her down, we need you out there, pulling all of her aggro. Liu Yi just glances at her, leaning casually against the wall. All right, so what's your master plan? Spill it. In his head, he's just stressing over how to snatch that key. Let's see how they survive this. Kill the monster boss, or is there another condition? Wei Xi drops a secret. She has a specific skill, and as long as she gets 3 chances to lock its status, they can take it down. She has already burned through 2 attempts. If Liu Yi can just hold the aggro of the floral goddess, she is absolutely certain this final attempt will take the boss out for good. Liu Yi stays totally silent. Meanwhile, let's look outside the dark abyss illusion where that blonde guy known as the Shield Hero turns to Xiang Yun. Are you completely sure about what you saw? Xiang Yun nods hard. Absolutely certain. The Shield Hero just smirks with pure confidence. All right then, let's move. The two of them leap straight toward the dark abyss. Time to slice up that sweet origin computing power waiting for them inside. Back to our main guy, Liu Yi. Foot planted right on a rock, standing tall. Weapon gripped tight in his hand, his eyes locked dead ahead. Right in front of him is the floral goddess, and she looks absolutely furious. She sits there, legs crossed, glaring daggers at him. With just a single flick of her finger, she commands her vines to strike. A massive wave of thorny creepers violently lunges right at Liu Yi. The blessing buffs all his base stats by 900. The system screen pops up instantly. Strength 1000, Agility 1000, Vitality, Intellect, and Perception all sitting at a clean 1000. Health maxed out at 60,000. Stamina holding steady at 5,200. Hitting Tier 3 pushed Liu Yi stat limits to a solid 1,000 across the board. He cleanly slices right through that incoming wave of deadly vines. A private message pings. Hurry up, I can only hold this state for 30 seconds. The floral goddess throws both her hands up, summoning another massive swarm. More brutal vines explode outward, charging straight at Liu Yi. From behind, it looks like he is getting completely swallowed by the dense green trap. Another private message pops. It is Wei Shi. I am in position. A brilliant blue streak flashes as she dashes in, fast appearing right on the boss's left flank. Catching the goddess totally off guard, glowing blue spears strike out. Wei Shi closes the gap in a blink, pushing her speed to the absolute limit. Wei Shi launches herself forward, reaching desperately for the floating key. Just die already, she screams. Suddenly, a blinding wave of golden light erupts from the center, silhouetting both Wei Shi and the floral goddess. And here's where it gets crazy. The deadly vines wrapping Liu Yi suddenly fall away, leaving him caught off guard. He glances over at Wei Shi and calls out, "Did you get it?" But instead of a victory, he just sees Wei Shi plummeting right past the goddess. What the hell is happening? Liu Yi shouts. A frantic private message pops up from Wei Zi. Save me. Then a heavy crash. Wei Shi slams violently into the hard ground. Liu Yi tears through the remaining vines at blazing speed. Looking down from above, he spots the floral goddess. She is charging up her magic to finish Wei Shi off. Another message flashes. The gap in our stats is just way too massive. My judgment counterattack totally failed and my avatar is stuck. Liu Yi quickly closes the distance, rushing straight toward the deadly floral goddess. But the boss is completely frozen in place right now. He spots the glowing key. The defensive light around it is totally gone. This is his shot. Liu Yi launches himself into the air and snatches the floating key right above her head. An item prompt instantly drops. Core processing key acquired. Digital module detected attempting key activation, but then a massive error message blares on screen. Warning. Your current origin realm computing authority is under 25%. Forced acquisition is completely denied. He completely panics. 25% authority. What? Liu Yi looks down and realizes the floral goddess's face has gone totally pitch black except for two terrifying glowing red eyes. Liu Yi bounces desperately off the massive vines, leaping toward the designated safe zone. His mind is racing now. My buff is about to expire. I need to get back to the safe zone immediately. Liu Yi lands perfectly inside the protected area. He's actually carrying Wei Shi tightly in his arms, sprinting hard to dodge the furious vines whipping at them. Tucked against his chest, Wei Shi blushes pretty hard. Finally, both of them make it past the barrier and into the safe zone. He runs the numbers in his head. 25% origin authority is exactly what I need to snatch that key. Liu Yi gently sets Wei Shi down, his brain working overtime. The origin computing authority she is currently holding onto has to be over 5%. If I can just grab her share of the authority, that puts me right over the threshold. Liu Yi just quietly stares at Wei Shi, who is completely paralyzed. Another ping. Wei Zi texts him. The way you carried me just now was actually pretty hot. He just asks her. When can you move again? Honestly, no idea, she replies. It is incredibly annoying. She hit me with weird status effects I have never even seen before. Liu Yi nods. Listen, I need to negotiate something with you. Suddenly, two completely unidentified objects appear way up in the sky. Liu Yi notices the shift instantly and glares upward. What exactly is that noise? The shield hero and Xiang Yun finally appear. Liu Yi's eyes widen. Wait, is that? Then a wicked smirk instantly crosses his face. Well, no need for awkward negotiations anymore. Our free origin computing authority deliveries just arrived. Let's see what he does next. A private message pops up. Wei Shi texts him. What is going on out there? He replies fast. Nothing much, just stay safe in the bubble and focus on recovering. I'm gonna go deal with our new guests. Wei Zi sends a warning. Those look like heavy hitters, shelter bosses, and tower masters. Are you sure? Meanwhile, the shield hero prepares for landing. He stares down at the completely ruined city block. Sitting right in the center is the floral goddess. That has to be the area boss, he notes. The shield hero's face shifts into pure caution. Better keep our distance, he mutters to himself. No point pulling the boss's aggro the second we drop in. Now that he thinks about it, since reaching floor 3, they haven't seen a single piece of private territory. But looking at it now, it turns out every private zone was literally disguised as the Dark Abyss. He peers down into the ruins, wondering something else entirely. Where exactly is that guy hiding right now? He and Xiangyun just did a full lap searching around the outside of this zone. Alright, you and I are diving into the chaos. Yi's private territory is nowhere to be found, hidden perfectly. He finally lands. As the dust settles, Shield Hero emerges from the thick smoke. He speaks up. Doesn't matter anyway. Since we know Yi is here, let's just finish this right now. But first they need to grab the Origin Realm computing privileges right off him. Shield Hero stands tall, his eyes dead serious as he scans the entire surrounding area. He listens to Hu Zhazi explain the rules. Once you lose those Origin Realm computing privileges outside your own territory, you can't use constructs anymore. Doesn't matter how much computing power you have, it's totally useless. Nearby, the 100-flower goddess stares with glowing red eyes. She looks up completely, sensing something off. Meanwhile, Shield Hero is deep in thought. The logic is simple. The more Origin Realm computing privileges you hold in the outer zones, the bigger the advantage you definitely have. There are massive perks they don't even know about yet. They need to secure those privileges fast. But while he is completely distracted, he has no idea. Liu Yi has him locked in his sights. The system suddenly chimes in. All attributes blessed and boosted by 900. Mind shield coverage at 1000. Attack power for the next strike jumps by 50,000 and the pendulum judgment guarantees triple damage. Shield Hero finally senses the danger and instantly whips around. Too late, he is completely surrounded by Liu Yi incoming bullets wielding one of Ye's signature skills. The barrage absolutely flattens Shield Hero. Liu Yi smirks. Got him. But wait, you and I can both see something is seriously wrong here. The guy's health bar is still sitting above 50%. A system alert flashes. Warning, you are taking damage from the opponent's reflective armor skill. Damage calculation in progress. Calculation complete. Your health drops by 40% down in the crater. Shield Hero slowly pushes himself back up to his feet. A twisted grin spreads across his face. So it's you. He calls out Yi's name and boom, a massive explosion rocks the zone. Shield Hero charges straight at Liu Yi with a giant hammer. He yells with pure excitement, I was just racking my brain trying to find you and here you are. How incredibly thoughtful of you. Liu Yi draws his sword, dropping into a battle stance. Thoughtful, let's see who's really being thoughtful today. Shield Hero slams his hammer down hard, but Liu Yi perfectly dodges and immediately counters with a heavy slash. With that garbage speed, you think I'm dead. That's a total joke. Liu Yi unleashes a blinding zigzag strike right through Shield Hero's body. The system instantly pings. Warning, you are taking damage from Shield Hero's reflective armor. Damage calculation is currently in progress. Calculation complete. Health drops by 10%. And then another 10% vanishes. Shield Hero stands right in front of Liu Yi, gripping his massive hammer. A joke. Right now, you're definitely thinking you can use your speed to run away. You think that'll save you from being crushed to death by me. Liu Yi's face turns dead serious. But unfortunately for him, a system warning flashes. Taunt lock activated. Target completely locked on. He desperately dodges the incoming hammer. Refusing to give up, Liu Yi swings his sword for another strike at Shield Hero. Another brutal alert pops up. Warning, you are taking damage from Shield Hero's reflective armor. Damage calculating. Calculation complete. His health has plummeted to a terrifying 5%. Liu Yi completely freezes in pure disbelief. Spotting the opening, Shield Hero raises his hammer for the kill. You can't even move anymore. In a desperate attempt, Liu Yi uses his sword to block the hammer, immediately triggering his healing skill. Shield Hero scoffs at him. Yi, so you really think you can outlast me? Shield Hero's own system screen pops up. Health exchange activated. Consumes 10% health to restore 20% over the next 10 seconds. He mocks him relentlessly. Did you really think you were the only one who could heal? So sorry to break it to you, I can too. And mine doesn't even drain stamina. Liu Yi mind races. That has to be a physical constitution skill. Shield Hero leaps high into the air, feeling desperate yet. Liu Yi barely manages to dodge the smash. But Shield Hero keeps gloating. You are facing an immortal who can fight forever. I am the unbreakable fortress of the sanctuary. Despair, tremble, and hand over your life. Liu Yi ignores him and lands another sword slash, then a new notification. Warning, your health exchange healing skill has been forcibly interrupted. Shield Hero is completely stunned. Liu Yi smirks with total confidence. So sorry, but I just figured out exactly how to break that little healing skill of yours. Shield Hero's health bar is sitting around half now, but he doesn't panic at all. He grips his hammer and launches another attack. But the system keeps spamming bad news. Healing exchange skill has been interrupted. Shield Hero's health bar is draining down to the absolute wire. Liu Yi screams, die, I am completely invincible. The system flashes yet again. Warning, your health exchange healing skill has been forcibly interrupted. Shield Hero is in total shock as his health bar nearly empties. Liu Yi charges forward, swinging his blade right at him. Daiyu's so-called unbreakable fortress, but suddenly a mysterious voice rings out, "Recover." Shield Hero's feet stand completely firm on the battlefield debris. The entire clash zone is buried in thick dust. Liu Yi is totally caught off guard. Shield Hero isn't dead, and his health bar shoots back up to nearly half. He scans the area. Someone is definitely running support. It's Xiangyun. Liu Yi steps right up, aiming straight at Shield Hero's face. He snarls, "No matter who shows up, nobody can stop me from killing you." Now this is where you and I get to see something wild. The system announces Ye's vital energy overlay active. Clock pendulum judgment grants triple damage. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the chaos. Blue light erupts over Dun Yong. He just took a hit from Liu Yi's system. Prompt Xiangyun is frozen. Dun Yong immediately drops to his knees. System warning, the all-stat enhancement blessing has completely worn off. Taking advantage of this, Liu Yi quickly steps back. As his health begins regenerating, Dun Yong smirks. "About time you showed up," he says. "I was seriously about to bite the dust right there." Xiangyun just flashes Liu Yi, a cocky smirk, immediately spamming power buffs onto Dun Yong. The system announces a flat boost, all stats increase by 500 points. Liu Yi frowns, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, a massive glowing blue energy vortex erupts from him, rapidly expanding across the battlefield. The buff spikes. All stats boosted by 900. He condenses his power and defensive barriers, violently ripping 3,000 raw strength points straight from his target. A warning screen violently flashes in front of Xiangyun. His overall combat power just took a massive hit from that absolute fortress of a skill. 3,000 points completely wiped out. His current strength, a pathetic 23 points. Xiangyun just stands there in absolute confusion. Wasting no time, Liu Yi launches himself into the air, gripping his sword as he charges straight at Xiangyun. "Since you gave away your buffs, I guess I'll just have to crush you first." But right behind Liu Yi, Dun Yong swings a massive hammer. With insane reflexes, Liu Yi blocks it. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi thinks, "This guy is seriously annoying." Another system window pops up. The enemy's blessing is heavily enhanced. Health sits at 56,345 out of 60,000. Intelligence is at 1,970 out of 7,000. His skill is on cooldown. Liu Yi wonders, is there any possible way to actually counter this broken skill? Suddenly, attack power and defenses erupt, triggering a brutal force disarm on all equipped gear. And then the absolute unthinkable happens. In a single flash, both Liu Yi's heavy armor and his trusty sword literally vanish into thin air. He realizes immediately, wait, an explosive barrier attack. This insane new skill must be something he unlocked entirely thanks to Xiangyun's crazy support buffs. It's an exclusive trait. Xiangyun's blessing works completely differently than his own. Seizing the upper hand, Dun Yong furiously hoists his giant hammer, violently screaming, "Let's see if you can actually survive this one." A massive earth-shattering explosion goes off, sending jagged rocks and debris flying everywhere from Dun Yong's location. Looking completely confused, Liu Yi somehow blocks the heavy strike with his bare hands. Standing nearby, Xiangyun quickly warns him, "Don't get careless now. Keep the pressure on him." Dun Yong charges back in for another strike. "Let's go round two, but let's add some extra spice." He triggers a brutal percentage swap, trading his own defensive barrier and health to absolutely drain the target's HP. Smirking arrogantly, he shouts, "I'm pushing my health sacrifice to the absolute max limit. Take this damage and let's see you survive." Another massive shockwave violently erupts, and the blast radius is way bigger than before. Watching from a safe distance, Xiangyun nods. That should finally be the end of him. But then a private system window pops up in front of Xiangyun. "Wait, something's wrong. I haven't received the kill confirmation. Keep attacking." As the thick smoke finally clears, Dun Yong's figure slowly emerges. A private system message suddenly flashes directly into his vision. "Something's wrong." Xiangyun frowns. "Now here's where you and I need to pay close attention." Dun Yong stares at his system screen, dumbfounded. "What's going on?" System prompt, because his current health is actually lower than his opponent's, the ultimate attack power and massive health sacrifice skill completely fails to activate. Instead, he's hit with a brutal backlash effect. The attack power and health exchange completely reverse onto him. His own health drops instantly by a staggering 99%. Dun Yong completely loses it. "But I have the heaven-piercing physique. My natural constitution multiplier is at +7. There is literally no way my total health is lower than his. Even if he also has a heaven-piercing build, our max health pools should be exactly the same." Liu Yi slowly stands back up. Right behind him, massive terrifying vines suddenly violently erupt straight out of the shattered earth. Liu Yi just smirks. Floating right above him is an incredibly familiar silhouette, the goddess of flowers herself. Another system warning hits. Resonance Halo activated. Any target caught inside this glowing field shares a direct health pool link. Since his current health dropped down to exactly 10%, the connection automatically breaks. The massive halo expands to a 500-meter radius, Activating it burned 1,000 intelligence points, and it only lasts 10 seconds. Another window instantly triggers. By keeping the resonance halo active, the designated target has now successfully merged with the Goddess of Flowers' physical clone. Because his total health pool dipped below the 10% threshold, the divine clone's own massive health pool steps in to cover the gap. The Goddess of Flowers' clone takes the remaining damage instead. Meanwhile, those insanely huge vines are already winding up for another devastating strike. Below them, Liu Yi, Dun Yong, and Xiang Yun are literally balancing on the giant plants. Xiang Yun's jaw drops in absolute terror. Wait, is that the supreme boss of this shattered territory? High above the Goddess of Flowers silently floats in the air. Xiang Yun panics. How are we supposed to land a hit on that thing? She's way out of our attack range. Turning around, he frantically barks an order. Dun Yong, we need to fall back now. But before anyone can move, a blinding blur of glowing blue light violently slices through the air. Xiang Yun furiously squints. That impossibly fast blur was none other than Liu Yi. Gripping his sword tight, he launches a lethal ambush. Desperate, Xiang Yun throws his hand forward to cast a protective shield over Dun Yong, but a brutal error screen pops up instead. Insufficient power. Skill casting completely failed. Staring blankly at his own trembling hands, Xiang Yun mutters in pure shock. How is this possible? Left totally defenseless without the buff, Dun Yong takes Liu Yi execution strike head-on. Dun Yong's health bar instantly shatters down to absolute zero. His entire body begins to pixelate and fade before he can even scream out a final word. System prompt: you have successfully eliminated player Dun Yong. Scanning complete. The target possessed exactly 5% of the total computing authority over the mysterious origin realm, which has now been completely stripped away. Your personal origin realm computing authority has officially upgraded to 26%. Defeated, Dun Yong and his massive hammer plummet into the abyss. Liu Yi. All right, you and I are back. With a smirk holding the origin realm's power sphere, Liu Yi turns to Xiang Yun and says, your turn. The moment the words drop, Xiang Yun immediately leaps away from the massive vines, desperately making a break for the building. Xiang Yun sprints, his mind racing. This guy is way too strong. He completely underestimated his opponent, and now he's getting crushed right from the start. And to make matters even worse, a massive boss monster just showed up out of nowhere. This situation is an absolute nightmare, he keeps running, muttering that he just needs to lay low. Once the shield hero logs back in and they regroup, they will figure out exactly how to end Yi forever. On the other side of the battlefield, Liu Yi decides he has collected enough computing authority. He sprints at lightning speed, weaving flawlessly through the thick green vines. Liu Yi leaps gracefully onto a massive vine. He decides to let his target live for now, needing to take full advantage of his remaining blessing buff time. In a flash, he appears right behind the 100 Flowers god. Gathering his strength, he launches himself straight up toward the floating key, his mind focused. He has to secure the item first. Reaching out his hand, Liu Yi firmly grabs the glowing key, hovering right above the 100 Flowers god's massive head. A glowing system screen instantly pops up. It detects that his origin realm computing authority has officially surpassed the massive 25% threshold. The prompt asks if he wants to forcefully seize it. This data analysis center key controls the system's authority. Without a single second of hesitation, Liu Yi agrees. The system chimes in again. The data analysis center key and its control authority have been successfully seized. As for the powerful clone, the 100 Flowers god is directly bound to the monster boss. The system asks if he wants this subordinate. Liu Yi smiles to himself. What an absolute steal. Liu Yi immediately hits accept. Suddenly, a blinding wave of radiant light erupts from his body. The sheer force of the shockwave instantly catches Xiang Yun's attention from afar, forcing him to a dead stop. He whips his head around, completely stunned. Wait a second. Right in front of Xiang Yun is absolute chaos, with thick dust clouding the entire area. He realizes that neither Yi nor the monster boss are chasing him, and the constant sounds of brutal combat have completely stopped echoing from the clash zone. Could it be that Yi is currently standing completely alone out there, fighting the absolute nightmare of a monster boss? The second this realization hits him, Xiang Yun spins right back around and sprints straight toward Liu Yi's location. He refuses to miss this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally take Yi out. Meanwhile, Liu Yi casually steps forward, staring at the glowing key, thinking, so this is the legendary data analysis center key. He genuinely has no idea what it actually does yet. Is it just a basic tool used to simply unlock a door? He will definitely have to interrogate Nether Snake about it later. But as for right now, in this very moment, Liu Yi glances at the 100 Flowers god hovering quietly by his side. He looks up with a confident smirk. It is officially time to harvest his rewards. Now that he holds this power, the entire Qingmu region is completely under his total control. His sharp gaze locks onto the distant ruined horizon. The only problem is he has no clue where Xiang Yun scampered off to. It would have been absolutely perfect if he could have just finished him off earlier too. But luckily, Liu Yi doesn't even have to go hunting. Xiang Yun walks right back into the danger zone, instantly freezing when he spots his target. He is completely stunned to see Liu Yi standing perfectly fine next to the 100 Flowers god without a scratch on him. His blood runs completely cold. Did he make a massive miscalculation here? Liu Yi smirks, noticing his prey. Ah, look who decided to come crawling back. He has no idea why this guy returned, but honestly, it is perfectly fine by him. In a fraction of a second, Liu Yi aggressively moves. A flawless strike and Xiang Yun drops dead lifeless against the rock. The system chimes in, players Xiang Yun eliminated, extracting his 5% chunk of the Origin Realms, Computing Authority permanently deducting it from his account. Meanwhile, Liu Yi gets a sweet notification his own total computing power has just skyrocketed to 31%. Over in the group chat, Guild Master Wei Zi drops a frantic message. You and I know things are getting wild. Someone must stop Ye from fighting the Pavilion Masters. He is taking on the Shelter Chiefs too. Lightning Striker immediately responds in shock. Wait, fighting two boss groups at once. Does Yi have a death wish? I would not even dream of pulling a stunt like that, and he actually went and did it. Raging Blazing Heat, the master of the New Order Guild, demands answers. What exactly is happening? He tags Yi directly, begging him to reconsider. Lightning Striker follows up. It is officially game over. Yi isn't answering the chat at all. Is he already dead out there, or just way too embarrassed to face us after that massive humiliating failure? Suddenly, Yi replies, thanks for the concern, but everything is already completely handled. Wei Zi is left totally and utterly speechless. Raging Blazing Heat spams a row of confused question marks while Lightning Striker drops exclamation points in pure shock. Then a private message suddenly pops up. Yi asks him directly how much longer until you can actually make a move. Wei Zi replies, probably another 10 minutes. Even though you managed to eliminate Xiang Yun and the Shield Hero, those deadly Flower God clones are still roaming out there. You need to fall back to safety right now and just wait until my cooldowns are up so we can think of a plan. But Yi immediately shuts him down. I already wiped out the Flower God clones too. Wei Zi is so stunned he completely stops typing. Back in the real world, Liu Yi casually lifts a massive boulder, one-handed, revealing a hidden underground passage. He tosses the heavy rock aside like it is nothing. Liu Yi and the 100 Flowers god stand at the edge, peering down into the abyss. After observing the quiet shadows for a brief moment, he drops down, landing flawlessly. Liu Yi slowly scans the dimly lit underground chamber, searching every corner. He instantly spots an ancient pillar projecting a hologram of a black golden-headed Guichu beast, the legendary Emperor Tree Qingzhuang. He narrows his eyes in deep thought. He only needs exactly 1,130 more computing points to finally unlock the 4th floor. With a massive fragment zone like this, farming those final points should be an absolute walk in the park. Alright, watch this. Liu Yi touches the Emperor's core. A system prompt flashes, entering the 7th Qingmu private zone. Wait, his remaining computing power is exactly 1. Liu Yi's eyes go wide in pure shock. So this is the exact reason why the Flower Goddess's clone didn't have any usable skills at all. Beating himself up over it, he stares deeply at the core right in front of him. Is it just this specific fractured zone on the 3rd outer layer with 0 computing power, or do all of the action private zones out here lack computing power completely? If this 3rd layer fracture actually belongs to the outer zone, then having 0 computing power shouldn't even be a possibility. But a fractured space this massive doesn't have a single drop, let alone the smaller areas. He waves his hand, brushing off the thought completely. Whatever, no point overthinking this right now. We will just wait until he actually unlocks a few more private zones to figure it out. Suddenly, Liu Yi notices something completely unexpected, his mind racing. What a massive headache. Is there not some kind of shortcut that leads straight to the light sphere? He looks up, spotting a rotary switch mounted on the wall. Liu Yi walks over and cranks the switch, opening the door. Right then, another hidden room reveals itself, packed with glowing spheres, just hovering in midair. Taking a quick look around the area, Liu Yi steps right into the center of the room. A system prompt pops up. Key teleportation device detected. The Holmo Data Center has been successfully activated. Destination set: Holmo Data Center entrance. Do you wish to initiate the teleportation sequence right now? Liu Yi is stunned, but a grin quickly spreads across his face. Things are actually going his way. Without hesitation, he says, activated. But another notification flashes. Error: computing power is currently under 2,000. Insufficient computing power. Activation sequence denied. His excitement dies instantly as the smile drops from his face. It needs 2,000. Well then, he better hurry up and head back to room number 1 to grab more computing power. Moments later, a pathway formed from floating rocks leads straight to the outside exit. The scene shows Liu Yi and Wei Zi walking down the path together. Back on the mainland, the Flower Goddess stands watching. Frustrated, Liu Yi rubs his forehead, thinking, he is rushing this way too much. setting aside whether that teleport point is real or just a trap even if he manages to warp over there. There's no telling what the situation is like or if it is dangerous, burning through 2,000 computing points just to get there, only to get killed a second later and sent right back. That would be embarrassing. Walking right behind him, Wei Shi speaks up. The skill description does not mention any risk of a backlash at all. It looks like a hidden trait depending completely on the skill's specific ruling, meaning the higher your personal stats are, the less you get affected. Liu Yi turns to look at her, and she continues talking. So did you actually grab the key from its head? Are you using that exact key to control the monster? Liu Yi does not answer, just keeping his pace and leaving Wei Zi trailing behind. Wei Zi quickly runs up ahead and asks, what does that key even do anyway? And where exactly is this Huamo data center supposed to be? You want to go right now? Take me with you. Liu Yi shoots her a quick, sideways glance before asking, how much computing power do you have left? Wei Shi looks a bit embarrassed, answering, ah, that haha, I kind of used it all up already. Taken completely by surprise, Liu Yi asks, used it all up? She nods. Yup, then she starts explaining. Look, entering a private zone requires bringing enough computing power for the return trip. Plus, using structures to restrict the boss monster spawns drains it. Heading back to my own private zone costs even more to heal up my body's physical state. Going back and forth like that just burned through my entire supply. Liu Yi looks totally confused. Wei Shi continues, if I didn't use every last drop, there is no way I would have reached the third layer this fast. Liu Yi thinks about this. If that is true, the structure skills info clearly states that using it inside a zone consumes computing power. So why has it not been draining any of his own computing power at all? Is it because the nether snake is helping him out? He suddenly stops walking, which totally catches Wei Shi off guard. Looking dead serious, he says, look, our last experience working together actually ended pretty badly. Can I actually trust you this time? Wei Zi just flashes a bright smile. Of course you can. With an unreadable expression, Liu Yi replies, all right then. For now, do not leave the Qingmu zone. Wait here for my return. Scene shift over in Xiang Yun's private zone. We see Shield Warrior and Xiang Yun sitting together. Xiang Yun's face is twisted in pure rage, while Shield Warrior looks just as frustrated and heavily scowling. Xiang Yun finally breaks the heavy silence in the room. Honestly, Yi really is not that strong. If we just chain our skills right, we can definitely still take him down. Shield Warrior fires back. Take him down? How exactly? With that insane casting range of his, the very second the battle starts, his overpowered deduction skill can instantly wipe you off the map, and I am definitely not strong enough to go toe-to-toe with him either. Xiang Yun responds, it is not just that. Inside that Qingmu private zone, there is also a massive boss monster that Ye is currently controlling. We have to deal with that thing too. Resting right in Xiang Yun's hand is a glowing blue orb, the Recall Pearl, an item which actively records all of a player's data. The moment a player dies, the pearl shatters, reviving them right at its location. But all their current stats and recorded recovery moments get bound to that exact physical state. Gripping the Recall Pearl tightly in his hand, Xiang Yun says, because of this, our only real option left is calling in backup. Stick around to see who they bring. You and I are back. The guild masters are sending messages. Ding, I need you at private zone number 1 right now. Liu Yi sits on a massive flying rock. He stares thoughtfully at the nether snake, remembering Wei Zi's exact words. Think about the mechanics here. Traveling to the private zone costs processing power just to activate the structure that stops those massive boss monsters from constantly spawning. And returning to his own private zone, that burns even more processing power just to use the structure to fully heal his body. Going back and forth drains absolutely everything. The nether snake is totally confused, a giant question mark floating right over its head. Liu Yi sighs. Honestly, whatever it is, the snake is still helping him out. He speaks up, asking about the starting point for the teleportation. Any suggestions on that? The nether snake answers back. It is definitely possible to do, but there is a serious risk involved. If the device is actually broken, they would teleport straight down to the 4th floor, and that place is completely packed with disaster-level boss monsters. In that scenario, you basically just wait to die. Liu Yi replies quickly. But if the device is perfectly fine, we reach our destination in one single step. Liu Yi looks completely serious now. I want to make a bet. He tells the nether snake his plan. I will take 5,000 processing points with me. I will leave 100 points right here with you as a backup plan. If I end up dying, I can still easily respawn right back here. Then we just grind the processing power from scratch. After hearing Liu Yi explain his entire plan, another snake finally shares its own thoughts. How about we bet a little bigger? Liu Yi looks totally shocked. The nether snake continues. Right now, you are the actual model data processing center, and everyone else is racing against time to beat you. We see Liu Yi private zone fully disguised as a flying Gui Shu among all the other monsters. The nether snake explains even deeper. If you decide to go there all alone and accidentally die and are forced to return, you are basically saying a permanent goodbye to your absolute control over the entire model data processing center forever. But if you bring me along, the processing power avoids the risk of completely vaporizing within a single hour. It also massively reduces the wide-scale processing power consumption whenever you actually use the structure. Liu Yi is completely surprised. He asks, "You can actually leave the private zone with me?" The nether snake replies, "But the consequence is that room number 1 shatters completely. You will never be able to respawn in this specific room again. Of course, your own life will not be bound to it anymore either." Liu Yi gets a deeply thoughtful look on his face. Then he looks up and asks, "Later on, how much of your power can you actually use?" The nether snake answers, "With enough processing points, 100%. The nether snake coils up waiting for Liu Yi to make a final decision. He calculates silently. One option is a ridiculously strong strategy, for a set amount of time, while the other is a safe retreat path. But the nether snake is right, racing against the clock here, fighting for absolutely every second. If he ends up using this retreat path now, then the biggest secret of the meta world slips right through his fingers. Liu Yi has finally made his ultimate choice. He stands up, his expression dead serious. "All right, then we are going together." The nether snake instantly transforms into a brilliant burst of green light, flying straight into his hand, adding that is a very smart choice. Liu Yi's arm now displays these glowing snake tattoos that pulse with raw energy, shining brightly. After a brief moment, the glowing tattoos completely vanish and the giant rock he is standing on slowly cracks into several smaller pieces. They break apart from a solid mass and drift away into the void. A system notification pops up. "The tissue-containing creature of your private zone number 1. The adult nether snake has successfully merged with you. Your private zone number 1 is now being mathematically calculated to convert into a suppression force against your outer zone. The suppression force of the outer zone has decreased to 44.6%. You have acquired a brand new skill, levitation. Gaining the levitation ability means speed is minus 90% and it only works out in the outer zone." Liu Yi stares at the glowing system screen in absolute shock. Did I literally just become my very own private zone? He snaps back to reality and locks his eyes straight ahead. Right in front of him is the black and yellow-headed Gui Shu. Liu Yi quickly leaps into the air. "Let us go." The rock beneath his feet shatters completely. Meanwhile, inside that black and yellow Gui Shu, Wei Shi is already waiting. She stands up perfectly straight, arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Now watch this carefully." A voice speaks up from right behind Wei Shi. He has a very familiar scent. Just like you, he is also a chosen one. Wei Shi turns around to see a tiny orange dragon. Its real name is Ying Long, an absolute doomsday class existence. It continues talking. "After the meta world was completely destroyed and forcefully reactivated, all of us basically became mere tools. If you really do not want to end up like us, you must kill all the other candidates to secure your own unique status. Survival of the fittest." She simply smirks at that. Ying Long offers a piece of advice. "Besides, right now, he actually seems to trust you a whole lot. You currently have the absolute best opportunity you will ever get. You have to seize it." Wei Shi holds her face with one hand in total agreement. But suddenly, she shoots her hand out, grabbing Ying Long by the neck, pulling it super close. She frowns. "But compared to you, I honestly trust him a little bit more." Saying that, she lets go, and Ying Long uses the chance to fly far away. Ying Long expresses itself. "I have been helping you this entire journey, getting you all the way to this exact point, yet you say you do not trust me. You are truly making me feel incredibly disappointed. But honestly, that is exactly why I picked you. Always questioning everything around you. Always keeping your own resolve completely unbreakable. I firmly believe that very soon you will end up making the right choice for us." Wei Shi blushed super hard and shyly muttered, "This time is a total exception." Her mind flashed straight to Liu Yi, gently holding her. "He is just so warm, I really cannot bear it." Suddenly, boom, an object crashed down from above. Liu Yi landed hard, crushing the solid rock beneath his feet. The massive impact instantly shattered the ground. Seeing him, Wei Zi totally faked being annoyed. "Ha, I really thought you were just going to abandon me here." He stood up and casually walked over. Staring at the absolute ruins ahead, his eyes turned dead serious as he looked right at Wei Shi. "Come with me," he said. Wei Shi happily nodded. "But you and I know peace never lasts." A loud noise echoed, making both warily look up. Xiang Yun and Dun Young crashed right down. The 100-flower goddess, who was sitting completely silent until now, instantly locked onto the new intruders. She slowly stood up, summoning countless deadly vines right behind her back. Liu Yi and Wei Zi did not hesitate, immediately sprinting forward together. He barked out, "Just leave those guys to the 100-flower goddess clone. You need to follow me." His mind was racing. "I already killed them once, since they actually know about my 100-flower clone now. and still dare to step inside here, they must be hiding a serious trump card to guarantee their own victory. Liu Yi glanced back, having absolutely no clue what was coming. First things first, let the goddess clone go scout the area for him. Massive vines violently lunged towards Shang Yun and Dun Yong. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a super-sharp voice yelling out, "Wind mirror flash!" Instantly, the 100-flower goddess and her vines were sliced into a million little pieces. The system screen suddenly popped up, "Wind mirror flash." After perfectly dodging an incoming ranged attack from a totally unaware target, it immediately launches a brutal counterattack. This counter damage is calculated straight from your own base attack power, packing a very nasty special effect alongside it. Here's the catch. If this attack somehow fails to deal any damage at all, the flash skill triggers all over again, infinitely looping until it actually draws blood. But take note, the moment this flash attack finally succeeds on a target, the user suffers a 1-second weakening debuff. Every single time the flash loops, that brutal penalty window adds another full second to the clock. Ding! Another alert. Your 100-flower goddess clone has been completely destroyed. Liu Yi froze in place, jaw basically hitting the floor as he thought, "What the actual heck is happening?" Sprinting behind him, Wei Zai quickly explained, "That is the flash skill attached to the deadly flash strike move. It literally instantly overwhelmed the clone's raw attack power. This means they must have already stacked up so many layers of that flash strike modifier." The system confirmed it. Wind mirror flash strike. In this state, pure attack power and agility scale directly together. Every single agility point grants 2 attack points. Landing a critical flash strike adds a layer. On the very next strike, both the user's base agility and attack stats literally double. This can be stacked infinitely, subtracting 1 layer per use. Now pay close attention to this massive limitation. Flash strike is useless with 0 layers. If it deals 0 damage, the layers do not drop. Suddenly, through the thick dust, a girl's silhouette slowly emerged. Liu Yi and Wei Si stared with pure caution. That is Liang Xingxing, a level 60 monster from the Ji Lu Guild. She instantly leaped forward, sending debris flying everywhere. Wind mirror flash step activated. She locked onto a designated direction and dashed straight forward. While moving, her insane agility stat got a +3 boost. Liang Xingxing swung her massive blade right at Liu Yi. The sword violently slashed across his body and a bright yellow light suddenly erupted. Heavy chains tightly wrapped around Liang Xingxing. This was Liu Yi's counter move. He pointed his gun straight at her face and coldly sneered, "If this weak attack power is all you have right now, you might as well just go die." But Liang Xingxing simply smirked back. She moved with blinding speed, attacking him first. Wei Zi screamed from the back, "Be careful, do not attack her directly under any circumstances." System alert. Wind strike activated. Absolute evasion granted, dodging the next incoming attack with a clean 100% success rate. The cooldown for this insane skill is 5 solid minutes. Then another alert popped. Your counterattack has been successfully dodged by the player Liang Xingxing. Even worse, your attack just triggered Liang Xingxing's terrifying flash passive ability. Before he could react, Liu Yi took another brutal slash. The system mercilessly reminded him remaining stasis time is 3 seconds. Without giving him room to breathe, she aggressively attacked him once again. Alert. Player Liang Xingxing used the flash move but dealt 0 damage, automatically triggering the terrifying flash loop all over again. This is where you and I realize how broken this is. He could only stand frozen, eating every slash. Alert. The flash attack dealt 0 damage, activating the loop yet again. The remaining time locked in this brutal stasis is 2 seconds. Liang Xingxing unleashed an absolute barrage of non-stop strikes on Liu Yi. From a distance, it honestly looked like dozens of slashes were trapping him in a cage. Stasis time remaining 1 second. Liang Xingxing flashed an incredibly smug, victorious grin. Watching this unfold, Wei Si panicked. We are so totally doomed. Because her skill dealt 0 damage to Ye, it literally will not stop repeating itself. And the second it finally draws blood, who even knows how many times that lethal flash strike has stacked up by now? Ye is absolutely going to die. I need to find a way to block at least 1 hit for him. Meanwhile, Liu Yi desperately held his ground waiting. Ding, stasis state finally ended. As the massive cloud of dust cleared out, Dun Yong spoke up in disbelief. To think that from this kind of distance. Unbelievable. She just insta-killed the boss monster without breaking a sweat. Now you and I know exactly why he trusted her this whole time. Shang Yun answers, explaining that before they even entered the collapse zone, she actually spent 2 full days just grinding to stack her skill levels to the absolute max. Non-stop stacking, endless trial and error until the power was perfect. Then she locked it all in by using the extremely rare reversal gem to save that insane state. Shang Yun mentions how his own guys actually brought up the reversal gem before, but he just totally brushed it off and ignored the warning. He regrets it now. If he had known, he would have grabbed one too. What a total waste though, since it is strictly a one-time use item. Still, burning it to take down Yi was completely worth the cost. Shang Yun hops up onto a giant rock confidently, adding that he totally believes Liang Xingxing only needs a single strike to completely finish Yi off. After this, they really need to hold her back and keep her hidden away as their absolute ultimate trump card. But the second he steps onto the rock, the sight right in front of him makes his eyes widen in pure shock. Liang Xingxing slices right through Liu Yi, but her expression instantly drops into absolute horror. A system notification pops up about a shared light barrier, making direct contact with a nether snake. Liu Yi slowly turns around and smirks. Your time on this stage is completely over now. Liu Yi launches himself up and delivers a brutal slash to Xingxing, instantly erasing her from the map. Shield Hero finally climbs up, completely confused. Yi is still alive. He wanted to humiliate the guy to get payback for his earlier death, but watching Liang Xingxing vanish into thin air, Shield Hero starts panicking hard. What exactly is going on here? Liu Yi shoots them a freezing glare and speaks. Are you guys really back just to feed me more loot? The two of them freeze, scream in panic, and try to run. But a warning flashes. Protective Fortress and Condensed Consciousness engaged. The clock pendulum triggers a massive stun. Xiang Yun and Shield Hero collapse to the ground, slowly pixelating away. System alert. You have successfully eliminated player Shield Hero. You have killed player Shang Yun. You have taken down player Liang Xingxing. Detected that Liang Xingxing possessed 5% of the Genesis Gate computing authority that has now been violently stripped away. Your personal control over the Genesis Gate network just shot up to 36%. The mighty Yinglong spirit hiding inside Wei Shi suddenly starts talking to her. Do you see it now? Do you see how crazy his power growth is right now? If we can somehow devour that guiding creature he is carrying around with him, then I could trigger another major evolution. When that happens, I wouldn't just ascend to a calamity tier boss level out in the wild, but completely break through to a higher realm. With all that directly stolen power, I would finally be vastly stronger than he could ever be. Liu Yi grips the glowing sphere tightly in his hand. He glances back at Wei Shi before turning away. Guess the annoying interruptions are finally over. Let us get moving. Wei Shi smiles and nods brightly. But Yinglong keeps whispering in her head. Wait for an opening. Kill him immediately. I will handle the guardian spirit watching his back. He actually managed to grab the key without even having to defeat the mighty flower god clone. His personal control over the Genesis Gate system network authority has got to be sitting at 25% minimum. That is absolute madness. If you can just end his life, all of that sweet authority is yours. Wei Zi keeps walking in complete silence, the dragon still echoing in her ear. The true secret of the Genesis Gate is beyond human imagination. You must fight to claim every single resource. Trust me on this. You really need to believe me and do exactly what I say. Wei Zi suddenly turns serious and speaks up. Honestly, I already know the data processing core is the final destination for this collapse zone. Look, we definitely had our fair share of conflicts before. I saved your life back on the ship, but you getting me out of that private territory pretty much makes us entirely even now. So why exactly are you still dragging me along into the danger zone? He turns, looking her right in the eyes. Because we are teammates. Shouldn't we walk to the finish line together no matter what? Wei Shi crosses her arms. Are you seriously looking down on me right now? Or are you just looking down on yourself? Liu Yi crosses his arms right back. So you are completely underestimating the insane danger waiting for us. We are heading straight into the 4th floor of the Outer Realm, and based on what floors 1 through 3 were like, the nightmares down there are going to easily blow past our wildest imaginations. Having a second person to watch each other's backs in the dark, having a bit more firepower is definitely the smarter play, right? Wei Shi stays totally quiet. He takes a few steps forward. If we fight, we should save it for the final ultimate prize anyway. But honestly, your caution makes total sense. Before we actually encounter the core system authority, can we at least try acting like decent teammates? He smiles warmly and extends his hand toward her. Just trust me this one time. They just stare at each other. Complete silence stretches between them. Then Wei Shi finally smiles back. She reaches out and firmly grabs Liu Yi's hand, happily agreeing to the truce. Let us move out, Liu Yi says. She gives a small nod. One leading and one following, they slowly approach the dark basement entrance together. The inner dragon hisses again. I can handle any hidden threats down there just as long as we can successfully devour his guardian spirit. Forget about whatever happens later. We just need to find the absolute perfect chance to strike from the shadows and take it all for ourselves. Wei Shi just lowers her head, staying totally silent. Down in the basement, a system scan notification pops up around them. Now, watch this. You and I are seeing the endgame. Key confirmed. Booting up the teleporter now. Final destination set: the entrance to the main data processing core. Engage teleportation sequence. The nether snake suddenly speaks up, giving a quick warning. The gate's teleportation. You and I are about to see something wild. The USB teleporter is basically a pipeline, perfect here but unstable halfway. So Liu Yi has to brace himself for the jump to the fourth floor. If they get randomly teleported to some unknown danger zone, Ming, she warns him, I will manifest first. You need to figure out a way to fix the teleporter fast. Otherwise, we are totally dead. Liu Yi nods. Got it. He glances back at Wei Si. Let us go, she agrees. The system chimes in, checking for the digital processing center key. Teleporter activation ready. Destination confirm the digital processing center entrance. Do you wish to initiate the teleportation sequence right now? He instantly says yes. System alert. 2,000 computing points have been successfully deducted. Teleportation activated. Glowing symbols light up right beneath Liu Yi's feet. He turns to Wei Si, giving her one final super important reminder before they jump. I have no clue what awaits us on the other side of this teleporter. But no matter what kind of crazy situation happens, as long as we stick together, we will absolutely survive this. Wei Si nods with a dead serious look. Then both of them vanish. Somewhere else entirely, thick black clouds swallow the sky. Lightning strikes down nonstop. And get this, there is no solid ground here, just massive floating rocks hovering close together. Suddenly, the teleporter flashes a bright light. Liu Yi and Wei Si have successfully arrived at the drop zone. They immediately scan their chaotic surroundings. Liu Yi thinks to himself, are we really at the digital processing center entrance right now? He just stands there staring straight up into the void. That is the true final level of the Outlands. We never even reached the 5th floor. This right here is the 4th floor of the Outlands. But wait, was not this floor supposed to be crawling with disaster-level boss monsters? Why is it just endless flat rocks? He stands there completely dumbfounded by the empty landscape. What on earth is going on here, he mutters, lowering his voice. Ming. She sounds absolutely shocked. No way. This is completely impossible. There is no way. This is totally different from my memories. It should never look like this. Hearing that, Liu Yi starts to panic, sweat dripping down his face. Now stick with me because this gets crazy. Yinglong urges the perfect chance. Strike now. Wei Si looks possessed, her eyes and forehead glowing red. The voice keeps pushing her. Do it now. She violently smacks her own head, wincing in agony. Yinglong, you are seriously annoying me. The entity taunts her. You do not want to strike. Fine. I will gladly do it for you. Suddenly, something horrifying mutates right out of her arm, leaving her completely shocked. Fighting the control, Wei Si frantically shoots a private message to Liu Yi. Watch out, I am being controlled. Right as he reads the warning message, one of Wei Si's arms bursts into a massive monstrous claw with razor-sharp talons. She lunges straight at Liu Yi, but he desperately leaps backward just in time. The horrifying mutation spreads even faster, completely swallowing Wei Si in its dark power. She desperately screams out, "Did you forget the deal we actually made?" Yinglong coldly replies, "Our deal was about growth, which is exactly what I am doing now." Wei Si loses total control of her body. Furious, she screams, "You have seriously crossed the line." Yinglong just laughs it off. "You will thank me later." Suddenly, the beast starts its full transformation, massive arms violently ripping outward. Then thick legs slam down. Finally, Yinglong's entire terrifying body emerges through the heavy smoke. A colossal glowing orange dragon stands there, locking its deadly gaze onto Liu Yi. Our hero is totally frozen, completely speechless from the sheer shock. He frantically texts his teammate, "Wei Si, what in the world is happening right now?" Yinglong stomps down violently, shattering the solid rock beneath them. Opening its massive jaws, the dragon lunges straight at him, triggering a huge explosion. A system alert flashes. The target you are messaging is offline. Message failed to send. Liu Yi shuts his eyes, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Yinglong casually grabs him with one giant hand, demanding, "Where is that parasite hiding inside your body? Why will it not show its face?" Liu Yi screams back. "Ming, what the hell are you doing right now?" Yinglong sneers with pure arrogance. "You foolish, low-level creature. Still playing pretend as some superior native of the Origin Realm. Wake up. The Origin Realm crumbled into absolute dust ages ago. The Origin Realm is nothing but an abandoned wasteland now. A broken, modified piece of trash that is just constantly used and thrown away." The monstrous dragon throws back its head, laughing maniacally. A system warning pops up. "You have been captured. Movement disabled. You are completely suppressed. Skill activation is locked. You are currently trapped inside the domain of an absolute doomsday-level boss monster. All your structural abilities are permanently banned here." Yinglong smirks down at him. "Even if that coward hides inside you, as long as it stays attached, swallowing you whole will give me the exact same result." It opens its giant, terrifying jaws to eat him alive. Liu Yi desperately screams, "Ming Shi." Instantly, Ming Shi bursts out of Liu Yi's arm, zooming forward to tightly coil around the giant dragon. Ming Shi fiercely roars, I finally found the perfect opening to strike. Yinglong is completely locked down, forcing it to drop our hero. Liu Yi crashes into the ground. Mingxi yells, "Help me out, the bloodline upgrade of this structure will absolutely succeed right here." Liu Yi is totally confused. How do I help? This boss domain completely locked away my structural abilities. The serpent snaps back. Forget the rules. Just activate it anyway. A bloodline upgrade in this specific zone has a guaranteed success rate. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. So you and I watch the final twist. System alert. Structure failed. Wait, data rewriting. Refreshing. Structure successfully forced open. The bloodline evolution in this domain is absolutely guaranteed. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Liu Yi stares at the system screen totally stunned. The nether snake is fading. Yinglong sneers. So you figured out I was here all along, huh? But thinking you could fuse with my body just to swallow me whole. Honestly, what a stupid move. My level is an entire major tier higher than yours. You never stood a chance. If you try to fuse with me, I will be the one devouring you entirely. Yinglong roars, to me, you are just a delicious snack. Wait. It pauses, suddenly surprised. Oh, you actually have a single trace of the Candle Dragon bloodline inside you. Is that why you were so confident? Too bad it is way too weak to save you. A massive wave of force violently blasts Liu Yi. He is completely shocked. What in the world is happening right now? The system chimes. Your beast, the Nether Snake, has activated its tier upgrade skill. Another alert hits. Nether Snake bloodline evolution failed. Due to system rule restrictions, the Nether Snake has failed to evolve. Your compute points have decreased by 100. The system rings out again. After that brutal failure, another notification instantly pops right up. Wait, what? Your beast has successfully evolved. The Nether Snake just upgraded into a pseudo-candle dragon. Liu Yi lights up with sudden hope. Did it actually work? But then another system warning. Your pseudo-candle dragon failed to absorb Yinglong. It lacks sufficient energy and is collapsing. Liu Yi stares at the system completely speechless. Yinglong bursts into mocking laughter. So what if you actually managed to upgrade your tier? Right now, you are barely on the exact same rank as me. Plus, after a successful upgrade, you desperately need a massive amount of energy. Without that energy, your very own bloodline is going to devour you alive until you die. You really thought you could eat me. Looks like your perfect little plan just blew up right in your face. Liu Yi staggers to his feet, absolutely determined to save his snake. But honestly, how is he supposed to help in this situation? Suddenly, Yinglong stumbles hard. It screams, "Wei Si, you absolute maniac," and then it totally collapses. System alert. Your pseudo-candle dragon has secured energy. Evolutionary restructuring is now in progress. 1%, 2%, 3%. Liu Yi eyes go wide. Yinglong's massive form is literally vanishing into thin air. What just happened? Right then, a private message pops up from Wei Si. Damn it, that lizard forgot who was really in charge. Hey, sorry man, looks like I will not be able to go with you to the simulation data center anymore. Liu Yi pieces it together. Wait, did Wei Si actually choose to end her own life just to drag Yinglong down to hell with her? He watches the spot where the dragon vanished, falling into a deep, heavy silence. Liu Yi holds his head, feeling completely helpless. He replies to Wei Si, "Thank you. You just did me a massive favor." Her final message arrives. "Do not mention it. I caused this mess anyway, so it was my job to fix it. Besides that, stupid monster would not stop nagging me. Super annoying. You better help me level back up later." Wei Si chuckles softly. "When you get back, you are carrying me, okay?" He agrees, deal. The cold system voice rings out. Player Wei Si has died. Now calculating the combat rewards based on the final fatal strike. For participating in the elimination of competing players, you have successfully earned 9% of the Origin Realm's total system compute authority. You now currently possess exactly 45% of the Origin Realm's entire system compute authority. Now let us see where the dust settles. The scene shifts to a ruined wasteland. A rock tumbles past as our main character stares out at the foggy, empty expanse. Not a single soul in sight. He stands completely alone in the silent void before finally dropping to the ground and speaking up. Yeah, it is totally ruined. Liu Yi wildly scratches his head in pure frustration. Well, this is a huge problem. The pathway leading to the simulation data center has been completely cut off. He looks up at the bleak sky, leaning back on his hands, his face showing deep thought. Liu Yi sighs out loud. The fourth layer of the Outer Lands barely has any compute points left for me to actually level up with. This is so annoying, I only have 1,000 compute points left. Liu Yi just falls silent, listening as the system voice suddenly speaks up. Do not lose hope just yet. What if other players manage to use the entrance to teleport right here? Liu Yi hears this and his eyes narrow in thought. The system continues trying to cheer him up. They will be totally stuck here too. When that happens, just rob their compute points. The candle dragon suddenly materializes, crossing its arms while staring. Liu Yi checks the candle dragon's stat panel, feeling totally defeated. It is already so insanely powerful that I cannot even inspect its attributes anymore. It is completely blocked out. Liu Yi drops his head with a heavy sigh. Guess that is just how it is. Liu Yi looks up and asks, so should I keep calling you Nether Snake or Candle Dragon now? The dragon pauses, thoughtfully answering him. Nether Snake or Candle Dragon, both are merely titles used to describe my race. Nothing more. From now on, you may call me by my true name, Juin. Liu Yi hears this and casually replies, all right then. He sits quietly for a moment, thinking things over before glancing back up and telling Juin. Honestly, I know full well that you are still hiding a lot of secrets from me, he continues. But throughout this entire journey, you have always had my back. Plus, we were super short on time, so I never pushed it. But now that we are forced to just sit around here, care to share some of those secrets you know, like the absolute truth without hiding a single thing from me? Zulong stays completely silent. He just crosses his arms, letting Liu Yi stare him down for a long, tense moment. Finally, he speaks up. Before we reach the 4th floor, if you had asked me this, I absolutely would have hidden the truth. But reaching the 4th floor completely shattered my entire worldview. Right now, the actual timeline of the Origin Realm as it stands, and the Origin Realm that I remember are completely out of sync. I honestly do not even know if what I remember is the actual truth anymore. He crosses his arms again, looking straight at our main guy. Ask away. If I know it, I will tell you everything. Liu Yi just looks absolutely stunned. Out of sync, he asks. Wait, so that massive shockwave when you first entered the 4th floor was not fake. It was not just some trap to lure us in. Just bait to force Yinglong into making a move. Zulong just throws his hands up in the air. He has no idea. Liu Yi flashes back to Yinglong, telling him that the Origin Realm had already been completely destroyed a long time ago. The Origin Realm is now nothing but an abandoned wasteland patched together and constantly exploited like some broken toy. Liu Yi just drops straight to the ground, lost in deep thought. Whatever Yinglong said has to be the true backstory of the Origin Realm. It is just that the timeline he actually understands from back then compared to Juin is way closer to the present day. If I really have a chance to ask questions, what should I even ask? Liu Yi keeps racking his brain. So many things seem incredibly important on the surface, but right now they just are not relevant or urgent at all. He looks up at the sky and asks Zulong, what exactly is the simulated data stone? Zulong replies instantly, that is a core piece of technology, absolutely vital to the Origin Realm. Back when this place was at its absolute peak, it could perfectly analyze the core data of every single talent and every skill of any object. From there, you could easily level up your own power. Hearing this, Liu Yi is absolutely stunned. His eyes go totally wide. He cannot believe what he is hearing. Wait, isn't this exactly what happened to players after the Origin Realm crashed into reality? So this whole time, real authority just means controlling this exact technology, right? Controlling it so that its power bleeds straight into the real world. Except that crazy easy leveling up system never actually showed up properly on the players themselves, because at the exact moment, the Origin Realm descended, the power levels of every single player got permanently locked in place. So what exactly went wrong when they used this technology? Liu Yi keeps frowning, completely lost in thought. Was this whole system artificially created by humans, or was it destined to be like this from the very start? What was even the point of using this technology? Liu Yi crosses his fingers, looking dead serious as he tries to piece it together. Was it really just to mess up the real world, or is there some darker purpose here? Snapping out of it, he turns back to Zulong. Okay, one more question. Yinglong said the Origin Realm we see right now is just a ruined world that got entirely rebuilt from scratch. So who actually reconstructed the Origin Realm? And what is their endgame? Zulong just looks at him and answers, I have no idea. But once we arrive, every secret gets exposed. All right, stick with me here. Suddenly, the entire area around them starts shifting and groaning with strange mechanical noises. Liu Yi shoots up to his feet and yells, what the heck is that? Then absolutely everything goes dead silent. But you can physically feel this massive invisible sound wave hitting them. The ground suddenly starts shaking violently, cracking open in a massive earthquake. Liu Yi does not hesitate. He leaps high into the air, throwing both arms up to guard his face. A blinding wave of white mist explodes outward, and then nothing. It vanishes completely, like the whole thing was just a crazy hallucination. Liu Yi lands on his feet, arms still raised in defense. He looks around, totally shocked. Is it over? Suddenly, the voice of Zulong rings out. That was the Donghuang bell. Let's go. We need to hurry to the 5th floor of the outer sanctuary. Liu Yi is completely confused. Wait, isn't the exit for the teleportation gate completely broken? But as he looks at the scene in front of him, he freezes in pure shock. This? He cannot even finish his sentence. His eyes just go wide. Zulong quickly steps in to explain. This is one of the special abilities of the Donghuang bell. No matter how utterly destroyed a piece of land is, the moment that bell rings just one single time, the entire area will immediately restore itself to the exact state it was in when it was first created. But here's the catch. While it restores, every living creature inside gets wiped out. That is why absolutely nothing survived on the fourth floor, he keeps explaining. As for why we are still standing here perfectly fine, it is probably because the system recognized that you are a private domain and I am the emperor of your territory. Now get over here. Liu Yi finally drops back down to the ground. Suddenly, the system alert chimes loudly once again. Notice. Detecting that you possess the key to the simulated data processing center, the teleportation equipment has now been officially activated. Destination set: the entrance of the data processing center. Do you agree to teleport? You and I both know how insane this is. Liu Yi grins. It actually fixed the gate. The system's robotic voice rings out again, repeating the prompt. Our guy pauses for a second, falling right back into his deep thoughts. The fifth floor of the Origin Realm's outer sanctuary. The core data processing center. This right here is the absolute biggest secret of the Origin Realm. Liu Yi finally makes his choice and shouts, I accept the teleport. In his mind, he is completely hyped. Here I come. The mechanical system chimes again. Notice. You have successfully reached the fifth floor of the outer sanctuary. Calculating sanctuary suppression force now. The current suppression force of the outer sanctuary is at 45%. Your current overall power output is now heavily suppressed down to 55%. Your active skill cooldown timers have been increased by exactly 45%. The maximum duration of all your active skills has been reduced by 45%. The maximum hard limit for every single attribute is capped at 5,000. Total silence falls over the area. Just the system echoing suppression force is only at 45%. Blessing applied. Alright, Liu Yi can finally start extending and upgrading all of his attributes once again. The heavy sound of an engine revving starts up right alongside the echoing voice of Zhu Long. The legendary Donghuang bell is actually here. Floors 4 and 5 are exactly alike. Completely empty without a single living creature in sight. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shines down right where Liu Yi is standing. Beneath that glowing light, a mysterious room slowly materializes. Gripping his blade tight, Liu Yi turns to Zhu Long. Is that an elevator next to it? Looks like this is the final step they just need to use. That elevator to reach the main data core. Staring at the massive bell right in front of him, he narrows his eyes and asks a crucial question. Zhu Long, that thing blocking the elevator, that is the Donghuang bell, right? Are we walking into a death trap if we just go over there? The old man replies, it is currently on cooldown. Stepping into its reset zone shouldn't trigger any immediate danger right now. But keep your guard up, we have absolutely no idea when that cooldown timer runs out. Zhu Long urges him to hurry. Liu Yi isn't sure either. If the cooldown ends and it triggers that reset zone skill again, there is no way it spares them. Come on, let's move. They need to hurry. And use this time to see if they can somehow bypass it to reach the elevator. Liu Yi puts his weapon away, turning back to Zhu Long. Before we leave, we need to completely destroy this place. We can't let anyone else use the teleport portal to follow us up here. Zhu Long quickly shuts that down. Forget it. This kind of portal is strictly one way. Even if you completely smash two to pieces, as long as the portals on the lower floors remain intact, anyone stepping through will still get teleported straight up here. Liu Yi frowns in doubt, so there is absolutely no way to block them. Zhu Long answers him flatly. We can only race against the clock and make every second count. Liu Yi nods. Fine. As the two carefully walk toward that glowing room, Liu Yi looks over and asks, Hey, just a second ago, you mentioned we had to figure out a way around the Donghuang bell. He glances sideways, directly questioning Zhu Long. Why aren't we trying to steal it? It is insanely overpowered. If we have a shot at claiming it, shouldn't we try? We will absolutely regret leaving it behind. While moving closer, his mind is racing. Forget about its other insane abilities for a second. Just think about that absolute crazy time reversal reset skill. No matter what kind of zone it is or how badly destroyed it gets, the bell can literally restore everything back to the exact moment it was first created. Its power is completely off the charts. Nothing else even comes close. Hearing this, Zhu Long finally speaks up and asks, You must have a warrior system title. Unlocked by now, right? What specific tier have you actually reached? Liu Yi thinks to himself. Warrior title, he is a high-dimensional warrior, which grants a +2 weight bonus to all of his attributes. Landing firmly on the ground, Liu Yi confidently gives his answer. High-dimensional warrior. The old man scoffs, his voice dripping with pure disappointment. Only at the high-dimensional tier. The rank above that is Rule Breaker, and above that is Annihilation. He quickly explains how it works. You have to reach the Annihilation tier before that bell will even acknowledge your existence as a warrior and let you claim it. As for reaching that Annihilation tier, your experience points would literally need to be multiplied by 100, and even then, you would barely have a tiny percent chance to reach it. Dashing forward, Liu Yi groans with massive regret. So we literally just get to stare at it. That is incredibly frustrating, Zhu Long quickly responds. There is absolutely nothing else we can do right now. But once we actually get inside the data core, we might find a loophole. Zhu Long tries to encourage him. So we really need to hurry up and enter that center. Suddenly smacks, Zhu Long walks right into something invisible, taking it straight to the face. Liu Yi slams on the brakes and asks, "Whoa, what just happened?" The old man dazedly rubs his nose, staring blankly ahead. Zhu Long gasps in panic. "Game over. Why is this happening?" Liu Yi asks, "What is wrong?" He looks at the room ahead, completely blocked off by a transparent force field. Liu Yi reaches out and touches it. An invisible wall. Suddenly, a cold mechanical system voice chimes in, displaying the strict requirements needed to wield the Donghuang bell. Liu Yi's eyes go wide. Are these the bell's hidden stats? Wait, besides the Annihilation tier, having an Apocalypse-level title can also let you claim it. Zhu Long urgently explains. This invisible wall right here. This is the absolute defense mode activated by the massive Donghuang bell itself. By locking down into this absolute protection state to defend itself, it makes one thing perfectly clear. Its previous owner was definitely brutally killed. Zhu Long crosses his arms over his chest, his expression dark. Whoever owned the Donghuang bell had to be at least Annihilation tier, or even a terrifying Apocalypse-level monster. How does someone that overpowered actually get killed? Who could possibly pull that off? Plus, if you look closely, you will see. The Donghuang bell was intentionally abandoned right here. Stick with me because there are way too many red flags now. During that time, his memory was wiped in the Origin realm. What the heck actually happened? Liu Yi forces himself to calm down. Alright, now is totally not the time to hesitate. Is there any way to shatter this barrier? If we don't break it, there is no way we can enter the elevator to reach the core. Zhu Long grimly replies. There is only one possible way to get past this defensive wall, and that is to force the Donghuang bell to acknowledge a new master, and it will only accept a master while ownerless. If a massively powerful fighter suddenly shows up, someone at the terrifying Annihilation or Apocalypse tier, standing directly in front of the bell, Zhu Long sighs. That is our only option. Liu Yi shoots back. So could an Apocalypse tier guy like you do it? Zhu Long shuts him down instantly. Absolutely not. Growing frantic, Liu Yi desperately asks him, then what are we supposed to do? We fought so hard to get here ahead of time. Are we seriously just completely stuck here now? Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. He stays completely silent. The scene shifts to the outer shrine's third floor, where dead red trees stand perfectly still. A massive green monster with razor-sharp teeth growls aggressively. Far off in the distance, a mysterious shadow quietly appears. Yuan Ding crouches low in a solid defensive stance. Someone shouts out pure praise. He is insanely strong. Director, once we head back to the city, Mu Ku's city, I am leaving the shelter to officially join the back garden. Hearing those words, Yuan Ding tilts his head up, looking incredibly smug. Hu Jiazi bows deeply, kissing up to him. That disaster tier boss monster from earlier, when I first saw it, I thought we were totally done for. But I cannot believe you just wiped it out directly. Yuan Ding jumps right down in front of him and asks, aren't you afraid? Shield Hero will cause you trouble. Standing there with his arms crossed, soaking up the flattery. Hu Jiazi forces an eager smile, rubbing his hands together as he replies, no way, choosing a brilliant master to serve is just common sense. But honestly, I have to ask you about what just happened back there. What kind of skill did you even use? Sure, they looked like basic moves on the outside, but the actual destructive power was completely different. Yuan Ding stays totally silent, flashing back to what that mysterious figure told him. This happened because I abused the embryo of that massive boss monster. An absolute doomsday tier threat spawned straight from a system loophole. I let the 100 hand gloves forcefully take its exclusive title. That doomsday tier title transferred straight to you. Once that happens, you can walk right out of this collapsing zone like a boss. Memory over. Yuan Ding speaks up. So is that your real goal here? Hu Jiazi jerks his head up in shock. Slash, in one clean, brutal strike, Yuan Ding chops his head off. He sneers in pure anger. You were probing for intel just to leak it to Shield Hero, right? The severed head rolls right off his neck. As Yuan Ding keeps talking. You've been running your mouth non-stop since the second we met. Honestly, you belong with the director of that pathetic shelter. Something totally bizarre suddenly spawns right on the ground. Yuan Ding just walks right past it, muttering, for the rest of this plan, all I really need is to spread the absolute hype about my power. And just like that, he walks off, heading straight back to Liu Yi. Liu Yi lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Both he and Zhou Long stand there, arms crossed, deep in serious thought. Liu Yi runs through the options. We already searched this entire place top to bottom once, and there is absolutely no way inside. Staring blankly ahead in pure frustration, he realizes something worse. Plus, it refuses to stop gathering all that crazy attack power, and this barrier does not even have a single crack. He furiously scratches his head. What do we do now? But suddenly, stick with me here, this is where it gets crazy. Did the New Order Guild Master actually pull this off in his past life? Because if the main data center is directly connected to the origin world descending into reality, then logically speaking, they definitely had to have succeeded back then. But if they did succeed, how exactly did they bypass this crazy barrier? Glancing at the empty ground nearby, Liu Yi thinks hard. Right now, the only real option is to just wait for them to arrive, let them shatter the barrier, and then immediately take the elevator straight into the main data center. But if I do that, the head start I have been fighting so hard for, wouldn't it just be completely wasted? Liu Yi snaps his head toward Zhou Long. Is there seriously no other way through this? Zhou Long answers instantly. No, there is still one more option. Liu Yi's eyes go wide. Really? Zhou Long nods calmly. I will try to merge right into the barrier. He explains his wild plan. I am going to use my Doomsday tier boss monster bloodline. I will force the barrier to accept me. The only catch. While I am merging, I cannot be distracted. Plus, this whole process is going to take a decent chunk of time. If I am interrupted, we lose our only hope. Liu Yi thinks about this carefully. So you need time. And absolutely zero distractions. He furrows his brow, mapping out the threats. The only remaining players entering this collapsing zone who haven't made contact yet are the Guild Master of the New Order, Ru and the Back Garden's director. While Zhu Yin takes his time, completely merging with this barrier, the only ones who might interrupt are those three. Out of that group, Ru and the New Order Guildmaster are still 2 entire floors away. Even if they somehow use a special trick to reach us instantly with our current truce, making them wait patiently for Zhu Yin to bypass the barrier will not be an issue. So the only real wildcard left is the Back Garden's director. If it is just him, I can handle it. Snapping back to reality, he tells Zhou Long, all right, handle the barrier. The rest of this is entirely on me. The camera pans out, showing the massive energy barrier perfectly. Before moving, Zhou Long gives one last serious warning. Whatever you do, do not let anything strike this barrier. Zhou Long steps directly into the energy field. Liu Yi replies with absolute resolve. Trust me. The clear barrier instantly flashes deep red. Liu Yi stares at the massive wall of energy, reassuring himself. With my raw speed in the short term, no one is going to make it here anyway. Suddenly, the energy shield shifts. Liu Yi's face instantly goes dead serious. He calmly walks over to a nearby boulder, sitting down as the barrier glows an even brighter red. Outside, Liu Yi sits completely alone in absolute silence, his expression heavy and deeply thoughtful. Suddenly, he stands up and scans the area. He takes slow, steady steps forward, stopping directly in front of the massive energy barrier, pacing back and forth with deep curiosity. Seeing the shield physically shift, a surge of excitement hits him. It is changing. The top of the barrier has already shifted from glowing red to bright green. Wait, if this entire energy field turns completely green, does that basically prove that Zhu Yin is actually succeeding right now? He stares at the wall, completely overjoyed. Hyped up, he holds his ground, waiting eagerly by the shield. Let's jump right in. Liu Yi stands there, but nothing changes. He drops down onto a rock, completely frustrated. So slow, he thinks. Waited this long, just for a tiny shift. His head drops. Anxiety taking over his mind goes totally blank. Burying his face in his hands, the disappointment hits hard. His patience is running dangerously low right now. Staring straight ahead, he tries to pull himself together. He wonders to himself, is it because they're finally getting close to the destination? He seriously calculates his theories. If he can actually control where the origin realm drops, that changes everything. Before he even realized it, he's been stuck in this collapsed zone for 3 solid days. Following the original timeline, the origin realm crashes into reality in just 4 days. When that happens, life as everyone knows it will be completely flipped upside down. Even though he's technically prepped for everything, he still needs to brace himself for the absolute chaos that follows the origin realm's massive arrival. But there's a wild hope. Frowning, he runs the crazy numbers in his head. If he grabs enough authority, he might literally control the realm's descent. He wants to stop the descent entirely. Keep the world exactly how it is. A harsh, brutal desert landscape flashes through his mind as he thinks it over. Having god-tier power means absolutely nothing out in that wasteland. When you're facing the endless desert, your only real burning desire is just a single sip of cool, life-saving water. Then he pictures a beautiful, sprawling city. In a thriving place like that, getting a sip of clean water is completely effortless, even for the lowest-ranking person. It's that easy to get. This massive gap is the most brutal, realistic difference between the world right now and the nightmare after the origin realm arrives. Still sitting on that rock, he clenches his fist, absolute determination flaring up. If he gets any say in this, he really doesn't want to be some peerless powerhouse suffering out in the wasteland. He just wants to be a nobody living peacefully day by day in a thriving normal city. His face hardens with pure resolve. He leans forward, casting a dark, determined silhouette against the ground. The thought echoes loudly in his mind, he absolutely must seize the authority and block the Origin Realm's arrival. Suddenly, out on the vast, empty wasteland, through the thick, heavy fog where no one should be a shape appears, Liu Yi instantly goes on high alert. "Someone's coming," he shouts out. "Who's there?" A few strange lights flash right in front of him. A man's figure steps out from the shadows. It turns out to be Yuan Ding. He's already spotted Liu Yi from a distance. Liu Yi immediately shifts into a defensive stance. Just as I thought, he realizes. The director of the Back Garden Guild. Right behind Liu Yi, a glowing blue system screen pops up. He instantly reads the guy's title, keeping his eyes locked directly onto Yuan Ding. His mind starts racing fast. Could this really be the guy was Yuan Ding, the player who broke the Donghuang bell in his past life? Back Garden's director Yuan Ding. He stays hypervigilant, analyzing every angle. If this guy actually holds a special title that is fully recognized by the Almighty Donghuang Bell, what happens if he gets close to its barrier? Will the artifact just claim him as its master? He watches Yuan Ding slowly step forward. I can't let him get closer, Liu Yi thinks. Suddenly, Yuan Ding gathers his momentum, leaping high into the air and lunging forward. Mid-air, glowing chains violently wrap right around him. Yuan Ding's eyes snap wide open in complete shock. Meanwhile, Liu Yi stands firmly below, aiming a massive gun right at him. He mercilessly pulls the trigger. A powerful energy wave rips from the barrel, flying straight toward Yuan Ding's body but wildly deflects downward. Liu Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock. Wait, what just happened? He asks himself. He stares at Yuan Ding, who's completely unharmed. Zero damage. How is that even possible? Liu Yi quickly shifts his gaze to the barrier, which is visibly mutating. He holds his ground, hyper alert. The legendary Donghuang Bell sits in dead silence right in front of that room. Yuan Ding is still hovering up, high above, crossing his arms with a super arrogant smirk. He casually touches down on a rock and sneers. I figure the red barrier would totally block you. Since we're both stuck here, shouldn't we stop fighting and just team up to break this thing together? Attacking the second we meet. Wow. Did you already find a solution? Come on, share it with me. Liu Yi frowns hard, cranking his guard up as he finally speaks. You make a fair point, Liu Yi says, but if you step any closer to the barrier around this elevator, we'll literally never be able to break it. Honestly, it's a total bluff. He just needs to scare the guy away from the shield. Yuan Ding stands perfectly still, letting out a breath clearly full of suspicion. His lips curl into a cocky sneer. Surprisingly, he just drops right down onto the ground and shrugs calmly. Fine then. Let's see you solve it, hero. Let's see what happens here. Staring at him, Liu Yi is completely thrown off. He backed down that easily. Is this some kind of twisted child's game to him? Or maybe there's an invisible catch. Something's holding him back, making a fight right now way too risky. After sitting in heavy silence for a few long seconds, Yuan Ding finally speaks up. Just sitting here is insanely boring. If we trade information right now, we can piece together some serious intel about the Origin Realm. You managed to get here incredibly fast. You must be holding onto massive secrets that all of our top-tier guilds don't even know about yet. He just sits there, propping his chin up like it's a casual chat. Hearing this, Liu Yi actually freezes for a split second. Recovering fast, he crosses his arms, glaring back at Yuan Ding. Then you better drop some highly valuable intel first, he demands. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know you aren't just trying to play me? In the back of his mind, Liu Yi feels relieved. No matter what his actual angle is, the guy stopped walking toward the bell. Honestly, that's a massive win already. Yuan Ding taps his chin, thinking it over. Fair enough. Let's see. What should I share? Suddenly, his face lights up with a grin. Oh, right, I can tell you this. Liu Yi doesn't blink, his eyes totally locked onto his rival. Yuan Ding shoots him another sharp smirk. I'm not sure if you've actually realized this yet, but the real world hasn't had a single piece of outside news lately except for Huaishou. And even inside Huaishou, they're just pumping out brainless entertainment rumors every single day to distract people. Liu Yi guard instantly spikes. Why exactly are you bringing this up right now? All right, you and I are dropping right into the tension. What does this have to do with the Origin Realm? Yuan Ding doesn't answer. He just smirks, slowly standing up. He says it plain and simple. Because right now the world is facing the absolute apocalypse. Liu Yi hears this and completely freezes. Pure silence. Yuan Ding holds up 3 fingers, looking right at him. If we do nothing in 3 years max, this entire world gets completely wiped out. He keeps going, dropping heavy truth bombs. The absolute key to stopping this disaster lies right inside the Origin Realm, right above our heads. As he speaks, he starts stepping closer and closer to Liu Yi, closing the gap. So that is why the Origin Realm matters. Right now, every single massive corporation and powerhouse over in Huazhu is making a move. They are pouring all their resources into the Origin realm. Liu Yi hesitates, mind racing. Is he lying? In his previous life, even after everything, descending into the Origin realm, he survived for 3 whole years. But aside from that initial massive drop event happening, he never heard a single word about any world-ending apocalypse. Even if this supposed doomsday was caused by the Origin realm, it was never serious enough to completely wipe out the world like this. Liu Yi second-guesses himself. But what if he is actually telling the truth right now? After all, think about it. His past self never had access to such high-level core secrets anyway. If Yuan Ding is telling the truth and combining what Zhu Yin said about digitization benefits, could the Origin realm descent actually not be a threat? The scheming Yuan Ding takes careful, calculated steps forward while talking. Did the news I just dropped shock you that much? Turns out your guard has dropped lower than I thought. He suddenly stopped, snapping Liu Yi right out of his deep thoughts. I walked this close and you gave zero reaction. Liu Yi is completely stunned, realizing his massive mistake. If he had attacked from this exact distance just a second ago, or rushed straight for the energy barrier, I would be dead. Thinking this, he stares back at Yuan Ding, who stands there smiling with pure arrogance. The mighty Donghuang bell just sits quietly in its usual spot. Yuan Ding glances up at it, a curious look on his face as his secret smile forms. He crosses his arms and speaks up, making Liu Yi flinch. I believe you when you say the barrier has issues, so I am perfectly willing to help you fix the barrier problem. But in return, I really hope you can trust the words I just said. He extends a hand out, offering a firm handshake. This huge apocalypse is way too massive for just one single person to solve on their own. We have to work together as a team. That is exactly why I built the back garden here. Join my organization and together we can join forces to defeat authority and face the coming future threats side by side. Liu Yi listens in total silence, calculating every single detail internally. He thinks hard. Was his real purpose for stopping actually just to invite me to join his sketchy organization? No way, it definitely cannot be that simple. But if it isn't that, then what is his real angle here? Logically speaking, he should have just killed me right then and dealt with the barrier himself. But his behavior right now is totally off. Meanwhile, over in another area, on the second floor of Jingchu Temple, 2 silhouettes slowly fade into view. Rule Dengchang shouts out with intense excitement in his voice. We finally scanned 3,000 computing power points. I honestly never expected we could teleport straight over to the actual entrance of the data processing center's massive teleportation gate. He laughs proudly. In just a blink, we actually took the absolute lead here. But Huang Yaowen quickly intervenes. Do not celebrate just yet, the teleportation is starting right now. Nobody has any idea what kind of insane dangers are waiting for us inside. So stay perfectly calm. Rule Dengchang nods back. Understood, guild leader. The teleportation portal is officially open now. Now you and I need to watch this stare down closely. Liu Yi and Yuan Ding have not said a word. Suddenly, Liu Yi shifts his footing backward. He sits down on the stone slab behind him, thinking hard. At this crazy close range, if he decides to launch a real attack, with his title as Doomsday or the Annihilation Warrior, I could never block it. Might as well gamble, yield some space, and see if I can figure out what his actual hidden goal is here. He finally speaks up. If I were to just say yes to you right now without questioning it, you definitely would not believe me. He sits on the rock, negotiating calmly. But regarding your sudden invitation to join your ranks, I will create a temporary truce between us, just in case we actually need to work together later on so that we can both overcome whatever terrible trials are coming. So fine, I agree to join the back garden, but honestly it feels a bit awkward right now. After those words, heavy silence fills the air. One standing, one sitting, nobody saying a thing. Suddenly, Yuan Ding smirks again. He casually goes to sit on the rock facing Liu Yi. Is that so? Your answer makes total logical sense. So now it is your turn. Tell me everything that you know. Liu Yi frowns, his mind working in overdrive. The gamble paid off. He chose not to charge straight at the barrier, proving he absolutely has an ulterior motive here. But what exactly does this guy want? Liu Yi carefully rethinks the whole situation. Wait a second. Is it possible he already has all the intel, including the exact method to obtain the Donghuang bell? They just sit in silence as Liu Yi keeps plotting. He did not attack because he is wary of Zhu Yin, and taking down the barrier still requires a certain amount of time. Drowning in suspicion, Liu Yi theorizes further. He wants to use this brief delay to bait me into talking just to test if I hold some deep secrets that he does not know yet. If that is the case, then all I have to do, stick with me here. This is where the mind games peak. If I drop a shocking fake reveal, I can take total control. He frowns. What should I say next? All right, you and I are watching this get completely wild. How should he spin this? Liu Yi stared straight ahead. I know why you are here. to destroy certain authority functions. Yuan Ding looked up, listening closely. And by doing so, you achieve the goals of certain people. Liu Yi sat calmly on the opposite rock, fulfilling your own expectations, he added. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. If Yuan Ding actually possessed a title capable of bypassing the legendary Dong Huang Bell and the Veil, then he might just be the very first player from the previous timeline. He must have obtained the digital processing center, upgraded the previous timeline's data model, and destroyed its core functions. This was highly likely the work of the Back Garden's director. Liu Yi frowned, diving deeper into the thought. If he did this, then he was absolutely connected to the Earth Shadow mentioned by the New Order president. But after securing these items, why would he even do this? But whatever his purpose was, it all boiled down to fulfilling expectations. Liu Yi spoke up again. Or to put it bluntly, is Earth Shadow really worthy of your trust? Have you ever stopped to think that the very thing he is making you do right now happens to be the single crucial condition needed to satisfy your expectations in the future? Yuan Ding heard this and immediately scowled. So what is this big secret you want to share with me? Watching Yuan Ding's reaction, Liu Yi knew his blind guess had hit the mark perfectly. He continued smoothly. Although I didn't initially know about this doomsday 3 years from now, that you just mentioned, I do know a major disaster is coming soon, and the true source of this impending catastrophe is Earth Shadow himself. Don't let him fool you. He is highly likely the main mastermind behind the apocalypse, the ruined world 3 years from now. As he spoke, his inner voice screamed, "What kind of absolute nonsense am I making up right now?" Yuan Ding had been sitting in total silence, hands clasped deep in thought. Suddenly, he shot straight up. He stepped forward and coldly said, "So." Startled by the sudden movement, Liu Yi immediately jumped up to block him. Yuan Ding growled out, "You are with Tian Yao." Hearing this, Liu Yi was completely dumbfounded. Tian Yao, was that some new person or organization popping up out of nowhere? Yuan Ding glared at him, his voice laced with pure rage. Only someone from Tian Yao would dare identify Earth Shadow as the source. I get it now. No wonder you have reached such an insane level. Liu Yi was reeling in shock. What the heck was going on? Explain it clearly. Without another word, Yuan Ding lunged straight toward the veil. Liu Yi was violently cursing him out in his head. Suddenly, an invisible force completely stopped Yuan Ding in his tracks. Liu Yi frantically wondered, did I say the wrong thing again? That familiar robotic system voice echoed out with a warning. You have equipped the Doomsday title. All of your core attributes are continuously dropping right now. Your luck attribute is rapidly draining away. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding violently flexed, shattering the invisible control. Liu Yi stood there totally stunned. I need my last bit of processing power. I must use confinement to control him. Then he yelled, my skills are still on cooldown. At that exact same moment, the system chimed in again. Processing power, authority, and the Doomsday domain have been strictly restricted from use. The Doomsday domain. Liu Yi was completely confused. His boots hit the dirt, kicking up rocks as Yuan Ding launched a devastating punch straight into the veil. Liu Yi dashed forward, but he was far too late. It is totally over, he thought in panic. The veil caved inward under the massive impact. The barrier violently twisted inward from the sheer force of Yuan Ding's brutal punch. Then it shattered into tiny pieces right before Liu Yi's eyes. Yuan Ding silently turned, shooting him a terrifying glare. Just wait, he said coldly. Once I secure that final piece of equipment, you are next on my list. Liu Yi gritted his teeth in pure frustration. This guy actually knows everything. Suddenly, the scattered glowing fragments around them started crackling like tiny bolts of lightning. Floating effortlessly in midair, they suddenly gathered together, merging into an absolutely blinding beam of light before violently crashing downward. That beam plummeted toward the ground at unbelievable speeds. It dragged a massive, brilliant tail of pure energy behind it, burning so intensely it could blind anyone watching. Both Liu Yi and Yuan Ding were totally caught off guard by this sudden strike. Then a deep, heavy bell toll loudly echoed out. It echoed endlessly, feeling like a terrifying omen ripping straight through the air. Right after that, another massive, glittering wave of raw energy violently pierced through space, crashing down like lightning, tearing the sky in half. High above them, an impossibly huge circular object slowly began to emerge. Its polished metallic surface radiated a deeply mystical energy, completely illuminating the entire darkened sky in an instant. Liu Yi stared at the insane spectacle before him, a massive wave of anxiety crashing through his chest. His eyes widened in absolute shock. And honestly, can we blame him? Both of them stood completely frozen, glued to this bizarre phenomenon unfolding above. Taking a sharp, deep breath, Liu Yi gripped his weapon tightly and charged straight ahead. All of his previous panic was quickly replaced by pure ironclad determination. He locked his eyes on the blinding light ahead. His voice was low, but completely resolute. My life and Zhu Yin's life are forever tied together now. Zhu Yin would never just abandon me. Something terrible must have happened. I need to follow the Donghuang Bell and find out. What exactly is going on here? Suddenly, a dark shadow viciously ambushed Liu Yi from behind. His feet instantly locked up. He could not take a single step forward. The system immediately flashed a bright red warning. Alert, you have been hit by Yuan Ding's mockery skill. Your movement path is now completely locked onto Yuan Ding. He instantly realized how bad the situation just got and yelled out in pure frustration. Not another force control skill. Yuan Ding's voice echoes out completely, ice cold but dripping with absolute arrogance. Honestly, you and I are about to see something wild here. He knows taking down our guy means he gets everything. The heavy dust cloud finally clears up, revealing both of their silhouettes standing right there. Yuan Ding's eyes stay locked dead onto Liu Yi. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with another major alert. Alert! Player Ye has shared a health lock ring with you. Your hit points and Ye's hit points are now completely tied together. Ye's health is fully dropping below yours until both of your health bars perfectly match at exactly the same percentage. Liu Yi takes one quick look at those numbers on the screen. Pure anxiety rushes right through him. He forces himself to speak. These restriction skills are just seriously annoying. How is he supposed to break out of this guy's control? Right then, the system chimes in again. Alert. You are now under the effect of Yuan Ding's skill. Your health points will continually drain and any healing effects you receive are slashed by 90%. Tearing bleeds stacks at level 1. Hit points reduced by 3,322 every single second. Duration, 15 seconds. Liu Yi is frantically trying to calculate his options. Was this guy's skill specifically designed just to counter him? Yuan Ding slowly steps forward, an icy but genuinely amused look flashing in his eyes. He laughs, praising the skill. It is a solid move, assuming you have the endurance for it. Liu Yi shoots back with pure defiance. You literally drain every single target's health bar right down below 10%. Yuan Ding just gives him this completely smug, arrogant little smirk. But what happens when you only have 10% left? Once I figured out your playstyle, I specifically handpicked skills to ruin your healing completely. Plus, my main damage output is a passive bleed effect. With every single hit we trade, that passive bleed damage just keeps stacking higher and higher. So by the time I drag out this fight against your pathetic remaining health bar, how many passive stacks do you think I can hit you with? The villain practically lunges right at Liu Yi while running his mouth. When that moment comes, my passive stacks will easily wipe out your last 10% of health in an absolute flash. Liu Yi barely blocks the crushing strike as Yuan Ding crashes down on him. Both fighters plant their feet firmly into the broken ground, taking their stances and pouring every last ounce of their strength into winning this brutal clash. The system flashes another warning. Tearing bleed stacks +3. Liu Yi is totally drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth while thinking hard. Facing down such terrifying power, he realizes something. Is this what a titled expert actually looks like in the post-apocalypse? This guy is totally crushing his overall stats, keeping his output pinned at 5,000. With a massive power gap like this, plus those annoying mockery skills, he cannot escape the close combat at all. It is endlessly dragging out. System alert. Tearing bleed stacks hitting level 23 health is dropping by 37,240 every single second, lasting 15 seconds, lasting 14 seconds. Tearing stacks hitting level 24. Health draining by 39,120 every single second, lasting 15 seconds, lasting 14 seconds. System alert. Your remaining health points have dropped to exactly 10%. You are taking damage from Yuan Ding that far exceeds your remaining health. Your hit points are now completely damage locked, transferring every ounce of that extra damage right back to the target Yuan Ding. The villain literally cannot hide his excitement right now, smiling huge, like he already has this entire victory securely in the bag. Meanwhile, Liu Yi stands right across from him, sweating bullets, his whole body shaking, his face twisting in absolute agony. Yi's health is locked at 30,000 out of 300,000. The system coldly reports directly into his ear. His current status is beyond critical, with his hit points dropping insanely fast. Liu Yi stares at the hopeless situation right in front of him, thinking. His health bar is going to be completely empty in just seconds. Whatever hit points he had left earlier, once the life resonance ring effect finally ends, he will not survive even one more second. Yuan Ding easily spots the brief panic, flashing right across Liu Yi's eyes, and immediately starts mocking him. The villain does not sense even the slightest hint of danger in this situation. Actually, he is just getting way more confident. So what the heck happens now? Liu Yi gasps for air, full of pure anxiety as Yuan Ding charges right at him. These desperate thoughts flash wildly through his mind. Is he seriously going to die right here in this place? In these final moments, the finish line is literally staring him right in the face. Absolute despair totally crushes him. But right then he forcefully tells himself to stay perfectly calm. What is he even thinking? The fight is not over, there is still a chance. Yuan Ding laughs like a total maniac, saying, You Have absolutely zero chances left to turn this around. Just be a good boy and die. Yuan Ding steps forward while taunting him. Every single collapse zone belongs entirely to me. Instantly, his speed shoots through the roof. His powerful legs launch him forward like an absolute hurricane, fully prepared to crush everything. He flies right toward Liu Yi, but stick with me. Suddenly, the whole situation takes a wild turn. Liu Yi raises his sword, snapping right back. Mine, meanwhile, Yuan Ding literally does not even have time to process what is happening before abruptly face-planting flat onto the hard ground. Liu Yi just stares at the absurd scene, totally confused. What just happened? Did he trip? With all those overpowered stats in this game, how could a guy like him actually trip? Yuan Ding's face looks completely miserable. He still has absolutely no clue what is going wrong here. Suddenly, a cold alert echoes out from the virtual space. Warning, your luck stat has plummeted down to 50. Extreme bad luck will continuously curse your character. Please stay highly alert for the source of this curse and immediately cut all ties with it. An urgent voice echoed, pushing them to move. Yuan Ding finally sat up, his expression unbothered. He just scoffed and said, if you want to leave, then get lost. Liu Yi glared right back at Yuan Ding with absolute ice in his eyes. Yuan Ding was furious, his face twisted in pure anger as he snapped back. The only place you are heading next is the respawn point over in Muksu City. Do not even think about going anywhere else. Liu Yi's mind was racing. Was that glitch connected to his title? But you and I both know the real question is, would it actually happen again? If he decides to stay right here, he needs to force Yuan Ding's health down to exactly 10%. Once that glitch triggers again, he can unleash his absolute maximum damage output. Would that be enough to finish him? A system prompt flashes. Health points 30,000 out of 300,000. Cognitive power sitting at 22,521 over 35,000. These rapid thoughts kept haunting Liu Yi's mind. He had absolutely zero clue what was actually going wrong here. Entering the digital processing center might work, but he has no idea if the system will even offer any help. In the end, he might just have to figure this mess out completely alone. He still cannot pinpoint what exactly caused that massive system error. But hey, this might be the absolute perfect chance to take him out. The system logs update. Yuan Ding's health is at 18,403,000 out of 20 million. Cognitive power checks out. The resonance halo links to the target, spreading a wide field that locks their health points in perfect sync. The second health drops to 10%, that resonance state automatically shatters. The halo's effective range spans exactly 500 meters in all directions. Activating it burns 100 cognitive points, lasting exactly 10 seconds. Ren stacks have hit 43. Health is steadily draining away with every single passing second, taking 67,240 damage, dropping from 15 to 14 seconds. The Doomsday title activates. All stats boost by 10,000, health multiplied by 40 and cognitive power multiplied by 10 billion. Total attribute weight jumps by 5. Every single skill advances by 1 full tier. Liu Yi pushes off the ground, sprinting forward with everything he has. The two fighters violently clash once again. But after a few heavy blows, Yuan Ding notices something totally off. He frowns, utterly confused. Wait, zero resistance. Ha, are you seriously waiting for my health to drop down to 10%? Makes sense. Since you refuse to run, this is basically your only pathetic path to victory. But do you honestly think you can kill me? Liu Yi just flashes a calm smile. Let us find out. Yuan Ding smirks, dripping with absolute sarcasm. Seeing you this confident, I am honestly starting to crave the total despair on your face when you finally lose. He screams out, mocking him. Do not come crying and begging on your knees later. The system log chimes. Ren stacks hit 50. Health dropping by 81,245 every second. The timer ticks down from 15 to 14 seconds. Ren stacks update again. Stack 51. Health drain increases to 83,178 per second. Timer resets to 15, then drops to 14. Liu Yi keeps a deadly serious expression. He realizes the biggest threat here is that massive continuous damage from Ren once the resonance halo finally shuts down. 2 uses of the freeze state gives him 16 seconds, barely enough to survive this. He just needs to prevent those Ren stacks from refreshing. Taking out Yuan Ding is the only real way to stop that reset. Yuan Ding charges forward, launching a brutal flurry of attacks. System warning pops. Ren reaches 70 stacks. The health drain spikes to 146,788 per second. Timer ticks down from 15 to 14 seconds. Yuan Ding's health currently sits at 16,344,000 out of 20 million. Meanwhile, his total cognitive power logs at 461,231 out of 500,000. A massive hit. Yuan Ding's health plummets to 1,340,000. His cognitive power stands at 452,367 out of 500,000. Liu Yi glares at him and shouts, "Did you forget to eat breakfast today? I am literally standing right here, letting you hit me, and you are still this slow." Infuriated, Yuan Ding lunges forward. He lands heavily, flashing an incredibly arrogant, smug grin. Liu Yi is totally caught off guard by this move, but Yuan Ding just chuckles confidently. "You know what? You are actually right. These Ren stacks are honestly high enough now. Keeping this up is just a total waste of my time. Since I cannot break through that annoying halo of yours, then I will just drop my own health down by 10% right now." The system immediately detects the massive drop inside the active resonance halo. Target health has officially hit the 10% threshold. The link between all members is severed. Resonance halo is completely dispelled. The two rivals stand totally face-to-face, locking eyes. Liu Yi suddenly whips out his gun and yells, "You are literally just asking to die." He triggers the freeze state immediately, aiming his heavy weapon straight at Yuan Ding's chest. But wait, Liu Yi's expression suddenly shifts to pure shock, because right across from him, Yuan Ding looks insanely confident. Liu Yi is completely baffled by this reaction. What exactly is this guy trying to pull? Does he not realize I will use a frozen attack to end him? Yet he just stares at me with that mocking grin. So absurdly confident. If he refuses to dodge this, then perfect burst energy wraps around the weapon, pouring in 2,000 points to amplify the next strike. 1,000,000 base attack power multiplied by 3 thanks to the pendulum's judgment effect. Liu Yi pulls the trigger without hesitation and screams out, "Just die already." Facing down a bullet moving at absolute lightning speed, Yuan Ding stays totally calm. He just smirks and stares it right down. The massive bullet slams directly into Yuan Ding's body with devastating force. The sheer impact of the shot sends him flying violently backward, kicking up an enormous cloud of dust and air. Liu Yi's eyes go wide as he gasps. He really did not dodge. Yuan Ding digs his boots deep into the ground, grinding against the dirt to stabilize himself. Liu Yi just stares at him in absolute disbelief. Unbelievably, Yuan Ding is still standing after taking that ultimate hit head-on. Suddenly, he bursts into a massive fit of laughter, leaving Liu Yi completely stunned. With his jaw basically hitting the floor, he stammers out in pure shock. What is even happening right now? A 3 million damage strike, and he survived. Looking completely unbothered, Yuan Ding flashes this smug smile. "Is this really your final trick to finish me off?" he mocks. Absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Exclusive sensory skill destroyed just 1 second prior. Fatal danger sense triggered. Yuan Ding's arrogant voice still echoes in his ears, but you know what's even crazier here. Yuan Ding stares right at Liu Yi, panicked face, and just sneers. Look at that terrified expression. Furious, Liu Yi rips out his weapon again. A system alert chimes and solidification status ended, replaced by the solidification blessing status. Another alert drops. The character cannot teleport. All abnormal anomalies have been completely expelled from your active blessing. Level authority insufficient, cannot dispel the severe laceration debuff. Desperate, Liu Yi rushes forward and unleashes his ultimate strike. Vitality Force covers 20,000 points. His next attack will gain a massive 100,000 attack power boost. A sword strike slashes down at literal light speed. But Yuan Ding stops the blazing blade dead in its tracks with just one bare hand. He chuckles, mocking him directly. "Liu Yi, you really are cute. From the very beginning, your close combat has been completely suppressed by me, and you still choose to attack me in melee range." Liu Yi totally loses his cool at the heavy provocation. Suddenly, Yuan Ding lunges straight at him and shouts, "Out of tricks, right? Then I am sending you straight to the grave. Tell me, what exact skill did you use? To keep your health bar locked this entire time, I will just refresh it. Is 4 times the force enough to finally crush you?" A devastating punch sends Liu Yi flying backward. Gritting his teeth against the intense agony, Liu Yi struggles to his feet. Yuan Ding just stands there sneering again. "Originally, I actually thought you would run away and I would hunt you down." In the last 2 seconds, the laceration continued, giving you a tiny taste of false hope. So your coming despair would hit even harder. But unexpectedly, you just threw yourself at me. Truly boring. But do not give up now, because giving up means certain death. Right now, your solidification status has exactly 1 second left. Yuan Ding continues his incredibly smug speech. "It is just that, even if you refuse to give up, do you have any way left to deal with me? Just thinking about it is pure despair." But suddenly, Yuan Ding glances down at his own empty hands. He freezes. "Wait, where is my weapon?" Exhausted, Liu Yi stands firm right in front of him, whispering every single word. "There actually is still one way left to handle you." A system notification appears. Temple of the Void attribute slot requires absolutely no accessories. Signal hidden. Weapon skill ban completely activated. The target is banned from using any weapon type for exactly 1 minute. The catch: during this ban, the user randomly loses one of their own skills for 2 minutes. The skill signal is fully released, the linking distance perfectly scales with the signal level and the current tier of his equipment. It currently pushes out to a 1-meter range. Alert, your internal force has been randomly banned from use. The countdown timer starts at 120 seconds. Liu Yi mutters to himself. I really did not want to use this signal because the price is way too heavy. But honestly, without it, there is absolutely no other way to survive that severe laceration effect. Both fighters stand perfectly still. Yuan Ding keeps that twisted smile on his face confidently, saying, You cannot use your internal force anymore. Liu Yi's mind starts racing wildly. Why is he still making that expression? Does he seriously still have a trick to deal with me? What else besides internal force? An exclusive attribute skill? Was that whole trap earlier just an early warning system? He already possesses an exclusive agility skill with full attributes. So realistically, there's no way he also has another exclusive skill, covering all attributes. But how do I even fight him now? Every single one of my skills is on cooldown. If he actually possesses a full attribute exclusive skill, bursting his raw attack power combined with his defensive fortress, plus swapping health points with that fortress, that combo means I am completely dead. He takes a careful step back, his desperate thoughts racing. Damn it, where is that negative status effect? Why has it not shown up yet? I have to figure out a way out. While he isn't using that ultimate move, I need to reach the digital processing center. You and I know this escape plan sounds absolutely ridiculous, but right now when facing an opponent you literally cannot defeat in a straight fight, diving straight into an unknown digital zone is way better than dying right here. Yuan Ding speaks up again. Banning my weapons is honestly perfect. It just means I get to enjoy torturing you for much longer. But suddenly, his eyes go wide. Right while the villain was distracted, Liu Yi makes a mad dash. Sprinting away, he realizes this is his golden chance. Someone else is teleporting in. Honestly, whoever it is doesn't even matter right now. Into that elevator, Yuan Ding quickly chases after him, screaming at the top of his lungs. Trying to run, dream on bursting attack power with the fortress, swapping health with the fortress. Hearing Yuan Ding shout that, Liu Yi finally confirms his worst nightmare. Just as he calculated, that monster really does possess a full attribute exclusive skill. Yuan Ding is closing in right behind him now. Panic sets in. Can I even make it to that elevator in time? Whether I make it or not, stepping into that elevator is literally my last and only path to survival. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light erupts across the zone. Liu Yi shouts in pure joy. I made it inside. System alert. Do you want to start the elevator? We are about to see something wild. Liu Yi freezes in pure shock. 3 people are locked in an intense chaotic battle right before his eyes. The Order Guild Master swings wildly, roaring out loud, like roaring thunder taking the stage. He keeps fighting and shouting, I really thought you take out Shield Hero and Xiang Yun, and you'll be unstoppable. But aren't you still getting chased everywhere? You and I know that stings. The New Order Guild Master frowns. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding grabs the blade and screams, New Order. He swings his arms violently, throwing those 2 right off him and roars, Get away from me. Yuan Ding launches forward at absolutely blinding speed. He charges straight at Liu Yi with pure rage and yells, Go to hell. System alert, do you want to activate the elevator? The second the prompt appears, Liu Yi shouts his voice command. Activate. He missed the chance to teleport earlier and now it is too late. Alert, weapon ban has ended. Your target Yuan Ding has bypassed the weapon restriction state. In a flash, he closes the distance right in front of Liu Yi. With hands practically spitting fire, he readies a massive strike. Liu Yi panics and screams out, I am completely doomed. But suddenly, Yuan Ding's attack completely misses its mark. The system chimes in, you successfully dodged Yuan Ding's assault. Liu Yi is absolutely stunned. I actually dodged that. Wait, that makes sense. His negative debuffs are finally kicking in right now. Does his rushing make his debuffs even worse? That explains it. That is exactly why he was taking his sweet time fighting me earlier, giving me all those random openings. Both Yuan Ding and Liu Yi panic as they are suddenly launched into the air. They both shout in absolute shock. The teleportation array is active. Yuan Ding furrows his brow. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy erupts from the metal plate below, violently sucking Liu Yi straight up into the sky. From down below, Yuan Ding shouts a chilling threat. You have absolutely nowhere left to run, just wait in there. The second you hit the ground, you are dead. System alert, blessing, refresh, complete. Clock pendulum bullet is now fully loaded and ready. Liu Yi flashes a smug grin. I originally wanted to find a chance to wipe out the main core, but I just realized that right now is the perfect moment to finish you off while you are force leveling. Floating high up in midair, Liu Yi aims his gun directly at Yuan Ding and shouts out loud. Right now, in this exact moment, when you cannot dodge, I refuse to believe you can survive my full power strike without taking some massive damage. Yuan Ding furiously curses out loud. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. The screen pops up. Blessing boosts all stats by 5,000, shielding vitality by 2,000. Next attack power increases by 1 million triple damage. A blinding flash of light completely tears through the quiet sky. Liu Yi keeps a tight grip on his gun to counter Yuan Ding, but suddenly his entire body leans backward. The scattered fragments behind him slowly begin to merge. They fuse together into a blinding beam of intense light, though the cracks are still clearly visible. Those glowing fragments keep restoring themselves while Liu Yi continues floating in the air, his body completely surrounded by the radiant pieces. That intense beam of light vanishes completely, leaving only tiny shattered fragments drifting all around. A voice rings out. There is no kill notification. The director of the back garden is not dead yet. Liu Yi stands completely hunched over his face, still showing absolute shock. Yuan Ding lets out a breath. That almost ended horribly for me, but luckily my health pool is huge. Liu Yi drops his jaw in disbelief. He used his blessing to boost his attributes, which ended up regenerating his health. Yuan Ding glares at Liu Yi and angrily asks, "So what comes next? Do you have any tricks left? Or maybe after spamming so many massive attacks, how much perception power do you actually have left?" The screen pops up showing Yuan Ding. Health is at 45,790 out of 20 million, perception at 325,890 out of 500,000. Suddenly, Roulette dashes in like lightning. "Did you honestly forget about me?" The real main character of this little wilderness trip, a blazing beam of energy instantly rips the sky wide open. Yuan Ding's body gets cleanly sliced straight in half. Roulette smirks with total confidence. If someone on low health took that hit and survived, it would be a total miracle. The New Order Guild Master, now synchronized with Roulette, yells out, "Stop talking and attack. Use your short blade and end him right now." Liu Yi grips his weapon tightly and quickly answers, "All right, I got it." He pulls out his short blade and makes a very bold declaration. "The last time I used this short blade, I was careless and messed up. But I promise I won't make that stupid mistake ever again." Guildmaster, lock him down, do not let him escape. He slowly approaches Yuan Ding, whose face has entirely lost all of its previous arrogance. Pure terror takes over, leaving him entirely drenched in cold sweat. But suddenly Yuan Ding forces an explosive burst of power and screams out loud, "You trash really want to die. Let's see who kills who." Standing right nearby, Liu Yi shouts at the top of his lungs, "Weapon ban." Suddenly, another system prompt appears. "Alert, your blessing skill has been completely banned. The cooldown restriction will last for exactly 2 minutes. Liu Yi looks absolutely terrified. The blessing is banned. If he cannot kill him this time, you and I both know is seriously game over. Roulette speaks up in absolute awe. He can actually ban weapons. This guy is seriously the ultimate super tier support class out here. From now on, you should just obediently stay in the back line. You'll honestly be way more useful to us from back there. Yuan Ding tightly furrows his brow. His body is already completely severed in half as a blinding flash shoots up toward the round metal plate. All right, let's jump right in. Yuan Ding let out a totally agonizing scream. He had zero strength left to fight back. System alert, he has officially died. Calculating your total damage contribution. You have just acquired 2% of the Origin World Computing Power Authority. Right now, you officially hold 47% of the Origin World Computing Authority. Liu Yi let out a huge sigh of relief. We actually did it. Roulette also had this massive proud smirk forming right on his face. Yuan Ding's body was completely torn in two, left flat on the cold ground. Roulette was totally showing off now, spinning around to strike a pose. Acting all cool, he turned his back to his defeated enemy and proudly pointed one finger straight up. Roulette grinned ear to ear, looking incredibly pleased with himself. I am number one. I am the absolute first in the Origin world, ha ha ha. One single strike was literally all it took to finish this guy off. I really am completely invincible. Liu Yi just stared at his wild excitement, honestly having zero words left to say. But suddenly, right behind the celebrating Roulette, something incredibly strange started appearing. The New Order Guild leader immediately yelled out a desperate warning. Hey, watch out. There is something seriously wrong with his corpse. Hearing that, Roulette instantly snapped his head back around to check out the situation. Liu Yi was caught off guard too, staring intensely right at Yuan Ding's broken body. A massive wave of dark energy suddenly rushed in from directly behind Roulette. That weird energy completely twisted itself together rapidly, forming into an object that looked exactly like a giant pulsing egg. Liu Yi was completely lost, having absolutely zero idea what was happening. His eyes went wide as he shouted out, "What is going on?" Roulette also shouted out in pure shock. What kind of demonic freak show is this? He desperately tried hitting it before screaming again. It is completely unbreakable. The New Order Guild leader's frantic voice echoed out again. This thing is literally trying to melt us down. The guild leader urgently explained the terrifying situation. It is a resurrection skill. Yuan Ding wants to melt us down, absorb our energy, and use it to come back to life. The guild leader continued panicking. It is melting us way too fast. My health bar has already dropped down by half. Roulette immediately fired back with a desperate question. Is there absolutely any way to destroy it from the outside? Hearing this, Liu Yi gripped his weapon tightly and rushed in, furiously slashing at the strange object. He helplessly called out to the others. I have completely burned through all my mana. I can only use basic attacks against it right now. I am literally doing 0 damage to this thing, Ru Lei yelled out in pure panic. My health is getting super low. This is extremely bad. The guild leader suddenly barked out a desperate order. Use that move. Now watch this, guys. Those words made Liu Yi completely freeze. From the strange object, a massive blinding light erupted. The strange object slowly began to crack open, and from deep inside a terrifying human silhouette finally emerged. System alert, player Ru Lei has officially died in battle. Now calculating your damage contribution. You have 0 recorded contribution. You have successfully acquired absolutely 0% of the Origin World Computing Power Authority. Right now, you currently hold 47% of the Origin World Computing Authority. Liu Yi cried out in absolute horror. Oh my god, Ru Lei is actually dead. That weird object from earlier completely split apart and melted right into the ground, slowly vanishing without a single trace. Liu Yi dragged his heavy feet slowly forward. He sat there alone, lost in some really deep thought. A heavy, exhausted sigh finally escaped his lips before he eventually managed to speak up into the silence. Even though I honestly still have absolutely 0 idea what Ru Lei and the New Order Guild leader actually did just now. But at least we finally managed to deal with Yuan Ding once and for all. A private system message popped up. What exactly did you guys just do? How did Ru Lei end up dead? Blazing Heat quickly replied. Ru Lei used a crazy level 60 skill, fully accepting that it came with a truly massive cost. He chose to completely cancel out the target's skill effect. We just never expected the backlash to be this insane. A message from Ru Lei appeared. This is totally tragic. Am I really actually dead, dying at the very last possible second and taking the enemy down with me? Ru Lei continued his message. Whatever, forget it. The absolute strongest experts always pave the way for the next generation anyway. I guess I can totally consider this a major powerhouse achievement. Blazing Heat replied with deep respect. Seriously, thank you. If you guys had not been here, I would have absolutely died in this place. Even if I managed to beat the back garden director to death, I would never have survived that guy's insane final trick. Ru Lei responded seriously. From now on, you guys have to step up and completely protect the guild leader from me. The guild leader is pretty weak right now. Since I am dead, he won't get far with his current strength. Blazing Heat confidently replied. Rest easy. I will absolutely make sure he stays safe. Ru Lei instantly answered back. Then, it is a promise. Honestly, after seeing how we totally handled Yuan Ding, I totally know your actual strength is way below mine. But for just protecting the guild leader, you should probably be enough. Blazing Heat just stayed completely silent. The atmosphere around them grew incredibly heavy and quiet as Liu Yi slowly glanced over toward his side. The New Order Guild leader finally spoke up. Yuan Ding got teleported here exactly like we did. Even if he somehow managed to keep his computing power, he still has not been sent back to Void Tomb City. Liu Yi replied thoughtfully, gathering enough computing power to literally teleport again. In such a short amount of time that is probably totally impossible, Liu Yi continued explaining his plan. We have plenty of time to find a way to fix the elevator and then head straight over to the digitized module processing center. The New Order Guild leader nodded and said, You and Yuan Ding are seriously way too fast. After Ru Lei and I met up, we started sweeping up computing power together right away. But even upgrading our private territory was not nearly as fast as you two. Liu Yi simply replied, Just got lucky. Liu Yi stepped right into a room. Stick with me here. After searching everywhere, he realized this specific spot is the only place acting weird. All right, you and I are diving right back in. The guildmaster says, Let's see if we can open this thing. Liu Yi touches the glitching spot. A glowing circle pops up right in front of them, revealing some kind of locking mechanism. Liu Yi pulls out the keys he has and says, Maybe we should use the keys we found. The New Order Guild Master is completely confused, asking how do we even use them? Just shove them inside. Suddenly, a strange stream of energy bursts out, catching Liu Yi completely off guard. The Guild Master just stares at it, eyes wide in pure shock. The lock starts sucking all that energy right into itself. A system alert pops up. Keys submitted. Origin World Processing Authority increased by 10%. He now holds 57% of the total Origin World Authority. The two of them just stare at each other in total disbelief. Then they both snap their attention straight ahead. A massive bottomless pit suddenly opens up right in front of them. The Guild Master speaks up, breaking the silence. There is a teleportation portal down there. Where does it even go? Liu Yi smirks. Only one way to find out. And with that, they both jump straight down. A massive tornado rips through the sky above them, revealing a totally bizarre secret realm. A system notification chimes. The core processing center for the digitization module is now open. Liu Yi is totally stunned. The digitization core processing center, he mutters out loud. Wait, if this place is the real processing center, then what the heck was that area above us? Right over his head, a terrifyingly deep black hole materializes. The guild master crosses his arms. Looking at this right here is the actual entrance to the processing center. The only problem is this specific realm requires at least 10 people to even get inside. Liu Yi brushes it off. That is not a problem. Can we just use the structural framework to tweak it a bit? Hearing this, the guild master looks super confused. The framework. Wait, you actually know how to fix this thing? Liu Yi gets dead serious and replies, right now, the spherical elevator is completely destroyed. We literally have nowhere else to go but here. Even if we use a levitation skill right now, we could only float up about 5 meters at most. We basically cannot climb up there. The guild master sighs and says, all right then, let's head inside and check it out. Liu Yi quickly agrees. Done. The two of them slowly step right into the secret realm, walking completely blind into whatever is waiting for them inside. They both vanish the second they step through that swirling ring of energy. Slowly, droplets of water start forming out of nowhere, multiplying faster and faster. They link together, then violently burst apart right in midair. The water pools up into a floating puddle, and suddenly the distinct silhouette of a fish starts taking shape. Those tiny floating droplets literally transform into a real living fish. A massive drop of water slowly floats up, passing straight through the invisible barrier wall, rising higher and higher before popping with a loud splash. Everything inside this secret realm is just incredibly vast and wide open. The whole crazy scene leaves Liu Yi totally shook. He blinks in surprise and asks, what the heck? What did that even mean just now? 3 large water bubbles drift up from the depths. One just shatters on its own, another gets ripped apart by a passing fish, and the last one breaches the surface, instantly dissolving into thin air. He looks around at the completely surreal landscape and continues talking. So this is the actual digitization core processing center. But wait, you and I need to ask, where did the guild master just disappear to? He finally realizes he is standing there completely alone. Suddenly, a massive system alert drops. Scanning confirms his origin world processing authority is the highest in the entire realm. He just unlocked the exclusive Torchbearer title, the one and only Torchbearer, a digitized player. The ultimate decider of the whole digitization launch. The player has now acquired absolutely all the stats and abilities of their Origin World game character. The Origin World Authority node literally controls every function of the digitization process. The system is just waiting for enough processing power to be outputted. Initiate digitization. Liu Yi is just standing there, mind completely blown. Wait, is this the true authority of the Origin World's descent? A private message suddenly flashes on his screen. It is from Blazing Heat, the guild master, saying, Liu Yi, where the heck are you? Blazing Heat texts again saying, the system literally just kicked me out. It told me my processing authority was too low. I got booted right out of the secret realm. What are you even doing in there? Liu Yi stands frozen on the bridge, thinking hard. Finally, Liu Yi starts shaking from pure excitement. He actually did it. He secured the ultimate authority. Looking incredibly satisfied, a smirk forms on his face. I finally have the chance to change my entire destiny for real. He looks out at the bridge, stretching all the way up into the clouds. Wiping away a stray tear, his expression hardens with absolute determination. He immediately pulls up the main system interface. The glowing panel displays his status, the one and only Torchbearer digitized player, the sole individual capable of initiating the massive digitization launch. A real-world player who has successfully claimed absolutely all the stats and abilities of their game character. Processing authority of the Origin World dictates every single function of the digitization. Just hold on until it completely reaches stage 10 to fully unlock the process. Liu Yi ponders this heavily. It has the unique trait, meaning I am the only one who can decide if the Origin World actually descends. If that is true, I just need to log off, stay offline, and never hit that launch button. Then the Origin World will never invade reality. Liu Yi clenches his fists tight. Another message pings through. Liu Yi, are you logging out? Did you make it inside? Did you get the authority? Hey, answer me. The massive exit prompt appears. Do you wish to log out? Liu Yi hesitates for just a second, then says loudly, Goodbye, Origin World. He taps the glowing screen, and just like that, Liu Yi vanishes. His consciousness gets pulled back. You and I both know the real world won't be the same anymore. Let's dive in. Liu Yi lies in bed completely satisfied. He sits up, grabs his slippers, and the scene shifts up to the rooftop. Standing up there on the rooftop, Liu Yi looks out over the entire city. Memories hit him. He remembers a ruined past, a devastated city with towering skyscrapers reduced to pure rubble. Down in one corner, a tragic sight, 2 skeletons left behind. A mother and child holding each other tight. It shows pure maternal love, but also just raw human devotion during the actual apocalypse. Debris scattered all over the floor. Liu Yi just cracks a smile and shouts out loud, I actually did it. He throws his hands up. jumping into the air with pure joy. Early the next morning, those massive skyscrapers that were totally destroyed in his past memories are completely intact today. That same mother and child walk hand in hand down the street smiling while a happy couple flirts right nearby. A schoolgirl rests her chin on her hand, smiling out the window. Liu Yi is just overwhelmingly thrilled. He thinks to himself, I finally stopped the origin realm from showing up. The world is going to stay completely peaceful like this. He throws his hands up again in pure happiness. The scene cuts to nighttime. A bright starry sky overhead, but for a split second, the space up there completely glitches out. Then it goes back to normal simply because the starry void vanished all at once. Down at a beach, not far from Liu Yi's current spot, on a luxury yacht just floating out on the open ocean, a panicked voice suddenly rings out. Everyone look what is going on. The crowd on the yacht bursts into chaos. Why did the route leading to the other continent just completely vanish? And the massive ocean surrounding Hua continent is totally cut off now. It looks exactly like a video game suddenly running out of processing power, only rendering part of the map. What on earth is happening? It gets dark and up on the absolute highest floor of a skyscraper lights are still blazing. Yuan Ding sits at his desk. He slams his VR headset down onto the table, jumping right to his feet. He walks straight toward the glass window. He grabs his own pinky, then brutally snaps the finger right out of its joint. Yuan Ding grinds his teeth, just totally tanking the intense pain. His finger instantly snaps back to normal. Yuan Ding pulls himself together, then pulls out his phone to make a serious call. He reports in, sorry, I completely failed. Yeah, he lost his life because he got teamed up on by two guys Yi and Huang Yaowen. Yeah, I'll figure out a way to level up extremely fast. Right, I already sent my people to investigate. We should have news very soon. The guy on the other end asks, did you find the hideout? Not yet. Fine, keep a very close eye on that guy, Huang Yaowen. If they are actually contacting each other out in the real world, we can definitely track down a solid clue right from him. Yuan Ding hangs up, squeezing the phone in his hand with crazy force. The glass window perfectly reflects Yuan Ding's face, looking absolutely furious. His voice is packed with pure hatred as he snarls, I will find you in reality and then I will eliminate you, yay. Early the next morning, the New Order guild leader sits at his desk. He is totally lost in deep thought, tapping his fingers nonstop on the table. Suddenly, someone opens the door and walks right in. The guild leader immediately asks him, well, have you tracked down Yi yet? The older man just shakes his head. The guild leader slumps back in his chair, completely helpless. This guy Yi, what is his deal? Why would he just log off at such a critical moment? If he already grabbed the real authority, what are we supposed to do if he never logs back on? He scratches his head, wondering, could he actually be a spy from Heavenly Radiance sent specifically to sabotage us? There is only one single day left. We seriously can't wait any longer. Let's check out the riverbank. Liu Yun speaks up, hey, do not get too cocky. With that crazy temper of yours playing Origin Realm, I am definitely going to surpass you one day. Hearing this, Liu Yi stops holding a white towel and laughs. Then I guess I better torture you a lot more before you finally manage to beat me. He adds, come on, let's run one more lap. Liu Yun and Huang Nianshu just stand there, panting heavily. Hearing him say that, Liu Yun immediately grabs onto Liu Yi's arm, completely panicking. Bro, please don't. I yield. I totally admit defeat right now. I am begging you, let's just rest a bit. Huang Nianshu just smiles from behind them. Liu Yi bursts out laughing. There's a rest stop along the river, so his little group sits down on the stone steps to drink water and chill out. The scenery around them is incredibly peaceful. Grass grows right out of the cracks in the watery steps. Liu Yi takes it all in. This is so incredibly relaxing, he thinks to himself. Counting my past life, it has been over 3 long years since I had free time. Exactly like this. Just then, an old man and his grandchild walk by the river, chatting happily as they stroll. Suddenly, Liu Yun speaks up. Brother, do you think we can actually survive to be that old? Liu Yi turns his head, looking straight over at Liu Yun. What are you overthinking? Of course we will. By then we will see who ends up having more kids, you or me. Hearing this, Liu Yun immediately replies, well, about that, whether you have a lot of kids or not does not really depend on you. Liu Yun playfully teases Huang Nianshu right beside them. It totally depends on Nianshu to decide. Huang Nianshu blushes deeply. She gives Liu Yun a gentle smack, shyly stammering, you are so annoying. He is sitting right here. I hate you. I am not letting you off. Liu Yun laughs and jokes back. Ah, no please. You and I know this peace will not last. Liu Yun gets tickled by Huang Nianshu, quickly surrendering. Ha ha ha, my bad, I was totally wrong. All right, we are dropping right in. I will never say that in front of him again, she promises. Meanwhile, guys nearby whisper, hey, check them out. Man, I wish I had 2 girlfriends like that. They are totally gorgeous. That guy is just way too lucky. Hearing this, Liu Yi thinks, ah, Yun. And Nianshu always attract unwanted attention and harassment wherever they go. His mind drifts back to the past, remembering 2 street thugs bullying Liu Yun. This girl is really pretty. Let's drag her into the alley for some fun. Liu Yi instinctively shielded his sister. Hearing their threats, he desperately yelled, "Ah, Yoon, run," snapping back to reality. Liu Yi shakes his head. What am I thinking? That is the past. He clenches his fists tightly. If I just maintain my calm right now, the real world will not fall into absolute chaos. Stuff like that will never happen again. Even if it does, the chances are tiny. There are laws in place to protect us after all. Plus, there are always kind strangers willing to step up. Just lay low, live a normal life, and carefully plan my life out properly. If I do that, we can definitely move toward a much better and brighter future. Even if I get tired halfway, I can always stop and rest. And even if I end up absolutely hating my own goals, I can just change them. The worst case scenario is just being completely exhausted for a while. It is not like slacking off will literally get me killed. Liu Yi watches an old man and his grandson below. I can live a really long time, he tells himself. I will have plenty of kids. I can be exactly like that old guy right there. When I am old, my grandchildren will take me for walks in the golden sunshine, just enjoying the warm sunlight. But then, in a split second, a deadly green blur slashes right through the old man and the kid. Liu Yi's eyes widen in absolute horror as the two collapse, their heads completely severed from their bodies. They are dead on the spot. Completely stunned, Liu Yi asks himself what in the world just killed those two people down there. Now watch closely. The green thing moves and Liu Yi snaps his head toward it. It is just grass, but it has suddenly grown massive and extremely deadly. Has the origin realm descended? Are these mutant companion creatures? A million questions flood his mind. The origin realm has not even arrived yet. So why are mutant creatures appearing in reality right now? Suddenly, one of the massive leaves moves at absolute lightning speed. It shoots straight for Liu Yi. Liu Yun violently pushes him out of the way, taking the hit. Brother, look out. Before Liu Yi can even process it, his sister takes a brutal slash to her side. Huang Nianchu catches her, screaming out "Ah Yun." The leaf prepares for another vicious strike. Liu Yi throws his body in front as a human shield. Grass is not naturally sharp, he calculates. It is just the insane speed, making it act like a razor blade. If I can just disrupt its momentum, this mutant weed is totally useless. Liu Yi uses his towel to bind the attacking leaf. Another one darts at him, but he uses the captured leaf as a makeshift shield. He takes the chance to tie up the second leaf too. A third one attacks, but he quickly pins it down with his foot. He pulls back with all his might, stretching the mutant grass taut. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi thinks someone needs to cut its roots. Otherwise, all of this effort is totally pointless. Liu Yi yells out, "Hey, do not just stand there watching, get over here and help me kill this. If we let it kill more people and level up, normal humans like us will not stand a chance against it." The guys hesitate, completely terrified. Oh well. Meanwhile, Huang Nianchu rushes off carefully, laying the bleeding Liu Yun down to rest, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Then Nianchu grabs a massive rock, lifts it high above her head and smashes it straight into the plant's roots. Liu Yi's eyes light up. "Nianchu," she turns and shouts sense into the frozen guys. "Everyone hurry up and lend a hand. Smashing its roots will kill it. It is completely restrained right now. There's nothing to be afraid of." Seeing a beautiful girl begging for help, the cowardly men instantly change their tune. "Quick, let's go help the pretty lady out. There is absolutely nothing to fear." Working together, the mob brutally crushes the mutant plant. Later, at High City Hospital, Nianchu whispers, "I have already contacted her family. We have arranged the absolute best medical treatment for Ah Yun." Liu Yi's face is pale with extreme anxiety. Nianchu continues, "But the doctor said she did not just lose too much blood. There is a highly lethal toxin in her system. Whether she wakes up or not is entirely up to Ah Yun's own willpower." Nianchu stands by the hospital bed holding her hand. "Ah Yun, you absolutely have to fight this." Liu Yi is deep in thought. The origin realm has not descended on reality yet. So why did a mutant companion beast appear? Where did things go wrong? Logically speaking, the Firebringer title is the trigger for the origin realm's descent. As long as the realm has not actually arrived yet, then nothing in reality should have any connection to it. But now could it be that these terrifying mutant companion beasts did not just spawn after the descent? What if they have been hiding in the real world this whole time? Liu Yi clenches his fists, calculating. Originally, the origin realm was scheduled to drop tomorrow, and all those mutant creatures were supposed to spawn on a massive scale. But thanks to the power of the players, those mutant monsters would have been dealt with swiftly and efficiently. In the end, only the creatures born deep inside the primeval forests were supposed to survive. Wait a second, he suddenly realizes. Could it be? He recalls Yuan Ding's ominous warning. If left completely unchecked, the world will be totally annihilated in 3 years max. Liu Yi couldn't help but wonder. Weren't these mutated creatures brought here when the origin world descended? Turning to leave, he looked at Huang Nianchu. "I have some business to take care of. Look after Liu Yun for me." Hearing this, Huang Nianchu quickly asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Liu Yi thought to himself. He had to figure out exactly what was going on here. He just told her he had a way to save Liu Yun and to watch over her. Nanshu cried out. Brother Liu Yi just frowned. Now you and I are about to see something wild at the hospital. Patients were frantically arguing. Why won't anyone listen to us? Nobody believes anything we tell them. One of the guys grabbed his head, his voice filled with absolute frustration as he spoke. The craziest part is the security cameras completely losing signal. Right then, the guy next to him chimed in. It's super weird. It's not just the street cameras. Those crazy monster videos that we shot on our phones vanished too. Another patient sighed heavily. What is happening to our world? The first guy suddenly shot up, totally determined. No, we have to cause a massive scene. The other asked, how cause a scene about what? Before he could even finish his sentence, space itself suddenly paused. Almost instantly, the guy completely forgot what he was talking about. Right, cause a scene about what? Hey, what were we just arguing about anyway? The whole group just stared, utterly confused. Something terrifying happened this morning that sent us all to the hospital, but what exactly was it? Were we just spooked? Probably nothing. Let's just drop it and go. Meanwhile, in the Origin World's exterior data processing center, Liu Yi had just logged back in. His expression was dead serious. Liu Yi checked his chat logs. The New Order president had been spamming him with incredibly urgent messages. Yi, did you secure the authority? Yi, that authority is directly tied to the absolute safety of our real world. If you actually got it, you have to tell me. Yi, why did you go offline? Message me the second you log back in. Yi, why are you still offline? When you return, give me a way to contact you in reality. Meanwhile, on the New Order president's end, he was nervously pacing back and forth, looking incredibly stressed. Right at that exact moment, Liu Yi's highly anticipated reply finally came through. I actually secured the authority, but whether I use it completely depends on the intel I gather from you, regarding the hidden dangers between the Origin world and reality. The New Order president's face lit up. Yi is finally online. He quickly typed back, all right, but before we discuss that, could you please give me a way to reach you in the real world? Yi's rejection was ice cold. No. The New Order president sighed and replied, fine then. Exactly what kind of information are you looking for? Yi fired back, skip the nonsense. I want the whole truth from start to finish. If you don't know where to begin, then just lay it out chronologically. The New Order president was slightly confused by this aggressive tone. What's wrong with Ye? Why so suddenly hostile? He brushed it off. Whatever, he decided to just reveal everything to Ye so he could fully understand their current nightmare. The president typed back, all right. Before I tell you everything I actually know, let me send you some pictures first. He dropped images of the ocean and continental borders. Here's the border between the Hua continent and the others. Here are photos of mysterious wild creatures appearing out of nowhere. And here is our universe. The once brilliant sea of stars was completely gone, replaced by pure pitch-black emptiness. Liu Yi was visibly stunned. This, the president continued. The president revealed two massive threats. Stick with me, this gets wild. First, every 2 years, an entire continent completely vanishes, erasing every living soul. Right now, only our Hoa continent remains. Second, the real world is randomly spawning nightmarish monsters mutating from everyday animals and plants. Initially, they only appeared in remote badlands. Now they're flooding city streets. I'm terrified that it won't be much longer until these mutating plants and animals start mutating right inside people's homes. When that horrific day arrives, the chaos will be absolutely unimaginable. Liu Yi's mind was racing. Continents vanishing. He heard rumors about losing contact with other landmasses, but he never imagined they had been completely wiped out. Typing quickly, he replied, the world we live on is a literal planet. Giant landmasses can't just disappear piece by piece into thin air. If an entire continent suddenly vanished, our planet's core would literally destabilize and explode. And as for these crazy monsters you're talking about, I've never seen a single news report mentioning them. If this is true, the whole world has gone absolutely insane. The president pondered this. It seems Yi really hasn't made contact with Earth's shadow, the president explained. Anyone who witnesses these real-world anomalies gradually forgets everything they saw unless they've actually made contact with the Earth's shadow. Liu Yi was stunned. They forget. If someone witnesses something so mind-bendingly terrifying, how could their brain just easily erase it? Liu Yi thought to himself. Was forced amnesia even possible? The president replied, but it's the truth. Yi demanded, what exactly is causing this memory wipe? He answered. According to the Earth's shadow, it all traces back to 3 mysterious figures 15 years ago. They appeared at Buzhou Mountain in central Hua continent. Whatever they did there triggered these real-world anomalies. Earth's shadow, is this all from them? He typed back, who exactly is Earth's shadow? The president replied, you probably won't believe this, but we honestly have no idea who Earth's shadow even is. We only have a way to contact him. He periodically tells us what to do. Thanks to that, we avoided countless deadly risks, and we secured a mountain of treasure. Even the true importance of the origin world, Earth's shadow, was the one who revealed it to us. That alone saved countless lives, which is exactly why everyone basically worships Earth's shadow like a god. Liu Yi then asks a heavy question. If Earth's shadow is telling the absolute truth, the root of everything traces back to Mount Buzhou. With such a crystal-clear target, why not just use modern weapons from the real world? Shouldn't that be enough to wipe out those three guys? The New Order guild leader just falls dead silent. He looks up frustrated, grabbing his head. He finally replies, "It is completely impossible. We tried absolutely everything. To put it simply, those three are absolute monsters way beyond a doomsday threat level. No modern firepower on Earth can even scratch them." Liu Yi is visibly stunned, way beyond a doomsday threat level, and there are three of them. The New Order guild leader replies, "Earth's shadow said only the sheer authority of the origin world can actually save our reality. That is literally all I can tell you right now. But can you tell me first, what exactly is this origin world authority anyway?" Liu Yi hits the prompt. Unique fire transmission. Player digitization initiated. As the decider, starting this player digitization means bringing every single character attribute and ability from the origin world straight into the real world. The guild leader is absolutely blown away. Are you saying that broadcasting this digitization gives real players their insane game abilities in real life? In an instant, we would have an army of tens of thousands of superhuman warriors. If that is true, we completely have the power to destroy those three mysterious targets. He starts rushing him. Liu Yi, hurry up. Activate the fire transmission now. This changes the game for every single one of us. Liu Yi reads the message, then glances over at his system. The system flashes on screen. Fire transmission player digitization is ready, decider. Activating the player digitization protocol grants everyone their origin world character stats and full abilities right here in the real world. The origin world computing authority literally dictates this digitization function. You should wait for more computing authority to appear, collect it, and then fully activate the digitization process. Now you and I know this is a massive choice. The system prompts, initiate digitization. Liu Yi reaches out but hesitates. Making this call is seriously tearing him apart. Liu Yi thinks about Liu Yun, lying helpless in the hospital. He blames himself, calling himself incredibly naive. He really thought that stopping the origin world descent would completely prevent this dark, chaotic future. But in the end, he realized the brutal truth. The chaos actually started 15 whole years ago. Since that is the case, he might as well treat stopping the origin world descent like waking up from a total nightmare. Now that his eyes are open, he is sticking to the original plan and making his move. He slams the button, shouting to confirm. He thinks to himself, if reality refuses to give him a safe and stable place to live, then he is going to carve one out himself in this dark and bloody future. For his own sake, for his sister, and for everyone he genuinely cares about. A red notification suddenly flashes. Warning system detects that he currently only holds 57% of the origin world computing authority. Digitization authority is totally insufficient. You cannot unlock the full system functions yet, do you? Still wish to confirm and proceed with the global digitization broadcast? Please note, holding just 30% of the origin world computing authority only allows basic physical digitization for players in the real world. They get 100% of their game levels, gear, and stats, but the system absolutely cannot be upgraded further because the authority level is way too low. Now possessing 60% of the origin world computing authority activates a better digitization, granting players 50% of their game levels, gear, and stats, but with upgrade capabilities unlocked. However, the real-world level cap is strictly locked at the Admiral tier. Finally, possessing 90% computing authority triggers full digitization. Players get 100% of their origin world levels, epic equipment, and raw character stats instantly transferred over. Plus, they can upgrade freely, though the real-world cap remains at Admiral tier. Liu Yi gasps in realization. So this is the function upgrade choice. So, this right here is the absolute key to unlocking the system upgrades. He just needs a minimum of 60% of the origin world computing authority to start it. Right now, he is sitting at 57%, which means he's just barely short. Looks like he has to leave this secret dungeon to get it. Now stick with me here. Liu Yi figures the remaining origin world computing authority must be hidden inside the X event collapse zone. Spending some time should uncover it. The system suddenly warns, you have not initiated the fire transmission yet. You absolutely cannot leave this secret dungeon. Liu Yi is stunned. Are you kidding me? On one hand, you demand that I gather more computing authority, but then you literally trap me inside this dungeon. Meanwhile, the New Order guild leader is frantically texting him. Hurry up and activate it. The entire future of humanity is resting in your hands right now. Just activate it. And whatever you want, just name it. If it is anywhere within my power, I swear I will get it done for you. Liu Yi reads the desperate message and smirks. The New Order guild leader. If you think about it, that guy definitely holds some origin world computing authority himself. What if he uses this origin world descent as total leverage? If he demands the computing authority right now, will the guild leader agree? Let's find out. He texts back, give me your origin world computing authority. The guild leader is completely confused. So Liu Yi simply forwards the system warning screen, leaving the man absolutely speechless and amazed. Watch this closely. So this is the true power of the Origin Realm's computing authority, he messages Liu Yi. How much do you have now? Liu Yi replies. 57%. The New Order president happily messages back, that's perfect. You have 57% and I have 33%. If the two of us combine it, we can finally activate the entire system's full functions. Liu Yi is shocked. The New Order president actually has 33%, but thinking about it carefully, it makes perfect sense. Let's do the math here. He personally had 5% and Roulette had 5%. Killing the gardener gave them 3% to share plus 20% from the two keys. The total, exactly 33%. Liu Yi asks, so you agree to this? The president replies, absolutely. Nothing in this world matters more than triggering the global digitization broadcast. Liu Yi goes completely silent. The president messages him, what's wrong? Liu Yi finally replies back to him, is there really no other way? None, the president says. Besides getting the secret realm's output, the origin realm's computing authority will split evenly among all of the surviving members. The only other way is through death. Liu Yi asks him, does that mean I have to personally kill you myself just to get your authority? Exactly right, the president replies. Liu Yi starts to panic a little, scratching his head in absolute frustration. This is incredibly bad. What now? He can't leave and he definitely can't just murder the New Order president. We're completely stuck, right? Liu Yi wonders what to do next. But wait, suddenly a massive bell chimes loudly out of nowhere. Liu Yi instantly recognizes it. That is the Donghuang bell ringing loudly from completely outside the secret realm. Not good. What if the president gets killed right now? If he dies unexpectedly, the system upgrade won't be able to activate at all. He frantically messages the president, are you okay? The president replies, where's that loud ringing coming from? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes. Ah, I finally did it. Hey, can you hear me right now? Liu Yi instantly recognizes Zhu Yin. She says, that was a seriously close call. Thankfully, you traded me that modular transformation unit back then. It tanked almost all the damage for me. Otherwise, I would have died in that trap. But there's a huge silver lining here. Not only did I get the Donghuang bell, but I successfully upgraded straight to the Doomsday tier. Liu Yi calculates his options. Zhu Yin is a Di-Wu and his own soul beast. If he actually lets her kill the president, wouldn't all of the president's computing authority automatically transfer straight over to him without any issues? He asks Zhu Yin, where are you exactly? She replies, I'm right at the sphere's exit. I'm almost out. Liu Yi then urgently asks, Zhu Yin, if you kill a player with computing authority, do I get their authority completely transferred over to me? Of course, she says. Do you want me to strike right now? Liu Yi is absolutely thrilled. That's perfect. The president receives a message back. Liu Yi writes, I'm going to take you out right now. Your level is going to be reset. Meaning when the origin realm finally descends, you'll be left incredibly weak. Monsters will be running completely rampant everywhere. Ordinary people will suddenly get superhuman powers. The real world's order is going to fall into total chaos. Without your massive level advantage, your current strength and status could easily be stolen by other people or your worst enemies once the origin realm descends. You'll be replaced. The president calmly texts back, so after killing me, can you at least give me half a day to level back up? Liu Yi replies, I genuinely hope so. But I'm really not sure what happens once my origin realm authority gets that unbelievably high. The fire transmission might just activate on its own. The president raises an eyebrow, then flashes a totally confident smile. He messages back, is that so? Don't hesitate. Once the digitization broadcasts, we at least have a real fighting chance against reality's upcoming crisis. If we don't broadcast it now, we're all just waiting to die anyway. The president firmly believes in his own strength. Besides, who says level 1 is a weak spot, so just finish me off already. A system prompt appears, your Di-Wu Zhu Yin has killed player Ri Qi Teng Teng. No other players participated in this battle. You have successfully gained 33% Origin Realm Computing Authority. You now hold exactly 90% of the total Origin Realm Computing Authority. Scanning shows you are the only player in the Outer Realm and you are inside the Central Data Processing Module's massive hidden secret realm. Public, large-scale Outer Realm conditions met. Output conditions successfully achieved. Calculating your rewards. You receive an additional 10% of the Origin Realm Computing Authority. You now possess 100% Origin Realm Authority. The ultimate condition for 100% authority has finally been completely met. The hidden fire transmission function activates beyond just the digitization broadcast function. The one who possesses the fire transmission will undergo a special modification post-broadcast. Your level will no longer be restricted by this current world's limits whatsoever, but normal experience points are completely excluded. You can only level up by acquiring special experience from now on. Digitization broadcast auto-initiating. A 1-minute countdown begins now. Liu Yi screams out loud in absolute shock. Excluding normal experience, wait, is my level resetting? Does this mean I'm basically being reborn right now? I still have to face the Origin Realm's descent at level 1. He sits down totally devastated. Man, can I just decline this reward? So you and I know our guy has future knowledge, but how is he supposed to survive this desperately weak early phase? On top of that, leveling up now requires some kind of special experience. What in the world is that even supposed to be? Completely overwhelmed, Liu Yi grabs his head. What an absolute nightmare. This entire situation is just falling apart, he thinks to himself. Looks like once the Origin Realm drops, he will have to rely on Ah Yun, even though she is currently poisoned and stuck in a hospital. But after the Origin Realm takes over, that tiny bit of poison will be absolutely nothing for a level 50 player. Liu Yi continues to think it over. Honestly, after receiving that special modification, his personal level will not be restricted by this world's nexus anymore. The Nexus. Wait, there is a Nexus in the real world too. What about computing power? According to the New Order guild leader, those 3 mysterious figures, could they actually be controlling the real world's Nexus? Liu Yi suddenly realizes something huge. The Nexus, a massive gathering territory. The sky instantly turns pitch black. A massive crack rips across the heavens, spreading wide. Suddenly, Zhu Yin flies straight out of the rift. Liu Yi is completely stunned. Zhu Yin mutters that breaking through this restriction was difficult. Liu Yi gasps out, "Zhu Yin, you can actually enter here." Zhu Yin snaps back, telling him to quiet down since time is running out. He hands over an item. A glowing seed appears. Liu Yi asks what it is. Zhu Yin explains that this seed was condensed from his own essence. Later on, it is going to absorb exactly half of all the experience Liu Yi earns, and it will level up right alongside him. Once it grows strong enough, Zhu Yin says he will use it to physically appear in Liu Yi world. Liu Yi is totally confused. Appear in his world through a seed. He asks why Zhu Yin cannot just come along with him directly right now. Wait, you know, I am a player, which means we exist in completely different worlds. Zhu Yin calmly replies there is nothing to be surprised about. He explains this is exactly why he managed to come out here, learning a few crucial things concerning Liu Yi's current situation. After leveling up, Zhu Yin not only recovered some memories, but he also fully unlocked the Origin Realm authorities that originally belonged to him. Looking back, he really thanks the player who destroyed that barrier. It triggered the Donghuang Bell to send him straight into the core sphere. That place was packed with incredibly powerful monster corpses, easily enough to help him shoot up several levels. Hearing this, Liu Yi quickly questions him. Do those memories include the Origin Realm and information about my real world? How are those two things even connected? Liu Yi demands to know. What is actually going on here? Zhu Yin simply replies that he is not entirely sure. He only knows the Origin Realm was completely wiped out. After that, it was discovered by a man and a woman. They heavily modified it into its current state to save their own dying world. Liu Yi sighs, visibly disappointed. Are you serious? You honestly had me thinking you could just come out directly with me right now. If you could actually just come to my world, your insane power would completely sweep through everything. You could probably solve our entire apocalyptic crisis in a heartbeat. Liu Yi crosses his arms and continues. But hey, it is totally fine. As long as I level up your seed, I can eventually summon you. It is just a little bit annoying. Liu Yi looks directly at Zhu Yin. Well, if you are not coming with me, then can I just take the Donghuang Bell instead? You clearly do not need it anymore. You basically dominate this entire place anyway. Zhu Yin goes dead silent. Liu Yi cautiously adds that the bell really has zero use for him now. Zhu Yin calmly agrees. Liu Yi gasps, really? Zhu Yin adds one more thing. I am giving you this item I found inside the sphere. It will definitely be extremely useful to you right now. Zhu Yin pulls out the sealing orb. The system screen instantly pops up. The sealing orb will securely preserve the user's current level, and all corresponding base attributes right into the orb. After the preservation process, the player will automatically be reset back to level 1. This incredible sealing orb can actually be socketed into absolutely any weapon. Whenever the sealing orb is fully socketed into a given weapon, the weapon's user will temporarily regain their preserved level and attributes. Take note, the weapon's overall quality directly determines how long this effect lasts. Liu Yi's face lights up with sheer joy. This is absolutely incredible. He stares at the sealing orb, then slowly looks up directly at Zhu Yin. He bows deeply and says, "Thank you so much, Zhu Yin. I truly appreciate your help." Zhu Yin casually replies, "Well, after you return home, just keep pushing hard in your own world. Let's make sure we meet again there so we can finally fight side by side." Liu Yi nods in agreement. Suddenly, a loud system notification rings out. The digitalization broadcast is about to automatically begin. Time remaining exactly 5 seconds. Time remaining 4 seconds. Over in the real world, people are casually lounging in bed just playing games, while another guy completely panics hiding behind a closet door. The system voice echoes. The digitalization broadcast is about to start. Time remaining 3 seconds. One person rests peacefully on a chair while someone else covered in bloody wounds just lies in bed gaming. The digitalization broadcast triggers. Time remaining 0 seconds. A massive server-wide announcement drops. The Origin realm is now initiating a total system upgrade. All active players will be forcibly logged out in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, in the real world, a happy couple takes their kid out for a nice stroll. A young couple is laughing together, 2 guys are goofing around, and a pair of female friends are just happily chatting away. You and I are seeing it begin. The sky looks normal, then a massive crack violently tears reality wide open. That apocalyptic rift literally splits the heavens in half. The sky turns pitch black, suddenly flashes a blinding white, and then eerily goes completely back to normal. Let's dive in. Liu Yi logs out of the game and slowly opens his eyes. He sits up, flexes his hand, and immediately summons 2 glowing artifacts. Back in his room, 2 virtual reality headsets sit perfectly still on the table. Liu Yi takes a moment to think. Since the Genesis world merged with reality, offline players actually have to log back in. That's the only way to unlock their in-game powers, but a system warning pops up: login devices cannot be stored inside the spatial inventory. Liu Yi firmly shuts the headset box. He realizes he needs to get these devices to Ah Yun and Nianchu immediately. He grabs the door handle and steps outside his apartment. Everything looks completely normal and peaceful. Checking his map interface, Liu Yi wastes no time and sprints downstairs. But that peace, gone in seconds. The building right across the street suddenly explodes into flames. People start panicking, screaming for help. What just happened? Total chaos. But Liu Yi doesn't stop. He hops onto his electric bike, revs the throttle to the max, and thinks hard. Right now, only native mutated creatures are showing up. Most players are still standing around in pure shock, completely stunned that they actually possess their Genesis world abilities in real life. So things aren't too dangerous yet, but just wait until the high-level mutant monsters finally arrive and players fully adapt to their new terrifying powers. That is when the real chaos begins. Liu Yi speeds down the street, frowning deeply. People might completely call him a freeloader for this. But until he grinds his levels back to his peak state, he has no choice but to rely on Ah Yun and Nianchu. He curses himself. He really should have planned this out better. If he still had his level 60 strength, a few dash skills would get him to the hospital instantly. But who could have guessed that the ultimate game reward was a total level reset, leaving him completely stuck riding a basic electric bike. Meanwhile, over at the city hospital, a random young guy suddenly sits up in his bed. He just heard some weird global broadcast about reality becoming digitized. Is this some kind of special game event? The guy grabs his head, totally confused. This environment feels way too realistic. Is it a hidden dungeon modeled after the real world? He stares blankly down at his hands. But the craziest part, the raw energy flowing through him. He clenches his fists. This is absolute power, something he could never possess in reality. See, he has terminal cancer. He went through endless rounds of brutal chemotherapy. Outside of the Genesis world, he can barely even stand up on his own. Suddenly, the hospital room door swings open. His parents and younger brother walk right in. The guy is completely stunned, instantly flashing back to a painful memory. His mother sitting by his hospital bed sobbing uncontrollably. She cried that they simply could not handle it anymore, begging him not to hate them. His father handed him a VR headset, saying he bought the Genesis World device, telling him to just enjoy the game, because soon they wouldn't be able to afford his expensive medical treatments anymore. Even his younger brother spat absolute poison at him, screaming that if he didn't just die already, he was going to drag the whole family down to the grave, asking when he would finally just pass away. Snapping back to the present, the guy completely loses it. He summons his weapon, chuckling darkly. If this is just a game, getting a little revenge is totally fine, right? He decides to slaughter them right here. They threw him away in the real world anyway. Sure, deep down he knows cutting him off was their only logical choice, but it still absolutely shattered his heart. He plans to completely destroy these NPCs, then wake up in reality and finally just die, freeing them from their burden. Meanwhile, over in Ah Yun's private hospital room, Huang Nianchu suddenly hears a terrifying noise echoing down the hall. She completely freezes. What in the world was that? Nianchu quickly stands up, cracking the door open to peek outside. The ceiling is completely blown open. Light pours through a massive hole, shining directly onto the young guy. You and I are about to see something truly dark. Just a minute ago, his sword was drenched in blood. He literally massacred his entire family. Completely losing his grip on reality, he just keeps muttering to himself, over and over, saying it is only a game. But his family's loving words keep echoing, right inside his mind. His mother promising to buy him the greatest gaming console ever the second he finally recovered. letting him play as much as he wanted. She promised to dress him up, make him look incredibly handsome, and take him out to the public square, just to make all the other childless ladies totally jealous. Even his little brother begged him not to die, crying that if he was gone, he would never have a big brother again. The guy violently grinds his teeth together. He whips around, glaring at the terrified crowd, screaming out loud, claiming no matter how real this looks, it is still just a game. The patients and nurses are completely horrified. Suddenly, the guy leaps into the air, gripping his heavy blade and lunges straight at the defenseless crowd. He shouts, demanding to know how else he could possibly summon his Genesis World character gear. With a few brutal slashes, he completely obliterates the solid ceiling. Concrete crumbles everywhere as he slams back onto the floor. Watching this insane display of power, Nianshu is left completely speechless. Gritting his teeth, the crazed player declares that this dungeon is filled with humanoid monsters, and once he slaughters every single one of them, he will finally clear the hidden dungeon, beat the game, and wake up in reality. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is pushing his bike to its absolute limit, racing wildly toward the hospital's location. Back inside, Nianshu slams the door shut, her mind racing with a million frantic questions. Seriously, what is wrong with that lunatic out there? Humanoid monsters. What was up with that terrifying flash of light? Nianshu quickly rushes back to Ayun's side, forcing herself to stay completely focused. No matter what is happening, they are in extreme danger. She has to hide. Ayun. Suddenly, a massive sword completely slices their door right in half. Nianshu violently whips around. And guys, this looks bad. The crazed player is standing right in the doorway, brutally kicking the shattered remains aside. Nianshu is completely trapped. Startled, she shoots an anxious glance at Liu Yi resting on the hospital bed. Huang Nianshu instantly goes on high alert as the guy walks in carrying a sword. She tests the waters. Are you trapped in this secret realm too? The guy looks completely surprised. Huang Nianshu slowly sits down, keeping her voice perfectly calm. I'm the Vice Guild Master of the Freelance Alliance. Not sure if you've ever heard of us, she asks, playing it totally cool on the outside. Want to team up and conquer this limitless secret realm? But inwardly, she's thinking his legs aren't even moving right. He's talking about conquering realms while holding standard Origin World weapons. Is this guy actually a mental patient? Playing along with his delusions might just be her best move here. The guy lights up instantly. So this is really just a secret realm. Huang Nianshu immediately seizes the opening. He's absolutely thrilled, grinning like a fool. This game is way too realistic. I almost thought it was real. I suddenly couldn't hit the logout button, honestly scared me half to death. Huang Nianshu calculates quickly. She's got him. She glances at the deep slash mark on the door. Is there actually a blade that crazy sharp in reality? She rests both hands on her knees, forcing herself to calm down. You and I know the drill. Stop overthinking. Right now, surviving is everything. If this really is some twisted game world, how should she play it? She spins a quick lie. After my partner and I entered this secret realm, something weird glitched out and she totally disconnected. So right now, it's just me left all alone. If you have a plan, let's try clearing this realm together. The guy blinks in total surprise. Wait, disconnected. He stares at Huang Nianshu, completely captivated. She's gorgeous. Raising his sword, he shrugs. I honestly don't know how to clear it either. But wiping out the other players in this realm might just work. If we team up and do it together, things will go way faster. Huang Nianshu freezes in absolute horror. Murder, she's barely surviving herself, but there has to be some way she can actually stop this psycho. On the outside, she forces a bright smile. All right, let's go together. Inwardly, she's plotting she needs to lead him away first. Got to make sure Liu Yi stays safe. The guy points his finger. I've already cleared out the upper floor completely. So let's keep moving in this direction. As they walk, her mind races. This is the real world, no doubt about it. But why is he so totally obsessed with treating this like a video game? It makes zero sense. Just what exactly happened to him that makes him refuse to accept basic reality? If he's completely delusional, then him falling for her terrible lie actually makes perfect sense. The whole reason he's acting like this is just to find more proof to justify his twisted fantasy. She gently steers the conversation. Thinking about it, grinding regular monsters takes way too much effort. In these Origin World realms, besides guarding specific rare items, you usually have to defeat the main boss monster of the entire zone. Should we try hunting the boss down first? She pushes further. The difficulty level here isn't too crazy, so we should split up to search. Once we find it, we regroup here to take it down. It's a solid plan. The second he agrees and walks away, she's grabbing Liu Yi and making a run for it. But suddenly the guy snaps his head around, hyper alert. A terrifying monster with razor-sharp teeth just materialized out of thin air. It's standing right behind her. The guy yells out, "Whoa, look at that!" The beast reaches its massive claws toward her, but the guy lunges forward, blocking the strike with his blade. He's grinning like a maniac. A hidden realm monster. And you're telling me this isn't a video game? Who's the idiot now? Huang Nianshu stares in absolute shock. How is this actually happening? He viciously kicks the beast backward, raising his sword as he charges in. Once I kill you, I'll finally be able to clear this stage. Huang Yanchu is completely stunned. What on earth is that thing? Is she actually standing in the real world right now or inside some insane game? Thud, another massive creature stomps hard onto the floor. She whips her head around, pure panic setting in. There are two more of these things. Seriously, where are these monsters even coming from? You and I are about to see something wild. She sprints to lure them away. Whatever happens to her, she has to make sure Liu Yi stays safe inside that hospital room. She deliberately drags both monsters straight toward the crazy sword guy. Meanwhile, the guy brutally slices his monster cleanly in half with a single strike. She glances forward, then frantically checks her six. The two beasts are still hot on her heels. She breathes a sigh of relief. Perfect, they took the bait completely. With them distracted, Liu Yun should be perfectly safe now. Right as she nears the guy, she instantly pivots, sending the two raging monsters barreling straight toward him. The chaotic battle erupts while she quickly drops into a defensive stance, but her jaw practically hits the floor. The guy easily slices down one of the beasts, but the second one is faster. Its massive claw brutally pierces straight through his stomach. The guy just tightens his grip and violently cleaves the remaining beast in two. The monster's head flies off its dead arm, slipping right out of his bloody torso. With the monsters totally wiped out, their bodies actually start dissolving into thin air. The guy slowly lifts his head, flashing a downright creepy smile at her. Holding a basic broom, she awkwardly stammers, "Wow, you are incredibly strong. You just wiped out those monsters like it was absolutely nothing." But inwardly, she dials her guard up to maximum. Pretending to team up with him worked for now, but luring that monster right over to him and shifting the aggro, yeah, that move was way too obvious. Still, no matter how bad things get, dealing with a human beats fighting a monster you can't even reason with. The guy stumbles forward. Huang Mianshu watches in total shock as he suddenly collapses right onto the hard ground. He groans in pure agony. It hurts so much he feels like he's dying. Why make a game this insanely realistic? Tears stream down his face. Honestly, dying might be better. At least he could escape this twisted game. Nianshu steps closer, her voice shaking with worry. "Are you okay?" Total silence from him. Nianshu frowns, completely confused, until he finally looks up and asks her the big question. Is this really just a game world? Nianshu's eyes go wide. The guy stares at her, desperately waiting for some kind of answer. So she tells him, "Of course it is. Seriously, where else would those crazy monsters and your massive weapons come from?" But the guy suddenly realizes the brutal reality of it all. He breaks down sobbing. No, this isn't a game world at all. Memories flash back of him tragically sending his entire family straight to the grave. He weeps uncontrollably, screaming that this is not a game. Nianshu stands there frozen. She just awkwardly watches him break down completely. But then the guy's body starts fading away. Nianshu walks closer, gently sets her broom aside, and sits right down next to his fading form. She comforts him, telling him to trust his own gut. Shock completely washes over his face as his body fades, but he still manages to whisper a final thank you. And just like that, the guy vanishes, dropping a mysterious gem behind. Nanshu picks it up right as Liu Yi finally rushes onto the scene. He catches his breath, nervously scanning the area. Luckily, Nianshu had already moved Liu Yun to a totally different hospital room down the hallway. Liu Yi shouts her name. Nianshu spins around her face, instantly lighting up as she calls him brother. He quickly runs over to ask, "What in the world just happened?" Nianshu almost tells him the truth but stops herself. She says it's fine, secretly thinking that the whole mess is already handled. No need to stress him out with the crazy details. Nianshu wipes her tears away and tells her brother they need to grab Yoon and get out fast. They need to leave this hospital right now. Something totally insane is happening here, and it is getting way too dangerous. Liu Yi nods in agreement. But first they need to head back to the room so she and Yoon can equip their login devices. The scene suddenly shifts. Yoon and Nianshu both strap on their high-tech login gear. Nianshu closes her eyes tight and boom, she is officially logged straight into the game world. Suddenly, it all clicks for Nianshu. This completely explains why that fading guy earlier had such insane strength and crazy weapons. So this is the legendary Origin Realm. And this must be exactly why their family liquidized all their assets just for Origin Realm resources. Nianshu turns to look directly at Liu Yi and asks him, "Brother, what is actually going on right now?" Liu Yi tries to explain the origins, but suddenly Yoon snaps fully awake and screams out a massive warning about danger. She blinks in confusion, asking where they even are. Nianshu excitedly calls out Yoon's name. Liu Yi cracks a genuine smile, relieved that Yoon has completely recovered her senses. Leaning back against the cold wall, his mind races. It is time to seriously draft a bulletproof survival plan for when the Origin Realm finally descends upon reality. He shoots a quick glance outside as bright sunlight streams straight through the window glass. Turning back inward, he focuses hard on exactly what his end goal is. All he truly wants is a safe, stable place to survive. Sure, it might have unfair social classes, brutal oppression, and some undeniable chaos going on. But it absolutely needs to have hope. A place where grinding hard actually equals success, giving them a real shot at building a much better life for themselves. He thinks deeply. To grab onto that hope, he knows for a fact his own strength has to match the crazy rapid evolution of this brand new era. That is exactly why he's grinding so hard inside the Origin realm to guarantee he has enough raw power when the system finally invades the real world. That power is the only way to protect his future. But the chilling words from the New Order's guildmaster just completely derailed every single plan he carefully made. Because if the world is actually going to be wiped out in 3 years, then all his insane grinding right now is utterly pointless. Liu Yi clenches his fists tight, pure determination flashing across his face. This is a cruel world where trying your absolute hardest still guarantees zero hope for survival. He desperately needs to figure out if that guild master from New Order was spitting facts or just lying. Now, if it turns out to be fake, he will just stick to the original plan and escape with Yoon. But if it is real, he has to speedrun his leveling, pushing himself and his 9 yin seed all the way to tier 8. Only then can he summon 9 yin to reality and completely obliterate the apocalypse's root cause. Liu Yi narrows his eyes, but before that, he needs to crack the code on farming special experience points. Plus, he absolutely has to track down a super rare primal weapon. That way, he can easily embed the sealing orb while fully wielding the primal weapon's crazy stats. Let's talk about these sealing orbs for a quick second, okay? Inside a level 60 player seal, you basically store all those hard-earned attribute boosts and epic titles you've collected. These can be locked into any weapon above normal tier. If a weapon is totally empty, the embedding timer completely depends on the gear's specific rank and overall level. Weapons with slots can totally receive permanent embeddings. Next up on the item list, the legendary Eastern Bell artifact. By burning pure knowledge energy, this insane item literally records the exact physical state of any area within your visual range. Then it can completely restore that recorded zone back to its original state whenever you want. The total coverage range just depends on how much knowledge energy you sacrifice. But there is a massive catch. If the Eastern Bell leaves the recording zone while it's active, the whole save state automatically gets wiped out and invalidated. Liu Yi stares at Yoon and Nianshu. He still has Yoon to protect, and no matter what wild endgame he's trying to reach next, the very first thing on his mind was protecting her. But right now, that could only be done after his power was fully restored. Liu Yi crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. The first step to regaining his strength was securing a primal weapon. But where could he find one? Suddenly, the three of them felt a massive tremor. The floor directly beneath their feet just collapsed. Liu Yi was completely caught off guard. He fell, looking up in shock. A massive spatial portal appeared out of nowhere, instantly sucking everyone right inside. Liu Yi was absolutely stunned, thinking to himself, this secret dungeon never appeared in his past life. Why was such a terrifyingly huge dungeon here now? If it existed, there was no way he wouldn't know. Liu Yun screamed. Liu Yi quickly yelled back, Yun, do not panic. With a level 50 power you and Huang Nianshu have, you guys do not need to fear any dungeon popping up right now. He desperately wondered what caused this wild anomaly. The only difference from his past life was Yun and Huang Nianshu hitting level 50. Was this crazy dungeon actually born because of them? Liu Yi shouted out, remember, once we enter this dungeon, if we get separated and drop into different locations, prioritize protecting yourselves first. The girls were sucked right in. Liu Yi was sweating bullets, thinking, oh man, this is bad. He still hadn't found a weapon that could house the sealing orb, let alone one that a level 1 player like himself could actually equip. If this dungeon was literally created because of Yun and Huang Nianshu, then it was definitely a high-tier dungeon. Massive trouble. Right after saying that, Liu Yi got completely sucked into the dungeon too. The glowing system panel popped up. Player Liu Yi, level 1. Experience 0 out of 100. Title Special Entity. Level progression is completely unrestricted by the Empire. Base attributes multiplied by 2. Attack and defense power at 10. Liu Yi thought to himself, hey, huge trouble also means huge opportunity. Earning level up experience in this second life was highly likely to work exactly like the Origin Realm game. If he just successfully conquered this dungeon and snagged some experience points, then the lingering doubts in his mind regarding that special experience would finally be answered. And once that happens, the path to leveling up in reality would become crystal clear. Alright, stick with me here. The scene suddenly shifts to an incredibly creepy, completely abandoned basement. Flickering overhead lights. 5 confused people had just been randomly teleported into this gloomy space. Liu Yi quickly looked around. A doctor standing nearby asked in pure shock, where are we? I was just heading to work. Why is all this insane, chaotic stuff happening? Right now, a terrified female nurse started sobbing, crying out for her mom. Another patient clutched his head, completely panicking as he spoke. This is horrible. Where on earth did those ugly monsters even come from? Did we just get isekai'd? Liu Yi kept quietly to himself, realizing he definitely wasn't with Ah Yun and Huang Nianshu. If this twisted dungeon was truly targeting those two girls, what kind of nightmare were they dealing with right now? Liu Yi stared down the pitch-black spooky corridor right in front of him. He clenched his fists, determined to figure out a way to help them. But first things first, he absolutely had to find a weapon that he could actually equip. Because if he couldn't even find that, helping them was totally off the table. Without proper gear, being just a level 1 gunner, he wouldn't even be able to fight properly. Not having any usable weapon meant he would just be completely dead weight to the team. Suddenly, a guy's voice barked out, "Shut up, we aren't even dead yet, so stop howling like ghosts." While the crying, Liu Yi turned to look. Xiao Yi, gripping a sword, smirked with pure overconfidence. "Don't worry, people. I am going to carry this whole squad. This new era belongs to me." Liu Yi silently wondered. Wait, another player. Seeing him brag, the patient quickly spoke up. "Hey, Xiao Yi. Now is absolutely not the time to be joking around. The things we have to deal with here are literal terrifying bloodthirsty monsters. You can't just swing around an Origin Realm toy prop and expect to win." Xiao Yi scoffed at the word prop. He proudly showed off his blade. "This right here is authentic Origin Realm gear, 100% real. Today, right after the Origin Realm forced me to log out of the game, I magically gained my in-game powers and my actual Origin Realm equipment." Xiao Yi struck a totally exaggerated dramatic pose. He swung his sword to show off. A guy packing this much overpowered strength can do absolutely anything, so relax everyone. I am going to keep you all completely safe. The doctor looked super confused. Wait, what the heck is an Origin Realm game character? The patient just shook his head and said, "Xiao Yi, did the shock finally break your brain? I am an Origin Realm player too, man. My level was way higher than yours ever was. So why didn't I get those crazy in-game powers you are bragging about?" Xiao Yi put his hands on his hips, totally delusional. "That just proves I am the chosen one." Liu Yi stared at him. He thought, why does his vibe feel so similar to that one guy? Whatever, forget it. It doesn't matter who he is. As long as he can clear out these monsters while I search for gear I can actually equip, I'll just let him take the front line and absorb all the danger. Suddenly, Xiao Yi noticed something off. Liu Yi also sensed a beast approaching fast. The nurse visibly panicked. What on earth is that awful noise? The patient frantically tried to stop him. "Xiao Yi, don't do anything completely stupid. Get back over here right now." Xiao Yi just playfully swung his sword around. "Don't worry, do not panic, I have totally got this handled. Alright, watch closely." The razor-sharp claws of a monster crept from the shadows. A level 20 rat beast. Liu Yi analyzed the creature, quietly calculating. Level 20. If this dungeon spawns specifically because of Ah Yun and Huang Nianshu, then level 20 beasts should realistically only exist inside this dungeon's specific boundary. He watched Xiao Yi marching straight toward the monster, thinking to himself, but honestly, even against a level 20 beast, alright, we're jumping right in. This isn't something Liu Yi could handle right now. Thankfully, there was another player around. Otherwise, he'd be totally clueless against this beast. Xiao Yi gathered his momentum and charged. He managed to slash the monster but took a heavy hit in return. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. The monster opened its massive jaw, then collapsed completely. Everyone cheered. They actually did it, taking it down in one strike. Absolutely incredible. Liu Yi watched with pure relief, thinking to himself, an instant kill. This guy's level has to be at least 40. One of the patients stared in pure awe. "Xiao Yi, was everything you said true? How do you have actual video game powers in real life? That is seriously amazing." But Xiao Yi just froze. He stared at the bleeding wound on his side and screamed in agony. "It hurts. Why does it hurt this much? Games were never supposed to feel like this." As the dead monster vanished, the patient shouted a warning. "More are coming, Xiao Yi, hurry up and take them out." But Xiao Yi scrambled backward in total fear. "I'm done fighting, no more," he groaned. Through the pain, "It hurts too much." Seeing him cower, the angry patient stomped over and yelled, "Xiao Yi, what the hell are you doing? Stop crying about pain. Every single one of us is relying on you. You can't just back down now. Get out there and kill those monsters for us." Xiao Yi muttered under his breath, "Rely on me." His expression twisted darkly, gritting his teeth. "Rely on me." Xiao Yi swung his blade, slicing the patient clean in half. "You rely on me, yet you act so arrogant." The man dropped dead instantly. Everyone froze in absolute horror. The nurse's jaw dropped, stuttering out in pure panic. He killed him. He just murdered someone." Liu Yi's expression turned dead serious. Another patient suddenly took a brutal kick straight to the stomach, sending the guy flying right toward the two monsters. Seeing this, the beasts practically drooled, eyeing their brand new meal. Watching those beasts tear into their fresh prey terrified the doctors and nurses standing far away. Suddenly, a realization hit someone. "You don't even need to fight to distract the monsters." Xiao Yi barked an order. "You guys follow me." He took the lead, sneaking away toward the side while the horrible monsters were totally distracted by their meal. He pressed his back against the cold wall, waving for the medical staff to hurry up and follow. Taking advantage of the distracted beasts, he bolted as fast as humanly possible. Xiao Yi glanced back with a frown. The two medical workers were still completely frozen in place. He aggressively whispered, "Hurry up and move." The nurse's eyes widened in total panic before she quickly looked down. Feeling dizzy with fear, she realized following him was her only actual option left. There was no other way. She kept her head down and sprinted, telling herself that besides him, even if the rest of them teamed up, none of them could survive these monsters. Standing on the sidelines, Liu Yi had the exact same thought. Even if he hated following this guy, he really had no choice. If he waited for those beasts to finish eating, he was definitely dead. But suddenly the male doctor did something crazy. He pulled out a tiny blade, leaving Liu Yi utterly confused. "Huh, a scalpel." The terrified doctor stammered out, I am absolutely not following you. You are a literal murderer." Hearing this accusation, Xiao Yi just smirked with pure disrespect. "A murderer? Oh, fine by me. Let's see how you geniuses deal with those monsters once they finish their meal." He turned to the nurse. "Let's go," and bolted. The doctor gritted his teeth in total panic, eventually lowering his little scalpel. "We need to leave right now." Suddenly, one of the monsters twitched. It finished eating and slammed its massive back against the exact wall the doctor was trying to sneak past. The beast opened its jaws, completely satisfied by its gruesome meal, but then it snapped its gaze to the right. The doctor, gripping the scalpel, turned dead pale. "Watch this closely, guys." The monster lunged right at him, but Liu Yi charged forward too, thinking fast, there's no time to run. He snatched the scalpel straight from the doctor's hand. "Does a scalpel count as equipment?" He gritted his teeth, complaining internally. When he tried using a kitchen knife at home, the grade was totally worthless, worse than normal gear. But the material of a medical scalpel, it had to be way better than a kitchen knife, right? Even if it wasn't amazing, could the system actually register it as a weapon? Suddenly, right on cue, the system notification popped up. "Equipped medical scalpel. Rank normal. Level 1. Instantly, Liu Yi shouted in pure excitement. It actually worked. He locked his fierce gaze on the terrifying beasts ahead. "If that's the case, I have nothing to fear." Then Liu Yi roared amid sealing orb. He charged headfirst, taking the fight straight to the monsters, while the panicked doctor completely collapsed onto the floor. The doctor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What is this? Right before his eyes, those two unstoppable monsters were suddenly lying completely motionless, on the ground with Liu Yi standing tall over them. He screamed out, "You are an absolute legend." Meanwhile, the little scalpel in Liu Yi's hand had completely shattered. The system chimed in. "Your scalpel equipment has been destroyed. The sealing orb has been safely returned to your inventory." Embedded equipment durability heavily depends on its rank and level. That was the moment Liu Yi finally put the pieces together. This was exactly what the sealing orb's cryptic warning meant. Based on that incredibly brief clash just now, he could easily tell that a piece of normal, level 1 gear only lasts about 2 seconds. We've all played games like that, right? Suddenly, the trembling doctor approached. "Thank you so much for saving my life." But before Liu Yi could even say a word, a massive rumbling echoed from down the hallway. Liu Yi groaned. "More monsters incoming. You got any more scalpels?" he yelled. The doctor jumped, completely startled, before shakily holding out a whole fistful of blades. "Yeah, right here," the doctor stammered. "When I saw those things, I practically sterilized the whole batch just in case." Liu Yi snatched them up. "I'll take those." Instantly, a system prompt popped up. Scalpel equipment successfully added directly into his inventory backpack. He muttered under his breath. 6 actual gear pieces. Yeah, that's enough." Meanwhile, the terrified doctor nervously asked if they could even survive this endless monster wave. Liu Yi totally ignored him, his mind racing. If this dungeon specifically spawned to target Ah Yun and Huang Nianchu, then those two had to be trapped right in the absolute center. If they're fighting level 60 bosses, he'd have to smash his way through at least 4 different monster zones just to reach them. We're talking levels 20 through 50. Suddenly, seeing the horde flooding inside, the doctor screamed. "There's way too many." But Liu Yi kept his cool. He didn't know the exact center. "But here's a trick you and I both know. Follow the higher level monsters to find the boss." He flashed a wild grin. Activating his sealing orb skill, he pumped himself up. Sure, this orb's power was super limited and could only ever rewind his physical state by exactly 2 seconds. But watch this. He popped a blessing, boosting every single stat by 1,000. Talk about a massive buff. Instantly blinding jade green energy erupted from his entire body. Feeling that raw, insane power surging, he realized he could push this blessing even further. In a flash, he vanished, diving headfirst right into the monstrous meat grinder, completely focused. This was enough to clear the dungeon. They entered a rusty tunnel lit by faint emergency floor lights. It led to some sketchy iron stairs. Slumped against the wall, a dead nurse, completely skeletonized. The doctor followed close behind, whispering sadly about the poor victim. Moving further in, they stumbled right onto something completely unexpected. Xiao Yi's longsword planted straight into a massive pool of blood. Liu Yi frowned, grabbing the Duan Qiao blade. Instantly, the system flashed. Attack power plus 150, strength plus 15 with an inlay requirement of 30. He nodded grimly to himself. That's exactly right. No matter your power level, if you back down from a real fight, your only reward is death. The system chimed again, the rare Duan Qiao blade safely stored right inside his inventory backpack. Turning around, Liu Yi warned the doctor that he was picking up the pace. No time for babysitting. He wiped the entire monster zone completely clean. The doctor just needed to hide quietly without stressing over his safety. Once Liu Yi managed to beat the boss and completely conquer this whole dungeon, everyone would warp back to reality. The doctor hesitated, completely anxious, but Liu Yi laid it out straight. Following him meant certain death. Conceding defeat, the guy nodded gratefully. Sometime later, Liu Yi was absolutely sprinting through those rusted tunnels, blowing past floating jade-green energy cubes. He completely ignored them, pure speed breaking the floor tiles under his heavy boots. Eyes locked forward, tension written all over his face. Gripping his scalpels, he mentally mapped out the brutal, bloody path he had just carved. 20, 30, 40, he cleared them all. Now he was in the level 50 zone, frowning at his dual blades. His stats read full health, but his awareness gauge was sitting at a pathetic 3 out of 10. 2 battles left. Low awareness was risky, but the boss room was only level 60. Gripping his weapons tight, Liu Yi made up his mind instantly. This is definitely enough. Rushing toward the end of the tunnel toward the level 60 zone. Yun and Huang Nianshu had to be there. He prayed they were holding out. He ground his teeth, trying to stay positive. Both of them were solid level 50 players. They could totally protect themselves right. Still, this was brutal reality now, not some virtual game. Remembering Xiao Yi and that poor patient. Yeah, the damage and pain in here were 100% real. Any accidental injury, that agony would shred their combat focus completely. Could they even fight back? Pushing himself faster, he was absolutely terrified for them now. Yun, the exit door was finally there. Please let them be completely okay. She was his only real family left in this messed up world. Bursting through those exit doors, he completely slammed the brakes. Team 3 strike, Team 2 fall back, Yun shouted. Liu Yi jaw just hit the floor. His little sister was out here perfectly commanding a full-on raid party. Right beside her, 3 swordsmen unleashed synchronized slashes, spraying monster blood absolutely everywhere. Meanwhile, over in the corner, brave patients boxed in the giant boss. Backline support Huang Nianshu blasted blue energy screaming commands. Team 4 push, Team 3 evade, Yun commanded flawlessly. The enraged monster locked onto her, violently swinging its massive weapon straight down. The patients swarmed it instantly. Yun raised her glowing staff, perfectly blocking that spiked mace as multiple swords slashed the beast. Alright, you and I are witnessing pure madness here. A few brutal strikes leave the beast roaring in agony. Suddenly, Liu Yun leaps up and screams, "Just die already." She slices the massive beast clean in half from the top down. Its eyes immediately roll back into its skull before it crashes heavily to the ground. Moments later, the massive beast crumbles away into absolute dust. Job well done. Liu Yun rests her staff on her shoulder with a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, someone starts kissing up. Oh man, we finally took that thing down. Our guild leader is seriously incredible. Honestly, if she had not bothered to gather us all together, to cooperate and take down these insanely tough boss monsters with an actual strategy, the whole crowd of injured patients standing around Liu Yun and Huang Nianshu sigh in pure relief. We would have been completely clueless. Basically, we would have been wiped out right on the spot, just like total noobs facing these terrifying boss monsters for the very first time. Suddenly, the system interface flashes with a brand new global announcement. The hidden realm is completely cleared. The rock rat boss has been eliminated. Rewards are currently calculating, and this secret dimension will forcefully close very soon. Every single person pulled into this secret realm is about to be teleported out. Watching this unfold, Liu Yi simply drops his jaw in absolute shock. He suddenly realizes that all his nervous worrying over his sister, Yun, was completely pointless. He flashes a proud, affectionate smile while watching her in action. Just like back in that twisted mirror dimension, she can easily handle any dangerous situation thrown her way entirely on her own 2 feet. Then Liu Yi chuckles quietly to himself. Seriously, I am only 2 years older than her anyway. What made me think she was somehow less capable than I am? Chen Liu Yun's eyes widen as she notices him. Watching his little sister energetically waving him over, Liu Yi keeps thinking, why did I ever assume that she could not crush the obstacles meant for her own personal journey? Yun is miles ahead of anything I ever imagined. He tells himself to finally drop all that protective anxiety and just fully believe in his sister. We can totally back each other up and build the exact future we really want. He smiles happily to himself, realizing something huge right then. He is not fighting this crazy battle alone anymore. Suddenly, a bright system window pops up right in front of him. Because your current level is under 20, you can only receive the absolute minimum experience reward for this specific hidden realm, which is 21,600 experience points. The 9-yin candle dragon life core absorbs 10,800 experience points. This is heavily restricted due to the core currently sitting at level 1. Accumulated experience is 10,800 out of 100. Upon leveling up, the 9-yin candle dragon life core unlocks automatically, granting you 10,800 experience points. Due to his incredibly unique physique, those 10,800 experience points automatically condense into exactly 108 calculation power points. Deducting 100 calculation power points, he instantly upgrades to level 2. Then the system reveals his current stats. He hits level 20 out of 200 experience and 8 calculation power. His special physique title means his level progression completely ignores the normal Emperor base attribute limits. The massive stat boosts multiply his base attributes by 2. Attack power, solid defense, overall resistance, raw strength, crazy agility, and base constitution. Plus intelligence and perception all hit 12. 10 free attribute points, health bar maxed at 120, and full perception power sitting perfectly at 12. Plus, incredibly strong survival skills. Seeing all these massive numbers, Liu Yi gets super confused. Wait, experience points. Can I seriously earn real experience to level up here? Liu Yun quickly explains everything to Liu Yi. When we first stepped inside, Huang Nianshu and I were absolutely terrified. But honestly, once we finally got used to our powers, we realized destroying these terrifying monsters was actually a total breeze. Meanwhile, out in the real world, the Haisheng Hospital has fully transformed into a massive, eerie stone cavern. Liu Yun continues her story, especially dealing with those massive final boss monsters at the end. We just had to pay a steep price to finally take them down. But since this is reality, Huang Nianshu and I really could not risk testing if injuries heal as magically fast as they do in the video games. Plus, there were plenty of other players around us too. Right now, Liu Yi leads the 2 girls and the huge crowd of rescued patients straight toward the broken wall. Walking through the ruins, Liu Yun keeps explaining her thought process. So ultimately, I chose the super smart strategy of uniting all these random players together and strictly cooperating. We focus on attacking safely to avoid taking real damage inside the realm. Super lucky for us, they were all scattered alliance members from my guild with Huang Nianshu. Otherwise, convincing total strangers would have been a massive headache. She dramatically holds her forehead and sighs. But the crazy consequence is this group suddenly decided that in reality, they still desperately want to keep following me around. Right behind Liu Yun, the massive crowd cheers and showers them with endless praise. They honestly thought their beloved goddess, the gorgeous fairy they absolutely worshipped from the game, used heavy beauty filters to look that good. But nope, there was absolutely zero digital enhancement going on here. She is literally just that stunning in real life. Suddenly, a bald guy throws his friend into a playful headlock and wonders, was looking at them the ultimate reward for leading us safely out of that deadly secret realm? I swear, they look way more beautiful right now than back in the origin world. They have incredible leadership, flawless beauty, and the raw strength to crush any danger. Hearing this, the rest of the excited crowd instantly starts sighing in complete awe. Oh man, I am doomed. I totally fell in love with them. Hey, what exactly is going through your head right now? You are not allowed to think about them, only I can. Watching this nonsense, Liu Yi laughs out loud. Haha, that is not some lingering side effect. That is just your genuine inner beauty showing. Meanwhile, Liu Yun puts her hands on her hips and laughs cheerfully. Listen up, this broken world is only getting far worse. And having more loyal allies means we will survive a lot better out here. I honestly feel the same way. The entire group officially marches right out of the ruins. You and I know the truth here. She figures gathering this many epic superhumans means any crazy mission they attempt is totally guaranteed to succeed. Ah, finally, leaving the hospital, a voice cheers. Tonight felt like an absolute dream. Honestly, once I get back home, I am taking a long hot shower and just crashing hard. Another voice chimes in with a laugh. Hey, you know, compared to normal players out there, us hitting level 40 basically makes us superhumans, right? We're practically evolving. Meanwhile, Liu Yi steps onto a rocky ledge outside the building and completely freezes in his tracks. Superhuman, he frowns, sighing bitterly to himself. Yeah, maybe if the real world was still running exactly like it did during peacetime. Walking up right behind him, Liu Yun and Huang Nianshu stare with wide eyes, jaws literally dropping at the absolute madness right in front of them. How? How did everything end up like this? Liu Yun stammers. Right before their eyes, the entire city is completely engulfed in roaring smoke and flames. Buildings are crushed into pure rubble. The world has already changed, Liu Yi mutters heavily. A long while later, back over at Liu Yi Place, the surviving group finally starts splitting up. Guild leader, we are heading home to check on things. Once everything is settled, we will come track you down. Same here, count me in. I am just praying a million times that nothing bad happened to our families. Huang Yanshu turns to her friend and adds Yoon. I really need to head home for a bit too. Sometime later, sitting forward on the living room sofa, Liu Yun looks up and asks, with everything totally falling apart out there, I had to check on home. But brother, you dragging me back here. Is there something super important you need to talk about? Hearing that, Liu Yi frowns deeply in serious thought. Then staring right at his confused younger sister, he gives his orders. I need to leave for a little bit. I have to make a move while these mutated monsters haven't fully evolved, to the point where we literally cannot kill them anymore. You stay right here and carefully guard all the intel I have gathered so far. Totally confused, she asks, brother, where could you possibly go right now? Liu Yi does not hold back. He drops the massive bombshell about the missing continents. Hearing this, she jumps straight to her feet in pure shock. Entire landmasses just vanished. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi seriously breaks it down. That completely explains why every other continent went totally silent. If this is actually real, I have to go out there and confirm it all myself. Glancing sideways, Liu Yi quickly adds, I am heading straight for the border. While I am gone, keep your eyes open. Stay sharp no matter what happens. Liu Yun listens super closely as he continues. Of course, if you can recruit a few more reliable people to help out, that is great. But if not, do not sweat it. Right now, the only real way to farm experience and actually level up is running those secret dungeons. And trust me, they are about to pop up absolutely everywhere soon. Placing his hands firmly on his hips, he warns her, if you are strong enough, try to secure as many dungeon zones as possible. That is the only real way you and your crew will keep getting stronger and hold onto your massive head start. The strategy finally clicks in Liu Yun's head. Oh, got it, understood. Then blinking, she randomly asks, wait, brother. If you are heading all the way to the border, how exactly are you getting there? Liu Yi answers smoothly. The fastest route is the ocean. First, I need a boat and a captain. Fast forward one day. Off the coast of Haichang's Shegang region, massive waves crash violently against a fast-moving yacht. Sitting right on deck, Liu Yi thinks back to his sister's brilliant idea. Just hit up Nanshu, she had confidently suggested back at the house. She has a private yacht literally just sitting there. He rubs his forehead, smiling helplessly. Man, I'm owing Nanshu way too many big favors lately. Earlier, when she heard he needed some help, she did not even hesitate. Pointing excitedly, she had asked, wait, you are heading out to sea to investigate something wild. I have got a luxury yacht under my name. It has been docked forever. Just take it, it is all yours. Though clearly a little worried, his sister chose to trust him. All right, then I am setting you up with a veteran captain to get you there safely. Nianshu had also carefully added to the whole plan. With how crazy things are, the captain has to be an awakened player. That way, if sea monsters attack, he won't be a liability. Back in the present, Liu Yi nods respectfully to the captain. Thanks for doing this. The guy just laughs it off. Oh man, do not even mention it. The young miss gave the order, so I am your guy. Besides, the ocean is actually pretty safe right now. Definitely nowhere near as crazy dangerous as the mainland. Hearing that makes Liu Yi instantly frown. Safe, he thinks grimly to himself. Yeah, maybe just for the moment. The dark ocean is literally crawling with mutated beasts, definitely way more than anything on land. He keeps analyzing the threat. Sure, the ocean is absolutely massive. So the odds of actually running into a monster right now are technically low, at least until they finish evolving. But wait, no. Liu Yi's face goes completely pale. He just realized something genuinely huge. In his past life, he never heard a single news report about sea monsters. Nothing at all. Logically speaking, that makes zero sense. He mentally pulls up the old world map, the North Sage continent, the Western lands, Central Hua, and East Heaven. He frowns in deep doubt. In a world where the oceans are way bigger than the actual land masses, it is literally impossible for mutated sea creatures to just not exist. He rapidly starts visualizing their own nation's borders in his head, mapping out Central Hua. You've got massive hubs like Quezon City, North Zhoushan, Kakuichi City, Kumorin City, and Haicheng, plus Shagang right over here. He completely freezes, a horrifying theory hitting him. Wait, unless the only surviving landmass on Earth is Central Hua. If the oceans were totally cut off, only these coastal zones are left. Meanwhile, at that exact same time, somewhere else entirely, down by the docks, a shady guy answers a call. Hello, the Bai family is finally making a move. Staring at Liu Yi yacht disappearing, he reports. His sister's private boat just took some stranger out to sea. We trailing them, understood. It is way better if I just eliminate them both. Say no more. All right, let's dive right in. He hangs up the phone and yells. Brothers, let's go. Instantly, a whole crowd roars ready for battle. This is the Back Garden Guild Shagang branch, led by second-tier Captain Sea Monster level 41. Right on his loud command, the mob jumps onto the ship. Liu Yi stares down, totally stunned and deep in thought. Meanwhile, his boat driver's jaw completely drops in shock. He stammers, how is this possible? Right now, their boat just floats dead center in the ocean, right on the edge of a zone. Beyond that, pitch black darkness. The driver gasps, I remember going out to sea a few days ago, but then. He grabs his head, muttering, I have no idea what I did after that. As for Liu Yi, he just stares down, totally lost in thought. He frowns and looks ahead. Before them is nothing but a dead gray sky. So Liu Yi makes his choice. His next main goal is leveling up. Right then the system chimes in. Player Liu Yi, level 2. Experience 0 out of 100. Combat power 2. Staring at the prompt, he thinks, if I want to level up, I need XP. It seems a bit crazy, like 200 times more. Secret dungeons only give 10 times the XP, not to mention whether something like a real-world secret dungeon raid could even happen. Then he glances all around and casually mutters to himself, even if there are, I don't care about getting a bad reputation every day. But where can I find that many secret dungeons to raid? Anyway, and how am I supposed to trick that many players? Realizing this kind of massive XP drop just won't come from regular dungeons, he tells the driver, let's head back. But inside his mind, he's busy calculating. Even with 0 clues, there has to be a way to farm massive XP. There is definitely a way to get crazy strong. Still, he needs to get back to High City first and figure it out later. He starts worrying, wondering just how much time he's going to waste on this whole thing. Right now, you and I know every single other player out there is rapidly grinding their levels. Can he actually secure a top player spot? Suddenly, Liu Yi freezes in pure shock. He stares at the floating blue text right in front of him, totally confused. What is that? The message reads. Special class players who personally kill normal players can steal 10% of their total experience. Signed, Earth Shadow. In a flash, the text fades away like thin air. He flinches, full of suspicion. It disappeared. Killing players lets you steal 10% of their total XP, Earth Shadow. He's totally baffled by it. Right now, completely forget about how this mysterious guy even contacted him or what method he used. He frowns, secretly freaking out inside. This stalker knows he has a special class, read his mind directly, and even answered his exact thoughts. How is that even possible? It's genuinely terrifying. If this guy is an enemy, how the heck do you fight that? Suddenly, the text pops up again. I am not your enemy. Earth Shadow. This time, Liu Yi is completely spooked. It's back. Then it flashes another warning. Careful, your pursuers have arrived. You can deal with them. To prove my words are true. Earth Shadow. At that exact moment, a bright orange jet ski tears across the ocean. Hearing the engine, Liu Yi flinches and looks over. Suddenly, a massively jacked guy raises a deadly spear. He hurls it forward with brutal force. The spear barely grazes Liu Yi's side, making him shout in shock. Sensing the danger, the boat driver whips his head around, terrified. Liu Yi grabs his side, grinding his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, the back garden captain crosses his arms, mocking him. I thought you were some top-tier pro, but you're just absolute street trash. You can't even catch a random spear throw. Are you even past level 10 yet? But the distance is huge, so his arrogant voice just drowns in the open ocean. Over here, Liu Yi asks the driver, did you hear what he said? He replies, nope. Liu Yi scoffs. Where did this idiot even come from? On the other side, Sea Monster points his finger and curses them. Are you guys completely deaf? You really can't hear what your boss is saying. Beside him, his lackey nervously rubs his hands, awkwardly trying to explain. Boss, I think they're way too far away to hear you. Should we get a little closer to them? Smack. Sea Monster slaps him halfway across the boat, roaring, idiot, get closer. You think I'm stupid? Sprawled on the deck, the lackey holds his cheek, crying like a baby. Ah, boss, that really hurt. Hearing that just makes him even angrier as he yells, I wanted to beat some sense into your thick skull. We need to watch out for the Bai family. Are they weak? No way. Then he explains. Even though I agreed to this so casually, it was just a show for the higher-ups. This whole world has completely changed now. So we have to be super careful if we want to survive. Give me the megaphone. Then back over here. Now Liu Yi can clearly hear him screaming through a megaphone. I thought you were some pro, but you're actually just street trash. You can't even catch a spear. Are you even past level 10? Off to the side, the lackey peeks up and nervously asks, boss, you literally just said we should be super careful. Is provoking them like this really a good idea? Boom. Sea Monster slaps him again, cursing idiot. He's crawling on the deck again, holding his face and wailing. Boss, that hurts. Sea Monster lectures him again. There's a time to be careful and a time to be arrogant, otherwise life is just too miserable. Besides, we are on the open ocean. To get across, he only had 2 choices, swim for it or jump the massive gap. Even a player at level 60 couldn't possibly clear that distance. Suddenly, Water Monster shouts over to him, are you Liu Yi? What exactly are you doing over there? You seriously trying to mess with us? Better watch your back before the young master brings his crew to wipe you out. Hearing this, Liu Yi looks over curious. Do you actually know these guys? The helmsman nods. We've crossed paths in the Origin world. You and I are looking at a squad of level 40 players from the Backyard Guild. Suddenly, the enemies yell out, "No way, out here where there is zero signal coverage, we can just finish you off and dump your bodies into the border abyss. Who would ever know it was us?" Boys grab the harpoons from your bags and fire. Instantly, the whole mob readies their weapons and starts screaming. Seeing this, the helmsman panics. We are completely doomed. A harpoon thrown by a level 40 player hits with the absolute force of a cannonball. If our boat goes down, I am totally dead. Liu Yi casually grips his scalpel, leans forward a bit, and asks, "Are you able to protect our boat?" The terrified man answers honestly, "At my absolute best, I can only block their very first wave of attacks." Hearing this, Liu Yi smirks. "Once they start firing, just focus on keeping our boat in one piece. I will handle the rest of them." The helmsman is totally speechless. "Leave it up to you." Sure, the young lady claimed he was a level 60 player, but looking at that nasty wound on his ribs, well, he just has to blindly trust her words. Meanwhile, Liu Yi's eyes start glowing a dangerous crimson. They are only level 40. With all my attributes combined hitting 1,000 points, I can easily wipe them out. He shouts, "All right," then he thinks to himself. This is the perfect chance to test if the shadow technique on them is actually real or not. Suddenly, over on the Backyard Guild's side, Water Monster throws his hand up, stopping his men. "Wait, hold up, my heart is suddenly pounding like crazy. Let us fall back a bit, create some distance, and then attack from afar." Immediately, their yacht and a whole fleet of jet skis turn around to flee. Watching this, Liu Yi stares in total confusion. What is going on? Running already, his expression hardens into a wicked smirk. "Sorry. You guys are not escaping me today." Liu Yi immediately activates his Wind God Orb. He triggers the recovery inlay, heavily boosting every single one of his attributes, straight up to 3,000 points. At the exact same time, a wild blue energy tornado violently erupts all around him. Liu Yi steps forward, taking in the harsh reality of the border. What the president of the New Order Guild said was absolutely right. With the apocalypse looming, true peace is just a total myth. Only by crushing the actual root of the crisis do you earn the right to choose how you want to live your life. He keeps walking, his resolve hardening. So I have to do this. I absolutely must solve this mess and completely conquer Mount Bujo. I need to claim that mysterious apocalyptic monster power for myself. Then launching himself straight off the deck, Liu Yi mutters to himself. He thinks back to the Origin world. Even when he faced the apocalyptic 9 Yin with level 60 strength, he didn't even have a single hope of winning. Liu Yi crashes violently into the ocean, sending up a massive geyser of water. Surviving the apocalypse, not a chance. Then he literally sprints across the water. His eyes are ice cold, knowing his current strength is nowhere near enough. But even so, even though he is only level 2 right now, his potential has zero limits. Liu Yi frowns quickly, calculating his next move. He can just keep growing endlessly until he matches the sheer scale of the apocalypse itself or goes even higher. All he is missing right now is a ridiculous amount of experience points, 200 times more than normal players. Seeing him rushing closer, the Backyard Guild squad panics and tries to flee. Meanwhile, Liu Yi calmly thinks it over. Grinding standard dungeons for experience points will never meet his insane level requirements. He closes in on a buzzcut guy. Now you and I need to watch this closely if that shadow intel is actually true. Killing normal players means he can directly steal 10% of their total gathered experience points. That completely opens up an insanely fast pathway for him to level up. With zero hesitation, he violently blasts one of their boats to pieces. Seeing this, Water Monster and his inner circle drop their jaws in absolute horror. The rest of the guild members are completely shook to their very cores. Suddenly, one of the goons screams out, "Brothers, stop running. He fell right into the water. Let's end him right here. Do not let him surface." Instantly, a squad of spear-wielding thugs rip their jet skis around, screaming at the top of their lungs, aiming right at the spot where he vanished. But then Liu Yi simply steps onto the crashing waves like he is walking on solid ground. Suddenly, the system chimes in. "You have killed player Wu Mingzi. You have gained over 284,000 experience points. Because your physical constitution is uniquely special, over 142,000 experience points have automatically converted into 1,424.75 calculation points. Consuming 200 calculation points, you have leveled up to 3. Consuming 300 points, level 4. 500 points, level 6. Remaining calculation power stands at 32.75. Without skipping a beat, Liu Yi violently launches himself forward, straight at another jet ski rider, scaring the absolute life out of him. Liu Yi flashes a wicked, deeply satisfied grin. I really can harvest their experience points. Seeing this absolute madness, Water Monster's right-hand man screams in terror, "Boss, how is he running on the water?" Water Monster stammers back in pure fear, "We are totally dead. The higher-up's request was way too dangerous." Meanwhile, Liu Yi is casually knocking out wave after wave of players. You and I both know what happens next. The system chimes again. You have killed player Chen Fan. Your calculation power has reached 1562.2. You have successfully eliminated player Wu Yifan. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Combat power hits 1365.5. Lu Ming drops dead. Power jumps to 1756.5. Suddenly, something catches Liu Yi eye. The boat pilot watches totally stunned. He mutters, "Way too strong," right in front of him. Liu Yi throws another punch, zigzagging through the enemies and dropping several more in a flash. Meanwhile, a lackey frantically reports to Water Monster. "Boss, all the level 30 guys who followed you are totally wiped out." Running for his life, he screams, "Hurry and run, we are absolutely no match for this guy." The lackey then panics. "We are literally in the middle of the ocean. Where do we go?" "Boss, I wet my pants." At the same time, Liu Yi sprints right up to the massive ship. He leaps high into the air and lands heavily on Water Monster's deck. He stares at the completely empty ship, utterly confused. Where did everyone go? Right now, Water Monster is grinding his teeth in pure panic. He and his lackey are literally sprinting across the open ocean. Seeing this, the lackey swears in complete shock. "Holy crap, boss, it turns out we can actually run right on top of the water now. Insane." He then starts rambling nonstop. "I was so scared of dying earlier for nothing." Wait, no, that is not it. Good thing I was smart enough to dump all my attribute points straight into agility. I remember the stat description saying that one single point of agility equals 1 meter per second. Even though this weight ratio is supposed to drop as your agility stat gets higher, the encyclopedia totally said that as long as you hit 30 meters per second, you can run right across water. And get this, my agility stat is sitting way over 400 points right now. Water Monster, completely annoyed, screams, "Shut up and just run." Meanwhile, Liu Yi calmly watches the two of them sprinting far away. He stays silent, showing absolutely zero emotion. But just a moment later, the two runners are violently thrown face first right onto the ship's wooden deck. The pilot looks super confused. "Little Liu, you actually dragged them back here." Meanwhile, Water Monster's bruised lackey scrambles up onto his knees, stuttering and begging for mercy. "Boss, please spare my life. I will do literally whatever you want. Just let me walk away alive." Watching this pathetic display, Liu Yi thinks, since killing regular players grants me extra experience points, enemies are basically a super valuable resource. If I spare them so they can lead me straight to their hideout, I can harvest way more experience in one go. He crosses his arms, glaring down at the two losers and asks, "Who sent you?" Water Monster grits his teeth trying to bargain. "If I tell you, will you let us go?" Off to the side, the pilot chimes in, "Little Liu, there is no point wasting time torturing these guys." Water Monster is famous for being incredibly stubborn in this game. The lackey, however, is crying a literal river crying inside. "Oh man, we are so dead. The boss is done for this time. What do I do to escape?" But Liu Yi just growls out, "Oh, so you want to be stubborn." Suddenly, Water Monster drops to his knees, screaming, "No, it was not me. Please, just spare me. Stick with me because this changes everything." Back Garden arranged this entire thing. The lackey drops his jaw in shock, and the pilot is completely stunned, thinking, "This is definitely not the Water Monster I know." Hearing that painfully familiar name, Liu Yi frowns and angrily repeats it. Back Garden. Then he quietly starts doing the math. "Actually, my base stat growth per level is exactly double what normal players get right now. That means all those early stat rewards I got, like the weight ratio bonuses, are going to be totally multiplied, doubled compared to before." Remembering his past life, the Back Garden Guild had roughly 100,000 members and their average level was well over 40. This time around, it will only be higher. He immediately forms a ruthless plan. If my enemy is Back Garden, wiping them completely off the map will net me nearly 400 million experience points. Minimum. I will use that to hit level 55, then equip the ultra-rare gear I crafted back in the Origin Realm. With my special physique buffs applied, my base combat strength in the Origin Realm will reach level 110. Liu Yi clenches his fists, happily thinking, "That is enough to crush that mystery guy at Buzhou Mountain. To save this world, I have no choice but to sacrifice all of you, Back Garden." But then Liu Yi starts wondering, what exactly is Earth's shadow anyway? What is its true goal? He sits quietly in the cabin, bowing his head in deep thought. Sitting right across from the Water Monster duo, sweating heavily, the boss thinks I must cooperate perfectly with this absolute powerhouse. Cannot make the big boss mad. I am just a rock. I am a literal rock. Meanwhile, Liu Yi looks incredibly tense, quietly analyzing the situation. Thinking back, it fed me those two sentences. Besides directly reading my mind and answering me out loud, there is another theory. It might just be watching my every move indirectly, guessing what I am thinking based on my actions, and then giving the perfect response. The more he thinks, the more confusing it gets. Otherwise, it is a terrifying thought. Plus, one major question remains: why would it even help me? And honestly, it was not even real help in that specific moment. Even without its warning, I was going to deal with Water Monster's lackey anyway. I would have eventually figured out I could get experience points just by killing other players. Liu Yi stares blankly downward, furrowing his brows as he guesses, maybe it was just convenient. If I look at it that way, Earthshadow's real goal is not simple at all. He checks the system screen, reflecting on it. But no matter what, my level has zero limits. As long as I keep grinding up, any sneaky plots or cheap tricks will just crumble to dust. You and I both know he is going to dominate. The screen shows Liu Yi level 12 special title active. Unrestricted by the Emperor class limits, Liu Yi base stats actually double, and his other attributes. They're steadily climbing up too. As the ship finally nears land, Liu Yi just marvels to himself. This special physique really brings some insane surprises. It is way beyond just doubling his base stats. The system actually adds massive area of effect skills, insane health recovery, and absolute offensive power. But honestly, he knows the real game changers here are those newly acquired skills. Every 10 levels, it is not just a pick one scenario anymore. Level 55 right now feels exactly like hitting level 100 back in the Origin realm. He rests his hands on his knees, looking super proud. Just too strong. But then he scratches his chin deep in thought. Right now, he is missing a handgun and has zero clue where to find one. Sweating, he nervously wonders, would a toy gun actually work? Yeah, probably not. In the end, Liu Yi just mutters to himself to take it one step at a time. He still has 21 surgical scalpels salvaged from the hospital ruins earlier. That stash is definitely enough to keep him going for a while. Alright, you and I are about to see this get dark. Later on, dead bodies start floating across the sea. From the ship, they can clearly see the distant ruined city and mountains. The boat driver goes completely pale with pure fear. They were only at sea for 2 days, so why are there so many corpses near the coast? Steering the boat, he starts panicking hard. Looking at the wounds on those bodies, many of them were definitely not caused by monsters. Hearing this, Liu Yi just frowns and coldly reminds him that things are only going to get way more chaotic from here. At least right now, basic things like cell signals, electricity, and the internet are still working across certain secure areas. But once all this modern tech gets completely wiped out with nobody left to fix it, society is basically going right back to the Stone Age. That grim reality absolutely terrifies the driver, who calls it horrifying. Liu Yi just nods right back. Yeah, it is going to be incredibly scary. Honestly, it might get even worse than that. Once basic food supply chains totally snap and starvation kicks in, people will do literally anything just to fill their stomachs. Total absolute madness over a single meal. After that, Liu Yi shares a bit more crucial info with the guy. If the ruling control bureau was still around, things would be perfectly fine. But right after the world changed, every single member of the Control Bureau just completely vanished without a trace. Nobody knows why. It is exactly like when city guards in a video game suddenly vanish, leaving all the red-name player killers to run absolutely wild. With the chaos guaranteed to get this terribly bad, their only hope now is praying that those massive player guilds step up to rebuild some kind of basic social order. A short while later, the four of them finally reach the shore. Liu Yi leads the way straight into the blackened, ruined city. Looking around, someone confusedly asks, what on earth happened here? The entire coastline has been completely blasted to pieces. Liu Yi replies that a monster must have spawned from a secret realm. Wrapped in bizarre system rules, it basically turned this entire area into a massive wasteland. But it looks like another player already dealt with it. Staring at the dead bodies everywhere, the boat driver stammers in absolute horror. This is just too terrifying. Then he glances over anxiously, wondering how bad things are on the other side. Suddenly, Liu Yi steps up and tells the driver to head back first. Sticking around him won't do the guy any good anyway. Startled but incredibly relieved, the driver immediately bolts out of there quickly, shouting back a massive thank you. Now stick with me here. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi glares at the two fish monsters. He orders them to lead him straight to that sand dune they mentioned over in the back garden district. Instantly terrified, the fish monster eagerly clasps his hands together. Understood, understood. Meanwhile, his nervous little underling just scratches his head, begging the big boss to follow them right this way. Following them up a broken staircase toward the main street, Liu Yi starts strategizing. Sure, clearing out the back garden is the fastest way to level up his stats, but doing it safely is a whole different story. He really needs to calculate his moves and plan this entire raid perfectly. Walking along, Liu Yi figures out the most effective method. The safest play right now is clearing the enemies out step by step, starting from the outer edge. Since early levels require way less experience points, wiping out just 1 or 2 enemy bases should be more than enough. That would easily push his level up past 30. Hanging back away from the two fish monsters, he figures that once he equips a solid level 30 armor set and finds a matching weapon, he can slowly push straight into the back garden, starting his entire assault right from Bai Town. Suddenly, the underling whispers to the fish monster in panic, "Boss, are we seriously just leading this guy straight to Wu Hao's territory? Is that actually a good idea?" If Wu Hao doesn't completely destroy this guy, Wu Hao is definitely going to slaughter us instead for bringing him here. But the fish monster quickly shushes him. What else can we do? Look at this guy. The second he realizes we are useless, he will kill us on the spot. After a long, tense walk, they finally arrive in front of a perfectly intact high-rise building. The fish monster nervously continues his plan. In this insane situation, our best bet is bringing him straight to Wu Hao and just gambling on the outcome. The second those two start fighting each other, we can easily make our escape. Hearing that sneaky logic, the underling praises his boss's genius plan. Then both of them look up at the towering building in absolute awe. Standing before the beautiful building, the underling confirms this is the place. Before going out to sea, he clearly remembers that the survivors heading to the sand dune were previously helped by the wealthy elites who used to live right here. Rumor has it, the richest guy in Sand Hill used his incredible wealth to recruit a massive army of top-tier players. He chimed in happily, noting that this even included Wu Hao, the strongest player in the back garden sector. Meanwhile, the water monster watched with total admiration. Seriously. Even though he is just the wealthiest guy in a small town, he definitely has his hands on the absolute best gear available. Stuff we have never even seen before. Over here, Liu Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing that while other zones were completely wiped out, this specific area was actually protected perfectly. It seemed his instincts were spot on this time, and he muttered a quick word of praise. Even though the richest guy in Sand Hill was just an ordinary person who used manipulation to recruit his followers, his future status would definitely be sky high. Suddenly, they spotted a body plummeting from the building above. Liu Yi clenched his fists in surprise, but he held his ground waiting to see what happened. The person slammed into the ground right in front of the water monster, shocking his subordinate. Was that the richest man in Sand Hill? Why did he just fall from up there? Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from above. Father, father. Up on a high floor by a shattered window, a young woman knelt down, weeping uncontrollably as she looked over the edge. Father. Suddenly, the man standing behind her grabbed her by the hair. What gives you the right to reject me? He snarled viciously. He lifted her completely off the ground, leaving her dangling in the air. Then he yanked her backward and roared, "You really need to learn your actual place in this world. Me inviting you was already showing you too much respect." He ruthlessly tossed her out the broken window. The girl was completely terrified, mouth wide open in absolute disbelief, as she plummeted straight down. She glanced below in pure terror, finally processing her grim reality as her body spun around in the cold air. Screaming in total panic, she plunged headfirst toward the concrete. Down below, Liu Yi simply frowned, looking upward. He didn't even flinch as she smashed into the ground right in front of him. He never even looked down at the body, keeping his eyes locked on the building. Up there, a man in a brown suit smirked wickedly. Liu Yi curled his lip, feeling totally annoyed as the memory hit him. So it was him. In his past life, the guy slaughtered people like flies. You and I know him as the infamous Red Demon Wu Hao. Taking him out now wouldn't carry any guilt at all. Up in that shattered room, Wu Hao casually shoved his hands into his pockets, turned his back to the edge, and strolled right back inside. Suddenly, down on the ground, that massive pool of blood started to twitch. A human figure literally formed out of the blood, standing right in front of Liu Yi, mocking him. "You are seriously a cold-blooded monster." A guy with blue hair looking just like Wu Hao flashed his razor-sharp teeth and added, "You really chose to ignore a beautiful woman dying right in front of your eyes." Then he stepped right up to Liu Yi, shouting loudly over toward the water monster. "What happened to all those guys you brought with you? Are they completely dead?" Liu Yi just frowned, listening to this guy rambling on. "They died doing a mission for the Bai family. Why should we care about him?" Suddenly, the buzz-cut subordinate threw his hands up and cheered loudly. "Boss Zhuang," off to the side, the water monster quickly agreed. "Yeah, our entire crew got wiped out by him." Standing back, the water monster realized Li Zhuang was also incredibly strong. If Li Zhuang attacked now, they could use the distraction to escape. He pointed a shaking finger and screamed, "Take him out, get revenge for our fallen brothers." Seeing this pathetic display, Li Zhuang glared and cursed loudly. What absolute trash! But suddenly Liu Yi activated his special gear. The blessed South Wind treasure orb embedded in his scalpel instantly boosted all his attributes by 2,000. He swung one vicious punch, literally exploding Li Zhuang into a bloody mist. Watching this absolute massacre, the water monster and his lackey stood frozen, jaws completely dropped in terror. A second later, both of them dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. "Boss, we messed up. Please." Over on his side, Liu Yi just stared at the gory puddle, realizing there was no system kill notification. Was that a clone skill? But whose clone was it? Wu Hao's. The face looked nothing like Wu Hao, so it was probably just a puppet minion, created by Wu Hao using his own shadow powers. Feeling thoroughly annoyed now, Liu Yi glared right back up at that towering skyscraper. It was the ultimate hideout for a guy like Wu Hao. Suddenly, Liu Yi vanished from his spot. He was literally sprinting straight up the vertical glass wall of the building, his footsteps echoing like thunder. Liu Yi was definitely not happy. Seeing this insane stunt, the water monster and his minion were completely dumbfounded, stuttering in pure awe. The boss can actually run up walls. Just how high is his agility stat right now? I honestly have no idea, his lackey whispered back. Let's just be good and listen to him. There's literally zero chance we can outrun this guy. Meanwhile, Liu Yi vaulted right through that broken window high above. He landed perfectly as light as a feather. Inside, a blue-haired girl hung suspended with her wrists, tied eyes totally rolled back. Over in the corner, a man was dangling from a noose, completely slumped forward. Down on the bloody floor, another guy had a sword stabbed straight through his spine. Over on a pillar, dozens of different glowing swords were violently pinned into the concrete. Spotting Liu Yi, a group of thugs lounging around the room instantly snapped their attention toward the new intruder. Way in the back on a luxury sofa, Wu Hao sat chilling with his arms spread wide, his cold eyes completely dripping with killer intent. Liu Yi just strutted straight and totally ignoring the lackeys. A few guys started whispering. He actually jumped all the way up here from the street. Seems his level isn't low at all. Yeah, probably hovering right around level 50. Is there even anyone over level 50 in the Origin realm right now? Who isn't a famous elite player from one of the major guilds? I mean, just look at him. Does he even look like a big shot? Besides, even if he really is a level 50 player, does he actually think he can take all of us on? Suddenly, a purple-haired guy pointed a cocky thumb right at Liu Yi. Hey buddy, you trying to play the hero of justice here, just like the others. Alright, you and I are jumping right into it. What happened to the guy whose weapons are stuck in that wall? The thugs mocked him. You here to play hero? Haha, remember that last kid we crushed? He put up a decent fight for a while, but eventually he was on his knees begging for his life. But it was way too late. These guys look like red-eyed demons actually having the guts to mock Liu Yi. Kneel down right now and maybe we will let you live. Liu Yi just raised his eyes, flashing an incredibly cold and mocking smile. I actually felt a little bit guilty about treating you guys as nothing but pure experience points. But honestly, looking at you all right now, I feel totally fine about it. Hearing those words, the thugs were completely confused. What on earth was this crazy guy even talking about? Did he lose his mind? No way, did this idiot actually think he could stand against them, fighting every single one of them at once? They had a ton of level 40 players on their side. Who did he think he was? The legendary great savior from the rumors. Legends always had a way of inspiring others, right? But the second those words dropped, boom, every single thug standing in front of Liu Yi was wiped out instantly. Meanwhile, the system announced his computing power was multiplying exponentially. His level skyrocketed straight through the ranks 1046, 70, 89. Liu Yi's eyes completely lit up as he cracked a wildly excited smile. After that, he casually dismantled every single guy who dared to disrespect his sister. Oh, and speaking of that great savior, he apparently had two incredibly beautiful younger sisters too. I would really love to meet them. Don't even think about it, man. Their levels are way higher than anything you or I have. Who knows what the future holds, right? As long as my level keeps shooting up higher than theirs, then I can easily make my move. Following that, Liu Yi took a few casual steps right over to Wu Hao. Right then, the system notified him. Experience hit 12,730.5. His level finally bumped up to rank 20. The new player skills he unlocked were Blessing and Curse. And of course, bagging all that extra experience meant he was just going to keep leveling up. Finally, his level spiked all the way to rank 26. Right after that, the system reported that the entire attribute enhancement process was completely wrapped up. Currently, Liu Yi was sitting pretty at level 26 with his experience capped at 81,600 and a massive computing power of 32,345.5. His attack and defense power both landed exactly at 29. Seeing those stats, Liu Yi flashed a deeply satisfied smile. Suddenly, rocks began crashing down heavily right behind him. Right in front of him, Wu Hao was still sitting in the exact same position, his face shadowed with those terrifying glowing red eyes. He finally shifted his posture, resting an elbow on his thigh as he scoffed. Humph, you actually are pretty strong. Wiping out a whole group of level 40 players all at once. You definitely wouldn't have that kind of crazy power if it was just based on your level alone. He stared right at Liu Yi, his red eyes glaring as he asked the question. You are a player with a special kind of power too, aren't you? But honestly, who even cares? That is literally just the starting line for us to grow and build up our own ultimate strength. I seriously have to thank you, kid. I was racking my brain trying to find an excuse to slaughter them all just so I could absorb their attributes. Right then, Wu Hao's body completely bulged out and expanded. Meanwhile, the system coldly announced that the marked friendly target was officially dead. The player would absorb 10 to 30% of their opponent's stats. Over on the other side, Liu Yi gripped his scalpel with a dark sneer. Suddenly, Wu Hao roared with absolute pure defiance. Right now, with all of them dead, my power has skyrocketed by at least 5 times. So what are you going to use to fight me now? But suddenly, a brand new system notification popped up. Implanted energy evaluation was a success. The target was forced into a negative status, slashing every single one of his attributes by exactly 50%. The effect would last for 10 solid seconds. Wu Hao jumped in pure shock as Liu Yi suddenly dropped low and launched a massive punch. He triggered his blessing skill, cranking his attributes all the way up to 3,000. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped right through the building. The intense shockwave blasted straight outside. Liu Yi held his attacking stance perfectly and simply said, "You should probably learn how to be a little more humble." Liu Yi frowned, staring out at the destroyed rubble. Now here is where we have to pay attention. There was no kill notification. Where did he go? He stepped forward and looked around, seriously confused. Did he actually run away? Meanwhile, in a narrow hallway, somebody was absolutely sprinting for his life. Wu Hao was dripping with sweat, grinding his teeth in absolute terror. What kind of monster was that? A single punch wiped out 2/3 of his fully enhanced health bar. I need to get out of here. I will definitely get my revenge later. But suddenly, he completely froze when he looked ahead. A massive explosion blew out the end of the hallway. Liu Yi stood right through the shattered wall, his fist smashing the brick's eyes glowing with fire. "Found you," he coldly announced. Seeing this nightmare, Wu Hao completely slammed on the brakes, instantly changing directions and sprinting away as fast as he could. As he ran, Wu Hao kept screaming in pure panic. He's a monster, a total monster. But suddenly, crash, Liu Yi burst straight through the wall right in front of him, blocking his escape path. Wu Hao was so terrified that blood practically squirted from his coat. Desperate, Wu Hao dropped down and slammed his palms directly into the floor, blasting the tiles apart. He just kept smashing straight down through multiple levels, trying to dig his way out vertically. Liu Yi simply stood at the edge of the massive crater Wu Hao made, staring down with absolute killer intent. Meanwhile, the coward kept shattering the floors to drop deeper. As Wu Hao desperately plummeted through another level, he told himself the basement was his only real chance at survival. Suddenly, right behind him, Liu Yi smirks and says, "Let me give you a hand in this basement." Wu Hao is absolutely stunned, completely frozen. At that exact moment, Liu Yi throws a massive punch. Down below, the water monster is still kneeling at the building base with his lackeys. They look up, totally shocked by the deafening explosion echoing above. Meanwhile, down in the building basement, Liu Yi stands right in the middle of a parking lot, completely surrounded by thick dust and falling rubble. Frowning in pure annoyance at the massive crater in the ground, Liu Yi sighs heavily. Not only did he escape, but he actually fought back. Even at full power, I could not kill him. He stares at the wall, which is morphing into a literal spatial portal, and mutters he actually hid inside a secret realm. Wait, inside the basement of a massive building, there is a special secret realm that does not damage the environment. I remember, there is no limit to the number of players inside this realm, and you cannot leave without using a specific strategy. Then it finally dawns on Liu Yi. No wonder Wu Hao said the only way to escape danger was by coming here. I remember he was only level 51 back then. Killing him would only give 2,000 to 3,000 experience points. He stares hard at the wall, thinking the rewards from this secret realm, honestly, can be completely ignored. He glances to his right, secretly calculating his next move. Entering the realm to kill Wu Hao is not as good as farming a few level 40+ players. I guess I will just let him off the hook for now. Liu Yi turns around, walking over the crushed rubble. Beneath his feet, glowing green text suddenly appears, taking him by surprise. Liu Yi scowls, looking absolutely annoyed as he thinks to himself, "Not this sudden communication method again. They talk way too much about why the world became like this. Why not just tell me the world hidden truth directly?" Once the glowing text fades, Liu Yi turns right back toward the wall leading into the secret realm. He narrows his eyes, scanning the area on high alert. Still irritated, Liu Yi figures there will definitely be another chance later. My main goal right now is leveling up. Finding the hidden truth is secondary. Besides, trying to uncover the ultimate truth without enough power will only get me killed. Making up his mind, he heads straight for the exit. Suddenly, Earth's shadow appears again, stating it seems you currently lack a suitable weapon. If you successfully conquer this secret realm, the final conqueror will be rewarded with the absolute perfect weapon. Seeing this text, Liu Yi gets angry and mutters, "Not this again." He raises his eyebrows, clearly unhappy, and shouts, "Why do I have to go?" But the entire basement stays dead silent. Seeing this, Liu Yi frowns and says, "No answer. If that is the case, I do not need to go." He decides to walk toward the door, grumbling, "I do not even know if you are friend or foe, so I refuse to follow your orders." Liu Yi walks out the door and marches right up the stairs. After a long moment of an empty staircase, a sudden crashing sound echoes from the steps, and then Liu Yi flies back down, kicking the door wide open with pure rage, cursing, "Damn it. Let's be real, you and I know a perfect weapon is just too tempting to ignore." He rushes into the realm, thinking 18 surgical knives are enough to handle any crisis in here. I will make this a quick fight. three round little spirits, with completely different expressions gathered together, staring at the intruder. Then they fly around Liu Yi like little scouts while he just looks at them curiously for a moment before looking out into the distance to assess the situation. Liu Yi is standing on a tiny floating island. In the middle sits a glowing silver tree root, the imperial tree home to the three little spirits sitting at a perfect 100 health. Then the system pops up with some crucial information about this secret realm. The number of players triggering the storyline has met the minimum requirement. Faction roles have been locked in. The special competitive realm hometown is now active. Your faction must protect the three little ones. Quest objective: defend the three babies who were exiled by their own world, and stop those covenant beasts from destroying their imperial tree home. Current imperial tree health is sitting perfectly at 100. Attention players, every single covenant beast killed grants one stack of 50 protection value, 50 health points, and massive extra defense power for the imperial tree. Once protection value reaches 100,000, the imperial tree will create an ultimate barrier, completely nullifying any incoming attacks from the covenant beasts. The private territory for the three babies will descend in exactly 5 minutes. Covenant beast territory incoming, please prepare thoroughly. Looking at the round orange, pink, and green spirits, Liu Yi guesses, so these are the three babies. He stands at the edge of the island thinking, is the quest really this simple? Does this actually tie into the world-hidden truth? I honestly do not get it. Is Earth's shadow just playing games with me? Suddenly, the entire island starts radiating a massive green energy, slowly lowering down toward a massive, writhing swarm of unknown creatures below. Seeing this horrifying sight, Liu Yi wonders, so those covenant beasts are actually that endless sea of monsters down there. He sighs heavily. That is way too many. At the same time, Wu Hao stands right in the middle of the horde while Liu Yi and the babies look down from above. They only see a terrifying mass of earthy orange. Whispering his calculations, he realizes, luckily, I only need to kill 2,000 to trigger the shield. But there is one huge doubt left in this quest that never mentions conquering the realm after the shield actually forms. He looks right back at the imperial tree, deducing, plus, this is a faction-based mission. Are you and I about to witness a final deathmatch with the enemy faction? Guess I better hurry up and farm those beasts to build the shield. He had to show up fast. Otherwise, if the enemy sense anything off, they'd attack the Emperor Core directly. With the Emperor Core sitting at a measly 100 health points, one hit meant instant death. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was busy slicing the Qiyu monsters completely in half. Right at that moment, his system chimed in. The Absorb skill had activated, boosting his physical stats by 123 points. Seeing this insane buff, Wu Hao was absolutely thrilled. It actually worked, and the stat boost was completely massive. He clenched his fists, glaring at the surrounding beasts with a wicked sense of excitement. After confirming his faction, these brainless monsters actually saw him as an ally. They didn't even care that he was slaughtering their own kind right in front of them. At this rate, couldn't he just keep farming them indefinitely? He could basically grind his physical stats all the way up until they hit the absolute maximum limit. Looking up at the sky, Wu Hao grinned to himself. Even if that guy had a skill that could debuff all of his stats, as long as his base numbers were high enough, that guy wouldn't stand a chance. He muttered under his breath. The only issue: forming that shield required killing 2,000 monsters, which was going to take some time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system announced that the platform would land in the Qiyu territory in exactly 1 minute. Players needed to prepare. Hearing this warning, Liu Yi scanned the area, calculating his odds. Even though the objective was just to kill 2,000 monsters for a normal player, pulling that off was basically an impossible task. So somewhere in this tiny territory there had to be a hidden mechanic, something to balance the massive power gap between the three little spirits and the monster horde. He opened his hand, summoning a sharp surgical scalpel out of thin air. Stepping right up to the very edge of the floating island, Liu Yi thought to himself. He had searched everywhere but found absolutely nothing. Was there really no hidden trigger or environmental advantage to use here? He glared down at the massive swarm of monsters crawling right toward him. If he couldn't find a trick, fine. He would just have to slaughter them the old-fashioned way. Suddenly, the little spirit's floating island slammed into the ground with a massive crash. Instantly, the beast horde leaped right into Liu Yi's face. Seeing this terrifying sight, the three little spirits huddled around their Emperor Core, crying in pure panic. As the monsters swarmed the island, Liu Yi quickly analyzed his options. Relying on his scalpel with the embedded orb to spam the blessing skill had one major flaw. By now, the monster horde had completely surrounded them, charging straight for the core. Liu Yi did the mental math. Even though the power from the sealed orb would eventually regenerate over time, and he had that sweet gear from the primal realm sitting in his inventory, that gear dropped his skill cooldowns by a massive 50% across the board, while boosting the duration by another 50%. Without hesitating, Liu Yi activated the blessing skill, instantly supercharging all of his stats by a whopping 5,000 points. He stared dead ahead at a charging monster, its massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, and smirked. This was going to be more than enough. In a flash, that monster's head practically exploded, and just like that, several others nearby met the exact same brutal fate. Liu Yi realized with his gear buffs active, and using the raw knowledge gained from the blessing, he could continuously chain the skill. This endless loop would allow him to maintain perfect stability, keeping all his stats locked at that insane 5,000-point mark. Moving like a blur, he ran a tight defensive circle around the core. Liu Yi gritted his teeth, smashing the monster's heads to pieces with his bare hands. He firmly believed that a flat 5,000-point stat boost was enough to crush any threat. His eyes glowed a deadly piercing red, overflowing with pure killing intent. Liu Yi let out a deafening roar. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he blitzed through everything standing in his way. Moments later, the red glow faded, and Liu Yi was left totally drenched in sweat. But he barely paused for a second before rocketing forward again like a beam of light, locking his focus. This pace is way too slow, Liu Yi complained internally. If he kept dragging things out like this for much longer, to kill 2,000 of these things, wouldn't he run completely out of scalpels? Right now, looking from a distance, you and I could clearly see a massive cloud of dust forming right in the middle of the island, with monsters getting blasted into the sky. But he still felt like something was totally wrong. How was he supposed to handle Wu Hao and the enemy faction later, standing guard right in front of the three little spirits? Liu Yi faced the endless surging wave of monsters all by himself. What now? Should he use his reset skill to massively boost his clearing speed? Should he do another board wipe? He quickly stopped himself. The cooldown on his reset skill was just way too long. Burning it here felt like a massive waste. Plus, as he calculated the numbers, the overall efficiency wouldn't even be that great right now. It couldn't directly wipe out the remaining 1,000 monsters in one shot anyway. Suddenly, the little orange spirit's eyes went wide with pure, utter shock. Then the three little spirits exchanged looks, practically having a secret meeting right there. Out of nowhere, the orange one zipped to Liu Yi's side, completely startling him. Suddenly, it transformed right into a gun. Liu Yi stared at it, completely confused. What was this? Right on cue, his system screen popped up. Eldest Spirit Weapon Form unlocked the 6-shooter. Stats granted plus 140 attack power and an extra 30 agility points. Active skill, Enhanced Compression initiated, granting a 100% boost to movement speed, another 100% to attack speed, and a 100% reload time reduction. Duration and cooldown are both exactly 1 minute. Reading this, Liu Yi was absolutely thrilled. A weapon directly transformed from one of the spirits. Beside him, the other two little ones were excitedly floating around, shooting little hearts. He gripped the gun, laughing out loud. So this was the hidden mechanic to balance the power gap, 100% boost to movement speed. Double the attack speed and instant reloads while still holding 20 rounds per clip. This was completely overpowered. Gripping the weapon tight, Liu Yi confidently aimed the gun right at the monster horde. He couldn't help but wonder, was this a machine gun or just a standard revolver? Let's take a closer look, shall we? The ground around the three kids' base is absolutely blasted with massive round craters. Even those massive mountain-like dirt piles are completely riddled with bullet holes. And right outside the beast territory, it is the exact same story. Just absolutely covered in bullet marks, while the surviving monsters have backed up 100 meters. Suddenly, Liu Yi yells out, "This is insane. This 6-barrel gun is an absolute masterpiece." He raises the weapon high, just relying on this insane fire rate for a minute. He laughs like a maniac. In a flash, every single monster around the base is just wiped out. Liu Yi looks down. The three kids are safe, and he is beyond thrilled. But then he mutters, "The only downside is I cannot attach my aura. Not being able to infuse energy into the bullets is kind of annoying. If I could coat them in aura, combined with this 6-barrel gun, I would be completely invincible. Still, just the raw firepower alone is totally broken and absolutely perfect for clearing this wave right now." After that, Liu Yi smirks, radiating absolute confidence as he stares forward. The mindless beasts charge right back into the meat grinder, totally fearless, but our guy doesn't even flinch. He is not even out of breath. Leveling his weapon, he says, "Just 500 left. Once I wipe you out, the shield goes up." But in a flash, the system chimes in. The base defense points for the three kids have officially hit the max limit. Immediately, a glowing blue magical shield wraps around the entire platform. Seeing this, Liu Yi looks up, totally caught off guard. The defense points literally converted into a massive shield. Suddenly, boom, Wu Hao stomps the ground so hard the earth shatters. He launches himself into the air, landing right in front of Liu Yi. Right now, Wu Hao looks like a literal shirtless giant. Flexing those massive muscles, he touches down right across from our MC. With glowing red eyes, he mocks him. "Let's see you act tough now, kid." Right on cue, the system warns Liu Yi. Player Wu Hao is level 50. His attack power is over 50,000 and his defense is nearly 26,000. Absolute unit. Liu Yi literally has to look up at this guy. Looks like you cleared out the rest of the beasts. And your power way higher than before. Ding! The system announces Stage 1 is complete. The three kids' affection level for him has just gone way up. Stage 2 begins now. The main objective, keep the three kids safe. The actual mission, wipe out any hostile players in the area, and completely crush the beast resistance. Time limit is 10 minutes with 0 penalty for failure. Liu Yi standing completely safe inside. That glowing jade shield just stares at Wu Hao. I am just protecting my own territory here and the ultimate defense is already up. You got the guts to come in here, Liu Yi smirks, tossing out the bait. Come on in and fight me. Show me exactly how you plan to end me. Hearing this, Wu Hao breaks his sweat, suddenly very cautious. A system window pops up on his screen. Stage 1 mission is a total failure. You did not stop the base shield from forming. Your reputation with the Beast faction has completely tanked. Stage 2 begins now. Eliminate the hostile player within the next 10 minutes. And if this mission fails, the beasts will hunt you until you die. Warning, forcing your way into the shield will drop all your stats by 90%. Wu Hao grinds his teeth and curses. Damn it, how did he clear out those monsters so fast? The beasts literally stood still for me, and I still only managed to bag 500. Meanwhile, this absolute freak wiped out 1,500. He groans in heavy frustration. A 90% drop across all my stats. I would not stand a chance against him. I have to lure him out. If I can just get him out of that turtle shell, I will crush him instantly. They just stare at each other in dead silence. Wu Hao clenches his massive fists secretly, panicking. How the hell do I bait him out? If he just camps inside, I am screwed. But then Liu Yi narrows his eyes, flashes a grin, and speaks up. Wow, quiet all of a sudden. Let me guess you are trying to figure out how to bait me out of this shield. Called out so easily, Wu Hao completely flinches. Liu Yi takes a step forward. Honestly, you do not need to overthink it. He actually just walks right to the edge of the shield. I will just come out myself. And with that, he casually jumps right off the three kids' platform. Liu Yi touches down on the monster-infested ground. All right, I am out here. Before the words even leave his mouth, Wu Hao throws a massive punch and roars. You actually stepped out. You are literally asking to die. Instantly, a massive shockwave explodes right outside the safety of the shield. He sneers at him. Let me teach you a lesson, kid. You should really learn to stay humble. Wu Hao laughs, absolutely thrilled. Stupid turtle, putting a debuff on me at the last second is useless, but suddenly all the color drains from his face. His eyes go wide in pure shock. Right there, Liu Yi is casually blocking that giant fist with just his left hand holding his minigun in his right. Wu Hao is totally losing his mind. Wait, what? How is this even possible? My vitality stat is completely maxed out. He scowls desperately, trying to do the math in his head. My main stat is vitality. When you combine my attack power with that, this punch should be dealing hundreds of thousands in damage. And here is where it gets wild. Liu Yi's eyes flash a dangerous red. Sure, your vitality is maxed out. But me, every single one of my stats is maxed out. Right then, the system officially reveals Liu Yi hidden player data. He is level 26. His experience points are sitting at 0 out of 81,600. Total power over 32,000. With his 7 basic titles doubling his stats, his attack power is over 50,000. As for defense, magic resistance, strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, and even his perception, every single one of them is at exactly 50,000. Available stat points, 0. Absolute god tier. Alright, let's look at this setup. Health is maxed out at 3 million, knowledge power at 350,000. Liu Yi thinks. Even if Big Baby's weapon is only a level 20 item, embedding that sealing sphere for another 30 minutes could completely shift the odds. Besides, in that last fight, he had already accelerated to his absolute maximum, pushing every single one of his stats to the real world's limit. Completely skill-locked, Wu Hao grits his teeth in pure shock. But before he can even react, the system announces that Liu Yi is using 300,000 vital energy. The next strike gains a 7,500,000 damage boost, and Liu Yi blade mercilessly slices him into pieces. Liu Yi smirks, I was just waiting for you to show up. Right before vanishing, Wu Hao looks up and chokes out, who exactly are you? There is no way a player this ridiculously strong exists without me ever hearing about it. Liu Yi just turns his back, completely ignoring the fading loser. I will give you an answer to that, Liu Yi says right as the system confirms Wu Hao has been successfully eliminated. You just gained 39,456 computing power. Your current total is now exactly 71,801.5. Smiling, our guy calmly adds, when I meet your guild leader down in hell, I will just ask him directly. Then the system absolutely floods him with endless notification alerts. Congratulations on conquering the Protect the Three Babies secret dungeon. The large weapon form has been officially recalled and the sealing sphere has safely bounced back into your backpack. Dungeon rewards are currently processing. Seeing this pop up, Liu Yi curses out loud. Damn it all, no, do not take that weapon away. But the totally emotionless system just keeps doing its job, simply stating, you received experience points. An unknown interference has occurred with your rewards. Processing new reward outcome. Your level increases by 5, reaching 31. You acquire the imprisoning silence skill. This sudden information leaves our hero completely confused, muttering, what is going on here? Unknown interference. Who exactly is interfering? But swapping my reward directly for 5 level ups. That is awesome. It does not stop there. The system announces he received the big baby weapon form a pistol. Hearing this, Liu Yi breaks into a massive excited grin. Haha, it finally gave it to me. Then the system displays the pistol stats. 1 minute of real-world duration followed by a 7-minute cooldown. After activating compression, start this weapon cannot be coded in vital energy. The pistol rounds are designed to reload automatically on their own, taking 70 seconds per reload with a max capacity of 20 rounds, requiring level 30. Note this weapon carries a special blessing from Big Baby. Blessing 1, it grows stronger as the user levels up. Blessing 2, auto-repairs any weapon damage. Reading this insane buff makes Liu Yi suspicious. But wait, the enhancement text on compression start has completely vanished, which honestly just makes total normal sense right now. For a level 30 weapon, its previous power level was already way too absurd. The gear level will naturally scale up as his own level rises. Once the gear levels up, compression start will also get a boost. He just does not know how many levels it will actually take to reach that previous insane strength. Finally, the system announces the dungeon is officially cleared and he is about to be teleported straight out. Hearing this, he gets totally confused. Leaving already? What about the truth of the world? Why are there no clues? What the heck is Earth Shadow doing? Liu Yi steps out of the basement dungeon portal, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Is Earth Shadow just messing with him? He frowns, completely unsure what to think. He stares down at the pistol, thinking, well, I actually did get the perfect weapon. Then he walks away, still looking super annoyed by it all. Liu Yi thinks back to Emperor Wu and the 3 spirits, quietly deducing if that secret dungeon truly represents the dark truth of our reality. Then what? The 3 babies. He boldly guesses that they must represent those 3 mysterious individuals who took over Mount Bujo. In the story lore, those 3 babies were banished straight into the dangerous world of Qi Yu. Could those 3 mysterious figures also have been banished here by their own world? Holding the pistol in one hand, his other hand stuffed in his pocket, Liu Yi stands outside the portal, pondering deeply. Can it really be explained like this? This is literally the only connection that makes any sense. Glancing back, he realizes this specific dungeon definitely does not just exist all on its own. There has to be something way bigger hiding behind it. Staring at the gate, Liu Yi wonders, will I ever get another chance to dig into this? He looks at the gate and silently marvels, this dungeon is way too special. I already cleared it, yet the entrance has not vanished at all. It only warns that the conqueror cannot enter again. Wait, does that mean every other player can still go inside? If every single person who enters can snag a perfectly tailored weapon, then the value of this place is absolutely astronomical. This is a total strategic level asset. I have to contact Yoon immediately so she can lock this down. Then his brain kicks into overdrive, thinking about those weird system messages. It makes no sense, but first, there is one major question to answer. What kind of entity is Earth Shadow anyway? What exact method did he use to contact me, and how in the world did he know the exact contents of this secret dungeon? What is his true goal here? Stick with me, something feels off. Jumping down the steps, he quietly analyzes. It is totally impossible to tell if Earth's Shadow is good or evil, but factoring in his past life memories, this guy's existence is incredibly suspicious. Sitting down on a rock with his chin resting in his hand, Liu Yi thinks, is he really helping? If so, the state of the world. Why were things getting worse by the minute? Liu Yi wondered, his mind spinning. According to the president of the New Order, Earth Shadow's existence was basically like a software program. But does having this software make the world worse? Liu Yi frowned deep in thought. In his past life, ordinary people had completely no idea about the mysterious figures controlling Bujo Mountain. This meant those hidden elites hadn't actually made their move back then. If they were the ones actively causing this global chaos, they definitely possessed terrifying hidden methods to manipulate the world from the shadows without being detected. Following that logic, Liu Yi faced a massive mountain of unanswered questions. Was Earth's Shadow actually just another one of their twisted methods to control everything? On the surface, it looks like it's helping humanity out, but maybe it's secretly dragging everyone down a miserable path toward a completely devastating, unavoidable doom. Liu Yi rested his elbows on his knees, staring blankly. Holding his head, he sighed heavily. When you can barely trust anyone, your instincts naturally assume the absolute worst. Then he looked up, his eyes hardening with determination. Maybe it wasn't as utterly hopeless as he feared. Maybe these overwhelming odds were just because their enemies were incredibly strong. Suddenly, a real spark of curiosity hit him. How exactly was Earth's shadow going to guide him next, and what warnings would it drop? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a glowing message panel flashed before his eyes, making Liu Yi jump. Earth's shadow had sent a prompt. Invite to join chat group. Yes or no? Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes in confusion. A real-world chat system. Did the actual world have a system? Chat feature, just like a video game. Even in his past life and since returning, he had never once summoned anything like this. Liu Yi frowned, his mind spinning. Was this created by Earth's shadow? How the hell did it gain that kind of insane authority? Now another massive question popped into his head. Realistically speaking, for a giant system like this to operate smoothly, there had to be a central core. After the Origin realm descended, players could level up and receive awesome rewards. But where exactly was the core center that processed all these crazy power-ups? Who was holding the remote? He answered his own question, Earth's shadow. This sudden communication style honestly felt exactly like an official automated system notification. Liu Yi grew even more certain of his theory, especially since Earth's shadow knew all the secret dungeon details. If the system's core was actually resting in its hands, then everything finally made sense. Without hesitating another second, Liu Yi accepted the prompt. Bring it on. The system chimed in, Origin Realm username, Liu Yi detected. Would you like to continue using this alias? He rejected it instantly. No, change my name to Yi. Instantly, the system confirmed username verified and locked in. You have successfully joined the Apostle chat group. A lively chat window popped up right before Liu Yi, showing a group deep in discussion. Windseeker typed, we've gathered our forces now, and we've got the raw power. It's time to figure out how to take down those mysterious figures. We're strong enough to crush any enemy out there. Watching them gossip, you and I might wonder the same thing Liu Yi did. Who were these people? Were they top-tier players that Earth's shadows secretly gathered? He stared at the screen, totally bewildered. Level 50. Is the maximum player level capped at 50 here? He immediately started comparing this to the Origin realm. He recalled his choice at the Flame Legacy. The system prompt had stated levels and Emperor tiers were connected, and the real world's tier was lower than the Origin realms. No wonder the absolute maximum limit for all stat enhancements was permanently capped out at a flat 50,000. Then the chat exploded with a barrage of new messages. Future Watcher typed, everyone sitting in this group chat is a seasoned, battle-hardened veteran, coming from the 28 cities of Huaishou. If we just gather all the level 50 players we currently have, that's over 100,000 fighters. Our combat power is definitely enough. Carefree replied, then wait until I finish off Wild Spirit. We're currently battling right now to unify Wei City. Only then can I confidently hunt those mysterious figures with you guys. Carefree typed, damn it, Carefree has been muted for 5 minutes. Heaven Isn't Lonely chimed in. You two are such a classic rivalry. Right now, across all the 28 cities in Huaishou, first and second tier cities are absolute war zones right now because of the massive number of highly skilled players. The competitive warfare is incredibly ruthless. But over in the third and fourth tier cities, player numbers are smaller and the factions are pretty standard. They quickly form a unified front to aggressively wipe out the Origin Realm's linked creatures. Heaven Isn't Lonely added. Of course, I'm talking about first-tier cities that don't have the 4 leaders. Reading this, Liu Yi frowned in genuine curiosity. 4 leaders. He kept watching the chat unfold. Heaven Isn't Lonely asked, the 4 leaders, Azure, Vermilion, Black, and White, I've definitely heard rumors that they all possess an insanely powerful group buffing ability which basically makes their guild's combat operations go smoothly without any real issues at all. In just 5 days, the guilds run by the 4 leaders in those first-tier cities have basically established an absolute overwhelming advantage over everyone else. Endless Mana spoke up, I heard those 4 leader titles can actually be stolen. You literally just have to kill a player holding the title, and the leader title automatically transfers over to the killer. Gardener Black Leader, why don't you let us test if that's actually true? Heaven Isn't Lonely type Black Leader. Endless Mana is literally just joking around with you, man. It's just a joke, haha. Gardener Black Leader replied, haha, what I said was true. I heard that the Vermilion Leader was literally only level 1 when the Origin Realm originally descended. I don't know if he's managed to level up at all recently. We could easily try to hunt him down, it might actually work. Heaven Isn't Lonely asked. Wait, seriously. Staring at that familiar name on the screen, Liu Yi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Gardener was the Black Leader, literally one of the famous 4 leaders. The more he read, the more baffled he got. And you and I would be too. A level 1 Vermilion leader. Wasn't that guy the president of the New Order? The chat exploded like thunder. Gardener, you little punk, if you think this tactic works against me, I'll make you taste death all over again. White Glove snaps. Ruleus, what the hell are you doing? Ruleus just scoffs, muttering that he simply missed his shot. Where is this low-level dog barking coming from? Someone mocks. The brutal response, probably because I already slaughtered its owner. Just pure disrespect. Is nobody going to step in? Scorching Heat complains. Vermilion Hand shuts it down instantly. White glove. Rulias, keep quiet. We are here for official business. Seeing a familiar face, Liu Yi frowns in complete shock. Meanwhile, the crowd starts chattering again. Scorching Heat speaks up. Vermilion Hand addresses them all. Everyone knows the real world is in danger. The best solution. We use the massive player base. A human wave tactic to handle those mysterious enemies. But we can't just charge in blindly. I am calling on everyone right here to deploy your forces. Send out one reliable player above level 50. We need them to cooperate, investigate, and gather crucial intelligence for us. Auspicious Cloud. Azure Hand. You should cherish this chance. Vermilion Hand fought hard to get one slot per faction for you guys, so hopefully you actually manage to gather some intel. Otherwise, our Four Hands Alliance will team up and send someone straight to Mount Bujo. By then, we will have absolutely no way to verify if the intel is true or false. Shield Hero speaks up, followed by White Hand. Come on, Azure Hand, we don't need to be so fake, someone laughs. Just tell them straight to their faces. The first group going there is definitely on a suicide mission. We just want to share the casualties. Gardener and Black Hand listen closely. White Hand, I really appreciate your honesty, another chimes in. Scorching Heat and Vermilion Hand announce that reinforcements will arrive in 2 days. They are told to gather at the Goose City entrance near Mount Bujo. Vermilion Hand glares. I hope you all understand our world's survival is the priority. We need everything functioning normally, because if the world gets completely destroyed, even if you own everything, it is all completely useless. Liu Yi rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. All right, you and I need to look closely here. Are they actually short on people for Mount Bujo, or is there another agenda? His eyes turn ice cold. Whatever the reason, he absolutely refuses to agree with this human wave tactic, because Liu Yi knows the truth. A human wave means a massive amount of players will die. They were all born in peacetime, suddenly handed superhuman powers. Right when they are feeling invincible, who would actually want to die? However, if the maximum level cap for players is strictly stuck at 50, then there really is no other choice. He stares at the flood of messages on his screen, entirely curious. What exactly is Earth Shadow's real goal in creating this group? Liu Yi deduces the truth. Looking at the chat history, every single member in this group is an elite player from different cities. Is Earth Shadow giving them a platform to actually cooperate and talk, even though everyone inside this group is actively hiding their true motives? It seems this platform changes things. No matter how deep their grudges might run, at least right here, the elite players finally have a direct line of communication. He glares at the screen, analyzing everything. Earth Shadow actually hopes the players can unite as one, a combined effort to launch an all-out assault on Mount Bujo. He remembers gathering at the territory. Xiao Bai led him to farm computing power, controlling Emperor Gu to lure in King Yuan, making Qing Yuan throw its life away wave after wave to generate power, literally seeking death. Liu Yi stands up slowly, thinking hard. Surely Earth Shadow's goal is not just this. A heavy silence fills the room. Then Liu Yi cracks a confident smile. He makes his choice. Then let me expose you all. If Earth Shadow's goal is really just this, then their entire path is wrong. Liu Yi flashes a wildly excited grin, silently declaring war. Then I will be the one to finally eliminate the mysterious enemies. He is overflowing with absolute confidence, knowing his own level has no maximum limit. Listen to this. He can grow stronger endlessly. There are only 3 mysterious enemies left, and he firmly believes his own raw power can wipe them out. Liu Yi steps away from his temporary seat in the basement. He reminds himself of one key fact: the most crucial requirement is that he keeps leveling up. He then walks right out of the basement, heading straight for the building's main exit. Meanwhile, right outside that very same building, Water Monster and his underling are still kneeling on the ground, completely terrified out of their minds. He has been inside forever, one mutters. He probably doesn't care about us anymore. We can leave now. The lackey stammers. Yeah, I think so too. Should we run? Staring up at the massive towering skyscraper, Water Monster nods and replies. Okay. But seconds pass and absolutely nobody stands up. The confused underling slowly turns to his boss. Boss, why aren't you moving? With actual tears welling up in his eyes, Water Monster whines, my legs are asleep. The lackey instantly agrees. Mine too. Still, Water Monster desperately tries to push his trembling legs up, cursing loudly. Damn it, we can't go out like this. This is our one rare chance to survive. I refuse to fall just because my legs are numb. Desperate to live, he forces himself up, but his shaky knees just keep wobbling, refusing to stay steady. I have to stand up. Right beside him, the underling is doing the exact same thing, screaming to hype himself up. That is right, we must stand. We can't kneel forever. Kneeling is a total humiliation. It is submission. It is pure cowardice. We cannot be cowards. Suddenly, Liu Yi drops out of nowhere, landing right in front of them. It scares the absolute living daylights out of Water Monster and his guy. The graphic display quickly flashes 3 distinct territories on screen: Kumoran City, High City, and Shaogang. Now check out this contrast. Outside a towering building in high city, thick smoke is rising everywhere. But inside a sunlit room, a teacup is just violently smashed into pieces. Watch this. The guy smashing his cup in pure rage screams out a new order. Why push people around like this? We have all been backed into a corner here in High Tian City and the pressure just keeps building. They seriously don't want us breathing anymore. Meet Li Haitian. He is the head honcho in charge of the Back Garden Guild branch over in High Tian City. Clenching his fists in pure rage, he snaps, "What about that so-called alliance? Damn it, even a fallen tiger gets kicked by stray dogs. Just you wait. Wait until the director brings our guys over to fight. Then we will see how you all die." Suddenly, a subordinate waves his hands begging Boss Hai to calm down. After all, they are just a lower-tier city under Yao City. Yao City is the headquarters for the New Order, so getting suppressed like this is honestly pretty normal. The director even said it is fine as long as we keep this sector secured. Hearing this, Li Haitian bitterly slumps back into his chair and mutters in pure frustration. So annoying. They literally evolved into superhumans, yet they still have to swallow this massive insult. But the absolute most frustrating part of all this, all their lower-level guys keep leaving to join the New Order. Beside him, the subordinate tries to comfort him. "Oh man, Boss Hai, honestly, the more people that leave, the more it actually proves our real loyalty to the guild. I heard that under the director's leadership, Bai City has already been completely taken over by Back Garden. When we finally return there, we will practically rule the place and get whatever we want, right?" But Li Haitian just frowns, totally unhappy with that idea, and snaps back. "We still need to do something to actually change our current situation. Otherwise, even if we eventually return to the main headquarters later on, we won't even be able to use those suppressed subordinates again. We need to build up some real merit first." Suddenly, someone runs in shouting at the top of their lungs, "Boss Hai. Boss Hai, things look bad." Hearing this, he immediately jumps up and demands, "What happened? What is it? Did the New Order guys fight their way over here?" Standing at the door, two subordinates are heavily panting. One leans against the wall, the other grabs his knees, stammering, "It is. Wu Hao over in Shagang just got killed. The one who came was Water Monster." Turning completely pale, he continues, "They found a very special hidden dungeon over in Shagang. It doesn't destroy the surrounding environment. It stays open even after you clear it, and the reward is literally unrestricted suitable weapons. He wanted to completely monopolize it without reporting anything to us. But surprisingly, he was instantly killed by the guardian of that hidden dungeon instead. Alright, let us shift our focus outside the Back Garden branch-based building located all the way in Shagang. Water Monster leads the whole crew there. Someone asks him, "Is it really right here?" He confidently replies, "That's right, directly inside the basement of this building." Meanwhile, Water Monster and his closest subordinate just share a look. They are both thinking the same thing. Will he actually buy this? Yeah, he will totally buy it. But honestly, this strategy feels way too simple. As for Li Haitian, he raises his eyebrows and chuckles to himself. Haha, talk about a huge blessing dropping from the sky. The main headquarters literally just sent out a notice. If we ever encounter a hidden dungeon that doesn't destroy the environment and stays completely open after clearing it, we just take pictures and report it for a massive reward. Once I am absolutely sure, I will report this straight to the director. When that time comes, I might finally be able to leave High Tian City and return to the main headquarters." After thinking that Li Haitian confidently leads the way forward, he shouts loudly, "Let us go, we are heading inside." This leaves Water Monster and his buddy completely stunned. They secretly wonder, wait, did he actually buy our story? Walking right up at the front, Li Haitian secretly hypes himself up. It definitely has to be the exact same type of hidden dungeon that the main headquarters requested in their files. As the group marches into the building, he grins, thinking, "This is my glorious ticket right back to headquarters." Watch this. Time skips forward, and Li Haitian's jaw is literally dropping in absolute terror. He takes the lead, running for his life in a panic, screaming loudly. "Holy crap, that was terrifying. What even is that thing? It literally dodged every single one of our attacks with ease." Sprinting away, Li Haitian barks out an order. "Do not even argue. Just run for your lives." As the whole crew scrambles outside the building, someone yells out, "Boss Hai, I don't think it's actually chasing us." The subordinate stares into the first floor and realizes its movement range seems strictly limited to the building. Seeing this, Li Haitian takes a closer look, chuckles, and then replies, "It really is not chasing us at all." After catching his breath, he finally checks on his men, asking, "Nobody died in there, right?" A guy quickly steps up, reporting, "Thankfully, no, but a few of the brothers definitely got injured." Then the guy suddenly points something out. It seems like this dungeon guardian is a highly agile type of monster. Plus, it clearly has a fixed patrol zone. I seriously wonder if the combat methods used to deal with this type of guardian inside the Origin realm can actually work out here in the real world too. Standing next to him, another guy curiously chimes in with a quick question. "Did you guys notice it back there? There were orb equipment drops scattered everywhere on the ground. People are guessing they got taken out by the dungeon guardian earlier." If we manage to collect those 10 orbs, handing them over to our lower-level staff would drastically reduce our manpower losses during shifts. Right at that moment, Li Haitian checks a text on his phone. The message reads, "The data point submitted by Backgarden is highly likely the exact hidden dungeon the director mentioned. However, the images provided were not clear enough. Can you supply some higher quality photos? Ideally, we need a complete shot of the dungeon entrance to confirm." Seeing this text, he frowns, realizing the hard truth. So we really have to go back inside there again. Suddenly, a few of his men clench their fists, completely hyped. "Boss, how about we actually try using the Origin Realm strategies to take down that dungeon guardian? Honestly, it should totally work out. Once we do that, we won't just control that special hidden dungeon, we will also score a whole batch of solid equipment drops. This will seriously help us out, and it will totally boost the failing morale of our lower-level guys." Hearing this plan, Li Haitian thinks it sounds completely reasonable and quickly agrees. "Alright, let's do exactly that. Call everyone here right now." The Backgarden crew immediately yells out in pure agreement. But watch this, meanwhile, hiding behind a rock, the two water monster bros are sweating bullets. The dumb-looking water monster stares out, totally stuttering. They actually made it out alive. His little minion is completely baffled. The boss actually released them because their group was way too small. And strangely, they aren't scared. They are super hyped to recruit more people. Absolutely terrifying. Just like that, they are walking right into the boss's trap. Suddenly, the minion asks with a dark tone, "Come to think of it, selling out their own people like this is not that gonna blow back on us." The water monster replies, looking dead serious. "Every bit of this is driven entirely by their own human greed. It has absolutely nothing to do with us. Not our problem. Meanwhile, you and I need to see what the Backgarden crew is doing. They are running and complaining loudly. What is the rush here? Seriously, I just brought my first love over for a good time and now I am dragged here. Is that the innocent hot girl you bragged about before? Let me borrow her for some fun when we finish." Sure, no big deal. In another corner, some guys are casually walking and gossiping. "Damn it. I just butchered the guy who stepped on my head in the Advent Origin world. I have not even cleaned my room yet. Let us just finish this quick or my whole place is gonna smell like rotting garbage." Some guys are even just casually gossiping. "Heard some wild noises from your place last night. You guys went hard. Break anything? Come over tonight and count the pieces, then you will know." "Oh, you have no idea. That punk from my old company was acting like an obedient little dog, haha. Did he not fight back?" The whole mob heads straight for the Secret Realm building. Someone replies, "He probably just accepted his fate. The whole world has changed anyway." Back with Li Haitian, his minion is happily delivering the report. "Boss, hi, every single one of our high city employees is right here waiting." Looking down at a huge crowd hiding on a nearby balcony, the lackey adds, "Looks like about half of them are taking cover in the building." Standing behind them, Li Haitian scowls in disgust. What a bunch of absolute cowards. These guys were total top-tier players in the Origin world. But stepping into reality, they freeze up. Makes sense, honestly. In the real world, there is no respawn button waiting for you. Then he turns and asks his subordinate, "Are your weapons ready to go?" The guy nods. "Ready, but mostly people just grabbed rocks off the street." Truth is, you cannot just buy consumable weapons out here in reality. Rocks are it. But throw them hard enough, they do damage. Li Haitian sighs. "It will have to do. Shao-Chi, you are the fastest guy we have. Go inside and lure the Secret Realm guard out." "Yes, sir." Without hesitating, Shao-Chi rushes the first floor. At the exact same time, Li Haitian barks out orders. "Listen up, everyone. Remember, we are only going to get one solid chance to attack this thing. Aim carefully and throw on my mark." The massive crowd behind him grips their rocks, shouting back, "Yes." But then a whole 10 minutes drag by. The first floor is completely silent. Shao-Chi never ran back out. Li Haitian frowns, getting suspicious. It has been 10 minutes. Why is he still inside? What is going on? Behind him, his panicked goons start murmuring. "You think the guard already killed him in there?" "No way. That guard is not that strong. Plus, even if he died, we definitely would have heard him scream a few times." Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo from the entrance. Li Haitian points. He's coming out, but the person stepping into the light is actually the guard. The exact monster Li Haitian was just talking about. Sword in hand, wearing a dark hooded cloak right at the door. The guard just smirks. "This is quite a crowd. Not bad. Outside, you and I can see the Backgarden group silently staring into the building." Li Haitian looks completely dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Why did only the realm guard walk out? Where is the guy who went in? Did that idiot get greedy, try to loot the orb equipment by himself and get slashed? But almost instantly, his brow furrows in deep thought. He quickly rejects his own theory. That makes no sense. If he got killed, why would the guard be the one running outside right now? Did he snatch the loot, panic about handing it over, and just run away? He curses under his breath. Bastard. No wonder he happily agreed to lead. He did not hesitate at all. Whatever. We fight first, then I will hunt him down and settle the score later. Li Haitian glares at the eerie guard standing in the shadowy first floor, calculating his next move. The absolute biggest advantage of this location is that this special realm cannot be easily destroyed. Once I deal with this thing, I will snap some high-quality photos and send them straight to headquarters. Glancing back at his trembling minions who look ready to pass out, he sneers internally. These pathetic losers really only know how to bully the weak. Li Haitian steps up playing the hero. Do not panic, I will lock it down, you all get ready to strike. Then he thinks, gotta be fast. Quick and clean victory. Kill this secret realm guard and give my men some actual confidence back. He marches forward, empty-handed, looking entirely fearless. A mindless NPC restricted by rules cannot even begin to compare to real players like us. His bold words seriously shock his terrified men. But Li Haitian is sweating bullets, secretly worrying. In the game it works like that. Real life should totally have the exact same rules, right? He stops a safe distance from the doorway, muttering, "Yeah, this gap is plenty." Inside the shadows, the realm guard stands perfectly still, glowing red eyes locked onto him. Li Haitian feels his stomach drop, frowning nervously. Even if the rules are different, we are already committed here. Plus, its movement range is locked down, so I am absolutely guaranteed to be safe. With a sharp wave of his hand, he channels a massive spell and roars, "Brothers, attack now." Seeing his confidence, the thugs grip their rocks and jump into throwing stances, yelling. It is not attacking, even from this close. Boss High definitely called it right. Let's jump into the madness. Charge, take out the guard like a boss raid, Li Haitian shouts, throwing his hand forward as crackling blue energy engulfs his body. The guard, standing completely still, not a single flinch. Seeing this, Li Haitian smirks to himself. No movement means their prediction was spot on. At this rate, this secret dungeon is ours, he thinks. But then boom, a blinding slash of light suddenly rips right through the air. It slices Li Haitian right in half, leaving him in pure shock. Moving like lightning, the dungeon guard leaps out with his sword, rushing straight behind Li Haitian's back. This insane speed leaves the entire back guarding guild totally paralyzed in shock. Meanwhile, Li Haitian just slowly looks down at his own body. He's completely stunned, unable to process it. Over there, Liu Yi, wearing the guard's hood, grins with pure joy. A second later, Li Haitian collapses hard onto the ground. His body shatters and vanishes just like a dead game character. Meanwhile, Liu Yi zips through the clueless crowd like an unstoppable zigzagging laser. The system chimes in. Player Li Tian rewards 2,356.7 computing power. Chen Zuoxiu gives 1,708.95. Shizhen yields 4,360.2, and Tang Tian Yuan gives 2,760.2. Then we see the back garden members getting launched straight into the air. Wu Fengxiao drops 3,360.2. Ding, your level increased from 31 to 32. Next player, Song Quanru rewards 2,760.2 computing power. The more rewards pop up, the more hype Liu Yi gets with his attacks. Watching this absolute massacre, the back garden members start screaming in pure terror. What is happening? This isn't what we were told. Run for your lives. Instantly, the whole squad scatters, running wildly and yelling at the top of their lungs. I knew this would happen. We never should have stayed with the back garden guild while we were still inside the Yi City territory. They are so completely useless, but sadly, before they can run far, the whole group is blasted straight into the sky by another strike. It's one of Liu Yi's crazy light speed attacks. Somewhere else, a few guys watching from a nearby balcony just curse out loud. Holy crap, what is going on down there? Our guys are getting totally massacred. Panicking, they spin around and yell, "Run. We just ran into an absolute monster. We cannot handle it. This monster is way too strong, so whatever it's guarding must be super valuable." Another snaps back, "Do you want to die? Treasure is only worth something if you are actually alive to spend it." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive boulder crashes directly onto the balcony where those guys were standing, just watching the chaos. Right after that, we see Liu Yi flashing a savage, thrilled grin. The system spams him with computing power rewards. Liu Yi goes absolutely berserk, tearing through the crowd and farming an endless amount of computing power. The system rings again. Your level has increased to 35 and then straight to 36. On the side, a terrified lackey runs away for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I am done playing, I quit." But he barely makes it a few steps before Liu Yi blocks his path with his sword, making the guy scream in absolute horror. What kind of monster is this? He freezes, raising his arms to shield himself numbly, mumbling again, "What kind of monster is this?" Suddenly, one of his teammates rolls his eyes back and shrieks, "You murderer! You are a cold-blooded demon who kills without blinking." Meanwhile, Liu Yi rests his massive blade on his shoulder steps, one foot onto the rock right in front of them, and calmly says, "A murderous demon. No, no, no. The only targets I am actually killing here are players. And players have backups, so they aren't real humans." Quite a while later, Liu Yi widens his eyes in complete surprise. He is standing amidst a floating sea of glowing treasure orbs, sighing. finally finished them off, though a few rats escaped. Then his player stats pop up on the system screen. Liu Yi level 38. Experience points 0 out of 1,032,200. Computing power 3,689.5. Title Special Entity. Attack power, defense, raw strength, agility, and physical constitution stats are all sitting at exactly 79. Resistance is 16. Intelligence is 459. Perception is 78. Assignable attributes 0. Max health is full at 790 points. Cognitive power is full at 918. Liu Yi stares deeply at the system panel, but then he just frowns in pure annoyance. Every single back garden member in High City was wiped out and I only hit level 38, he thinks. That is super frustrating. Looks like I have to pay a visit to the back garden main headquarters. Liu Yi smirks and calls out for Water Monster. Instantly, the guy scurries out of hiding, replying, "Boss, hey boss, we are right here. What do you need us to do?" Liu Yi immediately gives the order. "You guys are totally free now. So just consider this my personal request." Water Monster blinks, looking super confused. Huh, Liu Yi glares down with a serious thug vibe, asking like it is an absolute order. "Can you find a car to take me to Bai City? Now let's look elsewhere." In the ruined High City, rescue workers are frantically digging through massive piles of rubble searching for casualties. Even the players with enhanced super strength are jumping in to help clear away the heavy concrete blocks. Meanwhile, Liu Yi sits on a boulder staring at his system screen, which is flooded with chat room messages. Are Yue, Lixian, and Liu all missing? Are they actually dead or just missing in action? Is this something your Four Hands group did on purpose? To weaken our master plan, someone replies, "Shield Hero White Hand, there is no need for you to be so furious about this. It is not just your people. Absolutely everyone has disappeared. Our staff members are gone too, and honestly right now they are strictly just labeled as missing. We still do not know if they are actually dead. Plus Yue, Lixian, and Liu are your family's massive assets. We already have very few elite fighters in our ranks to begin with. Losing a single level 50 player, especially one with serious combat power, is a massive blow. Do you have any idea how much of a huge loss our side took? Shield Hero White Hand, absolutely nobody forced you to join this. Hothead Chu, now is definitely not the time for arguments. We need to sit down and analyze this new intel right here. Otherwise, their disappearances will be for absolutely nothing. And if that happens, if we can actually extract something useful, there's a solid chance we can still save the very first scouting team." Liu Yunyu immediately urges him. Liu Yi, hurry up and analyze it. Then Chu replies, "Hold on, let me summarize everything first." Liu Yi frowns in deep thought. It has already been 3 whole days since he joined the chat, and the team heading to Mount Buju to gather intel had fully assembled and set out just yesterday. But unexpectedly, in just a single day, every last one of them lost total contact. Right after that came the analysis from the New Order president. Hothead Chu chimes in. "Just like when the Origin world first descended, absolutely no signals can be transmitted from anywhere inside Mount Bujo. You can literally only observe it with the naked eye. Even trying to use thermal telescopes or any advanced gear is completely useless here." Then he types out another massive message, saying it's actually completely different or maybe even way worse. The moment players step into Mount Bujo's territory, the space around the mountain immediately distorts and shifts them out of place. Looking really carefully from the very outside, you and I can literally only see these players popping up randomly in every single corner that we can actually spot with our own eyes inside Mount Bujo. Eventually, the players' bodies will also start glitching completely out of place. And once this crazy spatial glitch happens, the players will completely vanish from our line of sight altogether. These players don't die right in front of us, which is exactly why I'm not calling it a confirmed death just yet, but just labeling them as missing in action. After that, everyone jumps into the heated debate. While reading the chat, Liu Yi scratches his chin in deep doubt. Bodies glitching out equals missing, or are all the people who went in there already dead? Is just the outer ring really this incredibly dangerous? Down below, a whole bunch of other high-level players start voicing their opinions. Yuanding says, "All right then. First, we need to figure out how to fix that spatial glitch. Our Garden Guild is temporarily pausing all investigations." White Glove speaks up, "Let's talk strategy. Shu City leaders, for the next few days, do not let any of your subordinates head north, towards Zhu City's Mirror Moon Lake." White Glove admits he has absolutely no idea if this lockdown will continue until we finally achieve our target. Mr. Cold chimes in, "Well, it looks like we totally missed out on the treasure this time. I see your Garden Guild is incredibly massive, but did basically every single one of your members just pack up and leave?" This makes Liu Yi freeze in pure shock. He mutters, "Everyone went to Shu City. What is the Garden Guild even planning?" Then he remembers the 3-city map: Bai City, Shu City, and Yao City. He thinks I don't care what their goal is. Gathering such a massive crowd of people is actually a huge win for me. Liu Yi smiles with absolute wicked satisfaction. At that exact moment, over in Bai City, someone at the Garden Guild headquarters speaks up. We confirmed it. It's Yi. Down in Yao City's lower tier, High City, Yuan Ding listens to his subordinate's report with a scowl. Apparently, this so-called Tier 2 water monster noticed something totally abnormal. The subordinate points at the projector screen and adds, I'll have Mr. Bai handle it. If they manage to come back alive, it proves we don't need to worry at all. Yuan Gu, with one hand in his pocket, guesses. If everyone goes missing, then it has to be Ye. Right now, there are quite a few water monsters, and absolutely all of High City's personnel have completely lost contact. With that kind of insane power besides the New Order, it's only Ye. And since we made a solid deal with the New Order before completely cutting ties, they would leave at least one branch that can communicate directly with our main forces, no matter how tiny it actually is. Standing nearby, 100 Hands and White Glove listen closely as he continues. So we are going to set up our entire ambush spot right in Shu City, between Bai City and Yao City. Then Yuan Gu adds, according to the geographic intel, after the origin world spawned, Yi's actual level was completely reset, but to achieve a certain goal, he can just use massive player kills to rapidly upgrade his title while completely bypassing any normal level restrictions entirely. Yuan Ding scowls as he keeps listening. If he really wants to level up fast and if he doesn't want to become the ultimate enemy of every single player, then he literally has to pick a fixed location with a massive population to first wipe out his next targets. Yuan Gu logically deduces, as long as every member in this exact group dies, he can just invent some random excuse and perfectly dodge the massive fallout from a giant player massacre. Our High City members just suddenly vanishing. It's highly likely that his chosen target is actually us, so as long as we all gather together, he will definitely show up. Yuan Gu slams his hand on the table furiously, adding, if we want to protect the Garden Guild and finally eliminate him, and steal that title right off him to secure our total dominance, then this is absolutely our one and only chance. Otherwise, once his level shoots up, we'll just be completely slaughtered. Yuan Gu crosses his arms. Stick with me, this upcoming clash is going to be insane. Alright, you and I are about to see their master plan. They had to prepare for the worst. What if he just ignores the ambush? They needed more bait. The strategy, capture random players or anyone closely connected to Yi to completely force his hand. That would definitely drag him right into their trap. Meanwhile, over in High City, Liu Yi and his sibling are having a serious chat. On his way to Shu City, he promises to check on her guild members and save them if it happens to be convenient. Looking at the holographic map, getting from Yi City to Shu City means passing straight through Jing City, Huang City, and Liu City. Liu Yun quickly shares the intel she gathered. The latest news, her people were captured by the Back Garden Guild and their sketchy allies. They are living a total nightmare. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns. He asks if this is just the main route to Shu City, or if these are the exact spots where the trouble started. Liu Yun explains that those specific areas just happen to be swarming with heavy enemy forces. She begs her brother to save them, but only if he stays safe. His survival is still the absolute top priority here. But Liu Yi just smiles with absolute confidence. He tells her he's got it. If he can help out, he definitely will. Plus, it's a great chance to grind some experience points. Soon after, a sleek black car speeds down a winding mountain road. Inside, Water Monster is behind the wheel, while his loyal lackey rides shotgun. Right now, Liu Yi's system interface pops up, highlighting a heavily damaged gun. Below that, his massive stat sheet, level 38 0 experience plus his titles, attributes, and skills. He stares at the glowing numbers deep in thought. Apparently, heavily modified weapons completely break down after 30 minutes of continuous use, with a sealing orb requiring a long cooldown period. The system hints finally make perfect sense, but he figures once the gear hits level 50, he can probably socket the orb without totally destroying the weapon in the process. Now rocking a fresh yellow outfit, he sits in the backseat studying the holographic system panel. On top of all that, his intelligence stat weight has actually crossed the 100 mark, and combining it with the sealing orb's crazy matching attributes, the game handled that massive power surge without a single glitch. Liu Yi stretches his arms, relaxing with a very satisfied, confident smirk. He silently thanks the High Tower's #1 for hooking him up with 100 free attribute points. Just looking at his base stats now, he's technically already pushed past level 60 in the Origin realm, at least when you look at his raw stat weight titles and insane gear. Then Liu Yi frowns, analyzing the situation. If he can actually equip the sealing orb currently sitting in his inventory, his raw strength would be 1.5 times higher than it ever was. Here's where you and I need to pay attention. Once he hits level 60, he can finally head to Buju Mountain to stop the absolute apocalypse. Suddenly, Water Monster calls out from the front. The road ahead is completely destroyed. The car is stuck, but they are incredibly close to Jing City now. This whole situation definitely leaves Liu Yi suspicious. They hop out and stand before a massive deep crack, tearing the road right in half. He steps up to the edge, just taking it in. Jing City is right ahead. Behind him, Water Monster and his lackey are sweating bullets, forcing completely awkward smiles. Liu Yi stares at the distant, foggy skyline. He clearly remembers his past life. This exact place spawned a crazy item called the safety rope. It actually let players link straight to a transcendent tier artifact on the exact same level as the mighty Donghuang. But crazily enough, a totally powerless player ended up claiming it. Liu Yi keeps digging through his memories. Even without raw strength relying purely on that unbelievable god-tier weapon, that guy easily became one of the absolute highest-ranked players in his entire past life. But sadly, the activation requirements for that artifact were brutally strict. Not long after, he suffered a massive backlash and died, and the entire weapon vanished completely. And get this, transcendent items are literally indestructible. Suddenly, Liu Yi jumps high into the air, telling his temporary drivers their job is fully done. He tells them to head back. Meanwhile, he realizes that exploring Buju Mountain would be easier if he uses that exact artifact to link players inside and outside the danger zone, basically guaranteeing complete safety for his team. He effortlessly clears the chasm and dashes right down the broken road toward the city. He thinks to himself, since these Shinming Guild members are already caught in a disaster here, he might as well try to snatch that god-tier weapon along the way. The second Liu Yi vanishes, Water Monster and his lackey collapse completely exhausted against the car. The lackey is practically in tears. He asks if that terrifying monster finally let them go. Water Monster just stares at his trembling hands, looking totally defeated. He swears that from now on he's living a humble, quiet life. Forget about pride or revenge, this new system world is just way too dangerous. His lackey is literally bawling his eyes out in total agreement. He misses the old world where pure brute force was actually enough to make a decent, comfortable living. Now, everywhere they look, they are surrounded by absolute overpowered freaks. One wrong move, and they could be wiped out in an instant. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is sprinting like an absolute blur, rushing deeper into the unknown. Suddenly, he slides to a halt, staring at the dense, toxic-looking smog dead ahead. The entire city is swallowed up by this creeping fog, and it's getting thicker. You and I know this isn't normal. Could this mist be tied to that legendary artifact? Who knows what dangers lurk inside? Out of nowhere, a terrified man sprints out of the mist. He makes a desperate dash straight toward Liu Yi with a bizarre rope flying right behind him. Bam! It violently wraps around the guy's neck, yanking him backward. Liu Yi watches him get practically hanged in mid-air, genuinely stunned for a brief second. Then the man's arms hung down dead still. Liu Yi frowned. He wasn't taking any chances here. Right then, a system alert flashed, target covered by an unknown barrier. Approach totally blocked off. You and I have seen crazy systems, but this, no fixing allowed. Beside the guy dangling from the rope, Liu Yi could barely make out other bodies, all just floating in midair. He backed up, trusting the warning. Looking closer, more corpses appeared. He narrowed his eyes, men, women, even kids hung there. Dizzy from the sight, Liu Yi still stepped forward. He knew the only way into Buju Mountain required this transcendent item. If he missed his one and only shot at getting it, he'd definitely regret it forever. With that in mind, he walked straight into the thick fog. He entered a totally abandoned city. Bodies dangled from the sky like sick decorations. Liu Yi scratched his chin, pushing forward anyway. Suddenly, a rope dropping down caught his eye. Left foot forward, it moved. Right foot, it shrank right back. Liu Yi frowned, analyzing the path ahead. Then he glanced to his right, suddenly piecing it together. Over there, he spotted a secret realm gate. He guessed stepping away from the center made the rope stretch 50 meters long before it actually attacked. But as long as he moved toward the realm, even stopping or strafing sideways kept the rope completely hidden. However, with every single step forward, the rope's spawn point reset entirely. He stared at the secret realm, knowing the absolute epic transcendent gear he desperately needed was definitely waiting inside. If he could clear this infinite realm, that gear was basically his. Still, Liu Yi calculated his odds carefully. He needed solid intel, not just blindly rushing in like a fool. Who knew if those Simming members Ayun mentioned had any info on this place while facing extreme danger? Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, an iron-gloved fist smashed right into a wall, cracking the solid stone. The blue-haired guy punched right next to someone's neck. Chu Hao angrily screamed out, "So you accidentally harmed your girlfriend, big deal." The guy getting yelled at was Tai Yan, completely depressed. Chu Hao grabbed his buddy's collar. "You're a player and a high-level one too. In this messed-up world, finding a woman is easy," but Tai Yan just sat there looking completely lifeless. Seeing that Chu Hao totally lost it, throwing his friend down. "You trash. If we weren't childhood friends, I would have tossed you away myself." He glared, clenching his fists hard, yelling, "Snap out of it right now." Then he ordered, "Take out your secret realm guide and use it to get us out of here. Live or die is on you." Suddenly, Chu Hao froze, hearing back garden members shouting they found them. Did they seriously find us? He dragged Tai Yan by the wrist, yelling, "Let's go," but his friend refused to stand. Chu Hao cursed, "Damn it." He bent down, throwing his friend's arm over his shoulder to help him up, swearing. With tears in his eyes, Chu Hao gritted his teeth. "You're my best brother. You can't die here." But they barely made it anywhere before spotting a massive crowd approaching. Chu Hao quickly looked away, thinking, "We gotta run." "But stick with me here," someone suddenly shouted. "Run, let's see you try." A guy blocked their path, holding a long sword with one hand, roaring, "Damn you both. You took so many of my brother's lives. Today, I'm chopping you up as dog food. If you just backed off and ignored the Simming group, we would be perfectly fine right now. But now, death is your only option." Hearing this, a gloomy Tai Yan muttered, "I'm sorry." Then he got thrown to the dirt. Dual-wielding his swords, Chu Hao yelled, "If you're really sorry, wake up. We are breaking out together," someone screamed. "Take him down, boys. Don't let him." Reached the exit, the buzzcut guy charged with his sword. Another enemy rushed in from behind. Two guys charged Chu Hao from opposite sides. Tai Yan sat trapped while Chu Hao blocked attacks with his twin blades. 2 against 1, but Chu Hao didn't flinch, perfectly parrying every single strike without missing a beat. But suddenly he took a hit. Chu Hao winced, trying to counter, but the heavy-gloved guy punched his stomach so hard he threw up spit. Another enemy grabbed his neck, pinning his arm to the wall with a sword. Now completely subdued, he gritted through the pain, cursing, "You trash. If you cowards hadn't used regular people to trap me, I wouldn't have drained all my stamina. And now you're talking big. You level 50 trash actually think you have what it takes to eliminate me." Hearing this, the buzzcut guy just smirks like an absolute creep. He draws his green sword and mocks him. "So just be a good boy and die. You guys have absolutely zero ways to fight back." He swings his blade down hard, making Chu Hao flinch in pure panic. Right now, even God himself could not save you. But then completely out of nowhere, a guy who was slumped on the ground suddenly jumps up. Tai Yan barely blocks the buzzcut guy's deadly strike, saving Chu Hao. With dark bags under his eyes, he weakly gasps, "Run away." Then Tai Yan uses every ounce of his remaining strength to violently shove the guy backward, completely freeing Chu Hao. Seeing this, Chu Hao just stands there, frozen in shock, spreading his arms wide to block the two back garden thugs. Tai Yan turns his head and screams, "Go!" But suddenly, a blade pierces right through Tai Yan's leg. The buzzcut guy slashes his stomach, violently yelling, "Why do you useless pieces of trash always interfere?" Instantly, Tai Yan's eyes roll back. His jaw drops, and he completely vanishes into pixels like a logged-out player. Witnessing this absolute nightmare, Chu Hao bursts into tears, screaming, "Tai Yan!" He agonizingly grits his teeth, turns around and starts running for his life. But one of the thugs just sneers. "You think you can leave?" A green blade flies right through the air, violently piercing through Chu Hao's calf. He screams in absolute agony and violently crashes face first into the dirt. The buzzcut guy looks down, grinning. "Want to leave? Did you even bother asking for our permission?" Chu Hao shoots him an incredibly furious glare. The thug just smirks. "Actually, thinking about it now, just killing you won't satisfy my anger at all. I should thank Tai Yan for interrupting." He casually crouches down, right in front of Chu Hao, squinting with an evil grin. "You and Tai Yan like the same girl. Since that girl chose Tai Yan, I honestly feel pretty bad for you." Then his very next incredibly twisted words make Chu Hao go wide-eyed in complete and utter shock. "But do not worry, we already taught her a very thorough lesson for you." The thug wipes his mouth like an absolute creep. The night before she died, she tasted amazing. Hearing this, Chu Hao was left totally horrified, thinking, so that is exactly why she purposely let Tai Yan kill her. He violently lunges forward, screaming, "You animals!" Suddenly, a heavy blade presses right against Chu Hao's neck, making him freeze up completely. The buzzcut guy glares with pure malice. "This is all your fault." Then he practically howls, purposely provoking the furious Chu Hao. "No, wait, even animals could get the girl that you couldn't get, and we can also kill you." The thug laughs like a maniac, pressing the blade to slice his throat. He sneers, "You are getting a miserable ending." "A miserable ending? What were you expecting, some righteous hero to suddenly drop from the sky and take us out right now? To leave us dead without a grave? Keep dreaming, loser." Beside him, his teammate just crosses his arms, laughing as he talks big. "Even if a hero somehow showed up, you'd already be dead anyway. You wouldn't even see it. Huge pity. Now, you and I need to pay attention." Chu Hao's eyes roll back, smoke rises, but seconds later, he suddenly snaps, completely awake. Chu Hao stares at the glowing green plus signs floating all around him, totally bewildered. "Wait, I am completely fine. My health bar actually refilled." Meanwhile, those two back garden thugs are completely terrified. They frantically scream, "Who is there?" Just as they spot Liu Yi landing perfectly a few feet away, he approaches them with his sword drawn and a confident smirk, an envoy of justice. Seeing this, the buzzcut guy complains to his partner, "These bored guys really love meddling. in other people's business. Let's take him out together. But just seconds later, two familiar swords are violently thrown into the dirt. Both of those bullies are now on their knees crying and begging, "Boss, I was wrong. I was honestly just talking absolute nonsense back there. Just spouting random garbage. I was only a little mad. I swear I did not do anything bad. I am just following orders from the higher-ups. I seriously know nothing about what he just said." Then one of them pathetically hugs Liu Yi leg crying, "Big bro, you have got to believe us. We really only wanted to take out those Simming Guild members. We haven't done anything evil at all. I promise we are actually the good guys here. We are truly good people. In fact, those Simming guys are the ones who slaughtered tons of our brothers." But the second those words leave his mouth, a heavy blade glowing with crimson energy violently impales his head straight into the ground. Liu Yi just coldly smirks and says, "But I am also from the Simming Guild. What should we do?" Hearing this, the buzz-cut guy's jaw completely drops, shrieking in pure terror. Suddenly, Qiu Hao's eyes glow blood red. Standing right behind the thug, he charges forward and brutally impales him straight through the chest, roaring, "Die, you absolute animal." Qiu Hao just stands there in deadly silence, a totally dark expression covering his face. Liu Yi breaks the tension. "Sorry, I'm late." Wiping away his tears, Qiu Hao replies, "No. It is because I am way too weak." He turns around, his expression twisted in pure agony. Qiu Hao stares intensely right at Liu Yi, tightly clenching his fists in frustration. "You saved my life. I really should just give you all the secret intel that Tai Yan managed to collect for us. But instead..." Suddenly, he drops straight to his knees. Looking up, he violently yells out to Liu Yi, "Can I please use this exact data to beg you for one massive favor? Could you please help me assassinate Xie Feng from the Back Garden Guild?" Qiu Hao looks up, tears completely streaming down his face. "The tragedy that destroyed me, Tai Yan and Xiao Xiao. It all started with him. I need revenge." Now what do you think Liu Yi will do? He just stays silent. Finally, he whispers something completely secret to Qiu Hao inside that dark alleyway. Meanwhile, deep inside a mysterious hidden realm, strange magical tethers hang down endlessly from the sky. Right in the center, two figures stand near a massive glowing blue sphere. One of them, a guy wearing a mask over his right eye, raises his hand eagerly explaining something. "You and I are jumping right in. Brother Feng, please, we have tried this so many times. Do not make me go back." The gray-haired guy just laughs. "You know the rules. As long as we have enough points, us back garden players have a massive advantage. We can literally come back to life. This absolute menace right here, that is Xie Feng. He runs the back garden branch. Hands shoved in his pockets, he adds, is just like a video game. That is exactly how we took over Bai City. We expanded so crazy fast." Xie Feng raises an eyebrow, staring him down. "Look, even if I get killed right here, I have enough points to just respawn. You, yeah, not so much." The masked guy starts sweating absolute bullets. Suddenly, Xie Feng's vibe turns dark. He clenches his fist tightly. "I can give you the points to revive," he threatens, "if you just listen. But if you refuse, then right here, right now, I am going to end you. And then your whole family in Bai City is next." The masked guy stumbles backward, completely panicked. "Brother Feng, hey, please let us just calm down." Xie Feng ignores him, completely barking an order. "Then get in there and run the test." The masked guy swallows hard. "Okay, I will go." With absolute villain energy, Xie Feng tosses him a small bottle. "Here, I am feeling generous today. Take this, a health potion straight from the game. Let us see if it actually works." The masked guy grabs it, totally terrified. "Thank you so much, Brother Feng." But then absolute chaos. The creepy vines that were perfectly still just a second ago, they all instantly snap right toward the masked guy. He takes one single step. Boom. Vines instantly wrap around his neck and yank at his waist. Without warning, they launch him violently into the sky. Xie Feng just watches him fly, completely unfazed. Wow, his health is draining crazy fast. That potion is not healing him nearly enough. High up in the air, the masked guy starts screaming in absolute agony. "I cannot hold on, Brother Feng, please take care of my family." Seeing this, Xie Feng just scowls, clearly annoyed. He crosses his arms, muttering to himself, "Dead again. How do we actually clear this dungeon? Think about the exit. The only way out is getting dragged up by these insane vines. But the second they grab you, your health absolutely tanks. And regular health potions, they cannot out-heal the damage." Xie Feng stares down the vines, doing the math. If they wrap you up that tightly, you are basically dead. The only way you survive is having a dedicated healer on your squad. Honestly, there's only one other way to regenerate health this fast. It requires some insane natural regeneration or a crazy auto-heal passive. And trust me, both of those are ridiculously rare. That first option, you literally need a super unique body type, and you have to be above level 55. As for the second, that is pure rumor. Never even seen it. He grabs his head, completely frustrated. Damn it, I thought this was going to be an easy farming spot. Instead, it is a total death trap. Feng glares at the dungeon gate, sighing heavily. Maybe the next batch of completely clueless players will actually bring me some luck. Seriously, just get me a Vitality Realm player right now. This is giving me such a massive headache. These insane, large-scale, open-limit dungeons are the absolute worst. Not only are players completely trapped, once they walk inside, the system gives literally zero hints on how to beat it. If it just gave one tiny clue like normal dungeons do, I would have cleared this garbage weeks ago. Suddenly, a whole squad of guys comes sprinting into the dungeon, screaming their heads off. Brother Feng, save us. This catches Feng off guard. He spins around confused. What is happening? Meanwhile, you and I are jumping to another location. Chu Hao is breaking down some massive intel. Tai actually found all this data right before those back garden thugs completely surrounded him. He pulls up a glowing system screen pointing at the details. Back in the game, Tai was an absolute genius at clearing dungeons. The guy leveled up faster than literally anyone else. But because he rushed it, he completely ignored his weapon proficiency stats. Because of that, his actual combat power was terrible. Staring at a weird circle diagram covered in connecting lines, Chu Hao explains Tai said inside that specific dungeon. Everything is basically just getting tied up by these weird vines. If you want to clear the zone, your only real option is obvious. You have to let those edge vines grab you. They literally drag you straight to the top. He taps the system screen again, pointing out the mechanic. Here is the trick. If only a few people get grabbed, their health drains ridiculously fast. But if a massive group gets tied up at once, the health drain actually drops way down. But here is the most critical part: you absolutely cannot fight back. If you just hang there and do not resist once round 1 ends, your health locks safely at 20%. Beside him, Liu Yi is hanging onto every single word. But the second you struggle, your health drops rapidly until you are dead. That is exactly how Tai's 5 squad mates got completely wiped out. When you finally reach the top, 20 different doors spawn in. Tai actually made it up there on his run. He randomly picked the second door. The second he stepped through, he was booted completely out of the dungeon and back to the real world. Chu Hao stares off, reminiscing. So we know for a fact he did not actually clear it, but once he left that zone and got out of the city, the vines stopped attacking him completely. Tai figured out that picking a specific door does not even matter. They are basically just safe zones for the players to catch their breath. His eyes suddenly well up with tears. If we really want to beat this absolute nightmare of a dungeon, the only logical solution left is insane. We have to make every single vine in there submit to the player. But as for the actual method, he never figured it out. He just knew it requires someone from the Vitality Realm. Honestly, his original plan was taking me and Xiao into the dungeon. You and I know things never go to plan though. Survive the vines first, then figure out the rest. Chu Hao wipes his tears, looking totally crushed. He explains that just as they were about to enter the dungeon, the Back Garden Guild totally locked down the entrance. They actually clashed with the Back Garden members. Looking out over the massive dungeon leading into the city, Chu Hao sighs and asks, Brother Liu, how are you going to get inside now? The entrance is completely overrun by the Back Garden Guild. But here's the catch: they are constantly looking for extra people to help them clear the dungeon. We could pretend to join them just to sneak in. But Liu Yi just smirks at that idea, saying that kind of sneaky method is way too inefficient for him. That completely confuses Chu Hao for a second. Then it suddenly clicks in his brain and his jaw drops wide open in absolute shock. Dozens of swords are stabbed into the ground all around them. Liu Yi walks right through the blades like a boss, declaring he will just kill a bunch and force the rest to help him clear it. A system prompt instantly pops up. Current dungeon player count is 15, while the absolute maximum limit is capped at exactly 20 players. You have entered a massive scale dungeon. There are no restrictions on finding the safety ropes. Right then, a lone figure can be seen vaguely stepping through the dungeon portal. Liu Yi smiles confidently as he walks right through the glowing gateway. Inside, a whole crowd of Back Garden members is already gathered up on the other side. Feng's underlings are terrified, yelling out to him that everyone else is totally dead. Every single guy guarding the outside was completely wiped out by this dude. And the scariest part, nobody could even survive a single strike from him. Total massacre. Feng frowns hard. He asks where this guy even came from, pointing out that cutting off everyone else's survival route like that is a really bad move. Liu Yi just looks puzzled. Seeing his reaction, Feng casually shoves his hands into his pockets and asks, You actually know me. Now you and I are about to see something insane. Liu Yi vanishes into thin air, totally jump-scaring the Back Garden crew while his system stats suddenly flash. Player Liu Yi is level 38 with incalculable experience points. He has over 100,000 attribute points and his perception level sits right at 2,250. His health pool is nearly 120,000 with intelligence near 30,000. Meanwhile, Liu Yi taunts him. Never met you, but somebody begged me to kill you. Boom. He instantly appears right in front of Feng. But Si Feng is no pushover, immediately activating his soft power storing technique to counter the sudden attack. He actually catches Liu Yi heavy punch with his bare hand. The system immediately analyzes the enemy technique, explaining that soft power perfectly absorbs incoming physical attacks. That exact power is then heavily amplified for the next counterattack. Suddenly, Si Feng grips the fist tight, swinging his other hand glowing with intense blue and white energy. He furiously screams, taking his strike right back. A massive shockwave blasts outward from their clash, ripping through every single direction around them. Even the back garden members standing way back have to cover their faces. Si Feng praises him, admitting his attack power is insane. No wonder he wiped out the outside guards instantly. Standing across from him, Liu Yi fires back, absorbing damage and reflecting it. Let us see exactly how many times you can do that. Si Feng opens his palm forward and just straight up admits it. I cannot absorb the damage forever, but I can make sure you temporarily only get one single hit on us. At the same time, the system details the enemy technique. Soft power slowdown, effectively restricting the target's overall speed to a complete crawl. This slowdown effect has zero limits, completely draining his movement speed, his raw attack speed, and even heavily delaying his skill cooldown recovery. Liu Yi is completely caught off guard as his fist starts moving in super slow motion. Sweating slightly, he glances down at his trapped hand. He immediately shifts his footing and leaps backward, putting some solid distance between him and Si Feng. Liu Yi looks forward and just smirks. Si Feng suddenly taunts him. Why stop attacking now? I still have 4 more skills ready to go, so let us see who actually finishes who today. Hearing that, Liu Yi puts his hand on his hip and praises him. Pure pay to win strength. We can totally cooperate. That suddenly makes Si Feng highly suspicious. Then Liu Yi drops the bomb, saying he actually has the strategy to clear this dungeon. Let us team up and clear this dungeon together. But inside his head, he is calculating that an equal power level can actually be handled perfectly. According to Taiyan's guide, more people means less health gets deducted. He is not sure what the exact numbers are yet, so keeping him alive works for now. Si Feng suddenly asks if he really has a guide. Then he crosses his arms arrogantly, mocking him as trash. You honestly think I would trust some guy who just tried to beat me up? Following you will just get me completely killed. But privately, Si Feng is scheming. What if what he is saying is actually true? Otherwise, why would an insanely overpowered player like him just walk right in here, trying to drag a whole group of other players along too? Hearing his whole arrogant speech, Liu Yi does not even get mad. He just smirks, watching him intently. A moment later, Si Feng keeps going with his own little dramatic monologue. Even if everything you just said is totally real, the fact you spared me and my men proves one simple thing. Without us here to help you, you definitely cannot clear this dungeon on your own. Which completely means you are the one begging us right now. Off to the side, his men are totally amazed. You can actually spin it like that. As expected of Boss Feng, in just a matter of seconds, we already have the upper hand again. Si Feng then runs his mouth, acting completely superior. If you were begging, you better act like it. Right now, you need to beg me to actually clear this dungeon with you. Now stick with me because this gets wild. He says he might reluctantly agree, just like 2 days ago when some girl offered him literally anything, just to let her 2 friends go free. Everything comes with a heavy price. Despite him running his mouth constantly, Liu Yi simply walks toward the ropes and roasts him. Being a loudmouth solves absolutely nothing, especially since you already said all that. Alright, you and I are about to see a wild play. Seeing his sudden move, the back garden guild looks totally confused. What exactly is this guy doing? Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stands near the creeping ropes. Letting them slither right toward him, he points his finger. I'll give you a free tip. To clear this secret realm, you actually have to let these ropes drag you to the very end. Do that and you'll beat the stage. But while you're getting dragged, your HP is going to drain insanely fast. Then Liu Yi drops the real catch. However, the total damage these ropes deal is completely fixed. The more players that get snagged by these ropes at the exact same time, the lower the damage gets, making it way easier to survive. Hearing this, Si Feng just bursts into crazy laughter, pointing and mocking him. Haha, you idiot. Isn't that just perfect news for us? That gives me even less of a reason to team up with you. But Liu Yi's reaction isn't what he expected at all. He just casually shrugs, spreading his hands out. Okay, so what happens next? Holding up one finger, Liu Yi smirks. You didn't really think that was the entire strategy, did you? You should know that's just the only piece of useful information I'm actually willing to share with you guys. While talking, Liu Yi is already quietly analyzing his opponent's every move. The guy isn't just blindly agreeing. He's carefully fishing for more clues to beat the dungeon. Over there, Si Feng frowns hard, his suspicious glare super obvious. Watching him, Liu Yi thinks to himself, he's trying to find loopholes in my words to take the upper hand. The guy definitely knows how to play the game. Without another word, he reaches his hand right toward a dangling rope. But looking at it differently, he's just as desperate to clear this place. If we were purely enemies, he wouldn't even bother stalling like this. In that case, I'll just change tactics. I'll force him into a corner where he has absolutely no choice but to follow my lead. He suddenly grabs the rope and instantly, it tightly coils around Liu Yi's arm like a snake. At the exact same time, he shouts, "You want the rest of the strategy? Follow me. Otherwise, you can just watch me die and take the secrets with me." Si Feng completely panics. But before anyone can react, the rope aggressively yanks Liu Yi high into the air. Si Feng scrambles toward a rope, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Crap, go after him." His goons are absolutely terrified, awkwardly stammering out, "B-Boss Feng, didn't you just say we shouldn't?" Si Feng grabs a rope, his brain working in overdrive. He's forcing our hand. He wants us to cooperate so we can secure the upper advantage. We've been trapped in this hellish dungeon for 2 whole days. 40 of our guys are dead, and we still barely know anything. Gripping the rope tight, Si Feng makes a desperate call. Our backup outside is entirely wiped out. We have 0 reinforcements coming for us. There is absolutely no way the few of us left can clear this dungeon stage alone. As the magical rope violently hoists him upward, he roars out, "Follow him, take the chance. Otherwise, we're literally just going to starve to death in here." Hearing their boss, the remaining subordinates exchange nervous glances. Then one guy finally grits his teeth and goes for it. The rest of the crew immediately rushes forward, snatching the ropes and screaming, "Screw it, just listen to Boss Feng." In seconds, the entire group gets dragged violently into the air. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just relaxes into the ascent, calmly thinking, "What's this? When I was doing it solo, it drained 500 HP a minute. But now that all these guys got grabbed by the ropes, the HP drain has plummeted to just 30 points. With my current massive health pool and stats, I honestly have 0 things to worry about." Right then, you and I can see Liu Yi's system interface popping up, revealing his totally broken stats. His health sits at a whopping 74,376, and his comprehension is 93,876 out of 113,576. He flashes a satisfied smile. "Man, I was scaring myself for no reason." The dungeon strategy literally stacks the damage distribution exactly like I predicted. Now it's basically a walk in the park. This is way too easy. Way below him, the back garden guild members are absolutely losing it. My HP is constantly draining. It's dropping by 30. I only have around 3,000 total health. It's gonna hit 0 in no time flat at this rate. Elsewhere, Si Feng stares at his own hands, hearing his men panic. "What do we do, Boss Feng?" He gasps in pure shock. "It's exactly like that," Guy said. "The average player's health pool is normally sitting right between 2,000 and 4,000. Si Feng quickly runs the terrifying math in his head. The original health drain was at least 15 times faster than this, meaning they wouldn't have survived even 10 seconds alone. They desperately needed 5 players acting together just to live. Only then would the damage penalty actually start decreasing. No wonder my earlier tests failed. I had no idea how long the damage duration even lasted." Suddenly, Si Feng glares straight up at Liu Yi. Sensing the shift, his goons start panicking. "Boss Feng, what exactly are you planning to do right now?" Meanwhile, hanging high above Liu Yi, casually pulls out a handgun. "Well, since you guys aren't really useful to me anymore, I might as well just wipe you out early. Can't risk you idiots causing random accidents and ruining my dungeon clear." Without hesitation, he opens fire, raining bullets straight down on the entire back garden guild. Immediately, someone from below screams in terror. "Are you absolutely insane? You're playing around with a gun. What if you actually end up killing one of us down here?" Si Feng cranks his head back and roars. "We're literally tied to the same sinking ship. If we die, your damage shoots up and you're next, you psycho." Right on cue, the others start begging. "He's right. Seriously, stop joking around with that thing. If you accidentally wipe us out, that damage penalty is gonna skyrocket and you're gonna feel it too." Ignoring them, Liu Yi casually points the smoking barrel to the sky. Dodging is a breeze. As you and I can see, even with a debuff, he's totally relaxed. Dodging bullets to fight 3 players. Not exactly the smartest move. He aims his gun again. 2 fingers up, blue magic sparks. "Listen, you and I know his long-range attacks are way more than just some simple pistol." Instantly, the guys below freeze completely. Eyes rolled entirely back, bodies totally paralyzed. At the same time, the system announces a brutal mental invasion. This attack deals massive damage every single second for 10 whole seconds. The cost: 1 comprehension point buys him exactly 2.5 points of pure damage. For every single level, he gains that damage boosts by 10. And every 10 levels, he gets to lock onto a whole new extra target. Wild right. His current skill level, a staggering 98. Instantly, all the lackeys just explode into complete nothingness. Si Feng is left standing there absolutely stunned as his entire team just vaporizes before his eyes. Suddenly, Liu Yi speaks up. "You actually managed to block my damage, and even more than the damage caused by that rope. What kind of crazy life-saving skill are you using?" Hearing this, Si Feng tilts his head back and furiously screams. "Are you out of your mind? The damage in this place forces all of us to share the pain. You kill us and you're not getting out of here alive either." But Liu Yi just laughs it off. That sounds like a personal problem. I really don't care right now. Honestly, I am just way too curious to see exactly how long you can keep holding out. Down below, Si Feng grits his teeth. He is completely furious but absolutely powerless. A long moment passes and the two of them are still being dragged upward. Liu Yi glances down at Xie Feng and casually notes, 5 whole minutes now. The constant damage I've been hitting you with is nearing 100,000. Are you seriously still holding up just fine? That skill of yours is actually pretty impressive. Down below, Xie Feng gnashes his teeth in pure frustration. Suddenly, a thick fog rolls in right above them. Then the actual ceiling of the secret realm finally reveals itself. Both Liu Yi and Si Feng flinch in surprise. In a flash, the ropes yank them straight up toward it. Someone screams out, "We hit the top." But Liu Yi catches something out of the corner of his eye. He looks down. Another thick rope starts violently twisting around. Suddenly, it tightly wraps right around his other arm. Now Liu Yi is literally just suspended in midair, completely confused. Wait, I can actually just float up here. A moment passes and Liu Yi scans his surroundings to get a read on the situation. The two guys are just floating inside a bizarre room surrounded by jet black doors. Staring at a door, Liu Yi thinks, that must be exactly what Kai Yan mentioned in his strategy guide. You can totally break out of this secret realm using the ropes right outside the containment cabin doors. But watch this. Suddenly, Si Feng throws a massive palm strike screaming, "Just die." Instantly, the system triggers. Form 2 of his stored energy capacity has officially activated. It constantly absorbs incoming damage for a full 10 minutes of storage time, and once that exact storage limit is finally reached, all that banked energy detonates in the user's next massive strike. System note, while Form 2 is charging up, there is a catch. The player cannot launch any attacks. Si Feng roars in pure rage. This is 200,000 points of raw damage I just soaked up for 5 whole minutes. He blasts blinding blue and white energy straight at Liu Yi, screaming, "I am taking you to hell with me." Thinking this blast will completely vaporize his target, Si Feng smirks with pure, gleeful pride, but barely 2 seconds later, his arrogant smile completely drops. His jaw hits the floor in shock. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stares back with glowing red eyes. Is this really your final trump card? He casually opens his hand, blue energy crackling around his fingers, and flashes a mocking smirk. That was just embarrassingly weak. The system immediately flashes his stats. Player Liu Yi, level 38. Total calculation, control power, a massive 100,608.95. Both his raw attack and his defense attributes are sitting way over 300,000 with resistance passing 60. His strength, his agility, his total physical constitution, his intelligence and perception are all maxed at 5,000. His health is at 2,766,340 out of 3 million. His comprehension points, 3 million out of 4 million. Suddenly, Liu Yi locks eyes with him. Time for you to hit the road. Brutal mental invasion. Panicking, Xie Feng frantically throws his hands up to surrender. Wait, just hold on a second. But instantly, a blinding white light completely swallows his entire body. In a split second, Xi Feng's nearly full health bar plummets down to a tiny sliver. Liu Yi stares right at door number 7, thinking hard. Did he seriously just hide inside that cabin door? He floats right up to the heavy door, noting to himself, wow, he actually survived all that. Makes sense for a level 60 player. They never go down easy, always stacking trump card after trump card. According to Kai Yan's survival guide, crossing into this specific cabin door basically guarantees you have successfully escaped the secret realm. He frowns deep in thought. The exact second this heavy cabin door finally slides shut, I am going to hit him with a massive weakness debuff. Running on almost 0 health, 0 strength, and still taking damage from the outside environment. Yeah, that should definitely be more than enough to finally finish him off. Without wasting time, he darts straight into a pitch-black door, himself muttering, "Forget it. Just to be absolutely safe, I need to exit this secret realm right now. Once Si Feng is completely dead, I can always come right back." 1 second later, Liu Yi lands perfectly on a floor that looks like a sci-fi spaceship deck. Instantly, the heavy door slams shut right behind him. Liu Yi stands totally still, his eyes scanning the entire metallic room. Wait, is this what the inside of the cabin looks like? So how do I get back to reality? Do I just wait for a prompt? Suddenly, the system flashes a glowing notification, checking if the current player has successfully evacuated the secret realm. Please locate the safety tether to initiate your return back to the real world. Beep beep, player scan complete. Due to your unique physical constitution, conditions are met. You and I are about to see the divine program initiate. System booting. Master recognition for the safety rope is now active. Let's see how crazy this gets. Hearing this, Liu Yi widens his eyes. Tianyao is exactly what Yuan Ding had mentioned. But what the heck is a master recognition system doing on a safety rope? Suddenly, Liu Yi completely vanishes from his spot. Next second, he reappears right back in the room at the top of the secret realm. Seeing this, Liu Yi gasps quietly. Forced out completely. Without warning, every single rope suddenly bursts outward from a single point, swarming wildly all around Liu Yi and leaving him totally confused. Then all those ropes violently wrap around his arms and body. At the exact same time, the system announces, health deduction decreasing. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 500, 5,000, 500, 8,000, 16,000. Liu Yi grits his teeth in pure anger, whispering health. Then he analyzes. For every single rope wrapping around him, the health drain per rope shoots up by 500. With this many ropes, what insane level will it stack up to? Trying to find a way out. By now, the ropes have completely mummy-wrapped Liu Yi, leaving only his head visible. Sweating bullets, he thinks. The most crucial thing is not to resist. Wait, no. Escaping is impossible. Meanwhile, the health deduction keeps plummeting all the way down to 99,500. Liu Yi calculates fast. The health drain stops at 99,000. With his current remaining health pool, he can only survive for another 2.5 seconds. He frowns hard, his eyes darting around as he tries to brainstorm. Liu Yi silently weighs his options, but if he gets it repaired, then he should be completely fine. During the fairy power growth phase, his mental strength recovers through the blessing. As long as it is under 30 seconds, the mental strength used does not exceed 200,000, he can use it infinitely. He glances to the side, raising his eyebrow as he thinks. Right now, each point of mental strength can heal up to 980 health. Plus, with the condensed mental focus he just gained, this level of health drain is absolutely no threat to him at all. Liu Yi stares at door number 7, silently wondering to himself. But can Si Feng actually handle Xiao Chu over there? Tisk. The system prompts him, do you want to unlock a higher level now? Your safety rope control level upon a successful completion will instantly increase from 40% all the way up to 60%. Note, after fully unlocking the safety rope, the overall wrapping time will be significantly shortened. Seeing this, Liu Yi gets curious. 2 stages equals a 60% control level. So does that mean hitting stage 3 will bump the control level to 80%, and the control level for the 4th stage is exactly 100%? Liu Yi grits his teeth thinking. The control level for a transcendent grade weapon is 100%, even if he cannot see the control level. But seeing the note saying wrapping time can be shortened, he definitely needs to choose very carefully. Then he yells out, confirm unlocking the 2nd stage. At the exact same time, the system shows health deduction continuously dropping from 99,500 all the way to 500,000. Liu Yi whispers health deduction reached 500,000. He looks at the healing plus signs popping up on screen and watches the system report 3 consecutive times. Consumed 511 mental strength points, health recovered is 500,780. Then it announces, do you want to unlock a higher level? Your safety rope control level upon success will be increased from 60% all the way to 80%. Note, after unlocking the safety rope, the overall wrapping time will be significantly shortened. Instantly, Liu Yi is absolutely thrilled. Just as he expected, confirmed. After that, his health deduction continues to plummet crazily. 500,000, 1 million. Liu Yi ponders. 1 million per second, this kind of crazy difficulty spike. If it reaches 100%, will it be 1,500,000 or 2 million? No matter how high it goes, as long as it isn't his absolute limit, he can definitely withstand it. Next, the system asks him once again, do you want to unlock a higher level? This time, Liu Yi does not hesitate at all and shouts, confirm now, stick with me here. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, someone suddenly jumps out. Right out of the secret realm down to the mountain below. Si Feng lands completely confused. Again, here we go again, then he furiously curses out loud, totally unaware of someone rushing up behind him holding dual swords. Son of a bitch. What the hell kind of monster is this? From now on, never taking these trash quests again. Backed by my level 60 strength plus my inner force, I really do not need any kind of immortal fairy lifestyle at all. No need to seek more thrills. Si Feng glances around in pure caution. Suddenly, Qiu Hao swings his sword directly at Si Feng, but he completely dodges it. Si Feng stomps his foot hard on the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, then conjures a weapon right out of his bare palm. Si Feng grips his spear, blocking Qiu Hao's dual blades. He smirks, mocking him. So it's you. I agreed with that girl to spare your pathetic life, yet you come looking for your own grave. These arrogant words leave him dizzy and extremely furious. Meanwhile, Si Feng continues to absolutely demolish the pathetic bug that is Qiu Hao. He glares and sarcastically mocks. Even though I am definitely no match for that utter psycho inside there, I have more than enough power to exterminate you. Are you absolutely sure you want to keep fighting me? While attacking, Qiu Hao aggressively curses, you absolute piece of trash. Then he leaps up high, swinging his dual blades over his head, screaming out, I was just agonizing over not being able to kill you myself. All right, you and I are witnessing pure madness here. Chu Hao glares. You showed up, I gotta thank Brother Liu for saving you. A terrifying explosion blasts debris everywhere. Chu Hao stands his ground and roars with absolute fury. Even if I have to throw my life away right here today, I swear I'm dragging you down to hell right along with me. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm, those mysterious threads are slowly dropping down. They weave and crisscross into each other, gradually fading away one by one. Eventually, in that pitch-black void, only a few threads are left, slowly vanishing into thin air. And right now, our guy, Liu Yi, only has 4 threads remaining on his body. Sweating bullets, he lets out a heavy sigh. It's finally over. The amount of health drained was seriously insane, a whopping 2 million points. Honestly, you could say that other than him, literally anyone else would have absolutely failed to clear this brutal secret realm. He stares down at the very last safety thread, wrapping securely around his arm, and starts wondering to himself, how in the world did those guys get their hands on this safety thread in his previous life? But hey, whatever the case might be, he finally got it himself. Right at that moment, the system chimes in. The safety thread, a transcendent tier special item, has officially acknowledged its master, Master Liu Yi. It is composed of completely unknown materials, making it absolutely impossible to destroy or break. Cannot be discarded and cannot be stored in the inventory. Form 1, it transforms into an energy-consuming entity that can literally stretch out infinitely in length without ever snapping. The total extended length is directly proportional to the amount of mental energy you consume. Form 2. By continuing to burn through more mental power, the safety thread actually changes shape to cover an entire area, morphing into a completely invisible and undetectable zone. Within this absolute limit, he can capture absolutely any target he wants, and there is zero limit on the amount. The energy drain, the zone's massive size, and the target's strength are all completely proportional to the number of people. Now for Form 3, consuming a specific level of mental power lets the thread detach from its master and execute orders solo. The mental energy burn is totally proportional to the raw power of the safety thread itself. Once it detaches, the thread automatically returns straight to its master the second its energy completely runs out. And the crazy Form 4. If a player is locked on as the thread's binding target, they straight up lose their player identity, turning into a totally normal person until the restriction is lifted. Seeing this absolute madness, Liu Yi is completely stunned and thinks to himself, this is just like the legendary Donghuang Bell. It's a special item, and even though it doesn't give any raw stat buffs, its actual effects are just way too ridiculously broken. Especially that last one, getting completely bound and imprisoned by the thread, actually strips away a player's entire identity. Right after that, the system chimes in again. Congratulations to the player for clearing the secret realm. The safe zone no longer contains any safety threads. The ultimate realm clearing mission achievement has just been triggered. The secret realm clear reward has been successfully multiplied by 10. Settlement complete. You've gained nearly 410 million experience points. Suddenly, the exit portal to the realm materializes, totally startling Liu Yi. He stares right at it and thinks, the realm's exit is finally here. He jumps through, muttering to himself, time to quickly finish off Xi Feng. Now here's where you and I need to pay close attention. The system announces verify that the player holds 100% of a Transcendent Item Warrior class title. High Dimensional Warrior has successfully broken through to Rule-Breaking Warrior. Whenever you begin the next mission, please make sure to designate your starting location in advance. Xu Hao grips 2 swords tightly, his face twisting in absolute rage as he charges forward screaming, Tai Yan Xiao, and the rest of our Saming brothers. Back in the province, we originally joined forces just to wipe out the swarm of monsters pouring out from the secret realm. Spawned in our city, we even managed to seal off the majority of the realm's crazy dangers. We truly believed that under Atai's solid leadership, we would eventually conquer all these secret realms. With all the blood, sweat, and tears we poured into that province, order was definitely going to be restored, step by step. We were looking forward to a real future. Meanwhile, Xi Feng, with both hands, grips his spear tight and dashes forward, his face totally scrunched up as he grinds his teeth and snarls. It's all your fault. Your existence alone completely ruined absolutely everything. Chu Hao's eyes go wide with blistering rage as he screams back. And look at us now. Everyone is dead. Tell me, do you really think I need to risk my life like this? How could I not put everything on the line against you? What right do I even have left? Xu Hao ruthlessly slashes down with both swords, and Xi Feng quickly blocks with his spear. I'll kill you for Atai, for Xiao, and for all the beautiful hopes we had for the future. Even if I die, I'll be satisfied. With that, Xu Hao rips out a devastating sword slash straight across Xi Feng's body. Xi Feng's face contorts with pure anger, his furious eyes widening as he grits his teeth and looks down. Xu Hao lets out a deafening roar and lunges in. A single brutal sword strike slices Xi Feng's entire body into 3 pieces. Far off in the distance, a blurry figure slowly emerges. Liu Yi watches in total surprise. He looks over at Qiu Hao, who is still gripping both swords tight while Si Feng's body slowly begins to vanish. Glowing brightly, Si Feng mumbles, "I refuse to accept this, if only it wasn't." Then Qiu Hao looks up and screams at the top of his lungs, his eyes brimming with tears. Liu Yi simply smiles as a massive swirling vortex appears. Si Feng takes step after step toward the loudly sobbing Qiu Hao. The heavy mist slowly parts, and the stunning view of a magnificent city finally reveals itself. Qiu Hao stares out the glass window, completely amazed, and joyfully blurts out, "The fog is gone. The fog is really gone." Another voice chimes in, sobbing, "Oh my god. This is amazing. The fog completely cleared up. Honey, look. You have to look at this. We're alive. We actually survived this nightmare. So what do you and I take from this? True heroes never quit." Later at a city hotel, Qiu Hao says, "Brother Liu, get some rest. You've officially conquered the realm. The fog finally cleared out. There are still so many ordinary people needing help, so I have to gather all the remaining players right now to solve their problems." Liu Yi just hummed in response, lying flat on his bed with both hands casually resting behind his head. He watched the group chat blowing up. Red Hot Chu Shou sent a message saying he finally found a workable solution. He planned to use an immortal-type no-combat weapon to link up the players both inside and outside of Mount Bujo, successfully bringing everyone straight into the zone. According to his exact description, random spatial rifts were appearing inside. And if you didn't have any no-combat tier gear equipped, then any item or person that even brushed against those rifts would get sliced clean in half. Plus, whenever players first entered the area, they would completely lose their sense of direction. This was probably the main reason why absolutely zero players who previously went in could ever make it back out of Mount Bujo. Red Hot Chu Shou added that right now the number of immortal-type no-combat weapons he possessed was seriously lacking. He really hoped that everyone could pitch in just a little bit, because that was the only way the second exploration of Mount Bujo could finally begin. Liu Yi stared at the chat, realizing the New Order Guild Master had also figured out the weapon's immortal-type effects and even sent some of his own people straight into the spatial rifts. Generally speaking, to survive that kind of non-physical damage, you just needed insanely high resistance and massive HP, which meant for this specific run, if the 5 members of the exploration team just stacked their health and resistance stats high enough, they could definitely survive the crazy dangers lurking around at least part of that zone. The chat was still going wild. Resolute Xuan Shou chimed in. "You seriously ran secret experiments behind our backs. Has the basic trust between us really dropped that low?" Cloud Xing Shou noted that this was only his second time seeing a no-combat tier item, proving those transcendent quality weapons were super rare. Would gear below the no-combat tier really not work? Red Hot Chu Shou shut that down fast. "Nope, even with no-combat tier weapons. Alright, you, and I know this means even top gear is fragile here. It could only resist the spatial rifts for 10 hits. If the spatial rifts managed to strike it more than 10 times in quick succession, it would shatter just as easily as some trash tier gear." Shield Hero Bai Shou replied that since they finally had a valid method, he totally agreed with Chu Shou's bold plan. Chi Refiner asked about the whole group action plan. His faction didn't have many experts, so they honestly couldn't afford to burn through resources, like the other groups easily could. Falling Sakura Zisho then spoke up, calling the plan highly reliable and adding that moving forward, Zisho would definitely share all crucial intel with everyone. Rain Sound completely agreed. Once the exploration was done and the actual raid began, they would just follow Zisho to raid Mount Bujo together, admitting he didn't own an immortal-type no-combat weapon either. The sexy thief said the exact same thing. Liu Yi kept reading the messages, thinking to himself that aside from Zisho, the reactions from all the other group members were looking a little bit sketchy. Most of them were totally willing to join the exploration phase, but the real truth regarding Mount Bujo was something only Zisho actually knew. Plus, the New Order's Guild Master and Earth Shadow had been working together for a long time, so they would figure out if Mount Bujo's supposed secrets were real or completely fake soon enough. Liu Yi sat up staring hard at the ongoing chat, realizing that as things progressed, if they truly had to rely entirely on Zisho's intel, they better be careful. Before the final raid happened, they seriously needed to find a solid way to verify whether Zisho's information was actually authentic or just a massive trap. Resolute Xuan Shou suddenly typed, "Oh, right before we do this raid, I need to hunt down one specific guy." A photo of Liu Yi dropped in the chat. Whoever killed him and brought his condensed treasure pearl gear straight to Jade City would instantly be promoted to the vice director position. On top of that, the winner could pick any single no-combat gear set from the back garden's vault. Liu Yi froze his eyes, shooting wide open in pure disbelief, staring directly at his own face popping up in the chat. A literal wanted poster. The bounty was absolutely massive. Others immediately asked who this guy was, wondering what kind of player could make the back garden faction throw down such an insane price on his head. They guess he had to be ridiculously tough, demanding to know what his current level was. What kind of power did he wield? What gear was he rocking? And more importantly, where was he hiding right now? Liu Yi watched the chat exploding and thought back. Before he snatched that safety rope inside the secret realm, there had been so many back garden members around and he hadn't bothered to wear any sort of disguise. Liu Yi glared right at his own photo, realizing it made perfect sense that they got their hands on this picture. Still, he only took out one of their minor squads. There was zero logical reason to drop a reward that ridiculously high. Were they just marking him as a fat sheep to slaughter? Liu Yi let out a soft sigh. A slight smirk crossed his face. If that was how they wanted to play it, the battle lines were officially drawn. They wanted to put a massive bounty on his head. Fine, he would hunt them down later. Nothing more needed to be said. Meanwhile, the group chat was still completely blowing up over his giant bounty. Red Hot Chu Show stepped in. I don't care who you want to kill, but this Mount Bujo raid has to be our top priority right now. I sincerely hope you treat this mission as the ultimate goal. Everything else is secondary. Resolute Xuan Shou instantly replied, relax, I have got it handled. So he asked the team for a huge favor, fully understanding that the rest of them are not quite ready to brave Bujo Mountain with him just yet. Instead, he hands off side quests totally unrelated to the mountain, passing them to the crew as official guild commissions. That leaves our duo completely free to focus entirely on exploring Bujo Mountain. It is honestly the perfect strategy, so they lock it in. He promises to send them all the specific details later. For now, they sort through their gear, grabbing nutrient bars and whatever looks useful. Being actively hunted by the Back Garden Guild, you and I both know they clearly did something to seriously offend the wrong people. The team tells him not to worry. If they run into any trouble out there, they will absolutely handle it. He embeds the sealed treasure orb. The system alerts him that the orb has reached its ultimate weapon form, rendering any enemy attacks against him completely useless. With enough raw power, deadly danger just becomes another lucky break. Suddenly, the system detects he now possesses total mastery over a rare transcendent tier item. His high-dimensional warrior title is officially breaking through to the legendary rule-breaking warrior. The system prompts him to set a starting location before kicking off the quest. He never expected that he would actually be able to upgrade his high-dimensional warrior title right here and now. A map of the provincial cities pops up, showing two cities, Star City and Liu City. A glowing dot starts blinking right over Star City. Liu Yi realizes the target is in Star City. If that is the case, he can skip Liu City entirely and just take a direct shortcut. Heading straight to Star City to upgrade his title works perfectly. He cannot help but wonder what happens when his warrior rank goes up. What kind of insane rewards are waiting? Just a basic strength boost? No, it has to be way bigger than that. A rule-breaking warrior is incredibly hard to achieve. Compared to his previous title, which he basically got for free, the power gap is massive. And that is not even mentioning his mastery over a fully maxed out transcendent tier item. Almost nobody in the entire player base has their hands on something like this. Under the glow of a bright full moon, he knows that no matter what, even a simple gravity multiplier to his raw strength is going to be a colossal upgrade. Before heading out to crush those back garden thugs gathering over in Two City, this new upgrade is going to give him an extra layer of absolute protection. Morning arrives. Just outside the city limits, Liu Yi and Chu Hao stand face to face. Liu Yi asks if he is absolutely sure about skipping High City. That place is the main headquarters for their Loose Alliance Guild. Over there, his unique abilities could be pushed to their absolute maximum potential. With everyone working together, their quality of life would seriously improve. It might even end up being way better than it was before the Origin Realm descended upon them. Chu Hao just scratches his head with a bright smile. He tells Liu Yi he cannot go because his family and the people who need his help are still here. Sure, life in the city is a major struggle right now, but as long as the survivors put in the effort to actively support each other out here, they can definitely restore the world to how it was before the apocalypse hit. Liu Yi just waves his hand with a smile, totally respecting his friend's big decision. He says no more wishing him well until they meet again. But just as they say their goodbyes, Chu Hao suddenly speaks up, catching Liu Yi totally off guard. Chu Hao asks him if he seriously plans on traveling all the way to the city on foot. He offers to hook him up with a sweet off-road dirt bike. Riding a bike would definitely save him a ton of energy. But Liu Yi just smirks and points at something on his arm. A sleek black tether wraps tightly around Liu Yi's arm, and suddenly he is literally hovering in midair. He tells him this will work just fine. Chu Hao's jaw drops. He stammers in pure disbelief, completely shocked. He asks what kind of crazy item actually gives a player the insane ability to fly like that. Liu Yi waves casually, explaining that it is not flying, just hovering. The hidden tether simply anchors and pulls him forward. With that, he finally says his last goodbye. And just like that, Liu Yi zips away, leaving a long trail in his wake. Chu Hao smiles happily, waving his hand as he shouts out a massive thank you. Over in Star City, tall skyscrapers loom through the thick morning fog. Sunlight pierces through, painting a deceptively peaceful scene. Meanwhile, inside a ruined building not too far away, two desperate men are throwing heavy punches, fighting over a single piece of food. Liu Yi walks right past, quietly watching the chaotic street brawls unfold. People beat each other down while a terrified mother tightly clutches her child. Seeing that raw desperation, Liu Yi's eyes briefly waver. He turns away, his eyes narrowing into a sharp glare. Staring at the disgustingly luxurious high-rise in the distance, he smirks. He really never expected that his big title mission would actually lead him straight into the Obsidian Arena building. In his past life, he was a total regular here, though definitely not one of their precious core VIP customers. He only became a regular a year after Medicine City opened this branch. Honestly, you and I are about to see some seriously terrifying memories from his past life. As Liu Yi flashes back to the old days, a loud announcer's voice rings out in his head. The main event is here, and the brutal death match has officially begun. Back then, he stood terrified among a group of massive, heavily muscled fighters. His body was completely covered in bleeding wounds, trembling after his very first desperate fight for survival. That was the first time he ever had to kill while being hunted. All just to be dragged around on a leash like a literal dog for table scraps. Suddenly, another guy shouts from the memory. They always say a level 1 player has the strength of 10 normal adults, so they are about to test if that rumor is actually true. Snapping back to reality, Liu Yi walks steadily toward the towering building. He figures there is a solid chance he can farm massive experience points here. He wonders just how many levels he can actually jump. Past level 40, the experience requirements get absolutely insane, making every single level up an absolute brutal grind. Inside, a guy is brutally tied up and left dangling from the ceiling. He is gagged with a cloth, eyes wide with pure terror, shivering violently alongside a whole row of other tied-up victims hanging in the air. Liu Yi rushes into the building. Two tied-up guys on the 15th floor completely panic. Sprinting up the stairs, even we can tell something feels totally off about this. Let us see what happens next. Why are there only normal people here? The Black Obsidian Arena is actually backed by 4 major player guilds. It makes absolutely zero sense for this central area to be completely empty of them, but he finally arrived. Right in front of him stands door number 33. Liu Yi stares at door 33. Whatever, he doesn't care about that right now. At this very moment, the absolute most important thing is breaking through his title rank, and he honestly has no idea what this specific breakthrough quest will even demand. He slowly pushes the door open, revealing pitch-black darkness. But then Liu Yi freezes in pure shock. Standing right in front of him is a massive crowd of players. System notification. You have reached the designated location. High-dimensional warrior title breakthrough to rule breaker warrior. The quest has now officially begun. Phase 1. Enter the secret realm where the 3 subordinates must hold their ground. A massive swirling vortex suddenly appears right on the screen. Liu Yi immediately realizes why the outside was empty. Every single player is gathered right here. The crowd stares back with terrified faces while Liu Yi's eyes light up. He clenches his fists tightly, thinking this is the perfect chance to catch them all. He stomps hard, completely cracking the ground beneath his feet. Chen Bo steps up from the terrified crowd. He admits that if the Back Garden Guild put such an insanely high bounty on Big Brother 9, he is definitely unstoppable. Do not misunderstand us, we really have zero intention of fighting you. My only goal in bringing all of my people right here was simply to make sure no one accidentally offended you, trying to completely prevent any explosive conflicts from breaking out. Liu Yi stays locked in a heavy attack stance, ready for anything. Chen Bo continues. We really never expected your target to be this place. If I may be bold enough to ask, what exactly is your main goal here? Just give the word and my entire guild will absolutely throw all our power into helping you. Meanwhile, another player whispers in pure terror, maybe we should just figure out a way to run. Another guy nervously adds, boss, this is insanely dangerous. Rumor has it he wiped out entire divisions of the Back Garden Guild single-handedly. Dead silence immediately falls over the entire room. Chen Bo just forces a smile. This guy is the founder of the Black Obsidian Arena. Liu Yi tightly narrows his eyes in suspicion. He smirks. Are they really being this obedient? Looking around, he realizes only these familiar faces are running the show here. Is that really it? It is the Medicine City Arena manager standing right alongside the HR director from his past life. Those two guys stand there looking completely terrified. Liu Yi remembers how back then those exact same guys brutally bullied the weak with absolute arrogance. Now Liu Yi towers over the crowd like a giant. Funny how the tables have completely turned on them. Breaking the silence, Liu Yi finally speaks. I am going into that secret realm behind you. Relax, I am not here to steal your loot. I just need to finish a quest. But internally, he stays on high alert. These guys could definitely be faking their pathetic surrender. Hearing this, Chen Bo frantically screams at his men. Move. out of the way so Big Brother 9 can enter. The crowd frantically agrees, scrambling backward. Liu Yi steps forward, his eyes razor-sharp and completely vigilant. He walks right through the parted crowd, never dropping his guard. Chen Bo nervously explains that they have actually already cleared this secret realm. The quest inside simply asked them to break down a terribly thin wall. It was incredibly easy with basically zero real danger or difficulty involved at all. Liu Yi stares deep into the massive vortex. Chen Bo forces another polite smile, adding that the rewards inside were actually incredibly rich. So if Big Brother 9 wants it, this realm is his to keep. Liu Yi narrows his eyes at them. Are they seriously just letting him walk in? They even conveniently told him the exact quest details. That proves it. Whatever they just said about the inside of this secret realm is an absolute lie. If it is a trap, he can just brutally deal with them when he gets back out. Liu Yi steps straight into the swirling portal. His body is instantly swallowed by the vortex, vanishing completely. The moment he is gone, the terrified crowd collapses to the floor, exhaling heavily. One guy shivers, asking if that suffocating fear was just in their heads. Standing in front of him felt exactly like staring down some completely unbeatable absolute nightmare of a boss monster. Another player desperately stutters out, still shaking from the pressure. He really just walked right in. Another guy turns to their leader, frantically asking how they are going to escape now. System notification pops up. You have successfully entered the realm. The three subordinates must hold their ground. Quest objective updated: help the three subordinates completely destroy the corrupt royal family's outer gates. This is phase 2 of the high-dimensional warrior's ultimate breakthrough to the rule breaker rank. Wait, protect the outer gates of the corrupt royal family. You and I are probably just as confused as he is. To beat it, he must destroy the gates, but to upgrade his title, he has to somehow protect those exact same gates. If he actually destroys them to beat the realm, his breakthrough quest completely fails. But if he refuses to destroy them, he is permanently trapped inside this dungeon forever. Another system notification chimes in. Due to his severe lack of processing power, the three subordinates have decided to forcefully borrow a portion of the corrupt royal family's own network. In doing so, they uncovered a massive surprise. The corrupt royal system actually possesses zero true awareness of its own core capabilities. Because of this, the subordinates easily hijacked it. Now all he has to do to seize total control is destroy the main gate located right in the central sector. The system literally begs him to help the three subordinates utterly obliterate the corrupt royal's central gate. Liu Yi tightly furrows his brows, staring up at the incredibly massive, majestic tree trunk standing right in front of him. The three little companions happily flutter around. Liu Yi stares at the door closing right in front of him. Listen, you and I know this Xingyao Arena owner actually didn't lie to him. To clear this secret realm, all he really has to do is smash this single door. But here is the massive catch. His title breakthrough mission requires him to protect this exact same door. Protect it or smash it. Liu Yi crosses his arms, his face suddenly turning dead serious. The three little guys just keep buzzing around completely carefree. Still crossing his arms, Liu Yi figures the real ultimate goal of these three little bros is probably just entering the central gate of the royal family. That is clearly not the main issue here. Could he just take the three little guys, bypass the central gate entirely, and march straight into the corrupt royal family's territory? Liu Yi paces around the base of the massive tree. Leaning against it, he stares at the door, the only path forward. He has already checked top to bottom. No other entry exists anywhere. He even tested forcing a brand new path open, but honestly, besides this main door, every single spot is totally solid. There's absolutely zero way to break through it. Liu Yi raises the gun in his hand, aiming it straight ahead. He has no choice but to smash this door down. But wait, what if he shatters the main gate first? Clears the secret realm completely and then immediately restores the central gate. Would that actually let him complete the title breakthrough mission too? Only one way to find out. First step, destroy the gate and enter the royal family. Liu Yi stares down at the Donghuang bell resting in his hand, ready to use it. It can restore the scene back to its original state. Gazing at the Donghuang bell, a hint of doubt creeps in. Will this actually work? He quickly reassures himself. Just do it. Giving up on the title breakthrough is absolutely not an option. After all, right now, he still has zero clue what the specific rule breaker warrior reward even is. Not getting it changes nothing, so there is no real loss. It affects nothing. Liu Yi's face hardens with pure determination, his eyebrows pulling together. Donghuang bell record the current state. A brilliant golden energy suddenly erupts all around him. Glowing rings of pure power completely surround Liu Yi. The entire massive tree starts glowing with these intense blue grid lines, the entrance at the base shining brightly. Liu Yi stands there looking tiny in comparison. Then the whole tree suddenly shoots out countless hazy white rays of light. Liu Yi and the three little guys hold their ground. System alert, the current scene has been successfully recorded. Liu Yi yells out in pure excitement. All right, blessing, 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 condensation state activated. Decision pendulum set, triple damage strike. Liu Yi fires a single bullet. The heavy door shatters into pieces as the bullet rips straight through. The three little guys go absolutely wild. Liu Yi sprints quickly inside his three tiny companions flying right behind him. System alert. Congratulations on clearing the secret realm. The three little bros must hold the line. Secret realm rewards are now being calculated. Now for the real trick. Dong Huang Bell Restore. Looking back, Liu Yi watches the shattered door magically piecing itself together. System alert. Phase 2 of the High Dimensional Warrior's Rule Breaker Breakthrough Mission is complete. Your title. High Dimensional Warrior has successfully upgraded to Rule Breaker Warrior. Liu Yi cheers with massive joy. It actually worked, Dong Huang Bell. You are absolutely legendary. Thrilled beyond belief, Liu Yi starts raining kisses on the magical artifact. System alert. Scanning player. Special entity detected. Conditions met. Initiating the three little bros survival protocol. Now launching the very next story sequence. Hearing this, Liu Yi looks completely stunned. Wait, what? There is actually more to this story. He stares right at the glowing sphere straight ahead, completely confused. What now? Just a second ago, the three little guys went straight into that shiny glowing orb. Is that the royal family's central zone? We are already in phase 2. Liu Yi frowns deeply. Initiating the Tianyao protocol, is this the exact same Tianyao that Wan Ding was talking about earlier? Now this is where you and I need to pay close attention. Acting without a single ounce of hesitation, what is this crazy situation? Resting his chin on his hand, he thinks hard. Looks like once he restores his level, he really needs to interrogate the New Order Guild Master. Crossing his arms, looking dead serious. Yeah, he needs to be super careful to avoid any misunderstandings. If the New Order Director turns out just like Wan Ding, and violently turns against him, that would be pretty bad. Liu Yi sits down, his eyes narrowing, glancing over with a visibly annoyed expression. What on earth is happening now? It has been so long. How is there still another plot twist? Suddenly, the glowing orb shifts. Liu Yi instantly tenses up. Something is happening. A detailed map appears right on the sphere. Liu Yi is shocked. A map. The three little guys circle the orb. An incredibly excited voice suddenly rings out. This is perfect. We have successfully taken control of the royal family. This is the ultimate fertile ground for boosting our computing power. Yes. However, the area generated by the royal family is just way too massive right now. We need to shrink it down a bit and then set up a specialized program for a one-shot annihilation. Liu Yi jaw drops in pure shock. Wait, is that actually the voice of the three little bros talking to each other? Fast forward 2 days. Outside, Yuan Ding stands with his back turned, speaking up. 2 whole days have passed, and he is still stubbornly hiding inside that secret realm. Yuan Gu chimes in, still nothing. White Gloves immediately asks, are we sure he didn't just die in there? Do we really continue our ambush plan? Yuan Ding glances at both of them. Stick with me, we're about to find out. No, he says. We haven't received his death confirmation yet. Our ambush has to keep going, Yuan Gu points out. But the people, the dean, brought together are losing their patience, White Gloves says. After days of total chaos, Yuan Ding just stands there, hands in his pockets, and looks up. Is that right? Just find some excuse. Tell everyone they went over to Sioux City to blow off steam. One guy looks totally confused. He asks, then why do we even need to keep an eye on them? What is the point? Yuan Ding frowns, his eyes turning cold. Keep an eye on them. They are just a bunch of weak ants. Why bother watching them? Stick with me here because a system alert pops up. Heavenly Light Rewards summary is ready. Rewards are calculating. Boom, his level shoots straight up to 46. Another alert chimes in. The secret realm is officially cleared and he is being teleported right out of there. Outside the dungeon, the crowd spots the portal reacting. Everyone completely loses it. He is coming out. Look. Total shock ripples through the crowd as Liu Yi steps out of the glowing portal. People start yelling. Big Brother 9 actually cleared the secret realm. Quick, go tell Brother Bo right now. As Liu Yi fully emerges from the shadows, one guy stumbles back in pure fear. It is him. What is even happening right now? The aura coming off him is absolute madness. Just looking at Big Brother 9 forces this insane pressure on them, making them want to kneel. This vibe completely different from before he entered the dungeon. The guy literally drops to his knees on the spot, his face totally pale with pure terror. The rest of the crowd collapses to their knees. One guy groans, I cannot handle this pressure. Another stutters. Yeah, me neither. Another player completely sweating and terrified points it out. Any player under level 40 is completely forced down to the ground right now. Another terrified guy shakes his head. Forget level 40. I am level 50 and my legs are practically giving out. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stands there. His face is dead serious. His eyes are incredibly sharp as he runs the math in his head. The entire upcoming plot line. It all depends on how those three underlings use the royal family to fix this absolutely rotten world. Every single action needed to change this broken system. It perfectly mirrors the exact current state of the real world outside. Liu Yi turns away and pulls up the world map. Nurturing corruption, evolution, defending the royal family. It is all about endless killing just to gather more computing power. Is humanity really this far gone? But honestly, after confirming just how rotten people are the only thing he actually cares about, is that instant deletion program those three brothers mentioned at the very start. You and I both know how wild that sounds, but does a cheat code like that exist? If it does, then what is the point of all his current overwhelming power? Liu Yi just stands there. The massive crowd kneeling before him creates this insanely oppressive vibe, but his face just drops, looking completely disappointed. He finally speaks up. Can you set up a place for me to rest? Chen Bo's lackey violently flinches. Ah, right away. Of course we can. Please follow me right this way. Cut to some massive anonymous luxury hotel somewhere in the middle of Star City. Liu Yi turns and asks, by the way, remember when I first got here, some members of the Scattered Alliance got snatched by the back garden. Where exactly are they now? They are sitting in this ridiculously lavish smoke-filled VIP room. The lackey nervously clears his throat. The very day you went into the dungeon, Brother Bo made a deal with the back garden. They actually let all the Scattered Alliance members go. Those guys already packed up and headed straight for Sea City. Liu Yi nods. Is that right? Thanks. He sits on the bed deep in thought for a second. Then he suddenly shoots up and sprints outside. He rushes straight out to the balcony, gripping the railing hard. Staring out into the massive city skyline, he decides it does not matter if it is meaningless. The only thing he can actually control right now is grinding his own raw power and pushing his level to the absolute max. Getting stronger is never a mistake. He stares dead ahead at the towering skyscrapers swallowed by heavy fog. The very next morning, a loud knock hits the door. Someone is banging on the door nonstop yelling, "Big Brother 9, hey Big Brother 9, I brought your breakfast up." Getting no answer, the guy just shoves the door open. Brother 9. But the luxury room is completely empty. He is already gone. Meanwhile, over in Shu City, boom, a massive streak of blinding light flashes across the epic mountain ranges. Liu Yi crashes down, his body catching onto a giant tree branch. He violently curses out loud. Damn it all. He grinds his teeth together. Running at literal max speed on a safety wire drains way too much mental energy. He calculates his move, stacking every single one of his raw stat attributes together, and attempting one single burst of absolute maximum speed got him to Shu City instantly. But the massive downside, it literally completely burned through all of his mental energy. A guy as insanely strong as him just helplessly falling right out of the sky. Liu Yi starts walking, pushing himself faster. He can clearly feel his movement range expanding further out. It is just that he strictly set his destination point for the outskirts of Sioux City, so the second he arrived, the movement automatically canceled out and none of that burned mental energy got refunded. His eyes turned completely sharp. Thankfully, with his system blessings stacking up, it will not take much time to fully recharge his mental stats. But here is the thing: right after leaving Star City, he reached Sioux City in literally the blink of an eye. The Back Garden Guild definitely tracked his previous location, but there is zero chance they expected him to arrive here with that kind of insane reality-breaking speed. Liu Yi stands perfectly still, staring down at the sprawling city skyline below. Now that he thinks about it, everything the Back Garden has been doing lately is incredibly suspicious. He narrows his eyes, his expression completely cold. They have been gathering a massive army of players, locking up members of the Scattered Alliance and even putting a giant bounty on him inside the Holy Path Zone. It is basically an intimidation tactic against players like Chen Bo. But honestly, let them try. If they actually attack him now, he's just going to get free level ups. Alright, you and I know Liu Yi has to play it safe here. First, he needs to investigate exactly what these guys are plotting before striking. He walks right up to the thick dust cloud. Might as well drop by 2 City first, say hello and see if there is any crucial intel waiting. A slight smirk crosses his face. Funny enough, he actually traveled to 2 City with his little sister back in the day. Her image suddenly flashes back. Liu Yun laughing happily, flashing peace signs, making a cute heart gesture. But honestly, who knows what 2 City even looks like after the origin world descended. Suddenly, a loud ringing snaps Liu Yi right back to reality. On the other end, Huang Nianchu's voice rings out, "You finally picked up the phone. I seriously thought you were just going to be like the old days, completely ignoring my calls." Liu Yi casually replies, "Yeah, I just entered a secret realm. Why, what is going on?" Nianchu does not waste a single second. "You need to comfort Yun right now. Our Scattered Alliance members hiding out in other cities just got completely ambushed by the Back Garden Guild. Everyone they caught, executed on the spot." Ever since Yoon found out, she's been pushing the staff to fortify High City for 2 days straight. I told her to rest, but she refuses to listen. Liu Yi falls dead silent. His fists clench tight and his expression turns absolutely terrifying. They are all dead, he thinks. Suddenly, an entire building collapses nearby, sending thick dust flying everywhere. Liu Yi just stands there. Icy glare. Flashback to 15 years ago. A soothing voice echoes out, "Do not be scared. It is okay. My little brother does not need to fear anything. Your sister is here. I am right here with you." Through a small gap, rescue workers suddenly spot two small children trapped deep beneath the heavy rubble. Someone screams, "People are alive. People are down here." The older sister is using her own bare hands to hold back the heavy rock, saving her brother. A rescue worker speaks up in absolute awe. It has been 24 whole hours since this building completely collapsed. Has this little girl really been using her bare hands to hold up that rock over her brother this entire time? If so, her sheer willpower to protect him is just off the charts. Absolutely unbelievable. Later, at the two-city hospital, a doctor's heavy voice delivers the news. The little brother is going to be perfectly fine. But unfortunately, we could not save the older sister's left arm. Yet the brave girl just stands on her hospital bed, smiling happily. She tells him, "It is okay, no big deal. My arm is gone, but it might grow back. Besides, I still have my right arm, so I can still protect my sweet little brother. I will always protect you." The older sister just pats her crying brother on the head and laughs. The two siblings snap a cute photo together, the sister rubbing his head with a big, warm smile while he grins. "I will protect you forever." That happy photo sits proudly on a desk. But flash forward to right now. That same photo frame is shattered. Cold Face stands there frozen, staring at her little brother lying in a pool of blood amid the ruined city. Now stick with me here because things get dark. Liu Yi walks up to the crater. Two bodies lie crushed. He thinks, what happened here? Why is there not a single living soul left in Two City, even if the apocalyptic origin world just descended and secret realm monsters invaded? There is no way they could completely destroy an entire massive city like this. Impossible. Especially since recently I saw two city players casually chatting in the holy domain. Suddenly, the silhouette of a person appears in the opposite ruined building. Liu Yi and the mysterious guy lock eyes. Seeing Liu Yi, the survivor immediately cowers in terror, his face pale with panic as he turns to run. "I have to hide, I have to run." But boom, Liu Yi teleports right in front, blocking his path. What exactly happened here? What happened to Two City? The guy flinches in pure terror, grabbing his head and screaming wildly, "Please do not kill me." Liu Yi stares in total confusion as the terrified survivor clutches his head, sobbing and pleading, "No, please spare my life." Startled, Liu Yi quickly waves, trying to calm him down. "Hey, relax, I am not." But before he finishes, a smooth voice echoes out, "There's no point asking him anything. He has been scared, completely out of his mind." Liu Yi immediately whips around and spots someone casually standing right behind him in the shadows. Leaning against the wall with crossed arms, a level 62 city player named Cold Noodle Lover. Liu Yi stares at Cold Face with total suspicion, thinking to himself, how did I not sense her presence the moment she walked up behind me? But judging by her tone, she honestly does not feel like an enemy. Cold Face steps forward slowly, flashing a surprisingly cheerful and friendly smile. She holds out her hand. "Hello there, Boss Ye. I am the player who goes by the screen name Cold Noodle Lover online, but my real name is Huo Mew." Liu Yi recognizes her immediately. She is one of the active members from the Holy Domain chat room. Cold Face continues, "You can just call me Cold Noodles or Little Moo." Liu Yi cuts right to the chase, demanding what exactly happened here. What happened to Two City? Cold Face just stares at him in heavy silence. Now the two of them stand up on a high rooftop. Standing by the edge, she looks toward a massive blue vortex in the distance. Basically, a prominent member of the Back Garden Guild came over, traveled into Two City, and harassed another player's wife, so that player killed him. Then the guild used that exact incident as a convenient excuse to mobilize their entire army. Liu Yi listens closely from behind as Cold Face reveals the dark truth. In the span of just one single night, every player and normal civilian in Two City was slaughtered. Almost nobody survived. This whole city was completely wiped off the map in seconds. Only lucky people or those out of town like me survived. Liu Yi's eyes widen in pure shock. We are definitely looking at all-out war now. Alright, we know players dying is one thing, but massacring normal people. Did Yuan Ding actually secretly greenlight this whole massacre? Lang Mian lowers his gaze, a dark smirk forming on his lips. From what I hear, Yuan Ding turned every player and civilian into level 2 items. It is like a spoiled little kid just recklessly playing with a colony of ants under a massive tree. And the worst part, the parents will never step in to scold that kid. Lang Mian wipes his tears, faking this incredibly pitiful tone. "It is just so absolutely unfair," he cries. "My parents and little brother back in Two City. They are all dead now." Just a day before, I literally promised them I could keep them completely safe. I swore I would protect them. Yet by day 2, they were wiped out. And the most frustrating part, I still lack the absolute power to get revenge. Lang Mian looks up, his face, pitiful eyes swimming with heavy tears. Liu Yi stays dead silent, just staring at Lang Mian with a completely blank expression. Lang Mian spins around to face Liu Yi. Brother Great Nine, do you seriously want to take down the Backyard Guild? Please let me join you. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding stands right before a secret realm entrance. Yuan Gu speaks up. If he just wanted to kill us, there are a million straightforward methods. Very direct ones. Yuan Ding frowns hard, shoving both hands into his pockets. Yuan Gu keeps talking. For instance, the sheer destructive force of massive explosives, or Feng Jin's water strikes, classic one-for-one trades. But trying to capture someone alive to steal the glove and claim the prestigious title, those brutal methods are completely useless. Plus, considering the flawless coordination and total lockdown from our guild's very elite control group, trying to sneak in and steal the glove just will not work. We have no idea if Yi has any hidden skills to break out of crowd control or how high his immunity actually goes. If he somehow resists a couple of the skills from our elite control group, we are in serious trouble. Yuan Gu crosses his arms, looking completely serious. The only option left. We have to find a specific zone that heavily restricts all skill usage, making it totally impossible for our target to escape. Backyard Guild's Deputy Director Yuan Gu explains. We specifically picked this exact location purely based on the core attributes of our guild leader to trap Ye. That is exactly why we selected this secret realm. A massive blue whirlpool gate glows against the mountain background, a zone that perfectly restricts Yi from escaping. Plus, inside this specific realm, there are strict rules heavily blocking the active use of any powerful combat skills. Yuan Gu frowns, laying out the facts. It is absolutely perfect for our strategy. And according to some highly reliable intel, Yi has been active around Tu City. Yuan Gu glances straight at Yuan Ding. It will probably take him about 2 days. So during this window, you and I need to pay attention. We will quietly gather elite members right here, setting a massive trap to lure Yi back. To stop Yi from farming us for easy level ups, we are only keeping exactly 19 elite combat members as the core force. Bai Shou looks completely thrilled, clenching his fists tight. Once Yi shows up and realizes there are only 19 of us left, and steps right into our massive trap. Man, just thinking about it makes me laugh. Yuan Ding stares blankly at the portal. You set it up, then fall back with the rest of them. Leave everything else here to me. Hearing this, Yuan Gu looks completely shocked, frantically yelling out, Brother, at a critical moment like this, how could I possibly leave? Yuan Ding just shoots him a cold glance. He just pats Yuan Gu's head. Listen to me. Meanwhile, back in Tu City, Lang Mian speaks up. Based on the Backyard Guild intel you provided, Lang Mian strokes his chin. This big backyard gathering, it is 100% a trap meant for you. Given your insane strength, Brother Great Nine, there are really only 3 threats: force 1-for-1 suicide skills, extended crowd control, and having your own abilities totally locked down. Liu Yi leans against the wall, hands in his pockets, watching Lang Mian ramble. Brother Great Nine, do you actually have a counter-strategy for this? Liu Yi does not even blink. Nope, not at all. That is exactly why I refuse to let you join me in raiding the Backyard Guild. I am not completely invincible, and my overall raw power definitely does not exceed normal player limits. Lang Mian hears this and actually laughs. Oh really? Hey, well then I finally know my exact role in our little team. Liu Yi looks genuinely surprised. Lang Mian grits his teeth. My ability is Feng Jin. I am totally built for speed and flexibility. That makes me the perfect vanguard scout to gather intel for you. Brother Great Nine. Lang Mian aggressively shouts at the top of his lungs. It might be dangerous, but as a proud member of the flower-picking team, I have to take responsibility. Liu Yi just stares blankly, thinking to himself, since when did we even agree on a team name? And what the heck is a flower-picking team anyway? Liu Yi looks straight at Lang Mian. Are you absolutely sure you really want to go this far? Liu Yi thinks. Taking on the Backyard Guild requires insane caution. Having a dedicated scout like him actually makes things slightly easier. Lang Mian bursts into laughter. Haha, Brother Great Nine, just let me officially join your Backyard Subjugation Squad. We will advance and retreat together, no matter what. Liu Yi listens, then casually sighs. All right, fine. Do we head out right now? Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind the wall. Sister Miu Miu. Liu Yi and Lang Mian both whip their heads toward the sudden sound. It is Nado, just an ordinary normal civilian. Nado bravely steps forward from the shadows. Can I please join you guys? I want to help take down the Backyard Guild too. All right, we are back at the garden. Liu Yi stares. Just an ordinary guy, he thinks. Lang Mian glares and asks why Nado left the Shu City survivor camp. What are you doing out here? Nado holds up a phone, his hand shaking. Sister Mu, there is something I never gave to you. It is something little Sen left behind. It actually shows his final moments before dying. Lang Mian is completely stunned, her eyes shooting wide open. Nadu keeps talking. I want to use this as a trade to join your team. Listen, I know I am just a normal guy. I do not have those crazy overpowered abilities like the players do, but I still want to help wipe out this Huiyuan disaster. Even if I am just doing odd jobs around the camp or even becoming monster bait, as long as I can fight alongside everyone, that is enough. Lang Mian steps right up. Hand it over, she demands. Nadu freezes in pure shock. Her face turns dead serious. Then get out of here. But Nadu just hugs the phone tightly to his chest, totally agitated. I am just a normal guy. Even if I manage to survive, what can I do? Live like livestock for players. Instead of sitting around waiting for some fake impossible hope, I would rather just live out my days like a real human being. Lang Mian gets right in his face, her expression completely dark. Nadu flinches back in fear, but then he grits his teeth and screams in pure anger. Do not worry, even if I end up dying out here, I absolutely will not complain about it. This is my own choice, Sister Mu. I am begging you. Liu Yi just stands there watching in total silence. Meanwhile, outside the massive Sioux City secret realm, a super cheerful voice echoes from the trees. Cheers bottom up, no leaving a single drop. You better drink up. The crowd happily raises their glasses, but unlike his subordinates partying away, Yuan Ding sits alone in the corner, deep in thought. He stares down at his arm where a glowing status bar suddenly pops up. It glows bright blue and pink, shaped exactly like an energy meter. Yuan Ding gets furious. He clenches his fist tight, frowning hard. I cannot underestimate this. Yi already failed once inside the Yuan realm. We seriously cannot afford another failure. Yuan Ding stands up, scanning his surroundings carefully. Yuan Ding then quietly walks away. A voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Contact her again. See if we can grab that key item to secure the win. Here is the thing, ultimate victory just got locked behind another crazy barrier. Deep inside the gloomy forest, a dark figure is standing there rocking a purple buzz cut. The guy stands with his hands on his hips, totally locked into a phone call. Hey, he says, I want to help you out again, but my capacity just isn't enough. If I knew how to break past my limits, we wouldn't be talking. From the other end of the line, a chilling female voice laughs. Haha, do you really hate being my servant that much? You only have your current level of power because of my help. That purple buzz cut is Yuan Ding. Hearing her words, he scowls hard and snaps back at her. You said the exact same thing when you enslaved my ancestors, and you know better than anyone how they ended up. The woman's voice echoes back. Fine, have it your way. If you manage to obtain the special physique, I will empty out your vessel for you, allowing your original form to finally return right back into your body. When that time comes, I will grant you an entirely separate private power capacity. Yuan Ding stays completely silent, processing that heavy offer, but it does not take long before he finally agrees. Deal. Following his clear confirmation, something crazy happens. A glowing white pearl materializes right in front of him. Brilliant blue streams of light swirl around the pearl, getting rapidly sucked straight into its core. Suddenly, he winces, looking super uncomfortable. The very next second, he absolutely explodes in anger, screaming out loud. You are setting a trap with this valuable item. Even if my vessel was completely empty, it would just instantly fill up again. The woman on the other end just laughs it off and says, Your form was pulled away by me. Filling that vessel again will take a solid amount of time. And during that waiting period, you can fully exploit the special physique, allowing your true strength to finally surpass mine. By then, the one actually being enslaved might actually be me instead. Yuan Ding stares silently at the pearl hovering before him. By now, it has absorbed all of those glowing blue streams. It slowly spins in the air right in front of him. He reaches out his hand toward the mysterious pearl, suddenly gripping it super tightly. He thinks to himself, there is absolutely no turning back now. If I do not seize this insane opportunity, my future days will just be endless suffering and struggling. Right then, the system panel pops up notification. You have obtained 25% of the Central Hua continent's limit calculation power. You have acquired the processing skill. Yuan Ding immediately hangs up the phone. He clenches his fists and mutters to himself, only by serving her can I eventually take the TNAO position. And from there, I can finally escape this brutal reality hazard. Meanwhile, over in a totally different area packed with endless mountain ranges, we find Mount Buju. Deep among the massive ancient trees of Mount Buju, a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Seriously, they struggle so violently every single time. But in the end, do they not always obediently submit to me? The one talking right now is a mysterious girl with glowing white hair. She is actually the 6th generation of Tianyao. The girl keeps talking. According to the normal process, the Tianyao program for the special physique has officially been activated exactly like the previous cycles of reincarnation. The only change this time, the guy who got the special physique is no longer Huang Yaowen but Liu Yi, just in case Yuan Ding completely fails to secure that special physique. Number 8. Number 9, you two go help him out. The thing she just called number 8 and number 9. That is actually a single monster with two different heads. Hearing their names called, the creature actually flinches in surprise. But in the very next second, those two grotesque heads. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Splitting into two bodies, they drop to one knee. Understood. Tan Yao adds his final order. Remember to take out Yi's main body first. You must crush the revival trick he planted in High City. Still not done, Tian Yo glances over and adds, also, when you arrive at High City, check on that reincarnation. Let's see what my older brother and sister are up to. Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, a blonde kid lies helpless on the dirt. His lifeless eyes are still pooling with fresh tears. A seriously obnoxious laugh rings out. Ha ha ha, the raspy dying voice of the boy on the ground is coming straight from Lang Mian's phone. Sister, please. You have to protect yourself. Stay safe. The guy with that mocking laugh speaks up again. Still recording, a little goodbye message. Come here, find yourself a good front row seat. Let's watch this high-definition farewell scene together. An agonizing scream dripping with absolute torment echoes out, making Lang Mian's entire body tremble uncontrollably as she glares at the phone screen. A guy wearing glasses stares right into the lens, absolutely dripping with arrogance. Remember my name. I am Yuan Gu, Vice Captain of the Back Garden Guild. I welcome you to come find me for some revenge. One of his cronies pops in, laughing loudly. Our vice captain really knows how to play. Neijo stands nearby, looking at the girl's terrifyingly dark expression. Sister Mew, are you okay? Lang Mian clicks her phone off. She stays completely silent, her hands balling up tightly into shaking fists. After a long, tense moment, she finally exhales heavily. When she looks up, her expression is chillingly normal. She flashes a bright smile. Big bro Ju, let's move out. A second later, Lang Mian pumps her fist into the sky and yells, time to go pick some flowers. Na Do loudly hypes her up from the side. Pick flowers, pick flowers. Liu Yi looks at these two maniacs and asks, you really want him coming? Even you could drop dead at any moment. Lang Mian shrugs casually. Let him tag along. Hearing this, Na Do gets completely hyped up. Thank you, Sister Mew, but the joy fades fast. Lang Mian immediately growls a harsh warning. Just stay far away from me, terrified. Na Do quickly replies twice. Got it, definitely. The scene shifts. Several pairs of feet wearing black shoes are casually strolling forward. They're all rocking the same exact guild uniform, happily chatting with each other as they march. But it's not so cheerful everywhere. Yuan Gu marches while angrily scolding a guy next to him. The vibe is completely tense. Now watch this. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Lang Mian observes this whole scene, feeling incredibly suspicious. Deep inside the dense forest, the night hasn't completely fallen yet. Lang Mian quickly sprints off in a totally different direction. She lands right in front of Liu Yi. Big bro Ju, it's really weird. The back garden players are all moving out. Liu Yi frowns. Moving out. Liu Yi and Lang Mian stand together in the distance. Na Do is hiding behind a tree trunk, cautiously watching them. Right then, Liu Yi steps forward, looking down at the dirt trail below them. The path is completely packed with back garden players. They chatter loudly as they walk. By City is still way too far. I really don't want to walk. Even though we spent 10 days out in this wasteland, the loot was insane. Yeah, absolutely. The Hidden Realm was amazing. Our levels shot right up. Liu Yi frowns in deep thought. They're actually retreating already, good thing we got here first, or they would have slipped away. Lang Mian speaks up. Big bro Ju, I just scanned this player group. The highest level here is only 50 and the rest are mostly hovering right around the 40 to 50 range. So what's our next move? Liu Yi smirks a cold smile, forming as he slowly says, an army this long without top players leading. Then we start from the back and wipe them clean. He thinks to himself. With this many players, it's enough to hit level 50 and equip the permanent sealing orb. He heavily stomps the branch to build momentum. The immense force instantly cracks the branch beneath him. Liu Yi gives the order, but suddenly the vast sky flashes with an unnatural beam of light. Liu Yi immediately notices this crazy anomaly, his mind racing. What is that? A second later, Liu Yi shouts a quick warning. This is bad, retreat. Right as he speaks, a massive streak of light crashes from the sky straight onto the trail where the back garden players are marching. The sheer force blasts them skyward, leaving zero chance to dodge. Lang Mian and Liu Yi retreat to a nearby branch, and she quickly asks, what just happened? Down below, a few lucky members barely dodged the devastating light beam. Some back garden members are sprawled out, unable to stand. Others just stare wide-eyed, refusing to believe the absolute madness that just unfolded right in front of them. The bodies of unlucky teammates lie on the rough ground, slowly fading into thin air. Among the lucky survivors is Yuan Gu himself. So what happens now? He and the survivors drop their jaws, staring in pure shock at the destroyed terrain. All right, you and I are dropping into a massive wasteland. Jagged rocks sticking out everywhere. And over in the distance, a single figure lying completely motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the guy sits straight up. Not a single scratch on him. This is number 9, the ninth-rank servant, serving directly under the mighty Tian Yao. He tilts his head, pausing to think for a second. Then he suddenly freezes like he just noticed something off. He glances left then right. Zero hesitation, completely silent. Number 9 instantly blasts off the ground, jumping incredibly high to another spot. That explosive move severely startles the surviving members of the Back Garden Guild who are still standing on a nearby rock formation. In just a few short seconds, his figure fades into a blurry phantom-like silhouette. The remaining guild members are just left there, staring blankly in pure confusion. Liu Yi jaw drops. He mutters under his breath, "What the heck was that, a player or some hidden dungeon boss? That kind of power is absolutely terrifying." It literally crashed down from the sky, wiping out thousands of Back Garden members in an instant. Now barely anyone is left standing. He turns to Leng Mian standing right behind him and asks, "What kind of monster can casually wipe out an entire massive army like that?" Liu Yi grits his teeth, groaning internally. "This is such a headache. That was supposed to be my precious EXP." But out loud, he just plays it cool. "Looks like our little alliance ends early today. Let's clean up the remaining trash and head back home." Right then, Leng Mian suddenly speaks up. She points down at Yuan Gu, who looks furious. "Brother Savior, can we keep this guy alive? He's actually the Vice Guild Master of Back Garden." She continues, "Plus, this clearly wasn't their main strike force meant to deal with you." Hearing this, Liu Yi gives her a very confused look. Leng Mian keeps explaining her theory. The core members are definitely still waiting deeper inside the hidden dungeon for reinforcements to arrive. We can definitely use him to extract some valuable intel about this whole ambush setup. And who knows, maybe we can beat them at their own game. We wipe out their core members and push the entire guild straight into extinction. Liu Yi pauses, then asks, "How do you even know his real identity?" Leng Mian doesn't answer right away, lost in deep thought. Honestly, their real goal is that main force anyway. Taking down a few high-level players basically means nothing right now. There's zero real threat here, and the total EXP yield is just totally pathetic anyway. A second later, Leng Mian's voice turns completely icy, because he's the exact same bastard who murdered my little brother. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dense, overgrown forest. A terrified Back Garden member collapses hard right onto the dirt. He violently scrambles backward in pure panic, frantically muttering, "Dead. They're all dead. How did a monster like that just appear out of nowhere?" A moment later, the guy scrambles up to his feet. Running away, he screams, "Almost 90% of my brothers were completely wiped out at the exact same time. Gotta run, I have to run." But Yuan Gu suddenly teleports right in front of him, delivering a brutally heavy kick straight into the guy's stomach. He brutally curses the guy out. "The hell are you panicking for? Even if every single one of them gets killed off, the guildmaster can just easily revive them anyway, so what are you crying about?" He watches the guy crash hard against a nearby tree. Yuan Gu spits out another insult. "You absolutely useless trash." Then he aggressively turns and barks an order at the survivors. "Clean this up, gather all the gear and orbs from our fallen brothers. We need to fall back to Jade City right now. This entire situation is getting way too messy for us." Hearing his barking orders, the remaining members immediately scramble to obey nervously, shouting back, "Understood, sir, right away." The angry Yuan Gu scowls heavily and curses out loud. "Damn it, what the heck was that thing anyway?" Right on cue, Liu Yi, perfectly calm voice, rings out from right behind him. "So you don't even know what that was either? I honestly thought you guys just offended the wrong person and had karma finally catch up to you." Yuan Gu violently flinches and spins around, his mind racing. Who the hell is that? Just one single second of distraction, and immediately an extremely heavy set of iron chains, sent by Liu Yi, wraps tightly around his neck. Yuan Gu screams in agony as his limbs are completely bound up and violently pulled in 4 different directions. The remaining Back Garden members witness this brutal scene and instantly lose their minds in panic. From the distance, Liu Yi and Leng Mian are casually strolling right toward them. The terrified surviving members of the guild start stammering and screaming out, "It's Brother Savior. Brother Savior is actually here," not even giving them a second to finish speaking with just one single. Wait for it, guys. Liu Yi unleashes his massive invasion skill. The remaining players get instantly wiped out, their bodies turning to pixel dust in the air. Yuan Gu watches this absolute slaughter with his jaw completely dropped. Liu Yi just stands right across from him, speaking with terrifyingly calm and gentle politeness. Leng Mian, standing behind him, is definitely not that calm. She glares at the tied-up man in front of her, grinding her teeth in pure, unfiltered hatred. She asks Liu Yi, "Brother Savior, once you finish interrogating him, can you hand him over to me?" Hearing this dark request, Liu Yi just decisively sits down on a nearby rock. "Honestly, there's nothing useful to ask. He's all yours. Once you finish dealing with him, We'll head straight back to High City. Internally, he's calculating his next move. The primary target is completely gone, so I need to figure out a way to farm EXP from somewhere else. Liu Yi multitasks, talking while his mind races. Such a shame. If only I had been the one to wipe out all those players. That would have been a massive haul. My level would have easily hit 50 by now. And you know what that means. Once he permanently slots the sealed pearl and wears the full gear, said his original power is 100% restored. Being stuck at level 46 right now is seriously getting on his nerves. Liu Yi face tightens. Let's be real here, if he actually skips this massive back garden gathering, who knows when he'll ever find another perfect opportunity to strike like this again. Is he really supposed to just charge straight into the back garden headquarters alone? Yeah, that sounds like a total death wish. If only the players in this world function like a normal video game. You know, where dying doesn't permanently destroy your hard-earned levels. If that were the case, he could just farm every player in sight and easily push his own level all the way to the absolute peak. Beside him, Lang Mian stays completely silent, already plotting the perfect revenge against Yuan Gu for what happened to her younger brother. Meanwhile, the tied-up Yuan Gu is getting seriously restless hearing Liu Yi plan. He panics internally, realizing Liu Yi is about to leave, and he absolutely cannot let that happen. With the insane growth rate of a special entity like him, if they don't finish Liu Yi off right here and now, he is going to be a massive threat later. Lang Mian steps right up to Yuan Gu's face, tossing a quick word to Liu Yi behind her. Thanks for saving my life, boss. But then, Yuan Gu suddenly barks out a sentence that makes both of them freeze. You actually think you can kill me? Seeing the exact shock he wanted, he just smirks and drops the bomb. Our back garden players. You can't permanently kill a single one of us. The Garden Master literally resurrects us. We will come back at full strength every single time, and we will drown you in an endless sea of bodies. Liu Yi immediately catches that keyword and snaps his head back around, his mind instantly racing. Resurrection? Yuan Ding actually possesses a resurrection skill, and judging by that arrogant tone, it sounds like he can revive a massive group of people, all perfectly restored without needing any extra support items. Liu Yi just lets out a cold little scoff. So you're telling me Yuan Ding has a revive skill? Seeing Liu Yi take the bait, Yuan Gu lifts his chin with pure arrogance. Liu Yi just narrows his eyes. So basically, unless we manage to disable that resurrection skill, first whatever we do to your squad is going to be completely and utterly pointless, right? He pauses, a sharp little smirk creeping onto his face as his tone shifts. Yeah, that is exactly why you aren't scared of dying right now. Liu Yi stares straight through Yuan Gu and keeps pushing. And let me guess, next you are going to feed me some line about how this crazy resurrection ability is actually the hidden effect of his player title, right? A title you can supposedly steal just by killing its current owner. Lang Mian stands right there, totally stunned, silently listening as he speaks. Liu Yi calls him out completely. You are just using this juicy intel to bait me right into your little ambush point, trying to march me straight into the trap you guys set up ages ago. Hearing his entire master plan get completely and utterly exposed, Yuan Gu's eyes go incredibly wide, terrified and speechless. Liu Yi studies that terrified look on his face and immediately knows. Yep, that hit the nail right on the head. It seriously looks like the back garden's big gathering in Shu City was specifically organized just to take him down. They want to use the revive skill to trap him. Frankly, that boss is also a special entity. He definitely knows that special players can farm regular ones just to grind their levels up. And if you throw an infinite revive skill into the mix, a special entity could slaughter the same group on loop and level up insanely fast. The only real question is whether revived players still drop energy points. Anyway, having said everything he needed to say to the guy, Liu Yi pushes off his knees and stands back up. Guess I'm just an idiot. He turns around and starts walking away, tossing a quick look at Lang Mian. Alright, I'm leaving him to you. She nods back. Don't worry about it. I've got him completely under my control. He cannot take his own life right now. But be careful not to hit him too hard, he can still trigger a revive. If you accidentally go overboard and actually kill him, you are going to be in huge trouble. And don't bother interrogating him anymore. If he truly has a revive backup, there is absolutely no way he spills the actual truth. Liu Yi's mind keeps spinning. As for exactly where Yuan Ding managed to score a resurrection skill, honestly, that part is actually pretty easy to guess. Back in the Holy Apostles group, a player once mentioned that every single title comes with an insanely specific hidden effect. It gives a guild a truly massive unfair advantage whenever they have to deal with enemies. If his player title literally grants an area revival effect, then the math adds up perfectly. Meanwhile, the totally tied up Yuan Gu just glares as Liu Yi casually walks away. He is literally grinding his teeth in pure rage, but he's completely helpless. Liu Yi couldn't care less about what happens to him now. He just takes his time, slowly walking forward into the shadows. Rubbing his chin, his mind immediately goes back to the game mechanics. Resurrection. Yeah, it works exactly like this. Suddenly, it clicks. You and I can literally see his breathing shift. He's getting seriously hyped up right now. A revived skill. Literally a minute ago, he was just thinking about how insanely broken a revive mechanic would be. And now, the intel is sitting right on a silver platter for him. If he can actually steal this, the value is absolutely off the charts. The sooner he grabs it, the better. Liu Yi tightens his fists, his heart completely overflowing. With raw determination, his thoughts start racing again. Or honestly, to look at this from a slightly more selfish angle, the faster he claims that skill, the faster he builds the ultimate unbreakable safety net for the people he actually cares about. But then, Liu Yi's face immediately hardens, his brows locking together in deep thought. He clicks his tongue in sheer frustration. Because honestly, this whole thing is clearly just a massive trap aimed perfectly at him. If he blindly charges straight into their headquarters, he's probably going to end up dead. It is way too risky. He slowly clenches his hand. All right, let's see what happens next. Liu Yi stares at his equipped glove, realizing something huge. His own potential is endless, while Yuan Ding is permanently capped at level 60. Liu Yi runs a hand through his hair, frustration written all over his face. He figures once he eventually hits level 70 or 80, he can just summon Zhu Yin and finally settle the score with Yuan Ding. But right now, he convinces himself to back off. Taking a huge risk right now makes absolutely no sense. Having this intel is completely enough for today. That power will be his eventually anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Gu isn't terrified at all. Instead, he bursts into absolute maniacal laughter. Treating me like this, you act like we have some deep blood feud. Care to remind me what exactly I did to you? To make you snap like this, actually scratch that, I'd rather not know. If you think you can make me feel guilty, then you're completely wasting your time. I've done way too many horrible things. Trying to repent for every single one sounds exhausting. He cracks up laughing again. He totally ignores his own completely shredded clothes and severely battered, bleeding body. The guy is an absolute mess. Standing across from him, Lang Mian tilts her head, answering her own question. You're hoping I kill you, right? Not happening. If I actually end you right here, that's basically letting you off easy. Hearing that, Yuan Gu instantly goes dead silent. He doesn't dare speak. Lang Mian keeps talking. Relax, I'll end your life right after I completely destroy Yuan Ding. That way you'll have zero chance of ever being revived. She tosses a quick glance over her shoulder. Completely ignoring the heavily injured man groaning behind her, she sprints straight toward Liu Yi. Meanwhile, an insanely furious hand nearby smashes directly into a tree trunk with a heavy thud. It's Yuan Ding fuming with total rage. He crushes the wood splinters in his grip, grinding his teeth loud enough to hear. Just then, someone else dashes onto the tree branch right next to Yuan Ding. It's Bai Xiaosao, looking panicked. He quickly asks why the captain stopped moving and where A Gu is. Then his eyes lock onto the ground. He spots a completely battered body suspended in mid-air. Bai Xiaosao stares with wide eyes, absolutely frozen in pure shock. He totally loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs. How dare they torture A Gu, his muscles tense, ready to charge in. But Yuan Ding grabs him hard, barking at him to calm down. This isn't the right time to strike. Bai Xiaosao whips around, furious. Are they really just watching A Gu suffer? Yuan Ding obviously hates it too. He grinds his teeth. It's just superficial damage for now. Once we completely capture Yi, once I secure that legendary special physique, I'll let A Gu die and just resurrect him. Then he can absolutely take his own sweet revenge. Bai Xiaosao scowls, absolutely hating this, but Yuan Ding makes the harsh call. They'll head into the secret realm and wait for Yi. Bai Xiaosao completely doubts it. Yi knows this is a trap, so why would he even show up? Yuan Ding flashes a truly vicious smile. Oh, he'll come. I've got the perfect bait. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Lang Mian turns to Liu Yi. Are you hunting Yuan Ding next? Liu Yi gives her a skeptical look. You want to go too? Lang Mian answers instantly. Exactly. Taking out Yuan Ding is the only absolute way to permanently kill Yuan Gu and finally avenge my little brother. Liu Yi stares at her in total silence. He slumps down onto a nearby rock. Honestly, I'm sorry, but you'll be disappointed. It's a near impossible fight. I'm not taking that massive risk. Hearing this, Lang Mian immediately drops her head, staring at her tightly folded hands. I see. Liu Yi hears her completely heartbroken tone, but he doesn't cave at all, staring straight ahead. Meanwhile, crouching behind a nearby tree, Nado holding a random player's sword he looted from the road. He peeks out at the two of them and starts wondering to himself, what exactly are Sister Miu and Liu Yi talking about? She looks super depressed over there. Wait, are they actually breaking up right now? I seriously thought they'd have an epic 300-round brawl, barely making it out alive. I definitely never expected the back garden to get totally wiped out by some insane monster in a flash. He keeps thinking. Where did that completely broken monster even come from? Where is it now? Will they bump into it again? Man, he strongly prays they absolutely never cross paths. That thing was terrifying. Players got instantly deleted with a single touch, so a guy like him would easily be completely vaporized. But watch this closely. Right as Nado pokes his head out, another totally terrifying pale white head suddenly pops up right beside him. Nado's eyes go ridiculously wide as he slowly glances back. Within a single second, his face is absolutely drenched in cold sweat. His only thought is warning Liu Yi and Sister Mu. The moment that clicks, he bolts forward like an absolute rocket toward Lang Mian and Liu Yi. Screaming wildly, he warns them. The monster is here. Sweat aggressively pours down his panicked face. Nado's mind is completely spinning. Am I gonna die right now? This is it, isn't it? One single touch was all it took. Looking totally defeated, Nado just lowered his eyes, gritting his teeth to accept this absolute nightmare. Maybe dying wasn't so bad. It meant finally escaping this twisted game world where arrogant players ran totally wild without any rules at all. Normal people like him never stood a chance anyway. He just sprinted blindly, running so fast he completely blew past the other two without noticing. After putting some distance between them, Nado hit the brakes. He touched his perfectly unharmed body, completely stunned. Wait, I am completely fine. That thing seriously did not attack me. Meanwhile, you and I can see Liu Yi and Lang Mian going on high alert. They narrowed their eyes as that pale, creepy monster slowly approached them. It muttered broken words as it walked go to the dungeon. Lang Mian frowned, asking Liu Yi what it meant. Number 9 stepped closer to them. He gripped a massive hammer tight, his mouth still muttering those exact same eerie words. Go to the dungeon, go to the dungeon. Liu Yi immediately took a step forward to block its path, whispering to Lang Mian. Take Nado and run, I will hold it off. Lang Mian called his name softly, looking at him with intense worry. Liu Yi ignored her, his mind racing. Damn it, they literally just finished a brutal fight only seconds ago. His heavy weapon was still on a long cooldown. His other weapons could only hold power gems temporarily. They lasted just seconds. Permanent upgrades were way too complex right now. When would he finally hit level 50? Lang Mian didn't waste any time hesitating. Making a quick choice, she dashed straight toward Nado, grabbed him tight, and dragged him off in a totally different direction. Before vanishing, she warned Liu Yi to be careful. Nado stared at this intense girl, dragging him away. He frowned, yelling that they could not just abandon brother Liu. Like this, Lang Mian snapped back. Shut up if we stay there right now. He will just get distracted trying to protect us. Meanwhile, number 9 walked right up to Liu Yi, tilting his head with a blank stare. Go to the dungeon. Liu Yi frowned at the towering freak in front of him. It didn't even react when Lang Mian ran away. So I am the real target here. Since Liu Yi just stood there silently, number 9 started losing patience. He tightened his grip on that heavy hammer. Leaning forward into a brutal attack stance, the monster slowly promised to crush his limbs instead, break them and drag his body away. Without warning, number 9 charged straight at Liu Yi with deadly speed. Liu Yi made a split-second choice. No more talking time to fight, but suddenly a system prompt chimed. Skill level insufficient. Target lock failed. Liu Yi cursed under his breath, instantly switching to a different attack strategy. But the system mocked him again. Skill level insufficient for advanced strikes. 2 failed prompts in a row forced Liu Yi to stop dead in his tracks. Skills disabled. How is this even possible right now? Why was his skill level suddenly too low? Out of options, Liu Yi pulled his gun and fired off a heavy shot. But number 9 just casually swatted the bullet away like a bug. The monster stomped forward, cracking the solid earth beneath his feet. Seeing this freak still charging at him relentlessly, Liu Yi actually flinched. Thinking fast, he immediately threw his hands up and shouted, "Fine, take me to your dungeon." That single sentence worked. The massive hammer stopped dead in mid-air, literally just inches away from crushing his skull into paste. Liu Yi was sweating bullets. He knew he could not beat this monster, especially with his combat skills completely locked out. What was actually going on here? Despite the pure panic screaming inside his mind, he kept a totally calm face and repeated himself. "Take me to the dungeon." Hearing him finally agree, number 9 simply grunted. He pointed his giant hammer toward the dungeon hidden across the dark forest. Liu Yi nervously realized something. Did the Back Garden Guild set up an ambush dungeon? His mind raced. This monster must be working for them. But if they are allies, why spare him now? Why drag him all the way to a dungeon just to kill him? Looking at the massive dungeon gate, another question hit Liu Yi. Why would this giant freak even attack the Back Garden Guild earlier? None of it made sense, but without his skills, playing along was literally his only option. He told number 9, "Okay." Liu Yi walked toward the dungeon, the huge monster leisurely trailing right behind him. As he walked, Liu Yi suddenly realized something. Wait a second, if he looked at the clues differently, there was zero contradiction here. Wiping out the Back Garden Guild was just to weaken him. If he had fought the guild himself, he would have gained massive level-ups. Getting those level-ups would have made him way too strong to capture. So this monster was sent to steal his experience points. Putting it together, he scoffed. Yuan Ding is absolutely ruthless, dragging him to this exact ambush meant only one logical thing, that Yuan Ding desperately wanted to steal something from him. Glancing back at the huge monster, who was happily following him, Liu Yi frowned. What could they possibly want? His thoughts kept racing. Let's break it down. The most valuable thing Liu Yi possesses is his special physique title. Is Yuan Ding actually trying to steal it? Does he plan to capture Liu Yi and use some twisted, completely unknown method to extract that very power right out of his body? Liu Yi's expression immediately turns dead serious as the pieces fall into place. He thinks to himself, yeah, that's exactly it. He tilts his head up, staring at the secret realm's massive entrance looming closer by the second. Suddenly, the system chimes in. The massive weapon has been successfully restored and stored. The orb is fully socketed, granting a blessing that massively buffs all of his attributes. A full stat buff. Just as the system finishes its announcement, Liu Yi and that terrifying number 9 finally arrive right at the secret realm's looming entrance. He quickly scans his surroundings, his mind racing. There isn't a single other player out here. The real ambush. It's definitely waiting for him deep inside the secret realm itself. Glancing back at the absolute monster still trailing behind him, anxiety spikes in Liu Yi's chest. If he walks in there alone, will this freak actually follow him inside? Because if that monster follows him, and Liu Yi might as well just lay down and give up. He wouldn't even need to lift a single finger. His skills would be completely useless, and with his overall stats sitting right at a painfully average level, throwing Yuan Ding into the mix means he wouldn't stand a chance against them. His eyebrows furrow tightly in deep frustration. Still, Liu Yi firmly decides to just head inside and see for himself. If he truly cannot find a single way to survive this massive crisis, he still has one absolute final escape route: the memory orb. Just to guarantee his own safety, he actually left that orb hidden safely with Ah Yun. If things go completely south and he can't win, he'll just eliminate himself to instantly respawn back there. Staring up at that massive, intimidating secret realm gate, Liu Yi hesitates for just a split second. Taking a deep breath, he finally steps right into the portal. His dark cloak flutters dramatically in the wind the very second he crosses completely over the threshold. Bam! The secret realm's gate instantly slams shut completely, vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, that safety tether is still tightly wrapped right around Yuan Gu's arm, but a split second later it magically dissolves. With Liu Yi gone inside, the tether snaps, sending Yuan Gu crashing incredibly hard face first straight into the dirt. His body starts glowing brightly, the classic death animation kicking in. Panicking, Yuan Gu realizes the grim truth: he is totally about to die right here. Cutting to the other side, Lang Mian carries Na Do a pretty massive distance away before finally skidding to a halt. Scanning the area, she notices number 9 isn't tracking them. It's crystal clear now the monster isn't after them. Its real target is the boss. Knowing she isn't on the hit list right now, her mind quickly pivots. She realizes she has to head back and see if she can help him survive. Without warning, she literally drops Na Do flat onto the hard ground. Without another thought, Lang Mian spins around and sprints like lightning back toward the danger, leaving the kid behind with one final, totally chilling command. Do not follow me. Things are way too dangerous now and I can't protect you. Left all alone, the poor kid sadly lowers his eyes to the dirt. Suddenly, he violently grits his teeth in pure frustration and his voice trembles with heavy, heartbreaking resentment. In a world like this, are normal people just useless garbage? We can't do anything. We only drag the real players down and get them killed. Na Dao's entire body shakes violently, and right there in the dead silent forest, he whispers one single heavy phrase. I absolutely refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, Liu Yi steps directly through the secret realm portal, casting one last cautious glance over his shoulder to confirm that 0 enemies are following him. The massive portal right behind Liu Yi swirls with intense chaotic energy currents. It just keeps spiraling endlessly. Liu Yi furrows his brow deep in thought. Were they seriously just trying to force him into this secret realm quickly? Because they genuinely trust Yuan Ding to finish him off in here, or is it because they physically cannot enter? Finally, his boots hit solid ground deep inside the brand new secret realm. Instantly, the game system blares an urgent warning. Welcome to the World Rebirth Realm. Objective: destroy the Black Sunday. Warning: as long as the Black Sun remains high in the sky, players are absolutely forbidden from using a single one of their own active combat skills. Every single active skill he currently owns is completely disabled. Liu Yi stares wide-eyed at the brutal system, prompt his mind desperately, echoing one terrifying thought on repeat. All of my active skills are completely locked down. Suddenly, the system chimes again. Due to the corrupting influence of the Black Sun, every single attribute buff and blessing is completely nullified. Now here's where things get really bad for our guy. Hearing those brutal alerts, Liu Yi just stands there completely frozen, totally unsure of what to do next. He gazes upward, watching twisted clouds violently spiraling right around a massive object that looks exactly like a pitch-black orb. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo around him. Liu Yi looks over shocked to see members of the back garden guild charging in. Staring down the squad aggressively, rushing straight at him, Liu Yi curses violently in his head. Damn it. Even with his massive stat buffs completely wiped out, he definitely isn't the kind of top-tier player that a bunch of average scrubs like them could ever hope to take down. In a flash, Liu Yi swings his heavy blade in one brutal sweeping arc, and those back garden goons are instantly sliced completely in half. But suddenly, a series of strange, soft popping noises echo right behind Liu Yi, making his eyes go wide with confusion. He whips around only to see the guys he just sliced, literally fusing back together. They morph right into a blinding white energy, shooting straight toward him. The system blares. Warning, you are currently affected by an enemy skill. Alright, Liu Yi grits his teeth. That deep sleep debuff is severely limiting his limbs. Glaring at the light restricting his body, he thinks furiously, I thought skills were locked out. As the light fades, Liu Yi grips his blade and suddenly realizes something. It is not just active skills. Passive skills are totally unblocked. His body feels insanely heavy. And looking up, he sees a massive mob of back garden members rushing him. Liu Yi scrambles for a plan. How does he survive? Suddenly, a purple light shoots straight toward the back of his neck. Liu Yi snaps his head around. But he is too late. Yuan Ding appears right behind him, choking him and lifting him entirely off the ground. Your stats are absolute trash compared to mine. A system panel pops up revealing Yuan Ding's combat data. Level 60. The system logs his player info detailing his mana recovery limits, his maximum intelligence output, and all his other attributes. Then a new warning flashes for Liu Yi. Debuff acquired. His movements are slowing down. As the back garden mob closes in, Liu Yi suddenly yells, kill yourselves. Use your passive to lock him down, but inwardly he knows he cannot let them trigger those passives. He quickly decides to activate his safety tether. The heavy cords wrap tight around Liu Yi's arm, instantly catching Yuan Ding's attention. While the villain looks totally shocked, Liu Yi feels the power surge. Perfect. The safety tether is ready to be fully unleashed right now. He swings it with insane speed, forcing Yuan Ding to leap backward to avoid the heavy strike. Yuan Ding frowns at the strange weapon. What is that? I have never seen it in the game. Is it a real-world item? Meanwhile, the rest of the back garden members get wrapped up like mummies. Liu Yi shoots the tethers in every direction, his expression turning cold. If he neutralizes them first, they cannot trigger their passive skills. Making his choice, Liu Yi looks straight ahead with absolute resolve. In a flash, he darts right through the tightly bound enemies. With his razor-sharp blade in hand, he delivers a single effortless strike. The thugs collapse helplessly to the ground. No passives triggered. What exactly is going on here? Yuan Ding watches the chaos, clearly on edge. Liu Yi glares at him. Whoever falls first is the real trash. Stats do not mean a thing. The ruined ground below them suddenly lights up with massive clashing sparks. Let's look closer. Those impacts are from Liu Yi fiercely swinging his heavy tethers straight at Yuan Ding. The cord whips toward his chest, but the villain barely dodges it. Missing the high attack, the tethers quickly sweep low toward his legs. Yet Yuan Ding does not panic. He dodges with ease, mocking him. Wow, you are way too flexible for this. You could easily use that to run away. The exit portal is right beneath the center of the vortex. Give up and you can leave. Boom, the tethers shatter massive rocks behind him. Yuan Ding successfully dodges again and smirks. So you were just terrified of those monsters outside the purple. Baldy is visibly thrilled by this fight. He sneers, hoping the monsters will handle me, so you can escape later. Too bad, you are just way too weak for that plan, even with all that fancy gear protecting you. Liu Yi frowns, hearing his exact strategy exposed. The rogue keeps taunting him, but using that weapon drains your mana, right? Looking at the furious guy charging at him, Yuan Ding casually leaps back. How much longer can you keep this up? Once your gear powers down, locking you up will just be a matter of time. His face shows total confidence. He practically thinks he already won. Yuan Ding continues, and hey, your body is getting heavier too. That debuff only gets worse the longer this drags out. When your mana hits 0, you will be completely paralyzed. And once that happens, you are just meat on a chopping block, totally at my mercy. The guy casually evades another attack, smiling comfortably as he moves, so I have no reason to rush. Time will finish you off. Suddenly, his face twists into a vicious glare. But your time is rapidly running out. Seeing Liu Yi staying deadly silent, Yuan Ding acts like he just remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. You got a memory orb in the origin realm, right? Hearing that, Liu Yi snaps his head up, glaring at the guy across from him. The purple bald guy just crosses his arms, smirking as he breaks it down. Got it on you, huh? If it were me, definitely not. I'd stash it on a trusted partner, someone staying completely out of the main fight zone. That way, if I'm in danger, I can just use the memory orb to make a quick escape. And if my partner is in trouble, I can use it to teleport straight to them in seconds. So that is how it works. Yuan Ding claps his hands together real loudly. I told you number 8 and number 9 always move together. So guess what? Number 8 already went to High City. Hearing High City, Liu Yi eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He stares at the guy, then furrows his brow, saying, "This number 9 you are talking about. Is it that secret monster standing guard right outside?" Yuan Ding casually steps back, dodging Liu Yi attacks with ease. As he retreats, he says, "Exactly right. And get this, number 8 is way stronger than number 9. Can they really handle the rookies in High City?" Then flashing a completely nasty smirk, he adds, "Or I guess I should ask, can your little sister even stop number 8? Over in High City, thick black clouds are rolling in, completely blocking out the sun. A massive lightning bolt strikes down through the gloomy sky. Heavy rain starts pouring. Right at this moment, number 9 has arrived in High City. He stands there in the pouring rain, just waiting for the perfect moment. Right in front of him, a few people are huddled together under a small roadside awning. Back with our main character, Liu Yi, footsteps suddenly halt. Pay attention here, guys. He stands frozen for a long moment, catching the bald guy entirely off guard. But the very next second, he cleanly spins around and sprints off in the exact opposite direction. His mind is racing. Yuan Ding is totally right. If this whole situation keeps dragging on, it is game over for him. Liu Yi charges toward the glowing pillar on the other side. As he runs, he realizes he desperately needs to break this total deadlock. Looking at the black hole in the sky, Liu Yi thinks hard. The absolute key here is his perception power. Before it totally drains, can he actually attack this secret realm and take down the black sun up there? That might be his one and only trick left to break this insane stalemate. Gritting his teeth, he keeps thinking it all through. As for his sister, remembering Liu Yun and her reliable teammates, Liu Yi has no choice but to put his total faith in her. Far off, Yuan Ding watches Liu Yi and gives a tiny smile. Right where Liu Yi is heading, there is this mysterious arrow made from some totally unknown material. It is incredibly shiny. Just a few more rapid steps and Liu Yi finally gets up close to that weird arrow. Reaching out to grab it, he figures this has got to be a key item. Let us see if there is any hidden clue here. But then the system chimes in. Aptitude mismatch. Cannot use the sky-breaking nail. His hand freezes solid right as he grips the arrow. The system continues. Warning. By touching the sky-breaking nail, you are now being tracked by the Black Sunday. During this time, your health will constantly drain by consuming exactly double the normal amount of your perception power. Until your perception power hits absolute zero, you cannot leave this secret realm. Only when it is fully drained can you choose to temporarily exit. Hearing this, Liu Yi is totally stunned, but it finally clicks. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding is standing behind him, laughing his absolute head off. He sneers, "Man, you really are way too naive." He goes on, "The final step of this crazy secret realm. I gathered all the players' strength over in the back garden and fully simulated the absolute limit of what you can actually pull off. And the final result, completely and totally unattackable." Liu Yi is looking pretty furious now. He glares back, listening as Yuan Ding continues. "Not only is it totally unattackable, it will keep burning through your perception power. Right now, Yuan Ding literally looks like a terrifying demon coming straight to collect his soul. He speaks super slowly. You should just be a good boy and completely surrender." The absolute helplessness of being cornered forces Liu Yi to make a wild choice. If failure is guaranteed anyway, he might as well risk it all. Using every last drop of perception power, he expands his safety rope range to capture Yuan Ding. A massive hurricane suddenly erupts around Yuan Ding. He pushes the safety rope's absolute limit and countless ropes start shooting out everywhere. All of these deadly lines zero in on just one single target, and that target is the purple bald guy. Seeing this, Yuan Ding spins around and sprints, but one safety rope is way too fast, instantly wrapping tight around his leg. Feeling the sudden bind on his foot, Yuan Ding briefly glances down in absolute shock. The very next second, he gets completely cocooned by Liu Yi ropes looking just like a giant egg. The terrifying system voice keeps blaring as his perception power rapidly drops. Light perception power is currently 21,467 out of 23,969. Light perception power reading drops to 18,254 out of 23,969. Light perception drops again to 15,976 out of 23,969. This perception power drain is just completely insane. 10 seconds max, and my perception power will be fully drained. Liu Yi murmurs to himself, struggling to keep up the intense energy output to bind his enemy. Staring at the massive round cocoon right in front of him, Liu Yi thinks suspiciously. It is fully wrapped up, so why is it not shrinking yet? He clenches his hand into a tight fist, frantically using his mind to force the ropes tighter. Hurry up, come on, safety ropes close in. All right, let's watch this insane trap, shrink down and lock him up. The massive round cocoon shakes violently for a second, and then tearing right through the top. Two massive hands violently punch their way out. Liu Yi watches this happen and completely freezes in pure shock. The very next second, Yuan Ding literally rips those reinforced safety ropes apart with his bare hands. He's just inches away from breaking completely free from the binding grip of those ropes, laughing like an absolute maniac. You really thought you could lock me down like this? Keep dreaming. Boosting your power this much in such a short time. It must have burned through a massive amount of your perception power. Let's see what happens. First I shatter these pathetic chains, or you completely drain your energy. While he was loudly trash-talking, that mysterious floating pearl hovering right next to Yuan Ding's left shoulder starts shaking, glowing with an entirely different dangerous light. Across the barren wasteland, the heavy fog slowly begins to clear out, giving both fighters a much clearer view of the battlefield. Liu Yi is absolutely stunned by what is unfolding right in front of him. He whispers, "This is insane." The system notification chimes in again. Perception light at 8,453 out of 23,969. And then perception light drops to 6,134 out of 23,969. Perception light at 4,321 out of 23,969. Pushed into an absolute corner here, Liu Yi decisively raises his hand, summoning his equipped pistol. Utterly desperate, he realizes he is completely out of options. Slowly, he points the cold steel barrel directly at his own temple, his mind racing as he thinks, "I have to end it myself and use the memory sphere to revive." The gun is pressed against his head, but Liu Yi hesitates. The only major problem: that memory sphere has him save in his level 60 state back in the origin world. If he actually uses the memory sphere to revive now, what happens to his titles, his special physique, the safety ropes, and the Eastern Emperor? Sealing Pearl, will all of those legendary items just disappear? Like a blaring death knell, the system speaks again. Perception light is at 4,325 out of 23,969. Perception light plunging down to 2,125 out of 23,969. Hearing the system constantly warning that his perception power is crashing near the 2,000 mark, Liu Yi becomes totally certain that is still way better than draining his perception completely and falling right into Yuan Ding's hands. Right at that critical second, Yuan Ding calls out, "You want to kill yourself and revive using the memory sphere just to escape from me?" He screams with an absolutely psychotic tone in his voice. "I am not going to let you die. I have already locked onto you. If you dare to die, I will immediately jump into the secret realm to resurrect you myself. With level 1 priority tracking, you will literally respawn right back into my waiting hands. There is absolutely no escape for you." Liu Yi refuses to back down, keeping the gun pressed hard against his temple. He quickly tries to reassure himself. Every single thing he is saying is a total bluff, because if any of that were actually true, his actions earlier wouldn't have been waiting for my energy to drain. He would have just killed me instantly. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the battlefield, a mysterious hand slowly raises a drawn bow. Yuan Ding's voice echoes out again, laughing wildly as he brags, "You are never escaping my grasp. Just like you cannot use this pathetic gear to trap me here." After saying that, he throws his head back and bursts into uncontrollable villainous laughter. Liu Yi grits his teeth hard. "I cannot hesitate anymore. I just have to pull the trigger." But suddenly, swoosh. The floating sphere, hovering over Yuan Ding's right shoulder, gets completely sniped by a high-speed arrow, instantly shattering it into a million tiny glowing pieces. This sudden, insane twist leaves both Yuan Ding and Liu Yi totally stunned. Honestly, you and I didn't see that coming either. The arrow that just shattered the mysterious pearl is now buried deep into the dirt nearby. Stripped of the pearl's power, Yuan Ding is instantly subdued again by the heavy safety ropes belonging to Liu Yi, entirely locking him down. Completely helpless, now the villain just mutters, "No, no, no." In just a matter of a few short seconds, Yuan Ding's entire body gets tightly wrapped up by the unyielding safety ropes. Completely losing his balance, he awkwardly stumbles back a few steps before his entire body crashes heavily backward onto the ground. Seeing this, Liu Yi thinks, it actually worked. His jaw hits the floor as he quickly turns around, desperately searching for whoever just fired the epic arrow. He wonders, who was that? Who just saved my life? The hero who shot that crucial arrow was actually Lang Mian. Seeing him turn around, she loudly calls out, "Nice save." Liu Yi happily shouts her name right back, Lang Mian. Still a bit confused, he asks her, "Wait, why are you here too?" Lang Mian replies, "I was outside the secret realm and spotted those monsters just sitting around. I figured you were probably forced back inside the secret realm, so I found an opening and rushed in." Liu Yi feels incredibly grateful, immediately replying, "Thank you so much for the save. If you hadn't shown up, I definitely would have died out here today." Meanwhile, Lang Mian slowly walks right over to him. She stares down at the struggling guy, completely hogtied by the safety ropes on the dirt, and casually asks, "Is this the famous back garden boss?" Liu Yi replies, "That's right. It was seriously tough, but we finally took him down." Liu Yi glances down at the strange weapon Lang Mian is holding in her hand, feeling genuinely surprised by it. He looks up and asks, what exactly is that weapon? Right after his inner thoughts race, the material on that bow looks exactly like the heaven-piercing nail. Literally zero difference. Hearing this, Lang Mian looks down and asks, this thing. She slowly raises the dark bow up and tells him, if it wasn't for this, I never would have left my little brother's side that terrible night. Liu Yi gently comforts her. Hey, do not be sad. Now that we finally captured Yuan Ding, we can definitely get proper revenge for your brother. Lang Mian simply nods and replies, yeah. Meanwhile, the defeated body just lies completely silent on the dirt. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. A second later, it suddenly starts moving violently. Liu Yi and Lang Mian are absolutely shocked. He quickly figures out their next move. The guy is still struggling, taking full advantage of him turning back into a normal human right now. Liu Yi yells at Lang Mian to take him down. Just to be totally safe, he tells her to grab the arrow behind them and shoot the Black Sun, unlocking the active skill seal on this hidden domain. Then he grabs his massive blade and swings it straight down toward Yuan Ding's neck. He vows to finish him off. Lang Mian is totally confused, asking about the arrow. The very next second, she rushes toward the glowing arrow that Liu Yi originally wanted to use against Yuan Ding and shouts out an okay. She quickly snatches the arrow up with determination and raises her bow right toward the sky. Lang Mian pauses for just a second to lock onto her target. Whoosh, the arrow violently streaks upward. The black sphere was just floating silently up there. The absolute instant that arrow makes a direct hit, the thing slowly starts shrinking down. Within minutes, the whole sky shifts, completely startling Lang Mian. The system loudly announces that Stage 9 is done. They have successfully destroyed the Black Sun entity. Now Stage 10 begins mending the heavens. The quest logs open. Thanks to the Black Sun's impact, a massive crack has ripped right across the sky. They need to cultivate sky-mending stones to patch up that massive rift. But warning, any weird materials popping out of that sky crack might bring completely unpredictable effects to the rules of this hidden domain. Right now, that bottomless black hole is totally gone, replaced by glowing red streaks of light. The girl is completely stunned by the crazy world-breaking scene above her. Over on his end, Liu Yi stops moving too, his eyes wide open, staring forward in pure disbelief. Yuan Ding, the guy who was supposedly tied down securely by Liu Yi's safety ropes, has somehow managed to completely shake off every single one of those heavy binding ropes now. He sits right up, telling Liu Yi he almost passed out by his hands again. Then a system notification pops up. Domain rules are currently restricted. Every single piece of gear and item is now completely useless. Rules restricted. Liu Yi is startled, frantically analyzing the situation in his mind. Does the real world actually have a strict structure like this too? His own structural powers are completely useless here now, exactly like stepping outside his territory in the ruined zone. But wait, if there is a royal family in the real world, there must be a computational agency and a built-in structure too. Liu Yi tenses up, calculating hard. How many seconds will this restriction last? Are the rules here exactly the same as the prime world? With accounting authority under 100%, how long is the limit? Yuan Ding watches the boy who is backing up really far in sheer panic and chuckles inwardly. The structure only restricts the use of their equipped items. Since his active skills are finally restored now, he can totally handle this kid. He smirks, noting that Liu Yi might break this stalemate. He pushes himself up off the ground and slowly declares that his earlier caution was completely justified. Someone with a totally unique physical body like his opponent is basically walking around with absolute main character plot armor. Yuan Ding's arrogant voice continues, echoing loudly, saying that any new development will always show up perfectly matching his needs. He claims that Liu Yi's specific gear and the sudden appearance of the player backing him up conveniently solves the exact death game he had set up. But watch this, his tone gets incredibly vicious, because all of these crazy advantages should have belonged to him instead. In a flash, he screams in absolute rage and charges straight at Liu Yi. He yells that he already stole a unique body meant for him. Today, right here, he swears to take back everything that is rightfully his. The system suddenly updates his status. Cognitive light points are now at 5,003 out of 11,099. As the system's mechanical voice fades out, Liu Yi thinks fast. Without his precious gear stats, his total cognitive power is barely hovering over 10,000 points now. First, he uses the 5,000 newly recovered cognitive points to massively boost all his base stats. The system chimes in, congratulations, all base stats have been successfully strengthened to 2,500 entering freeze state. System alert, cognitive light is now 27,500 out of 38,599. Liu Yi doesn't hesitate for a single second, dumping all his cognitive power to activate the Deep Mirror Strike. That is a mind-blowing 26,400,000 damage points of pure Deep Mirror Strike power. Liu Yi throws his hand out mentally, screaming to take him down. Yuan Ding gets seemingly nailed in mid-air, Then his entire body crashes heavily down to the dirt. The bald guy's expression looks insanely dark and murderous. Meanwhile, over on Lang Mian's side, the girl reaches out to grab a glowing crystal, falling directly down from the sky. Back to Liu Yi, he grits his teeth intensely, glaring at his opponent while wondering, is that enough? If not, he will gladly drop another one. Too bad the deep mirror strike cannot be stacked. It can only maintain its base damage. Otherwise, that crazy free state could theoretically be stacked up infinitely. No matter how much crazy HP this guy has, he would definitely die. Yuan Ding flashes a truly sinister, unreadable smile, mocking him. Is that all the power you have? It is completely useless against me. The system suddenly alerts, soft force injury triggered. Complete immunity to arbitrary damage, reducing total damage by 25%. Soft force aura activated, granting a 25% damage reduction to all forces trapped within its aura radius. The passive soft force physical body also activates. Agility and heavy strike sense get a +3 bonus, while physical strength and intellect gain +2. It temporarily boosts active damage by completely draining his mental power. Yuan Ding's status bar suddenly glows a blinding, terrifying red, leaving Liu Yi utterly stunned and speechless. The very next second, Yuan Ding teleports right next to Liu Yi. A system alert pops up. The freeze status is officially over. Yuan Ding swings hard, aiming straight for Liu Yi's face. Liu Yi dodges it fast, but Yuan Ding immediately lunges forward again. His massive hand completely wraps around Liu Yi's neck, lifting him right off the ground. He stares him down and says, "You seriously thought activating an active skill would save you?" System warning: affected by the severed flow skill. All of your physical movements are now severely slowed down. Liu Yi grits his teeth, fighting desperately to break out of Yuan Ding's iron grip. He calculates his odds. Even with all his skills boosted by 2,500 points, the power gap between them is still massive. He needs an escape plan fast. Luckily, he still has over 20,000 sense points left in reserve. Plus, his blessing skill just came off cooldown. He can easily add another 10,000 attribute points. That should be enough. Wait, no. His equipment is locked by the construct. The cooldown reduction is gone too. He has absolutely zero ways to stack his attributes right now. Time for a new plan. Right at that exact moment, Yuan Ding shouts out, "Consciousness separation barrier." The system instantly chimes in. You are currently affected by the consciousness separation barrier. Your active consciousness has now been erased. Liu Yi glares furiously at his attacker, but Yuan Ding refuses to let go of him. He just tightens his grip and taunts him. You already used up your sixth sense condensation, didn't you? So what exactly are you going to rely on to recover your sense points now? Assuming you have absolutely nothing left to say, Yuan Ding grits his teeth for the final blow. I guess I win this one. Liu Yi is boiling with rage but literally cannot speak. Suddenly, whoosh, an arrow shoots right past Yuan Ding's arm out of nowhere. Liu Yi breaks out of the chokehold and lets out a massive sigh of relief. I am free. He immediately jumps back, putting serious distance between them. Now you and I need to watch this pivot. Yuan Ding shifts his gaze to the girl in the distance. Almost forgot about you, he snarls. The ground suddenly fractures completely. The attack is so insanely fast that Lang Mian cannot even react. She just stands there completely frozen. Yuan Ding dashes forward and lands a devastating punch right into Lang Mian's stomach. He screams out in pure anger. You abused Agu, and I have not even made you pay for that yet. He pulls back his hand, sending the small girl flying through the air across the battlefield. Lang Mian struggles violently, pushing herself up from the dirt. A system notification triggers. The Wind Whale evasion skill has automatically activated since health dropped below 1%, successfully dodging a fatal blow. Yuan Ding frowns hard. The system states the main interface is currently held hostage by her, meaning there is zero way to exit this secret realm. Then I will just kill you first and grab Liu Yi next. Watching from a distance, Liu Yi quickly analyzes the threat. She does not have any sense points left anyway. She is no longer a real threat, but the only way to stop Yuan Ding is the safety rope. And right now, the rope is locked by the construct. It is completely unusable. But wait a second, if the construct is still active, how on earth did Lang Mian manage to attack Yuan Ding and save him? Right then, he glances down at his arm. The rope wrapped around his wrist is glowing. The safety rope is actually ready to be used again. Liu Yi thinks it over carefully. Activating the safety rope is going to drain a massive chunk of his remaining sense points. He needs 10 straight seconds to recover his energy. So how can he distract this guy? A second later, he shouts out at the bald enemy across the field. Did you seriously think we had no backup plan to save ourselves? Or that some mysterious figure could just delete us with a single click of a button? Hearing that, Yuan Ding visibly flinches. He turns his head, staring at him, and mutters, "Seems like you have been collecting quite a few hidden items, huh?" But he does not stop to chat. He immediately turns back and sprints at full speed straight toward Lang Mian. He yells back over his shoulder, I will deal with her first, then I will come back and play with you. Liu Yi goes into full panic mode. This is bad. His energy is only 30% recovered, but if he does not act right now, Lang Mian is absolutely going to die. The safety rope is good to go. He has just enough power to make it work. Wasting no time, Liu Yi quickly triggers the freeze status effect. The lifelines shoot forward, darting straight toward Lang Mian at crazy speed. In the blink of an eye, the glowing ropes grab her completely. Liu Yi manipulates the line, instantly yanking her backward into his safe zone. Meanwhile, the rest of his ropes change direction and dive straight toward Yuan Ding. Seeing the incoming attack, he scoffs in pure surprise. You still have energy left. Too bad for you, do not even try. To think the exact same trick is going to work on me twice. His body moves with terrifying speed, leaping backward to effortlessly dodge every single lifeline Liu Yi throws at him. Realizing he still cannot lock him down, Liu Yi changes tactics. Fine, let's stack 2 more skills on top, imprisonment and silence. The moment these twin abilities drop onto the battlefield, Yuan Ding is instantly paralyzed. He cannot move a single muscle, forced to just stand there like a statue while Liu Yi takes total control. The glowing ropes wrap securely around his entire body. Yuan Ding thrashes around aggressively, but it is completely useless against the bind. Liu Yi pumps his fist. It actually worked. But completely ignoring that victory, the trapped Yuan Ding just starts screaming questions at him. Liu Yi, all you had to do was let me control you. Just let me teleport you out of this place, and it would be over. Why on earth are you fighting back so hard? Yuan Ding completely loses his mind and roars. Why could you not just submit and let me tie you up? You just had to force my hand. Seeing the villain completely lose his grip on sanity, Liu Yi quietly makes his move, successfully activating his berserk skill. Alright, hold tight, safety rope. On the other side, Yuan Ding screams like an absolute maniac. Activate the Phantom Hand title, the second that activates shadowy blades. Alright, watch this. Out of nowhere, the dead Back Garden Guild members suddenly respawn instantly, all those safety ropes. Liu Yi controlled quickly, wrapped around these newly revived players. The system completely bugged out, spamming the exact same error message on loop. Warning. Instance player limit exceeded. Warning. Instance player limit exceeded. Liu Yi stared at this absolute madness, his jaw literally hitting the floor in shock. His safety ropes lost all their power, falling limply right at his feet. These guys were the exact same members of the Back Garden Guild that Liu Yi had just slaughtered minutes ago. They started thrashing around wildly in utter confusion as panic spread. What is going on here? How are we alive? Then the system announced the freeze state had ended. But wait, his mental energy. His mental energy. Liu Yi stared at his system panel in pure horror, frozen in place. In a single blink, his mental energy had hit absolute zero. Yuan Ding grabbed the now useless safety rope with a smug grin. Just as I thought, the more people here, the faster your mental energy drains out, dropping exponentially, which means you can no longer use any of your fancy equipment. He burst out into an incredibly arrogant laugh. What tricks can you even use now? But right at that moment, the sky above Liu Yi suddenly warped with some bizarre unstable energy. Liu Yi panicked hard. I am totally done for. Game over. Without my mental energy, I cannot do a single thing here. The very next second, the dark sky was instantly swallowed by a massive blinding wave of pure light. The sudden flash made Liu Yi flinch and look up. In an instant, the entire sky turned a blinding absolute white. The Back Garden Guild members just stood there totally and utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening now? Yuan Ding also tilted his head up, staring at this completely unexpected scene. Then suddenly raindrops started pouring down. Yuan Ding slowly raised his hand, catching the falling raindrops in complete confusion. Suddenly, the system began spamming notifications. Mental energy recovered by 1,000 points. Yuan Ding frowned hard. Wait, this weird rain actually restores his mental energy. He instantly screamed out, this is bad. The rest of the guys just kept their hands raised toward the falling rain, having absolutely zero clue what was happening. Heavy clouds filled the sky, pouring down endless rain. Liu Yi stared at his safety ropes, which were fully under his control once again, and a genuinely dangerous smile spread across his face. The dark clouds slowly faded, leaving the battlefield soaked. Yuan Ding was completely drenched from head to toe. Shivering with rage, he cursed, this damn special physique. This absolutely cursed divine sequence. He screamed out in pure raging jealousy. Why was I not the very first one to get that kind of power? But a split second later, the ropes tightly wrapped around his entire body. The Back Garden members also could not escape this exact same trapping situation, getting tightly bound by the safety ropes. The entire group panicked hard. What is happening? Why is this starting again? Guild Master, Liu Yi just chuckled to himself. Honestly, thanks for reviving all these guys. Now you and I finally get to see this crazy test in action. I can totally farm massive amounts of processing power from them. A brutal massacre began right under the pouring rain as those tightly bound bodies quickly collapsed to the muddy ground all over again. The system aggressively spammed notifications for every single player Liu Yi eliminated along with a crazy amount of processing power gained. Yuan Ding stared at the total wipeout with bloodshot eyes. He screamed out in absolute bitter fury, "I finally reached this godlike level, and I still failed. I completely refuse to accept this." Meanwhile, the system notifications just kept ringing endlessly in the background, announcing every single massive level up Liu Yi was scoring. Through the relentless pouring rain, the glowing trails from the dying players had not even faded away as they were sent packing to the afterlife, still sparkling across the battlefield. Liu Yi just stood there in total silence, listening to the system casually list out all his insanely boosted stats after that absolutely grueling high-stakes battle. Slowly but surely, the heavy raindrops began to thin out, fading into nothing a moment later, leaving behind only small muddy puddles. Liu Yi flashed a cold, victorious smirk. His explosive strength was finally 100% recovered. Without hesitating, he permanently locked the sealing orb into its massive heavy weapon form. The system immediately pulled up another massive wall of insane stat boosts, followed directly by a fresh notification confirming that the sealing orb was now permanently bound as a heavy-class weapon along with its crazy new perks. Liu Yi then commanded the system to equip everything. Every single piece of overpowered gear from his inventory slowly materialized right onto his body. Once he was fully decked out and battle-ready, the system flashed his absurdly long stat sheet one final time. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding was still lying there hopelessly trapped by those tight ropes from head to toe. But suddenly these bizarre razor-sharp white bone spikes started violently growing out from the back of his neck. Liu Yi turned to face him with dead eyes. "Thanks for being the perfect stepping stone. Goodbye." Without another word, he viciously swung his heavy blade straight at his neck. But what happened next made Liu Yi widen his eyes in pure shock. That insanely sharp blade slammed into his neck, dead stop without leaving so much as a single scratch on him. Yuan Ding spoke with a dark, terrifying calm. "You cannot kill me here. Even though my player identity got completely suppressed by your broken gear, I still have my hidden monster identity. And trust me, the raw existence of this monster form is worlds above any normal player stats. But here is the catch: once the monster identity fully takes over, my human consciousness will be completely erased from existence forever. That is exactly why I desperately wanted to avoid using this trump card," he muttered darkly. "But now the monster side has completely won. In just a few seconds, you will be staring down an absolute nightmare, a literal doomsday boss. He remains completely unconscious at least until his structure skill cooldown finally finishes. But unfortunately for them, after restricting all of the equipment just now, that structure cooldown is a solid 10 days. Yuan Ding's voice rings out completely calm and flat, echoing out even with a deadly blade pressed right against his neck, not moving an inch. But honestly, that is not the most important thing right now. So, what are we looking at here? This secret realm actually requires them to patch the sky. If they cannot fix it now, even if his condition somehow improves, there is still zero chance of leaving this secret realm. And as if proving his point, that blinding area of light up in the sky just keeps spreading further, looking like it wants to erase their entire existence. Yuan Ding slowly continues, mentioning how special entities are truly insane. Even in a massive crisis like this, it still leaves Liu Yi one final way out: the recall sphere. Unlike Yuan Ding, who already burned his back in the origin realm, Liu Yi frowns hard at the guy, then shifts his gaze right back up to this bizarre sky, deep in thought. Cold Face suddenly steps forward. She warns Liu Yi not to listen to a single word of his nonsense. She insists there is always a way to clear a realm. Hidden inside his crazy rambling, there has to be some kind of dark trap that they just haven't spotted yet. Liu Yi gives a simple nod. Hearing this, Yuan Ding bursts into loud, mocking laughter and says, he mocks the girl, calling her knowledge way too narrow. He explains that impossible secret realms actually exist everywhere. There are tons of them. She just hasn't bumped into one yet. And look no further, because this right here is exactly that. A massive, supersized secret realm that simply cannot be cleared. There is absolutely no point comparing it to the real world. Reality is reality, and the realm is the realm. His body shifts just a fraction as he continues. If she does not believe it, she can just ask Ye. That guy knows just as much as he does, otherwise he never would have casually dropped a line like, wiping everything out with a single click. Cold Face is stunned, quickly turning her head to shoot Liu Yi a look. Yuan Ding's tone suddenly turns incredibly dark. He claims they are all just a pathetic swarm of bugs trapped inside a sealed room. They could be wiped out at any moment by the room's owner using bug spray. And right after that happens, the whole cycle resets, forcing them to experience life and death all over again. He wonders how far Liu Yi's investigation has gone, and if he has realized their entire world is nothing more than a cheap copy. Liu Yi is completely blown away by this bombshell. He thinks to himself, what does a copy even mean? Still kneeling right in front of the two of them, Yuan Ding keeps talking. He reveals that their reality is just a tiny, insignificant copy inside a much larger universe. Now you and I need to pay attention because this is wild. For both of them and everyone else, time strictly loops every 25 years, hard resetting back to the exact starting point. His voice drips with pure, bitter frustration. He tells them to really think about it, how entirely hopeless it is. Every single effort they make becomes completely useless, eventually vanishing from this copy world without a single trace. A total system wipe every 25 years. Liu Yi stays frozen in his exact spot while his mind races wildly as a massive tidal wave of new thoughts hits him. How could that possibly be true? Frowning heavily, he directly questions the man. If things are really exactly as he says, then why even bother fighting back? Why go through the trouble of trying to steal his special entity? Yuan Ding replies immediately, realizing Liu Yi genuinely had no clue about any of this. He explains the real reason. If a player manages to finally get their hands on a special entity, they can actually keep all their power through the next system reset. Hearing this massive lore drop, Cold Face's jaw hits the floor. She looks like she has 1,000 things to say, but she swallows her words silently, turning her gaze toward Liu Yi instead. Sitting there against the harsh backlight, Yuan Ding's shadowy figure suddenly gives off an aura of endless, crushing loneliness. He speaks up again, admitting he originally planned to take this secret to the grave, but since he has absolutely no way to escape this secret realm now anyway, this is essentially a guaranteed death sentence for him. Liu Yi just stays completely silent, staring him down. Seeing this, Yuan Ding urgently pushes him to act, telling him to hurry up and use the recall sphere. His sister is still out there waiting to be saved. If he waits too long, the sphere is going to completely vanish. If that happens, reviving his sister becomes impossible and she will be waiting for a rescue that never comes. Liu Yi narrows his eyes. Could everything he just said actually be true? He then stretches his hand out right toward Yuan Ding and declares, even if he has to leave, he is definitely taking that player title from him first. Deep down, he makes a solid decision, deciding it does not matter if the story is true or not. If this guy dies right here, Liu Yi will be much more inclined to believe him. But then a brutal system prompt pops up. His skill level is currently too low to directly use his penetration power to forcefully invade the target's body. Liu Yi glares in pure frustration, blocked by a low skill level once again. Yuan Ding just calmly reminds him that he already said it. Liu Yi simply cannot kill him. There is zero need to waste any more strength trying. Super frustrated, Liu Yi reluctantly pulls his hand back. Pivoting away, he turns straight to Cold Face and asks, since she managed to clear the previous stage of this secret realm, does she have any idea how to beat this one? The girl nods, saying yes, but there is a catch. She reaches her hand out, revealing a massive glowing crystal resting on her palm. She explains that they just handed her this sky-patching stone fragment. Jumping to the side, she drops the heavy rock straight onto the ground. She mentions that she actually tested it out earlier, and the sky-patching stone only has the ability to slowly fuse and assimilate with the surrounding environment. Watching the magical stones start to subtly rise up from the dirt, she continues explaining. It will gradually infect the regular rocks in the area, physically transforming all the surrounding stones into matching pieces of sky-patching stone. She stares intensely at the glowing rock, dropping her voice to a serious whisper. But honestly, the process is agonizingly slow. It looks like turning these regular rocks into sky-patching stones takes a full day. Lang Mian suddenly glances up at the sky and adds, plus, if we actually want to. But right there, she completely freezes. After a long pause, Lang Mian slowly speaks up again, gathering a massive amount of sky-patching stones just to fix the heavens. I feel like waiting a whole lifetime still wouldn't be enough. And let's not forget the hole in the sky we need to patch is only getting bigger every day. Remembering Yuan Ding's words from earlier, Lang Mian's face drops into pure sadness. She admits, as much as I really don't want to agree with what Yuan Ding said, but he was telling the truth. There's a real chance we might be trapped inside this secret realm forever. Her eyes slowly shift over to Yuan Ding as she says bluntly, however, if we can manage to kill Yuan Ding, then that's the absolute best outcome for me. At least I could die without any regrets. Suddenly, Liu Yi turns his head and shoots her a long look. Without a word, he just casually pulls out a long rope. Liu Yi calmly stands there, using the rope to measure the perimeter of this massive empty wasteland. Lang Mian watches the rope's path in total surprise and asks, hey uncle, is this that special rope that whenever it hits an invisible barrier, automatically knows to change its direction? And just like that, the rope actually finishes circling the entire clearing and starts zipping right back into Liu Yi's hand. Reeling the rope back in, he explains, I'm just using my gear to scout out the exact borders of this secret realm, checking to see if there's anywhere else hiding sky-patching stones. Having infinite mental energy really is way too convenient. Seeing the rope return, Lang Mian quickly asks, so how did it go? Totally contrasting with Lang Mian's anxious excitement, Liu Yi just looks dead serious and replies, "Unfortunately for us, this entire secret realm is basically just one giant empty wasteland. Hit the edge and you just hit an invisible wall." He slowly kneels down, staring at the sky, patching stone below. He mutters, which basically means there's only one way out of this. We have to use sky patching stones to somehow create more sky patching stones. He pauses right there, getting completely lost in his own thoughts. Now you and I know this speed is terrible, and the massive problem leaves Liu Yi deeply frustrated as he wonders, could it really be that killing ourselves and using the memory sphere to respawn is the only possible way to leave this place? But then something clicks in Liu Yi's head. He shoots a sharp look right at Yuan Ding, who is currently completely sealed up by Liu Yi power, meaning he's stuck sitting absolutely still, unable to move a single muscle. Liu Yi slowly walks right up to Yuan Ding and makes an offer. If there's truly no way to clear this realm, and you're just planning to die here anyway, how about answering a few of my questions? After dropping that line, Liu Yi immediately sinks back into deep thought. He barely knows anything about the real world. Honestly, whether this guy's answers are true or false doesn't even matter. It still gives him a baseline to make future decisions, basically using it as intel to cross-reference with others who actually know the hidden truth and maybe trade for more info. Liu Yi furrows his brows, staring dead into Yuan Ding's eyes. That monster outside, where exactly did it come from? What's your connection to it? But the only response he gets is dead silence. After what feels like an eternity, Yuan Ding finally speaks up slowly, firing back his own question. Do you even know why special bodies are the only ones that survive to the end? Liu Yi casually fires back, because having one is the strict requirement needed to challenge Tian Yao's gate. Tian Yao is a domain guarded by 3 mysterious elites. If you manage to actually beat that challenge, you can finally break free from this world's endless reincarnation cycle. Hearing Liu Yi, perfect answer, Yuan Ding just keeps going. And that number 9 guy, he's just one of Tian Yao's subordinates. As for my connection with them, putting it nicely, we're just allies looking out for our future prospects. Right now, Tian Yao is desperately trying to groom me into becoming her precious number 10 subordinate. It just hasn't worked out yet, but it's bound to happen soon. My master plan to deal with you totally failed. He stares up at the sky in sheer agony and says, without the protection of a special body, I've completely lost my qualification to ever challenge Tian Yao. Now my only option is becoming her loyal slave. Hearing that dark confession, Liu Yi suddenly goes dead, quiet, slipping deep into thought. Wait, Tian Yao, the special bodies. That so-called entry ticket is actually the Tian Yao sequence, isn't it? Liu Yi quietly tunes everyone out, sinking entirely back into his own mental puzzle. Lang Mian suddenly jumps right into the conversation and demands, so what's the deal with skill levels? Why exactly did my skills have absolutely zero effect on any of you guys? Looks like your attribute level is honestly pretty pathetic. Yuan Ding looks nervous as he explains. Being that weak is way too dangerous. Every single one of Tian Yao's slaves has the power to restrict or straight up take back a player's skills. He suddenly stops right there, hesitating for a second before dropping a heavy truth on us. You guys must start finding ways to permanently boost your attribute levels. Otherwise, you stand zero chance of surviving a fight against Tian Yao. Liu Yi coldly commands, be more specific. The guy sighs and explains, when every single one of your skills crosses over 500, you automatically unlock a passive immunity skill. This broken skill literally upgrades itself based entirely on your body's base resistance level. Now the main difference between pure immunity and regular skill levels is wild. At level 1, any incoming skill effects get massively nerfed. Hit level 2 and you can practically become immune to absolutely every single skill effect your opponent throws at you. Hearing this, Liu Yi narrows his eyes with suspicion. Is that really how it works? Because if that's true, my level 1 is a regular warrior, which means Yuan Ding's immunity level must be sitting at a crazy level 3 or maybe even higher than that. Finally, Liu Yi zeroes in and drops his next big question. Alright, final question. Those 3 mysterious elites, exactly how much do you actually know about them? Lang Mian quickly chimes in, if Tian Yao is the sole survivor from the last reincarnation cycle, then Di Ying has to be that final mysterious elite. No matter what, it was always the same. Facing his 2 interrogators, Yuan Ding gave a completely lifeless, identical response to their questions. His ridiculously fast response immediately made Liu Yi feel suspicious. He was answering them without a single ounce of hesitation. It was exactly like a dying man giving up on everything and just spilling his secrets. Had this guy actually accepted his twisted fate? Right at that exact moment, Yuan Ding suddenly spoke up and asked, can I ask you for a favor? Being called out so suddenly left Liu Yi stunned. Completely ignoring his surprised expression, Yuan Ding pleaded, every single time Tian Yao takes over the ultimate power, there is a chance to end this endless cycle of reincarnation. For some unknown reason, the previous Tian Yao abandoned taking that power. If you actually manage to become Tian Yao, could you please let this endless reincarnation end by your own hands? Hearing this desperate plea from Yuan Ding left Liu Yi with an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, Liu Yi tilted his head and looked up at the sky. Then he just casually pulled out a gun. Ignoring the weapon entirely, Yuan Ding continued talking. Liu Yi, if that happens, we should talk when the time comes. Seeing this gun appear out of nowhere, Lang Mian was completely shocked. Liu Yi thought grimly. It seems like besides committing suicide and using the memory sphere to escape this place, there really is no other option left for us. He coldly raised the gun while pondering his next move. Hesitation was never his style. If it had to be this way, he would just do it. Furthermore, Ah Yun is currently in grave danger. I should drop everything right now and go back to help. Seeing Yuan Ding sitting down there looked incredibly pathetic. You and I might actually think every single word was completely genuine, but hiding right behind that tragic mask was a purely evil expression eagerly waiting for Liu Yi to take his own life. He thought to himself giving up is an option, but this specific choice simply cannot be accepted by the special body. Yuan Ding suddenly remembered the moment Liu Yi had him tied up and maliciously noted, there is no way to forcefully steal the special body away. It can only be willingly abandoned, and the only way to do that is through suicide. After that happens, the special body title drops into the dead zone. Even though the game I set up looks like a total crush on the surface, Yuan Ding fondly remembered when he had the upper hand. That incredible feeling of power gave him absolute satisfaction. He muttered to himself, but I know the truth. Any action taken against the special body will always fail. And just as expected, every single one of my tricks was effortlessly countered by him. He pinned all his hopes entirely on this final choice. So plunging straight into a dead end, then offering solutions heavily packed with hidden traps, was the only possible answer. Even though this might push me into absolute despair, I know that once I finally obtain the special body, as long as I do not give up, every desperate situation will have a silver lining. Pure malice was written all over Yuan Ding's face as he silently urged, come on, hurry up and leave this place. Just leave, saving the world to me and die. But Liu Yi suddenly looked hesitant about ending his own life. Right then, he caught on to something entirely different and began thinking with deep suspicion. This is exactly the situation Yuan Ding wants to see the most. I absolutely cannot just leave like he wants me to. And suddenly, Liu Yi turned his head and stared right at Yuan Ding, throwing the villain into a state of pure panic. He wondered to himself, do I still have any unused gear on me? How am I supposed to resolve this massive mess right now? Seeing his reluctance to pull the trigger, Yuan Ding furiously clenched his fists tight in absolute rage. He was only one tiny step away from his grand plan succeeding flawlessly. Massive dissatisfaction covered Yuan Ding's face. Suddenly, Liu Yi pulled out a strange bell and asked himself, is this the Donghuang bell? Is there any current situation where I can actually use the Donghuang bell? Right then, Liu Yi snapped his gaze toward the sky-patching stone and asked Lang Mian, how do I get the sky-patching stone back after using it? Lang Mian looked completely bewildered and replied, you just dig it up. Mister, what kind of crazy gear is that in your hands? Getting that answer, our main character started thinking about his strategy very carefully. After the sky-patching stone is planted into the ground, it basically merges with the earth. Does that count as becoming part of this environment I could totally use? The Donghuang bell to record this scene, then have Lang Mian dig the stone right up to restore everything to its original state. Looking right at the sky-patching stone, a crazy idea sparked in his head. Donghuang bell, let's test this and record it. Without hesitating for another second, Liu Yi immediately told Lang Mian to dig up the sky-patching stone. She innocently agreed and started following his orders. Got it, mister. He nodded his head and gave a soft hum in response. When taking the sky-patching stone completely out, it left a small crater in the ground. Now watch closely. Liu Yi tested his wild theory out. Donghuang bell trigger the restoration. Instantly, another sky-patching stone popped into existence. Seeing the stone literally grow right back out of the earth, Lang Mian was completely speechless with shock. What? She spun around in pure amazement and asked Liu Yi, mister, what the heck is going on? But right then, Liu Yi was lost in his own absolute joy. It actually worked perfectly. He kept generating even more sky-patching stones while telling her straight out, I will explain all the crazy details to you later. Just pick up that sky-patching stone so I can record it again. Lang Mian instantly obeyed his command. You got it. What followed was an endless loop of recording and restoring. By this point, they had already duplicated 4 sky-patching stones, and the recording process just kept right on going. This recovery rate was double the last one. Liu Yi was getting super pumped, pushing himself even harder to keep the recovery going. But look at this, you and I are witnessing the sky-mending stones piling up way faster than before. He kept generating more mystical rocks. Suddenly, those tiny stones started fusing together completely on their own, merging into one absolutely massive sky-mending stone right before their eyes. Lang Mian was thrilled. The stones are fusing automatically, she cheered, that is so cool. Hey, old man, with this many stones piled up, We should have plenty now, right? But Liu Yi shook his head totally serious. Not enough. Let us pull it out and keep copying it. While those two were celebrating, the vibe over by Yuan Ding was getting insanely dark and heavy. A little while later, once they finally forged a gigantic sky-mending stone, Liu Yi nodded in total satisfaction. This should definitely do the trick. So how exactly do we use this thing anyway? Lang Mian immediately stepped up to the plate. Leave it to me, I can split it apart. She pulled out her trusty bow and fired a single shot straight at the giant rock. Boom. The giant rock instantly shattered into countless tiny stones, but the sheer number of them was way too much for her to handle alone. She panicked slightly. No way, the energy is so dense I cannot even lift this by myself. Liu Yi calmly suggested that they should just see how much they could actually patch up first. Getting serious, Lang Mian started shooting the stones up to repair the broken sky. After finishing her rapid fire, Lang Mian checked out the sky above them and gave her report. We just patched about 1/50th of the massive tier. Liu Yi stared up at the magical stone and nodded. Considering how many stones we still have left to use, that is plenty. Let us keep going. Lang Mian agreed immediately. Piece by piece, that shattered sky was slowly knitting back together. After some serious non-stop grinding, they actually managed to seal up a massive chunk of the void. Just a little more time passed and boom, the sky was completely whole again. The system screen suddenly flashed right in front of them. Phase 10 quest, Sky Mending complete. Congratulations on clearing the grand scale, Secret Realm remaking heaven and earth. Reward acquired 7,420,224,000 experience points. And since you participated in 2 quest phases, your total experience just got multiplied by 2. The realm will close in exactly 0 minutes. Instantly, an exit portal materialized out of nowhere. Liu Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. We actually did it. The realm portal is finally here. Lang Mian was smiling ear to ear. Come on, old man, let us get out of here right now. Without missing a beat, she sprinted toward the exit, but Liu Yi just stood there, completely frozen in place. He was thinking hard. No, we cannot leave just yet. Liu Yi glared over at Yuan Ding, muttering to himself. He still had not dealt with Yuan Ding. If they did not find a way to kill those monsters waiting outside, leaving right now was basically suicide. When Lang Mian noticed that Liu Yi was not following her, she slammed on the brakes. Not seeing his shadow behind her made her totally panic, and she whipped her head back to look at him. Seeing the portal about to slam shut, Lang Mian screamed his name. Old man, hurry up. We barely managed to open this exit in the first place. If we do not leave now, we are trapped forever. Right at that very second, Yuan Ding's eyes turned incredibly dark and bloodthirsty. Liu Yi stared daggers at Yuan Ding, his mind racing. How was he supposed to kill him? His arc-light skill could not even scratch that insane defense. The skill level was just too low. Wait, there was one way. Acting fast, he fired 2 quick shots at Yuan Ding, but an invisible shield completely blocked the bullets. There was 0 chance of piercing that barrier. Even though the shots failed to break through, the sheer impact was still enough to knock Yuan Ding totally off balance, sending him flying backward. He slowly sat back up with a grin. I told you cannot kill me. Liu Yi was lost in his chaotic thoughts. This was bad. Looked like his only option was to use the closing realm against him, trapping him inside to finally finish him off. It was just a shame he could not end him with his own hands and snatch his player title, along with all his calculation authority. He decided to leave first, using the absolute safest method to trap that monster inside the collapsing secret realm. But another completely different thought anchored Liu Yi in place. No, he could not walk away yet. Right now, Yuan Ding was still breathing. Only by killing Yuan Ding himself could he actually avenge his little brother. Now you and I can see Liu Yi hesitation mixed with Yuan Ding's arrogant face was making Lang Mian lose it. She was absolutely furious, stomping angrily over to the massive sky-mending stone. Lang Mian suddenly reached out her hand and pressed it right against the rock. Instantly, the giant rock shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. Lang Mian screamed at him. Old man, leave Yuan Ding to me, I will handle him. Seeing that she had not left yet, Liu Yi was honestly a little shocked. Lang Mian stared dead ahead, completely serious. We only needed half of the sky-mending stones to finish the quest. I am gathering the leftovers right now, and at the exact same time, I am altering their properties strictly to offense. Using the unique magic of these stones, we might actually be able to completely destroy Yuan Ding. Hearing that Yuan Ding totally freaked out, the power of those heavenly stones could probably deal some real fatal damage to his life force. Lang Mian instantly shifted the stones into pure attack mode. In the blink of an eye, the colossal sky-mending stone broke down into a million tiny fragments. Those glittering shards swirled together, forming an intense vortex right around Lang Mian's position. A second later, they perfectly merged to form a sleek, powerful bow resting right there in her hands. But suddenly, a brutal electric shock surged straight across Lang Mian's face, hitting her with so much pain she nearly blacked out. All right, watch this. Liu Yi turned around quickly, asking what was wrong. Lang Mian gritted her teeth. Nothing. Lang Mian quickly raised her bow high. Her eyes burned with pure hatred, aiming straight at Yuan Ding. Staring down the tip of that arrow, Yuan Ding was absolutely terrified. His body instinctively backed away, trembling. Lang Mian just furiously screamed out, "Die, Yuan Ding!" As the arrow was drawn back, Liu Yi couldn't help but retreat in panic. The intense aura radiating from this single arrow was genuinely terrifying, shocking everyone. He nervously stared at the drawn arrow, wondering if this shot would actually work. Honestly, it was a little disappointing that he wasn't dealing the final blow. But if Lang Mian secured the player title and he needed her to use a revive skill to help him out later, she would probably agree to it. Suddenly, Yuan Ding cried out, "Wait!" In the end, pure terror completely overwhelmed his stubbornness, forcing Yuan Ding to admit absolute defeat. "I lose, I give up. I know you won't spare my life, but I can offer a deal. I will tell you how to destroy number 8 and number 9 just to revive my brother. I will not let him leave this hidden realm, I just want him to survive. Don't worry, his power level poses absolutely no threat to either of you, I swear." Yuan Ding's voice trembled violently, but a tiny sliver of hope sparked in his eyes. "You both have loved ones, family members that you deeply care about. You must understand how I feel." Lang Mian stubbornly refused to lower her bow. She coldly demanded, "Who exactly are number 8 and number 9? Liu Yi replied, "The monsters guarding the entrance forced me to dive into this realm. Once we are finally done dealing with Yuan Ding here, they are our next targets to destroy." Lang Mian narrowed her eyes, shooting a look of intense suspicion straight toward Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding's younger brother was Yuan Gu. Was he actually trying to revive Yuan Gu? Her gaze grew even sharper, turning incredibly cold and dangerous. Lang Mian sternly commanded, "Then revive your brother right now. Do it." Yuan Ding pleaded desperately, "Then please loosen these binding ropes. Just a tiny bit is fine. Just enough so I can use my powers. Do not force me to speak first. Until my brother is completely safe and sound, I absolutely refuse to reveal anything. The current situation is entirely different from before. Right now, there is actually a genuine sliver of hope. Earlier, there was none." Liu Yi sneered, letting out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with doubt as he mocked how ridiculous. "Putting aside the fact that you might just use this chance to escape, we have absolutely no idea if your information is even real or entirely fake. If I actually follow your words and loosen the ropes and your intel turns out to be a complete lie, then what are we supposed to do?" Suddenly, Lang Mian spoke up. Her voice was perfectly calm but packed with confidence. "It is fine, old man. Just let him revive his younger brother. Even if he actually tries to run away, as long as he stays within this hidden realm, I guarantee that my arrow will still hit him." Liu Yi stared at Lang Mian in sheer shock, his eyes wide at her overwhelming confidence. After a brief moment of thought, Liu Yi had to agree. "All right then," saying that he instantly loosened the binding ropes, but his vigilant eyes didn't leave Yuan Ding for a single second. Liu Yi shifted into a defensive stance, constantly reminding himself to stay on high alert always. Even if Lang Mian could handle Yuan Ding, he had to be ready. But you and I aren't ready for what happens next. The sight completely terrified Liu Yi. Yuan Ding had actually brought Yuan Gu back to life. Liu Yi was so shocked he was completely speechless. The guy genuinely just revived another player, without even attempting to escape. Liu Yi suddenly noticed that familiar silhouette and deep suspicions began to rise wildly in his mind. But there was something slightly strange about this revived player. When he turned back to Lang Mian, she was fiercely aiming her bow at Yuan Gu. Coming back to life, Yuan Gu couldn't contain his massive joy and screamed, "I am finally revived. I am back." He turned to Yuan Ding, eyes lighting up. "Brother, did you succeed? Come on, let us go hunt down some players right now." However, when he looked over and saw Yuan Ding fully sealed and bound, Yuan Gu's eyes widened in furious disbelief. He rushed over in a panic, anxiously asking, "Brother, what happened to you?" Right then a mocking laugh echoed out. "Hunt me down, you say?" Lang Mian glared at him with absolute contempt, her attitude completely dismissive. The massive, overwhelming energy from her arrow radiated outward, causing the solid ground beneath them to crack and splinter. Yuan Gu's face instantly twisted in sheer panic. Liu Yi quietly observed the situation deep in thought. Whatever choice Lang Mian made, he needed to respect it. Lang Mian's voice rang out with a serious warning. "I am giving you exactly 10 minutes. Leave this hidden realm now. With the old man's strength, once you step outside, he can easily catch you anyway. But this monster is not easy to handle. Trading Yuan Gu for the chance to completely destroy it is totally worth it." Her words seemed to finally make Liu Yi understand the bigger picture of her crazy plan. He smiled and agreed. "Do not worry, kid. Once we finish dealing with number 9, I will definitely help you capture Yuan Gu." Suddenly, Yuan Ding screamed out, "Go!" Even though Yuan Gu was stubbornly unwilling, he had to obey his older brother's direct order. Yuan Gu quickly sprinted toward the portal, his heart practically exploding with rage. As he ran, he kept looking back, his eyes burning with intense resentment. Passing by Lang Mian, his eyes flashed with vicious calculation. Stick with me because the raw malice in Yuan Gu's glare promises absolute chaos. Alright, you and I are watching this closely. Lang Mian actually looks over. In a flash, Yuan Gu is practically at the portal. But wait, a memory hits him hard. He suddenly flashes back to the exact moment Yuan Ding first brought him back to life. Yuan Ding gave clear orders back then. Keep your face totally blank. Act like you do not hear a thing. First come touch me. Right after unlocking the Doomsday title. Deep down in their shared subconscious connection, Yuan Ding gave him one very specific instruction. Transfer. Transfer that player title straight to you. The title sits right in my profile. Just wait until you get out of this secret realm. Then I will transform into a Doomsday monster to fight Ye. Yuan Gu is clearly his brother's last remaining hope. That is exactly why Yuan Ding laid out this plan so carefully. When that happens, I will slowly lose my mind until I completely fade away. Winning would be great, but honestly, if things go wrong, if I lose, I am basically just waiting to die. But you can use that player title to revive me later. My original plan totally failed, so we just have to use this backup method to escape this insane mess. Now to save his older brother's life. Yuan Gu pushes hard, sprinting straight toward the escape portal. He is absolutely furious inside. Have we lost? Are we seriously going out like this? Closer and closer. Yuan Gu forces himself to swallow his anger and just keep running away. But suddenly, right in front of the exit portal, he actually stops moving. His furious eyes lock dead onto Lang Mian. At this point, the physical distance between Yuan Gu and those two is massive. They are incredibly far apart. Yuan Gu runs the numbers in his head. From this far away, absolutely no one, not even Ye, can do anything to stop him now. A wicked smirk crosses his face. But a player definitely could. Sooner or later, that girl is going to die. I will remember her face. Just wait until she dies. I will revive her myself just to torture her. Suddenly, a terrible feeling of dread washes completely over Lang Mian. This intense anxiety makes her scream out in panic. She yells at the older guy to take out Yuan Gu right now. Something is seriously wrong with him. During that brief distraction, Yuan Ding seizes his chance. The binding rope loosens just enough and he instantly transforms into a massive, terrifying tiger. A razor-sharp claw slashes right at Lang Mian's face. The beast lets out a furious, deafening roar. Staring absolute death in the eyes, Lang Mian is totally paralyzed with fear. Zero time to think, Lang Mian instantly fires a massive, desperate shot directly into Yuan Ding's body. The sheer destructive power makes the ground completely shatter. Rocks are flying absolutely everywhere. Then the system alarm blares loudly. An unidentified Doomsday boss monster has just spawned onto the battlefield. Power levels are way off the charts. This secret realm is literally collapsing. Evacuate the area immediately. Meanwhile, Yuan Gu sees the pure chaos and uses the massive distraction to quickly jump right into the escape portal. He shouts back with a super arrogant, totally defiant tone. Catch you all later, losers. But then boom, another glowing rope shoots out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around his ankle. Yuan Gu turns his head in absolute horror. At that exact same moment, after firing that crazy shot, Lang Mian completely drains her energy and collapses hard. The ground is cracking apart even faster now. This insane energy is about to explode and totally destroy the secret realm. Liu Yi has zero time to hesitate. Now you and I know things are getting wild. He dashes straight over to Lang Mian. Scooping her up, he mutters angrily. I knew something was wrong. Yuan Ding actually turned himself into a Doomsday boss monster just to break completely free from my safety rope. And now he is literally collapsing the whole secret realm. We have to leave this secret realm right now. The two of them arrive right behind Yuan Gu. Liu Yi grumbles under his breath. This really sucks, but there is absolutely no way to rip that player title off of Yuan Ding anymore. It is just not happening. Seeing Liu Yi standing there, Yuan Gu looks completely terrified and confused. Liu Yi stares coldly, ready to finish this guy off for good. But I can definitely take you out. Got to prevent any extra problems on the outside. Time to cripple you. Vital energy penetration strike. In just a split second, Yuan Gu's entire body literally disintegrates into thin air once again. The system chimes in. You have eliminated player Yuan Gu. Experience points gained 33,569,500. You successfully eliminated Yuan Gu and unlocked a new player title. You have officially acquired Yuan Gu's specific player title. This massive surge of sudden happiness hits Liu Yi hard, making him incredibly excited. Wait, what in the world is actually happening right now? But right at this very moment, Yuan Ding, still standing in the back, has fully transformed into a terrifying Doomsday boss. His massive hulking body unleashes a totally deafening roar. Standing near the portal, Liu Yi slowly turns his head to look back. Yuan Ding drops low, building crazy momentum to charge right at him. In literally a fraction of a second, the beast rockets straight toward the escape portal. Seeing that massive monster charging in, Liu Yi totally panics. But then he notices something super important. The monster's movements are actually heavily restricted right now. Seizing this perfect chance, Liu Yi immediately summons countless ropes aiming to tie Yuan Ding down completely. Right inside this collapsing secret realm, he activates his safety rope territory. I honestly do not know how long this will hold you down, but if I can trap you here just long enough to vanish alongside this crumbling realm, then that basically solves my problem. The glowing ropes violently wrap around Yuan Ding, once again tying him down tight. The massive beast lets out a furious, deafening roar. He struggles wildly against the chains, desperately wanting to rip Liu Yi into tiny pieces. But this time, the mystical ropes completely lock him in place. Yuan Ding is stuck tight. No escape possible. Seeing that, Liu Yi quickly grabs Leng Mian and sprints away. This is absolutely perfect. The bindings actually held him. It looks like earlier he just used some weird special trick to slip out of my control. Let us see how this ends. He immediately bolts away, his heart heavy with deep anxiety. Because the moment I actually exit this secret realm, I completely lose control of the safety rope. I absolutely have to switch it into its third state. That way it keeps suppressing Yuan Ding even after I escape. Alright, you and I are diving into the madness. With the dungeon vanishing, Liu Yi wonders if he can ever return. He tries to convince himself that he definitely can. But honestly, even if he is stuck here, trading just one piece of gear to completely wipe out his absolute biggest rival so far, yeah, that is totally worth it. Plus, against all odds, he accidentally unlocked the ultimate title, the last player. The portal is completely shattered into pieces. Nobody is escaping this dungeon now. But by surviving this run, Liu Yi already has to stress about the next deadly dungeon. But on the bright side, that new player title lets him revive and level up infinitely. Absolutely broken. He just has no idea how to handle those terrifying monsters waiting outside. I mean, this is already the max level. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a guy named Nadu shows up, his voice dripping with pure anger. He already knows he is marked for complete elimination. In this heavily mutated nightmare world, he is actively seeking his own death. He steps forward, radiating an intense and heavy murderous aura. He screams out if there is absolutely no way to survive, then let everything burn. His wild eyes lock right onto number 9. The creature is just sitting there blankly in the distance. Nadu feels his absolute rage boiling over. He yells out, hiding in a dark corner just to suffer. Dying slowly, while drowning in despair, he refuses to accept that. Nadu fiercely tightens his grip on his heavy sword. His eyes burn with absolute determination. He mutters, at the very least, I have to fight back a little. He aggressively stomps up right behind number 9. I have to prove that whatever those fancy players can do, I can do too. If they can fight these terrifying monsters, then so can I. Nadu swings his blade with everything he has. He confidently shouts, I can do it way better than them. But the second that blade actually strikes number 9, it basically feels like a pathetic little scratch. Number 9 slowly stands up, giving Nadu an incredibly cold, dead stare. Nadu panics and shouts, I am way stronger than those weakling players hiding in the safe zone. He desperately tries to keep his courage up. Even with pure terror creeping into his heart, he yells, well, at least I actually landed a hit on you. But number 9 just glares, its eyes turning purely murderous. Nadu screams out in absolute panic. I am not even afraid of dying, so why should I be scared of you? He frantically swings his heavy sword again. The only thing left to do is slash you one more time. Every single hit I land right now just makes my death totally worth it. But this time, number 9 casually catches the blade with its bare hand. With just one simple squeeze, the monster completely shatters the heavy steel weapon. The blade snaps cleanly in two. Nadu is terrified out of his mind, but his pride absolutely refuses to accept this failure. Even if he dies today, he wants to go out like a hero. Nadu violently throws the useless broken sword away, deciding to just throw hands instead. He faces number 9 barehanded. It seems he has accepted his brutal fate. With teary eyes, he softly whispers, as long as there is hope to survive. The world suddenly turned into this absolute nightmare. But maybe someday it will magically return to normal. You have to promise me that you will keep living on. But this right here is Nadu's breaking point. He completely shatters, sobbing loudly as he cries out, I am so sorry, I just cannot do this anymore. There is absolutely zero hope in this world for normal guys like me. Nadu suddenly flashes back to all those terrible times he was brutally bullied by everyone. They coldly screamed at him, forcing him to basically become a helpless servant for the awakened players. Those players might be few in number, but they are incredibly powerful. They demand normal people to serve them, farm all their food, and desperately craft every single necessary supply they could ever need to survive. Work yourself to the bone for them, and maybe we will eventually carve out a safe place for ourselves. A sanctuary where we can finally reclaim our basic human dignity, the respect we actually deserve. But then one random day, the exhausted crowd suddenly discovered a man who had completely collapsed on the ground. Everyone completely panicked. They nervously asked each other. He kept his head down and stayed totally obedient. So how did he end up dead? They stared down at his lifeless body in pure horror. Suddenly, a voice from the terrified crowd whispered out, "I heard he was collateral damage in a massive player battle." Wait, you guys seriously did not know? Those elite players do not care about our lives at all. We are completely disposable to them. All that garbage about us serving them, farming their food, and crafting their basic supplies, it was a massive lie. Those high-level, awakened players, they can solve all of that instantly just by importing advanced machines from the origin world. Every single necessity they need is just one simple click away. Now you and I know this world is total chaos. It is definitely doomed to collapse soon. The destructive power of those players is literally like walking artillery shells. And the worst part, it is not just one blast, it is a continuous bombardment. And those top-tier high-level players, they are infinitely more terrifying to watch. If they actually go all out, they could casually erase an entire city from the map. Remembering all of this brutal unfairness makes Nadu completely sick with rage. He mutters to himself, there is zero hope left. Absolutely no hope in this cursed world. That sheer reckless despair is exactly what pushed Nato to strike number 9. That wild punch actually catches both of them completely off guard. Number 9 clearly takes it as a direct insult. The monster furiously rises to its full height. It instantly raises a massive fist and lunges right at him. Sensing that lethal danger, Nato completely freezes up in terror and slams his eyes tightly shut. He grits his teeth, totally accepting his dark fate. Here it comes, at least my death will be quick. Number 9's massive punch connects directly with Nadu's body. The brutal impact sends him violently flying backward. A sharp pain shoots through his entire body as he crashes onto the dirt. You would think that insane strike killed him. But shockingly, it actually does not hurt that much. He opens his eyes in pure confusion, asking himself, wait, what just happened? Why did that punch feel like a normal human's hit? Is it playing with me? Nado suddenly feels like he has been. Charging up more power, Nado excitedly shouts, it has to be one hit and he's completely dead. But where's the fun in a quick death, right? Slow torture is way better. Getting just one more hit in makes this totally worth it. Nado gets his second wind and charges right back in. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is finally dragging Leng Mian out through that massive gate. You can see the pure anxiety written all over his face. What kind of nightmare is waiting outside? Liu Yi keeps running, his mind racing. Sure, all his elemental stats are totally maxed out right now, meaning his intelligence is peaking, but he has practically burned through every single skill. His energy burst and solid state abilities, both stuck on cooldown. Plus, Nadu is still trapped back inside the secret realm. Can he actually take down number 9? Doubt starts creeping into Liu Yi's mind, heavy and cold. He quietly reassures himself, yeah, he probably can. He can freely select his skills inside the origin realm, especially since he just permanently locked that sealing orb into his current gear. Everything is boosted thanks to his crazy skill levels, plus the insane passive effect of his rule breaker title. As he steps closer to the exit, Liu Yi is starting to totally lose his cool. Yeah, some of his skills have hit level 22, but they are literally just pure support abilities. This is a massive headache. How exactly is he supposed to fight him? Liu Yi finally steps completely through the portal, his face dead serious, completely ready to face whatever monster is waiting. Once he is out of the secret realm, he just needs to sprint straight for a safe zone. Right now, his overall attribute multiplier is sitting at 8. With his agility absolutely maxed out, his speed shouldn't be that far behind the enemies. It is literally his only play. But wait, you and I need to see what's happening outside. Nado is absolutely dominating number 9. Liu Yi is so utterly shocked his jaw literally drops. Nado has gone completely off the rails, just gripping that brick and ruthlessly smashing it into number 9's face. No matter how hard number 9 thrashes around, he eats every single brutal strike. Finally, the hand trying to block the hits just completely gives out. Just like that, number 9 is totally defeated. The guy's arm falls completely limp and then his body straight up vanishes. Nado just sits there in the dirt, gasping for air, absolutely exhausted. Liu Yi is completely speechless. Number 9 seriously just got beaten down by a totally normal guy. What an absolutely pathetic and ridiculous way to die. And wait a second, this is the second time this happened. The massive threat waiting outside conveniently gets wiped out the moment he leaves the dungeon. Is this insane luck all because of his special physique? Suddenly, a gentle glowing breeze of healing magic washes over them. After a few seconds, the soothing light simply fades away. That incredibly rare effect is known as vitality restoration. Now fully healed, Nado looks completely clueless. He mumbles that he has no idea what just happened, then explains the whole crazy fight from the beginning. He says his weapon did literally 0 damage. But the second he threw a bare-handed punch, the boss totally lost its powers and turned into a regular guy. At that point, his only thought was to just keep swinging. By the time he finally stopped hitting him, the enemy was already dead. Leng Mian hears this and just chuckles, hyping him up. He calls Na-Do an absolute beast. Even high-level players wouldn't dare get anywhere near a monster like that. But Na-Do, he literally just charged in blindly, completely missing the sarcasm in Lang Mian's voice. Na-Do looks super awkward and just awkwardly replies. He admits he was probably just acting completely irrational. Hearing all this, Liu Yi's face goes dead serious as he starts wondering, did Tian Yao actually send an assassin that literally cannot harm normal humans, or is Na-Do just incredibly special? He analyzes the situation really carefully. If this involves regular people, what about all those normal citizens getting randomly assassinated in the city? Could all of this actually be? Because Tian Yao ordered Yuan Ding to do it. Snapping out of it, he tells Kei Yi and the others to rest while he makes a quick phone call. But here's the catch: the second he flips open his phone, there's absolutely zero signal. Extremely annoyed, he scowls and thinks to himself, well, now there's literally no way to check on Yun's situation. His heart is completely pounding with anxiety right now. What is he supposed to do? Thinking back to Yuan Ding's weird attitude about using the memory orb, a crazy theory forms in his mind. There absolutely has to be some massive conspiracy hidden here. In a tight spot like this, using that memory orb is definitely going to help figure things out. Suddenly, Liu Yi's eyes widen. Oh, stick with me here? How could he forget about this? He can just ask the players in the Sanctuary game chat. Acting fast, he instantly logs into the forum and immediately spots Lin Tiao asking why the Back Garden Guild actually hates Yi so deeply, like going out of their way to assassinate him. The user Lazy Pig replies it's all because of Mount Buzhou's alliance. Then Natural Vitamin totally flames Lazy Pig, telling him to stop acting like a saint. Lazy Pig just shoots back that those two sides literally have zero connection. Plus, he's totally guessing that there isn't any kind of deep, bloody feud between them, so they should just sit down and talk it out calmly. But then the user Unnutritious Nutrition Bar jumps in, arguing that losing Yi is already a massive loss. Also, if they want to defend Yi, they shouldn't drag the Back Garden Guild into this mess. He loudly claims that Back Garden could easily crush Ye anyway. Then Roulette pops into the chat confidently claiming that Ye is actually one of their top-tier experts. If someone said Ye lost a fight, this guy wouldn't doubt it. He even aggressively brags that the only player capable of crushing Ye is himself. That wild statement leaves Daydream and Unnutritious Nutrition Bar completely frozen in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Roulette just keeps endlessly ranting about Yuan Ding. Using a special method to take down Yi might work, but if he faced something similar, he easily handle it without a sweat. Liu Yi reads this comment and feels completely speechless. Meanwhile, over in the chat room, Vitamin is actively warning Lazy Pig to watch his back and be super careful, because Back Garden members are lurking right here. Speaking up for Ye like that, that's a fast track to getting targeted by them. Lazy Pig gets the hint and quickly admits he was being way too nosy. Then First Spring Blade asks everyone if anyone is currently in High City, wondering if high-level players are clashing over there right now. Vitamin pops back up, openly mocking Lazy Pig for backing down so ridiculously fast. Junk Food Bar politely chimes in, asking First Spring Blade why he is suddenly so interested in High City. But wait, that feels totally off. Wasn't the guy with the player title originally Gardener? How did his username suddenly change out of nowhere? Sun Moon Pulse catches wind of this gossip and is totally shocked. Like Roulette pops up startled, asking First Spring Blade about the sudden name change. Seeing the whole group obsessing over his name change, Liu Yi starts losing his patience with them. He thinks, couldn't these guys just answer his actual question first before freaking out? Here's the catch: you can't hide player titles in this group. Anyway, in the chat, someone named Cold Noodle Lover steps in, advising everyone to focus on the real issue. This person literally demands everyone to answer his question about the High City situation instead of all this useless gossip. Reading this specific comment actually startles Liu Yi a bit. He glances over at Na-Do and Cold Noodle, wondering if one of them dropped that comment. Realizing what happened, a totally satisfied smile spreads across his face. Back in the chat, Vermilion Hand mentions that his own subordinate just wrapped up a major transaction over in High City. Everything there is perfectly normal, absolutely zero anomalies. This intel makes Liu Yi's eyes go wide, wondering what's up. Completely normal. What in the world is going on? Did Gardener actually trick him? Seeing pure silence in the chat room, Vermilion Hand finally asks, what exactly happened to Gardener anyway? White Hand then chimes in, noting that alongside Gardener from Back Garden, White Hand is here too, demanding someone step up to explain this mess. Azure Hand replies that he just checked the 6-player roster over the past 2 days and noticed something totally weird about Gardener's status color right now. It wasn't lit up, meaning he's definitely dead, though nobody knows who actually killed him. Seeing this drop, Vitamin and Junk Food Bar instantly pop up, completely shocked. Like Roulette jumps in too, sensing something super shady, and immediately demands a real fight, challenging Azure Hand to a solo duel outside. Lazy Pig guesses the only guy capable of wiping out Gardener is Yi, though the poster himself feels pretty confused by his own theory. Vitamin absolutely panics at this thought while, like Roulette, pops back in praising Ye for truly living up to the hype. Junk food, Bar, and Vitamin instantly start groveling in the chat, frantically apologizing to Yi for all their previous reckless trash talk. Reading through these frantic comments, Liu Yi clearly connects the dots. The New Order Guild Master said this. High City falls directly under New Order's jurisdiction. If anything crazy went down there, he'd absolutely know first. If he claims nothing happened, it's highly likely the actual truth, mostly because lying about it brings him absolutely zero benefit. Still, just to clear his own nagging doubts, Liu Yi makes a firm decision. Stick with me here, best move is heading there personally to see the truth. Suddenly, a wild system alert pops up. You hold a player title, so you've been permanently added to the Four Hands chat. This unexpected alert leaves him super curious, wondering. Wait, a whole different chat system. Hopping into the group, he casually asks, who exactly suggested setting this whole thing up? The reply drops, it was created by Azure Hand, Vermilion Hand, White Hand, and First Player. A real heavyweight lineup. Knowing this, Liu Yi quickly skims through the chat history to see what's up, but something immediately strikes him as weird. Unlike the constant chaos back in the Sanctuary, this place is completely dead. But in the Four Hands chat, Vermilion Hand reveals that while High City seems quiet, the local guild master was actually attacked out of nowhere. But Uncle Wang, the Projection Guild's master, stepped up and handled it with zero casualties. This absolute bombshell leaves Liu Yi totally panicking. Uncle Wang, how could it be Uncle Wang? Wasn't he just the normal guy who originally introduced him to playing Origin World? He doesn't even play the game himself. Suddenly, a terrifying realization hits him. That's right, Uncle Wang. How could he just forget about Uncle Wang? He was incredibly important to Ah Yun and him, but the moment Origin World dropped, why wasn't his very first instinct to bring him right here and protect him? Right at this exact moment, you and I both know something's wrong here. How did he just completely forget Uncle Wang's existence? It makes zero sense. Back in the chat, First Player steps up thanking Vermilion Hand for looking out for the guild master of the Loose Alliance. He assumes it's Yi and praises him, saying his current sheer power didn't just crush Gardner, but could literally wipe out absolutely anyone else in the entire player base. Having read enough of their chatter, Liu Yi decides there's nothing left and closes the window. He walks straight over to Natto and Cold Noodle, his mind completely preoccupied with one single thought, New Order's guild master. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. He had absolutely zero reason to lie. If he said so, Ah Yun was probably completely safe. The only strange thing, reaching this thought, his mind suddenly went totally blank. What on earth was the only strange thing? It seemed like absolutely nothing. A deeply amused smile crept onto his face. He felt a huge surge of pride, never expecting Ah Yun's strength to actually reach such an insane level. He couldn't even defeat number 9 or number 8 yet, she had handled them with absolute ease. He had no idea what method she used. Did she also use ordinary people? He would just have to head back and ask her. After mulling it over for a quick second, Liu Yi finally spoke up, pitching an idea to both Na Do and Lang Mian. This city is completely ruined. Nobody can survive here anymore. Do you two want to bring the remaining survivors over to High City and join the Freelance Alliance? While I honestly can't guarantee a perfect life for everyone, it will at least be way better than this hellhole. Na Do hesitated for a moment before asking, wait, will you protect us when we get there? Liu Yi flashed a humble smile. Absolutely. But let's be real, you literally defeated number 9, the exact guy I couldn't even manage to take down. Who knows, I might actually need you to protect me later. Hearing this massive compliment, Na Do immediately lit up with pure joy, laughing out loud and accepting his offer right away. Then I'm definitely, and I know Brother Liu is just joking, but if I can actually be somewhat useful by your side, then I'm definitely going with you. Lang Mian stayed completely silent, just watching the two of them with a warm smile. Then she suddenly announced, off to High City. Guess I'll be relying on you to protect me from now on, Uncle. Meanwhile, Bai Shuxiao was hiding in a dark corner, crying his absolute eyes out. He wailed uncontrollably after witnessing everything that just went down. Director, how are you dead? You literally told me to wait outside while you caught Yi so I could transfer the title, but he's the only one who came out. Consumed by grief, Yi let out a painfully muffled scream. What do I do? What do I do? Without the guild master, how do we guarantee our recovery and keep our forces in check? How do we suppress those headquarters maniacs? He even considered a wild alternative. What if he just never went back? He could just let the back garden fend for itself and totally collapse. The scene suddenly shifts to the towering peaks of Buju Mountain. Inside a small wooden cabin, two figures watched a strange bubbling pool of water. Tiny bubbles popped on the surface. Out of nowhere, a head emerged from the depths. Tian Yao immediately began questioning the bizarre entity rising from the water. I'll admit number 8 totally failed, but there are so many ordinary humans in High City anyway. But number 9, how did you mess up too? I literally ordered Yuan Ding to clear out all the ordinary people around him. She glared at the cowering number 9 and asked, Don't tell me you were just playing around and completely forgot you absorbed the dust of time, seeing him act like this was all the answer she needed. She let out an exasperated sigh. You guys are seriously impossible to rely on. Her mood was visibly sour as she muttered under her breath. This is so annoying. This whole mess just makes me look completely weak and incompetent. Nothing is going right and I'm losing subordinates left and right. This is my very first reincarnation in this world. But after thinking it over, she quickly tried to reassure herself. No, I can't let this slide. You can't achieve greatness by sweating the small stuff. Then a truly wicked, scheming smile spread across her face. Now here is where we need to pay attention. The system pinged. Inside the chat room, Hot Air asked the group, should we tell Yi our plan? Or maybe we just explain our current situation to him, that way he might actually be willing to help us out. Qing Yun immediately suggested that Hot Air should test Yi's attitude first just to make sure he wasn't secretly working for the enemy. Since Qing Yun firmly believed they were no longer ordinary players anymore, literally anyone from that opposing group could easily wipe them out. Therefore, the account owner argued that if the enemy found out they were plotting against them, the whole group would be instantly annihilated. Shang Tsung, however, raised a very valid question. If Yi is actually on their side, won't the enemy just come and snatch the competitor title right back from him? And when that happens, can Yi even handle them all by himself? Hot Air completely agreed with Xiang Song's line of thinking. They needed to carefully observe the situation first. If Yi could actually take down the enemy, then they would happily spill everything to him. If not, they would just stick to their original plan and patiently wait. Over in the Sanctuary chat group, Roulet popped up begging the boss to take the competitor title away. He felt like Ye was going to absolutely crush him. Since he was literally the public face of the alliance, losing the competitor title would be incredibly embarrassing. But all he got in response was dead silence from Hot Air, the room owner. The sky and the ground blurred past at an absolutely dizzying speed. A frantic, confused thought flashed through his racing mind. What the hell is going on? Liu Yi sprinted at max speed while rapidly leaving a voice message. It's Liu Yi. I have to rush back to High City immediately. Lend me and organize everyone and bring them over safely. Liu Yi desperately dodged incoming monsters as he ran. If you run into any trouble with other players and can't handle it, just drop my name. Otherwise, tag me right away in the Sanctuary chat group. Leng Mian quickly fired back a single message. Understood. What on earth had just happened? He reread the urgent message sent by Hot Air, the chat room owner, saying that High City was currently fine, but the mighty leader of the Freelance Alliance had been brutally attacked and Zhou Wang from the Zhao Guild stepped in. Stick with me, guys, because this specific message completely triggered. Let's kick things off right here. Something reminds our main character Liu Yi about Uncle Wang. But wait, why did he completely forget the old man even existed? That makes absolutely no sense. If he hadn't been bored out of his mind and checked Sishou's old chat logs, if he hadn't stared at that screen, Uncle Wang would have been erased from his memory forever. Realizing this, Liu Yi immediately books it back to High City at top speed. He is moving ridiculously fast. Seriously, just a white blur flashing right across the empty road. Dirt and rocks explode into the air just from the sheer force of him tearing through the wind. Racing back like his life depends on it, his mind is racing too. Something is definitely off here. Soon as he hits High City limits, his first stop is finding Uncle Wang to figure out what the heck is going on. Meanwhile, over in the packed residential zone of High City, everybody is scrambling to rebuild the main defense line. You can hear people yelling at the top of their lungs. Hurry it up, let's go. One guy hauling heavy building materials on his shoulder barks at the others. We need to finish this wall before another dungeon portal randomly pops up right on us. If we fail, those dungeon monsters will swarm the residential district. That would be an absolute bloodbath for all the normal powerless citizens taking shelter inside. Hearing this, the bald guy looks terrified and asks, will this even hold them? We are just stacking these random rocks together. The first guy slams another heavy stone onto the barricade, then stops to explain the actual plan. Relaxed player energy is infused inside these blocks. They will self-reinforce when the time comes. But honestly, that technical explanation does absolutely nothing to calm down the bald dude's nerves. He starts shouting his doubts. Captain, do you honestly think any of this busywork is actually going to save us out here? Ever since the New Order Guild boss dropped those policies about guarding ordinary folks, every single powerless civilian from Yi City flooded right over here. The regular population in High City is just exploding. And because we have to babysit them all, our actual combat forces are stretched dangerously thin. If this terrible cycle keeps dragging on any longer, we are all going to end up dead. Naturally, hearing that brutal honesty makes the rest of the crew start voicing their own massive frustrations. Exactly, he is totally right. A bunch of cowards already packed up and snuck off to the New Order Guild just to stay alive. You and I both know it is super weird. The New Order Guild is absolutely massive, so why abandon the weak citizens entirely? They are actually encouraging the abuse of unawakened humans. The team captain finally snaps, totally fed up with their constant whining and complaining while working, so he yells out, "You two are the only ones complaining right now, shut up." Even with that warning, the bald dude still stammers out what everyone is secretly thinking. "Captain, could we maybe just stick to protecting our own people?" That selfish but relatable question instantly drops absolute dead silence over the entire group. Everyone is suddenly drowning in their own conflicted feelings. But then a terrifying scream shatters the quiet. "New dungeon portal just opened, run for your lives." The captain flinches hard and whips around at the sound. Right where they just patched the wall, a massive earth-shaking explosion violently blows the barricade apart. Debris and crushed stones scatter everywhere like shrapnel. Through the dust, a guy is sprinting for his life, completely terrified. And right on his heels is an absolutely horrifying monster, jaws wide open, ready to tear apart and swallow anyone foolish enough to stand in its path. The second they spot this nightmare, the bald guy loses his mind in total panic. That is a level 50 boss monster. Without missing a single beat, the captain immediately barks out his orders. "Send out an emergency distress signal right now." Another guy frantically yells back, "I already tried, but this entire residential sector just got hit by multiple high-tiered dungeon portals at once. Every active player is already busy fighting. Even the guys off duty will take at least 5 whole minutes to get here." Realizing how completely screwed they are, the captain tightens his grip on his sword and loudly makes a desperate call. "We do not have 5 minutes, we have to hold the line right now." But sadly, he is the only one actually crazy enough to risk his life fighting this beast. The rest of the squad, completely breaking formation and running away. They even try to drag his heroic spirit down, screaming, "Captain, fall back. We cannot beat a monster that strong." Our bald friend is completely frozen right now, torn between saving his own skin and backing up his boss. In that exact moment, the brave captain gets absolutely swatted through the air by the beast. The crew screams his name in pure horror. Seeing his leader get smashed like that finally makes the bald guy clench his teeth and make a choice. He charges forward, taking the lead to block the massive monster. Screaming back at the fleeing cowards, everyone attack together. "We just have to stall this thing for 5 minutes." Seeing his guts, the rest of the squad obviously cannot just abandon him. They charge back in, pumping each other up. "Push forward together. We might actually pull this off." Meanwhile, the bald guy swings his weapon like a madman, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Captain, if I end up dead today, this is 100% your fault entirely." Watching his squad actually risking their lives for him, the bruised captain scrambles up and shouts right back at him, "Then fight harder and do not die. Your mom is still waiting at home for you to take care of her." Slashing at the boss, the bald dude screams back, "I am trying, but I am not some overpowered main character. Honestly, I am totally about to become monster food." Right when it looks like he is about to become a miserable midnight snack, boom, a blinding surge of raw power blasts the monster out of absolutely nowhere. "You and I know exactly who just arrived." The captain's eyes go wide in total shock. The bald guy just stands there with his jaw dropped while the rest freeze completely. "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." A foot touches down silently. It's Liu Yi. Everyone just stares at him in absolute jaw-dropping shock, totally speechless. After a long moment of dead silence, the bald guy, looking completely dumbfounded, stammers out, "Who exactly is he?" A level 50 boss monster completely obliterated in just a single strike, but totally ignoring the bald guy's absolute shock. The captain recognizes him and shouts out with pure joy, "Boss." The boss is finally back. Hearing this, the whole crowd immediately erupts into a massive frenzy. Wait, what? What is he really? The very first legendary player of the whole Origin realm. Our Salmon Guild leader's older brother. No wonder he's so insanely strong. To him, a level 50 monster is basically just wet clay. Completely ignoring all the wild whispers, Liu Yi stays perfectly calm and asks, "Where exactly is your guild leader right now?" Hearing Liu Yi question, the bald guy lets out a surprised yelp, quickly points in a direction, and stammers, "The guild leader is inside the Salmon office right now." He even tries to add, "Boss, do you need me to show you the way?" But before he can even finish, Liu Yi dashes off instantly. Meanwhile, inside the Salmon Guild office, Liu Yun sits completely motionless all by herself, tightly gripping a strange key in her hand. Liu Yi bursts into the office and spots her. Seeing her totally safe and sound, he lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're actually okay." Then he quickly asks, "Ah, Yun, where's Uncle Wang?" But before he can finish, she cuts him off and says, "After Uncle Wang took care of that monster, he told me a lot of crazy things." Her blank, shaken state really catches him off guard. Something is definitely wrong. Tears streaming down her face, Liu Yun reveals, "Most importantly, Uncle Wang said our parents aren't dead. They're just trapped on Buzhou Mountain." Cut to a flashback. A young Liu Yi sits watching a video on a phone with his dad, sighing. "That poor kid is so pitiful." Hearing this, his dad gently tells him, "Little Yi, you have to study really hard, okay?" He keeps staring at the video of a poor child, carrying heavy firewood through the freezing snow, and then hesitates, muttering softly, "Otherwise." He suddenly goes completely dead silent. Seeing his dad so unusually quiet, the young Liu Yi innocently asks, Dad, otherwise what happens? His dad just gives a small smile and replies, It's nothing, little E. Just study hard so that in the future you can actually help weak people like this. Snapping back to reality at the Saming headquarters, Liu Yun sniffles as she explains everything to Liu Yi. Listen to this because we're entering crazy territory. According to Uncle Wang, our world reincarnates every 25 years. She reveals that in this loop, very few people can actually keep their memories. Mom, Dad, and Uncle Wang are among the rare few. After living through a couple of cycles, they discovered they were slowly being forgotten by everyone around them. And gradually, that exact memory wipe is what led to this current nightmare. Based on everything she's explaining, once someone is completely forgotten by the world, they will just vanish entirely in the next reincarnation cycle. Mom and Dad went to these extremes just to stop themselves from vanishing. On one hand, they fake their deaths to forever lock in our memories of them, drastically slowing down how fast we forget. But on the other hand, they frantically search for the actual truth of this world, hoping to find a way to break this terrifying erasure effect. Every single word she speaks is laced with absolute sorrow. They finally found out that only by collecting 3 specific titles, Earth's Shadow, Heaven's Glory, and Mortal Core, can they end the cycle and actually eliminate the horrible risk of being forgotten. That is exactly why their parents made a crazy choice. To secure that ultimate Mortal Core title, they've been locked inside a secret realm on Bojo Mountain for 15 long years. At the same time, she slowly hands over the mysterious key and explains this is the key to open that exact realm. But right here, Liu Yun suddenly hesitates, stammering Uncle Wang said, This is our parents' absolute final reincarnation cycle, we. Right at this heavy moment, Liu Yi suddenly interrupts and asks, Where is Uncle Wang? Where exactly is he right now? Outside, the sky has turned dark, the sun fully set. Uncle Wang sits completely silently in his living room, looking deeply troubled, lost in some heavy thoughts. Suddenly, a noise snaps his attention. It turns out Liu Yi just walked straight into his house. The second he sees him, he smiles and says, Hey, you're back. I've heard all about your crazy epic achievements. You're seriously strong now. But contrasting his cheerful vibe, Liu Yi puts on a dead serious face and says, I want to see some actual solid proof, proving that everything you told Ah Yun is actually true. The only response he gets is pure heavy silence. After a long pause, Uncle Wang finally speaks up and asks him, Which part do you really want me to prove is true? The reincarnation cycle keeping our memories slowly being forgotten and then vanishing, or the fact that your parents are actually still alive? Hearing this, Liu Yi coldly replies, Having proof for all of it would be best. Those words make Uncle Wang flash a very cryptic smile. Then he asks again, Liu Yi, do you know if the cycle is exposed when reincarnation actually ends? Who gets the most insane power? He asks and then answers his own question. It's the people from the management bureau. This wild revelation leaves Liu Yi absolutely stunned. He frantically questions the old man. Wait, so the very first people to vanish were the management bureau agents? Uncle Wang immediately explains, Exactly. After them, going straight from top to bottom, from the absolute strongest to the weakest, everyone who had incredible abilities in different fields vanished after every cycle. So what do you and I take from this? This is exactly what caused all the absurd glitchy events in this world. Alright, so even now, Liu Yi still totally doubts if this is the actual reason. Hearing his suspicion, the older man just calmly replies, When it comes to keeping memories and reincarnation, you are the ultimate proof. Hearing that exact sentence leaves our main guy absolutely stunned. Uncle Wang keeps going. He explains that during this cycle of reincarnation, he and Liu Yi parents were facing intense erasure pressure, completely unable to help. Because of that, you and your sister haven't exactly had an easy life, but you really shouldn't hold any grudges against your parents. Before this horrible pressure showed up, they took amazing care of you both. But once the real threat arrived, things changed. If they didn't deal with it before vanishing, you and your little sister would be stuck living that terrible life forever. Looking visibly surprised, he adds, As for your strange condition, you must have awakened your own memories, which is something we honestly never expected. Your parents tried absolutely everything to help you to keep your memories and failed, but in the end you just woke them up yourself. Hearing all of this heavy truth, Liu Yi is left completely speechless. Right at this moment, Uncle Wang suddenly looks incredibly sad. He says, As for your parents, whether you actually believe they are still alive or want to save them, none of that matters anymore because this reincarnation cycle is already doomed to fail in gathering all 3 titles. Facing the old man's massive disappointment, he just stays completely quiet. He continues his story, thinking back to that dark time when we were trapped inside that secret realm. We tried every possible method just to get one single person out. He slowly walks right up to Liu Yi and casually drops a bomb. Your parents knew our terrible fate was completely sealed, so they used this very last reincarnation cycle just to finally stay together. That is why they gave the only escape ticket to me, which is fine honestly, I had been eating their couple dog food for countless years. I was sick of it anyway. At this point, Uncle Wang hands Liu Yi a flash drive and starts to explain what it is. This holds all the information me and your parents managed to gather, specifically the vital data on collecting the 3 grand titles. Liu Yi just stares at the drive while listening to his warning. You can use this to learn, but do not copy it completely. He keeps talking as Liu Yi reaches out to take it. After all the other awakened ones, I mean under the influence of the other memory keepers out there, a lot of things are going to change. He takes the drive, staring blankly at it before calling out loudly, "Uncle Wang." Suddenly, something insane happens that makes his eyes go wide with pure shock. He actually sees Uncle Wang's body slowly fading away. Panicking, he desperately shouts, "Uncle Wang, uncle," but the old man just stays calm. "It was only a matter of time. Leaking this info to you just sped it up." Right before vanishing completely, he flashes one last smile and teases him. "Well, at least now you get to experience firsthand exactly what disappearing really looks like." Faced with this heartbreaking scene, Liu Yi can only watch helplessly as it happens, and listen to his very last words. "Make sure you collect the time dust after I am gone. It will help you out massively." Meanwhile, in modern Bai City, the streets are completely empty, but someone is sprinting through the silence at absolute top speed. His destination is a dead, silent apartment building. He violently kicks the front door open and screams, "We need to leave." The girl sitting inside is suddenly dragged away by her wrist, totally confused as she asks, "What is going on? What happened?" He loudly and frantically explains, "The dean is dead. The max-level gardeners who were suppressed by him are now violently fighting to steal the dean position. The fighting is completely out of control. If this keeps up, Bai City is going to fall into chaos. We have to escape before it spreads. Now you and I need to see what is happening in the grand courtyard." A massive crowd has gathered, and one beaten-up guy is dangling by his collar like a helpless chicken, bravely yelling at his attacker, "You bring people here to steal power. Aren't you terrified the backer behind the dean will come and destroy you?" Feng hears this and arrogantly replies, "Those weak, empty threats. You actually believe that garbage? Even if they exist, all the head gardeners support me now. Even if that ghost came back to life, they could never steal my spot as the new dean." He glances around at his loyal supporters and confidently declares, "Let alone some mysterious backer coming to punish me." He tightens his grip, clearly ready to execute the injured young man right on the spot. "But I guess making an example out of you works perfectly." He turns to the opposition and snarls, "Keep rebelling, and this will be your exact pathetic fate too." He sneers with ultimate disgust. "Next life, if you want to play the loyal dog, use your brain a bit and do not be so stubborn." Feng's cruel words make his lackeys burst into sick, mocking laughter. Right then, he raises his fist high, fully ready to kill the helpless guy in his grip, screaming, "Just die." Pushed to the absolute brink, the victim can only stare wide-eyed, in absolute terror. But suddenly, Feng's subordinates just start dropping like flies, collapsing unconscious on the spot, leaving him completely startled and confused. Having zero clue what is going on, he loudly demands, "What is happening?" But unlike his total confusion, the beaten guy actually looks thrilled, shouting out, "You total idiot, the true boss of our back garden has finally arrived." Hearing this doesn't scare Feng at all. He just wants to crush him even faster. "So what, I will just finish you off first." But before he can even make a single move, his eyes shoot wide open, his feet lock up, and he cannot take another step. He stumbles back, clutching his head in absolute panic. No, wait, why is his body suddenly acting completely out of his control? Refusing to accept this, he starts mumbling like a madman. He refuses to lose like this. It took forever to finally get a chance to seize control of the back garden, and he planned to use this exact moment to get his revenge without lifting a finger. Spitting out his final venomous words, he completely collapses. Quote, "Kill everyone who ever made me miserable." And just like that, Feng passes out cold, leaving the young guy standing there in pure shock. Seeing this, the guy actually spits right on his head and boldly announces, "This loyal dog's brain is working perfectly fine right now. I'm definitely not ending up a dead mutt like you." Then he starts wondering to himself, just who exactly is this big boss the director always talks about? While he's still totally clueless, what kind of insane skill did this guy even use on them? It's way too weird. But right as he says this, his own eyes suddenly roll completely into the back of his head. He freaks out and yells, "Wait, no." He only manages to squeeze out one last desperate sentence. "Big boss, I'm your most loyal dog." And then he crashes hard to the floor, but he is still barely mumbling, "Please don't take me out too." The whole place instantly goes dead silent. You and I can see everyone is knocked out completely cold. Sprawled out on the cold floor, they cannot fight back at all. Just eyes glued shut. Suddenly, a pair of boots steps into view. This guy looks down at everyone with pure arrogance. It's Yan Luo from the Four Hands, a level 79 awakened. He walks straight through the sea of unconscious bodies, looking super annoyed as he mutters, "So annoying, I said no contact with Tian Yao. Whatever, I will just take this as an early harvest. Otherwise, when the cycle finally ends, I will have to fight monsters twice as strong as me, and who even knows how much time dust I would get. A wicked smirk creeps onto his face as he thinks to himself, time to bring the players back. Four hands the ultimate key to opening the underground shadow. Cut to a USB drive plugging into a computer. The monitor instantly lights up showing the system booting. Right in the middle of the screen, a text prompt pops up saying, if you guys have actually forgotten exactly who I am, then let your grandpa right here remind you who your real daddy is. Confirm login. Liu Yi and Liu Yun finish reading this incredibly toxic message and are left totally speechless. Even though both of them are completely done with this childish edgelord vibe, Liu Yun speaks up first. She says to forget about who gave them this weird thing for now. One look tells you they are definitely not a decent person. Brother, hurry up and open the file. Let's see what kind of crazy data is inside. Liu Yi grabs the mouse, clicks once, and simply replies, okay. They keep watching the screen from the dead of night, straight through until the bright morning sun the next day. Liu Yun finishes processing everything and gasps, so you were actually an awakened this whole time. No wonder you knew so much secret info. Liu Yi immediately shoots that down, saying that detail is not important right now. The real issue is how to collect all three titles to save their parents. He rubs his temples, hard looking, so stressed and exhausted while summarizing everything he figured out. According to the mystery guy, if they just gather the three titles, the cycle of reincarnation will finally end, which means indirectly saving their mom and dad. Plus, getting those three titles is basically a nightmare because the three eyes that Tian Yao currently holds is incredibly dangerous to mess with. Liu Yun stays dead silent after hearing this, but then her eyes fill with absolute determination. Even though he claimed that there is literally zero proof, and even if it is true, I still refuse to just accept it. Besides, we are only dealing with one target anyway. Liu Yi totally agrees with her and replies, you are right, I will not accept it either. Right after that, he quickly lays out the master plan he has been cooking up for her. So that means we have to push twice as hard in this direction. First step, we abuse the Mystic Hand title to skyrocket our current skill levels. Then we slowly hunt down the remaining three titles piece by piece. Meanwhile, cutting over to the High City basketball court, Liu Yi is standing there all by himself. But suddenly, right at the entrance, somebody walks through the doors and a voice rings out. Liu Yun, I finally got the captain here. One guy walks in, looking totally confused. President, why call me out here in such a rush? We are critically short on manpower right now. If I don't go help, things will go bad. Another guy whines, boss, I just got chased out. If I don't get a proper break the next time I work, I swear you will never see me alive again. Following up on that, another young dude instantly chimes in to agree. Yeah, exactly, that is exactly right. I absolutely can't give up my spot to my rival. Yike realizes his teammates are being way too noisy, so he barks an order. That's enough. If there wasn't a real emergency, the president wouldn't have gathered us all here. Shut up and listen. Liu Yun is way more gentle, softly reassuring them. Everyone relax. I called you to announce something big that could actually change the current benefits for the Scattered Alliance. She guides the group over to where Liu Yi is standing and says, brother, leaving this to you. Once the crew realizes exactly who is standing in front of them, they cheer together. It's Big Brother's savior. The savior is actually back. Despite the hype of seeing him again, a dude with an earring asks, even though rumors say Big Brother's savior is crazy strong. Well, you and I are about to find out. But you and I have to ask. It is just one guy. Can Liu Yi really change the Scattered Alliance's whole situation by himself? The young guy with a birthmark on his forehead totally agrees. He speaks up, pointing out that if they cannot actually boost the overall combat power of the Scattered Alliance, absolutely nothing is going to change. After all, they are dealing with literal monsters out here, not just other players. They cannot just rely on one single person's overwhelming strength to save everyone. Hearing their doubts, Liu Yi immediately issues a challenge. He looks at the group and asks for a volunteer. Who's brave enough to step up? He wants to give them a little live demonstration. Everyone just stares at each other in dead silence. Finally, Yi steps up to be the guinea pig. Yi volunteers, asking what he needs to do. Liu Yi just smiles and says he does not need to do anything. Then smack, one casual slap completely destroys him. This absolute madness leaves everyone in pure shock. The birthmark guy panics and tries to step in and stop him, but the very next sight totally freezes him in his tracks. Yi is suddenly back, standing there, completely clueless, stammering out a confused, I. Just wild. Now Liu Yi finally speaks up to explain this crazy little demonstration to everyone. He says he checked everyone's power levels before coming here. From now on, no matter how anyone dies, as long as he still has his healing abilities active, he can literally bring them back to life. Hearing this, one guy completely loses his mind. He stammers, what? There is absolutely no way that is possible. But they just saw it happen. The guy with the earrings hurriedly asks, wait, if this is actually real, does that mean we never have to worry about losing our members again? The birthmark guy is freaking out, asking if he is dreaming and somehow got transported back to the origin realm. But there is a catch. In the Origin realm, reviving resets everything to 0. Brother Nine's revival skill, 0 penalties. You come back absolutely fine without any loss. At this point, the whole group shouts out in total awe. This is seriously the ultimate super cheat code for them. Suddenly, the birthmark guy goes completely quiet. Then he turns and asks Yi a very serious question. Did you still have any consciousness after you died? In other words, do your memories just stop right at the exact moment you were killed or from some point before that? Yi answers him honestly. He says that the moment he died, he remembers seeing a massive ancient tree. He felt like he turned into a tiny seed on that tree. But before he could look around, Brother Nine had already brought him back. Hearing this, the birthmark guy jumps back in shock and yells out loud. That means you have completely clear memories of the whole thing. This revival spell is not just bringing you back to life. After you died, it literally pulled your soul right back from another dimension. Liu Yi, who has been staying quiet this whole time, finally speaks up to calm them down. Just relax, everyone. I already tested this out on some criminals locked up in the Scattered Alliance. This is 100% true revival. I would not have acted directly if I was not sure. This confident guarantee makes everyone cheer in massive joy. This is amazing. Brother Nine is invincible. With Brother Nine here, we can go all out in battles without hesitating. We are going to make all those traitors who left the Scattered Alliance regret it for the rest of their lives. Our guild is finally rising. Seeing them get a bit carried away, Liu Yi steps in to remind them. Do not get too excited yet. For this revival to keep working, we need you all to do one specific thing. Liu Yi gives a simple explanation about unlocking their special player bodies. She wants them to organize the Scattered Alliance members and team up with EK to power level. Hearing this, they all excitedly agree in unison. That is absolutely no problem at all. Now that they have this crazy revival insurance, they do not need to fear death anymore. Their shortage of manpower is completely solved. When the time comes, our 7th company will take turns sending members over to fully cooperate with the captain. Seeing their hype, Liu Yi immediately expresses his gratitude. Thank you so much, everyone. He then flashes a smile and adds on. I will be counting on you. Now you and I are about to see action. A loud voice echoes out. The secret dungeon is open. Form up. At the exact same time, the long-tongued monster crashes to the ground. Over on this side, Dan Su is frantically shaking his captain awake. He is crying and screaming. Captain, why are you so stupid? EK is resting his head on the guy's lap, slowly turning his face. Looking totally pale and near death, he struggles to speak. If I did not do that, someone was definitely going to die. I had no choice. Plus, once I am dead, nobody will fight you for Kui Hua anymore. Is not that exactly what you wanted? Dan Su is absolutely bawling his eyes out, tears streaming down his face as he blubbers. I do not want to win her through your charity. The other teammates are so deeply moved by this that they start crying too. Yi continues in a weak voice, Dan Su. You know, I absolutely love gossip. I am dying here, so could you please just satisfy my curiosity one last time? Before Dan Su can recover from the shock, Yi lowers his voice and asks the real question. Do you actually like wearing women's clothes? Hearing this, Dan Su completely freezes up. His face turns bright red and he can only let out a stunned gasp. Meanwhile, everyone else around them immediately puts on their best gossiping faces. Yi turns his head away, looking super heartbroken. I'm already dying, man. Hearing that, Dan Su bursts into tears all over again and cries out, Captain, fine, I will tell you the truth. I will tell you everything. Then he leans in super close to whisper right into Yi ear. Seeing this, the surrounding teammates immediately perk up their ears. They are all straining to hear the juicy secret, as Dan Su whispers quietly into Yi's ear the captain's face. All right, watch this. His captain flashed a completely smug smile. Honestly, it was just because nobody else here had a single clue that he could actually come back from the dead. So by playing dead, Yi easily managed to overhear Dan Su's little secret. Then just a moment later, a blue light flashed all over Yi, signaling that he had officially perished. Seeing this, Dan Su let out an agonizing, heartbroken scream, Captain. Right after that, Dan Su and the rest of the crew headed back to headquarters to rest. The guys walking behind Dan Su kept trying to comfort him. They told him, look, it hurts, but we have to pull ourselves together fast and pick a brand new captain. Another guy chimed in, Dan Su, aside from the captain, you are the only one we respect. You should be the one to lead us now. Walking up ahead, Dan Su heard this and just let out a heavy sigh. Then he spoke up in a totally gloomy voice. Give me a second to calm down first. But suddenly, a very familiar voice rang out from a distance. What is going on? I am not even dead yet, and you guys already want a new captain. Yi had already revived. Standing right at the door, hands on his hips, laughing out loud and looking incredibly smug. The other guys saw their captain and instantly freaked out like they saw a ghost. They all stammered, Captain, did you not just die on us? Yi just stood there, smiling brightly and boldly announced. From now on, this is the official brand new perk of our alliance. Resurrection. Hearing that, their jaws completely dropped in pure shock as they asked. Resurrection. Yi K walked right up to Dan Su, flashing a super smug grin. He gave his teammate a totally wicked smile and casually said, Dan Su, from now on stop trying to steal Kuei Hua from me. Otherwise, your little secret is not going to be a secret anymore. Dan Su could only wail in total despair. Captain, you totally cheated. At the exact same time, in other squads, captains were also taking turns announcing the Peace Resurrection feature to their own team members. Every single one of them jumped for joy, and some got so hyped they literally screamed out loud. Boss is the absolute best. Everyone quickly realized that thanks to this crazy revival perk, the Alliance had truly begun to clear away the dark clouds that used to hang over them. Now every single person was completely filled with hope for the future. Now watch this crazy progression. Inside Liu Yi head, the game system just kept spamming continuous notifications. You have successfully reached level 49. You have reached level 50. You just obtained the Resonance Aura skill and your powerful Wither Aura, leveled up by 1. You have reached level 61. You have reached level 65. Right after that, the system once again pulled up Liu Yi detailed personal player information screen. Player Liu Yi currently level 65. Experience is still sitting at absolute 0, while your computing power is at over 78,000 attribute points. Attack power is over 5,000, defense over 4,000, and resistance over 1,800. Strength is near 400, agility over 500, vitality over 400, intelligence over 2,000, perception over 300. Health is full, and chi power is also completely maxed out. Finishing reading, Liu Yi frowned slightly and thought to himself, from level 61 onwards, the experience required to level up is just absolutely insane. It took a whole week just to jump 6 levels. Then he glanced over at the crowd thinking, but honestly, this is the fastest way to grind. Keep pushing, let's keep going. 1 month later at the Alliance headquarters, he was sitting in his chair checking over his stats again with a totally serious look. The system notification popped up. Player Liu Yi level 69, experience is 0 compared to time dust. Computing power is only sitting at 1. Your titles include Special Body with base stats ×2 and Rule-Breaking Warrior with a weight ratio of +4. Skill level +1, Weapon Master, Desperate Counterattacker, and First in the Tower with an all-stats boost of +100 points. Tower Contributor with a weight ratio of +2, cumulative weight ratio +8, and an intelligence ratio of +2. Attributes include attack power over 5,000, defense over 4,000, and resistance over 180,000. Strength over 400, agility over 500, vitality over 400, intelligence over 2,000, perception near 400. Health is full and chi power is also completely maxed out. Your active skills include Vitality, Wrap, Vitality, Repair, Vitality, Penetration, Bless, Read, Imprison, Silence, Freeze, Mark, Cooldown, Reset, Scan, Resonance, Aura, Wither, Aura, Rue, Label, Stance, and finally the powerful Condense Force ability. After looking over all of this, he thought to himself, it perfectly matches the mysterious guy's intel. Just killing normal players to gather computing power will only get you to level 69. After level 69, if you want to level up, you can only use Time Dust, which is basically condensed computing power. Liu Yi continued his train of thought. After that mysterious person died, he actually left some for me, but it has usage limits. Suddenly, a system notification popped up reading, do you want to absorb the Time Dust? Then a glaring red warning flashed right on the screen. Absorbing Time Dust will massively increase your physical body's overall stamina and endurance, but it strictly requires you to be at Buzhou Mountain within 10 days. After that designated date, all attributes will plummet to the absolute minimum value of 1. Before you return to Buzhou Mountain, you cannot harm any normal people. Otherwise, all your stats will instantly drop to the absolute lowest level. Once you finally return to Buzhou Mountain, your attributes will be reduced by 5 to 10%. Makes sense now, right? Reading this, Liu Yi thought, no wonder I have never met an awakened one before. He couldn't hurt ordinary people. So wait, was this the exact reason Nato managed to take down number 9? But Tianyao definitely knew this. Why on earth would they send number 8 to a crowded place like High City? It made 0 sense. Suddenly, Liu Yi glanced out the window as loud shouts started echoing from outside. Hurry up there, move it, I want to eat. It is already midnight, can you guys just wait until tomorrow to register for classes? No way. Watching the chaotic crowd down in the courtyard, Liu Yi fell deep into thought. Right now, Sam Ming's morale is absolutely skyrocketing thanks to that massive revival skill. If the Time Dust hadn't completely drawn his attention, staying behind to help Sam Ming might have actually changed things. But right now, Liu Yi had absolutely no way to transfer the Mystic Leader title over to Liu Yun. First off, he did not even know a valid transfer method. Plus, with the current situation, handing that title to Liu Yun would basically be throwing her straight into a death trap. When it came to all these outside threats, He trusted Liu Yi completely but actively pushing her right into the line of fire. He just could not do that. His eyes darkened with heavy calculation. Then, in a split second, Liu Yi's expression shifted as a new thought hit him. But the biggest issue was still the 9 yin seed. To actually level up, he needed 2 full portions of time dust. Yet that mysterious guy only left him 1 single portion. Even if he wanted to upgrade his absorption, he was stuck. Fueled by fierce determination, he stood up ready to move, knowing he absolutely had to absorb more time dust. Otherwise, his entire master plan would completely stall out. First, he needed to figure out how to handle the Samming situation. After that, the hunt for time dust continues. Though honestly, he had zero clue where to find it. The more he thought about it, the deeper Liu Yi frowned. Then suddenly, ping, the system flashed a brand new notification. Shou just sent a chat request. The message read, "Rest assured he has finally arrived." This incredibly sudden system pop-up caught Liu Yi completely off guard, making him pause in shock. He instantly wondered, what is going on here? He arrived. Who exactly did someone just break into the house? But the moment he finally looked up, Liu Yi visibly jumped in shock. He frantically glanced around the area, genuine panic creeping in as he asked himself what is happening. Why had both sides suddenly shifted into matching living rooms? And worse, the view right outside the window was now just another living room. Liu Yi knit his brows tightly together. He was standing dead center in a perfectly neat and tidy room, which was unmistakably his own personal living room. Liu Yi cautiously peeked outside the window pane, but the sight out there was just his living room again, looping endlessly. Through that next window was yet another living room. It felt like this entire bizarre space stretched on into infinity. He quickly realized that every single exit out of this room was completely warped. Liu Yi smashed right through the floorboards to check underneath, only to find that beneath the tiles was just another infinite living room dimension. The broken glass and shattered floorboards proved it. This was a trap. Suddenly, from a dark corner pretty far away from Liu Yi, space warped into a twisting vortex centering around a pitch-black sphere. The second that dark orb appeared, it completely locked his attention. And then stepping right out of that void sphere came a humanoid figure completely pitch-black from head to toe. It looked exactly like a faceless, menacing shadow. As its feet hit the floorboards, Liu Yi froze in place, frowning on high alert. He locked eyes with the faceless entity. From across the room, the shadow slowly turned toward him. Then Liu Yi suddenly glanced behind his own back, where the reflection in the glass revealed a second black figure standing there, but this one was pulsing with a truly bizarre, eerie red glow. Liu Yi didn't even dare turn his head around, keeping it strictly in his peripheral vision. Slowly but surely, the shadow behind him crept closer. Its terrifying form came into sharp focus, with a sinister red aura radiating violently off the black entity's body. Wrapping around its shoulders and head were these grotesque glowing nerve fibers, twisting and writhing endlessly. It locked straight onto Liu Yi with wide, dead eyes. Wide. The twisted creature cracked a sickeningly wide, eerie smile, slowly taking heavy steps toward him. And then from every single angle, left, right, and dead ahead of the looping living room where Liu Yi stood, more rooms materialized, and each one contained another terrifying red glowing figure. They were all closing in fast. Suddenly, Liu Yi's system interface flashed a critical warning alert. His max HP sat at 39,600, but then it started dropping. -1,000, minus another 1,400. Despite the rapid damage, Liu Yi did not panic at all. He just kept staring intensely at the dark entity, refusing to break eye contact for even a second. The shadows had already closed the gap, surrounding Liu Yi as they relentlessly marched forward. Sensing things were about to get nasty, he instantly summoned a glowing blade. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure right in front of him casually walked straight up to the window and effortlessly phased right through the solid glass. Over on his right side, another shadow pushed its way into the adjacent room. And right behind him, the last creeping phantom stepped straight into the main area. Now 4 pitch-black entities completely surrounded Liu Yi on all sides. Yet our guy still stood, absolutely still, glaring fearlessly at the monster standing right in front of him. His system interface kept throwing red alert after red alert, watching his health rapidly drop by 2,000, then another massive 3,000. Just like that, an additional 2,900 hit points were completely drained from his life bar. The final health bar locked in at 19,300 out of 39,600. That shadowy figure grinned with pure amusement, slowly telling Liu Yi to just end it all. He claimed getting the Xuan title was nothing but pure dumb luck. Squinting one eye, the dark figure laughed with absolute disgust. Hand it over, he demanded, saying it was Liu Yi's only chance to survive the next reincarnation cycle. The second that shadow finished speaking, Liu Yi swung his blade. One clean, brutal slash instantly severed the 4 figures surrounding him. That sudden, ruthless counterattack completely caught the enemy off guard. The shadowy figure just stood there, absolutely stunned, staring blankly at Liu Yi in total disbelief. But that shock quickly faded back into his sinister grin. "Found you," the shadow hissed. Instantly, all the dark clones surrounding Liu Yi violently exploded into eerie black ribbons. Those strange black ribbons slowly dissolved right into thin air. But Liu Yi kept his guard totally up, his sharp eyes intensely scanning the surrounding space. The warped illusions finally faded and his apartment slowly returned to absolute normal. You and I know exactly what Liu Yi was thinking. What in the world just happened? Meanwhile, right outside his window, total chaos had struck. Countless people were completely passed out, lying helplessly across the streets and sidewalks below. A few of them slowly started sitting up, groggy and incredibly confused. What just happened? Why did we all suddenly collapse onto the cold, hard ground? Did we all just randomly fall asleep at the exact same time? Someone in the crowd rubbed their head and asked, "Did you guys just have weird dreams too?" Another person quickly chimed in. They remembered seeing a terrifying dark shadow whispering something weird to them, but now the exact memory was already fading fast. Someone else nodded along, totally agreeing. They also saw that creepy black shadow in their sleep. They vaguely remembered it muttering something totally weird about lacking love. But the rest was completely forgotten. All across the block, confused whispers and anxious chatter echoed as the panicked crowd tried making sense of this bizarre phenomenon. The terrified citizens kept anxiously debating the situation. Could some completely terrifying, overpowered monster be invading their city right now? One guy panicked, desperately sprinting away. "Hurry up," he screamed. He wanted to join the alliance immediately because he absolutely refused to die today. Meanwhile, Liu Yi stood completely silent inside his own living room. He looked around mentally, confirming that reality had finally stabilized back to absolute normal. Still, that enemy's skill range was absolutely massive. Wasting no time, Liu Yi activated his life scan skill, and instantly a glowing system notification popped up right before him. Scanning a 1,000-meter radius. For every 10 map levels gained, the scanning range automatically expands by an additional 1,000 meters. Using Liu Yi as the exact center, the system instantly pulsed outwards, completely scanning a massively wide perimeter across the city block. When the intense system scan finally wrapped up, Liu Yi narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Not a single abnormal entity had popped up on the radar. Was the enemy's immunity level simply way higher than his own, or was this mystery attacker rocking a god-tier skill totally beyond his wildest imagination? Suddenly, another glowing system notification popped up. Zhu Shou invited him to join a private group chat with a chilling attached message. "Be careful, he is already here." He glanced at the hovering interface and muttered, "Accept." But immediately, the system flashed a brand new error message. The group chat he just joined had already been forcefully disbanded. Liu Yi was totally caught off guard. Already disbanded. Wait, that meant every single chat group was secretly created by Zhu Shou, even that elite sanctuary group from before. According to the game's secret lore, the Four Hands title basically acts like a resurrection perk. Group chats, crafting gear, placing teleporters, those four abilities were standard system administrator rights. Liu Yi looked genuinely surprised, putting the clues together. It seemed that sudden chat invite was truly just an urgent warning specifically meant for him. But wait, if that chat group was seriously made by the New Order Guild Master, then what was the deal with Earth Shadow's super cryptic warning back at the start? Was that also the brand new Guild Master of New Order? Suddenly, his cell phone violently buzzed inside his pocket abruptly, snapping him right out of his deep thoughts. Liu Yi immediately pulled out his phone and answered the call. From the other end, Liu Yun sounded pretty urgent. "Brother, are you chilling at the safe house right now? Just a moment ago, over half the active players across 2 entire cities randomly fell completely asleep. Wait, is this that exact scenario the mysterious informant warned us about? Could this insane sleep wave actually be the signature skill of an awakened player?" Hearing her theory, Liu Yi nodded seriously and replied firmly into the phone. "That's exactly it. Where are you right now? We definitely need to meet up. Now stick with me here." Cut to an incredibly luxurious, flawlessly lit, and perfectly organized high-end corporate office. Liu Yun and Liu Yi stood together inside the room. Hands confidently on her hips, she smiled at him. "You finally made it here." Going by the intel, this awakened player shares the exact same surname as Yuan Ding, so we figured he needed extra attention. But wow, he actually showed up today. The original strategy was simply running a massive system scan. If we managed to locate him, I was totally ready to deploy regular human squads for suppression. Hearing her intense strategy, Liu Yi crossed his arms, looking completely deep in thought. Liu Yun quickly continued. "Given this disaster, we have absolutely no choice but to activate Plan B." The second she finished speaking, Liu Yi immediately questioned her logic. "But wait, did you seriously find a player with the exact required skill?" Liu Yun confidently nodded back. "I found one, however, inside our own alliance roster. Not a single player actually possessed that specific ability. So I desperately requested backup from the New Order Guild, and they agreed. Huang Yanshu is already escorting them back here." Suddenly, Liu Yun heavily frowned, sinking into a very deep, nervous silence. After a terribly long pause, she looked right back up. Brother, our backup strategy heavily relies on you using that flashy skill to grab his complete attention. We'll basically exploit the tracking effects of the Heavenly Guide ability to trap him. By tracing his own magic backward, we locate his real body, then send ordinary troops to crush him. But honestly, this insane bait plan puts you in massive danger. Please be careful. Hearing her genuine worry, Liu Yi looked right back at Liu Yun, replying with absolute, unshakable confidence. Don't sweat it. I've completely calculated the risks. If that guy actually dares to attack us so openly, he is absolutely hiding some massive secret weapon behind him. Liu Yun flashed a massive grin. You guys are totally in more danger than I am, so stay sharp. He spun around, throwing both fists into the air with pure confidence. Just relax and leave this completely to me. Plus, we still have your revive ready to go. Nothing to worry about. Liu Yi just smiled back, looking super proud. Too bad his gear couldn't hit level 70 right now. If it did, his base stats would spike to 500, unlocking that sweet immunity skill. Out of nowhere, a glowing pink orb with a white arrow suddenly popped up. An upgrade orb. Liu Yi's jaw practically hit the floor. And look who showed up right on cue. Huang Nianchu was suddenly standing right there. She gently handed the glowing item over. Hey, the New Order Guild Master actually told me to bring this to you. He said you were definitely going to need this right now. Liu Yi snatched it up, absolutely thrilled by the insane timing. This is literally the most clutch help I could ask for right now. Nianchu just smiled warmly, clearly glad to support him. Meanwhile, Liu Yun practically cheered from the sidelines. Nianchu, that gift is totally awesome. Then out of nowhere, Liu Yi stepped forward and pulled Nianchu into a sudden hug. Thank you so much, Nianchu. Liu Yun's eyes bugged out, his mouth hanging wide open in pure shock. Poor Nianchu turned completely red from the surprise hug, literally too flustered to speak. Realizing what he did, Liu Yi quickly let the dazed girl go, laughing awkwardly. Based on the previous data, we still have some time until Yuan Lin's crazy skill cooldown completely finishes up. We got a few hours left. He sprinted for the door, calling back. You guys get ready, I am going to upgrade my gear right now. Nianchu and Liu Yun watched him take off, nodding in unison. But as Liu Yi ran down the hall, a sudden, very distracting thought hit him hard. Why did I just hug her like that? He stared at his own hands, his brain replaying the exact moment he pulled Nianchu close. The memory made his entire face burn bright red. Snapping out of it, he smacked himself right on the forehead to clear his very distracted mind. What was he even thinking? Taking down Yuan Lin was the only thing that mattered. His expression instantly locked back into dead serious focus. Where in the world was that guy actually hiding right now? He kept wondering. Logically, an awakened player would avoid normal people, so he shouldn't even be in High City. But could the range between a player and their skill really stretch that far? Pushing those thoughts aside, Liu Yi kept sprinting at absolute top speed. He finally reached the target room, completely out of breath. All right, this is the exact upgrade room that Yun set up for me. He steeled his resolve. No matter what happened next, once he geared up, he was hunting Yuan Lin down. Without another word, he marched inside. Now let's shift gears for a second. Somewhere else in that massive building, two creepy guards stood frozen by a door. Their eyes were glowing blood red, standing completely still like a pair of cursed stone statues. Inside that heavily guarded room, a man was nodding off on a messy bed. Looks like our villain had just woken up from a nap. He stretched his arms high and let out a massive yawn. Man, that was a fantastic sleep. He propped his chin up and sighed deeply. Meet Yuan Lin, an awakened boss sitting at a terrifying level 79. He flashed a wicked smirk. All right, I had enough rest for today. The target is locked in and my skills are almost off cooldown. It is finally time to end this little game. He crossed his arms, stroking his chin like a maniac. How should I play this out? Maybe I send all his little friends straight to their next reincarnation. Right now. It's basically video game logic, right? You always wipe out the annoying little mobs before you take down the boss. That way no random scrubs interfere with the final kill. Dealing with that whole revive mechanic is just a bit of a headache. Now you and I need to check back on Liu Yi. He was currently standing before a massive projector screen ready to evolve his gear. The exact second he activated that glowing upgrade orb, his massive system panel flashed a bright notification right in front of him. Using Military Spirit Awakening Headband. Defense attribute increased by 104, resistance up by 50, intelligence boosted by 123, strength plus 22, and stamina jumps by 100. Required level drops from 70 down to 60. Next up, the Wisdom Guardian Divine Necklace. Defense attribute shoots up by 140. Resistance goes up by 50, intelligence climbs by 123, and stamina gets a solid 20. Another 100 intelligence points added with the level requirement dropped by 10. Moving on to the Wisdom Tactical Combat Suit. Defense attribute increases by 104, magic resistance by 50, raw strength up 11, base stamina up 12, and a massive intelligence boost of 103, plus another 100 intelligence points level requirement reduced by 10. It was an absolute stat festival as piece after piece of his gear leveled up, including the incredibly rare Wisdom Ice Silk Special Undershirt, the ridiculously fast Wisdom Swift Combat Boots, and his brand new ultra-light, highly agile Wisdom Combat Gloves. Next were his accessories, the left and right rings of ultimate wisdom. Even his heavy weapons like the massive Wisdom Light Blade and his unbreakable Wisdom Heavy Shield received massive attribute spikes. Absolutely everything he owned was scaling up instantly. The cumulative buff board showed his soul gear, Slot 1 Dark Snake, Slot 2 Little White, a wild 50% cooldown reduction, a 50% skill effect boost equipment level requirements dropping by 10, and a staggering 1 million diamonds ready to be socketed. His main player status updated on the screen for everyone to see. Player Liu Yi officially standing at level 69. 0 experience, time dust. A singular calculation ability plus a special body title that doubles all of his base stats. Add Rulebreaker Warrior to the mix. Weight ratio plus 4, skill levels up by 1, and Weapon Master unlocked. Then there is Desperate Counterattack and First of the High Tower boosting all stats by 100. Plus High Tower Power adding 2 to weight. Accumulated weight ratio plus 8, intelligence plus 2. Now you and I need to appreciate this. His attack tops 9,000 while defense hits 62,000. Resistance tops 25,000. Strength, agility, and constitution are all over 600. Intelligence clears 3,000. Perception is over 600 and his health is completely maxed out. His consciousness energy is fully charged too. He is packing skills like Life Force, Wrapping, Repair, and Penetration alongside Blessing, Reading, Imprisonment, Silence. Plus Freeze Mark cooldown reduction, Reset, Scan, Resonance, Aura, Wither, Aura, Rue, Liebolt, and finally Consciousness Condensation. An absolutely stacked skill list. Finally, the system flashes a brand new resistance evaluation alert. 50 resistance requirement fully met. 500 resistance requirement fully met. 5,000 resistance requirement fully met. His immunity just hit level 3 and the gear upgrade was completely successful. Liu Yi checks the notification and smiles. He looks down at his own hands, realizing he finally secured the immunity skill. It perfectly links into his massive resistance stats. Resting his chin on his hand, he stares deep into the system interface. His resistance is directly tied to his other attributes. He wonders if he uses all his attributes now, will his immunity level increase? Well, actions speak louder than words. Time to test it out. He triggers his blessing skill, heavily boosting all attributes. Instantly, the system screen flashes another brand new resistance evaluation alert. 50 resistance threshold satisfied. 500 resistance threshold satisfied. 5,000 resistance threshold satisfied. 50,000 resistance threshold completely satisfied. His immunity skyrockets to level 5. Seeing this insane boost, Liu Yi cheers out loud. Perfect. Now he has genuine confidence to take on Yuan Lin. Muttering to himself, he clenches his fist tightly, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Liu Yi stands up straight, his expression turning deadly serious. Now they just have to wait for Yuan Lin to strike. The view outside slowly reveals itself. As he stares out, a single defiant thought crosses his mind. Bring it on, Yuan Lin. Let us see just how powerful a veteran awakener really is. Meanwhile, his system interface pulls up new messages from the chat box. Mystic Hand thanks the New Order president, telling him there is no need for such politeness. Suddenly, Liu Yi speaks up to praise the guy standing next to him. Yi driving Huang Yanshu home was definitely the right call. What happens next is way too dangerous. Out of nowhere, his sister Liu Yun chimes in, totally agreeing. She says that is her future sister-in-law, so she absolutely has to protect her with everything she has. But her teasing earns her a quick light smack from her brother. She dramatically groans in pain. Ouch, brother, that actually hurts. Right now, the whole group is safely hunkered down inside their high-rise shelter. Liu Yi and Liu Yun step out onto the upper balcony, quietly looking down at the sprawling city. Suddenly, she breaks the silence. She admits it is wild to think that just 2 months ago she was totally stressing out over her next semester tuition fees. Back then, she just wanted to keep up with him. But now, he has basically become the absolute top boss of High City. Now, no matter what she might want, she just has to give an order and it is delivered the very next day. Hearing this, Liu Yi flashes a very deep knowing smile. He tells her that in exchange, surviving gets harder every single day. They are not like before. Now, if the path they chose leads to failure, there are no do-overs. One wrong step today and they will plunge straight into a bottomless abyss. The stakes are everything. Liu Yun completely agrees. Leaning her head against the railing, she flashes a small smile and softly nods. He is exactly right. Let's look at this upcoming attack from Yuan Lin. The intel reports claim this guy is only sitting at level 79, but the number of level 80 awakeners he has slaughtered is already in the double digits. Her smile slowly fades away, replaced by a deep, heavy look of worry. She points out that they are just level 50 and 69. Looking purely at the stats on paper, there is absolutely no way they can win this fight. Even if they somehow pull off a miracle victory, they will lose almost everyone. Honestly, the worst-case scenario is that all of High City gets completely wiped off the map. But unlike his sister, Liu Yi is radiating pure confidence. Resting his hand on the railing, he stares out into the distance. He promises that, as long as he lives, the powerful effects of his Mystic Hand title will hold strong. They will not suffer a single casualty tonight. But Liu Yun is still not entirely convinced. She nervously mutters that nothing is guaranteed here. Yuan Lin's faction held the Mystic Hand title for so long, what if they already figured out a countermeasure? The second she finishes asking that, a heavy silence falls. The area just goes totally quiet. Then, looking at her brother with eyes full of absolute dread, Liu Yu nervously asks the big question. Brother, can we really take this guy down? Hearing that, Liu Yi's calm expression finally cracks, turning dark and serious. Because right at this very moment, even he cannot predict how this fight will actually end. Beside him, Liu Yun cannot hold back her fear anymore. This enemy is an awakener who survived over 10 reincarnations. Sure, they have the special intel left behind by that mysterious person, but Yuan Lin holds something far more terrifying: overwhelming battle experience and an insane amount of resources from all those past lives. They basically have zero chance of winning. Suddenly, Liu Yi furrows his brows and finally speaks up. Normally, yes, we would be dead, but there is one massive advantage we hold over him right now. Hearing this, Liu Yun snaps her head towards him in shock. Still frowning, Liu Yi explains the strategy. Yuan Lin probably absorbed that deadly time dust, his biggest weakness being anywhere near a massive crowd of ordinary people. And perfectly enough, they just gathered a huge crowd of ordinary people. Now let's see how they exploit this wild weakness. We actually have a solid chance to win. Liu Yi finally reveals the master plan brewing in his head. Once he gets off Mount Buju, he can still tap into the player's forces, the most likely scenario. He uses that crazy sealing orb, the artifact that mysterious guy gave him for protection. Basically, it works exactly like how the sealing orb locked away his player stats earlier. Liu Yun listens, looking a bit confused, but she nods along. Yeah. But then the guy next to her drops a dead serious "we will win." That catches her totally off guard. Liu Yun stares at Liu Yi for a second, and then a soft, relieved smile breaks out. Her whole vibe flips. Suddenly, she is bursting with energy, throwing her fists high in the air and yelling, "Heck yeah, we are going to win." Liu Yi physically jumps, startled by her sudden hype. Meanwhile, Liu Yun turns to him, eyes locking onto his with absolute unwavering resolve. We will win. And just like that, time flies by and the sky slowly fades into a heavy dark color. But check this out, you and I can see one high up floor and the skyscraper is still fully lit. Liu Yun and Liu Yi are standing right in the middle of a massive crowd. She speaks up, voice totally clear. Now we just wait for Yuan Lin to show up. It all rests on you. As long as you don't die, every single one of us will be fine. Hearing that, Liu Yi's face hardens into pure seriousness. He stays completely quiet, lost in deep thought. Across from him, Liu Yun stands with her hands on her hips, super hyped up. Relax, we have set up a ton of regular people inside this building. The second we give the word, they will swarm in and capture him without a single hitch. That crowd of normal folks has already gathered up. They look pretty terrified, huddling incredibly close together in fear. Liu Yi shifts his gaze over to them, quietly sizing them up. Meanwhile, Yi just cannot sit still at all. Speaking up confidently, "Boss, do not worry. Whoever walks through those doors, we are making sure they never leave alive." Another crew member chimes in, completely cocky. "Yeah, watch us tear him into 8 pieces. Boss, right now, you should really just be thinking about how to reward us after this." After dropping that, the whole group busts into non-stop laughter. Liu Yi actually chuckles, infected by their crazy confidence. He immediately raises his voice to hype them up even more. "Do not worry, we are absolutely going to win this." Yi enthusiastically throws both hands up in the air. All right then, everyone around them suddenly looks way more energized. Yi continues, "I am heading up to the rooftop we set up. I will wait for Yuan Lin and then." A bit later, up on the roof, Liu Yi stands dead center on the helipad, his mind locked in pure determination, ready to crush him. Meanwhile, the mental countdown keeps ticking away. Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time ends in exactly 1 minute. Yuan Lin's epic skill cooldown time ends in 59 seconds. The skill cooldown time for Yuan Lin ends in exactly 45 seconds. Then Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time ends in 30 seconds. Liu Yi slowly sits down right there, gradually slipping into deep meditation. At that exact same moment, down on the lit floor of the building, Liu Yun is overflowing with anxiety, standing beside Yi with her arms tightly crossed. The countdown keeps ticking away mercilessly. Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time officially ends in 15 seconds. Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time officially ends in exactly 10 seconds. Yuan Lin's critical skill cooldown time ends in 9 seconds. The skill cooldown time for Yuan Lin ends in 8 seconds. As the clock ticks down, Liu Yi's face starts showing pure heavy tension. Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time ends in just 7 seconds. Right as those final few seconds drop, he casually pulls out a sword. The cooldown time for Yuan Lin ends in 3 seconds. Gripping the blade tight, Liu Yi slowly gets to his feet. The skill cooldown time for Yuan Lin ends in 2 seconds. Yuan Lin's skill cooldown time ends in 1 single second. Knowing the exact moment has arrived, his eyes dart around in high alert. But incredibly, on that rooftop helipad, there's only first NFTs, Liu Yi standing tall. The sky above is now completely pitch black. Then suddenly right up in the air, flickering specks of light start appearing. Liu Yi instantly spots them. It feels like right at this second, a massive sprawling city has totally sunk into deep darkness. Only their building's rooftop is still faintly glowing with a little bit of light. Suddenly, a chilling thought pops into his head. Wait, something is totally off. A flash of light suddenly sparks up. Now watch this, the city is actually still lit, but there is not a single soul around. Liu Yi is completely bewildered by this, frowning hard as he stares down thinking. The whole city is dead silent. So, before he even had a chance to realize it, Yuan Lin had already dragged him into his mental cage. He instantly goes on high alert, scanning the area with one thought. But where is the enemy? Where is the threat? Did he do this just to trap me? With that thought, Liu Yi quickly steps back to his original starting spot. However, his eyes never stop flashing with intense caution as he intensely monitors his surroundings. Right at this moment, down on the skyscraper's single-lit floor, glowing monitors are constantly tracking every move. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Over by Liu Yi, something was definitely wrong. Liu Yun caught it instantly, signaling the others. My brother fell asleep. Use your tracking skill. Find Yuan Lin right now. The guy assigned to tracking nodded immediately. On it, he replied. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a glowing green energy orb and tossed it straight into the air. The sphere zipped back and forth, bouncing off the walls while the system interface chimed in. Emergency guidance activated. Area locked, tracking the target, currently utilizing a skill. Right after that announcement, the floating green orb zipped right back to its owner and suddenly shattered into a dozen pieces. That unexpected reaction from the tracking ball left him completely stunned, his eyes wide with pure shock. Seeing their tracker suddenly looking around the room in an absolute panic, Liu Yun couldn't hold back anymore. Well, did you find him? She demanded. His face pale with terror, he looked right at her and answered, My skill, it's pointing at me. The moment those words left, the tracker's mouth in eerie silence fell. Everyone standing around him sank into total confusion. Seeing their blank stares, he stammered out another line. The target is here. That simple phrase hit the room like a bomb, making everyone jump out of their skin in absolute panic. Just so there was zero misunderstanding, he practically yelled it again. The target is right here among us. The guy supposed to be tracking Yuan Lin just kept repeating it over and over, completely certain that their enemy was standing right there in the room with them, leaving his teammates totally stunned and losing their minds. Liu Yun herself was shaken now. Are you absolutely sure? Wah? Sai, the new order member, shot back with absolute confidence. Of course I am. You guys tested my tracking skill out earlier, right? It has literally never missed. His absolute certainty made the air in the room insanely heavy. Realizing what this meant, Liu Yun spun around. Her voice boomed with absolute authority as she barked an order. Lock the doors. Starting right now, nobody leaves this room. The guy nearest the exit didn't even blink. He immediately slammed the heavy door shut, locking them all inside with a massive thud. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, practically gleaming with fierce confidence. She knew for a fact that Yuan Lin was hiding right there among her crew. She scanned the crowd, raising her voice to issue a brutal warning. Looks like you have some kind of disguise skill up your sleeve. But deciding to hide right here among us, yeah, that was incredibly stupid. Every single player standing in this room is one of my people. We all have the resurrection perk marked right into our system profiles. Everyone except you, Yuan Lin, she declared with pure venom. While the New Order Guild members looked around in absolute sweating tension. Now this is where it gets absolutely crazy. Liu Yun dropped her next insane order. Alright, everyone kill yourselves right now. The crew naturally hesitated. A few nervous voices muttered out, Wait, seriously. But before they could even protest, Liu Yun planted her hands on her hips. Her gaze was completely unshakable as she declared, Do not worry about me, I still have the trump card that mysterious guy left behind after he completely crushed number 8. Plus, we've got an entire floor packed with regular unawakened people. just waiting to put on a show. Her absolute confidence hit the remaining guild members of New Order, easing their panic. Someone from the back finally spoke up. Understood, guild leader. Just be careful. Another player quickly joined in. We are counting on you, guild leader. Suddenly, the whole team rallied together, cheering her on. You've got this, guild leader right after shouting that their bodies shattered into particles of light. Wasi stood off to the side, hearing Liu Yun's insane plan and completely panicked. He waved his hands frantically. Wait me, I don't need to write. I'm the one who tracked Yuan Lin down in the first place. But Liu Yun wasn't having any of it. She shut him down cold. Wrong. You are actually the most important piece. The only way to prove you aren't lying is if you die too. Then, trying to sound a little more comforting, she quickly added, relax, okay? When we reach High City, my brother already logged your data. As long as we win this battle, we can literally resurrect you for completely free later. Consider it an accidental death. Hearing this, Wasi was honestly pretty conflicted, completely unsure how to even react to how terrifyingly casual and cold her words were. But after chewing on it for a second, he sighed. Fine, just to get my free revive, I am betting you guys win. With that, he triggered his own death, bursting into light particles and vanishing completely. Left completely alone, Liu Yun turned her gaze toward the crowd of normal civilians. Her sharp eyes swept over every single face as she spoke with pure ice. All right, it is finally just you normal people left. I didn't expect you to disguise yourself as a totally normal civilian, Yuan Lin. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she looked. Actually, it makes total sense. Awaken players like you, the second you step out of Bojo Mountain, you completely lose your powers. And I've heard you were stuck hiding in Bai City for a really long time. That means right now you are literally just a powerless average human. Hiding among the rest of the civilians was honestly the only logical play you had left. Liu Yu's eyes flared with overwhelming confidence as she practically shouted her next command. Since you are basically a normal guy now, we don't need any more suicides to drag you out. So all of you get on your knees right now. Exactly like you all did when you begged me to protect you. Do it again. The normal civilians froze in total shock, their eyes absolutely wide with pure terrified panic. All right, you and I are witnessing pure madness here. Some folks literally dropped their jaws, unable to believe it. Liu Yun speaks up again, dripping with provocation. Even if the excuse is flimsy, Yuan Lin isn't awakened, like you really willing to just kneel right in front of me. Even with the power to take me out, you still choose to sit there and take this absolute humiliation. You're seriously forcing yourself into this pathetic disguise. Is this really how you want to play it? Suddenly, out of the crowd of ordinary people, one guy stands out. His expression is way darker and much more sinister than the rest. You can see the pure hostility flashing in his eyes after hearing Liu Yun's taunts. And that subtle difference immediately grabs her undivided attention. She zeroes right in on him. Without a second of hesitation, Liu Yun draws her blade and launches herself into the air with insane speed. The steel blade flashes as she brings it crashing down right on the suspicious guy's position. Liu Yun confidently shouts out, "Found you." Bingo! That guy is definitely Yuan Lin, but he doesn't even flinch or try to dodge. Instead, he just flashes this incredibly sly, arrogant smirk. His eyes are absolutely overflowing with killing intent. Right before her massive blade can even connect, a terrifying wave of pitch-black shadows erupts from him. Everything around them instantly plunges into pure darkness, leaving Liu Yun totally thrown off guard. And then out of nowhere, a completely different voice echoes out. The target is right here, hiding among us. That voice sounds incredibly familiar. Liu Yu knows for a fact she's definitely heard it somewhere before. Then she genuinely jumps in shock when she realizes she's somehow been teleported right back to that exact same intersection. Someone announces that Yuan Lin has already infiltrated their group. This makes her absolutely furious as she thinks, wait, we're starting over, did I just get dragged straight into his illusion skill? Wasting no time, Liu Yun marches right up to an ordinary-looking guy who bears a striking resemblance to Yuan Lin and brutally interrogates him. What kind of trick are you pulling? The guy gets cornered, and his face instantly goes completely pale with panic. He stammers, G-Guild, Master, what's wrong? But the moment he looks up and sees the absolute murderous rage painted all over Liu Yun's terrifying face, the poor guy starts shaking like a leaf and drops straight to his knees. He desperately kowtows, begging her and crying out, Guild Master. Guild Master, did I do something wrong? I fought so hard just to get this one chance to help you out on this mission today. Please don't throw me away, please. Seeing his desperate actions and how pathetic he looks begging on the floor completely catches her off guard. Liu Yun's mind is racing as she thinks, wait, did the target swap bodies, or is the real game only just starting right now? But here's the secret, you and I know she has zero idea she's inside a dreamscape. Because out in reality, at this exact moment, the room is swallowed by darkness and heavy killing intent. Bodies of New Order members are scattered everywhere, and even Yi has been totally wiped out. His battered body is slumped on the ground, and the rest of the crew share that grim fate. Meanwhile, Liu Yan is trapped in a deep coma. Back in the dreamscape, she's completely frozen. Suddenly, a glowing red blade aims right at her. Yuan Lin grips the weapon, practically oozing pure malice, ready to execute her. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Bam! He violently stabs the blade straight into Liu Yun's right arm. Deep inside the dream, her physical arm takes the exact same damage. That sharp pain instantly tips Liu Yun off that something is seriously messed up here. Spiraling in confusion, she tightly grips her bleeding arm and realizes this wound. It's direct damage from Yuan Lin's skill. And the crazy part, the moment that brutal wound appeared, her entire body instantly started growing painfully weak. I have to find the actual core of Yuan Lin's crazy domain skill and shatter it from the inside out. If my energy keeps draining like this, forget about taking him down. I'm literally going to die right here, trapped forever inside his cursed space. Her eyes dart around the area, filled with heavy suspicion as she rapidly tries to connect the dots. According to the guild's intelligence files, the only way to shatter Yuan Lin's illusion is to locate the one anomaly, the hidden core connecting his mind to this fake world. That core holds his consciousness and could literally take the shape of anyone inside this mental maze. If I can just crush that core, this entire domain shatters. Seeing their fearless leader suddenly bleeding, the terrified members of the New Order absolutely panic. They scramble around her, asking, "Guildmaster, are you alright?" But her eyes are completely locked in killer mode as she continues plotting her next move. But who could it be? Whoever he's hiding as he has to be right here, standing right among this pathetic crowd. With her plan set, she coldly repeats her previous command. Every single member of the Scattered Alliance, kill yourselves. The absolute shock on their faces is priceless. And just like that, history repeats itself. They all end their own lives again, dissolving into glowing particles of light. Unfazed, Liu Yun turns her attention straight to the terrified group of ordinary civilians. He has to be hiding among the normal people again, she realizes. Once a player absorbs the time dust, their skills become completely useless against ordinary humans. Oozing terrifying bloodlust, she grips her massive blade and marches directly toward them. Her mind is racing as she connects the pieces, which means all of these ordinary people are nothing but mindless puppets. There's no reason to hold back. Facing their absolute panic and raw terror, Liu Yun brutally swings her heavy blade right down at them. The frantic crowd screams out in pure horror. Guild Master, Liu Yun, stop. After landing the strike, she actually pauses, thinking, wait, was it really that incredibly easy to fix this? But suddenly the entire world plunges into pitch-black darkness again. Now she's rattled. You and I both know something's wrong. Even inside his domain, there's no way he's this weak, because as it turns out, all right, you and I are about to see something wild. Liu Yun gets dragged right back into that past illusion just as Wasi aggressively shouts out Yuan Lin's exact location. Suddenly, a blinding green light flashes. Her shoulder is hit again and panic totally sets in. Seriously, again. Meanwhile, back in the harsh reality of the actual real world, Yuan Lin is taking his sweet time, brutally and slowly stabbing her with his blade. He kneels down right next to her trembling body and whispers, "Just 2 more strikes to completely sever your connection to Emperor Valley. Once that happens, the Black Hand's reincarnation effect will be completely useless. You will not be reviving this time." He just sits there by her side, a totally wicked grin plastered on his face. Then Yuan Lin shifts his dark gaze over to another New Order member. He smirks and says, just like them, that guy's body already has 4 massive wounds torn into it. They are already in a deep coma. And your body, Liu Yun, you only have 2 hits so far. Yuan Lin is loving this. He is acting incredibly proud of his sick little achievements, laughing as he brags, "I really am like a master swordsman right now, slicing up so many people with ease. But hey, I will kindly solve my enemy's miserable existence for them. I definitely deserve a huge round of applause, do I not?" He puts a hand down, grips his blade, and creeps closer to her, hissing maliciously. "Hurry up and die so I can finish you off. My mind power is draining way too fast right now. I still have to focus on that annoying guy stuck up on the roof." Yuan Lin remembers him, flashing another evil smirk. "I literally built 18 levels of absolute hell just for him. As long as he moves and as long as he cannot immediately find the exact way out, he will just keep sinking deeper and deeper into it, eventually dying right inside there. So please just die quickly. I really want to go over there and watch him hopelessly struggle." Right now, Yuan Lin's whole terrifying vibe is basically identical to that dangerous, completely black-clad figure who suddenly showed up over at Liu Yi place earlier. Total nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, speaking of Liu Yi, he is still up there, waiting for Yuan Lin to show up. He has absolutely no clue his squad is dying. He stands on the rooftop running the numbers. Inside this crazy spiritual cage, the only possible place you can actually move around is inside this courtyard. The second you step out, you are instantly teleported right back to the starting line. I would just snap right back to my old spot. Liu Yi stares hard at the spiritual cage's thick barrier and thinks, plus the actual safe zone is rapidly shrinking. I have no idea what happens if it keeps shrinking until it crushes me. Am I going to just die here or maybe move on to whatever the next stage is? According to those mysterious files, Awakeners are actually split into 3 elite tiers: level 70, 80, and 90. The more he thinks about the power scaling, the more stressed he looks. Then Liu Yi starts carefully analyzing his invisible opponent. Yuan Lin is literally the most powerful existence at the level 70 tier. His completely broken special abilities easily make him the #1 Awakener with the highest potential in this entire new generation. Overthinking it, he sits flat on the ground, reassessing my current situation right now. This spiritual cage has absolutely 0 living creatures inside it besides me. That means the core has not even spawned yet. Saying that out loud, Liu Yi's face tightens up even more. He finally makes a firm choice, thinking I guess I just have to wait. Wait for the core to finally show itself. Firing off any random skill burns up my mind power, and that energy pool is strictly limited. If there is no danger, stalling is my best play. Now you and I need to check on Liu Yun because she is incredibly stressed. She keeps grinding her teeth, her head pounding in pain. She has tried every single method, but nothing breaks her out of this fake reality. Everyone inside the illusion sees her dropping her head in total exhaustion. They crowd around her looking super worried, asking President, what is going on? Are you feeling all right, President? But honestly, all these fake words of concern sound exactly like a pack of mocking demons constantly circling Liu Yun right now. It is just endless taunting laughter closing in on her. It makes her tense up, gritting her teeth so hard. She is panicking, thinking, what on earth do I do now? I already tried killing everyone, and not a single one of them was the core of this spiritual cage. So where is this core hiding? But then suddenly, her eyes shoot wide open like she just figured out the craziest plot twist ever. Wait, that is not right. There is still one person who hasn't died. Liu Yun touches her own neck. It is me. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, chilling on the roof, slowly connects the exact same dots. He thinks to himself, assuming that nobody else besides me could possibly possess this specific skill. Thinking about it, his eyes widen in pure shock. Could it be that the core is actually me? Is that even completely possible? Liu Yi asks himself, totally overwhelmed with confusion. To be absolutely certain about this wild new theory, he quickly stands up and scans his surroundings. The entire city looks like it is swallowed by total darkness. Only Liu Yi's spot has any lights left. He folds his arms, sinking deep into his own rapid thoughts. If I am trapped in a world with literally 0 physical danger, and the entire focus is just attacking my mind, the absolute last thing I would ever do is to take myself out. Maybe this crazy dangerous move is the exact key to breaking this entire situation. Thinking of this, Liu Yi's face breaks into a heavy sweat, his anxiety fully showing. But I just do not dare to risk it. That dark thought flashes by, before he instantly tosses it aside, continuously reassuring himself, I really need to just calm down. Stick with me because waiting is his absolute best play right now. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Yun must stop Yuan Lin to break this deadly trap. Under a pitch-black sky heavily choked with dark storm clouds, the lonely rooftop where Liu Yi stands is the only source of light. But right now, standing up there all alone, he is completely stressed out, already expecting the absolute worst-case scenario to happen. But what if Yun cannot actually find Yuan Lin at all? He stares down at his own arm, absolutely overflowing with nervous tension. Standing completely alone up on this towering rooftop, Liu Yi just cannot help but sink deep into his own dark thoughts. Honestly, if they just trust the intel from that mysterious person, they might actually pull this crazy plan off. But they overlook something huge here. Is that mysterious informant who left them all this intel actually reliable? Who in the world is that person anyway? He feels like he knows them, yet the memory just will not come. The harder he thinks about it, the tighter his brows furrow together in pure frustration. Suddenly, Liu Yi glances up at the dark sky, then slowly raises a hand straight to his own throat, exactly like Liu Yun did. His thoughts race wildly. That mysterious informant, yeah, they have definitely earned his complete and total trust at this point. It is a gut feeling from deep down inside. His instincts scream to trust them. And with that single thought, he instantly takes his own life. Far away, Liu Yun shares the exact same realization as her brother and takes her own life too. And just like that, villain said, the loop resets all over again. This is already the 3rd time Liu Yun has heard that exact phrase. It is a brutal reminder that every single one of her choices has been completely dead wrong. The shock hits Liu Yun hard as she suddenly realizes she is dragged right back into the very first illusion, where everything seemed finished, but it is actually just an endless nightmare loop. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yuan Lin ruthlessly drives another vicious strike straight into her body. His blade sinks right into her chest. His face twists into pure, sickening excitement as he sneers. Just one last strike remaining for you. Back inside the illusion, Liu Yun stumbles backward in total panic. Her heavy footsteps feel completely swallowed by the creeping darkness, and absolute shock takes over her entirely. Her eyes are perfectly wide with sheer confusion and total helplessness. Chaotic thoughts scream inside her racing head. No way, haven't I already pushed myself to the absolute limit here? Still the wrong choice. What is it going to take to break this? Then suddenly a blinding flash of green light violently pierces straight through her chest. The agony is completely out of this world. The sheer intensity of the pain makes it absolutely impossible for her to withstand, dropping her hard to the cold ground. She tightly grips her chest, desperately trying to stop the crushing pain spreading through her weak veins. The pain spikes even higher, sending total panic through Liu Yi. My body is completely failing, I cannot even stand up straight anymore, she realizes in pure dread. I have to try again, but I am fading fast. What do I do? Seeing her struggle, those fake illusion characters quickly swarm around her all over again. They start firing worried questions at Liu Yi, their voices completely overlapping into one chaotic noise. President, are you all right? Boss, what is wrong? Surrounded by these shadowy figures, she honestly cannot tell if they are friends or enemies anymore. Liu Yi is completely losing her mind here. Her eyes dart wildly around, desperately hunting for any tiny clue. But all she finds is pure chaos. You and I both know she is desperate. What is the actual secret to breaking this broken illusion? Outside, Yuan Lin knows she is totally cornered. He cannot resist taunting her, spitting out his toxic words. You should have just attacked head-on, you know. You have to make a move anyway. Just charge at me so I can destroy you and this whole pathetic game will finally be over. He lets out a super impatient sigh and smirks. If you are not awakened, just be a good little victim and stay out of the way. Just sit tight and wait for the loop to end so we can harvest you. Why even bother jumping into a massive war between real awakened fighters? But then he pauses. His tone completely shifts and a twisted mocking gleam flashes right across his cold eyes as he speaks up again. Actually, that is not entirely fair. After all, there are plenty of completely trash awakened fighters out there too. With that thought, Yuan Lin corrects himself, his voice dropping into something totally freezing and cruel. I guess I should put it like this instead. Why exactly are you crashing my fight? My absolute power is light years beyond anything your tiny little minds could ever even begin to imagine. His eyes are completely dripping with killing intent, locking onto Liu Yi like he wants to crush her soul with just his sheer terrifying presence. But then his dark gaze lands right on the 3 brutal wounds carved into her body. A weird spark of doubt flashes through his mind. Yuan Lin speaks up again, his voice mixing nasty sarcasm with actual surprise. Got to admit, I am honestly a little impressed with you right now. Lasting this long against me. You definitely have some kind of overpowered support item hiding on your body somewhere. What could it possibly be? Now, I am actually curious. But whatever it is, I just need to sever your connection to the Emperor Valley and then end you. After that, your shiny toys are all mine. Suddenly, he notices that Liu Yi is making another move. She completely guessed wrong again. This makes him lose it, bursting into a freezing laugh. Hey, going to choose the path of murdering everyone yourself. Too bad, absolutely wrong. He says sorry, but there is zero mercy as his hand instantly shoots up, raising that wicked razor-sharp blade, straight into the air, ready to plunge it right into her chest. And he certainly does not forget to add his absolutely arrogant mocking sign-off. Goodbye, little sweetheart, but right before his blade can even drop down on her. An insane force violently smashes the ceiling open, rubble and heavy stone rain down right between them, and in that epic split second, a heroic figure crashes through. You and I are definitely not ready for this. Like a tiger descending from above, the sharp gleam of a blade flashes. Liu Yi smashes right through the ceiling, arriving just in time to save his sister. But right as Liu Yi's heavy blade swings down, Yuan Lin quickly leaps to the side, narrowly dodging the massive attack by an absolute hair's breadth. Even though he dodged it, his eyes are wide with pure shock, staring at Liu Yi in utter disbelief. He furrows his brows, his voice laced with absolute confusion as he asks, "How could you possibly break out of my skill? Who on earth helped you escape?" Liu Yi just smirks, his eyes cold and brimming with total confidence. He hits him back with a deadpan, ruthless tone. "Couldn't I have just escaped on my own? Let's rewind a few minutes." After killing himself, he was resurrected yet again, spawning right back on the rooftop. But this time, everything around him was completely swallowed by a heavy, freezing, pitch-black darkness. Liu Yi couldn't help but feel totally disoriented. He looks around, wondering to himself. He hasn't moved an inch, but he quickly notices that something is seriously wrong here. He thinks, wait, I'm still trapped in the skill. This is exactly like when I stepped out of bounds and reset. Right at that moment, a system prompt suddenly pops up right in front of him. The glowing screen clearly reads, "Immunity is lifting the seal. Your immunity level is 5, which exceeds the level of the Spirit Cage skill. The Spirit Cage skill's effect on you is now actively weakening." In an instant, the system screen shatters into glowing pixels and fades away right before Liu Yi's eyes. Reading those lines makes him burst with excitement. He shouts out, "The immunity actually works. It wasn't for nothing that I maxed out all my attributes before walking into Yuan Lin's trap." A massive wave of pure thrill washes over him as he realizes that his earlier crazy theory was actually 100% correct. Yuan Lin's skill literally locks down attributes. A whole minute has passed already, but the boosted effects of his attributes are still fully active. However, there's another weird mystery that leaves Liu Yi questioning things again. What exactly does immunity block mean? Is that a hidden part of Yuan Lin's skill? Both of his brows pull together as he deeply analyzes the situation. Looking at the immunity stats popping up, his recent gamble was perfectly right. Thinking about this, Liu Yi can't help but shudder at just how incredibly toxic Yuan Lin really is. It's truly evil. Not only does escaping require actually killing yourself, but you have to do it multiple times. Well, since he found the loophole, he'll just keep pushing. Back in the present, Liu Yi stands right in front of Yuan Lin without any fear, straight up explaining the exact method he figured out to escape. He says, "At its core, I was forced to kill myself 3 consecutive times, just to break out of your skill. You're pretty good. Honestly, if my immunity level wasn't insanely high, I probably wouldn't have noticed the anomaly." Liu Yi's words aren't just a basic confirmation. They pack a heavy dose of pure contempt for Yuan Lin. He fully understands the nasty toxicity behind his enemy's plan and all the cheap tricks that Yuan Lin carefully set up. But with his overpowered immunity and insane willpower, Liu Yi doesn't feel a single ounce of fear. However, as his eyes scan the area around him, the horrific scene instantly makes him freeze. His loyal teammates, the members of the New Order Guild, are scattered unconscious across the ground. Every single one of them has 4 deep stab wounds. He immediately tries to activate his resurrection ability, but the moment Liu Yi attempts it, the system suddenly flashes a massive red warning, blocking him entirely. The resurrection targets have been completely disconnected. You absolutely cannot revive them. Liu Yi shifts his gaze over to Liu Yun, who is lying completely unconscious on the ground. Her beautiful face is totally drained of life right now, causing his eyes to instantly flash with a deadly, murderous glare. A terrifying wave of pure fury surges up. He absolutely cannot stand seeing his little sister tortured like this for another second. Unable to hold back his raging anger, Liu Yi fiercely grips his heavy blade and charges straight at where Yuan Lin is standing. The villain sees Liu Yi rushing in with overwhelming momentum, and a brief flash of pure panic appears on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he arrogantly regains his composure, violently screaming right in his face, "Do you seriously think escaping my skill means you can easily defeat me? What a total joke. How could my ultimate skill be destroyed by you, just like that? An ability with this much insane power, I still have 6 of them left." While talking, he wildly raises his hand, ready to unleash his next big move to prove his absolute dominance. But unexpectedly, a sudden glowing system notification instantly pops up on screen. "Forbidden blank domain activated. The target is now strictly forbidden from using any weapons." Reading these words, Yuan Lin completely panics, his eyes going wide with pure horror. Before he can even process what is happening, Liu Yi's heavy blade brutally slashes straight across his stomach. He doesn't even forget to drop some brutal trash talk to deal maximum damage. "That glowing thing attached to your weapon is the sealed pearl, right? If you're banned from using weapons, do you think the sealed pearl's buff still works?" Taking that vicious slash, Yuan Lin collapses to the ground in agonizing pain, but somehow he still has just enough energy left to scream back in absolute defiance. The villain threatens Liu Yi. "If I die, your sister is still trapped in my skill. She dies right along with me." He sounds incredibly tough, but look at his eyes. The guy is absolutely terrified, visibly shaking in his boots. "You better not make another move against me or else." But before Yuan Lin can even finish his desperate threat, the person lying right next to him starts to move. Liu Yi notices the movement instantly. Somehow, against all odds, his sister Liu Yun has completely shattered Yuan Lin's supposedly unbreakable skill and finally broken free. Radiating pure killing intent, she marches toward him with her blade drawn. "Or else what, you and I will die together, is that it?" Yuan Lin stares at her in absolute shock. Before he can react, Liu Yun swings her blade, slashing him straight down the middle of his head. Looking down at him with absolute disgust, she openly mocks him. "I genuinely thought that surviving through so many reincarnations would make you someone truly special. I really thought wrong. You have absolutely zero pride." Liu Yun is absolutely furious, gritting her teeth as she completely goes off on Yuan Lin. "The thing I despise the most in this world is spineless people with no principles like you." As for Yuan Lin, the guy is completely motionless on the ground, beaten into a pulp. A moment later, his entire body starts glowing with a strange light before slowly fading away into nothing. Liu Yi finally dares to approach and check on his sister. "Yun, how did you?" But Liu Yun is still riding that wave of anger, glaring at the glowing particles Yuan Lin left behind. She curses out loud. "Damn it, I am so annoyed." After taking a deep breath, she finally turns to explain the situation to her older brother. "I trapped him in my mental cage, reducing him to a normal human. The very first time I taunted him inside that space, he didn't kneel. But the second time, before I even opened my mouth, he immediately dropped to his knees. I genuinely thought a top player would have some dignity. Guess kneeling was just a way to switch targets. Now out in the distant desolate suburbs, a heavy suffocating downpour completely covers the entire area. Raindrops crash down relentlessly from the gray sky, pooling into massive puddles on the muddy ground below. Liu Yun stands silently in the rain, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. She is staring at a row of graves, quietly listening to her brother speak. I told everyone to be mentally prepared for casualties, he says, but I never expected the losses to be this massive. When we finally took down Yuan Lin, I was actually happy. I thought we resolved the whole thing way too easily. Thought we wouldn't have to worry anymore. Who knew almost the entire battalion would be wiped out, losing over half of our squad captains? All right, you and I can feel the weight of this scene. Those graves belong to their fallen comrades. It feels like the heavens are mourning their massive sacrifice. That is why the rain is pouring down so violently. Liu Yi cannot hide his grief as he speaks. The most critical issue is that this time, our total losses do not even include the ones who already revived. The two siblings stand completely still before the countless graves. It is harsh proof of just how many allies they lost. Standing under the heavy rain, Liu Yun grips a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums. With a heavy heart, she mutters, "They obviously revived. Every single one of us honestly believed that we wouldn't see any permanent casualties this time." Liu Yun gently places the flowers on the grave. Her mood growing even heavier, she adds, "Honestly, we shouldn't be too sad. If the reincarnation cycle is actually real, everyone except the forgotten ones will eventually show up again." Liu Yi, standing quietly, right behind his sister, literally has no idea what to say right now. Then, Liu Yun speaks up again. "But our only option is to collect the 3 great titles. Only by ending this endless reincarnation loop can we save our parents." Turning around, she forces a smile for her brother. "If we actually pull this off and succeed, can we indirectly wipe out all those monsters?" Even though she is smiling, her eyes cannot hide the overflowing tears. Liu Yi is the only person who truly understands the massive emotional burden she is carrying right now. He just stands there silently, watching his little sister for a moment. Finally, he places a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We really cannot predict the future. We don't even know if gathering those 3 great titles is actually possible. And honestly, even if we do succeed in the end, we have no idea what will happen to this world." Liu Yi continues, trying his best to reassure his emotional sister. Who knows, maybe the final result of all this will be that everyone who vanished comes back to life. But until then, the only thing we can do is get much stronger. There is no downside to gaining power. Even if we fail to save mom and dad, we can survive until the next reincarnation cycle begins. We can protect ourselves and keep them safe. The siblings just stand together in the pouring rain, staring at the graves while finding comfort in each other. Hearing this clears Liu Yun's mind a bit, and she nods at her brother. Okay. Cut to one day later inside the scattered Alliance headquarters. "Now here is where you and I get some crazy lore." Liu Yun looks at him confused. "It is super weird. I clearly killed him. But somehow only you can see the time dust." Right then, the time dust display flashes the number 226. Liu Yi holds it up right in front of her face to explain. "Just 1 unit of time dust helps a player break past level 69.4. I only need 2 units to push my level straight to 70. He continues, excitement bleeding into his voice. "But after Yuan Lin died, he dropped a staggering 226 units. That is probably enough to skyrocket straight to level 80. Even though you do not have a way to use time dust right now, from now on every time we take down a player, I will save a portion for you." Hearing those words, Liu Yun is completely caught off guard. She wonders to herself, did that mysterious person leave her just 1 portion of time dust exactly because of this? Shaking off the thought, she smiles. "No need, it is way too much trouble. You have to go to Mount Buju to use it. I already have the sealed treasure orb from that mysterious stranger, so my current strength is honestly more than enough." Hearing his sister say that, Liu Yi just stares quietly at the time dust resting right in front of him. "But if I head to Mount Buju, what happens to the resurrections?" he asks. "The Alliance finally improved because of those resurrections. That was not easy. If I just leave now, the blow to everyone would be massive." Liu Yun is completely stunned by his serious response. Crossing her arms, she gives him a dead serious look. "Forget the Alliance. I am way more worried about your actual safety up at Mount Buju. Every single awakened fighter is gathered there. Out here in the normal world, your raw power easily makes you an absolute king. But the second you step foot inside that place, you are basically starting over from scratch." Liu Yi instantly shuts that logic down. "Are you saying I should just avoid Mount Buju forever because it might be hard?" Liu Yun immediately laughs and fires back. "Exactly. Should you just abandon the entire Mount Buju journey just to keep reviving people here?" That question catches him totally off guard, leaving him standing there in dead silence. Then it finally clicks. "Ah, wait, you are completely right. I have to absorb this time dust right now precisely because I need to conquer Mount Buju." With that, Liu Yi snatches the dust. The game system instantly flashes a prompt. "Are you sure you want to absorb time dust? Confirmed, Liu Yi replies without hesitation. The glowing energy absorbs right into him and the system window updates to confirm the successful absorption. 2-time dust consumed. Level 70 reached. His core life force officially breaks through, granting him an incredibly rare specialized physical body reward. His base attributes instantly double in power and his overall mass ratio gets a +1 boost across the board. The base was 0.5. He unlocks the Divine Evil Body Descent skill. Then another crazy system notification pops right up. Time dust successfully absorbed. 20 consumed. Level 71 reached. His base attributes just exploded, increasing by a massive 200 times. Overall mass ratio gains another point. Strength breaks the 1000 mark, unlocking an attack boost skill. His physical attributes also smash past 1000. He gains the Blood Exchange skill. Agility clears 1000, giving him a massive speed boost skill. His perception also shatters the 1000 barrier. He unlocks the Premonition skill. Strength, stamina, agility, and perception all get another +1 stat bump across the board. The crazy system notifications just keep coming. Time dust successfully absorbed. 40 portions of time dust have been consumed. He gets level 72 base stats spike by 200 times and mass ratio jumps again. The insane level up notifications just keep spamming the screen one by one. The general message stays exactly the same. He is just chugging time dust, rapidly pushing his level all the way up to 74. Base stats multiply by 200 again and mass ratio gets yet another +1. He currently has exactly 25 portions of time dust left. Now let's take a closer look at Liu Yi, newly updated character panel. Player Liu Yi currently level 74 with 0 experience points towards the next rank. Time dust remaining 25. His special body titles now include Rule-Breaking Warrior and the highly coveted Weapon Master title. He also holds the Despair Counterattacker Tower Champion and Tower Conqueror titles. Accumulated mass ratio is at +14 with intelligence ratio at +1. His raw attack power attribute is sitting at nearly 30,000. Finally, the system flashes one last warning panel with a strict new requirement. Since you've absorbed the time dust, you must physically arrive at Mount Busho within exactly 10 days. Exceed this time limit, and your attributes will plunge to a rock bottom of 1. Outside Mount Buju, you are strictly forbidden from harming ordinary humans. Break that rule and your stats drop to absolute 0. But once you successfully return to Mount Bujo, your attributes will suffer a 5 to 10% penalty. Reading through this massive wall of new system information, Liu Yi is totally speechless. He can literally feel the physical changes happening inside his body. He thinks excitedly, "This is insane. Every single one of my attributes just skyrocketed. And I even got brand new skills." Without wasting a single second, Liu Yi immediately activates his newest ability. Divine Descent attributes split. Instantly, an absolute perfect clone materializes right next to him, looking exactly like the real original body in every way. Standing opposite him, Liu Yun totally freaks out and screams, "What the heck is this?" Meanwhile, Liu Yi is basically losing his mind with excitement. It feels entirely surreal. He can feel both bodies perfectly, like naturally controlling his own left and right hands at the exact same time. Now you and I can't even tell which one is the original and which is the clone. The Liu Yi on the left suddenly speaks up. He explains to his terrified sister, "The problem of me leaving for Mount Buju is officially solved. This new skill I just unlocked lets me perfectly divide all my attributes to create a clone that keeps all my titles and skills." He casually points a finger right at the other, Liu Yi standing silently on the right. "I can just leave this clone right here, giving it a single divided attribute point. This way, even if normal people surround him, the total stats won't drop at all." Hearing this absolutely broken strategy, Liu Yun's jaw just drops wide open. Jaws completely drop as Liu Yi continues explaining the situation. "There's just one catch," he says. "It only has a single attribute point, making it weaker than a normal person. Just protect him well and make sure he doesn't die. That way, even if I end up getting killed at Mount Buju, I can rely on this clone to instantly resurrect right here." After saying that, both the real Liu Yi and his clone simultaneously flash the exact same bright smile. Hearing this plan, Liu Yun absolutely lights up with pure joy. If that actually works, you and I know it's a total game changer. Just like that, all their problems are solved. She literally screams with excitement, jumping up and down like a kid. The three of them huddle up to continue their strategy discussion, and honestly, things are looking pretty smooth so far, especially with that confident smile still plastered across Liu Yi's face. Meanwhile, over at the Yao City headquarters of the New Order Guild, the brand new guild master is gripping a phone. He turns to his subordinate with a serious look and asks, "Are you absolutely sure this is his number?" The subordinate quickly nods. "Yeah, little sister provided it." Cutting back to our sibling duo, all three of them are still having a great time chatting it up. Liu Yun excitedly chimes in, "Brother, I am absolutely going to build a massive underground fortress just to keep your clones safe." Liu Yi just laughs and replies, "There's no need to be that dramatic about it." Right at that exact moment, an unknown number calls. Who could that be? Liu Yi hesitates for a split second before answering. "Hello." The voice on the other end is blunt. "I'm the New Order Guild Master Heatwave. This is our first time speaking. Let me just say congratulations on defeating him, but I'll cut right to the chase and skip the pleasantries. We urgently need your help." Hearing the sudden request from the other side, Liu Yi pauses, responding slowly. "The New Order Guild Master, you guys are actually asking for help. What exactly is going on?" On the other end, the Guild Master's face is completely tense as he explains. "For certain reasons, I can't say their names out loud, so I'll just use the word they to represent them in this conversation. We are all completely controlled by them. This is a terrifying truth we only discovered after the Origin World officially arrived. Because when the Origin World descended, it gave us our player powers. But the catch, it made it totally impossible for us to fight back against them. That perfectly explains why Yuan Lin possessed such ridiculously overpowered abilities." The Guild Master then moves fast, immediately laying out his terms for Liu Yi. "Since you managed to defeat him, the mastermind behind Yuan Ding, you're the only one who can handle the ones controlling us. Me, Shenyang, and Xiang Yun desperately need your help. In exchange, any demand you have, as long as it doesn't involve actual enslavement, we will completely agree to." Meanwhile, Liu Yi calmly pulls out the time dust in front of Liu Yun, leaving her absolutely awestruck. Wide-eyed, she quickly asks him, "Wait, you actually want to use it right now?" Without a second thought, Liu Yi instantly activates the mysterious time dust. He's visibly hyped, watching in absolute amazement as his body violently absorbs the time dust for a massive upgrade. And get this, it equals every single reward he's ever earned combined. Standing close by, Liu Yun starts panicking. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Liu Yi doesn't say a word back. He just clenches his fist with absolute unwavering determination. He turns his attention straight back to the phone call with the New Order Guild Master and drops his offer. "Even if I want the legendary title of the Four Guardians, you guys would actually agree to that." The Guild Master on the line hears this and tightly knits his brows, sinking into a heavy silence to weigh his options. Then, whatever crazy logic he figures out, he somehow decides to agree. "We can do that." Still, you can clearly see the bitter resentment lingering on his face. Right after that intense call wraps up, Liu Yi and Liu Yun post up in front of the computer, hunting for any crucial intel they can find. But the monitor isn't giving them much. It flashes a single frustratingly vague line of text, displaying basic data information, without dropping a single extra detail. Liu Yun sits beside him, fully updated on that crazy conversation with Heatwave, and she immediately starts venting her massive frustration. "So basically, the New Order Guild Master wants you to stick your neck out to destroy Tang Ji behind the scenes." She takes a quick breath before continuing. "This guy is literally immune to every single long-range attack skill in the book, which means you have to go in completely hand-to-hand just to deal with him." She squints, heavily stressed while breaking down the data. Plus, his explosive strength is off the charts. He boasts the highest melee attack power out of literally any known class right now. That's exactly what makes him such an absolute nightmare. Liu Yi stands right there, feeling the pressure building up. Hearing her brutal analysis, he knits his brows and replies, "To actually leave Mount Buzhou and keep his full strength, there is only one logical answer. He's relying on a sealed treasure orb. Even if we beat him down just like Yuan Lin, whether he slapped that treasure orb onto his main weapon or his armor, our first huge hurdle is actually finding the thing. If we can pinpoint it and block its power, taking him out becomes a total walk in the park." Hearing his logic, Liu Yun still feels entirely anxious. Raising her guard even higher, she points out a glaring flaw to her brother. "We have to assume he might be carrying more than one treasure orb." Liu Yi already knows this massive risk is real. He firmly nods. "Yeah." Right after, Liu Yun steps in again, doubling down to warn Liu Yi one more time. "But the biggest threat right now, this entire setup, might just be the New Order Guild Master, deliberately laying a trap specifically for you." It looks like Liu Yi was already on that exact same wavelength. He quickly shares his own master plan. "Exactly. That's exactly why I didn't force him to visit High City, so I could safely record his confession." 3 days later at the Free Alliance headquarters, Liu Yi's face scrunches up in frustration, clearly struggling to hold back his boiling anger. Liu Yun walks over to where he's sitting, genuinely confused, and asks him a simple question. "It's been a whole day past the agreed time. Has he still not contacted you?" Liu Yi immediately replies, letting out a sigh. "Nothing. Not a single call. And the New Order Guild Master hasn't shown up in any of the group chats either. I even made up excuses to message him directly, but absolutely zero response." Liu Yi crosses his arms, the tension practically rolling off him. Then, sensing something is horribly wrong with this whole situation, he shoots up from his seat. "Something bad definitely happened," he declares. "I'm going to the meeting point to check." With that, he instantly opens a portal leading straight to the Secret Realm's entrance. But surprisingly, a total stranger is already waiting there. It's none other than Huang Yaoe, a level 79 awakened player. This guy means serious business. The moment Liu Yi steps into the area, he spots this shadowy figure lurking around. He's clearly waiting for someone. Liu Yi frowns, his mind instantly racing with dark suspicions. Is this the exact target the New Order Guild Master warned him about? The very same guy the Guild Master mentioned earlier, Huang Yaoe. The Guild Master loses contact, and now his target is just standing right here at the realm's entrance. He looks like he's waiting for prey. Is he waiting for me? Realizing this, Liu Yi goes on high alert and quickly makes a tactical choice. He'll send a clone to scout things out first. Over on the other side, Huang Yaoe immediately notices the arrival of a second presence in the area. At the same time, Liu Yi clone cautiously steps closer to him. Seeing this, Huang Yaoe decides to break the silence himself. His voice is low, dripping with absolute contempt as he speaks. So it looks like you are their big trump card after all, he mocks. I know you. You're the one who killed that brat Yuan Ding. Strange though. Why hasn't that guy Yuan Lin come to finish you off yet? Or wait, did you manage to take him out too? Right then, the clone's detailed status panel pops up on screen. Liu Yi. Strength attribute 50,000. Constitution 50,000. Agility 50,000. Intelligence 50,000. And perception sits at a massive 50,000. It deducts 1 point from every single attribute to apply a blessing, successfully creating the clone. With 0 equipment on it, Liu Yi stays hidden and casts a tracking skill. The system immediately flashes a bright warning message. Target is currently in an unidentified domain. Reading this error, Liu Yi is completely taken aback. His mind races as he tries to process it. Cannot locate target. The system clearly notes it is not a level issue but interference from some active domain. Meanwhile, his clone steps boldly forward and demands an answer. Whereas the New Order Guild Master Liu Yi secretly evaluates the situation from afar. Based on the group chat status, the Guild Master isn't dead yet. The Crimson Hand must still be on him. Liu Yi clone slowly closes the distance, inching toward Huang Yaoe. Hidden away, Liu Yi tries to cast his silence skill, but the system just throws another error. Target is in an unidentified domain. Cannot locate target. The exact same warning message just keeps looping over and over again on screen. Target is in an unidentified domain. Cannot locate target. Even when Liu Yi tries to cast his imprisonment skill, it's totally useless here. The system stubbornly shows the same thing. Target is in an unidentified domain. Cannot locate target. Nothing is working against this guy. After spamming a bunch of skills and getting 0 results, Liu Yi feels completely helpless. This guy's defense is insane. Suddenly, Huang Yaohe speaks up from across the field. And here is where you and I realize how overpowered he is. Stop wasting your scouting skills. Inside my domain, apart from melee combat and basic physical attacks, absolutely every other skill is completely useless. Hearing this, Liu Yi clone jolts in shock and freezes right in its tracks. Huang Yaoe keeps talking. As for Huang Yaowen, he is currently trapped inside that secret realm. He probably isn't dead just yet. But here's the catch: I threw him in there over a day ago. With his pathetic level sitting at only 20, facing that secret realm and surviving this long is an absolute miracle. But miracles don't last forever, do they? He's going to die in there very soon. As he speaks, he casually clenches both his fists, ready for a fight. Liu Yi clone finally breaks its silence and responds. Aren't you afraid that if he dies in there, the Crimson Hand will vanish with him? Suddenly, Huang Yaohe bursts forward with terrifying speed. He rushes straight at the clone like a hurricane, his voice full of twisted excitement. Actually, that would be the best outcome. With that, he buries a massive punch right into the clone's stomach. A huge explosion rocks the area, and Liu Yi's health bar instantly drops by an entire half. Seizing the moment, Huang Yaohe charges again, sounding genuinely curious. One punch wiped out half the health of a player with level 5 immunity. That is impressive. Seeing this, I'm even more curious. Did you actually manage to take down Yuan Lin? Whether that kid is dead or not doesn't matter. You're alive, so the Mystic Hand must still be on you, right? Since you technically attacked me first, I'm just acting in self-defense. Killing you will get me the Mystic Hand title. As he speaks, he charges straight at the clone with blinding speed. And with every single step he takes forward, his own health actually starts regenerating. Huang Yaohe keeps shouting. Vitality restoration. Even those old monsters who've lived through multiple reincarnations at Buzhou Mountain won't be able to say a word against me. Liu Yi clone is completely helpless right now. It can only desperately dodge over and over, dodging Huang Yaohe's brutal attacks. Meanwhile, the real Liu Yi mind is racing, calculating his next move without gear. With that buff active, he can only rely on blessing skills. Even if he switches to his main account, he'll barely last 3 minutes. Even with maxed out stats, 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to take this guy down. Besides, his absolute main goal right now is securing the Lord of Zhou title. Everything else is just a secondary objective. At that exact moment, he plants his feet firmly into the dirt. Liu Yi clone instantly uses the terrain to his advantage. Moving at blinding speed, he completely bypasses Huang Yaohe while the guy isn't paying attention. Then Liu Yi clone charges straight through the gate and into the secret realm, calculating his next move. He needs to check on the new order president inside. But get this, when Huang Yaohe actually sees him enter the secret realm, he doesn't even rush to stop him. He just stands there completely frozen, staring coldly at the gate before a mysterious, creepy smirk spreads across his face. Smiling darkly, Huang Yaohe mutters that he finally went inside. Yep, it definitely looks like letting him enter was his actual master plan all along. After saying that, Huang Yaohe steps right up to the secret realm's glowing gate, flashing another incredibly smug, arrogant grin. Clenching his fist, he arrogantly thinks to himself that Liu Yi should just vanish along with the entire secret realm. That way, the Lord of Zhou and Lord of Xuan titles will disappear together. This reincarnation cycle won't have any wild variables, so he can wait peacefully for the end. And with that, he steps right into the secret realm, vanishing instantly through the gate. Meanwhile, inside the realm, the three members of the New Order Guild are all gathered together. Heatwave suddenly speaks up, his voice tight with tension. It's just the three of us left. Once Rubing and I are chosen, you'll be the only one left. As he speaks, he glances at the guy next to him and gives a heavy order. Indirectly feed this realm. By then, your attack power will reach its peak, and you can finally finish him off. Rulei just stands there completely silent and brooding. Rui Bing, on the other hand, is absolutely furious. He keeps screaming at the top of his lungs. The president gave that traitor a steady income during his hardest times only for him to become a backstabbing snake. After the origin world arrived, not only did he forget us, but he somehow got crazy power from somewhere and actually tried to control us. After cursing him out in pure rage, Ru Bing becomes so overwhelmed with frustration that he breaks down crying. He constantly wipes away his tears, his voice full of pure agony. Just for this, he slaughtered so many of our brothers, guys like Li Weiji, Zhang Qi, Long Chen, Si Mingzhou, and Yun Qian. So many of our close brothers who worked together for so many years. Now they're all dead, caught off guard, and brutally murdered for nothing. Suddenly, a massive golden energy vortex rips open in the sky above them, rapidly condensing into a glowing sphere of pure power. A blinding beam of light shoots down from the sphere straight toward the three of them, locking directly onto Rui Bing's body. But he doesn't even care. He just keeps yelling in pure anger. He even ordered us to chase away all the normal people. Even my own mother got chased off. With tears pooling in his eyes, he cries out, "That's my mom. I wanted to keep her safe." But when they found out, they beat her to death right in front of me with zero hesitation. Yet despite Ru Bing venting his trauma and screaming like a madman, his body slowly starts fading away into nothingness. Both the guild president, Ru Lei, can only stand there in absolute silence, watching him disappear completely. Just before he totally fades away, Rui Bing desperately screams out to them both one last time, "Get revenge for us. President Big Brother Ru Lei, you have to avenge us." And just like that, Ru Bing vanishes into the harsh light. The New Order president and Ru Lei just stand there completely lost in thought. Even though they don't say a word, they both know exactly how agonizing this whole situation is for the other. Then suddenly Heatwave turns to Ru Lei and says, "Please Ru Lei, you have to avenge us. As for me, I'll be the next one very soon." Flashing a self-deprecating smile, he adds, "Actually, there's no real need for us to be depressed. Based on our intel, the world is going to reset to normal in 3 years and we'll all be brought back to life. The only catch is we won't have any memories of this current timeline." Heatwave looks up at the sky again, his voice filled with heavy regret. "If we knew the plan would leak, we should have asked Yi in High City to remember us. That way, even if we ended up dying, we could have relied on him for a true resurrection." Meanwhile, Rulei stands right beside him, completely silent from start to finish, just brooding heavily. He ignores the president's endless monologue about how Rulei might be the very last person standing at the top of their alliance this time around. "All right, you and I knew this was coming." That golden energy vortex rips open in the sky once again. That damn glowing sphere reappears right along with it. And it looks like this time its blinding beam is aiming straight at Heatwave. But the guy just stands there perfectly still, closing his eyes and flashing a smile like he's actually enjoying this. Suddenly, Ru Lei aggressively shoves him out of the way. The president is caught completely off guard by this reckless, unexpected move. Ru Lei casually takes Heatwave's place, standing right under that deadly golden beam, making the president panic and scream out his name in pure shock. But before Blazing Heat could even finish his sentence, Ru Lei cut him off. "Resurrection. Yeah, right, I'm not buying that." His eyes were dead serious. "If I die, whatever comes back is probably just going to be a clone. The real me dies right here. Having some fake copy live my life, what's even the point of that? Besides, who cares about being the guild's top dog? I want to be #1 in the world, and that includes beating that random freak." Blazing Heat was completely stunned by Ru Lei's raw honesty. You and I can see it, the guy's eyes were absolutely burning with pure unyielding determination. Roulet then looked straight up at the massive energy sphere shining down on him and muttered, "Too bad, you already stole that #1 spot. Guess I won't get to take it back." But suddenly a third voice echoed through the area, completely catching them off guard. It was Liu Yi. He shouted from out of nowhere, "Even if you had a chance, you still wouldn't be my match." And just like that, Liu Yi confidently stepped right out of the teleportation gate. He dashed toward them with terrifying speed. Blazing Heat and Roulet were absolutely floored, both of them yelling out at the exact same time, "Yi." But the second Liu Yi arrived, the surrounding environment started violently cracking wide open. Both of them were totally stunned by the incredibly chaotic scene unfolding before their eyes. Roulet couldn't even process it, frantically blurting out, "The entire secret realm is collapsing." Liu Yi fiercely charged at them, completely scolding them. "I told you to head to High City. Let's just get out of here before we talk." Roulet clearly wasn't buying a single word of it. He immediately shot back, "Leave? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to leave? With my sacrifice, the guild master was about to escape. But now you show up, destroy the whole realm, and we're all going to die here." But right then, Roulet's eyes went wide. It was like a crazy realization had just smashed into his brain out of nowhere. Roulet started getting ridiculously excited by his own wild theory. Wait a minute, can he actually resurrect us? If he just charged in here to die with us, then his brain must be completely useless. This completely brainless suicide mission just proves that the guy really isn't that smart after all. Meanwhile, my strategy right now makes me look like an absolute genius. Perfect brains, perfect power. Does this mean I finally get to surpass Ye? Meanwhile, Guildmaster Blazing Heat was just standing off to the side watching this whole circus unfold while thinking, "The realm is literally falling apart, how can we even get out?" And then Liu Yi threw both his hands into the air and roared, "I am the absolute strongest in the world." Blazing Heat just stared at him with total confusion, basically wondering if Liu Yi had completely lost his mind. But internally, Liu Yi was calculating everything. Target locked on New Order's Guildmaster. If I kill him before the realm drops, I score the first blood title. Without another thought, he thrust his hand straight toward the guild master. Then in a flash, he unleashed a massive attack right at both of them, right before the world around them completely shattered to pieces. A moment later, boom, all three of them instantly spawned right outside the secret realm. The warp speed was so insane it left Roulet and Blazing Heat incredibly dizzy. Standing right across from them, Liu Yi immediately sank into deep thought, staring at the two of them with intense focus. "I literally killed him inside the realm, but the system didn't give me the first blood title. What is going on here?" Meanwhile, Huang Yaohe, who had been chilling outside this whole time, was completely caught off guard by the trio suddenly popping out. He couldn't hide his extreme confusion as he asked, "What's going on here? How did you guys escape?" Huge boulders totally surrounded the three. Roulet was still staring with bugged-out eyes, panicking inside. What in the world is happening right now? How did we just instantly teleport outside? Honestly furious, Blazing Heat was looking exactly as baffled as he was. Blazing Heat thought to himself in pure disbelief, "It really is the power of resurrection. No wonder Yuan Ding completely blew us off back then and totally rejected our alliance offer without a second thought." Furious, Blazing Heat looked straight at Liu Yi with total confusion and asked, "You literally just died in that realm right beside us. How are you okay?" Liu Yi barely reacted, casually shrugging it off. "It's just a brand new skill I unlocked. Now watch this." Roulet was literally watching them with his jaw on the floor, absolutely mind-blown. Resurrection. He actually brought us back to life. Which completely means Yi's reckless stunt back there wasn't a brainless move at all. Defeated, Roulet collapsed onto the dirt, completely crushed. "I'm back to being second best in the world again." Furious, Blazing Heat stepped up. "Alright, Ye, what's our next move?" But before he could even finish his sentence, Liu Yi caught sight of something that left him absolutely frozen in utter shock. His eyes instantly shifted into hardcore combat mode. Seeing this, both Roulet and Furious Blazing Heat immediately snapped their heads to follow Liu Yi's intense gaze. A figure was slowly walking straight toward them. It was Huang Yaohe, hands casually in his pockets, but his eyes radiating absolute killer intent. The trio immediately braced for war. Huang Yaohe let out a heavy sigh. "Actually, there is exactly one way out of this. But unfortunately for you, since I'm standing right here, nobody is leaving today." He gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive glowing circle trapped them right where they stood. "You and I know how deadly this is. It's the Tyrant's Duel, a hardcore lockdown skill forcing targets into a brutal, inescapable deathmatch until their health points drop below 10%. Liu Yi and Furious Blazing Heat were trapped. "You and I are about to see a wild fight." Roulet frowns, furious. He draws his weapon, yelling at Huang Yaohe, "Trying to trap us here. Do you seriously think you are invincible?" Despite throwing out these bold threats, deep down, Roulet is actually sweating bullets. He thinks to himself, "We cannot escape. We just have to fight for our lives." But Huang Yaohe is completely unfazed. He simply replies, "Do not think that me taking you guys out is a bad thing, because the next time you open your eyes you will already be in your next life." Huang Yaowei suddenly lunges right at the three of them. He shouts, "You can go on living a nice, wealthy, and totally stable life." For another 17 years, boom, a massive explosion shakes the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Liu Yi and Huang Yaowei instantly clash, throwing down hard. Shockwaves blast outward in all directions. Then a system screen pops up. Warning: skill level insufficient. Target is currently immune to all of your physical attacks. Liu Yi stares eyes wide in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Huang Yaowei pulls back his fist, his gaze overflowing with deadly intent. He sneers. "Ranged skills cannot break my immunity tier, and if my close combat isn't enough, what are you even trying to resist for?" Then a blinding flash of light erupts right behind Huang Yaohei's massive punch. Liu Yi frowns, watching him closely. The mountain rocks shatter completely, giant boulders levitating in midair, while razor-sharp beams of light pierce straight through the ground, causing massive cracks everywhere. Huang Yaohei looks at him, actually a little surprised now. The system chimes in again. Alert. Immunity effectiveness reduced. Liu Yi keeps a completely straight face, rushing forward to grab Huang Yaohei right by the arm. The system displays another message. Evil body trait reduces target immunity by 2 levels upon contact. Huang Yaohei just smirks at him. "So you actually have a skill that weakens immunity, but the only attack that can bypass my domain is overwhelming aura force. Honestly, even if you manage to drop my immunity down by 2 whole levels, you still cannot do a single thing to me." Suddenly, a strange light flashes by. The glow sweeps right over Huang Yaohei, and he realizes in shock. Explosive aura shatter. Target defense capabilities have been reduced by 90%. Liu Yi says coldly, "Sorry about that, but I am not fighting this battle entirely alone." Rulei charges in from behind, roaring with absolute rage. "With this blade, I am taking revenge for all of my fallen brothers." Skill unleashed. Hearing this, Huang Yaohei is completely caught off guard. Without hesitation, Rulei swings his heavy sword down for another massive strike. The terrain turns to absolute chaos. A blue light flashes as a giant boulder splits apart the massive pieces just floating in empty space. Finally, rocks and dirt come crashing down heavily around them. Seeing this, Rulei gives a cocky smirk. He points his blade right at Huang Yaohei and taunts. "Not even worth mentioning." "Seriously, not worth mentioning at all. Compared to me, your power is a total joke." As the thick dust clears, Huang Yaohei stands perfectly still. He chuckles darkly. "Not bad at all. Now I can actually use my full strength against you guys." Liu Yi and Rulei both lock their eyes on him. Huang Yaowei casually asks them, "Have you two run out of special tricks yet?" The system panel glows brightly. Explosive aura insulating body. Fused attribute barrier skill activated. Fused attribute skill initiates health exchange and insurance time. Incoming damage is reduced by 90%, restoring 5% of total health every single second. He continues speaking. "If you are all out of moves, then it is my turn." The ground crumbles beneath Huang Yaohei, and he tells Liu Yi, "They oppose me coming here with you. But if I take you out, then every single problem is instantly solved." After saying that, he throws a massive punch toward Liu Yi. Taking a step back, Liu Yi thinks quickly. "All my skills are basically neutralized now. The damage I can deal is heavily restricted. We can only rely on Rulei close combat abilities for a real chance to beat this guy." Rulei violently swings his blade right across Huang Yaohei's body, screaming in fury. "How dare you treat me like I am just thin air? I am the strongest one here." Huang Yaohei secretly assesses the situation. Compared to before, his actual combat power has increased by a ton. Huang Yaohei frowns, glaring at Liu Yi in front of him. "He caused all this. Now stick with me here." Huang Yaohei unleashes a relentless combo attack, screaming furiously, "Die target is protected by an unknown entity, so your attack damage is heavily reduced by 90%. The target is protected by an unknown entity. Your total attack damage is reduced by 90%. Target is protected by an unknown entity. Your attack damage is reduced by 90%. Annoyed, Huang Yaohei scoffs with pure disdain. "Is this all the strength you actually have?" The system flashes. Body accumulation. Consume health points to massively increase attack speed. Body accumulation. Consume life points to increase attack speed. Huang Yaohei instantly throws a heavy punch straight at Rulei. He mocks him coldly. "You really do not know your own limits, do you?" Boom! A massive sound echoes as rocks blast everywhere. Despite being critically injured by Huang Yaohei, the guy is somehow slowly regenerating his health. He stammers, trembling. "I." Huang Yaohei stares eyes wide with pure shock. He thinks life aura. He glances back at Liu Yi, realizing, so it is life aura. I need to eliminate that kid first. Otherwise, this fight is never going to end. Huang Yaohe glares at Liu Yi, analyzing. What exactly is that black substance covering his body? Roule's previous attack did not seem to cause him any actual damage at all. Roule frowns deeply and mutters. It is that defensive body again. This is going to be incredibly troublesome this time. He thinks to himself. I must break it or we cannot win. And here is the kicker. Huang Yaohe completely ignores Roule. He charges straight at Liu Yi, deciding he absolutely needs to eliminate the biggest threat first. But then a blinding red light suddenly flashes right across the battlefield. That intense crimson glow completely swallows up Huang Yaohe. Liu Yi watches in pure absolute shock as Yaohe simply shoots him a cold, arrogant sideways glance. He is literally hovering inside that red energy beam. Liu Yi instantly realizes this must be Huang Yaowen's signature skill. Boom. With one explosive move, Huang Yaowen shatters the red light completely. The scattered energy blasts out in every direction before rushing straight toward the guy named Blazing Heat. Blazing Heat smirks like he has already won. He yells, I was waiting for that exact move. Meanwhile, this incredibly weird, creepy black substance starts rapidly spreading all over Huang Yaohe's body. He looks down at himself, completely confused and starting to panic. The system screen pops up. The Jade Forest barrier has been completely shattered. Suddenly, Raging Roule charges right at him, sounding absolutely thrilled as he taunts Huang Yaohe. I literally told you this would turn into a total mess, didn't I? And right now, I'm going to slice you into a million tiny pieces. Raging Roule completely unleashes the 36 strikes of the Eternal Slash, instantly activating his super aggressive pursuit skill. This wild new attack actually drains his own premium health just to massively boost his damage output. Plus, every single strike can be continuously stacked together. The raw damage multiplies with every single heavy hit landing on Huang Yaohe. The impact is so intense he immediately spits out fresh blood. An incredibly urgent voice suddenly echoes across the battlefield. Guild Master Yi of the New Order quickly frees Raging Roule's current status. He is definitely going to need your help for this next phase. Raging Roule bends low to the ground, fully wrapped in his solid blessing status aura. Gritting his teeth in intense focus, he glares forward and shouts, since things have come to this, I can use my next move without holding back. Raging Roule violently launches himself straight at Huang Yaohe and screams, do you have any idea how long I actually trained just for this exact moment? The system screen confirms his explosive pursuit is fully unleashed. It permanently fuses his skill attributes, maxing out his attack power while heavily draining the absolute maximum health limit, scaling directly off the massive amount of energy he has personally saved up. Massive deafening explosions echo non-stop as brilliant blue energy lights up the entire area. Raging Roule's insane lightning-fast slashes have literally carved the solid rock cliff into perfect square blocks. Those massive stone blocks slide and violently crash down to the ground with earth-shattering thuds. The dust finally settles and the system announces the duel is officially over. Raging Roule laughs out loud and says, you finally felt that, didn't you? This is what happens when I stop holding back. I do not have to stress over garbage like this anymore. But as the thick dust clouds slowly start to clear up, Raging Roule realizes something is very wrong. Liu Yi squints into the smoke, thinking, wait, he is completely gone. A quick check of the system map reveals Huang Yaohe's real location. He is clutching his chest, frantically sprinting for his life. Liu Yi points and shouts, he is making a run for it over here. Raging Roule just sneers in total disbelief. He actually ran away. He lets out a cold, highly insulting snort. Then the system screen flashes red. His solid status has completely expired. All of a sudden, Raging Roule loses every ounce of his strength and drops heavily to his knees. He violently coughs up a huge mouthful of fresh blood. Liu Yi immediately steps in, reaching out to restore his fading energy and asks in a complete panic, hey, are you okay? Blazing Heat quickly shakes his head. It is entirely useless. That ultimate attack he just pulled off directly drained his actual life force. Since the insane damage relies on sacrificing his own health, the opponent suffers equally. For the next 24 hours, Huang Yaowen's maximum blood circulation cap and his absolute total health limit will be severely locked in a near-death state at exactly 50 points. Liu Yi blinks in total disbelief. Wait, only 50 points. All right, you and I are about to see how this ends. Liu Yi says, keep Raging Roule stable here. I will finish him off. Just remember our deal after this. Without waiting for an answer, he instantly leaps into the forest. As he sprints ahead, he calculates the odds. 50 points left. Simply put, this is the perfect golden opportunity to finally erase Huang Yaowen for good. Back at the cliff, Raging Roule collapses fully into the dirt, groaning in sheer frustration. Damn it. Why could I not finish the job myself? I am clearly stronger and I haven't even reported back to Ye. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark forest, Huang Yaohe curses furiously. Absolutely unbelievable. That was actually a life force drain attack. If I had only known that brat Huang Yaoyun was hiding secrets and deliberately did not report this dangerous player's true data. Yao He sprints away while checking his trembling hand. My health is completely capped for the entire day at a pathetic 50 points. And the worst part is that every single one of my abilities requires sacrificing health to activate. With only 50 points left, I cannot even cast a single basic spell right now. I have to find a safe hiding spot and just survive until tomorrow. Once I survive, I will definitely expose Huang Yaoyan's hidden secrets to the higher-ups. Suddenly, Yao feels a sharp chill and whips his head around in absolute genuine panic. Liu Yi is closing the distance fast. Terrified, Yao He pushes his legs to the absolute limit, angrily cursing in his head. Damn it, he is right behind me. Gliding smoothly along a trail of glowing, mysterious blue energy, Liu Yi effortlessly closes the gap, easily catching up to Huang Yaohe. Yao He is completely stunned. Gritting his teeth in pure, helpless rage, he realizes he cannot outrun him and slides to a sudden halt. Seeing him stop, Liu Yi immediately halts his pursuit, standing perfectly still. Yao He rapidly calculates his odds. He caught me, but wait a second. He came completely alone. Yao He shoots a quick, sneaky glance at the dense trees nearby. Trying to buy some time, he says to Liu Yi, "You literally did not exist in the previous reincarnation cycle. You are a complete anomaly, which means you are 100% an awakened. And as an awakened, you must know that all the normal players here are literally nothing but nutrition for us. If they die in this cycle, they will simply respawn in the next one anyway." Liu Yi stays dead silent. And this is where we leave off for now. Yao He presses his luck, saying, "As an awakened, you shouldn't team up with them. Alright, you and I are diving back in." Hearing this, Liu Yi thought nutrients. Huang Yaohe clenched his fists, warning that otherwise, when this reincarnation cycle ends, they wouldn't get their share of time dust, meaning 0 power upgrades in the very next cycle. Liu Yi frowned, visibly annoyed. So time dust was only handed out in the next cycle by killing off other players. No way to boost their strength. What was this? Without killing players, they wouldn't earn time dust to level up, or did it actually mean a player's unique body uses time dust to break through? He demanded Huang Yaohe, "What does this mean?" Huang Yaohe replied completely casually, "Let me put it this way, players can only rely on time dust to level up per cycle. Past level 69, breaking through only grants 1 level. If we fail to collect enough time dust, then breaking through in the very next cycle becomes literally impossible." Liu Yi frowned hard. "We can only get time dust during the final settlement of each cycle." Huang Yaohe nodded. "Exactly. Even though killing players drops time dust right then and there is absolutely no way to manually collect it. So let's team up. Through our operations, Yao City will gather a massive horde of players. We split them 50-50. Then right before reincarnation, after the final settlement tallies up, when all awakened players can finally leave Mount Buzhou, our partnership will absolutely score a huge profit from that damn old man in charge." Liu Yi was absolutely stunned. Players were just nutrients. After the final settlement ranks everyone the moment all the awakened can actually leave Mount Buzhou. This was exactly why the New Order president created the Sanctuary chat group. Normal battles are definitely unavoidable, but the heavy losses while exploring Mount Buzhou could be significantly minimized. Liu Yi glanced down below. Not just that, once the 4 Guardians established their absolute authority right before the next reincarnation, they could let awakened players control the 4 Guardians, storm Mount Buzhou together, and gather every single normal player, just to let the awakened slaughter them all. Meanwhile, Huang Yaohe saw his chance. He charged at Liu Yi, his voice totally arrogant. "I waited this long and only you showed up. So what do I have to be afraid of? You are nothing but a mere support." Boom, dust exploded everywhere as Huang Yaohe thought to himself, "How dare you chase me down here all alone?" He sneered, throwing a brutal punch. But Liu Yi casually caught it with just one hand. Is this the absolute stop skill solidification? Huang Yaohe stared eyes wide with pure shock as he wondered what on earth was happening. Liu Yi glared at him with dead eyes and sneered, "I was just wondering how I could finally lay a hand on you. Evil Devour." A system screen popped up. Judgment successful. The target has under 100 health remaining. A blue magic circle flashed brightly and Huang Yaohe's body started turning entirely transparent. Completely panicked, he yelled, "What kind of skill is this?" Jaw-dropping in terror, Huang Yaohe shrieked, "No, no, no." Then he vanished completely. After Huang Yaohe was erased, that glowing blue light instantly flew straight into Liu Yi's waiting hand. The system screen flashed again. "You successfully devoured Huang Yaohe. Gained 342 total attribute points. Gained attribute ratio. Malice value increased by 1. Liu Yi smiled in pure satisfaction. Success. Attribute scaling and malice value all went up. It was just a pity for his evil body to drain players for strength. The target actually had to be at least 5 levels lower, and once absorbed, they couldn't even use the Mystic Hand title to recover. Otherwise, he could have easily broken through his absorption limits right here. Liu Yi looked around the empty space. But wait, why didn't he get any time dust frowning? Huang Yaohei's main body was exactly like Ye Lin's. Killing him without dropping time dust made 0 sense, unless cut to 2 massive modern towers in Yao City. Inside one tower, Kei Yi furiously yelled he isn't dead. Suddenly a hand reached up. Huang Yaohei cursed in absolute fury. Damn it, you bastard, this was beyond humiliating. He used so many skills and they were all completely useless. Getting killed by him just like that, respawning from a glowing square, Huang Yaohei gritted his teeth and spat, just you wait. Just you wait. Once he finally returned to Yao City, his eyes bleeding with pure killing intent, he screamed, I will slaughter you all. Suddenly, a sharp red blade violently pierced his throat. He stared at the blade, completely stunned. A dark silhouette stood right in front of him, laughing aloud. They actually took you out. Guess my time waiting here to harvest you wasn't wasted at all. Huang Yaohei's body immediately started glowing blue again. Level 60 Wei's eye covered her mouth, pointing and laughing. Lesson learned. Your big survival plan sucks. After respawning 50 health is an easy kill. Huang Yaohei instantly collapsed right where he stood. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Blazing Heat sits near Ru, frowning as he stares at his phone. Liu Yi suddenly appears right in front of him. Liu Yi looks suspicious and says Huang Yaoyan was already killed by me. But I have a feeling that guy still has some revival tricks up his sleeve. Got any clues about this at all? Blazing Heat holds up his phone, showing a picture of Wei Si to Liu Yi. He says, you need to see this. Right after he revived, Huang Yaoyan was actually killed by Wei Si. Meanwhile, inside a massive building over in Potion City, Wei Si is standing right in front of Blazing Heat and Liu Yi. Right between them, several glowing red stones are hovering in mid-air. Liu Yi stares at these red stones in pure shock, slowly stepping forward to get a much closer look. He grips a red stone tightly. A system screen pops up, time dust, current count 382. Liu Yi thinks to himself, yeah, he is definitely dead for real. Blazing Heat notices Liu Yi spacing out and says this is all that drops when an awakened dies. But only the player named Liu Yi can actually pick it up. Wei Si puts on an innocent face, stepping close to Liu Yi, and says, is there something special about this time dust? We have absolutely no way to get it ourselves. She smiles brightly at him, adding, no matter what, I was the one who finally finished him off. If this epic loot can be split up, then one person shouldn't take it all. Hearing this, Liu Yi falls into deep thought. Wei Si didn't take out the soul sealing orb from Huang Yaoyan to share with us. Looks like she already hid it away. Wei Si continues, honestly, for the rest of you, each person can only absorb one piece. It might actually help you guys break through to level 69. Liu Yi immediately replies, but the strict catch is we must head to Mount Buzhou within exactly 10 days. Otherwise, players will lose all their power. If you guys really need it, I can arrange to give each of you a single portion. Blazing Heat's face shows a flash of pure shock. Liu Yi continues talking. Honestly, these items won't be a huge game changer for you anyway, so I really can't offer any more than that. My personal advice, unless you all agree to travel with me to Mount Buzhou, it is best not to absorb it at all. Besides, since we know Huang Yaoyan is gone, it is time to pay up. You should fulfill your promise and hand the Pillar Guardian title over to me. Hearing him say this leaves both Blazing Heat and Wei Si absolutely stunned. Blazing Heat just gives a simple nod of agreement, then turns toward the door and says, you come with me. Pillar Guardian is an incredibly rare title, completely tied to Mount Buzhou. Because it's so special, I actually need a third person's help to safely transfer it over. Wei Si opens her mouth to speak, but Liu Yi immediately replies, deal. He thinks to himself, the high value of Pillar Guardian is completely undeniable. But will the Guild Master of New Order actually hand it to me? During the last encounter, killing him didn't even drop the title. So if he's seriously giving it to me now, what crazy method is he gonna use? A voice echoes through the building. Guild Master of New Order, are you getting used to living here? White Gloves smiles warmly and replies, oh yeah, totally used to it, boss. Is there something specific you need me to do? Blazing Heat shoots him a quick glance saying, I need your help transferring my current title over to Liu Yi. Can you pull that off? Liu Yi watches them, thinking to himself, so this is White Gloves. After leaving the garden, he went straight to New Order. White Gloves lets out a totally shocked gasp. Blazing Heat frowns and asks, you can't do it. White Gloves immediately flashes a smile, waving his hands happily. I definitely can. I am just shocked that the New Order Guild Master would actually give up one of the 4 Guardians titles. So should we start right now? Blazing Heat stands tall in front of him, instantly answering, let's begin. White Gloves thinks to himself, the New Order Guild Master is seriously handing the Pillar Guardian title over to the player Liu Yi. Now this is where you and I have to wonder, what is the hidden motive? Should I just steal the Pillar Guardian title from the Guild Master and make a run for it so I can Keep the title for myself. Meanwhile, Liu Yi falls into deep thought. Wait, his main ability is actually an active stealing state. So is he stealing the title right now? Suddenly, White Gloves launches his skill, but weirdly enough, absolutely nothing happens between the three of them. Blazing Heat and Liu Yi just stare at him in complete confusion. White Gloves awkwardly scratches his head and says, "Ah, that failed. I need to try a few more times." Inside the training room, the stealing power gets spammed repeatedly. Half a day later, Liu Yi stands with his arms crossed, staring intently straight ahead as White Gloves continues forcing his unique power to steal from Blazing Heat just to practice the technique. Liu Yi wonders to himself, how much longer will this take? Another half-day passes. White Gloves suddenly cheers with joy. I did it. A glowing red orb finally appears hovering right over his hand. He stares at the crimson orb in pure excitement. Blazing Heat studies the glowing sphere, says to him, hand the title over to Liu Yi. Hearing this, Liu Yi is totally caught off guard but simply replies, all right, stepping forward. White Gloves offers the red orb smiling as he tells him, you just need to grab this title and we are good. He thinks to himself, I should just be a good guy and honestly hand the title to Liu Yi. After all, I am on someone else's turf right now. Even if he grabbed it, there was no escaping. He cried silently inside. Sorry, Director Survival comes first. He was completely powerless to do anything else. Liu Yi stares hard at the red orb, then shoots a quick glance over at Blazing Heat. The New Order Guild Master is actually handing over the title. Well then, he isn't going to hold back anymore. He grips that red orb tight. A system prompt instantly flashes on the screen. Title acquired Zhu Zhu unlocks a private player chat network. The only catch, you need their exact origin world ID. Another ping drops. Titles Xuanshou and Zhu secured. The Earth Shadow quest is officially live. Objective: collect Xuanshou, Zhu, Bai Shou, and Qing Shou. Combine them to unlock the legendary Earth Shadow title. Just locking down 2 out of 4 is enough to trigger it. That grants 5% absolute control over the Central Hua region. Liu Yi cheers. Phase 1 complete. Cut to the next day at New Order headquarters. Blazing Heat speaks up. Based on everything we have gathered so far, the intel that you gave me before the origin world dropped feels totally off. Liu Yi sits right across from Blazing Heat, asking point blank, before we hunt down the Awakened backing those shelters, is there anything else you need to add? Blazing Heat frowns, clearly annoyed. He leans back, letting out a heavy sigh. I basically asked Huang Yaoyan the exact same thing. Liu Yi looks completely stunned. Blazing Heat stands bathed in blinding light, his silhouette totally swallowed by darkness, bodies scattered everywhere beneath him. We are about to see exactly what went down. When I found out after the origin world crashed, I was just level 1. Originally, at first, Huang Yan had absolutely no clue about the guild. He posed as a dark envoy, crushing us completely with absolute overwhelming power. Blazing Heat scowls, pure fury in his eyes. I begged Earth Shadow for backup, but his Earth Shadow envoy identity completely fake. And worse, the real Earth Shadow gave me absolutely zero useful intel. He grabs his head, his voice shaking with rage. That totally shattered my trust in him. In my absolute lowest moment, I asked Huang Yaoyan the exact same questions you just did. The city lies in absolute ruins, he continues. I asked him if all the doomsday intel he fed me before was just a massive lie. But Huang Yaoyan just flashed this insanely confident, arrogant smile. No, it is all true. That was just the baseline data of this world. But ever since the endless time loop began, again and again, those 3 mysterious figures were hunted down by the veteran Awakened. They got turned into 3 titles, but the apocalypse never stopped. Every time Doomsday approaches, the whole world literally resets back 25 years. Liu Yi looks dead serious now. Did the time loop itself actually stop the apocalypse, or did failing to break the loop just indirectly dodge it? He realizes breaking this loop means facing the actual apocalypse. Blazing Heat just shrugs. Truth or lies, unless you see it with your own eyes, who knows what is real anymore? He leans back, locking eyes with Liu Yi. Let's drop that. Let's talk about your new Zhu title. There is something you need to figure out. The Zhu title is yours now, meaning all my old chat logs are still active just under your admin control now. But get this, every single word is backed up directly to Mount Buzhou. Blazing Heat scowls, the frustration obvious. That right there is why our ambush on Huang Yaoyan totally failed. Zhu power is a double-edged sword. Liu Yi crosses his arms. So basically, we can't say much in the chat at all. Blazing Heat just flashes a knowing smile. Exactly. So I modded a special comms device. Already sent a guy to deliver them to Xiangyun and Shield Hero. They should arrive soon. Once they do, you negotiate exactly how we are going to back them up. Liu Yi locks eyes with him. I've still got 5 days. Any intel on the Awakened pulling their strings, just drop a name. I'll handle the digging myself. But right then a phone starts ringing, completely slicing through the tension. Blazing Heat holds up the screen explaining to Liu Yi. Probably a message from the new comms. Better you hear it straight from them than passing through a middleman like me anyway. Saves us a lot of messy translation. He picks up the call while Liu Yi watches him like a hawk. At first, Blazing Heat looks completely relaxed. But watch his face, whatever that guy says makes him turn dead pale. Liu Yi instantly catches the terrifying shift. Blazing Heat scowls. We've got a massive problem. The awakened backing shield hero Xiang Yun. They are all dead. Liu Yi shoots up from his chair, mind racing. How is that even possible? Who did it? And what about the titles? Blazing Heat grimaces. The killer. Dun Yang already brought the White Hand title back to Mount Buzhou, but the guy who defeated Xiang Yun is still over in Zhao City. Hold on, my guys are sending the pictures over right now. Blazing Heat pauses, then nods. All right, they just came through. They shot this from 3 kilometers out. I'll zoom in so it's gonna be blurry. Blazing Heat holds his phone up so Liu Yi can see. On the screen, some absolutely bizarre mutant creature. Liu Yi's eyes go wide. Number 9. Didn't Nato literally beat this guy to death already? Blazing Heat catches that shocked look and frowns. Wait, you know this freak? Liu Yi nods grimly. He's straight out of Mount Buzhou headquarters. I have absolutely no idea if he's actually a player, but his power level is way beyond any normal human. Can you rally some regular fighters out there to surround and completely suppress him? Blazing Heat gives a slow, serious nod. I can guarantee you one thing right now. Finding normal fighters out there on short notice, impossible. The Awakened completely run that area through sheer oppression. Out of all the big city guilds besides my turf, only your 2 cities even have any regular humans left. Every other city is totally cleared out. You and I know how bad this is. Liu Yi hesitates, but Blazing Heat smirks. Then let me bring Roulette over there as fast as possible. Liu Yi nods. Perfect. Roulette and I will team up and execute him exactly like Huang Yaoyan. Blazing Heat lifts his phone. Done. I am setting it up right now. Meanwhile, Liu Yi's mind is racing. Last time, his immunity level was simply way too high. He had absolutely no way to deal with him. But now there's a way to weaken it. He refuses to believe they can't completely destroy him today. Cut to the ruined wastelands of Zhao City. In some dark corner, number 9 stands with a green orb. He mutters, just wait for him. Swaying back and forth like an absolute maniac, he giggles. Wait for him, just wait for him. Wait for him. Suddenly, the green orb pulses with energy. Number 9 stares at it, drooling with the crazed hunger of a starving beast. He just cackles. Wait for him. High above, a jet cuts through heavy clouds. A glowing digital map pops up, marking the exact borders of Mount Buzhou. Zhao City, Liu Yi Tracker, High City, and Yi City. Liu Yi glares out the window, totally frustrated. Way too slow. This is way too slow. One of the titles might already be locked inside Mount Buzhou. If number 9 drags his back there too, gathering the 10, 4 hands titles will be a nightmare. His fingers nervously tap the armrest. Based on the intel, that mysterious guy left behind, the power dynamic inside Mount Buzhou is an absolute chaotic mess right now. Deadly traps everywhere, but worse. That entire zone belongs strictly to the Awakened. Liu Yi furrows his brows, running the numbers. As long as they stay outside, Mount Buzhou fighting a heavily weakened version of a level 79 Awakened actually wouldn't be too insanely difficult for them. They can output 100% of their power out here. Heck, a huge chunk of the players are way past level 79 anyway. He stares down at the thick pink fog miles below, feeling the tension rise. There are literal level 90 monsters down there, including the 3 absolute powerhouses of the Earth Shadow Alliance. Liu Yi strongly suspects that the 4 hands title belongs to Earth Shadow. If number 9 manages to haul that title inside Mount Buzhou, those guys are definitely watching. They will snatch it back the first chance they get. Heck, right at this very moment. Their boss could be lurking right outside the mountain, just waiting for number 9 to deliver the prize. Suddenly, someone storms in screaming, completely snapping Liu Yi back to reality. Bad news. Number 9 is on the move. Liu Yi's heart completely drops at that alert. Blazing Heat turns to him with a dead serious expression. According to the urgent intel my scouts just fired over, number 9 actually just started moving straight toward the Mount Buzhou border. I just ordered our pilot to intercept his exact path. If everything goes smoothly, we can totally ambush him right before he crosses into Mount Buzhou territory. But then he drops a massive bomb. Only one tiny problem: there are 0 landing strips out there. So Liu Yi blinks. Wait, what? The jet continues tearing across the sky as Blazing Heat yells, we jump. Meanwhile, back on the ground, number 9 is sprinting at absolute top speed. That freaky dragon-shaped orb is floating right alongside him. Number 9 just puts his head down and charges blindly toward that massive wall of pink fog. Suddenly, something makes him freeze. He looks up at the sky. High above, 2 tiny specks are rapidly free falling down. It's Liu Yi and Ru Lei is totally upside down, his eyes literally rolling into the back of his head. He's internally screaming. Too high, way too high, I literally just healed up and you dragged me into this insane stunt. He covers his mouth, squeezing his eyes shut. Do not throw up, do not throw up. But 1 second later, total disaster. Nope, I can't hold it back anymore, I just got my health back. Throwing up a little bit won't kill me, right? Down below, number 9 watches a massive crater explode right in front of him, looking totally confused. Now watch this. Liu Yi stands there glaring. Behind him, poor Ru Lei is on his knees, clutching his dizzy head. On the opposite side, number 9 and that weird orb haven't moved an inch. The green hand orb is right there. Liu Yi narrows his eyes, looking deadly serious. Boom. He completely vanishes from the spot, roaring, "Push with me." He instantly materializes right in front of number 9, swiping his hand, but the freak easily ducks. Liu Yi just smirks. That was bait. He immediately whips his left hand toward the floating green hand orb, thinking to himself, "You haven't even absorbed it yet, talk about insane arrogance." But suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness hits Liu Yi. He grabs his head, freezing up. Wait, something is wrong. Startled, he whips his head around. Ru Lei is blindly chasing, number 9 screaming, "Don't run." Liu Yi violently grits his teeth in pure burning frustration. He instantly launches forward to chase them down, mind racing. Was that dizziness his active skill? Liu Yi realizes, feeling absolutely furious about the trick. "All right, let's watch this." That remark left everyone stunned for a minute. Right now, Liu Yi is dead last, but in seconds he catches up. He is running neck and neck with Ru Lei. Seeing this, Ru Lei shoots him a confused look. Before he even blinks, Ru Lei gets left completely in the dust. Absolutely furious, Ru Lei grits his teeth and pushes his speed to the max. He thinks, "Wait for me, do not leave me behind, you are making me lose face." After running for quite a while across the grassy plains, a massive snowy peak appears in the distance. In a flash, they cross right into a harsh zone of freezing rocks and ice. Soon enough, a weird pink mist blocks their path. Number 9 is already closing in fast on that exact same fog bank. Liu Yi lets out a heavy sigh. Game over, he cannot catch up in time. That mist covering Mount Buzhou is right ahead. He realizes something crucial. Entering that fog zone means crossing straight into Mount Buzhou territory. The Shadow Alliance is highly likely waiting to ambush them in there. The dense mist hovers right above the snowy peak. As they get closer, it violently churns like a massive cloud. Suddenly, number 9 accelerates with a burst of speed. He dashes straight into the pink fog. Right behind him, Liu Yi stays hot on his heels. Without warning, Liu Yi leaps up and vanishes into thin air. He grabs number 9 directly by the shoulder, catching him completely off guard. Liu Yi frowns and yells, "Got you now." But abruptly, a terrifying shiver runs down his spine. Overwhelming dizziness hits him hard. Liu Yi freezes, grabbing his aching head. Not this weird skill again. At the same time, number 9 and the azure pearls slip right into the fog. He looks back and laughs smugly. At this moment, Liu Yi curses inwardly and activates a major skill. Time is almost up. God's Descent suddenly drops all his core stats by 1,000 points. Running after him, Liu Yi makes a quick call. Whatever the danger is, send the clone in first. He then locks his intense gaze on the mysterious mist ahead. He sprints forward at top speed. Even after entering, he does not stop pushing. But in an instant, something thin like a razor-sharp thread cleanly slices his clone in half. Stunned, he looks down. So this is the spatial rift they warn about in the group chat. Right on cue, the system alerts him. Your clone has died. Immediately, all of his reduced stat points return to normal. Liu Yi crosses his arms, completely deep in thought. Far off in the distance, Ru Lei is desperately sprinting over. Dripping with sweat, he mutters, "Finally caught up to you guys. You guys are way too fast." Getting closer to Liu Yi, Ru Lei looks totally confused. Why stop here? Where did number 9 run off to? He stands right beside Liu Yi, staring into the thick fog. Over there, number 9 is just standing around with a smug smile. He gestures wildly, taunting them. "Come catch me." Seeing this absolute disrespect, Ru Lei loses his mind. He draws his dual swords and curses loudly. That guy is asking for it. If you will not go, I will. He then violently launches himself into the mist. Seconds later, Liu Yi hears a genuinely blood-curdling scream from inside. Instantly, Ru Lei respawns right back next to Liu Yi, looking absolutely bewildered. What just happened? That hurt like crazy. I got attacked. The second I entered and even dropped a gear piece. This is seriously infuriating. Standing nearby, Liu Yi calmly explains. My clone just died in there too. The weird thing is after number 9 stepped into the fog zone near Mount Buzhou, he did not just leave immediately. Instead, he stopped right at the edge. It looks exactly like a trap trying to bait my real body inside. Ru Lei turns to listen as he continues. I set my clones in there at least 10 times, but every single one was instantly shredded by the spatial rifts. Those invisible traps kill on contact. It basically means getting teleported to some completely random location and then getting hopelessly lost forever. Liu Yi then adds another grim detail. The most important thing here is that once you walk into that mist, the exit completely vanishes. Even if you want to turn back, the path is totally gone. However, number 9 is completely unaffected. His situation is entirely different. They both stand there watching number 9 dance around inside the fog. Deep in thought, Liu Yi suggests a crazy plan. It looks like I have to enter Mount Bujo first. Do you have the guts to come with me? Hearing this absolute madness, Rulei is super confused. What beside him, Liu Yi folds his arms and explains, as long as you do not get hit by someone else's special binding skill, or any nasty debuffs that literally block your respawn, I can completely guarantee you will not permanently die. Standing right there, Rulei reacts. He points at himself and scoffs. Are you underestimating me, since you already promised that I am not going to die? Then what exactly do I have to worry about? He then crosses his arms, looking at Liu Yi with a warning tone. However, the new order still needs me. Maybe I should stay behind. My own words do not even count right now. Suddenly, a voice speaks up from right behind them. Whatever Liu Yi says, Rulei, you just follow his lead. Scorching Heat says this with a dead serious face. If it is possible, could you maybe bring me along too? Seeing their guild master here, Rulei absolutely panics. He screams out, Guild Master, if all of us go in there, what happens to the guild? Scorching Heat looks down and frowns heavily. Honestly, way more than the guild, I really need to know what is happening to our world right now. Why exactly is this totally normal world turning into this absolute chaotic mess? He lifts his head, his expression looking incredibly determined. With zero hesitation, he passionately declares his bold stance. And the real answer to that massive question. He stares right at the pink fog and continues. It is probably hiding inside there. Scorching Heat adds one final thought. If we cannot figure this mystery out, it will not matter how well I manage the entire guild. 44. Because eventually we will just have to start completely over anyway. Hearing that harsh logic, Rulei completely freezes, absolutely speechless. We will literally have to start from zero again. Hearing those heavy words, Rulei just stands there frozen, having absolutely nothing left to say. The three of them stand there, exchanging intense looks. Suddenly, Scorching Heat asks, I just wonder if you can actually bring. Alright, let's dive back in. Meet a level 20 newbie like me. Suddenly, Liu Yi tosses each of them a glowing red crystal. He just smirks and tells them, if that's the case, then go ahead and absorb these. That's the only way you two will survive and level up here in Mount Buju. Number 9 simply stares straight ahead. Right then, two massive pillars of light suddenly erupt beside them. Liu Yi watches the energy shoot straight up into the sky. Rulei excitedly clenches his fists while Blazing Heat just stares down at his own glowing hands in absolute shock. He frowns in pure disbelief, muttering, it actually dragged my level all the way from 20 up to 50. Turning to Liu Yi, he genuinely smiles. Hey, thanks for this, man. But Liu Yi just shrugs it off. Don't mention it. Inside, he's actually thinking, so the dust of time can seriously boost any player right up to level 50. Meanwhile, Rulei is over there, chuckling to himself, totally thrilled that his level just hit the absolute limit. He knows he can still get even stronger. Haha, the great transcendence is finally happening. He tightly clenches his fists. He happily thinks to himself, are you really training your own final boss right now? Well, if that's the case. Suddenly, someone shouts out, all right, let's head out. Rulei casually stands there with one hand stuffed in his pocket. He points forward with his other hand, acting like he's the brave leader giving the big command. But Liu Yi quickly shuts that down and steps in to remind them, hold up, don't rush. That guy is still waiting for me. We need to be fully prepared first. Then Liu Yi turns right to Blazing Heat and asks a question. What else do you know about Mount Bujo besides those spatial rifts you mentioned back in the group chat, and how easy it is to lose our way? Blazing Heat frowns, digging deep into his memory before finally nodding. Yeah, besides all that, there's a highly unique monster roaming around. This thing can perfectly shapeshift into absolutely anything. A person, an everyday object, or even super rare loot. The only real way you can actually spot this thing in time is that it doesn't cast a shadow at all. Hearing this, Rulei looks completely shocked. What the hell is that? Blazing Heat keeps explaining, rumor has it Tian Yao actually created these freaks specifically designed to hunt down and kill the awakened. Liu Yi looks curious. Wait, you mean the invaders? Thinking back to that terrifying creature with 4 glowing red eyes, Blazing Heat nods and quickly clarifies the situation. Looks like you actually know quite a bit. Yeah, that's the name Tian Yao uses for them. But the awakened, they just call them the Shadowless. Then he seriously adds, but here's the most critical part. From this exact point inward, we are stepping straight into the personal territory of the level 90 player gatekeeper Wu Fan. He's the top boss of the Earth's Shadow Alliance. If he even gets a hint that you entered Mount Bujo just to steal the 4 Guardians title, I guarantee he's gonna wipe you out instantly. Hearing the warning, Liu Yi nods in total agreement. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's just grab the title first, and then we'll carefully detour around his turf. Then his face turns dead serious. Aside from that, we also need to be mentally prepared to completely fail at grabbing the Four Guardians title. It's super obvious he's trying to lure me right into a trap. If things go sideways, we immediately fall back and bail to another zone. And if we literally can't escape, just self-destruct. I'll make sure to revive you both outside the Mount Bujo gates. After making the brutal plan clear, Liu Yi adds, we still have a full 2 years before the world resets. Our potential to grow in that time is huge. Standing nearby, Blazing Heat nods firmly. Not a problem, Rule chimes in right after, got it. Seeing they're both totally on board, Liu Yi smirks. All right then. The three of them lock eyes on the horizon and shout, let's roll. Liu Yi takes the first step, slowly leading the charge forward into the unknown. Staring into the incredibly thick wall of mist, Liu Yi thinks to himself, stepping into this fog means we've officially crossed into Mount Buju. This Awaken's lair holds the core to every single mystery. He watches number 9's blurry silhouette fading into the distance, quietly vowing to himself, if I can just reach the absolute peak up there, then this world won't be able to hide its secrets from me anymore. Ever since the origin world suddenly appeared, way too many unanswered questions have been eating away at him. Liu Yi frowns, his mind racing. There are so many clear signs proving that our world and the origin world are basically identical. The only real difference is how badly that place collapsed. He suddenly remembers those terrifying massive cracks tearing across the universe. He whispers in quiet awe, the origin world is so broken that only one single city actually still supports life, while reality at least has a whole surviving continent. Wait, is our world ultimately doomed to end up exactly like that too? Pushing straight through the gloom, Liu Yi asks himself the hardest question. Is this already the apocalypse, or is it going to get so much worse? Those rift monsters hiding out in the thick fog. Once they break through our defensive barriers, they'll completely destroy everything in sight. A chill runs down his spine. In the end, monsters conquer the planet, and Earth just totally shatters into pieces. Is that our fate? By now, we watch the trio reach the edge of that suffocating fog. Liu Yi grimly thinks, yeah, the apocalypse probably looks exactly like this. The three of them step into the thick mist, but Liu Yi's mind is still spinning with wild questions. If things really play out like that, is it even possible for me to stop it, or is just letting nature take its brutal course actually the best option we have? Suddenly, blazing heat breaks the heavy silence. Honestly, guys, the whole vibe inside Mount Bujo, it feels exactly like the origin world right before it shattered. You don't think the situation here is an exact copy of the origin world's collapse, do you? At that exact moment, Liu Yi gasps in horror. I knew something felt wrong. Number 9 completely vanished. Beside him, Rule looks around in a total panic. But we were just walking right next to each other. The absolute second he stepped into that heavy mist, he completely vanished. And suddenly, his two teammates, Rule and Blazing Heat, also disappeared without a trace. Liu Yi stood perfectly still, frowning. Random teleportation had officially begun. They were forcibly separated right at the start. He was pretty confused, secretly wondering why number 9 stayed behind instead of leaving the area. Was this some kind of deliberate provocation? Meanwhile, a new message flashed on the system chat window. Rule was panicking, writing, where the heck are we? The whole place is crawling with monsters. Man, I don't even dare to move a single muscle right now. Blazing Heat immediately replied, I got randomly teleported to some unknown area too. Should we just end it ourselves when you revive us? We'll spawn right next to you. Suddenly, Liu Yi caught sight of a glowing azure orb hovering in the distance. He wondered, what in the world is that? Turns out it was a precious orb containing a miniature dragon. He instantly realized the azure hand. He immediately reached out and snatched it. Right on cue, the system chimed in. You have officially acquired the title Azure Hand. Title effect, portal creation. Every single portal requires exactly 1 unit of sands of time to activate. The current owner of the Azure Hand can freely teleport to any established gateway at will. Seeing this insane broken ability, Liu Yi's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. What was happening? Did he really just claim the Azure Hand title that easily? Suddenly, up in the sky, a massive, jagged, circular portal ripped open and a booming voice echoed out. You dare steal what belongs to me. Instantly, that terrifying circle erupted with blinding light and sparking lightning. Then a massive pillar of pure energy crashed down, shattering the very earth beneath him. Someone shouted in total panic, who's attacking us right now? Run for your lives. Suddenly, a harsh system warning flashed red. You have been targeted by player Wu Fan. Hearing that name, Liu Yi froze, his eyes going wide with absolute disbelief. Standing on the crumbling earth, he muttered, Wu Fan. He stared up at the figure, floating high in the sky, partially hidden by the storm clouds. He thought to himself, the absolute strongest level 90 player in the entire Shadow Alliance. Now you and I are about to see something wild. Wu Fan walked on thin air, demanding you bring people to my territory and snatch my Azure Hand title. Are you literally begging for an early death? Fine, then allow me to send you to the afterlife. These threatening words left Liu Yi completely bewildered. Was this number nine's true goal all along, leading him right into a deadly trap for Wu Fan to eliminate him? Liu Yi immediately sprinted in the exact opposite direction, but the high-level monster didn't even flinch. Run, he scoffed, pointing a finger with mocking arrogance. You're not going anywhere. Right at that exact moment, multiple beams of light pierced through Liu Yi's body like jagged spears. It was the Judgment Seal skill, a terrifying absolute target lock that completely disables any skill usage. A ruthless system notification confirmed his worst fears. Your actions are severely restricted. All active skills are now strictly prohibited. Wu Fan casually gripped a glowing weapon, oozing pure confidence. This is the upgraded version of imprisonment. He hoisted the massive spear of light, winding up for a devastating throw, and launched it straight toward the fleeing Liu Yi. Glancing back over his shoulder, our main character panicked inside. Game over, I need to retreat now, damn it. Liu Yi instantly vanished from the spot right before that deadly spear slammed into the dirt and caused a massive explosion. Wu Fan's brutal energy weapon carved a massive trench across the terrain, practically splitting the ground in half. Seeing his attack miss entirely, he frowned. The mist's random teleportation zone. He got incredibly lucky. Without skipping a beat, Wu Fan manifested yet another blazing spear. However, I've already marked you. I was just waiting for you to attempt an escape like that. Taking aim once more, he hurled the second spear violently into the dense, hazy fog. At the exact same time, the strange pulsing light surrounding Wu Fan seemed to physically pull him away. His solid form began to flicker and fade, and within mere seconds, he completely dissolved into the mist, launching himself rapidly in the exact trajectory of his thrown weapon. Meanwhile, Liu Yi suddenly materialized out of thin air deep inside another misty sector. He looked around in a daze. Thank goodness I got randomly teleported to safety. Catching his breath, Liu Yi couldn't help but sigh heavily. Should he assume number 9 actually valued him, or was number 9 just straight up evil? To think he used the Azure Hand title specifically to force him into a deadly showdown with these terrifyingly overpowered awakened players. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he revealed a glowing mark, thinking hard. This target mark is bad news. I've got to find a way to remove it quickly, or I'm going to be in constant absolute danger. Still, Liu Yi considered himself pretty lucky to be alive. For a brief window, he'd be perfectly safe in this sector, giving him enough time to plan. He started walking aimlessly through the fog. But suddenly, right up in the sky directly behind Liu Yi, another blindingly bright circular portal ripped open. Startled, he whipped around. But before he even saw his attacker, a brutal spear impaled him straight through the stomach. You and I did not see that coming. Liu Yi froze in pure shock. The spear pierced completely through his body, and a shadowy figure slowly materialized right behind him. But as Wu Fan gripped his weapon, and halfway finished his physical manifestation, Liu Yi suddenly vanished into thin air again. Turning his head in confusion, Wu Fan muttered, "Another teleportation." He scanned the empty area, noting, "Is this the exact same location as before? Must be the special effect of the Azure Hand title, creating escape portals on demand." Meanwhile, far away from the carnage, Liu Yi stood safely in another zone, clutching his bleeding chest and panting heavily. The power gap between us is way too massive. Good thing I reacted to the danger and created a portal. Gritting his teeth with fierce determination, he swore, "No dropping my guard now. I have to hurry." But suddenly another mysterious figure began slowly materializing right next to Liu Yi. Without a second thought, he immediately bolted away, his mind racing. Creating a teleportation portal only costs a single unit of sands of time, and after I use up all 3, he still has 404 sands of time left. Liu Yi sprints straight ahead, completely refusing to look back. In a blink, he vanishes into thin air. He figures he can split his shadow clones. Then the exact second he teleports, he will just spawn a brand new portal. A few seconds later, Liu Yi reappears somewhere else entirely. He aims his open palm right at the ground, knowing the teleportation gate is finally set up. Right here, you and I can see 3 glowing concentric circles locking onto Liu Yi as the center. He immediately starts mapping out his next move. By the time Wu Fan actually finds him, he plans to teleport to the farthest gate to totally dodge that lethal pursuit. A second later, that glowing circle fades out. At the exact same time, Liu Yi realizes the portal creation is officially complete. He immediately jumps in a different direction to keep it moving. But suddenly, right where he just was, Wu Fan appears with a smirk. So he actually knows how to use clones now. Running the opposite way, does he really think I cannot crush both of them at once? He leans forward, lifting his spear with pure disrespect, mocking the kid's wishful thinking. Suddenly, Wu Fan's eyes glow as he gathers massive power. Then, with absolute brutal force, he launches that spear straight forward. Mid-flight, the weapon literally splits into 2. He sharply mocks that having more clones just means a much faster death. Flying a little further, those 2 spears actually swerve, curving perfectly in different directions. Liu Yi glances back at the deadly threat, knowing it has finally caught up. Up in the sky, a glowing circle forms. Right as the strike lands, Liu Yi vanishes completely. He spawns somewhere else, exhaling sharply, thinking his escape was a total success. But that relief lasts about 2 seconds before Liu Yi freezes. He watches a terrifying beam of light charging straight at him. He realizes in absolute horror that his main body is targeted just like the clone. Without hesitation, Liu Yi vanishes all over again. Could it seriously be that tracking mark, reappearing elsewhere? He stays totally quiet, realizing that every single newly created clone carries that same exact mark. But the original one back in High City is clean. Liu Yi suddenly spots the circle, signaling Wu Fan is dangerously close, completely panicking. It is back again. How is it closing in this fast? With 0 options left, he immediately sprints for his life. Up above, a fragmented streak of deep blue light cuts across the sky. Reaching a new spot, Liu Yi curses, realizing the strike speed is getting insanely faster every single time. He looks around, highly alert, wondering if this thing strictly attacks in a straight line. Plus, every single time he teleports away, it loops back and hunts him down with even more speed. Then Liu Yi gets a crazy idea, having his clone stop running entirely, staying behind to face it head-on just to find a weakness. At that exact second, a deadly spear materializes. Instead of running, Liu Yi activates his fortified state and charges. But before he can even react, the spear violently impales him right through the stomach. Right then, the system alerts him. Movement is now heavily restricted and his skill usage has been completely locked down. Completely stunned, Liu Yi realizes this spear carries the enemy's actual skill. Here's where it gets terrifying. Wu Fan suddenly grips his shoulder from behind. Why stop running now? Following that cold taunt, the system declares that absolutely all of his active skills have been purged. Blessing nullified and the fortified state skill level is deemed invalid. The shadow clone is officially dead and all its gathered data immediately returns. Meanwhile, Liu Yi spawns in another location, frowning hard because he knows he cannot fight it. Feeling incredibly pressured, he realizes it does not just trap him. It actively strips away his entire skill set. As Wu Fan's light beam charges right at him, Liu Yi teleports away with a loud curse. Running is his only option here. Just like that, this deadly game of tag continues. He tells himself, can he actually run clear out of the fog and just teleport to total safety? With that desperate hope, he vanishes yet again. Liu Yi thinks that his only backup plan is throwing his gear into the High City portal just to start entirely over. Somewhere else entirely, Wu Fan stands perfectly still with his spear, observing sharply as he notes 7 different available teleportation points. As a complete trash player aiming for the Death Defender title, it makes absolutely 0 sense to him how some newly awakened rookie possesses that much sands of time. He turns around muttering, wondering if the kid is using a disguise item. Then he launches into the sky, deciding to leave his spear hunting the kid just in case. He heads off to grab gear that can counter that annoying purifier title. Wu Fan shoots into the sky with a completely deadpan serious expression. He dives straight into the heavy fog, heading toward a glowing yellow light. Suddenly, Wu Fan bursts right out of that pitch-black fog. He rockets toward a massive, brilliantly glowing tree resting at the very edge of the horizon. But the sprawling branches actually point straight toward a massive space-time rift. Wu Fan blurs right past the tree, heading toward a brilliantly lit distant city. This place shows absolutely 0 signs of destruction. It is an incredibly modern metropolis lit up beautifully against the dark sky. Wu Fan looks exactly like a blazing shooting star tearing right through the city skyline. He walks into a huge hall where dozens of people are sitting. Wu Fan stands at the front, casually asking if the target had already rushed out. A man notices him, smirking in mild surprise before replying that their boss actually is not around. Hearing that, Wu Fan immediately frowns in pure annoyance. Without warning, he unleashes a massive magical net that completely covers the entire hall. Instantly, one guy is brutally slashed into nothingness while looking totally stunned. In the end, only a single floating bubble is left behind. Then needle-like bursts of light scatter everywhere, all violently erupting from that one specific person. Down on the busy city streets, people are bustling around normally when suddenly someone's entire body flashes into bright blue light, instantly freezing them completely solid mid-step. Out on the streets, everyone is completely frozen. The entire city just sinks into dead silence. A moment later, a gray-haired guy steps into the hall. He asks what Wu Fan wants. In this current reincarnation cycle, it is his turn to complete the massive shadow-gathering mission, right? You and I need to watch young Jiang Fei closely here. He is a level 95 awakener, and he knows this disappearance delay is a massive issue. He asks why Wu Fan is causing trouble instead of managing his own people. But inside that silent room, Wu Fan suddenly speaks up with an absolutely decisive demand. Lend me a corruption item right now. Hearing this wild request, Jiang Fei gets a sudden spark in his eyes. He flashes a smirk and asks, this thing only works to limit the power of the 3 great titles. So did something go totally wrong with that 14th person of yours? Need any backup? You can literally just toss that whole mess straight into my city. I would be more than happy to solve it for you." Wu Fan just shoots him a dead serious glare. He frowns and tells him to shut up and hand it over. Jiang Fei instantly pulls out the requested item. He replies super softly that he will obviously hand it over. During their most recent reincarnation cycle, Wu Fan helped him secure the Four Heads title after all. So in this current cycle, he is naturally going all out to help him, and he repeats his earlier offer. "If trouble comes knocking, just throw it directly at my city." Wu Fan coldly snatches the item. His expression does not change even a single bit. He just coldly mutters that cashing in such a massive favor right here is a total waste. The second he secures the item, Wu Fan spins around and bolts outside. Jiang Fei watches his back fade away and calls out a final warning. "Be totally careful out there. Otherwise, you will only see that little lover of yours after 2 full years of reincarnation cycles." Wu Fan scoffs with zero respect. They are just cockroaches and he will literally crush them. Once Wu Fan completely vanishes from sight, Jiang Fei lets out a quick chuckle. But right before he turns to leave, his smile completely drops dead. He mutters the word cockroaches under his breath. Then he decides to activate his insane authority-splitting skill. He transfers his raw power directly into other people. Looking super depressed, he mentions that people used to call him the exact same thing. Jiang Fei's energy drifts away on the breeze, hunting for hosts to latch onto. It is incredibly microscopic, making it physically impossible for anyone to notice. In just a fraction of a second, this silent power perfectly infiltrates a random person on the street. Then it just keeps spreading everywhere. Bit by bit, more and more ordinary people get infected by it. Meanwhile, out there in the completely frozen city, you and I can see the terrifying results. The crowd is dominated by this energy. Everyone flashes a deeply malicious smile, looking more totally unhinged than ever before. Every single person starts marching forward, like mindless puppets, fully controlled by some massive invisible force. This fake picture of a bustling city is really just covering up the absolute nightmare hiding right underneath. Right at that exact moment, over where Liu Yi is standing, the sky turns incredibly dark. Thick layers of fog roll in like a milky white screen. It completely blinds all vision. He stands perfectly still, deep in thought about Mount Buju and this weird fog. Right in front of Liu Yi, a floating spear is moving constantly. Its speed just keeps ramping up. He silently confirms his own crazy theory. This is exactly what he predicted. The speed of this magical spear is accelerating like crazy. Liu Yi stays firmly planted in his spot with a dark expression. His mind stays insanely sharp, constantly calculating his next big move. The only problem is the number of active teleportation portals is multiplying incredibly fast. The entire layout of this cursed fog zone is finally starting to make sense. He figures that once he reaches his absolute limit, or once he discovers the true entrance to Mount Buju, Liu Yi plans to stash his gear and trigger a reincarnation to try again. Without missing a beat, he teleports straight into a different zone. But the second he arrives at this new spot, Liu Yi is totally caught off guard again. The scenery here looks super familiar. The dense fog has not cleared up even a tiny bit. He whispers to himself in pure shock, "Wait. Another massive cloud of fog just teleported over here, but this exact area remains clear." Suddenly, Liu Yi spots a giant crack right up in the sky. He freezes completely. Something is seriously wrong here. That glowing thing up there is dragging the fog closer, leaving Liu Yi absolutely speechless and stunned. After totally scoping out the crazy area, he decides to find a brand new safe spot. Time to move. He will investigate this after securing a safe zone. Suddenly, a totally bizarre beam of light flashes above. Liu Yi looks up in absolute pure horror. That intense light pierces right through the crack, acting like a divine sword, trying to literally rip the sky apart. The gap. It keeps expanding rapidly, shifting from a tiny crack into a massive, terrifying black hole. Liu Yi watches this chaotic scene unfold, completely frozen and totally speechless. What is even happening right now? You and I would probably run, but he wonders if he should stay. While he is standing there, dazed afoot, slowly steps right out of that terrifying black hole. Liu Yi just stares blankly, wondering whose foot is literally coming out of the void. Bit by bit, the figure slowly floats downward. A super familiar face reveals itself, throwing Liu Yi into an absolute state of panic. Wei Zi, why the heck is Wei Zi here? She currently has her eyes tightly shut, just floating totally motionless in the dead, silent air. Out of nowhere, her eyes snap wide open. Then Wei Zi suddenly dashes straight at Liu Yi with absolutely insane speed. He cannot even react to her ridiculous movement. Suddenly, she completely bypasses him, unleashing a massive burst of power to attack something huge hiding right behind his back. Alright, let's dive back in. Liu Yi panics, totally frozen in place. A crazy thought crosses his mind. Is Wei Shi actually protecting him? After brutally dealing with whatever was lurking behind him, Wei Zi slowly lowers her leg. Watch as her body gradually transforms back to normal. Suddenly, she pulls Liu Yi into a tight hug, a huge happy smile lighting up her face. He just stiffens up, too terrified to even resist. What in the world is going on here? Right then, the system chat pops up on screen and the player Liu Yi drops a massive update. He says he found a hidden dungeon among the monsters that needs leveling up, so he went in to test it. Explosive quickly warns him, telling him to be careful. Liu Yi confidently replies, "No worries, Liu Yi has a revive skill." Out of nowhere, Liu Yi jumps into the chat asking, "Question for you guys, where exactly did Wei Shi go?" Explosive chimes in saying that after they split up last time, she mentioned finding a special hidden realm nearby, so she went off on her own to explore it. Meanwhile, over at the secret realm where the New Order president is exploring, he stumbles across a really bizarre, lifeless corpse. The president quietly inspects the body with deep suspicion. Only players can actually enter Bujo Mountain. Any normal person who tries, entering the fog would melt instantly. Seeing this body completely drained dry without a single drop of life left in it raises some massive red flags in his mind. When a player dies, they shouldn't leave a corpse. Could this actually be the terrifying work of the Faceless? Did it completely drain this player's power? The New Order president urgently starts searching the surrounding area for any clues. If a player is sucked dry by the Faceless, can they even respawn using the profound shield? He honestly has no idea. He pushes deeper into the thick, ominous fog, desperate for answers. He carefully scans his surroundings with every single step, quietly reminding himself over and over, he has to be way more careful here. According to the past investigation files the Faceless randomly latches onto a target's memory, shape-shifting into a familiar person or object. Then it uses every dirty trick possible to make the target believe it is real. The exact second a player truly believes the Faceless is real, boom, their power gets completely sucked dry in an instant. Suddenly, a mysterious man steps right out of the fog. The system loudly alerts him, "Your skill has been dissolved by an unknown target." Woo! Fan stops dead in his tracks. His eyes dart around the area, totally filled with suspicion. A dissolved skill. An unknown target. Has the Faceless actually reached this insane level of power? Even the fog zone has them now. He glances down at the corrupted gear beside him, a dark, heavy look crossing his face. Wu Fan speeds up his pace, muttering to himself, "Gotta move faster." If that thing swallows him, his title will be completely wiped out in this cycle, and he will fail the shadow synthesis quest. With that grim thought, Wu Fan slowly disappears into the thick, creeping fog. He mocks himself, looks like he has no choice but to cash in that favor Jiang Fei owes him. The universe really clapped back fast today. Let's cut back to Liu Yi. He stares down at the water's surface, lost in thought. Wait, the reflection in the water. It only shows his own face. Wei Shi is completely missing. He coldly glares at the woman hugging him, realizing the dark truth. This isn't Wei Shi. It's the Faceless. He absolutely cannot stay here any longer. Suddenly, a massive, deafening roar echoes out, making them both jump in shock. Liu Yi groans in pure exhaustion. Seriously, what kind of disaster is happening now? But then the system violently flashes a warning. The teleport portal is corrupted, and the novice title is now invalid. Liu Yi's eyes go wide as saucers in pure disbelief. But he teleports away before the fake Wei Zai can even react. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi arrives in a totally unfamiliar, strange city, still completely baffled by that crazy system alert. The wild fog teleportation sequence has actually triggered all over again. It hasn't even been that long. The exact second his feet hit the ground, everybody in the city suddenly stops and stares right at him in creepy unison while magical streaks of light flash across the sky. Liu Yi cautiously watches their dead eyes, thinking to himself, where the heck am I? A city inside Buju Mountain. The way this huge crowd is staring is way too intense, making his skin crawl. Are all these people actually the awakened? Suddenly cutting right through the heavy silence, a sharp cough echoes out. Instantly, every single person in the area freezes in place, stopping all their movements. Then the entire crowd violently shifts to a dark red hue. Liu Yi looks around in pure shock. The whole environment is morphing. Every person there dissolves into weird, unknown streaks of light. Liu Yi stays fully on guard, scanning the chaotic scene. What about this mob? Suddenly, they all chant in perfect unison. Outsider, that creepy label spikes his panic even higher. What in the world is happening right now? Heavy footsteps get closer and closer. One guy steps up and firmly growls. Outsider, like a switch flipped, the rest of the mob instantly charges at him. Screaming that exact same word, outsider Liu Yi is now completely surrounded by this insane, unknown swarm of deeply hostile people. In full survival mode, he frantically dodges through their hands and sprints away. Wait, he just realized something massive. This isn't a city for the awakened at all. This is the domain of a level 90 player of the architect Jiang Fei. His mind races with questions. How did one guy actually get teleported right here? Did Wu Fan somehow pull this off out of all these millions of people? All right, you and I are jumping right in. Liu Yi actually manages a quick escape, but these guys relentlessly chase him down. Yet no matter how far he runs, this road just stretches on with no end in sight. The further Liu Yi goes, the weirder it gets. Something is seriously wrong. The escape route isn't shrinking, it is actively getting longer. Liu Yi finally skids to a complete halt, taking a second to think. In this twisted city without Jiang Fei's strict permission, nobody leaves. His only real option now is to stay right here and try to fight him. The furious city mob finally catches right up to him, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Outsider!" And judging by their terrifying speed, Liu Yi just accepts his fate. He probably cannot win this round, so he might as well brace for a bitter respawn. Meanwhile, high up in a freezing snow-covered mountain range right amidst that peaceful silence, two tiny figures are struggling hard to climb the peak. One of them just will not stop complaining. "Why did I ever sign up to be an observer anyway?" he whines. "We had it perfectly good back at the safe zone." But no, you just had to show off and register at the last possible second. His serious teammate hears this and fires back. "We did it all for the time dust reward." The guy who just spoke up adds with a totally deadpan face, "Look, if we can actually record any abnormal events here in Buzhou Mountain, we can easily score a massive payout during our next reincarnation." Right then, they step up to the edge of the cliff to peek down. The complaining guy sighs, like it is ever that easy. Buzhou Mountain has been dead quiet for way too long. Countless reincarnations have passed without a single major event. Both of them suddenly stare down at the brightly glowing city far below. Out of nowhere, the whiny guy points toward a specific direction and happily shouts, "Hey, there is a gathering spot just ahead." He eagerly yells, "Let's just head straight in there. Forget walking back to camp." He is just about to dive right toward it when his much more serious teammate frantically grabs him and snaps, "Are you completely blind, man? That is Jiang Fei's own territory down there." The whiny guy instantly freezes in his tracks for a quick second, then stumbles backward in absolute terror, cursing out loud. "Oh crap, you are right, that really is Jiang Fei's cursed city." Rumor has it that absolutely any living creature stepping inside just gets instantly digested into pure nutrients for the city, turning into mindless puppets under his complete control. Aside from the members of the Shadow Alliance, literally not a single awakened has ever walked in there and actually made it out alive. The serious guy also peers down with heavy caution, muttering, "But something feels completely off right now." Staring at the glowing red streets below, he can clearly sense Jiang Fei's entire city is in an absolute uproar. It seriously looks like they just triggered Phase 1 enemy elimination mode. Wait, did someone actually dare to invade Jiang Fei's city? He blurts out, completely baffled. And here is where it gets crazy. Down inside that glamorous city, an absolute bloodbath is violently breaking out. Squinting into the chaos, the two observers quickly spot Liu Yi down there, fighting completely solo with just his blade. They gasp right there. The whiny guy leans over the treacherous edge and mumbles, "Holy crap, someone is actually down there fighting." His serious teammate standing right behind him slowly nods in agreement. "Yeah, this guy is dead meat." Meanwhile, deep inside the city, Liu wildly swings his heavy blade at the endless sea of white figures completely surrounding him. With an absurd number of enemies swarming him at once, Liu Yi fights so hard his face is completely contorted with effort. He viciously slashes right through another nearby white figure, thinking to himself, "I knew there would eventually come a day where I would finally have to face you freaks. And right after entering Buzhou Mountain, I get to meet two of you in a direct head-on clash. Perfect timing, really. This little warm-up gives me the exact experience I need to completely wipe you all out later." Just as he thinks that, another massive wave of ghostly white figures spawns and blindly rushes straight at him. He glares over, gritting his teeth in pure, frustrated annoyance. These creepy white puppets are closing the gap, getting dangerously close to his position. Instantly, Liu Yi triggers his domain invasion skill. Using his body as the center point, a fiercely blinding shockwave of light erupts outward. Standing dead center in the glowing circle, Liu Yi grips his blade tight, dropping into a defensive stance. He smirks. "Thought you guys were tough. You are literally just a bunch of basic puppets hovering right around the strength of a normal level 60 player." As the intense light finally fades out, he instantly lunges forward, violently bringing his blade down on the closest white figure, his brain rapidly calculating his next move. Once Wither Halo applies its debuff, I only need about a fifth of my full strength. The only annoying part, Domain Invasion locks onto a whole crowd but hits as an isolated strike upon release, and it still desperately needs 10 full seconds to cool down. Liu Yi furrows his brows, chuckling to himself. Still, a total board wipe every 10 seconds against these brainless level 60 puppet mobs. I will gladly take those odds. So stick with me here. Smiling with pure battle hype, our guy launches back into the air. "Alright, you and I are jumping right back in, blade raised high." Liu Yi smirks with pure arrogance, thinking that no matter how many enemies come, he can wipe out every single one of them. Slashing his blade with absolute raw power, our guy lands flawlessly back on the ground. The mirror invasion circle flares back to life, recreating the exact same chaotic scene from earlier. Reaching out, Liu Yi instantly summons a perfect clone of himself. He mutters under his breath, time to figure out his continuous sustain. He realizes that if his main skills aren't locked in cooldown when the clone spawns, his double has full access to use them right away. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he figures it out. After the clone fires off a skill, its cooldown is entirely separate from his own body, meaning he can literally just banish and resummon clones, infinitely looping continuous blessings to keep his mana pool maxed out forever. Wasting no time, Liu Yi and his double split the battlefield. The main body holds down the ground floor while his clone launches itself sky-high into the air. The very next second, the clone completely blitzes forward like an absolute missile. It shreds right through that mob of white shadows effortlessly. Watching from afar, those two observers literally drop their jaws in pure shock. The younger guy stammers terrified, turning to his partner. Taiji, is it really true? Has nobody ever made it out of Jiang Fei's city alive? That guy down there is seriously powerful. Are you telling me even someone with that kind of strength is going to die? Yeah, the serious guy is Taiji. Taiji's face goes dead serious at the question. A heavy pause drops before he slowly shakes his head. Yeah, he's absolutely a dead man. Hearing that brutal verdict, the kid just stares at him dumbfounded. Taiji doesn't sugarcoat it. Jiang Fei's nightmarish city has 4 distinct phases in total. Every single phase scales up the danger by 10 times the previous one. And what they're looking at, just phase 1. Meanwhile, down in the thick of Jiang Fei's city, things get weird. Those creepy white shadows actually start grabbing hands, clumping together in batches of 10. In mere seconds, they forcefully fuse together. The bodies literally melt into a single entity, finally morphing into one massive towering white shadow. The second its transformation finishes, the giant unleashes a terrifyingly long roar. Its entire new body is completely stacked with hulking, bulging muscles. Up above, Taiji's grim voice cuts through the tension. Watch closely. Phase 2 just started. Those regular white shadows are rapidly merging into giant clusters everywhere. In just a handful of seconds, roughly 10 of these hulking meathead giants just spawned directly in front of Liu Yi. Catching this freaky fusion trick for the first time, Liu Yi just stands there with his mouth wide open. One massive giant instantly winds up and launches a brutal punch straight at our guy. A colossal shockwave slams the spot beneath Liu Yi, heavily shaking the entire ground around him. Boulders and dirt fly everywhere in the chaos. Then the system coldly pings, warning, your active clone has been killed. All of the clone's stats zero out completely. The main Liu Yi is pinned tight under that massive fist, totally paralyzed. Processing the system alert, his brain starts spinning. His clone was instantly obliterated. These new puppets are easily 10 times stronger than the basic mobs, but luckily only about a dozen remain. Time for the classic strat. He drops Wither Aura first to heavily slash their max health pools, then preps to cast Mirror Invasion to finish the whole squad off. But right then, the system suddenly chimes in again. Target's health is officially below 100 points. Liu Yi hears that ping and his eyes light up. Under 100 HP, his mind races. If they drop below 100, their absolute maximum health cap is now locked. He wonders if he can literally just use his evil body skill to devour these massive puppets completely whole. The other looming giants, noticing their first buddy is throwing hands, quickly stomp their way closer to the action. Up above, Taiji bitterly tells his trembling partner, he's probably dead already, we should just leave. His partner frowns, visibly disappointed by the quick defeat. Man, what an absolute waste. If he somehow managed to revive and make it back, he could have farmed an insane amount of time dust. But right at that exact second, the hulking giant that literally just flattened Liu Yi completely fizzles out instantly, dissolving right into thin air like a ghost. It leaves behind nothing but a violently cracked crater. And you and I are witnessing absolute madness here. The other giants standing nearby also rapidly begin fading out exactly like the first beast. The two observers completely lose their minds watching this. The system chimes cheerfully. You have successfully devoured Jiang Yue Dian. All core attributes increase by 1. Weight ratio boost is 0. Malice value officially increased by 1 full point. That sweet system text just keeps spamming his feed over and over again. Suddenly, a wicked black blur tears violently straight through the gaps of the remaining smaller white shadows. Wherever that shadowy blur travels, the massive giant bosses get instantly wiped from existence. Sprinting through the carnage, Liu Yi flashes an incredibly cocky grin. He's basically screaming with joy inside his own head. Not only does his evil body absolutely shred these puppets to pieces, but he's actually stacking raw malice points too. Did Wu Fan toss him into this hellhole to kill him or secretly help him? Without missing a beat, he lunges himself forward, his bare hands clamping brutally tight onto the towering giant's dark leg. And just like that, the monstrous brute gets vaporized the second Liu Yi touches it. Another system ping hits the screen. You have fully devoured Jiang Yue Hua. All of your core spirit attributes rise, weight scaling increases by 0, and malice value gets bumped up by 1. After gobbling down yet another colossal boss monster, Liu Yi pauses his rampage for just a split second. Wait a minute, he thinks. The names on all these freaky monsters are honestly way too similar. Did Jiang Fei seriously transform his entire living family into these mindless flesh puppets? What an absolute psycho. But shaking off the disturbing thought, Liu Yi rushes straight at the remaining giants, completely ready to finish the job. Honestly, in his mind, this crazy situation is actually turning out to be a really good thing. Suddenly, a pair of legs gives out, totally collapsing onto the ground. Zooming out, you and I can see those two bewildered observers over there. Both of them are on their knees now, hands planted forward, jaws dropping wide open in utter disbelief. Wait, weren't Jiang Fei's second wave of puppets supposed to have ultimate attack power and absolutely unbreakable defense? How did they not only fail to crush him, but get completely wiped out so easily? They shout out loud, completely losing their minds. Where in the world did this guy even come from? Only total rookies managed to avoid being put on the rule breaker list. But seriously, how could a newbie be this insanely strong? Down below, we see Liu Yi flawlessly launch himself right back onto the ground. He lands with a massive boom. His face is practically overflowing with absolute confidence, and a faint, arrogant smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. He thinks to himself, target completely cleared. The system immediately chimes in, malice value increased by 21. And right as he hears that crucial notification sound, Liu Yi officially finishes off every last one of those towering giants. Now he stands completely surrounded by a circle of unfused, creepy white shadows. He scoffs internally, 20 points isn't even enough to be a warm-up. Liu Yi glances around, noticing those bizarre white shadows keeping a confusingly far distance from him. Weird. Right after taking down that final puppet, these little white creeps completely stop moving entirely. Before he can even think about it, those white shadows suddenly react all at once, starting to slowly fade away into thin air. The massive high-rise buildings nearby quickly follow suit, completely collapsing. Gradually, the very ground beneath his feet violently splinters into countless shattered pieces. The moment these fragments rip out of the earth, they blast upwards into the sky. Liu Yi dodges, thinking hard. Another wild transformation, and this one is directly altering the entire scene. The system chimes again, environmental recording activated. Liu Yi quickly tilts his head up, using his own eyes to actively record the chaotic movement of this massive environmental shift. As the skyscrapers completely crumble, a new monster suddenly emerges, and this absolute beast is easily 10 times larger than those previous giants. Its whole body is covered in tangled, creepy little wires from every single direction. It slowly stretches its massive hand right toward Liu Yi. Then it suddenly clenches its fist, pointing its giant index finger straight at him. The system warns, you are now surrounded by a force field. Your health is rapidly draining from 0 to 10% every single second. Warning, health dropping 10% per second. Liu Yi instinctively stumbles backwards a few steps. He internally confirms it, this is definitely an upgraded version of the Wither aura. Then that massive creature raises its other hand up high and forcefully clenches it tight. Instantly, a deeply bizarre blood-red, watery substance materializes in the surrounding space. It rushes in, totally engulfing Liu Yi. Seeing this, he grits his teeth and mutters, move within just a few brutally short minutes. Liu Yi is completely drowning in that strange red liquid. He grinds his teeth, realizing this skill perfectly matches the President of Order's signature move. The system alerts him ally buffs are actively being erased. Incoming blessings are being completely cancelled. Status reinforcements are rapidly fading away. Liu Yi squeezes his eyes shut, frustrated. Another annoying buff-wiping skill. Right now, a flash from the past hits him, remembering when he Leng Mian and Yuan Ding were trapped in monster forms, sharing words in those final moments. Liu Yi realizes something crucial, it's not just Tian Yao's loyal servants. Basically, every single high-tier player possesses some kind of effect-clearing ability. Realizing this fact, Liu Yi forcefully snaps his eyes wide open, staring forward. Now let's take a closer look. Liu Yi is currently trapped inside a perfectly round sphere of water, and that absolutely enormous monster, standing right in front of him, still hasn't loosened its tightly clenched fist at all. Liu Yi frantically wonders, how am I supposed to break out of this deadly setup? Finally, everyone else starts shouting with excitement, desperate to prove their own points. Look at that, he's finally getting destroyed by the third-level phase. I told you a rookie's true strength always has a hard limit. The complaining guy, biting a piece of cloth in his hand, murmurs with frustration. But honestly, all of a sudden, I kinda want him to actually win. Everyone immediately waves their hands, brushing him off. Quit dreaming. Jiang Fei is literally a top 5 player right on the infamous rule breakers list. Whoever ends up facing them, there is absolutely nothing left but pure, unadulterated despair. Suddenly, the image of those shattered skyscraper fragments flashes right back into Liu Yi's mind. Those pieces begin rewinding through time, slowly piecing themselves back together. Liu Yi notes to himself, I totally recorded that exact moment just a second ago. Looking back up at the colossal beast towering before him, his mind races. It already shattered the stability of that frozen moment, so could he possibly use the bronze bell ring to his advantage here, to perfectly restore the scene to that exact second and just directly annihilate it? Finally, he makes his choice. No more time to overthink this, just do it. That massive monster violently clenches its fist even tighter, generating a genuinely terrifying amount of pressure. In an instant, Liu Yi gets squeezed so hard inside that he literally bursts blood, spraying and dripping down relentlessly. You and I probably thought Liu Yi was completely done for, but surprisingly, the one who actually gets obliterated is the monster. It just explodes violently. Seeing this insane reversal, everyone's companions scream out in pure unfiltered joy. We won. We actually won this. Alright, you and I are back in the action. With that massive monster down, our main character, Liu Yi, slowly floats back into the city streets. He laughs out loud, feeling absolutely incredible after that win. But wait, catching sight of a weird lingering blood stain, Liu Yi gets super curious. There is still a streak of blood left behind. What exactly is hiding inside it? Suddenly, that single crimson drop falls straight down to the street. This instantly startles Liu Yi, putting him right back on high alert. Up above, a guy named Jiang Fei is bleeding heavily. He lets out a loud cough, perfectly timed just to grab Liu Yi's attention from the ground below. His gaze is completely calm but terrifyingly sharp as he stares right at Liu Yi. He speaks up with pure amusement. A little bit interesting. Since you managed to crack my defenses and violently wake me from my deep slumber, you must be that annoying little problem Wu Fan sent my way. Right then, Jiang Fei casually waves his hand, summoning these intense rays of light all around his body before slowly continuing his speech. That old fool Wu Fan claimed he did not need help but immediately sent someone here anyway. Such a stubbornly arrogant old man. With a simple flick of his finger, those bright lights instantly transform into deadly javelins shooting straight at Liu Yi. Jiang Fei smirks and admits that the old man made the right call. Anyone capable of beating his third phase is definitely a serious threat. But no matter how annoying you are, your journey ends right here. Seeing these glowing projectiles charging at him at literal light speed, Liu Yi starts completely panicking. He has zero time to react, left just standing there, watching total destruction fly straight toward him. Jiang Fei furiously screams, "Die!" Liu Yi desperately activates his God Descent skill, stacking it with the original blessing status. Suddenly, the system chimes in. It alerts him that his clone has been destroyed, returning all borrowed stats right back to him. The attack packs absolute destructive power, kicking up a massive cloud of heavy smoke. Bursting right out of that exact smoke screen, Liu Yi aggressively launches himself forward. Eyes locked fiercely onto Jiang Fei, he summons another clone and instantly triggers God Descent again. Boom, every single stat spikes by 49,999. Liu Yi raises his massive gun and calculates his move. He is using his ultimate clone with maxed out stats and his absolute strongest attack. He wants to completely obliterate Jiang Fei. With his aim locked on his skill, combo lines up flawlessly. Imprisonment triggers, locking the target down completely. Silence activates next, shutting the target up. Then comes the mark. The target is painted, guaranteeing his next strike has a 100% hit rate. This setup is way too perfect, making Liu Yi slightly suspicious. Every single debuff landed without fail. What is actually going on here? Seeing Jiang Fei look completely unbothered, Liu Yi questions the situation. What kind of trick is this guy pulling? But honestly, Liu Yi has zero time left to hesitate. He just has to take the shot and test the waters. He instantly pulls the trigger and the powerful blast slams directly into the target. It completely engulfs Jiang Fei, yet he takes the hit without flinching. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is visibly thrilled, feeling a massive wave of victory washing over him. It is a direct hit. That strike packed over 3,000 damage points, landing something that heavy directly. The guy should be dead or at least crippled. Pieces of Jiang Fei get blasted right off his body, but suddenly those exact pieces reverse direction. They fly right back to him and Jiang Fei basically pieces his own body back together, healing up in seconds. Liu Yi drops his jaw in pure shock. He healed. What kind of glitch is this? Not giving up, he fires another massive shot straight into Jiang Fei's stomach. But incredibly, the flesh just stitches right back together, leaving absolutely zero damage behind on his body. Liu Yi starts panicking even more now. His mind is racing with doubt. He healed himself again. Wait, no, that does not look like normal healing at all. Did my attack literally deal zero damage to this monster? After letting Liu Yi treat him like target practice, Jiang Fei smirks with total disrespect. Was that your strongest attack? Too bad. You are honestly way too far from the damage threshold required to actually hurt me. Furthermore, any attack landing below my power limit is completely useless. Jiang Fei summons a fresh storm of light beams, sighing with fake disappointment as he continues. It has been a very long time since a real fight. Listen to this, ever since hitting level 90, nobody has survived his third phase. Most people do not even dare to try. I genuinely thought you might surprise me today, but honestly your attack power is just pitifully weak. I will just tell you the truth. If you manage to multiply that damage output by 10, you might actually touch my limit. Suddenly, those blinding light beams crash straight down onto Liu Yi, triggering a massive ground-shattering earthquake across the field. With thick smoke choking the air, Jiang Fei aggressively taunts him. Can you actually pull it off? Because if you somehow manage to survive my endless barrage of attacks, maybe. But you are just a clone right now, and I can easily use you to track down and completely destroy your actual body. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. Destruction, warrior class activated, adding 10,000 to all base stats. Plus, a new destruction skill makes every single attack gain a 1% chance to instantly execute the target, and that execution rate scales with his main stats. Now, under the brutally overwhelming barrage coming from Jiang Fei, Liu Yi's real body is forced to sprint for his life. While running, his brain works overtime. Was that guy actually telling the truth back there? Could someone really be arrogant enough to just hand over their own weakness? Then again, as one of the oldest awakened fighters out there, he has definitely earned the right to be that cocky. First, looking at the insane crater Jiang Fei just made, Liu Yi lets out a heavy sigh. Second, with his current combat level trying to increase his power output enough, attacks ramped up 10 times. Meanwhile, you and I can see Jiang Fei casually sitting up high, chatting away, telling Liu Yi that Wu Fan called him a cockroach. After fighting you, I realized Wu Fan was completely wrong about that cockroach comparison. Right there, Jiang Fei suddenly pauses his little speech. A mocking smirk flashes across Jiang Fei's face as he continues. You, my friend, are way more like a rat, a filthy sewer rat. Watching Liu Yi desperately dodging and running away, Jiang Fei bursts into amused laughter. I have to admit, this is pretty fun. I have not had a toy this entertaining in ages. You better try hard because I am going to slowly increase the speed and numbers. Just do not die too fast or you will ruin my fun. Down below, Liu Yi sprints while desperately calculating. The divine form can actually create a clone using the sealing orb. He subtly pulls out the sealing orb, his mind racing. If I use the soul orb to make a clone, will that exact copy carry the full 200,000 stats? His serious eyes suddenly flash with real hope. If those 200,000 stats carry over, I might actually stand a chance. He quickly tosses the orb aside and whispers, time to make that clone first. The second the clone activates, a terrifying black lightning bolt strikes right past Liu Yi. Pure panic washes over him. What in the world is this? Total shock hits him. His own clone triggered that lightning strike. Liu Yi glances over at his brand new clone and quietly checks its active stats. It actually worked. The 200,000 stats are fully intact. Not only that, but it copied his exact real-world skill ratios too. Then the system blasts a blaring warning. Your clone's attributes have vastly exceeded the absolute limit of the 6th realm. Your clone will be forcibly banished. The countdown to total banishment has officially started. Seeing the angry lightning swirling in the sky, Liu Yi feels a heavy wave of regret. This massive power is going to be banished very soon. Spotting Jiang Fei's lethal attack zooming right at him, Liu Yi knows he needs to hurry. He instantly commands his newly formed clone to counterattack. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, the clone raises its gun aiming right at Jiang Fei. Demonic form activated. The clone's hair suddenly turns blazing blonde. A monstrous surge of power gathers inside the gun barrel waiting for release. He issues the fire command. Spotting the crazy anomaly down below, Jiang Fei actually gets startled. Wait, the skills are being fully reset all over again. Imprisonment, the target is heavily locked down. Silence, the target is completely silenced. Mark, the target is marked for a guaranteed hit. The hit rate for this next strike is an absolute 100%. Liu Yi clone stands tall amidst the completely ruined city streets, aiming its gun directly at Jiang Fei. The colossal power radiating off the clone causes the ground to constantly crack and shatter. The shot fires. A massive beam of raw power blasts straight toward Jiang Fei. In his mind, Liu Yi calculates the exact numbers. 200,000 stats plus the demonic form release. Going purely by the system data, my overall attack power just multiplied by 7 times. Now let's pay attention here. Even though the villain claimed I needed 10 times the strength to hurt him, this is my absolute strongest strike right now. But through Jiang Fei's arrogant eyes, the speeding bullet looks like it is moving in slow motion. He waits with amused anticipation to see this pathetic new trick. But suddenly the bullet slams into Jiang Fei, instantly slicing his body perfectly in half. The strike blows a massive gaping hole right through Jiang Fei. Absolute shock flashes in his eyes as he panics. What is this attack? Finally, the arrogant Jiang Fei has been completely taken down. The brutal battle has officially reached its bloody end. Right before fading into nothingness, Jiang Fei actually offers Liu Yi a sliver of genuine praise. Not bad at all. In the next reincarnation, I will find you and take my crystal back. With those bitter final words, his body disintegrates. Simultaneously, the 10-second timer completely runs out. The raging lightning from the dark sky crashes down violently, swallowing Liu Yi clone whole. The cold system firmly chimes. Your clone has been successfully banished. With Jiang Fei defeated, the precious crystal on his body finally drops. Spotting the glowing loot, Liu Yi wastes no time and sprints right for it. He happily snatches the prize, a dark smile crossing his face. There is not going to be a next reincarnation for you, buddy. The system notification pops up. You've acquired 22,151 specks of time dust. Jiang Fei's massive domain quickly collapses right alongside its master. That once huge city rapidly fades into total nothingness. Over on Baiji's side, both guys are frozen in utter disbelief. Baiji frantically turns to his companion, grabbing his shoulder and excitedly demanding, "Tell me you recorded that." His companion stares back wide-eyed and quickly stammers out a response. "I got it, I got the whole thing." Baiji pulls out a device, his eyes glowing with pure excitement. "Upload it right now. With that newbie's insane power level, if we leak this footage, he will absolutely make it onto the rule-breaker list." He stares at Liu Yi, distant figure, wondering to himself. The old legends always said, anyone who hits rank 1 on their very first try immediately becomes the default leader of all the awakened. Are we literally witnessing history being made right now? Will that mythical legend actually be proven true during this specific reincarnation cycle? Meanwhile, Liu Yi is riding incredibly high after finally securing Jiang Fei's core crystal, gripping it tightly in his hands. The crystal's radiant light vividly illuminates his face, his eyes practically overflowing with hope and sheer determination. Back over in Hua's own continent, beyond the Guixu Sea, a massive gloomy darkness swallows the entire area. And guys, this is where it gets wild. Tiny slivers of light pierce the gloom, revealing a sudden shadow. It is Liu Yi, looking totally shocked. Banished outside the borders of central Hua, Liu Yi immediately felt his overall power plummet by a massive 90%. He thought to himself, it actually feels exactly like standing outside the origin realm, totally cut off from his own territory. Plus, he had not even received a system notification yet. Was it because leaving central Hua completely stripped the data system of its usual authority? Suddenly, a massive explosion fiercely rocked the distant horizon. Liu Yi noticed space itself violently cracking open over there, and a terrifying pitch-black hand suddenly emerged. Ferocious humanoid black shadows began shrieking with pure malice. An intense battle was instantly breaking out, completely cloaking the entire area in thick, blinding dust. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of sheer power blasted right through the dark shadows. It was the legendary guardian of central Hua. Channeling that massive energy, he swung his scythe completely, obliterating the shadowy horde in a single strike. Watching this insane display, Liu Yi wondered, what exactly were those dark entities rushing toward the void of central Hua? And who was this ridiculously overpowered guy effortlessly wiping them out? The guardian of central Hua suddenly spotted Liu Yi standing in the distance and immediately summoned 6 massive arms. Liu Yi finally noticed, but he was one step too late. Those creeping shadows had already restrained him. He frantically thought to himself, I was way too careless. A shadow clamped tightly onto his left arm, paralyzing Liu Yi and locking his entire body rigidly in place. The dark entities viciously drained Liu Yi energy. Staggering weakly, he realized, my power is fading fast. I am seriously done for here. Catching sight of something unbelievable, Liu Yi's eyes went wide. What is that? Off in the distance, an entire world was literally cracking apart. It was not just one. Multiple shattered worlds were lined up perfectly, forming a terrifyingly long chain. Utterly panicked, Liu Yi thought to himself, why is the absolute center of central Hua stacking one broken world after another? Why are they completely shattering like this? Liu Yi quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing none of these doomed worlds resembled central Hua. Not the current version, anyway. His vision started aggressively blurring. This is bad, I really cannot hold on much longer. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light pierced the gloomy sky. An iron rod plummeted straight down from the heavens, viciously smashing into the creeping shadows. The weapon stretched out, instantly shielding Liu Yi from the dark mass. Stunned, he thought, the safety tether. How is the safety tether even here? I thought it was just an iron rod twisting into a spiral shape. He wondered, can we really not leave? Are all the secret realms actually located on the outside? A sturdy iron rod, tightly coiled around Liu Yi, radiating a brilliant blue light that pushed back the shadows. Seizing the perfect chance to escape, he bolted, thinking fast as he moved. I absolutely cannot afford a fight right now. Sure, once the blessing timer runs out, I can safely teleport back to central Hua. But just look at this insane situation. You and I need to scout these other areas. We have to see what kind of twisted worlds exist out here. Liu Yi swiftly approached a nearby shattered world and touched down. Observing the chaotic condition of his new surroundings, our hero carefully analyzed the terrifying situation. Something is seriously wrong with Central Hua right now. Not only is it stuck at the very back, but its protective barrier hasn't even completely shattered yet. Meanwhile, over at Mount Buzhou, the entire landscape was buried under heavy snow. Now rocking a completely fresh outfit, Liu Yi crossed his arms and pondered deeply. Compared to all the other zones, Central Hua's outer barrier is not just heavily fractured, it is literally dragging at the absolute bottom of the world. He deduced. Those shattered dimensions lined up ahead of Central Hua must represent previous cycles of reincarnation. Wait, every single cycle of reincarnation? No, that just doesn't add up. This isn't some mystic reincarnation at all. With every single clone created, the entire dimension sinks just a little bit deeper. We have already hit rock bottom right now. If this deadly cycle actually continues, what happens next? Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed out of nowhere. Utter destruction. If Central Hua continues to sink into the dark depths of the ruin abyss, it will be completely annihilated. Liu Yi froze in absolute shock. It was that bizarre system warning again. The mysterious voice continued echoing around him, stating the outer protective barrier had sustained critical damage, meaning Central Hua will keep plunging straight into the ruin abyss until it violently shatters into dust. This is the final reset. Hearing this, Liu Yi desperately wondered. The ruin abyss. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who exactly are you?" The surrounding void remained completely silent. Frowning deeply, Liu Yi muttered. He vanished again. He angrily yelled out again, "Show yourself and tell me exactly who you are. Because if you don't, I refuse to believe a single word you tell me." Zero trust. Yet still the mysterious voice refused to give him any response. Liu Yi thought to himself, this frustrating situation is playing out exactly like the last time. A random warning drops from the sky and then completely vanishes. Who is pulling the strings? This guy can somehow answer all my impossible questions, even predicting that my very own clone would magically spawn way outside the borders of Central Hua. But the craziest part of all this, I was literally just questioning things in my own head and he flawlessly delivered the answer directly to my mind. Plus, judging by that weird detached tone he used, it seems he only drops clues when I mentally target a specific problem. Feeling his brain starting to fry, our hero thought, wait a minute, if that is true, then how is this any different from a pre-programmed machine? Pre-programmed, wait, does that mean I am not dealing with an actual person? He could just be an automated admin piece of the Tianyao system. Crossing his arms tightly, Liu Yi's face twisted into deep thought. He quietly questioned, but then why exactly does he call himself Earth's Shadow? Looking at it from another angle, let's just assume those three unique titles came from three separate mysterious entities. If the all-powerful Tianyao system was essentially a combined product built by them, then these absolute gods teaming up is actually perfectly logical. As bright sunlight hit the mountain peak, Liu Yi gazed up at the endless sky, his mind quietly racing with wild new theories. Alright, let's see where this goes. If the system was already programmed to answer his questions based on his past 2 runs, what that guy said might actually be the truth. Liu Yi remembers his time in Huazhong and the exact warning that mysterious figure gave him. The protective membrane is ruined, Huazhong is shattering, falling into the Sea of Gyushu. And this is his absolute final reincarnation cycle. A million questions raced through Liu Yi's mind. Why didn't the membrane around Huazhong regenerate? Why in the world is the Great Huazhong about to crash into the Sea of Gyushu? Is it because of the reincarnation cycle or something else entirely? He still has 2 years left. No, looking at how badly the membrane is damaged, there's no way he has that much time. He needs to level up his stats as fast as humanly possible and solve this absolute crisis. Liu Yi pulls out the glowing red stone. He got insanely lucky, managing to take down Jiang Fei this time, instantly snagging all the time dust from a level 95 player in one go. Gripping the stone tight, he figures it's just enough to boost his stats past 80 million and finally revive Juyin. But honestly, at his current level, Juyin's impact won't even be that huge. But whatever, no time to overthink it. First things first, it's time to upgrade, and then figure out his next move. The system screen pops up right in front of him. Absorbing time dust. 100 time dust consumed, successfully reaching level 75 with all base attribute weights getting a +1. Then 120 time dust consumed, easily hitting level 76 with all of his attributes getting an epic boost of 200, with all base attribute weights getting +1. Then 180 time dust consumed, easily hitting level 77. All attributes boosted by 200, all attribute weights +1. System notification player Liu Yi, the upgrade requires no more than 200 time dust. Current time dust available is exactly 21,820. Titles currently equipped include Special Body, Irregular Warrior, Ultimate Weapon Master, the Adversity Overcomer, and #1 of the High Tower, Tower Attacker. The cumulative attribute ratio gets plus 19 intelligence attribute ratio plus 1 with all of his base stats maxing out at completely insane levels. System warning: combat title currently does not meet standards. He absolutely must upgrade the irregular warrior title to the advanced irregular warrior tier right now, before he can continue leveling up. The advanced irregular warrior quest notification is now fully triggered and the specific quest location has been clearly marked on his map. Tianyao protocol initiated. The target quest location is currently shifting, so please proceed to the newly designated area to successfully complete the corresponding quest. Liu Yi just sighs heavily to himself. I knew it, nothing is ever going to be this easy. He glances at the system screen. Well, the Tianyao protocol already kicked in, completely altering the core details of his quest. But looking at this specific spot on Liu Yi map right alongside his own red dot, another mysterious red dot suddenly appears. Now let's cut over to Wu Fan, who's walking along and wondering what in the world is going on. It's been so long, hasn't Jiang Fei finished off that guy yet? Wu Fan raises an eyebrow, muttering. And not just that, that guy is actually leaving Jiang Fei's city right now. What kind of joke is this? The city itself looks completely gloomy and ruined, shattered to pieces. Moving through the rubble, Wu Fan suddenly thinks, did Jiang Fei actually get defeated? How is that even possible? But the undeniable truth is that Jiang Fei's city is vanishing, not just fading away, but completely wiped out like a massive one-hit kill. He launches himself high into the air, moving fast as he scoffs. Even so, there's absolutely no way I believe that in such an insanely short time you've leveled up enough to actually have the power to destroy me. Over at the Sea of Guishu, Liu Yi finally arrives. Suddenly, his instincts scream. Who's there? It's the Huazong Guardian. Rushing in, he lands a massive punch right on Liu Yi. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi thinks, right now, all of my stats are over 200,000, even though my power's been drained by more than 90%. Liu Yi gets blasted high into the sky. They stare each other down. Liu Yi asks himself, this guy was just protecting Huazong a second ago, so why attack me out of nowhere? Liu Yi glances behind him, analyzing the crazy situation. Also, could this place actually be a mini-world perfectly protected by a fully intact membrane? He notices, even with a few random dark spots scattered around, enemies definitely can't just casually step into a mini-world guarded by a complete membrane. Dodging quickly, Liu Yi formulates a plan. I'll summon a clone and have it use the safety rope as fast as humanly possible to safely pull me into an unprotected mini-world over in the Sea of Guishu. Honestly, even with 200,000 stats being weakened by over 90% of my overall power right now, means I can't beat anyone here. Reaching the asteroid, Liu Yi touches down using both legs to skid to a hard stop. He thinks, made it, the safety rope's speed is absolutely insane. Liu Yi watches lightning bolts crash down, feeling the heavy pressure of the void completely vanish as he directly enters the shattered world. But honestly, the situation in here is looking incredibly bad right now. Summoning his clone, Liu Yi decides, whatever, I just need to summon the clone and keep stacking blessings right now. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears high up in the sky. Liu Yi grips his sword, ready for combat. Here they come. Green walls erupt straight from the ground. Liu Yi looks up, completely confused. What on earth is this now? The massive green walls pierce straight into the sky. Liu Yi shouts, this is a trap, an absolute scam. And get this, the person standing way up there is the Huazong Guardian, who suddenly vanishes behind the clouds. The massive green walls close in. Liu Yi glances into the distance. A mysterious voice echoes through the area. Using rebirth as an excuse to destroy our Huazong continent just isn't enough. And now you invade what little living space we have left. The man standing there is Jiang Fei, spitting pure hatred. Tianyao, you're absolutely despicable. Liu Yi stares at the guy, completely stunned. Jiang Fei, wait, why does he look so incredibly old? Jiang Fei locks eyes with Liu Yi. You don't look like Tianyao's lapdog. Follow me. It's not safe to talk out here. They arrive at a rundown, crumbling cave. Jiang Fei leads the way inside while Liu Yi cautiously checks out their surroundings. Leaning heavily on his cane, Jiang Fei takes a seat. Who exactly are you? Liu Yi starts but gets cut off. Which cycles left over are you? Jiang Fei asks. Liu Yi frowns, totally lost. Leftover. Jiang Fei keeps going. Someone as young as you. You can't be from the current Huazong continent, right? If you are, you better watch your back. Jiang Fei starts explaining. Huazong continent is literally about to sink into the Guihai Sea. If Tianyao decides to reboot the cycle again, the whole continent gets wiped. When that happens, you won't even get the luxury of becoming a leftover. Every single person here will just flat out die. Liu Yi demands some actual answers. Who exactly are you? Jiang Fei raises an eyebrow, a slight smirk on his face. Who am I? Well, judging by your shocked expression when we met, you've probably already met my current cycle's version out in this world. Think of it like this. If this current cycle is number 3000, then the guy sitting right here is the Jiang Fei from cycle 2996. Liu Yi mind is blown. What the heck does that even mean? Jiang Fei chuckles. Exactly what it sounds like. Is it that hard to accept? That every single cycle is actually its own completely separate world? Or are you just struggling to handle the fact that you are looking at someone from past cycles who actually survived? We aren't 25 years in the past. Liu Yi freezes completely. They were played. All of them. This whole time travel and rebirth gimmick. Closing your eyes and waking up 25 years ago. Total garbage. It hits Liu Yi like a truck. There is no true time loop. Every single cycle is an isolated independent world. They are just copies. The system uses the main core to hit copy, paste, and generate the next reality. Jiang Fei frowns, his voice rising. Still don't get it. If I magically created a flawless clone of you right now and put him right next to you, would that guy actually be you? Liu Yi stays quiet for a second, putting the pieces together. So you're saying every single cycle isn't actually rewinding time by 25 years. It's just them nuking the entire Huazong continent and then building a fresh copy from scratch. A copy of Huazong from exactly 25 years ago. And you're a survivor from one of those older continents that got wiped out. Jiang Fei nods, looking pretty satisfied. Looks like you're finally catching on. Liu Yi stands there processing this insane truth while lightning violently crashes outside. All right, you and I can see Liu Yi looks absolutely sick to his stomach. You aren't telling me all this just to make me feel hopeless, right? Just tell me the method to break this cycle and save Huazhong. And while you're at it, what is your real motive for dropping all this intel on me? Jiang Fei doesn't hesitate. As someone from a past cycle who managed to escape the Guishu Sea, you've got to be seriously strong. You have the best shot at changing things. My goal is simple. I need you to stop Huazhong from being copied over again. If you pull it off, the leftovers like us can finally move in there. We just want a real place to live. Jiang Fei leans forward. As for how to save it, easy. You need processing power, a massive amount of it. Get enough processing power and you can literally patch the system errors yourself. That will stop those shadowless freaks from invading. Plus, it gives Huazhong the right clearance to ascend, fully breaking free from the Guihai Sea's dangerous airspace for good. But to get that power, you need the authority to delete Huazhong with a single click. You need to acquire the legendary Renshong title. Liu Yi eyes go wide. The Renshong title. Jiang Fei drops the brutal truth. It breaks down every living creature in Huazhong. Straight into raw processing power. Scene shift to Buzhou Mountain. Liu Yi has already arrived, his mind racing. So the Tianyao program altered the secret realm. It changed his mission from a standard irregular warrior to a high-tier irregular warrior quest. This is exactly what that mystery guy warned him about. They framed his parents, trapping them inside the Renshong secret realm. Renshong, the one-click deletion. Suddenly, Liu Yi senses footsteps approaching. Wu Fan is tracking him. He needs to dive into the secret realm right now. Liu Yi leaps straight into the portal. Wu Fan tries to follow right behind him but gets completely blocked at the entrance. Wu Fan glares at the barrier. I can't enter. What the hell is this place? Inside, Liu Yi sprints forward, gripping the key tightly. You need a key to breach this specific realm. Is Wu Fan going to find a way in? Honestly, not a chance. Liu Yi keeps moving, putting it all together. The Renshong title is literally the ultimate delete button. Now watch this. He steps through the final gate and the system chimes in. Title upgrade quest confirmed. Objective: acquire the Renshong title. Spread out in front of Liu Yi is an absolutely brutal secret realm. Massive stone platforms float mid-air in a long chain. So this is the zone holding the Renshong title. Liu Yi scans his surroundings, a wave of pure anxiety hitting him. Why is it completely empty? We're about to find out. Liu Yi steps onto the floating rocks, totally on edge. Are his parents trapped on those upper platforms? He looks up, then down into the abyss. All right, stick with me here. Liu Yi glances left then right, looking completely anxious. Honestly, he just does not seem ready to finally face them. Liu Yi thinks back to his childhood. Back then, after finding out his parents were trapped somewhere, his very first thought was rushing in to save them. But now that the moment to actually meet them is right here, he is completely conflicted. How exactly is he supposed to accept them now? Sure, that mysterious person claimed his parents watched over him through countless past lives, but for Liu Yi, he has zero memory of them. Not a single trace in his mind. The only thing he actually remembers is the brutal struggle of raising his little sister alone. Logically, he should hate them. He thinks about it for a second, realizing he really should. Instead of choosing a life where they could protect him and Ah Yun, they just left. For some unknown reason, they vanished without leaving a safe path behind. Why did they force him and Ah Yun to suffer so much just to survive instead of letting them grow up completely normal? Liu Yi thinks back on everything. But despite all that pain, right in this very moment before reuniting, he finds he just cannot hate them at all. Those childhood memories are just way too blurry. Honestly, rather than feeling like his parents, they really just feel like absolute strangers right now. What right does he have to demand that strangers look after him and Yoon? A slight wave of sadness washes right over Liu Yi. He stares at the road ahead, thinking it over. He is simply trying to find them and help them escape this incredibly dangerous situation. Having a whole happy family. As Liu Yi walks on, he admits to himself that it is just a tiny sliver of hope. Once he helps them clear this danger, maybe he can just tell them everyone is safe. With that thought, Liu Yi finally reaches the absolute top. Two swords are jammed into the earth right before him. Liu Yi frowns, staring at the hidden realm. Wait, the Ren Zong realm was already completely conquered. Doubt quickly rises in his mind. Where are his parents? Liu Yi stares at those two abandoned swords, and a terrible sense of dread suddenly washes over him. Scene shift to High City, deep underground, where Liu Yi left his clone. Yoon calls him up on the phone, immediately asking for updates. How are things going down there? Yoon's voice echoes out. Come on, please, do not just ignore me. If we did not have the security cameras, you would have scared me to death. Keep this up, and I will send Nianzhou down there with you. Liu Yi replies, saying he entered the Renjiang hidden realm. Hearing this, Yoon immediately asks, well, did you find our parents? Liu Yi answers heavily. He searched every single corner of the realm but found absolutely zero signs of life anywhere. Just two abandoned weapons left behind in the dirt. It looks like the two of them are already dead. The speaker goes completely silent for a moment. Then Yoon speaks up. But we have not forgotten them. That means their deaths are not a total erasure from existence. As long as the cycle of reincarnation continues, we can definitely meet them again in the very next reincarnated world. This is actually good news. It means we still have the time for one more cycle of reincarnation. Liu Yi thinks to himself there is no next reincarnation. The only way another cycle happens is if he accepts Yoon dying in this current life, using her death to create a completely different Yoon. Otherwise, the reincarnation cycle simply cannot continue at all. Now watch this system screen. Title acquired Ren Zhang. He receives 25 computing power units from Hua Zhangzhou and unlocks the powerful structure skill. The Ren Zhang skill effect. It completely wipes out all living creatures in Hua Zhangzhou, sparing only the actual title holder. Irregular warrior title upgrade mission successfully completed. He instantly receives the coveted high-tier irregular warrior title as a massive system reward. Breaking past the standard high-tier limits, the title effect gives him a massive +5 to his overall skill level. Crowd control immunity increases by 5, all stats boosted by 100, and he unlocks the rule breaker skill to strip enemy buffs. Liu Yi sounds genuinely shocked. In just a single fleeting moment, he racked up an insane amount of new skills and vital immunities. The system keeps flashing, 200 time dust consumed. He officially hits level 80, boosting every single stat by another huge 200 points. Total attribute weight increases by 1. He acquires the distortion field skill, allowing him to completely strip away all 5 senses. It strips the senses of any target trapped inside the field. Hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell are all completely blocked out. An absolute status field that completely locks out all enemy buffs inside. Meanwhile, his beast Zhulong Juyin finally hits a massive level 80 milestone. The Zhulong hatching process is fully complete. Liu Yi smiles happily. Juyin, you finally finish hatching into your true form. However, in his current brutal tier of combat, a level 80 Juyin will not help much. The system shows more time dust being consumed. Another 200 time dust used, level 81 reached, pushing all stats up by 800 and adding 2 to total attribute weight. 200 more time dust burned. Level 82 unlocked, raising all stats by another 800 and total attribute weight by 2. Liu Yi cheers excitedly. Awesome, Juyin is finally done draining my experience points. Meanwhile, Wu Fan sits waiting just outside the hidden realm. As Liu Yi steps out, Wu Fan stands up smirking. Ah, you finally came out. Liu Yi calculates quickly. The Destroyer Warrior title is completely mandatory for his level 90 breakthrough. Wu Fan is level 95, so he must definitely possess the Destroyer Warrior title. If Liu Yi kills him right now, he can complete the mission and claim that exact title for himself. Wu Fan sneers, challenging him. Let's see where you run this time. Dead silence all around. But then rushed footsteps completely shatter the heavy atmosphere. Baiji's companion looks over and asks, are we heading in the right direction? Baiji replies, yeah, it has to be. The moment he makes a move, we need to track him fast. Plus, look at these rushed footprints on the ground. We are definitely on the right trail, he adds confidently. Ever since we leaked his info to the public, this guy skyrocketed straight into the top 5 of the leaderboard in almost no time at all. The rule breaker list. That news caused an absolute earthquake back at the gathering point. Now watch this, the two keep talking while running. We really need to catch up to him fast. If we can just record one more battle involving this absolute madman. Then our mission as loop observers is officially done. We can literally spend the rest of our time kicking back and relaxing. Boom. A massive explosion goes off in the distance. They instantly spot the smoke. Meanwhile, right at the blast zone, Liu Yi is taking heavy hits. Wu Fan looks deadly serious. Liu Yi speaks up, I am not sure if you know this yet, but our world does not have any more loops left. If we try to restart it one more time, everything will be instantly destroyed. Wu Fan literally does not care. He stomps the ground hard and charges straight at Liu Yi. The system chimes in. Absolute status power is currently predicting the skill tier. Host is now completely immune to the target's incoming ability. Purify Liu Yi clashes directly with Wu Fan and says, my entire goal in recruiting the 14 Guardians is to permanently end this looping world. We really do not have any unresolvable conflicts here. We both just want to survive. Wu Fan immediately responds, maybe what you are saying is true, but with your current level of strength, you are totally unqualified to save our world. A blinding flash of light erupts. Wu Fan smiles like he already won, but then his eyes go wide in total shock. Liu Yi aims his gun and shoots Wu Fan point blank. Oh really? Then what makes me qualified? Are you joking? Do I have to kill you first? Wu Fan's entire upper body gets blown away. Liu Yi just says, as long as my attack immunity keeps scaling up its effectiveness, your hits literally feel like a scratch to me. Liu Yi really thinks he has this fight in the bag. Suddenly, Wu Fan's legs stand straight up. Liu Yi looks completely stunned as Wu Fan's upper body starts rapidly regenerating. His body fully heals in seconds. He actually praises him. Interesting. Your strength has improved so much compared to the very first time we met. A massive barrage of ice spikes surrounds Liu Yi. Wu Fan clenches his fist and scoffs, but if you want to show off in front of me, you are still not qualified. A huge ice explosion detonates and Liu Yi vanishes entirely. Wu Fan wonders out loud. When did he make a clone? Liu Yi moves at lightning speed and Wu Fan quickly spots him. He yells out, over here. Liu Yi takes a heavy hit but still manages to fire a shot right back at Wu Fan. The system announces clone destroyed stats returned. Wu Fan takes the bullet and his lower half gets completely blown off this time. He starts healing again. Liu Yi analyzes the situation. His recovery speed is finally slowing down. Liu Yi keeps pulling the trigger. An insane amount of power suddenly radiates from Wu Fan. Liu Yi raises an eyebrow. The energy explodes, and before Liu Yi can even react, he gets sucked into a sphere. A blinding beam of light tears through the sky, bringing a terrifying earthquake right where Liu Yi was standing. That spot is now a completely massive crater. But Liu Yi actually survived and he is standing on the mountain peak above. He looks down at Wu Fan. Wu Fan slowly gets up and says, I admit I definitely underestimated you just now. He gets dead serious and adds, right now you actually have the qualifications to speak with me as an equal, so I will finally answer your question from earlier. He summons the sphere again and declares, the loop absolutely must continue. A massive aura of raw power completely surrounds his body. Wu Fan states, anyone who tries to stop the loop is my enemy. The scene suddenly shifts to a stark hospital bed. Wu Fan tightly holds the patient's hand, looking incredibly heartbroken as he whispers, please do not be sad anymore. Cut to a dark corner of Mount Buju, which serves as the main gathering spot for the 7 emotions. Now, if you look inside this beautifully decorated cafe, one of the members speaks up. Guys, do you think the rule breaker leaderboard is glitched? A totally new guy jumping up like that? I bet this is some conspiracy. The whole group is casually chatting when someone suddenly yells out, hey there, is a live broadcast showing that exact same new guy right now. What is the new guy even doing? Looks like he is fighting somebody. Wait, fighting who? Holy crap, he is fighting Wu Fan. They panic and start asking each other, if Wu Fan actually gets taken down, then does the Earth Shadow Alliance only have Chen Yue left? This new guy just finished off Jiang Fei and he is already brawling with Wu Fan this soon. The brown-haired guy states grimly, Chen Yue disappeared a few loops ago. If Wu Fan dies here, then the entire Earth Shadow Alliance is going to completely collapse in this very loop. Right at that exact moment, a blinding light flashes across the monitor screen. Back outside, Bai Ji's partner struggles against the heavy winds and suggests we should really get a little bit closer to them. The observers are all pushing us to go deeper inside, but Bai Gei completely disagrees, knowing that getting any closer could be a deadly mistake. We are all going to die. Don't mess with them, just keep a safe distance right now. Up in the sky, the live broadcast shows a massive, terrifying eye snapping wide open. The pressure radiating from it is seriously overwhelming. Seeing this absolute nightmare, Bai Gei completely freezes in pure panic. Then he instantly turns around, bolting away while screaming out a warning. Fall back, get back. That's Wu Fan's ultimate move. We are way too close. The other observers watch Bai Gei running and angrily yell at him. Don't run. If you run away, we won't see anything. If you're gonna be a total coward, stop being an observer. Get closer right now. If we die, we'll just film the next time loop. You and I know how wild this gets. This is the exact ultimate move Wu Fan used before to crush much stronger opponents against all odds. He literally killed players 20 levels higher than him. But honestly, Wu Fan has fallen off so hard lately, he can't even beat someone 20 levels below him now, saying that just humiliates him even more. Right now, Wu Fan is entirely focused intensely analyzing his opponent's every single move. You don't just have insane self-healing, you also have cloning skills. But none of that matters. This move is his own custom creation. Standing right in front of Liu Yi, he arrogantly declares, "You can't do anything." It fuses multiple crazy skills together. Not only does it totally block your healing ability, but it also uses your own clones to perfectly track down your actual real location. Even if I'm not facing your main body right now, I can still completely destroy you. After declaring that, he aggressively charges forward, screaming out at him, "If you manage to block this move and survive, I'll actually think about your little proposal." Right at this moment, Liu Yi is already teleported somewhere else. Sensing something is terribly wrong, he suddenly thinks to himself, "I can't move." Realizing what's happening, he thinks, "Is this a crowd control skill?" Then he stares intensely at the empty space right in front of him and shouts loudly, "Block this move." Listen here, all skills get reflected back, but it looks like he spoke a second too late, because Wu Fan already launched his full power at a glowing sphere. His raw energy lightly touches the white orb, instantly warping and twisting. This bizarre sight leaves Wu Fan totally stunned. Suddenly, his own power pulls a U-turn and blasts right back at him, making him scream, "What?" Before he can even process the panic, his own ultimate attack absolutely obliterates him. Now the only thing left standing on the ground is his 2 feet. Liu Yi quickly lands right where Wu Fan stood and instantly activates his evil body devour skill. The system prompt drops. Target health is above 10%, so the devouring skill has completely failed. The second he sees this system alert, he thinks to himself, "I knew that wouldn't work." Speaking of which, the secret files from that mysterious guy mentioned Wu Fan possesses a level 90 mutated mirror sealing skill. You have to cut off every single light source, hitting him to actually secure the kill. Then he glances at the glowing tree nearby and thinks light. Without hesitating, he telekinetically lifts 2 massive stone slabs, forming them into a solid wall. He uses 4 huge rocks to completely block off all 4 sides. Finally, he drops one last heavy boulder right on top to seal the roof. Looking down from above, this whole setup literally looks exactly like a giant box, making an observer loudly exclaim. He completely boxed in Wu Fan's body. Bai Ji's partner watches in total disbelief and asks, "Wait, does he actually know Wu Fan's weakness?" Bai Ji quickly replies, "Everyone knows about that weakness. But honestly, Wu Fan definitely still has a few hidden tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, how the heck could he keep winning until now?" Meanwhile, inside the dark stone box, it's just Liu Yi, staring at Wu Fan's severed legs. He keeps staring intently at the feet and realizes they are somehow still regenerating. After breaking it down, he finally starts to figure this out. The guy's body is literally a light source itself. Through the reflections off the 4 walls, he can still absorb tiny traces of faint light. Suddenly, he tries attacking those exact regenerating legs, only to make another annoying discovery. Plus, in this weird state, I can't even land a hit on his actual body. This is way too overpowered. Watching Wu Fan slowly come back to life, he sighs deeply. If he hadn't used a fake structure to heavily nerf that crazy healing ability earlier, this guy probably would have completely fully regenerated by now. Right at this moment, Liu Yi is seriously struggling, trying to figure out how to permanently destroy Wu Fan. Too bad, the safety rope can't go inside the backpack, otherwise his shadow clone could basically thread that rope right through the bag to tie him up, which would completely solve this entire annoying problem once and for all. So what method should he even use now? This guy can literally heal himself just by absorbing the light, reflecting off his own damn body. With his current setup, there's absolutely no way to lock him down. While overthinking it, something suddenly clicks in his head. Wait a second, you and I need to ask a question. Does light actually trigger his healing? According to that mysterious guy's intel, this weakness is basic common knowledge to absolutely everyone on Mount Bujo. Having your biggest weakness exposed but still surviving countless time loops, that just doesn't add up. Right, if it's not actually the light, then what is it? Right then, the system suddenly drops a massive alert. You have acquired the Heavenly Force Field skill, stripping away the 5 senses. Alright, you and I are witnessing something wild here. Inside this force field, every target completely loses their 5 senses. Not just that, but the field completely wipes out any beneficial buffs for anyone trapped inside it. Reading the system alert, Liu Yi is completely stunned. What a crazy coincidence. Reaching level 80 unlocked this first skill, perfectly designed to counter and suppress the attack power of Wu Fan. But wait, what about his second skill? Thinking it over, Liu Yi suddenly realizes something insane. Has the Tian Yao sequence actually activated again? He quickly decides to test it out, instantly activating the Heavenly Truth Force Field Shift. Right on cue, another system notification pops up in front of him. You have successfully defeated player Wu Fan, completely clearing the promotion quest. You've officially acquired the system title Annihilation Warrior. Your rank has reached the absolute highest tier, Annihilation Warrior. Total stats increased by 10,000 points and the Annihilation skill is unlocked. Every single attack now has a 1% chance to instantly obliterate the target. The Annihilation Warrior title effect is now fully active, though perfectly hidden. Seeing this alert, Liu Yi absolutely loses it, shouting out that it is a total knockout. Then another system alert drops. The Heavenly Truth Force field has been deactivated. But honestly, he does not care about that warning at all. His eyes are just totally glued to the epic rewards sitting right in front of him. The titles Time Dust and White Hand. He happily grabs the loot and with pure excitement, screams internally that he finally secured the bag. Instantly, the system chimes again with a massive update. You have obtained 22,345 points of Time Dust. His level skyrockets straight to 80, all stats boost by 800 and his weight ratio increases by 2. Plus, he just unlocked the insane Infinite Body Enhancement skill. After his overall stats receive a temporary boost for a set duration, he will actually gain a permanent 10% increase to all of his base stats. At the exact same time, thanks to this brand new Infinite Body Enhancement skill, any fixed attribute points that he normally gains through regular skills will actually be cut in half. But the crazy part, they bypass the world's limits entirely. This massive info dump leaves Liu Yi completely speechless, his jaw on the floor. Even though just having one of these broken skills alone is insanely overpowered, they still technically follow the rules. But what happens if he actually combines them both together? Could he seriously use blessings to infinitely stack and enhance all of his stats, completely bypassing the normal game restrictions? If so, is there anyone left in the Central Flower Continent who could even challenge him? Taking down Tian Yao is going to be an absolute cakewalk now. This special physique is absolutely amazing. Wasting no time, he immediately starts absorbing the Time Dust, quickly burning through 2,200 points. His level shoots up to 91, stats boost by 1,600 with a +4 weight ratio. He keeps chaining the Time Dust absorption, burning another 3,300 points, level 92 reached. All stats rise by another 1,600 and weight ratio gets another 4 points. He does not stop there, consuming 7,100 more. His level hits 96, boosting all of his base stats by another 1,600. Weight ratio up by 4 again. Right now, as the player Liu Yi, he is sitting proudly at a massive level 96. His Time Dust stands at 7,565 basic special physique multiplied by 2. The Annihilation Warrior title active weight ratio increased by 4. Skill levels boosted by 6, immunity levels up by 5, and total stats increased by 11,000. He holds Weapon Master Adversity Overcomer. First Tower Clearer granting 100 stats, Tower Conqueror adding 2 to weight, and his total accumulated weight ratio is a staggering +64 with intellect weight ratio up by 1. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the spectators are absolutely losing their minds. They are desperate to know what is happening inside that box. It has been forever. Someone yells to get closer. Even if they die, they just respawn in 3 years anyway. One bold guy in the crowd even starts guessing, saying there is no way Wu Fan actually lost in their right. After all this whole death penalty just means waiting 3 years to respawn. Because of that, top players get way too careless. One tiny mistake and boom, you are instantly dead. Another player hears this and scoffs. Come on, it cannot be that bad. Ever since they first heard of the guy, they have literally never seen him lose a single fight. A brown-haired kid chimes in saying that even though they have no idea how this total newbie got the upper hand earlier, he is still betting on Wu Fan to win. Honestly, how could a rookie possibly get that strong after just a single time loop? There is zero chance he is stronger than Wu Fan, who has literally spent years grinding experience. Hearing that logic, the rest of the crowd immediately nods along. Yeah, Wu Fan is an absolute beast. He is definitely not going down that easily. Absolutely impossible. But while the crowd keeps arguing, the massive stone box just sits there in dead silence. And then suddenly, boom, the entire box violently explodes. A blinding flash of light rips right across the ground. The spectators stare at the crater completely horrified as someone screams out in pure shock. Oh my god, look at that. Was he actually defeated? Is he seriously dead? The brown-haired kid is so stunned he starts practically screaming. 2 players over level 90 were just wiped out by him. How can a newbie be this absurdly overpowered? No, wait. This does not make any sense. The last awakened rookie who was actually strong enough to chain kill level 90 veterans like this. That guy was. Someone instantly finishes his sentence. The current Tian Yao? No freaking way. Are you telling me that in this specific time loop, Tian Yao is actually going to get overthrown? That is impossible, right? Wait, look up there. The global leaderboard just refreshed. You guys need to see this. He is sitting at rank number 2 right below Tian Yao. Even Chen Yue is ranked beneath him now. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into the outer realm where Liu Yi voice totally shatters the silence. Is this a joke? Breaking everyone down into pure source energy, that is basically mass murder. But Jiang Fei just calmly explains the grim reality to him. That is exactly why they need someone with the legendary Earth Shadow title to step up. Earth Shadow's ultimate perk. It can actually record a player's resurrection cycle. So our guy just needs to use all of his power to lock down the player's consciousness before activating the human core title. Liu Yi just sits there listening in total silence. But the main catch, he must seize control of the Huazhong continent's Emperor Vault, otherwise whoever exploits that human core title to harvest everyone's source energy will hand the Emperor Vault straight over to Tang Yao. So Jiang Fei lays down a massive challenge. Can our boy actually defeat the current Tian Yao and snatch total control over the Emperor Vault right out of her hands? After Jiang Fei drops this heavy question, the room just plunges into absolute suffocating silence, dead silence. Then Liu Yi slowly looks up, staring right into the empty void. The scene suddenly shifts over to the Huazhong continent, deep inside the Buzhou mountain caves. Down in that pitch-black bottomless abyss, a blinding flash of light completely erupts. Our guy Liu Yi just stares at his glowing hands, totally hyped. Just one single enhancement blessing and all of his base stats just shattered the 50,000 mark. That is the absolute max limit. He clenches his fist, bursting with wild confidence. Honestly, who could even touch him now after this insane power-up time to push those stats even higher? Flashing right back to the present day, Liu Yi suddenly flashes this incredibly smug grin. With this kind of broken cheat, why would he ever be terrified of Tian Yao anymore? Even if Tian Yao is an absolute monster, just wait until his stats hit 1,000,000 or even 10,000,000. He will literally one-shot her into total oblivion. That crazy, arrogant burst of confidence instantly grabs Jiang Fei's attention. Under his partner's highly suspicious and questioning stare, Liu Yi just smugly flops right back into his chair, totally relaxed. Seeing this attitude, Jiang Fei silently studies him for a second before probing. Why the sudden cocky attitude? Did you just score some legendary loot or something? Facing that intense, unblinking gaze from him, Liu Yi just smoothly plays it off. Let's just say he found something that guarantees his victory over Tian Yao. But brushing that aside for now, he asks for all the intel on Tian Yao. He looks perfectly calm, but internally, our guy is thinking, sure, he is insanely confident. He can definitely crush Tian Yao in battle, but gathering some extra intel never hurts. Plus, while he sits right here, waiting for his stats to max out, he might as well hear Jiang Fei out. Meanwhile, sitting right across the table, Jiang Fei falls into total silence. He visibly frowns, seriously weighing his words before finally saying it is obvious. Liu Yi has never actually fought Tian Yao. Otherwise, he would never be acting this cocky right now. That cryptic heavy warning leaves Liu Yi completely and utterly confused about the situation. Before our guy can even process that, Jiang Fei leans in. Now pay attention here. Does he know what makes Tian Yao so absolutely terrifying? It is because every single person genuinely believes Tian Yao is completely invincible, simply because all of her powers literally manipulate time itself. Can you imagine the pure crushing despair of thinking you finally secure the epic win, only for her to completely rewind the clock to the critical moment and then just one-shot you out of existence? That brutal reality check hits Liu Yi like a truck, eyes wide in pure shock. Wait, is a broken cheat like that even allowed? Jiang Fei keeps going. Even worse, Tian Yao uses her own loyal servants as living storage banks for all of her massive stats. So if she is ever challenged, she can forcefully boost her own base stats, way beyond the absolute maximum limit, just by instantly absorbing her servant's power. Honestly, even completely ignoring her broken time hacks. Just those sky-high stats alone would wipe out almost any challenger. Hearing this, Liu Yi finally frowns, looking super serious as he calculates his next move. He is definitely plotting something big. Seeing Liu Yi finally take this seriously, Jiang Fei jumps back in to throw him a lifeline and ease the tension. But here is the catch: she is only a god while inside the Huazhong continent. That is the only place she is truly invincible. Based on their massive intel, gathering any crazy power related to time manipulation only actually works in that specific world. Pausing for dramatic effect, he adds, as for her crazy stats, with enough source energy, they can basically max out their own stats anywhere, even outside the Huazhong continent. Leaning in closer, Jiang Fei lowers his voice to a whisper. So there is literally only one strategy to beat her. Grind up enough source energy and then bait her out of her home turf. The second he finishes, his comm device suddenly starts blaring. The relentless loud beeping totally ruins the moment, forcing him to cut the conversation short so he can answer the urgent call. Jiang Fei slowly taps the earpiece, dropping his voice to a serious whisper. What is it? Whatever the guy on the other end is saying. Jiang Fei's expression instantly goes totally dark. Without another word, he shoots straight up from his chair. leaving Liu Yi staring in pure confusion. Jiang Fei's voice is grim as he announces, "I need to go check out the latest intel sent over from the Yuexiang continent. Their entire border is randomly fracturing and shrinking right now. Stick around, things are getting wild. Let's go take a look." And with that, both of them immediately teleport straight to the Huazhong continent border. Liu Yi and Jiang Fei just stand there in silence. They're watching the Huazhong continent border undergo absolute earth-shattering massive changes. Right at that exact moment, an entire world suddenly detonates. Thick smoke and dust completely swallow up everything. Witnessing this incredibly bizarre scene unfold, Liu Yi's eyes go completely wide in pure shock. He asks himself what in the world is happening here. Meanwhile, inside the Huazhong continent, just outside the Buzhou mountain cave, everything remains incredibly quiet, the calm before the storm. Then suddenly a solitary hand emerges, tightly gripping onto a solid rock right outside the cave. In the blink of an eye, that incredibly tough, unyielding stone just abruptly shatters into countless tiny pieces, and it doesn't stop there. As he steps forward, the very ground crumbles into fragments. Liu Yi takes slow, heavy steps forward while racking his brain. Why exactly is the Huazhong continent border disintegrating and shrinking? Did some major disaster happen out there? Reaching that thought, his mind completely hits a brick wall. Liu Yi stands perfectly still at the cave entrance for a long time before muttering to himself. But compared to that, he frowns, thinking. Ever since his total stats crossed the 1 million mark, he keeps feeling this intense urge to leave the continent and head to the Guishu Sea. Why is that? Now you and I should note, outside the continent, another Liu Yi is also frowning in deep, serious thought. After pondering for quite a while, he finally speaks up slowly. This kind of thing has never happened before. What exactly is the cause? He says that out loud, but honestly, Liu Yi's mind is totally an absolute mess right now. He thinks to himself, this urge is ridiculously strong, especially when his clone steps outside the continent. It feels 100 times stronger than staying inside. He really needs to go check this out immediately. A second later, Liu Yi suddenly asks, "Do you know what the situation is at the Guishu Sea? Have you ever been there?" Hearing this random question, Jiang Fei practically jumps, glancing over at him. Full of suspicion, he asks right back, "Why are you suddenly asking about that place?" Liu Yi thinks for a second, then answers, "I just have to go there and see it. I have no other choice." Seeing his absolute stubborn determination, Jiang Fei just sighs heavily and says, "If the world itself hadn't shifted first, making it way harder to move around the higher you go, my people would honestly never ever leave the Guishu Sea." Right after hearing that, Liu Yi spins around to leave, but before stepping away, he makes sure to add one thing. "Thanks for letting me check out all those documents. If I actually manage to pull this off, I will lead your people straight into the continent." With that said, he instantly blasts off, disappearing right in front of Jiang Fei's completely stunned eyes. Even though Liu Yi's speeding figure gradually fades, off into the distance, his confident voice still echoes back. "Wait for me to return, and we can talk more." It takes quite a long time before Jiang Fei finally snaps out of it. He frowns and mutters, what is suddenly wrong with that guy, mid-sentence. He suddenly remembers that bold declaration Liu Yi dropped right before taking off. "If I actually manage to pull this incredible thing off, I will lead your people straight into the continent." Jiang Fei lets out a really long, heavy sigh. Then his face turns totally serious as he mumbles, "Let us hope so, because even if we get inside, my own time is already running critically short." Jiang Fei stares solemnly at the worlds being completely swallowed up, feeling utterly depressed. He whispers, "I just hope this continent can somehow become a completely normal world." 7 days later, we cut to a massive half-constructed building. Inside one of the rooms, Liu Yi is standing there with his arms crossed, completely lost in deep thought. Right at this moment, a very sharp voice suddenly echoes out across the massive room. "Brother, I sent my guys out to investigate the situation. Ever since that last major environment shift happened, absolutely zero new changes have popped up these past few days." Hearing this report, Liu Yi immediately dives back into his thoughts. Right when the border started splitting apart, that was the exact same moment my overall stats finally broke right past the 1 million mark. And once I stopped actively grinding my stats, the border completely stabilized again. Could this whole disaster actually be directly tied to my own leveling? Finishing his train of thought, Liu Yi speaks up. "Tell the search team to pull back. Have them match the exact distance of the border that just vanished earlier. I need to run a little test here." The scene cuts right back to the continent, where Liu Yi's clone is still standing there completely frozen. He thinks to himself, "All right, it is time to start pushing my overall stats up again. Let's finally see if these crazy border changes are actually reacting to my personal stat boosts or not." And with that thought, Liu Yi frowns, staring intensely into the empty air right in front of him. Turns out he is actively activating his own special skill, Blessing, forcing an absolutely massive boost to all his stats. Almost instantly, the solid ground beneath him starts violently cracking into tiny fragments. The crowd watches this completely terrifying sight unfold. People immediately start screaming in panic and sprinting for their lives. The border is splitting apart again. Fall back, get as far away as possible, cutting back to the present you, and I can see Liu Yi totally lost in thought. It really is connected to me. Every single time my total stats hit another million, the continent's border violently splits apart and forcibly shrinks down. Right on cue, that exact same voice rings out across the room once again. Brother, are you seriously going to keep pushing your stats up? Based on the current scale, excluding Buzhou Mountain entirely, the rest of the continent should be just enough space for me to push my total stats straight up to 10 million. Now, if we actually include Buzhou Mountain, I could squeeze out another 20 million. All right, you and I are back. Those words made Liu Yi frown for a while. When he didn't respond, that voice echoed again. Just go all out and power up. We still have time for one more loop. Mom and Dad haven't disappeared yet, so we can wait until the next loop to finally crush T now. That way, not only will our parents be completely revived, but the players who permanently died in High City can come back too. Everyone who lost their lives because of the Origin Realm's appearance will be completely resurrected. It's the absolute perfect outcome. Hearing this, Liu Yi just silently lowered his head deep in thought. After waiting a long time with zero response, that voice rang out again, filled with obvious anxiety. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong? Finally, our guy Liu Yi spoke up softly. Liu Yun, if I were to die and then I duplicate another entire body of mine and transfer my memories into it, would you still feel like that's really me? Liu Yun immediately spat in superstition, blurting out angrily. Nonsense, what are you even saying? Don't jinx it. But Liu Yi just seriously repeated himself. Would you actually feel like that's me? Faced with this incredibly heavy question, Liu Yun just stayed completely silent. It took a long time before she hesitantly spoke up. If that actually happened, it wouldn't be you. At best, I just treat it as, well, some comfort for myself after you're gone. Suddenly realizing something, Liu Yun yelled out in a panic, wait, why are you even asking this? But Liu Yi just turned his head away and quietly muttered, that is the exact secret of the loop. It kills us. Then it creates an entirely different body for us and downloads our memories into it. Pausing there, he turned back around, explaining it to her with absolute seriousness. It's exactly the same for everyone. Triggering that loop is literally no different than murdering you. So I absolutely refuse to do it, even if it seemingly brings us the most picture-perfect ending you could possibly imagine. Liu Yi's heavy words were like a brutal wake-up call, completely stunning her. She stammered out, is that really so? But Liu Yi was already lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring her. He pondered to himself, not to mention, Hua Zhangzhou himself couldn't even manage to reset the loop. Then he instantly gave out a brand new order. Go notify all the surviving players right now. Have them bring their family and friends along and pick a secure spot outside Buzhou Mountain to gather up. Previously, ordinary people couldn't be marked at all due to the strict limits on his consciousness power. But now, his consciousness power was more than enough. Anyone willing to listen would be marked simultaneously. Liu Yi spoke with absolute unwavering certainty. As long as I don't die, they can all live. If they don't want to come, whatever. The scene then violently shifted straight to Buzhou Mountain. Amidst the thick fog, the crazy sight ahead left Liu Yi completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as he stammered this. Right outside the mountain, an endless, densely packed sea of people was currently marching toward them. Inside the massive cave, Liu Yi exclaimed, this many. You and I both thought players were just way too arrogant and untamable, and would never actually listen to a summon. Seeing his shock, Huang Nianchu smiled gently and replied, we only spread the news. She softly explained that as long as they came near Buzhou Mountain exactly where they were now, they could be marked. With the crazy promise of resurrection in just one short week, almost every surviving player scrambled right over here. Outside, the gathered players were totally hyped, shouting, thank you, Big Brother Savior, for marking us. Big Brother Savior, from now on, we are your absolute loyal dogs. If you tell us to go east, we definitely won't go west. Online dating might be a total scam, but trusting Big Brother Savior is a guaranteed win, ha ha ha. Seeing them so incredibly hyped up, Liu Yi's mood naturally lifted right along with them. He smiled and confidently said, if that's the case, let's start the marking. Hearing this, the massive crowd down below excitedly roared out, thank you, Big Brother Savior. Huang Nianchu was totally swept up in everyone's infectious joy too, as she gently smiled, taking in the epic scene. But then, as if remembering something bad, she immediately lowered her head in pure frustration. Noticing her sudden shift in mood, Liu Yi turned and asked, what's wrong, Nianchu? The girl looked deeply troubled as she replied, Liu Yun's been acting really weird lately. Do you want to go talk some sense into her? Hearing this, Liu Yi stayed silent for a long time before saying, yeah. Once I finish marking all these people, I'll go find Liu Yun. Over at the mysterious Gushu Sea, these tiny spheres were radiating sparkling light into the pitch-black night. Turns out those glowing spheres were actually entire worlds. They were connected by a faint orange thread. Stick with me here. Liu Yi frowned as he observed, silently evaluating everything. Except for old Jiang Fei and Hua Zhangzhou's completely shattered world, all the other worlds were absolutely terrifyingly empty. Then he instantly shot forward like a bullet. Even so, Liu Yi was still lost in deep thought. If a single cycle lasts 25 years, then Jiang Fei is almost 100, so it completely makes sense that nobody else exists in the destroyed world of Hua Zhangzhou. Watching the water's surface getting closer and closer, Liu Yi slowly pondered, I'm almost at the very top. Why isn't it like old Jiang Fei said, the higher you go, the harder it gets? Instead, my urge to escape this sea is just growing. Alright, you and I are diving back in. The Grishu Sea is getting wilder by the second. The water ripples so insanely clear he can see the sun radiating, blinding light from above. But Liu Yi, he just keeps swimming forward. He wonders what exactly will happen once he finally leaves this sea. But right then, right in the middle of his thoughts, something changes. Liu Yi suddenly freezes in place. His eyes go wide, pure shock written all over his face. He immediately looks down at the strange object that just showed up out of nowhere. What is this? But before he can react, his entire face puffs up like a balloon taking on way too much air. In a flash, his whole body straight up explodes like an overinflated balloon. Right now, nothing is left except a seriously weird symbol floating around, along with some leftover fragments drifting through the ocean. Slowly, the entire scene begins sinking deeper and deeper into the dark sea floor. Meanwhile, over at Buzhou Mountain, completely covered in white snow and pine trees, the real Liu Yi lowers his head, frowning deep in thought. How could this happen? Why did he suddenly get marked the second he reached the peak of the Guishu Sea? And then his clone just exploded and died. Wasn't the Guishu Sea supposed to represent absolute ascension? Thinking about it just makes him 10 times more confused. Liu Yi asks himself, why did it ultimately bring death? Did things go wrong just because a single living person went up there alone? Or would the entire Huazhong continent suffer the exact same fate? If it is that second option, then is this world's whole ascension actually just a massive conspiracy? Liu Yi stands frozen in the middle of the cave, completely lost in his own chaotic thoughts. Whatever. Knowing the Guishu Sea peak is dangerous is enough for now. The most important thing on his immediate agenda is powering up. Now stick with me here. Outside Buzhou Mountain, the gathered crowd suddenly flinches, noticing the distant mountain range. They totally panic, staring dead ahead and stepping back like they are ready to bolt. Right before their eyes is the terrifying image of the boundary physically shattering into absolute pieces. That deafening, ear-piercing sound mixed with a hyper-realistic visual instantly throws all the players into extreme mind-numbing fear. They look like tiny ants standing on the edge of a cliff, and some of them start screaming in total agony. The boundary fracture reached us, oh my god. Seeing this chaos, somebody immediately steps up to calm the crowd. Do not panic. Do not panic. The great savior already explained the situation to us. As long as you just avoid leaving the camp area, we will be fine. Also, do not enter the Buzhou Mountain fog. Someone in there is actively trying to stop the great savior from reviving us. If anyone cannot handle this insane pressure, you can kill yourselves first. Just wait for the great savior to fix everything, then you can revive like normal people who couldn't handle the stress. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, the very guy they are talking about, is staring thoughtfully right at his own hands. He slowly glances around and thinks to himself, all my stats are about to break the 10 million mark right now. When I hit 1 million, the Huazhong continent boundary started splitting. So what happens at 10 million? The scene shifts again to some random secret realm completely covered by the lush green of a massive forest. A buzzcut guy is out here screaming in absolute joy. I leveled up. 3 levels straight, all stats increased by 3 whole points, plus 15 free stat points to distribute. He joyfully clenches his fists, gritting his teeth as he confidently declares the transcendent form is coming, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, back in the Buzhou Mountain cave, Liu Yi is also thrilled, thinking, I finally broke past 10 million. But right at that very moment, incredibly strange and ominous sounds echo from directly above that buzzcut guy's head, immediately catching his full attention. He instantly looks up and yells out, what is going on here? Why did the sky of this secret realm just turn pitch black? The guy barely finishes his sentence before a weird force immediately sucks him high into the sky. Pulled completely out of the realm, he panics and screams. What in the world is happening? How is this possible? Why? What the heck is this? Please stop it. I really don't want to let him revive me again, it's just way too embarrassing. Shifting back outside Buzhou Mountain, the players are staring at the cracked boundary in absolute terror. One of them goes completely pale, his jaw dropping wide open, as he looks down below. Off in the distance, another guy is also watching the situation unfold below just like him. In total contrast to the chaotic noise inside the cave, Liu Yi is still deep in serious thought. It seems the only real change is that the path leading out of the Guishu Sea vanished. He tightens his fists and mutters to himself. It morphed into some kind of indescribable connection. Then Liu Yi starts walking straight toward the cave entrance, questioning himself with every single step he takes. I can probably try fighting Tian Yao now. I just don't know if what Jiang Feijia said is actually true or not. Adjusting time to when I am at my weakest point, how am I supposed to handle things if that actually happens to me? Now watch this. Outside Buzhou Mountain at Lin Shi's resting point, countless makeshift houses are all crowded together in one place. Inside one of those rooms, Liu Yi stands in absolute silence just watching. Liu Yun is deep in thought about something, and after a long time she still says nothing, leaving him to just stare at her. Alright, let's jump right in. Seeing his little sister looking so completely heartbroken, Liu Yi just lets out a heavy sigh and speaks. He is about to fight Tian Yao. He tells her straight up if she keeps moping around like this, he will force her into a temporary death state, just to spare her the mental torture. Hearing his harsh words, Liu Yun hesitates for a moment before replying. She admits she understands, but accepting it right away is completely different. Hearing this excuse, Liu Yi just furrows his brow, staring right at her. He stays completely silent, his gaze incredibly strict. Looking up at her brother, Liu Yun painfully confesses that she once genuinely believed she was some kind of savior, someone destined to rescue everyone. But reality finally hit her. She's just an ordinary person and saving everyone is impossible. She looks at her brother. Right now, her only hope is that she doesn't end up losing him too. After she completely pours her heart out, heavy suffocating silence immediately fills the room. While she sits there, crying her eyes out, Liu Yi suddenly reaches over and gently pats her head. The unexpected gesture completely catches her off guard. Meeting his sister's absolutely stunned gaze, he flashes a rare gentle smile to comfort her. He tells her to relax, promising that they are definitely going to win this. But in his mind, Liu Yi is already plotting. If he figures out the true trick to reversing time to his enemy's weakest moment, he absolutely will not leave them any chance to survive. The scene shifts over to the Painted Continent. Here, Liu Yi is actively struggling inside a completely shattered boundary. Furrowing his brow, he quickly runs the numbers in his head. With his current power limits, he realizes he can definitely boost every single one of his attributes to 20 million in a very short amount of time. Once he hits that peak, he will go all out to summon his clones. The crazy plan, completely separate the entire inner realm from the outer Painted Continent. He wants to see exactly how she manipulates time against that. Suddenly, a blinding beam of spiritual energy violently tears right through a massive floating boulder. That intense streak of light crashes directly toward a colossal tree that is radiating a brilliant blinding golden aura. And right after the impact, right between two of the tree's massive branches, a blazing golden sphere suddenly materializes, glowing hot like a second sun. And deep inside that radiant orb, the faint image of an insanely high snow-covered mountain peak starts to flicker into view. Then stepping right out from the fiery center of that glowing sphere, a lone figure slowly and calmly walks forward. It is none other than Tian Yao herself, showing off her striking snow-white hair as she makes her grand entrance. Flashing a completely arrogant smile, she gracefully steps down. But her confidence pauses. Tian Yao suddenly locks her eyes onto the sky, where a bright, aggressive anomaly is rocketing straight toward her. She watches Liu Yi charging in with absolute dead serious focus. Seeing her target, she lets out a cold sneer and mutters that he actually showed up. A player who somehow shattered his own limits and massively boosted all his stats. And without another word, an absolute chaotic brawl instantly explodes right there between Tian Yao and Liu Yi. He launches forward like a missile, smashing a devastating strike directly into the giant branch she is standing on. The sheer force of the impact makes the massive wood let out a sickening, ear-piercing crack, and immediately after that terrible sound rings out, the colossal branch completely snaps and plummets toward the earth. The impact triggers a massive shockwave, letting out a deafening boom far louder than before as the wood slams down. That earth-shattering explosion is impossible to ignore. It instantly grabs the attention of everyone hanging out on the other side of the mountain. They instantly start buzzing with panicked whispers. What the heck just happened? Is someone seriously throwing down over at the Emperor Tree right now? The trunk of the Emperor Tree just snapped. Bai Gi's companion drops his jaw in pure shock, yelling out loud, "What kind of insane tier are we even looking at?" Before the Shadowless even showed up, the top 10 players on the whole server grouped up to jump Tian Yao over at the Emperor Tree, and they couldn't even cause this much damage. Yet now the main trunk is destroyed. Don't tell me that crazy rookie is behind this again. Hearing the theory, Bai Ji furrows his brow and replies bluntly, who else could it possibly be? With that wild reality setting in, the group immediately starts plotting their next move. One of them chimes in with a simple strategy. Let's just lay low and stay put right here for a month. We will definitely bump into him eventually. They plan to fire up the live stream and record everything. But halfway through their sprint, Bai Ji's buddy suddenly remembers an important little detail. He calls out to the group, realizing they already have enough footage recorded to safely survive this current time loop. so he stops and asks, "Hey Bigi, why are we running away to hide instead of just heading back to the safe zone?" Baiji, leading the pack, stops. He frowns and shoots back a dead serious question. "If I actually decided to head back right now, would you honestly follow me?" Faced with that direct challenge, his companion just bursts into loud, nervous laughter. "Yeah, absolutely not." Baiji furrows his brow and breaks down the situation. Bujo Mountain hasn't shown up in a really long time. So, what kind of insane event is causing all these shockwaves? When we first became observers, wasn't the whole point to actually get close and record the epic god-tier battles of the strongest players? Standing there in the massive pure white snowfield, Baiji's companion just laughs out loud, totally agreeing with the sentiment. That brings back major nostalgia. Those days were incredibly fun. Baiji just sighs and quietly responds. Back when we first started out, elite awakened players were literally everywhere. It's totally different now. The vast majority of players have completely given up on trying to return to Bujo Mountain. Because of that cowardice, the life of an observer has gotten painfully incredibly boring. Hearing those harsh facts makes his mood instantly plummet. His companion frowns heavily, wondering aloud why the current generation of awakened players ended up this way. Why are they all running away from reality? They have absolutely zero fighting spirit, no ambition to improve, and just completely refuse to push forward anymore. The pathetic state of players right now, compared to when they successfully defeated the three mysterious legends, it's like looking at two completely different worlds. You and I have to wonder what's going through his head right now. Baiji just stays dead, silent, frowning in deep thought while his buddy keeps rambling. Alright, let's dive back in. It seems when the Shadowless first appeared, the Awakened lost trust in each other. That is when everything went downhill. These Shadowless monsters can actually kill us for good. They completely stop us from continuing the endless loop. They don't just eliminate the most respected and honorable Awakened out there, they literally take their place. And right after that, those newly replaced Awakened just go on to slaughter even more of their own kind. He seriously pieces it all together. With this deadly cycle, the Awakened are getting weaker by the day. Surviving on Bujo Mountain is getting harder, which is exactly why this place became such a wasteland. Remembering something crucial, he grinds his teeth together, absolutely furious as he thinks. This cannot continue. We Awakened were never meant to live like this. His enraged companion lands heavily on the ground and starts shouting. This is all Tian Yao's fault. If she had not caused that massive crack in the protective barrier, the Shadowless would have never invaded the Huazong continent, and we wouldn't be stuck in this absolute nightmare. The Awakened deserve better than this, yet she does not care about any of it. She just abuses her overwhelming power to do whatever she wants, seizing total control over the entire Huazong continent just to force his hand into allowing the Shadowless invasion. The two men stare up at the Emperor Tree. It radiates a blinding, brilliant light right in front of them. Then Bai Gan finally speaks. "You are absolutely right, but taking her down is going to be impossibly hard. Even if all the Awakened were at their absolute peak, they still wouldn't stand a chance against her, let alone in our current pathetic state. Right now, my only hope is this newcomer can actually turn things around for us. Let's see what happens up on the Emperor Tree's highest branch." Liu Yi is standing face to face with Tian Yao. She flashes him a seemingly friendly smile, but instantly after that, a blinding beam of light suddenly erupts with an ear-shattering scream. It is Liu Yi. He is charging straight at Tian Yao, aiming to completely obliterate her with a single devastating palm strike. Right after that, a terrifying explosion echoes from the very top of the Emperor Tree. But right at this exact moment, the massive attack from Liu Yi gets casually blocked by Tian Yao like it is absolutely nothing. She just looks at him and flashes a bright, effortless smile. "This is actually our very first time meeting in person, isn't it?" Tian Yao slowly walks around the completely frozen Liu Yi, observing him closely before sighing. "Attacking me so brutally right off the bat is honestly just terrible manners." Liu Yi remains trapped in her freezing magic. He clearly wants to say something. Then out of nowhere, his eyes fiercely dart to the side, shooting her an incredibly sharp and deadly glare. That chilling look instantly makes Tian Yao jump back in pure shock. And then in just a fraction of a second, Liu Yi shatters the time freeze entirely. He lunges forward to strike her down, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Die." Seeing him break out of her ultimate ability so easily, Tian Yao just lowers her head and starts laughing with genuine delighted amusement. "Oh, not bad at all." As she speaks, her entire figure suddenly begins to blur and fade away. This weird sight catches Liu Yi completely off guard. His eyes go wide in stunned silence, but then the surrounding scenery suddenly rewinds completely right back to the exact moment when he first smashed the Emperor Tree. Liu Yi is suddenly standing face to face with Tian Yao all over again. He frowns deeply. Did I just fall into some kind of weird illusion skill like Lin Yuan's? Realizing something terrifying, his eyes widen in pure shock as he denies it. No wait, this is her actual ability. It is a time manipulation skill. Right then Tian Yao flashes him an incredibly knowing questioning smile. "Not going to talk first, we probably share the exact same goal, you know." She chats with him completely casually. Of course, I do not mean your goal of trying to kill me. I mean the real goal you want to achieve right after I die. With just a few simple words, Tianyao completely exposes his master plan. You and I know his real goal is saving the Huazong continent. Hearing this, Liu Yi lowers his guard slightly and asks her straight up, "Are you seriously trying to tell me there is a hidden reason why you doom the continent to sink into the abyss?" Facing his intense question, Tianyao just bursts into bright laughter. "Well, what else would it be? If the Huazhong continent gets destroyed, I die too. Do I really look like some crazy girl who wants to end her own life?" Then, completely ignoring his incredibly suspicious glare, she starts to explain. "I know my actions over the years must look totally insane to people who have absolutely no idea what the real truth is. After all, I did single-handedly push the Huazhong continent to the brink of absolute destruction, haha." Tianyao cheerfully exclaims. "But the fact that I am being completely misunderstood is not even the main point of our little chat today. My real goal is hoping you will actually team up with me. I need you as my most crucial ally to save the Huazhong continent." Saying this, Tianyao looks confidently right at Liu Yi. "To save us from wasting any more precious time, I will just pause this exact moment right here. Once you think it through, I will come back and explain everything." Liu Yi hears her words and instantly drops into a low fighting stance. He narrows his eyes, trying to figure her out. "Come back and explain, what does she mean? Is she leaving?" He just watches as Tianyao slowly raises her hand and tightly clenches her fist. Liu Yi widens his eyes, staring completely dumbfounded at the insane scene unfolding. Suddenly, these delicate silver-white rings of energy come shooting directly toward him at blinding speed. High above the two of them, a single glowing golden leaf suddenly materializes out of nowhere. It slowly flutters through the air. As the seconds tick by, the golden leaf gently drifts downward. But instantly right after that, "All right, you and I are about to witness absolute madness." A blinding silver light flashes, bringing every single movement to a dead halt. The leaf keeps drifting higher, returning to exactly where it fell. Down below, Liu Yi is also completely frozen in this twisted time suspension. He looks like he wants to say something, but just a few seconds later, Liu Yi completely shatters the time freeze using sheer force. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief, and he instantly dashes backward to put some serious distance between them. Liu Yi snaps into a combat stance, furiously demanding to know what she just did. Tianyao smiles, amused that he escaped her hold. She smirks, realizing he actually knows quite a bit. She tells him to relax, claiming she only reversed time. After all, their intense battle dragged on for an entire month on the time track. Meeting Liu Yi, furious glare, she casually adds that their clash was literally tearing the painted continent apart. Unhealable cracks were forming everywhere. Wasting more time on this pointless fight just felt like a pity to her, especially since he indirectly revealed his true goals and exactly what he wanted. Hearing Tianyao say this, Liu Yi angrily smacks his forehead in pure frustration, putting pieces together. Reversing time, he holds his head as memories flood back. His eyes widen in absolute shock. An entire month. The non-stop fighting. Even though his stats completely suppress hers in every way whenever a crucial match-ending moment arrived, time manipulation always gave her the ultimate advantage. Still, she never actually rewound time to his weakest state just to kill him like old man Jiang warned. Realizing this crucial detail, Liu Yi grits his teeth, looks up in pure anger, and admits that even so, she was still insanely difficult to defeat. Facing his boiling rage, Tianyao just lets out a hearty mocking laugh. She reminds him of the intel he gathered, holding up 4 fingers. Fact 1, the painted continent is actually a replica of a higher world. Lowering 1 finger, she continues. Fact 2, the 3 founders are the mysterious creators who built this very continent. Lowering another finger, her voice drops. Fact 3, the continent is plunging into the Sea of Gushu, then leaving just 1 last finger raised. Tianyao sighs. To save this world, someone must activate the core title, sacrificing every living creature here just to harvest their faith energy. She clenches her fist tightly. That harvest is the only way the continent can qualify to ascend once more. And yet he actually believes she was the villain. He thought she was the one actively trying to sink this entire world into the abyss of the Sea of Guigshu. Tianyao glares back, her voice turning dead serious, to correct his massive misunderstanding. The decision to sink the painted continent was actually made by her predecessors generations ago, when they discovered that sinking into the endless sea was literally the only way to save the continent. They pulled the trigger. She was just passively forced to inherit this apocalyptic burden. She merely inherited their twisted salvation plan. Hearing this plot twist, Liu Yi is left completely stunned, unable to even react. Before he can even catch his breath, Tianyao keeps talking. She admits he figured out almost all the crucial intel so far, but he missed one massive blind spot. And here is exactly where you and I need to pay close attention to the details. This entire world is a replica. Every person, every object, they all carry the brand of a copy deeply burned into their very souls. If they force this world to ascend to the ocean's surface, the entire continent will be instantly and violently shattered into pieces. It would just become raw nutrients for the higher world. Her voice drops into a soft whisper. Just like the original realm. Liu Yi's eyes bug out as the terrifying truth hits him, like a clone being detonated on purpose. Suddenly, Tian Yao lets out an amused gasp. She realizes he actually knows about the soul marks. She admits she underestimated his intel gathering, but it makes explaining things a whole lot easier. That saves her the trouble of proving the replica brands exist. Her eyes shift clearly, flashing back to the horrifying memory of a world being slowly swallowed by pitch-black smoke. She clicks her tongue. The only way to survive is to erase the replica marks. Only then can they safely break the ocean's surface to reach the upper realm. And to wipe those marks, there is only one option. Sink the entire world to the very bottom of the sea. They have to trick the brands into thinking this continent is completely worthless. Only then will the brands detach. But in Liu Yi's mind, only one thought remains. What absolute garbage. He glares at her, calling out the massive plot hole. If even the brands believe sinking to the abyss destroys the world's value, what insane backup plan makes her so confident she can bring the continent back from the Dead Sea afterward? Seeing him question her, Liu Yi demands answers. Tian Yao just flashes a cryptic smile in total silence. Denied the truth, he desperately needs Liu Yi. Grits his teeth in pure seething fury. Just as his anger hits its absolute peak, she finally speaks up. She reveals that she first heard about him from Yuan Ding. Her original plan was simple: let Yuan Ding eliminate him, steal his special physique, and then convert Yuan Ding into her 10th loyal servant. But then she lets out an annoyed sigh. Despite all her flawless plotting, Liu Yi somehow managed to brutally reverse kill Yuan Ding. That was the exact moment she realized. He possessed the ultimate complete version of the special physique, much like she once did. Naturally, that sparked her twisted curiosity. She had to test his limits. And that is exactly why she intentionally orchestrated his entry into the legendary mountain. Before they could even clash with the Buzhou mountain forces, Tian Yao just smiled and praised him. She was completely shocked that he had not only crushed Wu Fan, but Jiang Fei was totally wiped out too. Honestly, in just one incredibly short month, every single one of his attributes had actually skyrocketed straight past the 10 million mark. She confessed she had dreamed of this power, finally realizing that she herself was never the true savior of Hua Zhangzhou. Mid-sentence, she suddenly raised her hand, pointed directly at Lin Yi, and said in a very serious tone, "You are the one." That heavy statement and her intense gaze instantly left Lin Yi completely frozen in shock on the other side. Tian Yao frowned and kept talking. The truth was, many time loops ago, Hua Zhangzhou could have easily sunk right down to the Guishu sea floor. But her efficiency in finding a way to actually break the continent's limits was just way too low. Loop after loop, she barely managed to push those attributes past the 250,000 mark. Then she flashed this super confident smile. Reaching out toward Lin Yi, she told him that with him here, everything was different now, since his stats had just shattered the 10 million limit, and they were still climbing higher. But right at that exact moment, the entire world of Hua Zhangzhou, literally being swallowed up by the mark, was suddenly hit by a terrifying massive earthquake. The ground shook so violently that Lin Yi panicked. He quickly dropped his center of gravity, his mind racing. What the heck was happening? Right above his head, a massive bolt of lightning just completely ripped through the dark sky. In a flash, Hua Zhangzhou was almost totally swallowed up by the spreading mark. Suddenly realizing exactly what she was doing, Lin Yi stared forward in absolute panic and furiously screamed at her. "What exactly are you doing?" But facing his completely explosive anger, Tian Yao just smiled this gentle smile and stayed totally quiet. Seeing Tian Yao's body becoming more and more transparent, Lin Yi instantly dashed straight forward. He screamed in pure rage, "Whatever you were trying to do, stop right now." But right then, a system notification flashed out of nowhere. Player Chen Yue transfers the title Tian Yao to you. Title acquired. You have officially become the 7th generation Tian Yao. You have obtained 5% control authority over the Hua Zhangzhou barrier. Then the system threw up a whole new screen explaining what the title actually meant. Tian Yao grants absolute freedom to enter the Hua Zhangzhou Imperial Mansion. Staring at this insane chain of system alerts, Lin Yi was wide-eyed and completely stunned. He just stood there stammering, "What is going on?" But before he could process it, another message popped up. "You are now the new master of Hua Zhangzhou, granting you another 5% of control over the continent's protective barrier. You have officially reached 100% control authority over the entire Hua Zhangzhou barrier. Warning: current barrier damage is at 50%, 49%. The massive barrier is on the verge of total destruction. Please repair it immediately, 40%. While Lin Yi was completely spiraling in a panic, Tian Yao, whose body was literally dissolving into nothingness, called out to explain. She said she did it because she knew he would ignore her plan, so she forced Hua Zhangzhou to sink to the Gyushu seafloor first. She told him she was handing over the Imperial Mansion's total control to him. Saving the continent was completely his problem now, and she simply wished him good luck. Watching her basically dust off her hands and dump this massive mess on him, he roared in total anger. But suddenly, remembering a detail, Tian Yao called out one last time. Oh right, sinking the continent actually comes with a major perk. For years now, the continent had been infested with countless fake illusions. With the entire landmass sinking, it would naturally help him wipe out all that absolute garbage. She warned that if he tried stopping it, he must use the Renjiang title, and she knew he definitely did not want to waste that. The second she finished speaking, way more massive cracks began ripping through the sky. Just like that, the system aggressively flashed a new warning. Please repair the barrier immediately. Current structural damage is 25%, 24%. It was dropping so fast. Before he could even wrap his head around it, the countdown had already started. Liu Yi screamed out in frustration. Repair it how? He barely yelled that out when another glowing red system screen popped up. Insufficient computational power. The repair cannot be executed. Insufficient power. Repair completely failed. Absolute chaos and ruin everywhere. Meanwhile, right outside Bojo Mountain at that exact moment, back at their temporary camp, the sky was violently warping. Massive glowing cracks of light zigzagged across the clouds, creating a super tense, completely terrifying atmosphere. Huan Yanchu quickly sprinted over from a distance, standing right next to Liu Yi, and anxiously asking him, "Boss, what is happening?" Another guy chimed in, Yeah, big boss, what the heck just happened up there? What is wrong with our world? Why is the sky literally tearing itself apart?" Liu Yi stayed completely silent, his eyebrows furrowed deep. Suddenly, this pitch-black patch shattered the spatial rift, looking exactly like thousands of broken mirror pieces. Liu Yi stared up, his eyes going wide with total shock. That dark mass started pouring right through the crack, plunging straight down at blinding speed, absolutely blasting through the solid ground with an earth-shattering boom. Huan Nianchu threw both hands up to shield herself, gasping in absolute horror. What is that thing? Did it just punch a hole straight through the earth? Liu Yi instantly turned back to the group and yelled, "No time to explain. Things are incredibly critical right now." He shouted that he could not keep them safe, so he had no choice but to temporarily kill everyone right here. Once it was safe, he promised to resurrect them all. The group was totally confused, yelling, "Huh," but he slammed, confirm everyone vanished, and now we watch him survive alone. Watch closely. Liu Yi just stood there. Liu Yun looked down, eyes full of sorrow, just a lonely silhouette near the cliff's edge. Running desperately, Liu Yi tried to explain. "Ah, Yun, there's no time, I have to put everyone into a death state first." Liu Yun turned, watching him rush closer. Above them, the massive barrier started cracking, splintering more by the second. Meanwhile, Baiji's companion stood there completely stunned. Eyes wide, he muttered, What is happening? What did Tian Yao actually do?" After that massive shockwave, a massive tear ripped through the sky. And now, those cracks were multiplying insanely fast. Baiji looked up. He stared at the sky, absolute terror in his wide eyes. The Hua Zhangzhou barrier, it's completely falling apart. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in pure rage. Damn it all, we finally had hope. Even Tian Yao could actually be beaten. But in the end, we're still getting wiped out. Suddenly, the massive sky fissure shattered, raining down broken mirror-like shards. Baiji collapsed onto the rocky ground. Staring at the breaking sky, panic set in. The barrier. It's actually shattering. He threw his head back and screamed. That cursed Tian Yao, how much longer does she plan to torture us all? Baiji's face twisted in absolute agony as he muttered. If that barrier falls completely, the whole Hua Zhangzhou goes down with it. Tian Yao will die too. Is she really the type to choose mutual destruction? He clenched his fists tight, waiting for an answer. Baiji, what kind of crazy nonsense are you saying? Baiji just looked away, eyes heavy with sorrow. Maybe every single thing she did was carefully calculated from the start, but right now, she failed. That failure dragged Hua Zhangzhou to the brink of total annihilation, and she won't survive this either. He glared at Baiji, completely baffled. Wait, so you actually think she's one of the good guys? Baiji just sighed. Listen, if we're going to hate anyone, it should be the shadowless ones. We need to hate exactly what they represent. Hate the fact that they can flawlessly turn into literally anyone. And hate that we are completely defenseless against them. Baiji buried his face in his hands, voice cracking. Hate how incredibly weak we are. Maybe Hua Zhangzhou getting wiped out is actually a blessing. Look around. There isn't a single safe zone left inside Hua Zhangzhou anymore. Those shadowless monsters are roaming absolutely everywhere now. Honestly, even if we survive this falling sky, those shadowless freaks will finish the job. You and I both know he's right. Above them, the spiderweb cracks multiplied violently. Baiji just whispered, we really should have accepted our dark fate a long time ago. Staring at Baiji on the ground, he snapped, shouting in pure frustration. No, that's absolute garbage. We never just accept our fate. You were the one who taught me that. We push forward no matter what. We fight for a way to survive because we can still make it back home. Hua's Zhongzhou is falling apart, sure, but it will just reset. We absolutely refuse to die in this cursed place. Baiji just sat there totally numb. We're never going back. Grabbing Baiji's shoulder tight, he fired back. No, listen to me. One day, we will return. We are awakened. If Hua Zhongzhou bounces back, we do too. We'll always have a place to return. Baiji cut him off sharply. But you aren't an awakened. He froze, eyes widening in shock, completely paralyzed, refusing to process those words. Baiji locked eyes with him. You died a long time ago. You were just a shadowless monster created in this world solely because of me. Overhead, the massive barrier finally shattered completely. Countless black fragments started raining down toward the two of them like a deadly meteor shower. Boom! A massive black shard smashed down, blasting rock and debris absolutely everywhere. Suddenly, strange dark strings wrapped tightly around his entire arm. Slowly, sickeningly, his entire body started fading into a pitch-black void. He mumbled faintly, since when did these dark shadows start completely blocking out the light? Now, total darkness engulfed Mount Buzhou, the main gathering place for the awakened. Raging flames stood there, staring in absolute horror at the nightmare unfolding. What's happening? A massive wave of black slime flooded in violently, swallowing the awakened crowd. Panic exploded as people screamed. What kind of sick joke is this? Where did this black sludge come from? Oh god, it's literally dissolving my body. My health is plummeting. Somebody help me. Raging Flame gritted his teeth violently, tearing himself free. He fought like crazy just to reach the main hub. This was Mount Buzhou, the ultimate base for every awakened. Raging Flame's eyes darted around sharply. He clenched his jaw. No, this can't be happening. Is Mount Buzhou really just crumbling like this? Countless fighters were violently swallowed by the dark sludge. Raging Flame froze in shock. Wait, these are the Shadowless. What the hell is going on? Once that black sludge touches them, are all the awakened turning into those Shadowless freaks? Someone else's terrified voice rang out through the chaos. Oh my god, how are the Shadowless even inside our main gathering zone? This was supposed to be our safest haven. Suddenly, a deep crimson pulse flashed. A tiny defiant spark of light peeked through the absolute darkness. That tiny spark exploded outward, growing massively. In a flash, Raging Flame's entire body was completely engulfed in a blinding ring of pure light. Raging Flame looked down in absolute disbelief. What is happening to me? His eyes flared, solid white, his entire body radiating intense blinding power. He started levitating off the ground. A brilliant streak of light shot out, splitting from a central core, forming a dazzling beam right through the chaos. Watch this. That intense beam pierced right through the dark shard. It shot straight into the sky, blasting pure energy. System alert. Subject 027 auto-forwarding recorded data logs. Replica World 027 is experiencing critical failure. Rerouting through the main transit station to investigate the absolute chaos. The transfer station isn't on the map, meaning zero surveillance. Glancing over at Liu Yi, Liu Yi simply nods. Okay. Liu Yi's eyes harden with absolute resolve. We are all going to survive this. Just trust me. She fades away right in front of him, her face completely hollow. I know. I've always trusted you, she echoes blindly. A pitch-black sky pierced by one tiny light. Now watch this. Down in the Grishu Sea, a glowing ring spins, suspending a floating piece of wood. A tiny figure, it's Liu Yi. He sits cross-legged, staring hard at the hovering mark right in front of him. Just like the mark, he thinks. His clone reached the very edge of the Grishu Sea and completely blew up. Central Hua continent. It sank to the bottom and was destroyed. Only the Imperial wood fragments and Liu Yi himself suddenly reappeared. A swirling beam of energy radiates brilliant, blinding light. Liu Yi furrows his brows, analyzing the situation. This is the replica mark, he realizes. I just need to destroy it. Fix this and the Central Hua continent is no longer a fake. He instantly grabs for it, but the swirling light dodges right past his hand. Tai Niao pops half her head out, laughing. Stop fighting it, that's completely useless. Liu Yi glares right at her. Is this the so-called salvation you promised for the continent? Propping her chin up, Tian Yao looks incredibly smug. Yep. As long as you and the Imperial wood aren't totally wiped out, and you guys make it out alive, you can rebuild the continent from scratch. You can literally bring everyone back from the dead. But the big problem, figuring out how to erase that replica mark. Both of them stare intently at the glowing seal hovering right there. Hearing that Liu Yi doesn't hesitate. Alright then, what exactly is our next move? The two of them sit circling the mark. Suddenly, Liu Yi shoots a vicious, angry glare straight over at Tian Yao. She crosses her arms, looking totally spooked. Liu Yi scoffs. Let me guess. You have absolutely no idea how to destroy this thing, do you? You just knew it would show up here at the bottom of the Guixu Sea. Suddenly, Tian Yao bursts into laughter. Haha, I got it. The records from my previous life totally mention this. Right now, we just wait. Liu Yi glares at her furiously. She waves her hands frantically. Oh, chill out, don't be mad, we have plenty of time. He rolls his eyes. You're enjoying this way too much. Suddenly, the mark fluctuates. It spins wildly and just straight up vanishes. They both freeze in absolute shock. Is transforming Liu Yi's eyes sharpen like daggers. He watches closely, realizing the gross slime around them is rising up following the mark's swirling vortex. The glowing seal expands into a fluctuating circle. Rays of light burst out, and it literally transforms into a humanoid shape. Liu Yi gasps. A human form, Tianyao, quickly vanishes while the newly formed humanoid scowls with pure anger. Suddenly, the figure teleports. Liu Yi watches in shock as it appears right in front of him, planting a hand flat against his chest. System notification. System warning. An unknown target is absorbing your power. All total attributes decreased by 1,000 points. Warning repeated. An unknown target is absorbing your power. All total attributes decreased by 1,000 points. Warning. An unknown target is absorbing your power. All total attributes decreased by 1,000 points again. Liu Yi panics. What the heck is happening? I have to kill it. He winds up a punch, but Tianyao screams out, stopping him. Do not fight back. Liu Yi glares over at her like she is crazy. She begs, just let it absorb everything. Let it drain your stats. Once it drinks enough, it will leave. This is the only way to destroy the replica mark. System warning. An unknown target is absorbing your power. All total attributes decreased by 1,000 points. System warning. An unknown target is absorbing your power. Total attributes decreased by 1,000 points. System warning. Unknown target absorbing power. Total attributes decreased by 1,000 points. Liu Yi grits his teeth through the pain. Easy for you to say, why don't you let it drain you? Tianyao just laughs. Ha ha. It only drains the master of the Imperial Wood. No one else works. Liu Yi yells back. Then stop hiding and get out here right now. Tianyao promises, I'm serious, you just have to trust me. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi glares at the draining seal. Damn it, should I really trust her? He clenches his fists tight, staring the mark down. Slowly, he unclenches them. It's not draining too much, yet he thinks. Let's see how this plays out. Look at this panel. Strength reads 1002153. Constitution 100215595. Agility 100215550. Intelligence 100240045. Perception 1002096. The stats panel updates. Strength dropping to 9021563. Constitution 9021593. Agility down to 9021550. Intelligence down to 9024045. Perception 9020896. The stats panel updates again. Strength plummets to 7021563. Constitution drops to 7021595. Agility 7021550. Intelligence 7024045. Perception 7020896. System panel updates. Strength 3021563. Constitution falling to 3021595. Agility 021550. Intelligence hits 102404500. Perception 3020896. Liu Yi grinds his teeth in absolute rage. When is this finally going to end? My fully enhanced stats are almost completely drained. Wait a minute. Liu Yi furrows his brows in pure shock. There are currently no restricted zones left in the central Hua continent. Alright, let's watch him max out his stats. He holds nothing back. Full power. Not just to see what it absorbs, but to find his absolute limit. Who knows, once this crazy thing drinks its fill and finally leaves, his stats might actually skyrocket instead of dropping. Let's go. The system chimes and all stats increased by 1,956,000. Another ping, all stats increased by 29,000. The alerts keep spamming. Plus 4.5 million to all stats. It is an absolute stat explosion right now. His overall attributes are surging. Wait, Liu Yi lets out a shocked gasp. He thinks, what is going on here? Why did the stats stop rising? Tianyao chimes in. The stored energy in the Emperor Mansion is totally drained. Just how many stats did you actually gain? Using skills to boost overall stats ends up burning. Through the mansion's stored power, Liu Yi stares at the floating mark, eyes wide. It already absorbed 50 million total stats. How much more does this thing want? I only have about 5 million stats left. I have to stop it. Time to use one body to destroy another. Blue light explodes around him. The mark is swallowed by that same blue glow. He frowns, then suddenly gasps in shock. Hands still raised, Liu Yi watches the mark. Here it comes, his face darkens. What is the plan now? The mark suddenly laughs loudly and lets go. Liu Yi watches in pure shock as it fades. Panicking slightly, he watches the symbol vanish completely. Heart hammering, he wonders, is it finally over? He stares at his hands, blurting out something just vanished. But surprisingly, his whole body feels incredibly light. Tianao shouts in wild excitement, it actually worked. The clone mark is totally gone. She laughs loudly. We are free. Pure freedom. A dazzling swirl of light erupts outward. Tianao appears in person, absolutely thrilled. No longer mere clones. Stunned, Liu Yi literally falls backward onto the ground. He asks, how did a clone mark become human? Is it the physical form of some entity? Every mark is a clone of the legendary trio's master. But that power level is way beyond us right now. What is our next move? Tianao happily raises her hand. Just pilot the Emperor. Mansion upward and return to the Sea of Gishu. He narrows his eyes. What an absolute joke. We fell into the Sea of Guixu, got swept in mud and lost our bearings ages ago. Beneath us is still the Emperor Mansion, and below that, it might not even be mud down there anymore. The tree trunk inside the glowing ring shifts. Tianao looks hilarious, perfectly round eyes, jaw completely dropped. Glaring coldly into the distance, Liu Yi thinks I cannot trust her. I must find our exact location myself. He shoots her a quick glance. But seriously, how is he supposed to find the Sea of Gishu now? Tianao looks right at him. If you cannot find a way out, maybe you should try repairing the Emperor Mansion first. Gather its scattered fragments. You literally squeezed every drop of power from this piece. He turns to her as she, now watch this. She tells him you need to pilot this thing, find the other fragments, and scavenge some sweet calculation power from them. Who knows what dangers are waiting next? We need backup power on hand. Hearing that, Liu Yi smirks. Finally, something useful. How do we do it? Tianao replies, use my title, and you can enter the mansion. He narrows his eyes helplessly. Damn it, hanging around this idiot is actually lowering my IQ. The tidal effect activates instantly. A single drop falls at his feet, expanding into a massive glowing puddle. His jaw drops as huge tree branches sprout violently from below, completely wrapping around him in an instant. His eyes widen in pure shock. His entire body floats weightlessly inside the glowing circle. Did he just merge with the mansion itself? Liu Yi's face turns dead serious. His whole body is wrapped in that radiant aura, sparks dancing everywhere. He realizes now that he is the mansion. He can sense where the other fragments are hiding. He laughs, almost villainous. A mansion fragment is still inside the Sea of Guixu. A piece floats through the circle. It is this way. He flies straight toward it. System alert, calculation, power insufficient. Liu Yi is stunned. Wait, the Emperor Mansion cannot move. Not enough power. Are you kidding me? Why right now? Extremely confused, he yells Tianao. Standing outside, she yells back. Can you feel the fragments? Why are you not moving yet? From inside, he groans. We are out of power. I cannot move. Crossing her arms and leaning back, Tianao sighs. I knew it. Sinking this continent in the past always burned a massive amount of calculation power. Hearing this, Liu Yi snaps back. Wait, you knew this was going to happen. Is there a way to fix this? Tianao smirks. Oh, absolutely. Stick with me here because I've got two different methods. Liu Yi demands answers. Tianao explains the first option is the simplest and definitely the most guaranteed to work. Just activate the Humanity Core title. It breaks down everyone in the central continent into pure compute power except you. Tianao raises one finger, smiling. Not just the people you specifically marked, but literally everyone who recently got resurrected. They would all die permanently, myself included. So yeah, I strongly oppose you doing that. The second option, way more complicated. Earlier, the clone seal absorbed all of your attributes. And if you pay attention, you'll also discover that every single one of your personal attributes was massively boosted by burning through the Emperor Core's stored compute power. So you just need to return all your boosted attributes back to the Emperor Core, converting them straight into compute points. Liu Yi frowns. Return them. How exactly do I do that? Tianao shrugs calmly. Self-harm. Do you have any special skill that requires burning through all your attributes just to cast it? Liu Yi immediately shakes his head. No. Tianao smirks, leaning in. Well, I do. Do you want me to help you out? Liu Yi stays totally silent. His figure slowly flickers into view. You belong to the central continent too. Can you harm yourself as well? Tianao puts her hands on her hips. If you're going to be like that, I give up. Compared to you, my total attributes are basically a single grain of sand in the desert. Draining my stats right now wouldn't help us at all. So let's do this. We'll deduct them proportionally. Chen Yue's total stats readout: strength 2,520,305. Vitality is 28,346. Agility hits 250,324. Intelligence sits right at 250,006. Perception is 59,355. Tian Yao crosses her arms. Whatever percentage you burn, I'll burn the exact same amount. Hearing this, Liu Yi narrows his eyes. Your total attributes are only barely over 250,000. Tian Yao gets flustered, throwing her hands up. What are you looking at? 250,000 is incredibly high. Aside from you, literally no one else in the entire central continent is a match for me. Then there's Liu Yi stats. Total strength 5,121,563. Vitality is 5,121,595. Agility is 5,124,045. Intelligence matches perfectly at 5,124,045. Perception hits 5,120,896. Liu Yi stands there silently, deeply weighing his options. Liu Yi finally nods. Fine, let's do it. Tian Yao grins. All right. To show my absolute sincerity, I'll go first. Suddenly, a glowing ball of light materializes right above her hand. Boom. Tian Yao brutally strikes herself immediately, coughing up blood. Her stats update. Strength drops to 202,305. Vitality falls to 208,364. Agility plummets to 203,024. Intelligence dips to 200,006. Perception drops to 209,355. Visibly strained, Tian Yao groans. Wow, that actually really hurts. Holding the glowing sphere in her palm, she looks up. Your turn. Instantly, Liu Yi dashes forward, lunging to grab her. Tian Yao panics. Hey, what are you doing? Liu Yi glares at her, roaring with rage. Just as I thought, the moment you use a skill, your real body materializes. Die. But watch this, suddenly everything blurs right in front of him. Liu Yi freezes in shock. Tian Yao scoffs, you are seriously so sinister. Liu Yi quickly scans the area. Wait, did time reset again? Tian Yao reappears completely unharmed. Honestly, I get it. We aren't exactly close friends here, and you've probably heard a lot of really terrible rumors about me. So not trusting me, totally normal. Crossing her arms, her expression turns dead serious. I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you want to burn your stats for compute points or not? Liu Yi frowns, calculating his odds before suddenly flashing a smirk. Without warning, Liu Yi's entire body starts sinking straight into the floor. Tian Yao gasps in shock. Thanks for sacrificing your stats, he calls out. Tian Yao loses it. Hey, are you completely out of your mind? Get back out here right now so I can drain your stats. System alert, Emperor Core has received 5 million compute points. Liu Yi is stunned quickly, running the math in his head. 50,000 total. Attributes just converted into 5 million points. That means one attribute point equals 100 compute points. With a massive reserve like this, it should definitely be enough to finally pass through the Gyusu Sea. Time to break out of here. Liu Yi shoots forward, racing straight toward the distant light. Outside, the sheer force violently blasts Tian Yao backward. She quickly stabilizes herself, looking confused. Wait, did the Emperor Core just move? Why did it stop? Another alert chimes in. Emperor Core, remaining points 55,900. Liu Yi curses in absolute frustration. I only moved it an inch and it already burned through 5 million points. How is the energy drain this massive? Liu Yi phases his upper body back into view. Across from him, Tian Yao plants her hands on her hips, looking absolutely furious at him. Liu Yi scowls, staring right back at her before finally giving in. All right, fine, come on. This time I'll actually stand here and take the skill hit. Tian Yao scoffs, annoyed. Humph, you seriously know nothing about the massive amount of compute points needed to move the central continent. The points I converted into stats aren't nearly enough to cover the massive drain rate. Hearing this, Liu Yi furrows, his brows clearly annoyed. Stop talking and just do it already. Suddenly, a bright golden-orange sphere materializes right out of thin air. Tian Yao summons a swarm of tiny glowing orbs around herself. She locks eyes with Liu Yi, flashing a wicked smirk. Without warning, the massive orange sphere slowly drifts straight toward him. He glares down at the energy, completely braced for impact. Suddenly, it strikes him head-on. A violently dizzying shockwave forces him straight to his knees. He plants one hand down to steady himself, clutching his chest tightly. My total stats just dropped by 1 million, he realizes. Seeing this, all right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Tian Yao narrows her eyes, smiling. This should be enough. Meanwhile, Liu Yi frowns, looking super annoyed. Suddenly, the log grows. Then the wood surges forward. Wrapped entirely in a blindingly bright sphere, the massive log flies straight toward a tiny, distant orb of light. Liu Yi quickly glances at the system screen. It shows the Emperor Tree has exactly 87 million system power in reserve, then rapidly dropping to 79 million and plummeting again to just over 63 million. Right now, the flying log remains incredibly far away from the glowing sphere, waiting dead ahead. Liu Yi thinks to himself the system power is burning way too fast, but at least the distance is closing a little bit. After getting slightly closer, the giant log grinds to a halt. At the same time, the system flashes a brutal update. Emperor Tree reserves are at 0. Standing inside the glowing orb, Liu Yi rubs his forehead and sighs heavily. I literally burned 1 million total stats and we only made it 3/5 of the way there. Fading partially into the empty void, Liu Yi turns back and firmly tells Tian Yao, "Keep draining my stats." This crazy command completely startles her, but she recovers almost immediately. Gripping the orange orb tightly with both hands, Tian Yao laughs. "Not a problem at all." Liu Yi stares straight ahead, locking in. "Keep moving forward." After a long tense stretch of time, the log finally approaches a tiny floating branch. The little branch is now clearly visible, hovering right in front of them. Suddenly, the branch vibrates violently, flying straight toward the giant log and firmly attaching itself. Liu Yi watches the phantom projection on his wrist and mutters in relief. "We finally made it." Fusing his own body with the Emperor Tree feels incredibly bizarre. But then he instantly realizes a massive glaring problem. Where's all the system power? Without warning, Liu Yi screams out in pure rage. "You lied to me." Inside this new fragment of the Emperor Tree, there is absolutely 0 system power. Standing nearby, Tian Yao looks totally clueless. There is nothing. Watching Liu Yi emerge from the tree trunk, she frantically tries to explain. "How can it be empty? The reserve system power is supposed to be distributed throughout the Emperor Tree." Panic setting in, she yells out her theory. "Every single piece floating in the void should have at least some power left over." Cupping her chin, Tian Yao starts desperately calculating the odds. Could it be that the clone mark on each fragment drained all the system power completely dry? Let us just head to the very next fragment of the Emperor Tree to see if this specific piece is just broken. Then, throwing her hands up in pure frustration, she screams, "Or did all the power literally vanish?" Dead silent, Liu Yi scowls and snaps. "I need system power to actually chase down that next fragment." Hearing this, Tian Yao looks confused. "Wait, do you not have more?" Suddenly, realization hits her hard. She stares right at Liu Yi. "Hold up. Do you actually think I am lying to you? Why on earth would I joke about something like this? Even if I wanted to kill you, I would look at the situation first. Right now, teaming up is our only shot at reaching the Guixu Sea." Standing firm, Liu Yi doesn't hesitate. "In that case, you are paying for the next round of power." Analyzing the situation, he thinks to himself, even though the Emperor Tree has no system power driving it right now, the direction they are headed is still perfectly aligned with the Guixu Sea. Based on the mental map he mapped out, there are 4 total fragments on this path. They have to cover this exact distance 4 more times to return the Emperor Tree to the Guixu Sea. Now here is where you and I realize the massive problem. Liu Yi only has 3 million total stats left. That is only enough for 1.5 more trips. I need a way to cover the remaining 2.5. And that is exactly why he told Tian Yao, "You're covering the system power this time." Hearing his demand, Tian Yao falls completely silent, deep in thought. Finally closing her eyes, she nods. "Understood." Right after she summons several glowing orange spheres, each containing a curled-up person inside. "You probably already know about my 9 loyal servants. I poured everything into raising them across countless reincarnation cycles." Floating gracefully in front of her slumbering servants, Tian Yao continues, explaining the harsh reality. That is the only reason they have between 100,000 and 200,000 total stats. Liu Yi just frowns, listening closely without saying a single word. Suddenly, Tian Yao clenches her fists, casting a dark spell over her servants. "Now I will sacrifice them. All 9 of these guys combined should yield around 1.8 million total stats. Adding 200,000 of my own brings us to exactly 2 million. Instantly, the entire group of servants disintegrates, blasting raw orange energy straight into the Emperor Tree log. Tian Yao wipes her brow. "Check if that is enough. That was literally my final trump card." Annoyed and clearly unhappy, she adds some extra spice. "Do not even think about calling this a small amount. Not every player is a total freak like you. If I had stats like yours, I would have sunk the Huazhong continent into the Guixu Sea ages ago." Standing opposite her, Liu Yi remains completely silent, just staring right at her. Suddenly, Tian Yao lets out a heavy sigh, sweating nervously. "I am really sorry I miscalculated." Without warning, Liu Yi vanishes into thin air. He checks the system screen, reading the power output hitting the Emperor Tree. It sits right over 201 million. Seeing this massive number, Liu Yi is shocked. She actually dropped 2 million total stats. She really slaughtered all 9 of her loyal subordinates, just like that. Afterwards, he pilots the Emperor Tree forward, focusing hard. "Let us just reach the next fragment location. Let's see if there is any system power waiting." As the small fragment merges into the Emperor Tree, Liu Yi hopes for the best. There has to be energy left, right? Otherwise, Meanwhile, Tian Yao is sweating bullets asking, well, how is it? Liu Yi stares at the system screen scowling deeply. Right now, it shows the system power impact is flat 0. Echoing from inside the giant log, Liu Yi delivers the bad news. Nothing. Hearing this, Tian Yao drops her head in total defeat, muttering, it looks like the power on. The Emperor Tree was completely absorbed by the clones too. What follows is a completely dead, terrifying silence. Suddenly, Tian Yao looks straight up at the sky and declares, the only option left is activating the Human Center title. After so many years, you and I never expected it would come down to this at the very end. All right, you and I are watching a crazy gamble. Facing certain death, she stares into the void. I hope you can eventually lead the Central Continent, straight to glory. But Liu Yi completely interrupts her. Both of our previous movements were directed straight toward the Central Continent. If we just keep moving like this, 3 more times we can finally return to the Sea of Ruin. I still have 3 million total stats left. This is our absolute last attempt. If this fails, we have to figure out a new way to recalculate our processing power. Right after that, he steers the Emperor's shell log straight ahead, aiming directly for that tiny glowing sphere in the distance. Next up, another heavy branch merges right into the log. The system immediately announces that the stat impact on the shell is practically 0. Seeing this, Liu Yi visibly frowns. Just as he suspected, nothing happened. His face instantly turns completely serious and thoughtful. Wait, we only have 2 tries left. Liu Yi rises from the Emperor's shell and glares right at Tian Yao in the distance. His expression is totally cold, his eyes completely unforgiving and sharp. Catching his harsh glare, Tian Yao sadly starts rambling. It looks like there is still 0 processing power. Maybe you should just activate the Mortal Core title. At least that way, the Central Continent can return to the Sea of Ruin and you can actually survive. I completely understand your worry. At first, I really wanted to save absolutely everyone too, she adds softly, lowering her head with a deeply pitiful and sad look. But I finally thought it through. I am literally just a clone. Absolutely everything in the Central Continent is a manufactured product. Over here, Liu Yi just silently watches Tian Yao, listening to her claim they are truly at the absolute edge of the Sea of Ruin. Suddenly, Tian Yao tightly clenches her fists, gritting her teeth, and screams out, you have to get them, just truly secure them. Meanwhile, Liu Yi sits completely cross-legged on the massive log, totally lost in deep thought. Then he finally speaks up. But to me, the real them are the exact same ones who have been fighting by my side this entire time. It does not matter if they are clones or originals. Desperate Tian Yao asks, is there literally any way for us to survive right now? He firmly answers yes. This completely startles her. Full of doubt, Tian Yao asks, wait, you actually have a way. Stick with me here. She ponders, then suddenly laughs out loud. Ha ha, I guess there's still one way out. Hearing that, Liu Yi just frowns, staring intensely ahead. Suddenly, Tian Yao starts going off. Just take all those people you marked as totally unimportant. To you, the ones reborn in this life, and just kill them all. At this point, there is no room for mercy. Most of those marked people are not even important anyway. Tian Yao openly smirks and continues. The worst-case scenario is that once we return to the Sea of Ruin, we just deal with them, reboot the reincarnation cycle, and revive them all. Hearing this, Liu Yi actually smiles, then looks right at Tian Yao. No, I actually think killing you and stealing the processing power from your body sounds way better. That completely shocks her. Tian Yao crosses her arms, heavily scowling. You seriously do not believe my 2 million total stats are absolutely everything I have right now? Did your total stats boosting up somehow make your vision and perception level up too? Then Tian Yao just spreads her arms and shrugs. If you really do not believe me, then just kill me right now. I will not even resist. Without any warning, Liu Yi violently grabs Tian Yao, completely squeezing her right inside the palm of his hand. He stares directly at her, closely examining his catch. Then he simply drops her, leaving Tian Yao totally bewildered and confused. Liu Yi just smirks and proudly reveals, for the next phase of my processing power plan, I actually still need you. Taking you out after we reach the Sea of Ruin is not too late anyway. In his mind, he is planning to squeeze absolutely every drop of value out of her before finishing the job. Beside him, Tian Yao looks incredibly confused. Plan. Besides massacring absolutely everyone who is not important to you, do you really have some other secret way to get processing power? Suddenly, Liu Yi calmly reaches his hand backward. A guy instantly pops right out, completely amazed. Wait, I actually revived boss, where the heck are we? Then Liu Yi barks an order. You go, weaken their total stats right now. Let us see if there is absolutely any way we can extract processing power from this. Hearing that, Tian Yao stares blankly, thinking incredibly hard for a moment. Liu Yi stares closely at the glowing system screen in absolute shock. The notification reads that the processing power hitting the Emperor's shell fragment is 690, he exclaims internally. The processing power actually went up, but wait, one single total stat point only converts to 10 processing power points. That is 10 times less than me and Tian Yao. Is it just because our total stats have completely shattered the maximum limit of this emperor? Shell, meaning it strictly relies on pure processing power. He then looks straight back at Tian Yao and announces it actually worked. But one total stat point only trades for 10 points of processing power. On the bright side, I can easily revive up to 100,000 players right now. Their total stats sit right between 250 and 300. Hearing that insane number, Tian Yao drops her jaw. She screams, 100,000, are you trying to work me to death? He simply shrugs. But this is literally the best option we have. Beside him, she helplessly groans, you absolute psycho. But eventually, Tian Yao just fully accepts her brutal fate. Fine, whatever. You are the absolute master of the central continent now, so whatever you say completely goes. Besides, if you really do activate that mortal core title, I would end up completely dead anyway. She lets out a huge dramatic sigh. I will just treat this horrible grind as buying my own life. When do we start? Instantly, Liu Yi revives a massive crowd of players. Right now. Tian Yao just grits her teeth in absolute terror. Time flies by in a flash. Right now, on top of the massive Emperor Shell log, an absolutely endless sea of people has materialized. You and I are watching the ultimate farming setup. Tian Yao casts her spell completely, wiping the area clean. Liu Yi coldly orders, this batch is done. Next group. Alright, you and I are back in the madness. Thousands materialize while an exhausted Tian Yao casts her spell, triggering a massive system alert flood. The compute power slamming into the Emperor core fragment is skyrocketing. 1,589,000, then jumping to 5,629,000. 13,492,000. After a brief pause, Liu Yi yells at her to keep pushing, and the system immediately fires off another massive update. The Emperor core fragment absorbs even more power. 87 million, surging past 178 million and finally smashing right over the 200 million mark. Finally, Tian Yao wheezes like an ancient grandmother. She can barely speak, groaning that she is completely out of gas. Meanwhile, the Emperor core slowly drifts toward a small floating sphere. The two spheres smoothly merge together. Liu Yi looks down at the exhausted Tian Yao and tries coaxing her. Just keep going, it is only one last step. Then we can finally return to the Sea of Void. Raising a weak, violently shaking hand, she just glares at him. I absolutely hate you. Above them, the sphere completely stops moving. Time slowly ticks by. The system suddenly chimes in, announcing the compute power hitting the Emperor core fragment has reached nearly 110 million. Floating safely inside the sphere, Liu Yi checks his screens. Below him, Tian Yao is sprawled out completely flat on the floor, stammering. That was the last group, right? He answers. Yeah. He realizes they have summoned every single marked player. Their total stats have been brutally drained all the way down to a pathetic single digit, but they are only halfway there. Stepping forward, Liu Yi starts running the math in his head. In the end, I really have to sacrifice my own total stats. He tilts his head back, staring up at the sky with a heavy sigh. But whatever, we will return to the Sea of Void soon. After burning through 910,000 of my total stats, whatever is left over should be just enough. Liu Yi clenches his fists, bracing himself for the massive loss. Once we get back to the Sea of Void, all I have to do is gather 10 compute power to perfectly stabilize the central continent and completely escape the Sea of Void. Smiling confidently, he looks straight down at Tian Yao and finally speaks up. We are so close to the Sea of Void. But here's the thing, we are still short 910,000 total stats. Let us bridge this final gap together. Tian Yao's eyes literally roll back into her head. Are you even human right now? You have been ruthlessly torturing me for over 2 whole weeks. I barely just got a second to breathe. On top of that, my own total stats have been drained down to just a few thousand. And you still want me to pay up. But Liu Yi just smirks at her. Well, what else can we do? We need 910,000 more. Suddenly, Tian Yao sits up, desperately trying to reason with him. Look, we are practically partners in tragedy here. Plus, we both want to return to the Sea of Void. We both want to stabilize the central continent and escape. Honestly, if we survive all this, you and I could actually end up being really good friends. You should really treat your future friends a little better. Liu Yi raises an eyebrow, completely unconvinced. So basically, you want me to be the one to sacrifice all 910,000 total stats myself. Tian Yao lets out a heavy sigh, playing the victim. But I seriously have absolutely zero stats left to give you. I even had to abandon my original physical body. She lays the guilt trip on thick. Forget my completely ruined power levels, I have even lost my absolute best trump card for basic survival. Looking at them from a distance, Tian Yao looks like a tiny pathetic speck groveling right beneath Liu Yi's feet. She just keeps whining. My only remaining assets were numbers 1 through 9, but I already completely burned through those on the Emperor core fragment just a minute ago. I am sorry, but I am totally useless to you right now. Hearing her out, Liu Yi falls silent before finally answering. We are fighting under the same sky, chasing the exact same goal. If we actually have a future, who knows, maybe we really could be friends. Staring down at her, Liu Yi finally makes his big decision. All right then. I will cover the remaining cost, you just need to drain my total stats yourself. Instantly, Tian Yao lights up with absolute joy. Wait, are you serious right now? That is amazing news. She immediately floats up to face him, playing the innocent card. Wait, does this mean you and I are actually going to be best buddies from now on? Suddenly, Tian Yao summons a glowing orange sphere. But wait for it, Liu Yi vanishes, instantly reappearing to deliver a brutal horizontal palm strike right across her body. She is completely stunned. Watching her physical form get violently sliced right in half, Liu Yi coldly speaks up. My gut instinct tells me you are entirely untrustworthy. Her eyes go wide with pure shock as she screams out at him, but suddenly her expression flips. That pathetic look vanishes, replaced by a wicked, sarcastic smirk. I acted so incredibly pitiful and you still did not fall for it. Oh well, this is enough. Liu Yi starts breaking down his own ruthless logic. The plan was simple. Wait for Tian Yao to finish casting her drain skill, instantly eliminate her on the spot, and then forcefully steal her ability for himself. Sacrificing his own total stats was a genius double play. It gets rid of Tian Yao permanently while perfectly fixing their massive compute power shortage at the same time. And honestly, even if he failed to kill her right here, this strike proves she still had secret escape routes hidden away. Gripping his blade tightly, he stares straight ahead. Now he can calculate the exact amount of compute power needed to get the perfect result he wants. Like I said, failing to kill her just exposes her absolute final trump cards. She clearly still has backup compute power stashed away somewhere. Liu Yi leaps backward, analyzing the situation. Is Tian Yao using a lock-on skill right now? Just to be totally safe, he decides it is much smarter to handle this fight outside the Emperor core. As her glowing orange sphere smashes into his position, Liu Yi vanishes again, constantly strategizing. Right now, the Emperor core stabilizing the central continent is completely under his absolute control. But Tian Yao's current state is still a massive, dangerous mystery. How many hidden trump cards does she actually have left? Still, Liu Yi firmly believes that as long as he controls the Emperor core anchoring the central continent, he holds the ultimate advantage. You and I know how this goes, right? In his home territory, he will always be completely invincible against Tian Yao. Alright, let's jump right back into the madness. A voice mocks our hero. The moment you brought the Emperor's mansion of Hua Zhongzhou along, he had already lost. This startles Liu Yi. Suddenly, a massive orange energy beam strikes right down, slamming hard into the mansion's surface. At the same time, Liu Yi feels like he just got electrocuted and the system alerts all attributes drop by over 924,000. Liu Yi breaks a sweat angrily, thinking. Even inside the Emperor's mansion of Hua Zhongzhou, he still cannot block her skill. Suddenly, the system floods his vision with warnings. The connection between you and Hua Zhongzhou is severed. You lost control of Hua Zhongzhou. Instantly, Liu Yi is violently thrown from the mansion. The system coldly warns, you are expelled from the Emperor's mansion of Hua Zhongzhou. Liu Yi falls in absolute shock, crashing right into the giant sphere that surrounds the core. What just happened, he wonders. Meanwhile, Tian Yao stands high above, looking down at him with an incredibly smug expression. She sighs, saying that in the end, she won. Looking down with a smile, she explains, your Tian Yao program is almost complete, and honestly that put huge pressure on me. In a direct head-to-head clash, I had absolutely zero chance of winning. My attribute boosting is just too weak, plus I had to deal with a clone. So the special body is not just a simple transit station, it needs maxed out attributes too. Tian Yao then flashes back to her true form during the earlier fight with Liu Yi. She smugly explains, I had to gamble my Tian Yao title and my control over the mansion's fragments. If I let you figure out that I had already mastered Hua Zhongzhou's Emperor's mansion, and you tried to escape it to return to the Guishu Sea on your own, the ultimate price I would have to pay would be sinking to the Guishu Sea forever. But if you refuse to give up Hua Zhongzhou using all attributes to bring the mansion back, Liu Yi really had tried everything. Smirking at the memory, Tian Yao adds, at that moment I could easily expel you from Hua Zhongzhou whenever I wanted. Right when you were desperately trying to escape the Guishu Sea, I would make sure you stayed at the bottom of it forever. Hands on her hips, Tian Yao laughs like a maniac. And the result, I won the bet. Watching Liu Yi fall, she proudly gloats. I really am the true chosen destiny of Hua Zhongzhou. Hearing her, Liu Yi looks up, gritting his teeth in pure rage as he realizes. So from the very beginning, right from the moment he earned the title, he had walked directly into her trap. He looks down, panic setting in. What now? Without the Emperor's mansion as an anchor, his body will just keep sinking endlessly. Suddenly, Liu Yi realizes something even more urgent. And trust me, sinking is the least of his problems. He mentally screams. What is the real disaster here? Spreading his arms as he continues to free fall, Liu Yi realizes, with the Earth's Shadow title stolen away. How is he supposed to revive Ai Yun? Analyzing the situation, he knows the next owner could still revive the Mark Ones, but she still has the Ren Zhong title to fully restore Hua Zhongzhou's power. That definitely requires massive processing power. To get it, Tian Yao will absolutely activate the Ren Zhong title and drain everything. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. How could his connection to Hua Zhongzhou just suddenly break? What is actually happening? Could it be that the three great titles do not hold the supreme power in Hua Zhongzhou? Is there a power even higher than them? But what is the point of thinking about this now? How can he get back to Hua Zhongzhou and steal back the Earth Shadow title? Liu Yi desperately flails his arms trying to swim upwards. Come on, Liu Yi, think. What should he do? But he just keeps falling endlessly. He groans in total despair. What now? Liu Yi spins helplessly in the void, completely out of options. What can he even do, still refusing to quit? He reaches his hand up, grasping at nothing. He's totally powerless here. He shuts his eyes tight, gritting his teeth. How does he get back? Floating aimlessly in the endless void, Liu Yi forces his eyes open and curses. Damn it, who can help me now? Staring down at the massive empty wasteland below, he sighs. Suddenly, a glowing sphere drifts right into his falling path. He squints downward. Spotting the giant white orb, he is totally confused. What in the world is this thing? Right below him is a massive city built on a mountain peak surrounded by mystical clouds. Liu Yi stares in disbelief. A world at the bottom of the Guishu Sea. Looking down at the sprawling city streets, he gets a strange feeling. It looks incredibly familiar. Suddenly, Liu Yi lands hard on the glowing white surface, shocked. The origin world, he freezes as a voice echoes out. What is wrong? What happened? To make you panic like this? Thrown off, he shouts out, Ju Yin, standing on the glowing sphere. He wonders, what exactly is going on here? He looks down, completely baffled. Were you created by Ju Yin, or? Suddenly pulsing with light, Ju Yin replies, this is merely an object, not my true self. The origin world needs a physical object to return to the Guishu Sea. It explains. All right, let's jump back in. Right after you left, I took full control, forming the Origin Emperor tree. Besides generating raw computing power, I just sat back and waited for your signal. You really didn't disappoint me. You sent the signal back here in record time. Liu Yi just scratches his head, looking completely lost, saying, but hey, I am stuck down here too now. Can I even get out of this place? Ju Yin stares at a distant glowing orb, replying, a small issue like this doesn't even require a physical body for me. Just brace yourself out there. Meanwhile, Tian Yao stands right on the Emperor tree's surface, cheering happily. The plan is an absolute success. Right now, her entire tree trunk is wrapped in this intense green energy. Tian Yao laughs like a total maniac. I feel absolutely amazing. Looking up, she seems incredibly satisfied with herself. Then she starts to mutter. Honestly, if you had just faced me in the previous reincarnation cycle, you would have totally won. But unfortunately for you, in this cycle, I have completely merged with Hua Zhongzhou. Right now, she stands completely alone, looking super tiny on top of that massive tree trunk, arrogantly claiming, I have officially become the Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree. No matter how much crazy power you actually possess, every drop of it was granted by me. Tian Yao spreads her arms, closing her eyes in pure bliss before smirking. I will give you some credit, though. Next cycle, I am turning you into my 10th slave. But wait, you and I are about to see her panic. She gasps. Hold on, I forgot. Those other slaves are already wiped out. I guess I will deal with that next cycle. Instead, I am going to make you my #1 slave. Suddenly, Tian Yao flinches hard. Her jaw drops, eyes wide in absolute shock. Meanwhile, a familiar voice screams out, Ju Yin, help me right now. Tian Yao stares as a glowing line suddenly slices across the sky, followed by 2 more locking into a perfect grid. Her eyes bulge out. What on earth is that? At the exact same time, she spots Liu Yi hovering there. Liu Yi is just as confused, muttering, what is going on? Over on his end, Ju Yin explains the situation. The situation with Tian Yao that you just mentioned. It is exactly like mine. Right now, we have both buried our true core bodies deep inside. The Emperor tree itself completely merging our physical forms into one single entity. Liu Yi narrows his eyes, frowning as he absorbs this massive info dump. This was the only way to grab the ultimate power of this world. But get this, any abilities linked to time can only be used within our own private domain. Ju Yin then stares right at Tian Yao's Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree, which is now entirely trapped inside a glowing cube, and quickly adds, the absolute only way to defeat her is to freeze her right alongside her entire world. After that, we have to unlock the Emperor tree itself and crush her true body hidden inside. But listen closely, there's a catch. If you want to claim the title to control the Emperor tree and finally bring your sister back to life, you cannot let the tree get destroyed. Whatever happens next, that is entirely up to you. Liu Yi throws his arms back, building up serious momentum as Jiu Yin drops one last warning. But tearing apart the Emperor tree to find her real body has a massive risk of wiping out the tree entirely, ignoring that Liu Yi blasts off straight toward the Hua Zhongju Emperor tree. Seeing him charge right in Tian, Yao frowns in confusion. Wait, is this really the Origin Realm? Wasn't the Origin Realm completely buried underneath the Sea of Ruin? How the hell did it manage to break out? Back with our guy, Jiu Yin warns Liu Yi. I actually couldn't freeze her completely, but honestly, that is totally fine. She's basically just stuck talking trash to you now. Right then, Liu Yi smashes down onto one end of the Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree. Tian Yao glares at him, shrieking, "What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree?" Ignoring her, Liu Yi unleashes brutal punches, shattering the giant trunk bit by bit. Tian Yao might be frozen, but her mouth is still running wild. Freezing me and the tree, just mindlessly destroying the Emperor tree like this. Looks like you actually figured out my current state, even my weakness, but you think you can just blindly smash up Hua Zhongzhou and dig out my true body, relying entirely on those pathetic few thousand weakened stats of yours. How many more hits can you even throw, even if you somehow manage to drag out someone from the Origin Realm to help? Escaping the Sea of Ruin means their leftover computing power is absolute garbage. But Liu Yi, he totally tunes her out just brutally, continuing his absolute demolition work. Ripping the Emperor tree apart, he flashes back to the Void Abyss Gathering Zone, smirking to himself. I already have a massive 50 million total stats. Then he just goes right back to tearing the Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree to pieces. Seeing this madness, Tian Yao loses it. Damn it, Hua Zhongzhou is technically your home too. How can you be so ruthless? Stop mindlessly wrecking the Emperor tree. Keep breaking it and Hua Zhongzhou will literally cease to exist. But Liu Yi coldly fires back, destroying you is my ultimate goal right now. I don't give a damn about anything else. The Hua Zhongzhou Emperor tree takes another brutal earth-shattering palm strike, causing massive chunks of the trunk to just explode outward. Right after he lands another devastating hit, Liu Yi grits his teeth furiously, thinking to himself, "Why haven't I found Tian Yao yet?" Off to the side, she watches his struggle and flashes a twisted smile. Then Tian Yao suddenly screams, completely startling Liu Yi. "Are you holding back from killing me on the very first strike and desperately digging for my real body instead, just so you can steal back the Earth's Shadow title?" She openly sneers at him, mocking his plan. "You better stop what you are doing right now, or I swear I will activate the Human Core title." Hearing that threat, Liu Yi actually freezes for a split second, glancing up at her. But then he just winds up and blasts another huge chunk off the Emperor tree. Suddenly, Tian Yao panics. "You are completely insane. Don't you need the Earth's Shadow title to save those people anymore?" Liu Yi snaps back that she better worry about her own life. By now, the Emperor house is half destroyed. He thinks to himself, she finally cracked under the pressure. Now she has to help him find the main body or make a deal before the Emperor house is wiped out. But Liu Yi just keeps smashing everything. Seeing this, Tian Yao loses her mind, screaming at him. Then she grits her teeth, trying to persuade him. She says he knows she cannot use her title right now, telling him not to get cocky. If he keeps destroying things, the Emperor house will collapse fast, and when it does, everyone he cares about in the Earth's shadow will be buried right alongside her. Still, Liu Yi ignores the threat. Gritting his teeth, he figures the best move right now is actually finding her real body hidden inside the Emperor house. Once he does that, he will have the upper hand and can easily take back the Earth's Shadow title. He throws another devastating punch. But wait, where is her real body? The Emperor house is more than half destroyed, so why have we not found it yet? Off to the side, Tian Yao watches in total silence while Liu Yi is losing his patience fast. He glares at her, asking why she went quiet. He guesses he just has not put enough pressure on her yet. At the exact same time, he shoves his hand straight into the Emperor house. Suddenly, the system rings out, activating destruction skill. The target marked for absolute destruction is Hua Zhongzhou. Right after that, the entire Emperor house gets covered by a glowing orange net spreading out from Liu Yi. This insane sight leaves Tian Yao completely terrified. Even Liu Yi is totally stunned. He wonders aloud, a passive trigger, why is this happening? Meanwhile, Tian Yao tilts her head back, her whole body glowing. Blinding light shoots from her eyes, mouth, and ears. At the same time, Jiu Yin warns, the Emperor house is about to be destroyed and it cannot be frozen. Tian Yao groans through gritted teeth. Then her eyes snap wide open with a vicious laugh. She twitches, points straight forward, and yells at him. Furious, Tian Yao thinks to herself that they should make a crazy bet. Let's see just how long this bond between them can really last. She claims that after she dies, as long as he remembers her, and keeps trying to restore Hua Zhongzhou, he will change the clone's fate. Suddenly, she clenches her fist tight and speaks up. It seems her journey can only go this far. Off to the side, Liu Yi is dizzy, his jaw completely dropping open. He just cannot believe it. He listens as Tian Yao continues talking about her persistence and her deep protection over Hua Zhangzhou. Her struggles to eliminate the clone and break away from Hua Zhangzhou, she adds in a very somber tone. In the end, this whole thing was just a gamble. Thinking about it is funny. She pushed through over 100 reincarnation cycles, stretching across more than 2,000 years. Liu Yi just stares at her. Meanwhile, the Emperor House continues talking. She says he should be thanking her, because she exiled him. He actually managed to survive the absolute destruction of Hua Zhangzhou. But buried alongside her will be everyone else from Hua Zhangzhou, including the people he cares about. It is totally worth it. Hearing this, Liu Yi reaches out in panic, demanding she hand over the Earth's Shadow title immediately, but Tian Yao just laughs like a maniac. She tells him to live in utter isolation. He destroyed Hua Zhangzhou and killed everyone he cared about. Such a pathetic guy. Then she lets out a massive twisted laugh. At that exact second, the entire Emperor House glows blindingly bright before exploding into pure dust. Liu Yi gets blasted backward. Stick with me here, this gets wild. He lands on a rock looking at shattered fragments floating in space. Did Hua Zhangzhou really just vanish like that? Liu Yi collapses to his knees, completely heartbroken as he chokes out the word gone. Beside him, the glowing white orb Jiu Yin tries to comfort him, apologizing for not being able to help. Liu Yi looks soulless, tears welling up as he stammers. Just as he stutters, a system prompt flashes right in front of him. Tian Yao program restrictions lifted. Now initiating the Tian Yao program. Checking if the Donghuang bell is in the inventory. Use the Donghuang bell to completely rebuild Hua Zhangzhou. Seeing this, Liu Yi is totally bewildered. What is this? He reads the message again, then screams in absolute crazy joy. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, Jiu Yin floats beside him, having absolutely no idea what is happening. Then the system chimes in again, detecting that the Donghuang bell lacks consciousness. As the master of Donghuang, do you want to manage Hua Zhangzhou instead? Instantly surrounded by the Emperor House fragments, Liu Yi laughs and agrees. Right after every single floating piece of the Emperor House starts glowing a brilliant green, and it is not just the debris. Liu Yi's entire body lights up too. He raises his hands, watching the fragments melt together. His eyes and mouth are wide open in pure shock. Jiu Yin asks what is going on. Now watch this closely. The massive rock suddenly rockets upward. Liu Yi flinches, totally confused. Then his whole body goes boom, shooting out dozens of brilliant beams of light from every single direction. A glowing tree stump materializes out of thin air, slowly sprouting branches. Moments later, the glowing foliage rapidly expands outward, forming a radiant tree standing on a tiny mound. Finally, it becomes a perfect fully grown tree with lush glowing leaves. Watching this wild transformation, Liu Yi bursts into thrilled laughter. He actually became the Emperor House. At that same moment, the system announces he has obtained the Tian Yao title, obtained the Earth Shadow title and the Human Center title. He wipes his tears, secretly overjoyed by the insane loot. This is way too good. The titles are finally back. With tears in his eyes, Liu Yi gets emotional, calling this ending absolutely perfect. Still, he is a bit puzzled, because honestly, the Tian Yao program was not supposed to make the Emperor House bloom like this. Wait, did the Middle Continent actually create these special bodies? He stares ahead, completely confused. The Emperor Tree was destroyed, so how does it still exist? Could the system's core be somewhere else entirely? But where? And then it hits him, the origin world. Let's take a look, shall we? A tiny Emperor Tree just floating aimlessly next to this massive glowing white sphere. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. The tree's level is way too low. The Earth's Shadow title is completely useless right now. No resurrection allowed. The system literally spams this warning twice in a row. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is just chilling, sitting cross-legged under the tree, staring at his system screen. Out of nowhere, a dark, swirling magic vortex pops up. Jiu Yin steps out right beside him. Looks like you already guessed the tree wouldn't have the required level, he points out. Every single world that falls into the Sea of Ruins and manages to escape gets completely reset. The tree drops straight back to level 0. The origin world, tied to this tree, only level 1. He then drops a harsh truth bomb. Sure, we are safe for now, but we literally cannot generate any processing power on our own. Once the barrier drains all the power we saved up, it snaps. And when it breaks, the Nameless returns. If that happens, we are getting dragged straight back to the Sea of Ruins. Hearing this, Liu Yi tilts his head back. Upgrading the barrier isn't enough, we need to build a space to survive. That all costs insane processing power. He stares at the glowing white spheres hovering like giant stars. Looks like we have no choice but to steal it from someone else, he adds. It is literally our only option right now. The power gap between our world and theirs is just way too massive. At the same time, Liu Yi knows his own fatal flaw, a direct head-on fight. Forget about stealing anything. Honestly, we would be lucky to not get robbed blind ourselves. But trying to destroy them from the inside while they have barrier protection, yeah, impossible for us. Man, this is so frustrating. He looks down deep in thought, then glances over at Liu Yi. Let us drop that topic for right now. I still have time to figure out a real plan. Right now, I just have a few questions. He thinks back to that weird system alert from earlier. Thinking about the Tian Yao program, he stares right at Liu Yi and asks, "Where's the actual data core? I always assumed the main center was inside the Emperor Tree. But even after my Emperor Tree world was completely wiped out, I was still getting active system alerts." Hearing this, Liu Yi looks just as confused, getting system alerts after the tree was destroyed. How is that even possible? Liu Yi mutters. The core data structure for literally any system out there requires its own Emperor Tree to act as the main operating hub. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. Unless, of course, your personal system was somehow protected outside of the ruined upper realm. That is just insane to think about. How did you pull that off? Meanwhile, Liu Yi narrows his eyes, remembering. It happened after I got that special body in the origin world. Liu Yi is totally lost. Origin world, special body. Then he slowly explains. Legend says a special body is what actually connects the original world to its copy. Could that be the reason why? For whatever crazy reason you managed to link up to the higher system through a transit node. Suddenly, Liu Yi shifts gears and asks him, "Does your system have any guide on invading other worlds to steal their processing power?" Liu Yi just pulls up his interface and answers, "Now stick with me here, this is where it gets wild. Right after the tree was destroyed, an alert popped up. Turns out in my world, I am actually not the only survivor." He stares closely at the map, which clearly shows the holograms of 3 different people scattered across various locations. Pointing at a massive fiery aura, Liu Yi explains, "This guy is the furthest away, chilling in a supermassive world near the Sea of Ruins." Then he spots the short-haired girl. She's in a black outfit right in front of a massive tornado. "This spot is super weird," he notes. "She is in a world beneath the ruins. It actually looks like the birthplace of the Nameless." Next, he looks right at Roulette, who is posing with his hand aimed at the sky. He adds, "This one is pretty close. It is his home turf." On-screen, Roulette is screaming, "Want to crush me? Go train for another 800 years. I will crush Yi under my boot. I'll be the only one to conquer him." Hearing this loudmouth, Liu Yi just frowns and pouts in pure annoyance. But anyway, back to the main issue. Those guys have zero clue what they actually went through, and they just blindly step right into another world. With my system's help, I can actually send my clones straight into their worlds. But Liu Yi shuts him down for a second. "Honestly, whatever glitch happened to your system is a blessing. With this option unlocked, our biggest hurdle to stealing their processing power is completely gone now." He looks down and points out a brutal fact. There is a catch. Any living being from this world cannot just waltz into another one. Why? Because all your stats get heavily nerfed over there. Plus, the new world itself naturally suppresses you even further. Your power just keeps draining away. If that happens, the actual difficulty of successfully stealing their processing power would be just as impossible as smashing through a barrier to invade. Hearing this concern, Liu Yi just throws his head back and laughs. And then boom, he summons a few clones. Seconds later, a massive army of his own copies floods the screen, leaving Liu Yi completely stunned. Liu Yi happily explains, "After Tian Yao died, I successfully hit the maximum cap of level 100 and unlocked the max level Tian Yi skill." He flashes a smug look. "It literally buffs every single one of my abilities to insane heights. My cloning skill, completely uncapped now. Infinite numbers. And the best part is every single clone can level up and grow independently however they want. We are talking unlimited clones." He squints, smiling like an absolute mastermind. "I'll just let every single clone run wild and level up in those target worlds. And for the grand finale, we win by combining the sheer power of every single clone." "All right, you and I are back." Over at one clone, Liu Yi is seriously impressed. "You can actually do that. Well, massive congratulations." Liu Yi just squints, smiling. "When the time comes to pull you in, you'll head over right away. Once we secure that computing power, we split it right down the middle, 50-50. Hearing that, Liu Yi is completely speechless for a second before finally muttering, "Thanks." Liu Yi gives a quick reminder, "Just don't try hiding during our next team-up, all right?" On the flip side, Liu Yi immediately defends himself. "No promises there. That's just my signature style. Can't I just keep doing my thing?" Hearing this witty banter outside the room, you can practically hear their loud, echoing laughter. Liu Yi flashes a huge, totally satisfied grin while Liu Yi just shakes his head, chuckling helplessly. Sometime later, with some downtime, Liu Yi reflects on things. Inside the newly awakened Painted Realm, everything is officially settled. Right now, his imperial base is literally a massive floating ancient tree. Liu Yi figures that for his next move, as long as he gathers more computing power, he can recover step by step. Sitting flat on the ground, he tilts his head back, sighing. "Even though the most important person to me is currently recovering, they are at least still alive." Ever since his regression, fighting tooth and nail to reach this exact point, His ultimate goal has always been gaining strength. But looking at these glowing orbs floating right in front of him, drifting through the cosmic void, Liu Yi knows his true deepest desire is actually super simple. He just wants to eliminate every single threat around him. That way, he and everyone he cares about can finally live a quiet, peaceful life. Nothing more. As long as he can successfully gather 10 units of computing power next, everything he wants can absolutely become reality inside the Painted Realm. But he knows the catch, it's strictly limited to the Painted Realm. Speaking of it, as an actual world, the Painted Realm is still in its absolute infancy. His Imperial base looks completely tiny compared to the original world's version. Liu Yi realizes the Painted Realm needs to constantly level up. It has to become insanely powerful, strong enough to effortlessly withstand any kind of universal threat. Staring at a beautiful world filled with rolling green hills and drifting white clouds, Liu Yi secretly knows Ru Lei is wandering an entirely unknown dimension. He steps foot onto this mysterious new land. Glancing around, Liu Yi is genuinely curious. What kind of crazy world is this anyway? He scans the wide, grassy plains and distant mountain forests, noting it doesn't look too different from the Painted Realm. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. Heavenly Flare Protocol officially engaged. Are you absolutely certain you want to digitize this current world? Following the digitization process, the protocol will generate a roadmap for you to conquer this entire world. You and I both know how wild this is. Reading this, Liu Yi is completely stunned. Wait, this is an actual option. What kind of broken existence is this Heavenly Flare Protocol anyway? Then he really starts thinking it through. If I can literally rewrite reality following these system prompts, then for me, conquering an entire planet is basically just playing a video game. He smirks, pure hype taking over. A world master, an uncharted world, and countless dimensional copies. Without hesitating, he officially smashes the start button. Instantly, a single droplet of water falls, sending digital ripples outward. Suddenly, Liu Yi finds himself standing directly on an intersection point of a massive cosmic chessboard with countless glowing grid lines. Next thing you know, the entire world gets completely swallowed up by a giant digital spiderweb. Somewhere in an unknown location, two absolutely hideous glowing red-eyed monsters lurk. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another beast bares its disgusting jagged teeth, letting out a low growl. And at yet another completely unknown spot, a demon sharply glances over, hypervigilant. Slowly but surely, the glowing digital grid fades into the background. Finally, the system confirms it. World digitization process completely finished. Ready to go. Liu Yi tightly clenches his fists, looking totally pumped. At the exact same time, the system dings again. Please proceed to the primary coordinates to trigger the quest. Light, born within the shadows. Seeing the prompt, he just laughs. Oh, so that's how it works. Without missing a beat, Liu Yi throws a hand high into the air, shouting, "Then let me step outside the boundaries of the Painted Realm." Looking up at the blue sky painted with vibrant orange clouds, he gets dead serious. Let's actually play this game. Suddenly, the entire sky shifts into this creepy blood-red color, and the clouds and rolling mountains instantly warp along with it.